Welcome back, everyone. Today we are starting a new journey where a loser found a mysterious egg and hatched a waifu dragon. Today's like goal is 500 likes, and I know you guys will reach it in no time. So smash that like button and let's dive into the story. It was a world where elements of virtual gaming have merged with reality, various new professions have evolved, and people can change their professions to gain more powerful abilities. There are countless ruins and dungeons along with numerous mysterious realms, and most importantly, the world is now overrun with dangerous monsters who can kill anyone before they can even think of escape. Individuals can also obtain experience points, materials, and even equipment to strengthen themselves by hunting monsters. However, no matter how fearsome the monsters were, they are pale when compared to the awe-inspiring existence of the almighty dragons. Mysterious yet rare, they were powerful like deities. We come to the third school of the Dragon Kingdom, where the teacher was slapping the board with all his might, on which it was written that the Junior Year Section 25 Professions Awakening Orientation was happening. The teacher told the students that the Professional Awakening ceremony will not only affect their ability to pass the university entrance exam, but it will also relate to their future success. Some students were busy by themselves, while some were listening to the teacher, while he said that in theory, the result of Profession Awakening is randomly determined, but still everyone must have confidence in themselves. According to the teacher, as long as the students had strong determination, each one of them can awaken a combative profession. Among the students, there was someone with long hair and hidden eyes who looked at his desk onto a paper on which it was written that they were giving the profession Awakening Aptitude Test. The boy smiled as he knew that his day has finally come. He was none other than Lu Fan, a person who was transmigrated to that world from a place called Blue Planet 3 years ago. During these 3 years, he had gained a fairly clear understanding of that world. There were many kinds of professions which can be roughly categorized into 3 types. At the top of them were the combative professionals, which included warriors, mages, archers, and so on. They had powerful abilities which they used to explore unknown realms, obtain equipment, and receive generous rewards. Due to this, the combat professionals were the most coveted ones. The next category was the reinforcing professionals, such as enchanters, alchemists, and so on. They can create special items with powerful effects. However, since purchasing materials incurred significant expenses, they cannot nurture their talent without the support of a large family. The bottom of the pyramid were subsistence professions such as chefs, herbalists, miners, etc. Mysterious yet rare, they were powerful like deities. Those professions are the future for the majority of people who were ordinary individuals and worked hard and strived to make a living. Lu's Aunt Han Ki is a chef. She toils hard daily, supporting Lu's education with her small steamed bun shop. Even when she was only 8 years older than him, she still supported him selflessly. Lu decided that in order to survive in the world and to provide better life for his aunt, he must awaken as a combative professional. Suddenly the teacher's phone rang, and he was now in a hurry, telling the students that he just received news that the awakening platform has been built. That meant that the awakening ceremony was about to begin. A cheer ran through the class as they finally knew that it was time for them to shine. Everyone was hurrying towards the awakening platform, but Lu was still sitting in the corner. The teacher came towards him and asked him if something was wrong. According to the teacher, as Lu was the top student of their section, there was no need to be anxious. But the reason was completely different. Lu has suddenly awakened a system which congratulated him and told him that he has got the Super Treasure Map system, which was finally activated. Lu was not able to understand what was happening, but suddenly the teacher slammed on the desk, surprising Lu and making the system disappear. Seeing that the teacher was worried, Lu ran towards the awakening platform while telling his teacher to not worry for him. While jumping down the stairs, he knew that it was about time for a transmigrator to get a system. But due to the disturbance of the teacher, he was not able to understand about the use his system had. He thought to think about it later, because right now, he had the carrier ceremony, which was more important for him. As the students reached the awakening platform, they were awestruck by looking at the crystal in the middle, which was used in the awakening ceremony. They were all nervous, but the teacher told them to maintain silence. As Lu entered the hustle and bustle of the students, he heard someone who was saying that it would be great if he would awaken a hidden combative profession, because then he will become a powerful person, admired by millions. But another one of his friends told him to wake up from his dream because hidden combative professions were rare in the entire school. Instead of that, he was just happy if he could end up with a subsistence profession by praying to his ancestors. The Grand Master stood onto the podium while telling the students that the awakening ceremony was about to begin. He signaled towards a priest who was there to host that year's awakening ceremony. The students were baffled by the domineering aura of the priest wishing to get to that power level as well. Lu was surprised by the aura of the combative professional, because it was truly on another level. Suddenly, the system popped up, telling Lu that he has acquired a new skill, the Eye of Appraisal. As he clicked into the icon which showed the priest, he knew that the priest was a level 29 professional with the skill of professional awakening, and he had a net worth of 5 million dragon coins. Seeing the net worth of the priest, Lu was shook to the core. But suddenly the headmaster screamed at the students to be quiet, as the awakening ceremony has already started. He told the students to come up to the stage as soon as their names were called. Meanwhile, Lu was still thinking that even if his aunt sold buns for their entire life, she would not be able to earn that much money. The headmaster started calling out the names of the students one by one. The first was Zhang Tao, who was the top student of their section. Lu wondered if Tao will awaken as a combative professional. The students started talking that, as his attributes were so freaking high, he would definitely awaken as a combative professional. Even when the awakenings were completely random, it was seen that the higher the attributes of the individual, the more chances he will have to awaken as a combative professional. All the girls were dying for Zhang Tao, telling him that they loved him. As Zhang got up to the stage, the priest started enchanting the spells, and as the orb started glowing, a fireball emerged from it, signifying that Zhang Tao has awakened as a pyromancer. The students were now baffled, knowing that they had a wonderful pyromancer among them. They got so envious of him because he has now got a bright future ahead. Zhang Tao smirked as he materialized a fireball into his hands, while the girls somehow found him more attractive, screaming at him and asking him to go on a date with them. Following this, Lu understood that once he awakened as a combative professional, he can say goodbye to his distressed life. The headmaster was annoyed by all this chatter and screamed at the students once again to be silent while ordering the next student to come fast at the stage. As the professional awakening ceremony continued, students awakened professions like the herbalists, tailor, miner, and so on. Lu was experiencing firsthand that the combative professions were indeed a minority, and the majority of students still would end up with subsistence professions. Awakening as a combative profession signifies unlimited possibilities for the future of the students. While most people awaken as subsistence professionals and the movement they do so, they are destined to live an ordinary life. A student ahead of Lu told him that even if the students awakened the subsistence profession, it was still considered a good outcome. They looked at Li Ping from Section 3, whose family was already struggling, and now she had awakened as a reinforcing professional who would need a lot of money to practice. For her, it would have been better to awaken as a subsistence professional so that she could have at least gained some specialized skills. As Lu looked at the girl, he became nervous because his family was also struggling, and if he ended up with a reinforcing profession, he is done for. But as Lu turned around, he saw that the headmaster was calling his name, asking him to get to the platform fast. As Lu walked towards the pedestal, all the girls were noticing his looks, thinking that our boy was indeed handsome. They wondered about what profession he will awaken. As Lu reached the crystal, he knew that at that point, being nervous was useless. As he put his hands onto the crystal, the priest started enchanting his spells once again. Suddenly, Lu got a vision of a red dragon, glaring at him with his burning yellow eyes. Meanwhile, all the students were now in shock because the land has suddenly started shaking. They were not able to comprehend about what was going on as golden light gleamed from the awakening crystal, which surrounded Lu from all the sides. The students witnessed a dragon materializing and coming out of the light. The student and teachers knew that this phenomenon only occurred when a hidden profession appeared. The students and teachers were not able to believe that Lu has awakened a hidden profession, and a female teacher congratulated teacher Lai because his suction produced the first hidden professional in their school. Even the teacher knew that if Lu awakens as the strongest hidden professional like Dragon Blood Warrior or David Invoke Mai, he can become a new powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom and can make his own history. We see a magnificent red dragon onto the screens engulfed in red fierce flames, while Teacher Lai told the lady that it had been 10 years since someone awakened as a dragon blood warrior, and he even became a top-tier expert in the Dragon Kingdom. The teacher was happy, thinking that Lu can awaken as a dragon blood warrior as well. Meanwhile, the dragon looked at Lu and roared at him. Due to the impact of its voice, the students covered themselves not to get harmed, and as the dragon flew away and dematerialized, the headmaster came running towards Lu, instantly asking him if he had awakened the dragon blood warrior or Dovidin Vokmai. But to everyone's surprise, Lu sighed and told the headmaster that he was now a dragon tamer. Everyone was shocked to the core, and the headmaster was not able to comprehend about how the outcome of such a grand spectacle be awakening as a dragon tamer. He screamed at Lu, along with other students, telling them that the dragon tamer was the most worthless profession ever in history. After the awakening ceremony was finished, Lu was walking in the old town of Zhonghai City, along with his system popped up onto the side. He was now a dragon tamer of level 10 with a skill which contained dragons and dragon-like creatures. He looked at his net worth, which was just 239. Lu was getting the flashbacks, where the students and the teacher were not able to believe that he had awakened as a dragon tamer. They thought that Lu was destined to be a mediocre because there was no way that the humans can possibly tame powerful creatures such as dragons. Even when Lu awakened a hidden profession, it was the weakest when it came to practical applicability. Some students didn't know about why the teachers were saying so and asked other students about why the dragon tamer profession was the weakest, even when it was one of the 3 major hidden professions alongside the dragon blood warrior and Dovidin Bok mage. Another student told him that most people would not even find dragons, and even when they could, there was no way that they could tame them because of their dangerous behavior. The headmaster was also disappointed and patted onto the shoulders of Lu, telling him that it was all right, and even when it was the weakest, a dragon tamer was still a hidden profession with boundless potential. The headmaster guessed that maybe Lu would be able to tame some sub-dragon species and become stronger. It was no use because Lu also knew that without a dragon tamer cannot have boundless potential. Sub-dragon species were also nothing but mere ferocious beasts, nothing compared to the actual dragons. We come to know that in the 800-year history of the Dragon Kingdom, dragons have indeed appeared, but a dragon tamer who has actually tamed dragons has never existed. No matter how powerful the humans were, they were like mere ants in front of the dragon's ferocious fire. Lu knew that wanting to tame a giant dragon was nothing but an unrealistic dream. He looked at his system where his skills were locked up because he hadn't tamed a dragon yet. Lu was disappointed because his aunt was working so hard to support his education, but he cannot even provide her with a better life now. As he looked in front of him, Lu was already in front of his house, without even realizing it. He fixed his mood and got a fake smile onto his face as he entered the house telling his aunt that he was back. Man, this one looks a little more all-rounder. And you guys know what I'm talking about. The moment she looked at Lu, she immediately leaped onto him while hugging him happily, telling Lu that he was finally back. She asked Lu about how his day has went because that day was supposed to be the most fantastic day of his life. She wanted to know about the profession that Lu awakened. Hearing this, Lu was disappointed on himself, but seeing that, his aunt immediately told him that it was okay if Lu didn't awaken a combat profession, because then it would have worried his aunt when she would knew that her precious Lu was outside, fighting every day. Lu interrupted her loudly by saying that he indeed awakened a combat profession and become a dragon tamer, but the catch was that he could not do anything without taming the dragons. Hearing this, Lu's aunt was delighted, telling him that it does not matter if he was a dragon tamer without a dragon, because it still showed that Lu was really strong. She stood up from her seat and hugged Lu once again, telling him that if he can get into the college in the future, his aunt will still continue to support him. She even gave Lu the option that if he didn't want to join a college, he can still join her in running the steamed bun shop instead. Hearing that, Lu was delighted and looked at his aunt in tears, but she told him to not fret too much about it as dinner was getting cold. Lu finally looked at all the things his aunt prepared, knowing that he can't finish all of it alone. After finishing the dinner, Lu slammed down onto his bed, while thinking that even when his aunt was only 26 years old, She was working in a livelihood profession for so many years. Lu remembered her aunt's hand full of cuts and bruises, regretting that he was not even able to change her ordinary life. He wanted to live a better life with his aunt, but there was no way that it can possibly happen if Lu did not do anything as the dragon tamer. He slammed his fists onto the bed multiple times, while thinking that just with a dragon tamer would really be a hidden profession. But he didn't know where to find a dragon now, did he? In the next moment, a notification popped up, congratulating Lu for receiving the first day's treasure map. As Lu looked at the screen, he was shocked to know that he has got a divine-level treasure map on the first day. But then something stuck into his mind, and he remembered that his system was called the Super Treasure Map System when it activated. Even at the awakening ceremony, Lu had only tried his appraisal function, but not the treasure map feature. As he clicked onto the treasure map icon, the system started telling him that a treasure map can be classified into 4 categories: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and divine level. The system can even be used to combine 3 identical low-level treasure maps into one high-level treasure map. A notification popped up, telling Lu that every day he will receive a randomly graded and randomly located treasure map. It even added that as long as Lu got to the location, he can find the treasure related to his corresponding profession. Something stuck into Lu's mind instantly as he read those words. Treasures related to corresponding profession meant that Lu can become a dragon tamer with a dragon. He understood that as long as he can make good use of his system, there was a chance for him to bridge the gap between the weakest and the strongest. In other words, the divine-level treasure map was Lu's last hope to turn the tide into his favor. He knew that if he gave up now, he will live at the bottom of the society for the rest of his life. He was determined and clicked onto the divine treasure map, deciding that he must go wherever the map takes him. A big regional map popped up, telling Lu that the treasure was in Mount Shibaisen. He knew that Shibaisen was not too far from Shanghai City, and if he caught the last suburban bus at night, he can arrive there early in the morning. As time passed and early morning arrived, Lu's aunt woke up while yawning into her nightdress. She turned on the light just to look at a note which was placed onto the dining table. She looked at Lu's room, but he was not present there. As the scene shifts, we see that there was a bus traveling in between the large mountains. The aunt started reading the letter, which told her that Lu was going to Mount Shibaisen for doing something that might be the only chance to change the fate of a dragon tamer. He told his aunt to not worry, as he will return soon. As the bus arrived at the train station and Lu climbed down from the bus, few suspicious individuals got behind him. Not knowing about those suspicious individuals, Lu was determined that he will live a good life no matter what. He looked at the outskirts of Mount Shibaisen, which looked like a barren land. Suddenly, someone slammed onto the travel backpack of Lu, and as he turned around, he saw a muscular guy along with a small girl who was looking at Lu with suspicious eyes. Lu jumped back and immediately put his hand onto the weapon he has got. But someone caught his shoulder from behind, asking him if he wanted to go together with them. As Lu looked behind him, he saw an old-looking man with an eye patch on his right eye. He shook off the man's hand immediately. While telling them that he will not go with them, Lu knew that these guys could be dungeon robbers. The girl took out a knife from her pocket while asking Lu to think about it once again. The eye patch man told him that it was dangerous to be alone in the wilderness at the night. Looking at them, Lu realized that those guys must be stealing and robbing materials from quite a while. He knew that dealing with someone as powerless as Lu should be a piece of cake for the robber group. The muscular guy clenched his fists, and the girl licked her knife, while the eye patch man asked Lu once again if he had made up his mind or not. Lu immediately took a defensive stance, knowing that the robbers has figured it out, that he was powerless. Lu calmed down and answered that he did not need them to travel along. The group was still trying to convince Lu, telling him that he did not understand the rules of the wilderness and the dangers in a night are far greater than he can imagine. Even Lu understood that he did not have any skills at his disposal right now, so he must avoid fighting at all costs. Thinking that, Lu lied to the group, telling them that he was a summoner and did not need any companions, because if there would be a dangerous situation, summoning elemental creatures can solve it. The men of the group were surprised by this answer, and the eye patch man said that if Lu was a summoner, then the concerns of their group towards his safety was unnecessary. He turned around and told the other two to also come with him. The girl ran towards Lu, whispering into his ears that she hoped that they will meet again, sometime addressing Lu as a handsome boy. She told her goodbyes to Lu while giving him a flying kiss, but the chart of nervousness was of the roof for Lu, as he thought that even when it was dangerous in the wilderness, it was still much safer and better than being stabbed in the back by dungeon robbers. That day, he understood that a life without strength was a fleeting shadow, easily overtaken by the winds of fate. He looked at the map onto his system and decided to set off quickly. As he walked into the wild, he looked at a group of powerhorn horses. They were horse-like creatures of level 8 with immense strength who are grazing onto an open field. Lu knew that even when the powerhorn horses don't actively attack humans, if somehow they will get disturbed, Lu would not be a match for them. He decided to not disturb the powerhorn horses and to take a detour instead. Even when Lu was taking a longer route for safety reasons, he was not feeling safe at all because he had encountered a group of giant horn antelopes. He was walking slowly and cautiously, but as he did not look below his feet, he mistakenly put his leg onto a frog who croaked in pain with all its might. Hearing that, all the antelopes were suddenly looking at Lu as they screamed in anger for getting disturbed. Lu was eventually getting chased by the giant horn antelopes as he ran and ran in the hopes of getting away from them. He noticed a plain ground on the side of him. He immediately jumped to his sides, crashing down onto the ground, somehow able to save himself. As he looked the frog he put his leg on, he saw that the creature was the prey of the running stampede of the antelopes. He was disappointed as he thought that he cannot even handle a timid giant horn antelope in his current state. Lu knew that if he missed the opportunity he caught that day, his fate will be like of that same frog. Finally, a notification popped up telling Lu that he has arrived at the designated treasure map location. As Lu looked ahead, there were 2 giant rocks and a faint red glow was coming out from the other side of them. He understood that the rocks were indeed the indication of the location provided by the treasure map. As he walked into a cave formation of the rocks, he looked at a pitch-black egg, which was huge in size. He knew that this treasure can change the fate of the dragon tamer because it was none other than a dragon egg, which was cracking slowly. The system popped up telling Lu that it was a black dragon egg with an unidentified level. As he heard the cracking sound, Lu understood that the dragon was about to be born. But in the next moment, Lu heard some noise coming from the long grass behind him. He immediately took his cleaver out onto his hands, knowing that everything has gone smoothly along the way, but he cannot escape the nose of a wild beast. He immediately turned around and slashed the beast, who was none other than a bloodthirsty gray fox. The creature was able to stop Lu's attack by grabbing his cleaver onto its giant canines. The creature howled and attacked Lu with all his might, but somehow Lu was able to deflect and throw him onto the ground. Lu took some deep breaths, recovering his stamina. As he looked onto the appraisal window, he saw that the bloodthirsty gray fox had got a triple claw strike and bloodthirst recovery. The creature can use a triple hit combo to make the target bleed and recover its health through bloodthirst recovery. Lu looked behind him at the dragon egg, which was going to hatch at any moment now. Lu knew that he didn't have much time or skills to deal with the creature. He thought that maybe he can stall the fox until the dragon hatches and then use his dragon taming ability. But the fox has already lived onto Lu and was into the air ready to attack him. Lu instinctively took out his hand to defend himself from the attack. He realized that the fox was too fast and he can't wait for the dragon to hatch. Due to his hand onto the front, Lu was injured by the huge and sharp claws of the fox and decided that he cannot let the fox use the bloodthirst recovery. Lu had to deal with it when it prepares for the triple claw strike. Lu had already got 1 strike and 2 were still left. Lu blocked the second one with his cleaver and somehow dodged the third one by moving to the side. Now it was finally Lu's chance. He slammed his cleaver straight onto the head of the bloodthirst gray fox. As blood splattered all around the monster, Lu took out his cleaver from the creature's head. A notification popped up telling him that he had defeated a bloodthirsty gray fox and was rewarded 120 experience points for it. Lu was out of breath but was now calm because he got rid of the monster. But suddenly, 3 shadows appeared behind of him, laughing loudly and complimenting Lu for taking the beast down. They were none other than the group of robbers telling Lu that he was impressive. Lu took a defensive stance again, telling the group to stop following him since he had already said that he will not join them. The girl started laughing while telling Lu that there was no need to be so nervous. The girl knew that Lu deceived their group. The eye patch man made Lu remember that he told them that he was a summoner, but he didn't even use any summoning skills and got injured by a monster like this. Lu was now in a fix knowing that he was figured out from top to bottom by the robbers group. He immediately kicked the body of the fox monster towards the group, telling them that if they wanted the fox fur, they can take it and stop bothering Lu. But as the lifeless monster crashed at their feet, the eye patch man laughed while telling Lu that he was interesting. He picked up the fox fur, telling Lu that this was only worth 80 dragon coins, but they did not come here for just that small amount. They were actually after the divine treasure too. Lu immediately understood that the group had saw him looking for the dragon egg, but as he looked around, the muscular man and the woman were already running towards him with an intention to harm him. The muscular guy punched Lu with all his might, and he was slammed down with his cleaver thrown into the air. Lu crashed intensely a few meters away from the robbers, but as he opened his eyes, he saw that the lady was laying down on him with her knife onto Lu's throat. She told him to not move, or he will get scratched by her knife. The eye patch man told Lu that he underestimated the dungeon robber's sense of smell for treasures. The muscular man ran towards the dragon egg and asked the other members to have a look at what he found. Lu saw his plan failing in front of his eyes, and as the eye patch man was happy for getting the treasure, he ordered the girl to kill Lu instantly. The man ran towards the egg, while the girl told Lu that he was indeed handsome, but she would still have to bid farewell to him. Lu was still not ready to lose his hope. He saw that the dragon egg was almost hatched, and knew that he can't let the robbers take away the dragon from him. Suddenly, the dragon hatching was complete, and something flew out of the egg in an instant, surprising the group to the core. As they looked above their head, they saw a silhouette of a giant dragon, not able to understand about the kind of monster it was who came from the egg. The dragon came raging down at the robbers, and the eye patch guy threw a bottle of some kind of potion at the creature for his defense. The dragon was able to swiftly dodge the bottle and continued with his attack. The muscular guy readied his fists to punch the dragon, but as the creature opened his jaw, it decimated the muscular guy with his ferocious attacks and flames. The eye patch guy was deeply struck into horror as he saw the lifeless head of his muscular companion. He saw that the dragon was looking at him, knowing that his was finally the time for the guy to go to where his muscular companion was. He screamed and screamed for the girl to help him, but she was experiencing fear to her core by seeing the mysterious but dangerous creature. She lowered the knife which was put onto Lu's throat, and as Lu relaxed, he looked at the dragon. He never imagined that even a newly hatched dragon can be so powerful. It was now understandable to him about why people can't tame the mysterious dragons at once. Hearing Lu mentioning a dragon, the girl looked at him in fear, finally knowing that the monster was none other than one of the fabled dragons of the legend. As the girl turned around, she saw the creature who ate both of his companions in one go and was now looking at her in confusion. The girl immediately removed her knife from Lu and put it in front of her in a try to defend herself. But she did not realize that Lu was now free. He slammed the robber onto the side, telling her that the dungeon robber's sense of smell was too dull. He screamed at the girl for attempting to steal the dragon which was rightfully his. Lu immediately ran towards the dragon, even confusing the creature. As he screamed, dragon taming technique. Yellow light started emanating out of his hands. Even the dragon was surprised by what Lu was doing. But as he touched the dragon, the girl behind him asked Lu in fear about who he was. Lu smiled as he asked the girl in surprise if she finally wanted to know who Lu was. He finally told the girl that he was not just a summoner, but instead he was a dragon tamer. A notification popped up telling Lu that the Black Dragon Covenant was now tamed by Lu. The mysterious Black Dragon had the skills named Dragon Claw Dragon Fang Strike and Dragon's Inspiration, As the creature leaped towards the girl, she started apologizing for her behavior to Lu, telling him that she really didn't know that the treasure was actually a dragon egg. But all she saw was a red and black silhouette of Lu and his newly acquired dragon. Lu was furious at the girl for scheming against multiple innocent people. He told the girl that the only thing that she gets was a chance to go join her comrades in the other world. He ordered the dragon to finish her once and for all, and after everything was finished, Lu was finally sitting onto a cliff of the mountain bandaging the hand, which was injured by the fox monster, while the dragon was searching for something into his new master's bag. Finally, Lu picked the dragon up, not able to believe that he finally crossed the gap between the weakest and the strongest of the races. He raised the dragon onto his hand like a kid, telling the creature that it was way too lively. Lu was awestruck by knowing that the dragon was so powerful right after hatching, so it will get stronger and stronger as much as it levels up. Lu tightly hugged his newly acquired dragon, telling the creature that the title of Dragon Tamer will no longer be called the weakest class. But now an important question arose in the mind of Lu. What would he call his newly tamed dragon? He thought of names like Little Coal Ball and Black Diamond, but they were too lame. Finally, Lu noticed that the dragon was licking at his wounds. As the dragon drank, its master's blood-red aura started emanating from the creature. As the dragon opened up his elegant wings, it started transforming into a magnificent girl and was now standing in front of his master. The black dragon has now transformed into a human with a long tail and 2 elegant wings. All right, guys, the waifu is here finally. All hail the waifu Tamer. Lu Fan was shocked by seeing her into this form and understood that the dragon can also transform into a human. As the dragon did not understand human language, she just shook her head to agree with what Lu Fan was saying. The dragon lady was still behaving like a child and was flying here and there. While Lu Fan read about his new unlocked skills, they included dragon taming, which was the ability to tame dragon-like creatures, along with Dragon Claw, which transforms the player's arm into a dragon claw, and its strength depended on the current dragon pet. Another skill was the Dragon Fang Strike, which mobilizes dragon energy to deliver a powerful blow, and last but not the least, the Dragon Inspiration, which inspires the user and the dragon pet and increased all attributes and attack power by 30%. We come to know that the black dragon was a legendary creature. For Lu Fan, it was just as he thought. As soon as he had successfully tamed a dragon, all his skills were unlocked. Lu Fan immediately knew that even if he were to personally act for it, he could easily crush other combat professionals of the same level. Lu Fan clicked onto the black dragon's profile, and her stats were now in front of him. The dragon had the strength of 342 with agility of 267. She had a spirit of 359 with an endurance of 373 and was a legendary creature. She had multiple attacks, including the mighty jaw assault, which swiftly charges forward and tears into the target, causing continuous bleeding damage. She had lava flame, which continuously spurts flames, dealing damage while healing her. She had the Black Dragon Heritage, which reduced all damage taken by 50% and gave immunity to all debuffs, along with 500% increase in self-recovery ability. She had a special skill, which needed a blood pact. It was the Bloodline Connection, which provided a 10% attribute bonus to the Dragon Tamer. Lu Fan was shocked to the core by knowing that there was this much power inside a mere dragon hatchling. Even when he contracted just with a level 1 dragon hatchling, it had these powerful skills and nearly 400 points in various attributes. Even a skilled human expert, who is 20 levels higher than Lu Fan, would not stand a chance against him now, and he would never have to think about the ordinary humans at all. What was more was the Bloodline Connection, which directly doubled all of Lu Fan's attributes. He understood that the Bloodline Connection was the reason. He felt significantly stronger after successfully taming the Black Legendary Dragon. Lu Fan was now very happy, and with her smile onto his face, he thought that it was as expected from one of the 3 strongest hidden professions. No matter how strong a hidden profession may be, it had no chance of winning against the dragon race. And without a doubt, the Dragon Tamer was indeed the strongest hidden profession and not the worst. Just then, he saw the Dragon Lady, who was eating the eggshells from which she hatched from. Lu Fan guessed that although the hatchling can transform into a human, it still behaves like a dragon, and a newborn one at that. But the question was still remaining where it was. What should Lu Fan call the dragon? Suddenly his mind was struck by something, and he remembered that a little black dragon born during the night before dawn should be named Xiao Yi. Even the dragon was delighted when she heard the name and smiled cutely. Lu Fan understood that the dragon was liking her new name. He was happy that even when the treasure hunting was dangerous, it was all worth it. He patted the dragon's head and asked her if she was hungry. Xiao looked towards Lu Fan and nodded with a cute smile. As she finished the remaining eggshells, Lu Fan told her that it was time to go and hunt some monsters to fill her belly, while he was thinking that they cannot just go back home with an empty stomach. Lu Fan stood up and smiled, while thinking that the trial that determines whether he can enter the university is coming soon, and many students must be trying to hone their qualifications by seeking opportunities outside. The prestigious Southern Province's Top Scholar Award and qualification for the highest educational institution in the Dragon Kingdom that Lu Fan wanted to enter into was now within his reach. But he knew that even after what had happened, he could not take the entrance lightly, and leveling up and mastering skills should be the top priority for him and his dragon. Lu Fan started running with a smile, and Xiao was following him with a smile on her face. Lu Fan told Xiao that they were going to set off and head deep into the Mount Shi Basin, as there were monsters there that are even tastier than eggshells for the dragon. As they were advancing, Lu Fan and Xiao suddenly heard some noises. They saw that a group of creatures was running towards them with insane speeds. Lu Fan immediately popped up the system, which told him that they were the plains hyena, and they had the attack of Rending Bite, which inflicted continuous bleeding damage on the target, along with Putrefaction, which inflicted a disease debuff on the target. Once killed, they will drop the canine teeth, which was worth 95 dragon coins. Lu Fan knew that these bastards were more dangerous and tougher than the bloodthirsty gray fox. She also knew that even when he defeated the wild level 10 bloodthirsty gray fox, he also suffered a lot of injuries in the process. Remembering that Lu Fan was hesitant to attack, but the dragon lady was already in the air with a devilish smile on her face as she knew that she is going to get more food. Even Lu Fan understood that the lady wanted to take the lead. His eyes glittered with confidence as he thought that Mount Shibasin was holding no danger at all for the strongest dragon tamer and his dragon. Both Lu Fan and Xiao were smiling and advancing towards the plains hyena, ready to send them inside the dragon's stomach as her meal. The dragon flew high, and as the plains hyena roared, she took a deep breath and her stomach started glowing and giving off a flame aura. Finally, she attacked the hyenas with her lava flame attack, and as the creatures were burning, Lu Fan and the black dragon were earning experience points. As Xiao kept using her lava flame attack, Lu Fan was constantly watching the system, witnessing the increase in their levels. Lu Fan was finally at level 11, and the black dragon was now at level 3. He smiled while ordering Xiao to not waste her time on the small fries. Both of them looked towards a den inside the mountain, and Lu Fan told Xiao that a big guy has been waiting for them for a long time. 3 sets of eyes were giving off a piercing glaze to Lu Fan and her dragon, and finally, the creature came out of hiding. It had 3 heads, and they were clearly showing the killing intent of the monster. It was none other than the 3-headed blood lion, who was a level 25 lion-like creature with multiple attacks, including Roar, which increased defense and attack, Trample, which dealt significant damage within target range, and Triple Flame, which inflicts 3 instances of fire area damage. Upon defeat, the creature will give 23,790 experience points to the player, and will drop materials like Blood Lion's Tooth and Blood Lion's Skin. Lu Fan knew that for a level 25 elite boss typically, it would require a strong team of monster hunters just to approach. But he was a dragon teamer now, and he can do anything. He ordered Xiao to go towards the 3-headed lion to engage with him in a battle. As Lu Fan and Xiao were advancing, the lion used Roar and increased his defense and attack power for a certain period of time. Then he started charging a heavy attack, which was the Triple Flame. Lu Fan knew that this attack required some time to charge, and as he was running, he ordered Xiao to coordinate with him to interrupt the lion's skill. Xiao's body was engulfed in flame, and Lu Fan was now ready with his cleaver in his hand. Both of them jump towards the three-headed lion, and we see that the dragon was transformed into his original form while using the mighty jaw assault. The black dragon immediately closed the gap between the creature and herself and finally bit the creature onto his face while clenching the other two heads with her sharp claws. The system finally told Lu Fan that the triple flame attack was interrupted successfully. He complimented his dragon for the good work she did and finally attacked with his cleaver while using the Dragon Fang strike, which mobilized Dragon Aura to unveil a powerful strike with the current weapon. With this final blow, the creature was dropped dead onto the ground, and both Lu Fan and the dragon jumped back at their place. The dragon was now again transformed into her human form, while Lu Fan was surprised by knowing that the elite monsters really helped him level up quickly. Lu Fan was now at level 14, and the dragon was now at level 9. Suddenly, the system notification popped up telling Lu Fan that the treasure map system was triggered, and a new treasure map for the day has been sent to him. Seeing that, a faint smile appeared onto Lu Fan's face as he wondered about what exclusive item for dragon tamers will this treasure lead to. He ordered Zio to come with him for the treasure hunting, and the dragon lady immediately agreed to her master's command with a smile. Hit that like button as today's like aim is 500 likes.
Also subscribe for more with the notification bell on.
As the scene shifts, we come deep within the Mount Shibaisen. A group of 3 people was standing in that area, while the blue-haired girl asked the uncle if they should really let such a rare opportunity slide away from them. But the uncle told the girl that they did not have a choice. We come to know that the uncle was named Sanji, who was a warrior. He told the lady that the fortuitous realm required at least 5 people to activate, and they did not have enough people to open it. He suggested sending Miss Kai back to Zhanghai City to bring more people. But he was interrupted by another lady who was the Miss Kai the uncle was talking about. She was a rogue and told the uncle that whatever he was planning would not work because even with her agility, a round trip would take a day. We come to know that the blue-haired girl was Kin Q, and her profession was not yet known to us. She told everyone that the fortuitous realms appear randomly, and the rewards were higher than the regular dungeons. But the problem was that they only existed for 24 hours, and the uncle's plan was not able to be completed on time before the closing of the dungeon. Sanji consoled Kin that she did not have to worry about gains and losses like the secret realms, because depending on her strength as long as she enters the top 10 universities, they themselves will provide the girl with secret realms. But Kin was still sad and told the uncle that it was such a pity that they were near the secret realm but have 1 member less. Suddenly Sanji heard something along with the rogue girl and immediately turned around ready to attack. But they were surprised to see Lu Fan, who told them to not be nervous because he was just passing by the mountain. The uncle was shocked to the core by seeing such a young boy deep into Mount Shibaisen. He told Lu Fan that the place was not meant for material hunting and that he should go back. But Kin immediately stopped the uncle between his talk and told Lu Fan that the group was the part of the Kin family in Zhanghai City and her name is Kin Q. Even when she knew that it might be a bit abrupt, she asked Lu Fan if he wanted to team up her group temporarily. The girl even tried to tempt Lu Fan by telling him that he did not have to do anything and just enter the secret realm of chance with the group, and when it would be done, Lu Fan will be paid a reward of 100,000 dragon coins. Hearing the prize, Lu Fan immediately stopped on his tracks and started considering the offer. He knew that if even the Kin family, who was the family of the richest man in Zhanghai City, was after the secret realm of chance, then the final reward must be very rare. The girl was still talking and told Lu Fan that they just needed help to gather the number of people required by the secret realm, and he did not have to do anything, and just get his 100,000 dragon coins. As the scene shifts, we see that the group of the lady had 3 people before, but they have already gathered a paladin with themselves, but they were still 1 member short. The uncle was walking towards a huge purplish portal, which goes towards the secret realm, while he told Lu Fan to follow him quickly if he wanted the reward. He even told Lu Fan that it was such a rare chance that he could not encounter it casually like this again. Lu Fan smiled at the offer and told everyone that he did not have much interest in money, but he was ready to help if the group can cooperate and follow the rules of distribution. The uncle along with the 2 ladies were shocked to hear those words coming out from a young boy. The Rouge Lady immediately understood that Lu Fan was trying to say that he wanted to distribute the rewards in the secret realm based on their strength, and hearing that even Lu Fan confirmed that this was what he wanted. Hearing that, Qin was deep in thoughts, while she thought that the whole group's average level was around level 20, and Lu Fan was even looking weaker than all of them. But still, he was so confident. The lady was not able to comprehend if the guy was just really confident on his skills, or was just an arrogant brat. But the group desperately needed one more guy for them to enter the secret realm of chance. So Qin smiled while she put her hand forward and told Lu Fan that since he wanted to cooperate, then they should form a team in a cooperative way. She even told Lu Fan that the 100,000 dragon coins, which were promised previously, were still going to be his prize, because the group just to show sincerity to him. Lu Fan smiled while he shook the lady's hand and agreed to this deal. Finally, after the deal, Qin was happy and excited now, as she told everyone to get moving as fast as they can. But Lu Fan was having something else in his mind. He thought that exposing his legendary dragon Zio's identity in front of strangers in the wilderness will only bring trouble to them. So he decided to summon the dragon lady out after he got the reward from the secret realm of chance. He even felt sorry for the dragon, but was not having any choice. Finally, Lu Fan got inside the portal behind everyone and arrived at the secret realm of chance. As soon as he set his foot inside the secret realm, he saw a dark and desolated place with lifeless trees and a dense fog of purple color, which was spread all around them. A system notification popped up telling Lu Fan that he was in the secret realm of chance and was standing in the Morning Village, which was a level 20 realm with solid difficulty and had a restriction that only people at least in a group of 5 can enter inside. Watching the eerie atmosphere all around them, Qin told everyone that this village was so quiet that they can hear only their own voices. The assassin lady analyzed the environment and told everyone that the air was so heavy and there was no sign of life in the fog which surrounded them. Meanwhile, Sun Ji was worried for Lu Fan, asking him to stay careful as he was empty-handed and did not have any equipment. But the uncle wasn't ready for a surprise. Lu Fan smiled while raising his hand up, and a kind of flaming aura started surrounding him. Suddenly, a big black machete with dragon scales materialized into his hands, and the system notification popped up telling us that it was an epic quality weapon with no level requirement for using it. It can only be used by dragon tamers and dragon blood warriors, and it even had the skill to give the user the dragon blood armor, which partially transforms the user into a dragon, increasing the power of dragon transformation. It even increased the strength by 65 and stamina by 30. Lu Fan thanked the advanced treasure map that happened to be triggered after defeating the 3-headed bloodlion, as it gave him the opportunity to replace his novice machete into this legendary weapon. Everyone was shocked to see this sudden revelation, and Sun Ji asked Lu Fan if he was a newly transferred student rather than a material hunter, because his weapon looked extraordinary. But the assassin lady was getting pissed off and asked the uncle about why did he care so much about a stranger. Everything was clear in her mind, and if Lu Fan had any evil intentions, she was confident that she will subdue him immediately. Suddenly, Sun Ji was surprised as a hand came out from the ground all of a sudden and startled him. They were none other than the corrupt zombies of level 15, which would give 620 experience points along with corruption poison sac and 256 dragon coins upon killing. They had some dangerous attacks, which included hug and bite, which entangles and scratches the target, and continue to bite along with corpse poison, which was the poison into each and every attack of the zombie, which can cause the target to continue losing life points. Even the targets who die under the effect of corpse poison will become corrupt zombies themselves. Qin told the uncle to be careful as a horde of corrupt zombies came out from the ground beneath them and were ready to attack and infect the group with their corpse poison. But the paladin immediately put forward his shield and blocked the incoming attack of each and every corrupt zombie. A status window pops up and we see that he was Jia, who had a fighting profession and was a level 20 knight. The uncle backed down and stood along with the assassin lady, while he complimented Jia for his instant help and counterattack. He himself had the combat profession and was a level 28 warrior. He hacked and slashed all the corrupt zombies coming in his way, along with the rogue lady, who was also a level 28 rogue. Newfan was watching the whole fight as everything was pop up into his system window, while he thought that the warrior, the rogue, and the knight who were guarding the portal was a very reasonable configuration and strategy, especially for the uncle. Because he was a level 28 warrior who was about to change his profession for the second time. Suddenly, Kin raised her staff in the air, and yellow aura started surrounding her all over, Lighty raising her up from the ground as she was chanting some spells and charging her attack. Finally, she attacked with her Holy Light Star Rain attack, which gathered energy and sent out a starlight rain towards the enemies, which caused holy damage to them within the range, and also healed the allied targets by the amount of damage received by the zombies. Everyone witnessed multiple meteorite-styled attacks, and Sanji, along with the rogue lady, immediately dodged the incoming attack, while all the zombies were now preyed to Kin's huge area of effect attack, which decimated them and left no trace. She smiled while she told Lu Fan that this was his profession. We come to know that Kin also had the hidden profession of the Holy Light Mage, which can combine attack and healing together. Even when the attack damage was lower than that of a mage, and the treatment was not as good as of a priest. It can do both of them at once, which was helpful for the team in many ways. The notification popped up telling Lu Fan that Kin was a white-level hidden professional, the Holy Light Mage. Even Lu Fan was surprised by realizing that he just met another hidden professional in such a short span of time. He even complimented the holy damage of the girl, which was very effective against the zombies. But the silence was short-lived as everyone felt an earthquake below their feet and somehow balanced themselves. Lu Fan realized that due to all the commotion, some elite monsters were alarmed and were now coming towards the whole group. Listening to the sounds of their steps, Lu Fan knew that they were quite a few in number. Suddenly, a blood-red hand came out of the ground, and the system notification told Lu Fan that they were blood zombies of level 20, which can give 840 experience points, along with blood corpse poison sac and 90 dragon coins upon killing. These zombies had blood-sucking bite, which entangles, scratches, and bites the target, causing damage to them and healing the zombies at the same time. They also had corpse poison, which was inside their each and every attack, along with a new attack of blood fury, which allowed them to enter a violent state and increase their strength and agility by 40%. Even these zombies started to slowly come out from the ground because they wanted to kill the whole group of living beings present in front of them. Sunji was alarmed when he looked at the elite monsters coming at him and told the rogue lady to protect Kin and Lu Fan while he ordered Jia to come with him because they can't let these pieces of rotten meats break through the front row. Even Jia stopped the fight he was taking on and immediately followed the leader's command. Both of them were ready with their heavy attacks, and Sunji used his full moon onto a blood zombie, splitting his hand from his undead body. Meanwhile, Jia also used his sword to thrust it where the zombie's heart should be, giving them lethal damage. Or at least they thought so. Sunji screamed at Jia, asking him if he can draw his weapon out or not, but both of them were now in shock as they saw that the zombies were smiling and were not even showing a hint of damage that they took. Suddenly, Jia saw that the blood zombies started to absorb both of their weapons inside them. They smiled and laughed frantically while growing big in size as they activated the corpse poison, which started infecting the group with the poison and healed the zombies in the process. Jia was not able to comprehend about how this was possible, and even Kin was in shock, telling everyone that the cop's poison requires the priest's clarity to remove it from the body, and she can't do so, thus meaning that she was unable to help anyone. Meanwhile, the zombie's growth was not stopping and was now engulfing the knight's hand inside of them, also inflicting him with the corpse poison damage, which was increasing by every second. Jia was now desperate and screamed in pain while asking all of them to come and help him. He told Sunji to release his weapon quickly, otherwise he will get infected too. And after doing just that, Sunji ran towards the knight in the hope of saving him. He ordered the rogue lady to come to the front row and defend him from the blood zombies, while he pulled out the knight from the grasp of the muscular blood zombie. But she was not able to help them because she was busy fending off zombies, which were trying to make her like them too. Suddenly, they heard Lu Fan's voice, who told Sunji and the knight to chill out and let the lady continue to fight. We see that one of Lu Fan's eyes was glowing with a crimson red color as he had the epic machete in his hand, ready to slay all the monsters. Sunji wanted Lu Fan to get out of the way of the red blood zombies, thinking that he will be brutally damaged if he did not do so. But Lu Fan has an intense determination in his eyes as he used his legendary ink dragon machete and immediately attacked the blood zombie's throat with yellow flaming aura surrounding him all over, along with his legendary weapon. Everyone was shocked to the core by seeing this phenomenon unfold, and the most shocked among them was Sunji, who was not able to believe that. Lu Fan was able to defeat the zombie. On the other hand, he was returning Sunji his sword while telling him to not back down and keep moving forward with a smile on his face. But the uncle ignored that and immediately asked Lu Fan about how high his level was exactly because it was impossible for a newly transferred student to have such high attack power. But there were more important things in hand. The paladin, Little Gia, was gravely wounded, and Qin immediately came towards him while telling him to hang in there as he's going to get healed. Lu Fan and smiled with the dragon aura emanating from one of his eyes. While he told Sunji that he was a normal level 14 student, and there was no need for him to lie to anyone about that. He told everyone that he just came to Mount Shibaisan for doing some practice for the great exam. Qin was healing Little Gia while he heard these words coming out from the stranger, and realized that Lu Fan was a student from the same year as her. She was not able to comprehend about how a level 14 student actually had higher attack power than the uncle who was level 28. But suddenly, a red blood zombie attacked the lady from behind with a gruesome smile on its face. The rogue lady jumped in between their way with her crossbow while telling Qin to watch out. But to her surprise, the one he threatened to subdue was even faster than her and immediately got to the zombie, pinning it down to the wall with and lethally wounding the creature with his legendary machete. As he took out his weapon from the blood zombie, Lu Fan told everyone that the level of zombies in the village will only get higher and higher. He proposed an offer to them that he will fill the gap in the front row and ask them if they were okay with this decision. Sunji was thinking about this offer, while the ladies remembered a rumor about a person in the Jiangai city and wondered if that person was none other than Lu Fan. Qin smiled while telling him that they will count on him from this point on, and if he and the uncle lead the team in the front, the lady can take care of Little Gia and the rogue lady will cover the rear. She even informed Lu Fan that the secret realm guardian should be in the village. Hearing that Lu Fan told the group his name and started getting ahead of everyone while signaling them to come fast and go deeper into the realm. But hearing the name was a great shock to the whole group, as what they thought was indeed true, and Lu Fan was the rumored hidden class dragon tamer that recently awakened. But Qin was still not able to comprehend about how the dragon tamer was so strong when it was the weakest class. As the scene shifts, we see that Lu Fan and the others were now at the center of the village and were killing each and every blood zombie coming to their way. Lu Fan was fighting while he thought that Qin's profession cannot remove the corpse poison, and the teleportation gate only appears after defeating the secret realm guardian. Lu Fan realized that they have to hurry, or Little Gia will die in the secret realm as the corpse poison spreads, and then he might even turn into a zombie. But the rogue lady wondered about why there was no trace of the secret realm guardian even in the center of the village. Little Gia noticed that some zombies were circling Sunji from behind, and there was a rustling sound coming from the debris behind him. He mustered up all the strength he had and yelled at the uncle to watch out as he dropped down onto the ground and fainted. Seeing this, Qin ran towards him while yelling at him to hang in there. But then a red beam of light started shining above the group from the debris. As they turned around, they saw a huge iron-skinned zombie with multiple heads and one main red eye which was coming towards them with insane speeds. We come to know that the iron-skinned zombie was a level 20 monster, which gave 40 dragon coins upon defeat, along with 13,720 experience. It had the corpse poison attack, along with assimilation absorption, which absorbs the poison target and merges with itself, increasing the zombie's maximum HP. It even had steel skin, which made the iron zombie enter into an iron skin state, which increased its defense and endurance by 40%. The purple-head lady gasped as she knew that the secret realm guardian has appeared in front of them. Seeing the iron-skinned zombie, Lu Fan understood that Little Gia's corpse poison has worsened to the point where it can attract iron-skinned zombies towards him. He screamed at the group to quickly defeat the zombie before it tries to assimilate and absorb the paladin. Hearing that, Sunji immediately ran towards the zombie and attacked him with Moonlight Slash. But to no avail, his slash was not even able to give even a single scratch to the iron-skinned zombie. Even Lu Fan jumped into the fight once again while awakening his dragon aura, because he knew that there was no time left to him for letting the zombies attack slowly because the corpse poison was spreading very fast. He immediately took his black machete and pierced it through the iron-skinned zombie's main red one eye, but to no avail. Nothing happened to the creature because he was now into the steel skin state, which was increasing his defense and endurance by 40%. Lu Fan looked at his ink dragon scale machete while he thought that he needed 2 more hits, but they must be faster because they had no time, and the zombie can come and absorb little Gia at any time now. Suddenly he looked at the status window and saw the Dragon Blood Armor skill, which transformed the user partly into the dragon. Meanwhile, the iron-skinned zombie finally ran towards the paladin while it was charging its assimilation absorption skill, ready to absorb the poor guy. But at that crucial moment, Lu Fan yelled at Qin to use her holy spells in coordination with him while he began transforming his hand by using the blood dragon armor. He told the uncle to protect little Gia with the help of the purple-head lady. We see that as Lu Fan's transformation was complete, one of his hand was now converted into a dragon hand. And listening to his commands, even Qin was ready and started chanting her holy spells with her staff up in the air. Lu Fan and Qin ran towards the iron-skinned zombie, and our boy jumped at the creature with all his might. While the Holy Light Mage also used her Holy Starlight Rain attack onto the undead creature in the hope to defeat it once and for all by giving it massive damage. The iron-skinned zombie boss was running towards Lu Fan and the group with insane speeds, while it screamed that it wanted fresh blood and flesh. Our boy Lu Fan jumped into the air, ready to attack the unshakable creature right during its movement. And we see that suddenly the monstrous iron-skinned zombie started disintegrating, and its skin started falling bit by bit. Looking at that, everyone was surprised, while the purple-head lady realized that the zombie was disintegrating as it increases its speed. Hearing that the uncle understood that the iron-skinned zombie always relied on constant fusion and absorption technique to become huge and to maintain its body. Lu Fan instantly realized that if the iron body was not the original iron-skinned zombie, then the original body must have been wrapped inside all the iron. Sunji Gave was too impressed with our boy's thinking capabilities and instant action. Over many years serving the Qin family, he had already seen all kind of masters, but had never seen someone like Lu Fan because he was definitely a hidden profession. Suddenly we see that the iron-skinned zombie's skin disintegrating too much, and finally the original head of the zombie creature was now in front of everyone. Noticing that Qin told Lu Fan about it, and he started running towards the body once again with insane speeds as he transformed his hands into the dragon hand like before. Our boy jumped with all its might and punched the red-crimson eye of the iron-skinned zombie with his dragon hand while clenching its red eye into his hands and decimating it with the firepower. The zombie started screaming in pain and agony as fire burned his original body down to smithereens. Finally, the zombie was completely destroyed, and our boy Lu Fan landed onto the ground while undoing his hand transformation and getting his legendary black machete back into his hands. Seeing this, everyone was shocked to the core, not able to understand about how a freshman was able to defeat the guard of the secret realm of chance. Even Qin was a little tense, as she had never seen a powerful skill which can easily make a level 20 boss drop dead before. She just wanted to know about who Lu Fan exactly was. As the smoke clears, we see a silver chest which was the iron-skinned zombie's treasure box of level 20. Seeing that, Qin sighed as she told Lu Fan that her group will abide by the agreement and distribute the rewards according to the rules. She even apologized to Lu Fan because they were not familiar with each other before, and the whole group looked down on him without realizing his true power, and it was them who were rude to the boy, even when he was not. Hearing that, even Sun Ji complimented Lu Fan, telling him that he was definitely capable of passing through the secret realm all alone. And now it seemed that the whole group was there to make up for the number instead of Lu Fan himself. With a smile, Lu Fan thanked the uncle while telling Qin that she should be the one to distribute the rewards to the group. Hearing that, Kin opened the chest, but everyone was shocked by seeing the rewards. As the chest opened, it had multiple bottles of strength potion, which was the normal quality consumable, and increased strength by 2 points when consumed. The chest also had multiple antidote potions of rare quality, which eliminate core poison when they are consumed. But seeing that the purple-head lady doubted that the rewards from the secret realm of chance were too underwhelming. The chest also had the morning bracelet of excellent quality, which required level 10 to wear and increased strength points to 16 and endurance to 17. Looking at the bracelet, even Sunji was now in doubt, thinking that all the rewards were very shabby, and it was not quite right considering that the iron-skinned zombie was the secret realm's boss. Hearing everyone, even Lu Fan, started thinking about what the real matter could be. Meanwhile, the girl wanted the uncle to make little Jihad drink the antidote potion so that he can be cured as soon as possible from the deadly poison inside his body. After distributing all the rewards to everyone, Kin smiled as she gave the morning bracelet to our boy Lu Fan while telling him that he deserved it along with the strength potions and antidote potions. He smiled while thinking that the Kin family was really a very disciplined one. Sunji made Jihad drink the potion so that he could recover from the deadly poison which was infecting him. After giving all the equipment, Kin started wondering about how strange it was that she defeated the boss, but can't see the portal to get out of the secret realm of chance yet. Lu Fan was equipping the morning bracelet as he noticed something ominous coming towards their way, while the purple-head lady suggested everyone that they should start looking around for the portal. But hearing that, our boy screamed at the ladies to not move an inch. Lu Fan was able to see at his system that even when they defeated the blood zombies and the iron-skinned zombies, they were not the final boss of the morning village, and someone was still left. Hearing that, Sunji exclaimed, asking Lu Fan about the basis of his surety that someone was still left. But before Lu Fan can even answer, Kin told the uncle that as a holy light mage, even she can sense a very dark existence not too far away from them. We come near the lakeside of the morning village and see that it was all dark and gloomy, with the water giving off a stench not bearable by anyone at all. Even the group instantly agreed that if the lady says that someone is nearby, then something must have happened. And for that matter, the secret realm of chance was not that big either. So maybe they have missed to check a place when they first entered inside the morning village. We see that inside the water there was a big tentacle monster with multiple gruesome eyes and red crimson pupils, which are seething in anger due to the whole group defeating many of its minions. Lu Fan was sensing everything and knew that the imminent danger was coming sooner than anyone could think. Suddenly, we see that multiple tentacles with a large number of eyes come out of the ground, and everyone was shocked to the core while they maintained the space between them and the monster. Even the status window was not able to tell about what the monster was and what its level was. Realizing that Lu Fan was right all along, Sunji understood that this tentacle monster must be the final boss. Everyone got away from the gruesome tentacle hands, while Sunji tried to defend them with his red crimson sword. But as multiple tentacles attack him, he got thrown several meters from where he was standing due to the sheer force and power of the monster tentacles. Seeing that everyone was surprised that their highest level member of the group was now knocked onto the ground. Suddenly, Kin sensed that the tentacles were looking at her from all around, and the next moment they tried to grab the lady with insane speeds. In the midst of chaos, the lady was not able to comprehend about what was happening and can only scream and not do something. But our boy Lu Fan comes like a blazing fast turret and instantly catches the lady before the monster can get a hold of her. Even the lady can't stop blushing after seeing this heroic act of our boy. But we see that tentacles still attacked Lu Fan and threw him onto the ground along with the lady. The other group members immediately ran towards the couple, while the purple-head lady asked Kin if she was okay. Again, no one cares about the real hero in this story. But anyways. Suddenly we see a dark purple aura coming out of the river water in an instant, while the purple-head lady was stunned in deep fear. Everyone turns around and starts running towards the monster, and we see that the whole monster finally came out of the pond. While in the middle of the tentacle body, a lady with long hair and chained hands were looking at the whole group in anger and disgust. Let's call her Mommy Boss from now. I think it suits it more. The lady was the morning corpse of level 25, who was really the boss of the secret realm with a strength of 27 and agility of 183, along with spirit of 150 and stamina of 266. The lady was entangled with corpse aura and spreads it all the time, which decreased all attributes of all creatures in the secret realm by 20%. She also had the chain whip, which caused a lot of damage when it reached the target. She had resentment explosion, which exploded the accumulated resentment and drives back all approaching enemies and inflict corpse poison. We see that the grieving mommy boss with chains shackling her hand was now standing with the help of her tentacles, looking at Sunji along with the others, while the purple-head lady was surprised by looking at the real boss of the secret realm. As little Gia was now conscious, he wanted to fight the boss too, but Sunji calmed the paladin down, telling him that he can still fight and he will protect everyone including Gia until he fully recovers. But as Gia still wanted to fight, Sunji turned towards him, telling him to not force himself as soon as his body was just gaining some energy. But the uncle didn't notice that the tentacles of the mommy boss were going to slam him from above. Suddenly, the uncle looked at it and was somehow able to block the tentacle with his word. And Lu Fan ran towards the real monster with his big black legendary machete into his hand. He knew that the uncle and little Gia were barely holding on against the boss and that they can only rely on him to really defeat the boss. Lu Fan immediately realized that as long as the boss was still a zombie, there was only one way to defeat it. Lu Fan looked at the original body of the mommy boss, who was actually controlling the tentacles, and immediately jumped towards her. But seeing that, the mommy boss made a distorted face, and her mouth opened weirdly as she started screaming at our boy Lu Fan. The creature activated the Corpse Kai envelopment, which emitted Corpse Kai constantly, reducing all the attributes of creatures in the secret realm by 20%. Everyone was now affected by this attack, including our boy Lu Fan, but somehow he was able to still go on and reached one of the tentacle of the mommy boss while it attacked our boy ferociously. Lu Fan jumped onto the chain which was shackling the mommy boss and started running on it to reach the main body as soon as he can. Even the main body was shocked by this behavior of her boy, but Kin immediately warned Lu Fan to watch out from the iron shackles of the mommy boss. The main body immediately started using the chain lash attack, which whipped the chains from the sunken lake towards its targets, causing massive damage. Just after this attack, Lu Fan was not able to maintain its balance onto the chain and started falling off with the machete still into his hands. Now the main boss of the secret realm was so angry that it looked at the whole group in disgust and anger and started using its chain lash attack with an intention to kill all of them. Sunji immediately blocked the chain and told Kin to be careful while fighting the secret boss. The purple-head lady and little Gia were also defending from this attack, but the paladin's shield already broke from just one impact of the secret boss. Lu Fan was still on the offensive, trying to somehow reach the main body, but he immediately noticed that a tentacle hand swept through the air right beside him and straight away got to Sun Ji and the group, while the monster told Lu Fan that if he continued to resist its attack, the whole group is going to die. Knowing that, Lu Fan was not able to contain his anger and still continued going towards the main body of the monster, telling her to get out of the way and let them leave the dungeon. He even used his Dragon Strike attack once again, which mobilized the dragon energy to give a powerful blow to the enemy with the help of current weapon. The mommy boss was getting hurt and started doing desperate attacks of the chain lash, giving a continuous assault to the group and our boy Lu Fan. He finally used the dragon blood transformation and transformed its hand into a dragon glow, which helped him to break all the chains attacking him and the whole hunter group. After this attack, Lu Fan finally landed onto the ground after he broke all the chains of the lady which were attacking them. Sunji even told Lu Fan that the boss was not something that they can deal with right now, and he even advised Lu Fan that they should retreat first and strategize about dealing with this secret boss. Even Kin was worried about Lu Fan, and she told him that the whole group in bad shape and they were of no match of the secret boss. She even added that they will all be in great danger if they did not get out of the secret realm right now. But as the grieving lady was still looking at Lu Fan and was ready to attack once more, he told the whole group that they should retreat to the village first, where the zombies have already been eliminated. He gave the task to the uncle and the purple-head lady for them to make sure that the other two people of the group should be safe. Hearing that, even Kin was deeply worried, asking Lu Fan about what will he do by staying near the main mommy boss. Hearing that, Lu Fan dismissed the group with his hand while telling Kin that he will defeat the boss no matter what it took, and he once again told the whole group to retreat quickly. Hearing that, even the purple-head lady liked the idea of Lu Fan and asked Kin to retreat with them. The lady was deeply disappointed that they cannot help Lu Fan at all, and he had to deal with the monster alone. But on the other hand, Lu Fan raised his hand into the air, and a flaming aura surrounded the battlefield. While opening that portal, he thought that even without the debuff of 20% reduction in attributes, which was given to the group by the grieving mommy boss, the whole group would still not be able to help our boy Lu Fan that much. So instead of making them struggle, our boy wanted to have someone who can really cooperate with him and can really deal with the real boss of the secret realm. The mommy boss was still angry at Lu Fan and was looking at him with a killing intent, but even the creature was not able to comprehend about what was happening. Suddenly, Lu Fan told someone to come out of the portal and join our boy for some fun. Seeing that, the black legendary dragon came out of the portal and immediately grabbed the tentacles of the secret boss with her jaws. Everyone was shocked to the core by this sudden revelation of Lu Fan's secret. They were not able to believe that they were actually witnessing the presence of a mighty dragon in the secret realm. We see that even the dragon was way bigger than she was before. When Lu Fan got the dragon for the first time, the legendary dragon grabbed each and every tentacle coming at her with her sharp claws and huge hands. Meanwhile, the group was still in shock, seeing that the mysterious kid Lu Fan summoned a giant dragon into the secret realm. Even when Lu Fan had the plan to not reveal the dragon to the hunter group, there was no other way to defeat the secret boss without summoning her. Agreeing to every order of her master, the dragon immediately used the giant assault attack, which made the dragon rush at high speed and then bite the target, causing continuous bleeding damage. By doing this, the dragon broke multiple tentacles of the main body, causing the zombie mommy boss to scream in immense agony and pain, making her roar and to frantically attack. But even after all of this, the dragon was not ready to stop and gave a final attack to the secret boss of the secret realm, taking all the shackles of the mommy boss and making her submerge into the water once again. And with that, finally the secret boss of the realm of chance was defeated. Sun Ji was not able to understand about how Lu Fan was able to dismantle the whole enormous boss in just 2 blows. It was simply a terrifying thought to him. Even little Gio was not able to believe that he was witnessing the might of the dragon with his own eyes. Everyone in the group believed that seeing the dragon meant they are inevitable death. But that was not the case, and they were truly shaken and terrified while also being amused. Even Kin understood that the person in the recent rumors she heard about Zhonghai Sitam was really our boy, the one and only worthless dragon tamer Lu Fan. We see that Lu Fan was patting the dragon for the work she did, telling her that she did very good work. Lu Fan approached the chest and opened it. The chest began to glow, and as he looked inside, he started smiling. Little Kin held the magical staff with both hands and stood behind watching him, while the rest of the team simply stood silently watching. As Lu Fan opened the chest, it contained several objects. The first one was the Holy Light Staff. This object was of excellent quality, with 32 spirit points and 19 stamina points. The required level to use it was level 10. The staff had an ability called Holy Light Seal, which allowed the user to bind the target with light. The duration of the bind depended on the user's spiritual attributes. The second object was a robe called Twilight. This object was of excellent quality. It had 35 spirit points, 15 stamina points, and the required level to use it was level 10. This outfit had an ability called Light Flow, which allowed the user to use light to create a barrier to protect themselves from attacks. The amount of damage that the barrier could absorb depended on the user's spirit attributes. The third object was the Ring of Mourning. This object was of rare quality. It had 57 spirit points, 21 stamina, and 12 strength points. The required level to use it was 15. This ring had an ability called Mourning Aura that allowed the user to assign any target to obtain the Mourning Aura. Any attack launched by the person with the aura would be added with a resentment value. When the resentment value accumulated, the attacking target would be affected by negative effects such as poisoning, bleeding, and dizziness caused by corpses. The fourth and final object was the Job Transfer Scroll. This object was of rare quality, and it had no points as it was consumable. The effect of this object was to induce a low probability that a non-hidden profession would be transferred to the hidden profession of the current profession. Without thinking twice, Lu Fan chose the job transfer scroll. He stood up, and while holding the scroll in his hand, he turned towards Little Chin and the others. As his body emitted a blue energy, he revealed to them that he was going to choose the scroll. A system window appeared to inform him that he had successfully obtained the job transfer scroll. Little Kin approached Lu Fan and explained that he didn't need to go out of his way for them at all. According to the rules, these items belonged to him. And Lu Fan replied saying that he wasn't pretending to be a gentleman, and all the equipment had spirit attributes. The spiritual equipment was more suitable for her. He also added that all he needed was this job transfer scroll. Little Kin approached the chest, and while looking inside, she explained to him that if she hadn't met him, then all of them could have died in this place. Lu Fan simply stood still, watching without saying a word, wondering what she was planning to do. Several seconds later, after looking into the chest, she took out the mourning ring from the chest. She extended her hand towards Lu Fan, and while looking into his eyes, she asked him to please accept this ring. Wait a minute, is this a proposal? Our Giga Chad boy has secured a second waifu, guys. Without thinking twice, Lu Fan grabbed the ring, and while he was holding it in his hand, he closed his eyes and imagined doing naughty things with her. With a smile thought that if she acted this way, then he couldn't do anything. Little Chin stood up, and while holding the magic staff, she started staring into Lu Fan's eyes and began to blush while imagining doing dirty things to him. Wait, what the?
Stop it. Get some help.
She started wondering what else he hadn't shown to her. He was a very difficult person to figure out. While the dragon lady was playing with the filler guy, Uncle Sunji approached them, and while looking at Lu Fan thought that he was a very interesting person. Purplehead also approached them, and while looking at Lu Fan, she smiled and explained to Little Kin that it was time to prepare to return. That same night, several hours later, Lu Fan returned to his Aunt Han Ki's bun shop. She threw herself into his arms, closed her eyes, and explained that this was too dangerous because just by listening to him. I am getting a different kind of feeling from this interaction, guys. Maybe it's just me. But you can let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think? She continued saying that she started getting scared since he had encountered so many dangers in the past few days. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan became somewhat confused. While he was staring into his aunt's eyes, he asked her what had happened. He also requested that she release him quickly, since he had been in the wilderness for several days, and his clothes were very dirty. Instead of letting go, Han Ki hugged him even tighter, closed her eyes, and while crying, explained to him that Lu Fan wasn't dirty at all. Indeed, it's a tight hug, everything in between is getting squished. She also added that because he had left without informing her, she hadn't been able to close her eyes during the past nights out of fear that once she woke up from sleep, her beloved Lu Fan wouldn't have returned home. Lu Fan closed his eyes, approached her, placed a hand on her back, and with a pleasant smile, apologized for leaving without warning. He also asked her not to worry, because he would never let her worry again. Whatever you guys say, this chapter is going sideways. I think our Giga Chad boy has an aunt with benefits, and a cute one indeed. While he was wiping her tears away with his hand, he closed his eyes and explained with a smile that everything was fine. He also asked her to stop crying. Upon hearing this, she stopped crying and thought that Lu Fan was a very good person. Then she turned to one side and began stroking the head of the dragon Xiaoye, who sat on the floor, closed her eyes, and started smiling because she was enjoying it a lot. While she was looking at Xiaoye, she explained to Lu Fan that she had been very surprised when she first saw her. She also added that such a cute girl like her was truly an extremely powerful dragon. Lu Fan simply smiled at this statement. Han Ki approached Xiaoye and asked if she had not eaten enough in the past few days, so she asked her if she was hungry. Upon hearing this, Xiaoye began nodding to indicate that she was indeed hungry. While the two of them were talking, Lu Fan approached them holding the job transfer scroll in his hand, looked at his aunt. He started explaining that this was the reward from the dungeon that he had specifically chosen for her. He brought the scroll closer to her and explained that if she changed from one job to a hidden job, then she would no longer have to keep watching this bakery. Han-ki stood up and explained that she couldn't use the job transfer scroll because it was too expensive. She advised him to simply sell it, since as he had left the weapons and equipment with the little Quinn of the Chin family. She recommended him to buy equipment so that his results would be the best during the big exam. Just before she could finish speaking, Lu Fan took out his mobile phone and showed her the balance he had in his bank account. He had a pleasant smile on his face as he explained to her that he no longer lacked money or equipment. Seeing that Lu Fan had so much money in his bank account, she was amazed. He approached her and explained to her that he had sold many of the materials he had collected during this trip. He also added that his travel companion Little Kin had promised him a reward of 100,000 yuan. After explaining this to her, he asked his aunt to believe his words as they would never have to worry about money again. Upon hearing this, Han-ki approached him, clenched her fist, and while looking into his eyes, couldn't help but shed a tear of joy. Lu Fan began to bring the job transfer scroll closer to her and insisted that it was better to use it now. She simply extended her hands towards the scroll, and while looking at Lu Fan with a happy expression, she thought he was right. She opened the scroll, and it started to shine while her body emitted a blue energy. Her hair and dress began to float, leaving her surprised. Several seconds later, slowly the scroll began to disappear, and she was floating in the air with the help of 2 helium balloons. She started floating in the air and absorbed the energy from the scroll. Lu Fan was covering his face with his hand due to the intense light. He looked at Han-ki and asked if she had been successful. While her body was still surrounded by blue energy and her hairs were floating, she slightly turned toward Lu Fan and explained to him that she had succeeded as she had obtained the best hidden occupation of a chef called Enchantment Chef. Lu Fan was surprised and asked her if there was anything special about this new hidden profession. She explained to him that she had a skill called enchantment cooking that allowed her to prepare food with various buffs. Lu Fan praised her, saying that his aunt's cooking was very good, so the additional attributes were going to be very high. Upon hearing this, she started smiling and explained that he was just speaking highly of her. Lu Fan decided to change the subject and asked her where Xiao Yi had gone. Xiao Yi had taken advantage of the fact that the two of them were talking to go to the kitchen and eat all the food. After filling her stomach with all the buns, she fell asleep on the ground. That same night, in the study room of Qin's family villa, Qin Kuei went to her father's office and sat on a sofa. While her father was sitting in an office chair holding a champagne glass in his hand, he turned towards her and asked if it had really been a dragon tamer named Lu Fan, who had summoned a powerful black dragon that saved your lives. Qin Kuei closed her eyes and explained to him that her stubbornness had almost cost them their lives. She continued saying Lu Fan was too strong, despite both of them having hidden professions. The difference between her and him was like that between a firefly and the moon. While her father was swirling his wine glass, he started looking outside through the window and asked her if she had told anyone else about the dragon. She replied that she hadn't because she had made a promise to Lu Fan that the matter regarding the dragon would not be revealed outside by the Qin family. Her father Qin Shanhai turned his head towards her and praised her for doing a good job. He also asked her how many of those people who coveted the power of the dragons would remain calm once this information was leaked. Little Qin stood up, and while staring into her father's eyes, she clenched her fist tightly and begged him not to leak the information since Lu Fan had saved all their lives. She asked him if he had anything against Lu Fan's dragon. To her response, Qin Shanhai started laughing out loud. He asked his daughter if she believed that her father was that kind of person. He also asked her how she was going to pay Lu Fan for saving their lives. Upon hearing this, little Qin felt quite relieved. She closed her eyes and explained to her father that when she had invited Lu Fan to join the team, she had promised him a reward of 100,000 yuan. Qin Shanhai sighed and advised her to take a purple tongue card and personally visit Lu Fan's the next day to thank him. She simply closed her eyes and nodded. Then she asked her father why he didn't come with her if he was so curious about Lu Fan. Qin Shanhai sighed and winked at her, while explaining that he also wanted to meet the Dragon Master but couldn't go because he had important matters to attend. Early morning the next day, the princess of Tiki Kingdom came from the Dragon Kingdom to study in Shanghai. The princess was a short girl who carried a magic staff and was being accompanied by her assistant. A tall man with black hair wearing black armor, a magic wand, and carrying a suitcase. They often had business dealings, so they still had to greet them. But coming here when the big exam was about to take place wasn't for studying abroad. The princess and her assistant arrived at Hanki's bakery. While she was preparing the pastries, damn! This woman always has some lusty poses to show us. Well, I am not complaining. She noticed that she had customers. She turned her head towards them and asked them to wait for a moment. Then she slightly opened the door and with a smile explained to the visitors that there were no steamed buns today. The princess asked her subordinate if this was the place they were looking for. She questioned if he had brought her to a garbage dump. Upon hearing this, the man explained that he would never dare to do such a thing. He also added that according to their investigation, this was indeed the place they were looking for. While the aunt was asking them about who they were, the man forcefully pushed the door open, causing the edge of the door to hit Hanki, and she screamed due to the pain. Both the little princess and man entered the store, and the princess turned her head towards her and explained that she was here to find someone. She asked if she knew a dragon tamer named Lu Fan. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Fan came down the stairs. He looked towards the door and asked his aunt if someone was looking for him. Then he notices her aunt in pain and holding her arm. Upon seeing this, Lu Fan panicked and asked her if she was okay. While the princess covered her nose and complained to the guy that this place was filled with an unpleasant smell. Quickly, Lu Fan approached Auntie Hanki and while holding her hand, asked if she was okay. He also asked what was happening. She explained that she was fine. While they were talking, the princess caught his attention and asked him if he was Lu Fan. She explained that she herself, the princess, had made a special trip to see him specially. Lu Fan turned towards her and asked who she was and why she was looking for him. The man introduced her and explained to Lu Fan that she was Princess Jinju from the Taizi Kingdom, and he introduced himself as Cui Hongtai, the princess's assistant. With a smile, the princess explained that she had come here to give him a breakthrough opportunity. Lu Fan was confused by this statement. She continued saying that being a dragon tamer must be a tough job. Then she reached out her hand towards Cui Hongtai. Upon seeing this, he nodded and opened the suitcase. Upon seeing what the suitcase contained, Lu Fan was surprised and started sweating. It didn't take long for him to realize that it was a dragon egg. Princess Jinju told him that as long as he accepted the request, the dragon egg would be all his. Upon seeing Lu Fan's expression, she pointed at him with her finger, and she explained to him that the conditions were very simple. She wanted him to be her slave and do everything she told him without disobeying. I think this spoiled little brat needs some taming. Cui Hongtai was holding the egg with both hands while showing it to Lu Fan. The bratty princess started explaining that the egg is the reward that she obtained in the armored dragon's lair. She was in a delusion that it was the only dragon egg in the world. Lu Fan's aunt was still confused with the terms of the contract and questioned the harsh terms of making her precious nephew into a slave. Lu Fan opened the status window to check the status of the egg. It was an egg of an armored dragon with a natural tough shell. The tough shell reduced incoming damage by 30%, and the only pathetic attack the armored dragon could do was swinging its giant tail in a fan-shaped area. This land dragon was even lower than a wyvern. While Lu Fan was checking the stats, the princess mistook him as he was scared and could not speak. She even called the pathetic egg a powerful dragon. Lu Fan cut her off and told her the attributes were good, but the only thing this armored dragon has is endurance. He joked if they call it a dragon. With this remark, the princess was shocked and questioned if Lu Fan really knew what he was seeing, and if he didn't understand what a dragon egg means to a dragon tamer. While the bratty princess was lost in thought, the aunt was questioning how could a child be like her and demand someone to be her slave. Lu Fan assured her that she did not need to worry, and he would handle the situation. The princess continued her tantrum, saying that a dragon tamer without a dragon is worthless, and as long as Lu Fan becomes her servant, he can become the strongest person in history. She questioned, is he not excited about thinking of being famous and powerful? While trying to put on a fake smile and being as polite as he can, he said, I refuse. That's our Giga Chad boy. I knew he would never accept that crappy offer. Now the only thing left is to teach this girl some manners. This refusal hit the princess like a truck, and she gets isekai'd into a new world. She questioned Lu Fan to rethink and make sure what he was saying. She was angry that he was refusing to become her servant and refusing to become a dragon tamer who would make history. At this point, Lu Fan was annoyed and told her to leave if this was the only matter she came for. He was not interested in the dragon egg and told her to stop that crappy joke of him being her servant. Hearing this remark, Kui Hong Tai defended the princess by saying that she is personally giving him a chance to rise to prominence. He called Lu Fan an ignorant fool for speaking disrespectfully to the princess. Chance. Respect. Don't be ridiculous. I won't be anyone's servant. Lu Fan replied. Kui Hong Tai, teach him a lesson. The princess yelled angrily while pointing at Lu Fan. He readied his fists and replied in agreement. Hearing this, the ant came in front of Lu Fan while telling Princess and Kui Hong Tai to wait and not be angry. She explained that Lu Fan didn't want this, and they should just drop the matter. In an instant, Kui Hong Tai closed the distance and punched her aside while yelling that the princess had given her order, and she should stand aside. Lu Fan was too shocked in this situation and tried to help her stand up while asking if she was injured and let him help her. She was holding her swollen red cheek and replied that she was fine. Kui Hong Tai was readying his fist for the next attack while saying that even mere commoners dare to defy the noble princess of Taiji. He wanted to teach them a lesson, the hard way. The ant noticed Kui Hong Tai's attack and yelled Lu Fan's name. In an instant, Lu Fan reacted and launched an attack toward Kui Hong Tai. He pointed his big black machete at Kui Hong Tai while warning that he had hurt his family and he would kill him now. Kui Hong Tai was shocked by the attack and his cheek was bleeding. He jumped back while his aunt was holding Lu Fan back while telling him to not be impulsive. The bratty princess had no idea what happened and questioned Kui Hong Tai about what he was doing and that she wanted to teach this guy a lesson. After tasting an attack from Lu Fan's big black machete, Kui Hong Tai thought that there was something wrong with Lu Fan. Lu Fan stepped toward bratty princess and delivered a super ultra special backhand slap right on her cheek. Well, this does not count as child abuse, does it? Well, they are not in America, so who knows? He told her that he did not care which country's princess she was. She should just shut her noisy mouth, take her trash, and leave his home. Watching the bratty princess getting slapped, Kui Hong Tai attacked Lu Fan while yelling, "How can he lay a hand on the princess?" Lu Fan easily deflected his attack with the big black machete, and his spear wand got knocked out of his hand. Kui Hong Tai then shifted his focus to the princess, who was holding her cheek while sitting on the ground. He asked her if she was okay. The princess then instantly passed on the super ultra special slap to Kui Hong Tai and called him trash while questioning him that does she look okay to him? She commanded him to kill Lu Fan, even if they can't find any other dragon tamer. She wanted him dead. He replied saying yes. The scene then shifted to Lu Fan's bedroom where his phone was ringing, and our waifu dragon Xiao Yi was annoyed by it. The person calling him at this time was Little Chin. She thought it was strange that he did not answer the phone, and it surely was the number that Lu Fan had given her when they went back to the city. She thought she might have remembered it wrong. She was walking in the street while wondering about Lu Fan's house location. There was a blast from the nearby wall, and she was startled. Kui Hong Tai was the reason for that blast. Lu Fan had knocked him out on the road through the wall. He was looking pretty beat up, and people around the street noticed that there was a fight. They yelled that a foreigner is causing trouble. The brat princess yelled at people to go away and stop looking at them, while Lu Fan was slowly walking like a champ holding his big black machete in his left hand. Ciu Hong Tai kneeled and said that he could not fight Lu Fan as his attributes are not low and he is way stronger. Then let this princess help you out. After saying this, the princess then started chanting a spell, and dark ominous energy started growing around her. Lu Fan noticed that this spell was the extremely opposite of Qin Kuei's spell. He thought that the princess was also a hidden class. Lu Fan, what's wrong? Little Qin rushed toward Lu Fan, and he was surprised to see her there. He questioned why she was here. In the meantime, the princess finished her chanting and all the ominous dark energy started pouring into Kui Hong Tai. He screamed due to surge in the energy, and both Lu Fan and Little Qin covered their eyes to the flash of high energy emitting from Kui Hong Tai. The status window revealed Kui Hongtai's class, which was a combat class, and he was a guardian knight, while the bratty princess Jinju was a combat class advanced spiritual witch. He turned into a monster, Lu Fan wondered. Lu Fan, I am here to help you. Little Qin took a defensive stance in front of Lu Fan. Kui Hongtai jumped into the air to attack them, and Lu Fan pushed Little Qin aside, saying that she needed to take care of his aunt who was in the shop. Kui Hongtai landed a heavy attack, but Lu Fan was able to dodge the attack on time, and the portion of the road where Lu Fan was standing moments ago was completely destroyed by Kui Hongtai's attack. While sliding back, Lu Fan thought that Kui Hongtai's attack power has become too high now, and he has turned into a monster. He will have to use Dragon Inspiration and Claw together to do some damage. The princess was standing with Kui Hongtai, yelling to kill Lu Fan to relieve her anger. Hearing this, Kui Hongtai pulled his staff, which was stuck in the road, and prepared to attack. But before he can attack our Waifu dragon Xiao, Yi jumped from the window and transformed into her original dragon form. This shocked both the princess and Kui Hongtai to the core, and the only thing they could mutter was, "It's a real dragon?" The chapter starts with the bratty princess holding her staff and calling Kui Hongtai useless, and to hold on a little longer as a skill charging notification shows that she is casting a spell. In the next instant, the dragon roared with such intensity that she was blown away and her spell got cancelled. The dragon Xiao Yi activated her own skill called the Dragon Bloodline, which reduced all damage received by 50%, provided immunity to all debuffs, and also increased self-healing ability by 500%. The dragon then slammed Kui Hongtai to the ground, and he was powerless and screaming like a little baby to let him go. Being a good dragon Xiao Ye she complied and threw him toward the princess, and he crashed on the road, making a big crater where he landed due to the impact. He apologized to the princess for his weakness. I think he should be apologizing to the aunt and Lu Fan. Seeing the pathetic state of Kui Hongtai, the princess wondered if this is the power of a real dragon. She came to the realization that there are other real dragons existing in the world, apart from the Jin family's pathetic defensive lizards. To get her out of her shock, Lu Fan called her, and she was instantly snapped out of her thoughts. Then Lu Fan started walking toward her like a villain, holding his big black machete in his right hand, asking her if she wasn't going to kill him to vent her anger. Hearing this, she took a step backward and in the process fell down in fear. "Don't come here! Stay away from me! You attacked my attendant and seriously injured him and humiliated me and threatening me." The bratty princess screamed in fear with teary eyes. She continued warning Lu Fan, saying that does he knew the consequences his action will bring, and now he has become the enemy of the Tiki kingdom. I think she is just blabbering at this point and trying to play the victim. Just like a typical Karen. To all this nonsense blabbering, our Giga Chad MC just flexed his big black machete and asked her if she was trying to scare him. He reached the bratty princess and with rage-filled eyes told the princess that she sent his men to harm his family. Don't say you are some kind of princess from Taiki Kingdom, and even if she is a god, he will repay it with interest. The little bratty princess was shitting her diapers at this point, and what he is going to do with her. While the dragon was charging a big fireball attack, Lu Fan raised the machete to attack the princess, and the instant he was about to attack somebody from the distance called his name. It was Little Qin's father, Qin Shanhai, flying toward him on a griffin. "Dad, it's dangerous!" Little Qin screamed to warn him of the situation. Xiao Ye took notice of Qin Shanhai and aimed the fire attack in his direction. But before she could attack, Lu Fan stopped her from attacking while cutting the staff of little bratty princess with his big black machete. The dragon canceled the attack, and Qin Shanhai landed on the ground. He urged Lu Fan to call the dragon back as the air is filled with residents, and they can get injured, while he was wondering that true dragons are indeed different from subtypes. The dragon was emitting immense pressure, and it was hard to stand even near her. The poor griffin was also scared due to the overwhelming pressure of Xiao Yi. Little Qin also urged Lu Fan to listen to her and believe that they are on his side. Being a Chad who listens to his girls, Lu Fan called back Xiao Ye, and she instantly transforms into her waifu form. Little Qin then grabbed Lu Fan from the arm and asked him to follow her, while her fur kin Shanhai was asking the little brat if she was right, and he went to the airport to pick them up and didn't expect her to be there. He told her that the Kin family driver would be here soon to take them to the hospital. The scene then shifts to inside the bun shop, where the aunt is explaining that little Quin's father knows the bratty princess, and he might be able to resolve the conflict. And that is the reason little Kin made the call to her father and told him about the current situation. To this, Lu Fan responded that he has a feeling that she won't let this go. While they were conversing, Kin Shanhai walked in and explained that he understood the situation, but Lu Fan caused trouble as soon as he met him. He joked that Lu Fan had a knack for it. Lu Fan apologized for the trouble and explained that this time he couldn't be blamed for it as the bratty princess was at fault. The aunt asked Mr. Kin how will today's incident would be handled. He explained that they have sent both the princess and Kui Hong Tai to the hospital. They mentioned that they needed to give an explanation to the Jin family. He further explained that the Jin family not only engages in business bit, also has considerable influence in upper echelons of the kingdom. At this statement, Aunt was concerned that Lu Fan had hit them, and he might face the punishment. Even if she has immense power, so what? I won't compromise my dignity for a dragon Ed, our Giga Chad MC replied. At this statement, Kin Shanhai was super happy and praised Lu Fan for his integrity and told him that he admired him. He further explained that Lu Fan does not have to worry too much about it, and he will ensure his safety. While smoking in style, he told Lu Fan that he can't do it alone, and he has a condition. What condition? Lu Fan asked. Achieve the position of South Province champion in the grand exam, he said while pointing his cigarette at Lu Fan. He further explained that he would do his best to hold back the bratty princess until the exam was finished. Hearing this, little Kin explained that it would not be easy as there are countless top students in the entire South Province. But only if you surpass them and become the champion, I will be able to help you, Kin Shanhai added. Suddenly, our boy Lu Fan had a determined face and told the man that he understood the situation and that he will accept this condition. The scene changes to the hospital, where the bratty princess was running around in anger, talking on the phone while screaming at the person on the other side, saying that Kin Shanhai was obviously favoring Lu Fan because that guy had not been caught yet. But the person from the other side tried to calm down the bratty princess, telling her that they will try to contact the high-level officials of the kingdom immediately and ask them to resolve the situation. But the princess was still not happy, telling the guy to put pressure on the high-ranking officials, saying that it was her order. She angrily stated that she was going to kill Lu Fan. Guess she still hasn't learned her lesson. I bet the whole empire can't beat our Giga Chad MC with the dragon waifu around. But what do you all think? Let me know in the comments section. The scene then shifts, and it is the next day before the grand exam of the 3rd middle school. All the students were gathered and a huge crowd was in the playground, as everyone checked each other's levels and tried to form groups with each other later. And suddenly everyone turned around as they saw Lu Fan back in the school. They even thought that Lu Fan got back home to sell the steamed buns. Some of them even pointed out that even though Lu Fan was a brilliant student and now turned into trash. No school wanted him. He was still participating in the exam. But Lu Fan is now different from the last time. Even when he felt nostalgic for the ideal gossip, he knew that he was too lazy to deal with them on any level. Suddenly, the Grandmaster shouted at all these students to calm down. He announced that the South Province Grand Exam was about to begin. Lu Fan was standing in the middle of all the students and thinking that after self-upgrading to level 15, the treasure maps he received every day were not used. The reason of not using the maps was because all of them were intermediate level. He was thinking of combining all 3 of these into a high-level treasure map, which can help him to prepare for the big exam. While he was in the middle of these thoughts, someone called him and asked if he is also participating in the big exam. When he turned around, it was his teacher, and he replied saying that he has to, and he has been working to increase his strength. The teacher then proceeded to hand him a teleportation stone while praising him for his good work. The teacher continued saying that he believes in his fighting spirit, which might not be worse than that of other professionals. Lu Fan just smiled and started checking the status window of the stone he had in his hand. The stone was of rare quality, and when used in the Trial Secret Realm, it teleports user to first floor of the Heavenly Tower. When used in the Heavenly Tower, it teleports user to the Trial Secret Realm platform. After he was done checking the stone, the teacher warned him that the importance of the profession in this world is too great. Although it was only an exam, but a mistake can lead to injury or a death. He advised Lu Fan to try and find a teammate for the trial. If things does not work out, he should use the teleportation stone to get out and not make things even more difficult for himself. Lu Fan smiled and said, "Okay, teacher." After the teacher left, some students started gossiping about Lu Fan. Why do all these background characters doubts our MC? I bet they haven't seen his big black machete just yet. Lu Fan ignored them and started thinking that in the team the scores are divided among the teammates. What he want is not just to pass the trial, but to be at the first place as he promised to Qin Shanhai. In the next moment, someone called Lu Fan. When he looked around, it was little Qin. She was walking toward Lu Fan with another girl. I guess this new girl is potentially Lu Fan's third waifu. What do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments section. If you guess correctly, I will pin your comment and mention you in the video when she officially becomes a waifu. Lu Fan asked her if the new girl is her teammate. She agreed and introduced her as her best friend. Her name is Jiao Man, and she is level 1 combat professional swordsman. She said hello to Lu Fan, and cutting her off, little Qin asked Lu Fan if he would like to team up with them for the trial. At this statement, Xiaoman was stunned. To little Qin's surprise, Lu Fan apologized and said that he is planning to participate alone in the exam. He further explained that he knows that she wants to help him, but this is the condition he has put up for himself. He waved bye to both the girls and said that he is heading to the exam site. Little Qin was a bit disappointed that she is missing a chance to work with the Bai of her dreams, and she wished him luck. She thought that with his level strength, anyone who team up with Lu Fan at this point is going to be just drag him down. After Lu Fan left, Xiaoman questioned little Qin that why she invited the weakest profession to team up with them. To this question, little Qin replied that he is strong. She further explained that Lu Fan will be top scorer in Southern Province, whether she believes it or not. Xiaoman was surprised at this response and asked little Qin that what is she talking about and was she falling in love with the dragon tamer Lu Fan. Little Qin denied, saying that she is just imagining things while her cheeks were all red. Xiaoman teased her further, saying her cheeks are red when she was trying to deny the statement. The scene shift to the Grand Exam Trail Secret Realm. Lu Fan walked through the portal lake a Giga Chat and said, "This is where it all begins." On a big screen, the principal announced that the portals in the sky are divided into 4 levels: normal, hard, fear, and nightmare. When the portal opens, the selected candidates of that level can enter the Heavenly Tower using the teleportation stone which their teacher distributed earlier. The Heavenly Tower at the normal level is all projections and won't cause fatal injuries. The score multiplier of this reel is 0.9x. From hard level onwards, all the monsters are real, and when the student uses the teleportation stone to safely exit, their score will be saved. The hard level's score multiplier is 1.0. It seemed like everyone usually picked this realm. As the higher ones are usually chosen by the hidden professions, they are way too difficult for normal professions, and it is considered suicidal for the weak normal professions. The principal continued his explanation, saying that the monsters at the fear level are more ferocious, and this realm is not recommended for the solo challenges. He advised that not to care about score sharing as life is more important. The score multiplier to this realm was 3.0x. Someone instantly started laughing and screamed, saying his principal to watch him as he is going to set the highest score in the exam. This guy's name was Hongwu. He has his hidden profession of Qigong Master and is level 14. Looking at him, Xiaoman mentioned that he is the #1 expert at #1 middle school, and he ranks in top 5 in the province. Little Qin explained that Qigong Master is a versatile profession, whether attacking or defending. She mentioned that he is going to challenge the hard realm solo. After hearing Hongwu's declaration, other students said that they were doomed and can only aim for low rankings. Other student added that they are definitely no match for him and should have chosen a lower difficulty. The scene changes to the principal's office, where a bunch of screens were showing all the students. The principal of #1 middle school started laughing while stating that Hongwu is the most formidable student at their school. He added that it was a sure win for him, and he will become the top scorer. He mentioned that little Kin is also good, and in his opinion, she should be in the top 3 rankers. Lu Fan's principal thought that it was a pity. If Lu Fan had awakened to another hidden profession, he would have taken the first place. While he was lost in the thoughts, Mr. Win Shanhai said that for the first place, he has a quite promising candidate in the mind, and he is optimistic about him. The principal asked him, who is he referring to? He said, Lu Fan the Dragon Tamer from O3 School. At this statement, Lu Fan's principal was stunned, and the principal of number 1 school pointed that all the students have gone, but Lu Fan hasn't entered the Heavenly Tower yet. He questioned if he is giving up on the exam. While laughing, he asked Mr. Quinn to don't joke and questioned what can he expect from a dragon tamer. He pointed to the scoreboard saying that Hong Wu is already on the 4th floor, and if he is ranked first at the scoreboard. Lu Fan's principal realized something, and with a shocked expression explained that he is not giving up. He is waiting for the last difficulty level portal to appear. He is choosing Nightmare Trial. The Nightmare Trial is one way. This student is too overconfident. The principal of number 1 school shouted. The Nightmare Trial appeared in the sky, and the score multiplier was 9.9 for this realm. Lu Fan prepared to enter the trial realm, while the principal of number 1 school shouted that he will die in this and urged Principal Bai to stop him from entering. While Lu Fan entered the trial with a smile, the principal was concerned and mentioned that no one who has challenged the Nightmare Trial has come back intact. The last person who challenged the Nightmare Trial was 8 years ago, and he was eaten by the ferocious beasts, which was a miserable death according to the principal. The principal of number 1 school questioned that wasn't he educated properly about the rules of Grand Exam? He mentioned that this dragon tamer is doomed for sure. He continued saying that Mr. Quinn's judgment also needs improvement as Lu Fan can't be compared to Hong Wu at all. To this, Quinn Shanhai winked while saying that they should just focus on the performance of talented of Qigong Master. He mentioned further that it's still too early to draw conclusions, and why don't just observe for a little longer without making deductions. Principal Bai asked Quinn Shanhai why he trusts Lu Fan so much. While they were discussing, Lu Fan entered the 1st floor of Nightmare Trial. In the next moment, a paw stepped toward Lu Fan out of the dense fog. There were a couple more red eyes behind him, and he was surrounded by the monsters in an instant. Lu Fan quickly pulled out his big black machete and took a defensive stance. He thought that according to his knowledge, there should be at least 10 monsters around. From the fog, a couple of black-maned wolves stepped out. Their level was 10. Their bite attack caused continuous bleeding damage to the target, and the other skill Night Howl increases all the attributes of friendly targets and reset all skill cooldowns. The wolf roared at Lu Fan and jumped toward him. While maintaining a cool demeanor, Lu Fan responded with Dragon Fang Strike. He sliced all the wolves to a crisp in just one attack, and the notification announced that the Nightmare Trial Sky Tower, 1st floor completed, and he instantly gained 990 score. The principal of 1st Middle School was shocked and said, "One hit kill? What's the deal with this Lu Fan? He's ridiculously strong." Other principal added that his attributes are clearly above the level of his peers. Principal Bai was also shocked and questioned that could it be that he has found the legendary dragon. With 990 points, Lu Fan instantly jumped to the 2nd position on the scoreboard. At the same time that the director of number 1 middle school and the others were watching Lu Fan from the surveillance room, someone in a detective suit walked in. This person had one hand in their pocket and a briefcase in the other. They were wearing a cap and glasses. It was hard for the directors of number 1 middle school and Director Bai to believe that Lu Fan had only used one blow to defeat the Black Mane Wolves. Suddenly, the man opened the room door, which caught everyone's attention. In response to hearing his voice, Shanhai turned his head back and became alert when he saw him. Upon entering the room, the man said his name was Kang Xing. He was a special representative from Longdu. He came here to investigate someone and then take them back to Longdu. He took off his cap and looked at Shanhai. He then asked where the Dragon Master, Lu Fan, was. A window with statistics showed up. Kang Xing was level 57 and in the combat specialization. At the same time, Lu Fan started using the big black machete to cut through the vines in the nightmare trial. He opened the system map with the other hand while holding the machete in the other. He felt good when he realized he had found what he was looking for. He saw a system window informing him that he had reached the right spot on the treasure map. After that, another window on the screen told him that a high-level treasure map had been made. Lu Fan couldn't help but feel excited as he looked at the system map. The high-level treasure map he had made before going into the trial realm was on the first floor of the Celestial Tower. As Lu Fan started to cut through the thorny plants blocking his way, he came across a book. He reached out and took it. An alert window showed up on his screen telling him that he had successfully acquired a skill book named Accelerated Growth. This book shined. It had several gems set into the cover. The statistics window said that this book was called Accelerate Growth and was very good. The skill book taught the user a passive skill that sped up growth after it was used. This skill made pets gain 100% more experience. Lu Fan opened the book right away, which made it give off a strong energy that started to surround his body. He gained the ability to grow faster as a result. He thought this skill would work well for small animals that come out at night while he was reading the book. As strong energy surrounded him, he clenched his fist tightly. When he left the morning village, he felt like Xiao Ye was leveling up too slowly. Now that she had this passive skill, she would level up a lot faster. At the same time, in the room where Director Bai, Shanhai, and Qiang Shang were present and watching Lu Fan through a screen, Kang Xing told Director Bai that because Lu Fan was a student at their school, Bai should immediately interrupt his trial and ask him to return here. Director Bai gave him a serious look and told him that it would be best to wait until the students were done with their exams, even if there was something important to do. He was willing to take responsibility for Lu Fan's actions because he was in charge of the Third Institute. Kang Xing replied that Director Bai could take responsibility instead of Lu Fan, but he couldn't get punished for him. Because Director Bai didn't understand what he meant, he asked what punishment he was talking about. Shanhai then walked up to Qiang Shang, grabbed his arm, and asked him to step back a bit considering their old friendship. He asked him to pay attention. There was a man from No. 1 Middle School who reached out and asked what the Dragon Master had done. Kang Xing turned his body backwards and with a little force made Shanhai release his arm, leaving him somewhat confused. With an angry look, he asked Shanhai not to distract him while he was performing his task and also requested that he not try to approach him. After saying this, he gave Shanhai a mad look and told Shanhai that if he got involved in this, the Jin family and the top Dragon Clan members would not be happy, even though he didn't know why Shanhai was defending the dragon Tamer. Shanhai did nothing but look at Kang Xing with a serious face and keep quiet. After saying this, he turned around, pushed Shanhai with his hand, and asked him if he got it. After that, he told Director Bai to bring Lu Fan. He was busy when Shanhai called him an old friend. He turned his head back when he heard that. Shanhai took out a cigarette, lit it, and put it in his mouth. He then brought the lighter close to his mouth to light the cigarette. His conversation with Kang Xing showed that the close ties between important Longdu officials and the Jin family affected both the Dragon Kingdom and the Tiki Kingdom, making things more complicated. He told everyone that the high-level officials and the Jin family would no longer be important once Lu Fan's secret came out. He lit the cigarette and looked at Kang Xing seriously. He told him that no one could take Lu Fan away today. Kang Xing got very angry when he heard this. When he looked at Shanhai, told him to stop talking trash because he didn't think Lu Fan was hiding something. He said, Shanhai is going too far as he is defying orders from an envoy. As Kang Xing was about to turn around, Shanhai grabbed his arm and said, even if he thinks he is going too far, he will accept it. The tension rose between them, and the system window informed that Qin Shanhai was a level 57 knight, and Kang Xing was level 57 swordsman. I will report your actions to higher-ups of Longdu, Kang Xing replied, with an angry tone. Principal Bai then calmed them down, saying that they must not disrupt the major exam. Qin Shanhai then asked Kang Xing that isn't he curious about the secret of Lu Fan, which can make the higher-ups of Longdu and Jin family shocked. Kang Xing then realized that Lu Fan was currently in the nightmare level. This revelation shocked him. The scene changes to Lu Fan, who is standing in front of a gate while thinking that he wanted to see how far he can go by just relying on himself. And now that he has this passive skill, it's better to summon Xiao Yi early to gain more experience. The status window then showed all his stats, which included the new growth acceleration skill. This skill increased the experience gained by the pet 100%. Kang Xing then questioned that how Lu Fan dared to challenge the nightmare difficulty, and what is special about him. The principal of first school then replied saying, "Didn't you see him taking out multiple opponents in a single move earlier?" In the next instant, Lu Fan shouted, "Come out Xiao Yi and summon the dragon." And it appeared with the loud roar. Both the principal and Kang Xing were surprised at this sudden appearance of the dragon. Kang Xing was out of the words. The only thing he muttered was, This is a dragon." The dragon then raised its claw and attacked the door. Watching the dragon's attack, Qin Shanhai was sweating. He thought that although he has seen it once, seeing it again is still shocking. In the next instant, the dragon destroyed the door completely, and the entire area was filled with rubble. Qin Shanhai turned around and asked everyone that they have now seen Lu Fan's secret, and all the people in the room were sweating with the appearance of the dragon. Qin Shanhai then pointed toward the screen and announced that Lu Fan is the only dragon tamer in the history who has a real dragon. Principal Jin was also sweating. The only word he could speak was Lufin. Really came the giant dragon? They continued watching the screen where it was showing the nightmare trial second floor, and the dragon was using its flame breath to burn everything in the sight. There were huge flames everywhere, and Lu Fan was also cutting the giant plant monsters without any effort. In an instant, the notification announced that the second floor is now cleared. Looking at the massacre Lu Fan did at the second floor, the principal of the first middle school thought that this is the power of the real dragon race. A class, without the third transformation, will not be able to compete with him. The other guy behind him agreed with him, saying it's too terrifying after leveling up, it will be enough to destroy the entire country on its own. They were both in the shock, witnessing the dragon's tremendous power. With the completion of second floor, Lu Fan took the first place on the leaderboard with 50,000 points. The second place was Hong Wu with 27,550, and the third place were Little Qin and Tao Xiaoman with 12,570 points each. Lu Fan kept climbing the tower and conquering all the floor easily with the help of Dragon. Now the scene showed him at the 13th floor of the Nightmare Trial, where Dragon was relentlessly killing all the monsters, and Lu Fan was also launching big slashing attacks with his big black machete. He was killing all the beasts without mercy, and the notification informed that the 13th floor was now cleared, witnessing the situation. The principal Jin then wondered not only the dragon, but Lu Fan has also gained strength miraculously. He guessed what that his various attributes must all exceed 100 at this point, and even without summoning the giant dragon, he can still easily rank first in the Zhenghai city. Qin Shanhai asked Kang Xing that after witnessing how powerful a real dragon is, does he still really wants to bring Lu Fan in front of the higher-ups? Kang Xing replied saying that today he really witnessed the power of a dragon, and he understood now that why can Shanghai dare to offend the Jin family. After hearing this, King Shanghai said that he will send a video of a segment of Lufin's major exam to the teacher, and from now on, there is no need for a special envoy to bother Lu Fan and the Jin family. He recommended Kang Xing to go back. Kang Xing asked, "By teacher, you mean?" "Town North Marquis Tujing," Qin Shanhai replied. By this time, Lu Fan has already reached the 20th floor of Nightmare Trial. He was standing in the dark corridor, and there was a purple light at the end of the corridor. The purple light came toward him, and it was a magic spell casted by a dark sacrifice, which was level 15. The status window informed that it has various abilities, including Black Curse, which decreased all target attributes by 50% and increased all friendly target attributes by 25%. The other ability it had was Merge into Darkness, which pulls it and all the allies into the shadows and became immune to all the attacks for 15 seconds. The last ability it had was Dark Control, which helped it to command the Dark Knights behind it. This ability gave full control of Dark Knights to Dark Sacrifice. Looking at all the enemies, Lu Fan thought that with all the accelerated growth effect, Xiao Yi should be close to leveling up. He ordered Xiao Ye to use Lava Blaze and our Waifu dragon. Xiao Ye started charging the Lava Blaze attack in the next moment. The dragon released a massive fire burst, and the status window informed that the attack continuously spew flames forward, dealing damage while healing the dragon. The entire floor then got covered with the flames, and all the knights and menacing enemies were burned to crisp. The notification then informed that the 20th floor was now cleared. Several other notifications popped, which informed that the Black Dragon level has now increased to 11, and Lu Fan's level now increased to 16 with the completion of 13th floor. Lu Fan's scores reached 90,000, while the other players were way behind him. Lu Fan then smiled and told Waifu Xiao Yi to let together conquer the Heavenly Tower. The scene changes to a loud explosion on the 50th floor of the Fear Trial. It was Hong Wu's doing. A new notification appears, announcing that the 50th floor has been cleared. He thought that it was a misfortune that this year's grand examination was truly perverse. He wondered that these monsters should be at least on the 70th floor of the trial. He believed that regardless of the toughness of the challenge, he will be the first place and Qin Kui will be her only close competition, but she is in a team and her points will be halved. He affirmed that the title of the top scholar in the Southern Province examination is destined to be him. He started laughing while asking his principal to keep watching his performance. He continued saying that the principal should now contact the heads of top 10 academies to prepare for his admission. Wow. This guy is truly delusional and self-centered. The principals in the room were not even looking at him and continued watching Lu Fan. The principal Jin said that the Tower of Letters' 50th floor is a considerable hurdle. In the past, all the Southern Province scholars stumbled at this hurdle. The principal of the first middle school adds in saying that this level is watershed even if Lu Fan passes this level. His pace will be much slower for the next levels as the difficulty will rise from this level. The scene changes to Lu Fan standing at the 50th level of the Nightmare Trial. The area is filled with heavy snow. Lu Fan is checking the status window of Xiao Yi. The status window shows that she has learned a new skill. This new skill is called Shape Transformation. It will allow her to change into 4 different forms. The forms she can change are Young Dragon form. This form increases all the attributes and the consumption is reduced by 50%. The second form is called Dragon Maiden form. This form is changed due to the blood pact with Lu Fan. Damn. I like this phone, she should always stay in this one. I think this is the main Waifu form she always takes. The third one is Destruction Dragon Open form. This phone decreases this strength by 50%, but increases the spirit by 100%. In this form, she will also acquire new skills named Daylight Incineration and Lava Eruption. The last available form is World-Ending Water form. In this form, the spirit is reduced by 50%, but the strength is increased by 100%. The skills acquired in this form are Earthbend and Fearful Roar. While he was busy checking the status window, the stones around him started moving and formed a shape of big creature with a red glaring eye at him. There were total of 3 monsters. The status window informs that this entity is Amethyst Mountain Giant. Its level is 20, and it has many scales including Mountain Arm Landslide and Amethyst Rock. The Mountain Rock skill deals a massive amount of damage in front by swinging the rock arm. The Amethyst Rock skill reduced the magic damage received by 50%, and it makes the monster immune to armor-piercing effects. Looking at the situation, Principal Jin questioned that how is he going to fight 3 nightmare bosses at the same time? The principal of First Middle School also added saying that he knew that the 50th floor would slow Lu Fan's speed of climbing the tower. He thought that Lu Fan's score is already high enough that he is first in Jianghai City. According to him, it is very likely that this score will make him the top scholar of the Southern Province. He invades saying that Lu Fan is such a promising student, and why is he not from the First Middle School? The scene changes to the 50th floor, where the monsters were about to attack our boy, Lu Fan. The status window showed that the monsters are using Mountain's arm attack. The attack was about to reach Lu Fan, while he was thinking that reaching halfway up the Tower of Ladder, the difficulty has increased from previous floors. Since the difficulty is increased, he should also raise his power. In the meantime, Xiao Ye blocked the incoming attack with her left hand, and Lu Fan was standing in the middle of the attack without even breaking a sweat. He ordered Xiao Yi to try the World Ender form. She instantly roared in agreement, and in the next moment, the dragon's body was surrounded by the red flames. Looking at the transformation principal, Jin said that Lufin is preparing for something while the dragon was starting to emerge in her new form. Xiao Yi's new form was indeed a cool one. Her entire body was off pitch black color with menacing red eyes. The system then informed about the successful transformation. The dragon's strength was increased from 456 to 2912, and her spirit decreased from 1424 to 712. She also gained 2 new scales, Earth Shatterer and World Ending. All the people in the monitoring room were amazed by the dragon's transformation. Principal Jin questioned what? This dragon can also switch combat forms? Qin Shanhai was also surprised with this new development and said that such a transformation sends shiver down his spine. The scene changes to our boy Lufan. The monster was about to attack from behind, but he instantly saw the attack coming and dodged dead without any effort. By jumping into air. He used Dragon Inspiration skill, which inspired him and the dragon, resulting in increasing all attributes and attack power by 10%. He ordered Xiao Yi to launch Mighty Jaw Assault on one of the monsters. With this attack, the dragon instantly shattered one of the monster's head. Watching this scene, the principal of First Middle School was shocked and said that a level 20 boss was shattered just like that. Looking at the situation, Principal Jin assumed that to shatter the defense of the Amethyst Mountain Giant, the POW that attack launched by the dragon must have to exceed 2,000 points. While the first monster was getting shattered, the second monster tried to grab Lu Fan, but he easily maneuvered his body to avoid the grasp of the monster. Then, he used Dragon Claw to launch an attack on the monster, which resulted in a big explosion. Qin Shanhai then questioned old Qian that now looking at Lu Fan's strength, don't he feel fortunate that he stopped him from taking Lu Fan away? Old Qian was out of words and couldn't say anything in response to this question. He was focusing on the ongoing battle. Lu Fan was effortlessly dodging all the attacks of the monster, and then the dragon launched World-Ending Roar, which added vulnerability effect to the monster. Lu Fan then announced that he will deliver the final blow, but to his surprise, the dragon had already launched Earth Shatter skill, which caused a message damage to the entire area and opened a large black pit, and the monster fell into it. The system then announced that the black dragon leveled up to level 12 and Lu Fan leveled up to level 6. Lu Fan was extremely happy with this outcome and thought that choosing the nightmare level was indeed the correct choice. He continued thinking that the difficulty is easy for him as long as it rises with each level, because he will also grow stronger after clearing every level. Then the notification announced that the 50th floor was conquered successfully, and he started walking toward the portal to go to next floor, and the dragon was following right behind him. After witnessing the battle, Qin Shanhai said that it seems that so-called 50th floor watershed poses no difficulty for Lu Fan. The principal of First Middle School added saying the dragon's strength exceeded his understanding. Principal Jin then questioned Special Envoy Qian about his extensive experience in the Dragon City, to discern the terrifying numerical value of the dragon's strength attribute after changing the form. To this question, he answered saying that he has seen many big shots in Dragon City take action, and if he compared the power to those guys, the strength attribute of this dragon after changing form must be at least 2,500 points. At this statement, the principal of First Middle School was surprised and shouted 2,500 points. Aren't our levels and attributes not worth mentioning? Principal Jin then thought that as he previously anticipated, the attributes of the dragon will only be more, not less. The principal of First Middle School then said that since they have passed the 50th floor, the X+1 mode will gradually become apparent. X+1 Qin Shanhai questioned. Yes, the X+1 mode was established by the scholar who first designed the trial tower. Principal Jin started explaining. He continued saying that after the examinees boss the 50th floor, every floor with a large number of ordinary monsters will encounter one boss floor. This makes the trial more like a real secret realm. The examines will constantly be in mortal danger. However, in the nightmare level tower of the ladder, whether it's X or 1, all have been replaced with the nightmare level bosses. He continued his explanation saying in the nightmare mode X+1, where the boss is not singular but multiple at a time. the attributes of each boss will also increase exponentially. At this explanation, Qin Shanhai replied, saying that indeed it sounded formidable, but they should keep paying attention to Lu Fan. He said that for Lu Fan, there is no need to pounder over the intricacies of X+1 while the scene showed Lu Fan fighting fiercely and defeating another boss with his big black machete. The dragon was chewing another boss's head, and the notification window informed that the level 70 has been cleared. With this, the dragon leveled up to 13th, and Lu Fan's level rises to 18th. Qin Shanhai continued saying that it was evident that the ladder tower from the 50th floor onward has been designed with increasing difficulty. However, with the World Ender Dragon Xiao Yi by his side, there was no need for strategies to pass this grand test. Lu Fan started walking while wiping his mouth and asked Xiao Yi to follow his lead, and she agreed with the role while splitting the dead monster's head in half. Witnessing this spectacle principle, Jin said that in just a matter of minutes, Lu Fan has already reached the 78th floor. The principal of the first middle school agreed, saying that to be honest, this year's letter tower was the most challenging it has ever been. He said he had his doubts about whether anyone could break through the 80s with such a design, but now it seems he was thinking too simply, and the scene showed the rampage of world-ending dragon, which was spitting fire from its mouth, and the monster bosses were running for their life. Then the notification announced that the 76th floor was cleared. The next floor's boss was a giant worm, which was about to attack Lu Fan. He used dragon blood armor transformation and killed the boss instantly with the single attack while the dragon was holding its head with her right hand. After killing this boss monster, the dragon rises to level 14, and Lu Fan's level raised to 19. The system notification informed that 83 Tha floor was cleared successfully. Principal Jin then said that in the past, many geniuses pushed themselves to their limit for the reward of clearing the tower, but in the end, they only get exhausted and perished in the grand trial. In response to Principal Jin's statement, Qin Shanhai said that when the candidates reaches the 70s on 80's floor, just steps away from the ultimate reward of the grand test, they would obviously will not be willing to exit. Principal Jin then pointed toward the scoreboard and declared that Lu Fan is different. He might be the only candidate in the last decade or so capable of clearing all 100 floors. The principal of First Middle School cut off Principal Jin, saying that although the bosses of each level are not as powerful as in the original secret rooms, they should not forget the difficulty of the 99th floor is high. Then the other principal in the room pointed at the screens and announced that Lu Fan has reached the 99th floor. The scene that changes to the 99th floor of the Nightmare Trial. Lu Fan was walking in a broken building. He reached a point where the stairs were leading to a big throne, and it was surrounded by shadows holding weapons. A closer look revealed that there were 4 knights standing beside a broken throne. All of these knights were headless and were ready to attack anyone coming their way. When Lu Fan got a little closer, the candles in the room were lit all at once. There were also blue flames on the heads of all the knights, which indicated that they are aware of his presence and were ready to deal with him. The notification window then informed that the soldiers were called World Enders. The headless knight, they were all level 55. They had multiple scales including World Ender Penetration, in which the knight hit the target with a penetration effect and deals an additional 400% damage. The second skill was World Ender Counterattack. This killed was triggered when any knight takes any damage and the long sword knight counterattack is triggered automatically. The third skill they had were World Ender Thunder. The twin sword knight was imbued with lightning, which increased attack speed and added extra lightning damage to the attack. The fourth skill World Ender Beheading, in which the Great Axe Knight locks onto a target and instantly kills it when the target's health drops below 57%. The last skill they had was Night Oath. With the scale, all 4 knights shared their health and defense, which also resulted in boosted health and defense by 400%. Looking at the knights, Lu Fan thought that from the Shattered Kingdom, the Headless Knights, the secret room is quite famous. All the secret rooms were designed from real history, like the formation of the Morning Village. The Shattered Kingdom came to be hundreds of years ago when the Undead Legion invaded and the king was slain by them. While Lu Fan was thinking this, the knight with the axe already charged at him with World Ender Beheading attack. To counter all these attacks, Lu Fan thought that the most reliable method to clear this trial is to focus fire on one knight and control all the others. Without control skills at his disposal, he can only attack all 4 of them at once to clear the trial. He instantly jumped high in the air above all the knights and prepared to attack. The knights instantly launched a counterattack with the world and penetration, but Lu Fan deflected all the penetration attacks with his big black machete. Then, getting an opportunity, he attacked one of the knight with the slash, but to his surprise, a blue flame healed the knight. This attack triggered the world and the counterattack condition, and the knight with this word launched a heavy attack toward Lu Fan. But he successfully blocked the attack with his big black machete and yelled, "Now is the time." Hearing this, Xiao Ye sprang into action and launched a big fire attack which tore through the castle. The entire castle was in flames. Lu Fan and Xiao Ye was standing at the edge of the broken floor, which broke due to the attack of the dragon. Lu Fan praised Xiao Yi for the good attack. The knight with dual swords yelled, "For my king," and rushed toward Lu Fan while launching World Ender Thunderbolt attack. He demanded that Lu Fan should pay with his life, but Lu Fan was not a weakling. Our Giga Chad boy blocked this incoming attack with his big black machete. The spark from weapons colliding were covering the entire field. Taking advantage of this stalemate, all the other knight rushed to attack Lu Fan. He jumped away in time to avoid all the attacks. Lu Fan that he can't continue to linger and this floor, and he must quickly head to the 100th floor. He commanded Xiao Ye to get ready for the big attack, and the dragon started charging the skill. At Lu Fan's command, she launched lava blaze toward all the knights.
The tale continues as Xiao Yi continuously showers the enemies with lava flames. The dragon continuously flew flames forward, dealing damage and healing itself. Soon, they incinerate all the demon soldiers to ashes. With their short time, all the demons and bosses of level 99 are defeated. The system then informs that level 99 has been completely cleared and Black Dragon has been updated to level 15. The system reveals that the Black Dragon has acquired a new skill. Lu Fan looks at the system and finds it impressive that Xiao Yi has gained a new skill once again, and he himself has been upgraded to level 20. Excited, he reflects that now only the final level trial remains. Meanwhile, everyone in the surveillance room gazes at the screen in stunned silence. The half-bald middle school principal is taken aback to see that the door to the final level of the nightmare-level Great Trial has been unlocked. Mr. Qin remarks that it seems they are about to witness history in the making. Even the principal Bai, who looks like cheap copy of Dumbledore, is surprised, noting that the trial has reached the 100th level. He questions how this could have happened so effortlessly and expresses concern, stating that he's afraid as they never intended candidates to pass this level. Lu Fan holds a sword in each hand and at this moment thrusts one into the wall before pulling it out. His dragon, Xiao Yi, stands behind him. A strong aura swirls around him, and as Lu Fan moves his sword forward again, it begins to melt in the air. He surveys the scene and realizes that he has reached the 100th floor of the Nightmare Trial, the complete Broken Kingdom's secret realm. In front of him, the Emperor is sitting on his throne, and there are about 500 demon soldiers, and below them lie many dead bodies, creating a frightening scene. The entire area is filled with skeletal remains. Lu Fan learns through the system that this Emperor is known as the Consolidator of the World and is at level 60. Just then, a system notification appears, revealing a new skill called Cataclysm. This 3-stage damage skill allows the Destruction Dragon to detonate the area it flies over, causing immense damage and applying a burning effect. And as the burning effect ends, the dragon dives toward the target area, causing massive damage and detonating the burning area once more. Lu Fan reflects that Xiao Yi has been maintaining the form of the Destruction Dragon, and it is time to witness the Destruction Dragon and this skill. After this, Lu Fan tells Xiao Yi that they have reached the final level, and it is time to make the final push to earn the reward for completing this disaster training. In response, Xiao Yi roars. He then instructs Xiao Yi to switch to the Destruction Dragon form, and Xiao Yi transforms into a fearsome dragon. A powerful aura surrounds her, with flames visible all around and fire erupts from her neck as she grows in size. The system window reveals details about the legendary Black Dragon, indicating its strength is 1484, power is 7202, agility is 2055, and endurance is 2903. Additionally, she has unlocked new skills called All Things Incinerate and Lava Burst. Everyone in the surveillance room is astonished by this transformation. Principal Bai questions if the dragon has adopted a third form. Mr. Qin is briefly stunned by the dragon's fierce flame form and remarks that Lu Fan still has a trick up his sleeve. Simultaneously, a demon commander approaches and orders the skeleton forces to protect the king and launch an all-out attack. The army is mobilized, with the current legion numbering over 500. Lu Fan instructs Xiao Yi to prepare for the challenge ahead. He then charges forward, declaring that it's the entire undead legion from the Shattered Kingdom. Approaching the skeletons, Lu Fan seizes one by the neck. He then commands the dragon that the time has come, urging it to swiftly unleash the cataclysm to eliminate them all. Simultaneously, the destruction dragon roars loudly and takes flight. While airborne, it engulfs the dead soldiers in flames. The system reports that the number of casualties has reached 558. After burning the soldiers for a while, the count is updated to 381. Moments later, the system reports the number of dead soldiers has decreased to 267, then to 173. The dragon's relentless flames rapidly reduce the size of the dead army. Finally, the destruction dragon detonates in an unblasted area, causing a large number of enemies to be burned. Flames rise high as the dragon's fiery wrath spreads. Everyone in the surveillance room stands in awe. The Baldi principal marvels at how a student could possess such formidable skills, recognizing the immense danger and power of this terrifying ability. Mr. Qin remarks that the dead army has been almost completely wiped out. Just then, the system reports that the number of undead troops has dropped to 98. Seconds later, the system revises the count to 42. Meanwhile, the demon commander strides ahead, commanding Lu Fan to kneel before their king. Ripping his dragon sword, Lu Fan calls out the dragon Xiao Yi. Lu Fan's onslaught persists, his strikes finding their mark and dealing significant damage. The number of dead soldiers dwindles to 37, and the dragon returns once more, engulfing the entire area in flames and leaving behind widespread destruction. Observing this spectacle in the surveillance room, Principal Bai ponders if the four horsemen have already been vanquished. He contemplates that the toughest test level so far pales in comparison to Lu Fan's strength. Staring at the point screen above them in astonishment, the other Baldi principal notes that Lu Fan has amassed a staggering 989,120 points, edging closer to 1,000,000 points, a feat that no one has achieved in 30 years. He questions if Lu Fan is just one step away, and if he could truly attain the exam award. Glancing at the system screen, the Dumbledore's dummy remarks that this year's exam is the most challenging yet, suggesting that the reward should be substantial, proposing at least 3 rare pieces of equipment. Meanwhile, Lu Fan strides forward, declaring that all the trash has been cleared up and taunts that they should just now reveal the final boss. The only one remaining is the final boss known as the Emperor of Destruction. Moments later, once the smoke curtain clears, it emerges surrounded by suffocating and malevolent energy. Paying no heed, it stomps on the ground, unsheathes its sword, and fixes Lu Fan with a piercing gaze, accusing him of ignorance. Just then, a system window appears to inform Lu Fan that there is only one undead soldier remaining. The boss gains momentum, leaping forward to attack. In response, Lu Fan activates the ability called Dragon Armor. This allows him to transform his arm into a dragon claw, its power dependent on the black dragon. As the ability activates, his hands morph into dragon claws, and his body is surrounded by an intense aura. Extending his hands toward the boss with a smile, he orders Xiao Yi to prepare for the attack. In response, Xiao Yi extends her claws to the sides, fixing the boss with an aggressive gaze. The boss attacks Lu Fan with all its strength, intending to end his life, but with little effort, he blocks the attack using the dragon claws. While the boss is distracted attacking, Lu Fan commands Xiao Yi to attack. Upon hearing the command, Xiao Yi utilizes the ability called All Things Incinerate. This allows the destruction dragon to flap its wings, releasing 4 fire tornadoes that cause great damage to the affected targets. She spreads her wings to the sides and begins to flap them, creating intense and powerful flames that send the boss flying backward. Somewhat surprised, the boss couldn't help but wonder about this ability. Its body shoots backward, but quickly it plunges its sword into the ground to stop its motion. Once it halts its body abruptly, it looks at its hand and notices that its power is slowly leaving its body. Shocked, the boss wonders why its power is diminishing. The power leaving his body heads towards the ring that Lu Fan wears on his finger. Lu Fan smirks, pointing at the ring, and asks the boss if it has noticed that it is gradually weakening. At that moment, a system window appears, notifying Lu Fan that the Lament Aura is now in effect. He wears the rare quality Lament Ring, which requires a user to be at least level 15. This ring bestows 57 spirit points, 21 stamina points, and 12 strength points. As the Lament Ring slowly saps the boss's life force, it reaches out towards Lu Fan, calling him a scoundrel for resorting to such underhanded tactics. Lu Fan responds with a steely gaze and directs Xiao Yi to activate the second stage of her ability. Xiao Yi spreads her wings wide, gazes skyward, and unleashes a roar. Then she employs the ability known as All Things Incinerate, second stage. This enables her to flap her wings vigorously, generating several fire tornadoes that culminate in a violent explosion. The tornadoes surge towards the boss, detonating near it and hurling its body backwards towards the throne. Swiftly, the boss plants both feet firmly on the ground, halting his momentum and prepares to retaliate with a deadly strike. However, Lu Fan seizes the moment and in an instant, he unsheaths his dagger, grips it firmly with both hands, gathers momentum, emerges from the flames towards the boss, and launches a surprise attack. The boss tries his best to react and fend off the assault. It proves futile. Lu Fan forcefully plunges the dagger into the boss's chest, causing its body to crash against the throne. His attack is so potent that the dagger pierces through the stone throne within seconds. The boss succumbs to its wounds, and a system window appears to inform Lu Fan that the current number of undead soldiers is 0. As a reward, Xiao Yi reaches level 17, and Lu Fan reaches level 22. Approaching the throne, Lu Fan places one leg on the arm of the throne and one hand on the shoulder of the boss's corpse. With his other hand, he forcefully pulls the dagger from his chest. He gazes at the corpse, affirming to Xiao Yi that everything is over. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, everyone is left speechless as they witness Lu Fan's victory. Principal Bai, with a surprised expression, reveals to the others that in the past 30 years, no one has managed to score 1 million points. The baldy principal remains silent, visibly shocked by the events. Mr. Qin crosses his arms and remarks to Principal Bai that their school's reputation is about to skyrocket. Meanwhile, Lu Fan turns his back on the boss's corpse and begins to move away from the area. He rests the dagger on his shoulder, slips his hand into his pants pocket, and turns his head towards Xiao Yi. He explains that they have already passed the trial, so now they can return home. He also asks her if she misses his aunt's food. Xiao Yi starts flying and follows Lu Fan. She approaches him, closes her eyes, and roars with a pleasant smile, affirming that she does. Just then, a system window appears, informing him that floor 100 has been successfully cleared. Then another system window appears, congratulating Lu Fan for successfully completing the night-level trial in the southern province. A chest materializes in front of Lu Fan. He simply puts his hands in his pants pockets and silently observes as the chest opens to reveal several objects. The first item is a blue book named The Wrath of the Ice Dragon King, a rare quality item categorized as a skill book. Only Dragon Masters and Linguistic Wizards can utilize this item, with the requirement being level 20. Upon using it, one can learn a magical skill called The Wrath of the Ice Dragon King, which freezes the area around the target, causing damage and adding slowing and freezing effects. The duration, damage amount, and range of the effect can vary depending on the user's proficiency. Lu Fan had initially assumed he would only possess control skills after reaching level 30 in the second transformation. However, he now realizes that he can coordinate with Xiao Yi's output skills. The second item is a ring named the Spirit Wind Ring, also of rare quality. The requirement to use it is level 20. This ring grants the user 77 agility points, 35 stamina, and 32 spirit points. It features an ability called the Language of the Spirit Wind, bestowing the bearer with the blessing of the Spirit Wind and increasing the agility attribute by 35%. While it's unfortunate that Xiao Yi couldn't receive the bonus effect, the ring remains incredibly useful for Lu Fan. The third and final item is a red cloak called Flames and Frost Cloak. This legendary quality item requires level 20 to use and grants 112 stamina points, 79 spirit points, 56 strength points, and 54 agility points. It possesses an ability called Frost and Fire Enhancement, which reduces damage received from ice and fire elements by 3%, decreases negative effects caused by ice and fire enemies by 50%, and increases damage inflicted on ice and fire enemies by 30%. This ability can be used by both Lu Fan and Xiao Yi. Lu Fan drapes the cloak over his shoulder, slips the ring onto his finger, and takes the book in one hand. With the other hand, he retrieves the stone to return to school. He glances at the book and, with a smile, thinks it's time to head back. Deciding to give Xiao Yi a rest, he temporarily dismisses her. Using the stone, Lu Fan creates a portal and heads to the surveillance room where all the teachers are gathered. Reaching there, Lu Fan asks Principal Bai if he can go home and wait for the results. Upon seeing Lu Fan, everyone is surprised. Principal Bai approaches him, looking at him with a proud gaze, and praises him for being impressive, mentioning that he is the pride of the school, and his photo will always hang on the school's wall of fame as a celebrity. The baldy principal approaches Lu Fan and then turns to Principal Bai, explaining that the wall of fame is filled with photos of heroes who fought against monster invasions and died in battle. He questions if by doing this, Principal Bai is not cursing Lu Fan. Irritated, Principal Bai turns towards the baldy principal and tells him to go away, adding that if anyone is cursed, it is him. He asserts that he doesn't care about these concerns since Lu Fan has broken the record in the grand exam and his future is immeasurable. The Baldy principal laughs it off, stating that no matter what, this grand exam has made Lu Fan famous. Meanwhile, Mr. Qin approaches Lu Fan and with a serious look explains that even though he had mentally prepared himself to see the grand exam, he still couldn't help but be surprised at Lu Fan's strength. Lu Fan, setting his emotions aside, looks seriously at Mr. Qin and reminds him that he had fulfilled the conditions. He asks if now the princess of Tiki Kingdom will not throw a tantrum again. Closing his eyes and smiling, he assures Mr. Qin not to worry because he will fulfill his part of the promise, adding that the teacher should have received it by now. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan becomes somewhat confused and asks which teacher he is referring to. Mr. Qin places his hand on Lu Fan's chest, telling him not to worry about it and to focus on which educational institution to choose. Meanwhile, the special envoy from Longdu, Cheng Song, silently grabs his cap and stands up. The four others approach Lu Fan and explain that the top 10 academic institutions will be competing to attract him. They also mention that wealthy merchants from the southern province will seize this opportunity to get close to him and establish relationships. They advise him to be cautious of their intentions. While they are busy talking, Qivenzong puts on his cap, turns his back to them, and starts walking away. The Baldy principal, eager to see the dragon, asks Lu Fan to call her immediately so they can all see her with their own eyes. Principal Bai interjects, warning him not to do it because if Shouyi appears, she might destroy the school. According to the ranking table, Lu Fan is in first place with an astonishing 1,200,199 points. Principal Bai can't help but praise Lu Fan, acknowledging the incredible nature of the score. He adds that no one has been able to break this record in the last 50 years. At the same time, in the Dragon Realm of the far north, within an unexplored level 60 territory, there is a base amidst the snow. Inside the base, a man with gray hair watches recordings of Lu Fan and Xiao fighting in the trial. After viewing all the recordings, the man grabs a bottle of wine, drinks from it, and then tightly holds the bottle before placing it on the table. He closes his eyes, sighs, and smiles, finding the experience very refreshing. This man is the Northern Frontier Marcus Tujing. Tujing sits in his office, a laptop beside him displaying the recordings of Xiao. While he is distracted, someone knocks on the door. He invites them in, and a man wearing a jacket and holding some reports enters the office. The man apologizes for the interruption and informs Tujing that he has brought some reports. Tujing picks up the bottle of wine again and with a serious look asks if any evidence has been found. The man places the files on the table, explaining that everything is in the files and confirming that Tujing's student Qin Shanhei's deductions were correct. Tujing pulls his chair closer to the table and silently examines the files. These files contain information about Princess Tiki and her subordinates. The man explains to Tujing that through communication with Special Envoy Chengzong and Qin Shanhai, they deduced that Lord Ruan Chenfeng, a high-ranking official at Dragon City, is colluding with the Jin family from Tiki realm. According to the investigation, both Princess Jin Zhu's studies abroad and the recruitment of dragon tamers were approved by Lord Ruan. Upon hearing this, Tujing places the wine bottle on the table and tightens his fist, causing the bottle to crack. He thinks that Ruan Chenfeng is a treacherous bastard. His subordinate, who has white hair, adds that the Jin family and Lord Ruan Chenfeng maintain a superficial relationship between the two countries. However, in private, Lord Ruan has granted many privileges to the Jin family, and they have rewarded him handsomely in return. Learning this, Tujing clenches his teeth and realizes why Ruan had sent an envoy to arrest the dragon tamer master. Furious, he shatters the wine bottle into pieces and starts to stand up, thinking that Ruan Chenfeng is an opportunist aiding the little princess of Tiki in doing whatever she wants in the dragon realm. Seeing Tujing's growing anger, his subordinate steps back looking surprised. Tujing stands, extends his hand to the side, and with a serious look, orders his subordinate to transmit the directive that Ruan Chenfeng is to be stripped of all his charges and powers. From now on, there will be no place for him in the high ranks of Dragon City. He instructs his subordinate to execute this order immediately. Furious, he adds that if Ruan has any objections, he can come and talk to him, and as for the Jin family, if they try to contact Ruan Chenfeng again, he instructs his subordinate to send the Griffin squad to greet them. Upon hearing this order, the subordinate responds with an understanding nod. Tujing turns his back on him, points at the door, closes his eyes, and asks him to wait as there is still one more thing to address. He instructs his subordinate to keep a close eye on which school this dragon tamer chooses and to notify the school director immediately in order to provide resources for Lu Fan. A subordinate acknowledges the command. Tujing places his hands on his hips, turns his head toward the window, and reflects that the dragon realm now has a legendary young man who truly brings joy to the people. To him, Lu Fan is someone very interesting, and he plans to find and meet this legendary young dragon Tamer after finishing his tasks in the Northern Realm. However, as the giant red moon hangs in the sky, he ponders the uncertainty of when he will actually be able to complete his mission and finally meet Lu Fan. At the same time in the city, the princess sits on her bed in a luxurious hotel when she receives a call. The caller informs her that Ruan Chengfeng has been dismissed by the Marquis of the North. Hearing this, she panics. The person on the other end asks her to calm down, assuring her that there is still good news. Sitting on the bed with one hand resting on it and holding her phone with the other, she inquires what the good news might be, expressing concern that without Ruan, they wouldn't be able to catch the Dragon Master. The caller explains that she no longer needs to waste her valuable time on Lu Fan. With the big exam results publication nearing, they have discovered that besides Lu Fan from Jianghai City, there is another dragon tamer in Kingzhou City. Upon hearing this, the princess's expression changes drastically from fury to surprise. She can't help but smile wickedly, thinking that this is indeed good news. This time, she hopes the other party will be someone with foresight. Lu Fan says goodbye to everyone in the surveillance room and leaves. At the same time, a portal opens and Hongwu steps out. The system announces that Hongwu has passed the South Province exam with 89,250 points, reaching the 72nd floor of the horror level. Feeling a surge of happiness, Hongwu thinks to himself that he will definitely become the champion of level 72, and that 10 universities will compete to accept him. He also anticipates a generous award and feels it might be time for him to reach for the stars. In his mind, Hongwu envisions the impending encounter with the principal. As he nears the half-bald figure, he imagines himself initiating the conversation, inquiring about the commotion. Imaginary praise follows as the principal acknowledges Hongwu's exceptional score, affirming that no one else deserves the champion title more than him. Excitement courses through Hongwu's thoughts. He perceives that they all are gathered here for him, and this is his moment to shine. While in reality, as Hongwu approaches the baldy principal and greets him, the principal turns around and questions if Hongwu has completed his training. Hongwu responds affirmatively, disclosing his score of 89,250, uncertain if it suffices for the champion title. The half-bald principal approaches Hongwu and places a comforting hand on his shoulder, assuring him that he performed exceptionally well and can easily secure admission to any of the top 10 universities. Hongwu, surprised by this encouragement, looks at the baldy principal with curiosity. The principal elaborates that the grades are important, but he should know his limits. He tells Hongwu that his injuries are serious, and he should get them treated first. Shocked, Hongwu tries to comprehend the situations. He wonders why the principal doesn't seem so impressed. He questions whether the principal has not seen his high score or if there is another reason for his words. However, with his small head, he soon deduces that the principal's intention is to prevent him from becoming arrogant and to remind him of the importance of humility. Acknowledging the principal's advice, Hongwu expresses his gratitude and understanding. 7 days later, on the announcement day of the nightmare exam results, as soon as Lu Fan and his aunt open the door, they find themselves surrounded by reporters. Auntie's expression shifts to one of alarm as she finds herself surrounded by journalists and fans of Lu Fan. Amidst the crowd, a fan steps forward, offering a gift box to Lu Fan, accompanied by a warm invitation to visit his estate. Meanwhile, journalists press for details about Lu Fan's university plans, while another fan attempts to present a gift. The excitement in the air intensifies as people clamor for a glimpse of Lu Fan, and their questions contribute to the bustling atmosphere. Mr. Qin's timely arrival adds to the commotion as he announces the imminent release of the university entrance exam results, heralding Lu Fan as the top student in the South Province. Suggesting they continue their conversation indoors, Auntie leads the way. Mr. Qin presents 6 boxes, each containing a prize of 50 million yuan for the Southern Province's best student. Urging Lu Fan to accept the generous gift, Mr. Qin emphasizes the honor it represents. Meanwhile, Lu Fan checks his mobile and receives notification of the Southern Province College entrance examination results. Lu Fan clinches the top spot, though his total score remains confidential. Chen Tianji follows closely behind, securing second place with a total of 215,628 points. Mr. Qin reveals that besides the prize money, Principal Bai has also sent a reward, and Lu Fan marvels at the generosity. With anticipation, Mr. Qin unveils the gifts. The first is a skill book requiring level 20, containing the magical skill Roar of the Blue Dragon King. This skill unleashes a potent lightning bolt forward from the king's roar, inflicting high damage and a paralyzing effect. Subsequent attacks add 20% of the power factor, decreasing by 1 layer with each strike, with a 20% chance to paralyze the enemy target. The second gift is a thunder potion of mythological quality, enhancing the power and resistance of lightning skills, permanently increasing the power attribute by 20. Lu Fan considers how this skill will synergize even more effectively with the dragon language spellbook. He imagines Xiao Yu's transition from ice to thunder magic, a transformation that promises remarkable potential. Simultaneously, the third gift is unveiled, the Green Wind Armor, boasting rare attributes requiring level 20 for use. With 46 stamina and 70 strength, it deflects impact damage to the wearer. Mr. Qin elaborates that these awards were meticulously chosen by Principal Bai. Among them are the Flash Wing Boots, enabling lightning speed runs within a 30-second recharge window. Requiring level 20 with 54 stamina and 6 strength, the boot's Lightning Feather Leap skill propels the wearer at lightning speed within a 50-meter radius, with a 30-second cooldown. Inwardly, Lu Fan reflects on the remarkable displacement and damage reduction capabilities of these high-grade items. He muses that new students fresh from their final exams could hardly find gear rivaling their potency, almost on par with Xiao Yi's abilities upon hatching from her egg. Holding the briefcase, Lu Fan affirms the value of the skill, reserved typically for second-level magicians, resolving not to hesitate in its use. The system confirms the acquisition of the Dragon King's war skill, Lightning Flash Wing Boots, Green Wind Armor, and Thunder Potion X1. Meanwhile, Qin Kui arrives, expressing her joy at seeing Lu Fan. She informs him that the presidents of 10 major universities have arrived in Shanghai City, as her father has invited them to their house for an interview. Auntie, inwardly contemplating the busy day, wonders why Qin Kui is present. Upon hearing the news, Lu Fan is taken aback, questioning why they are in such a hurry since the results were just declared. Mr. Qin reassures him, explaining that the university presidents view the video of his grand exam and immediately rush over. Moving closer to Lu Fan, he emphasizes the confidentiality of the video, seen only by senior officials of the universities and the Dragon capital. Mr. Qin adds a mysterious note mentioning that it would not be good if another princess shows up. With a whisper, Mr. Qin informs Lu Fan that the matter concerning Jin Zhu has been handled by the teacher, who is eager to meet Lu Fan in person. Placing his hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, Mr. Qin assures him that there's no need to rush, promising they'll meet later. After this, Qin Kui approaches Lu Fan, appearing shy as she extends a purple card towards him. She explains that she wanted to thank him during her last visit, but unfortunately encountered Jin Zhu instead. Lu Fan, surprised by the gesture, questions its value, stating their agreement was for 1 million, whereas the card cost 10 million dragon coins. Mr. Qin joins them, placing a hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, emphasizing that the card symbolizes the Qin family's gratitude. He then informs Lu Fan that people will arrive in the evening to escort him to Jiangshan Park. Amidst laughter, Mr. Qin jokes about Lu Fan's handling of the villa awarded by the city for being the top scorer in the South Province. Auntie draws closer to Lu Fan, while Qin Kui urges her father not to make fun of Lu Fan. Qin Kui, taking Lu Fan's hand, reminds him of the time and suggests they leave to meet the academy official. In a forest outside Kingzhou City, in the Dragon Kingdom, a jeep pulls up and the arrogant princess steps out. She turns to her subordinate, Kui Hongtae, inquiring about the Dragon Tamer's progress, specifically asking at what level he currently stands. Hongtae reports that the Dragon Tamer has reached level 19 and the Armored Dragon is already at level 14. Commenting on the swift advancement, she remarks on the peculiarity of Dragon Tamers, noting that achieving a level capable of defeating a level 30 boss in such a short time is impressive. Meanwhile, Chen Tianzi, the 19-year-old Dragon Master, confronts a wild bear. Sensing the imminent danger, he springs into action, leaping into the air with the intention of disarming the bear and launching a counterattack. Yet the bear proves to be a formidable opponent, relentlessly pressing its fierce assault. Chen Tianzi retaliates with a single powerful strike, defeating the bear instantly. As a result, his abilities are upgraded and his level increases to 20. Observing Chen Tianzi's prowess, the arrogant princess begrudgingly acknowledges his skill, remarking that he hasn't squandered the dragon egg she entrusted to him. Chen Tianzi respectfully thanks her, assuring her that he hasn't brought any disgrace on the royal family. The princess then expresses her concern, stating that she would be disappointed if he turned out to be a failure like the previous one. With a stern glance at Kui Hongtae, she declares that from now on, Chen will wield the dragon lance and asks if there are any objections. Hongtae dutifully responds, "As you wish, your excellency." Chen then appears before the princess, placing a hand over his heart in gratitude. He expresses his thanks for the armored dragon and the magical spear, asserting confidently that with his magical reinforcements, he will undoubtedly be able to vanquish the hero of the South Province. Simultaneously, she reflects on Chen Tianji's standing, noting that he currently holds second place with 2,100,000 points. However, the top player, Lu Fan, remains shrouded in mystery as his points have yet to be disclosed. Speculation suggests they could surpass 3 million points. Determined, she sees a glimmer of hope, knowing she still has a chance to claim victory. However, her anger boils at the thought of Lu Fan, and she directs her attention to the dragon Tamer. She commands sternly that he must etch the name of Lu Fan into his memory until he defeats him and seizes his black dragon. Simultaneously, she tells Chen that she will assist him in becoming the most formidable dragon tamer in the history of the Tiki Empire. Promising him great power, she assures him that as her servant, he will rank above all others, except herself. The dragon tamer bows respectfully, reassuring the princess of his loyalty. As the princess departs, she glances back and remarks at Chen that he's wiser than Lu Fan, as she provided Lu Fan with an opportunity to ascend to the top, yet he failed to appreciate it. Before leaving, she instructs Hong Tae to travel to a Shanghai city and investigate which university Lu Fan plans to attend next. With determination, he vows to fulfill her command. However, the princess interjects, stating that if he fails to accomplish this task, he will be dismissed. Thinking about Lu Fan, she warns that he will soon regret his actions against her. At the Qin family villa, outside the reception hall, little Qin asks Lu Fan if he's decided which academy he's going to apply to, hurriedly explaining that it's her dad who wants to know since he said it would be best for her and him to apply to the same academy so that they could look out for each other in the future. Lu Fan agrees and says he's heard teamwork is important in academic studies, and they've worked together before, so she will definitely be his first choice if they went to the wilderness together, but he hasn't decided which academy he wants to go to. He decides to tell her later as little Qin struggles to say something and inwardly admits she doesn't know how many points he scored exactly, but if she doesn't catch up to him soon, the distance between them could grow. She vows to do her best to apply to the same academy as him, and he agrees, remarking that it sounds good while opening a door. He slowly walks into a room where a man stands up and cheerily recognizes him as Lu Fan, saying they all seen his performance in the entrance exam video and calling it impressive. A woman remarks that he's the first dragon tamer in history to have a dragon and asks if he has any academic institutions in mind as the top scorer in the southern province. The man annoyingly tells him that there isn't any need to hesitate because their Jiangnan Academy doesn't play games. They offer an annual scholarship of 10 million dragon coins, and all resources, such as potions and access to secret realms, are freely available. The woman annoyingly mutters that the people sitting here are the heads of the Dragon Kingdom's top academic institutions, yet he has the nerve to come and grab the top score with just these little things. The man angrily swivels towards her as she straightens up and tells Lu Fan that apart from what Jiangnan Academy can offer, Northern Academy will give him 20 million dragon coins per year, as well as access to the secret realms not available to the public in the Snow Kingdom, especially for him. They all start arguing over what they can offer to Lu Fan. One says the Northern Academy does have resources, but they're not lagging behind. One declares that they'll offer these conditions too. Another offers him countless opportunities for special secret realms before the Northern Academy head angrily tells them all that the terms can be negotiated and they can add more if Lu Fan is not satisfied. Watching all the heads squabble with each other, Lu Fan inwardly admits he didn't expect the interview to be like this and has no idea which academy he should choose now. Gohan, head of Dragon Capital Academy, speaks up and declares that this year's national trial quota is selected by the Dragon Capital Academy and tells Lu Fan that this quota can be given to him, stunning them all. Surprised, the man from Jiangnan Academy asks if it's true and how Lu Fan could be at the level of the national trial when he just changed professions. Another one says previous candidates have been strictly selected and other countries are already preparing, so giving such an important quota to a freshman is a joke, while Lu Fan watches them all silently. Lu Fan wonders what the national trial means, so the heads of academies explain that it is a super-secret realm constructed jointly by 23 countries around the world. Every 3 years, each of the countries sends a participant under the age of 25 to represent their country in the secret realm of the national trial. For the stability of the realm, the participants must be newcomers and national-level experts are not allowed to participate, as this is a trial that attracts worldwide attention and the rewards are extremely rare treasures. Surprised, the head of Northern Academy turns to face Lu Fan and exclaims that he has to commit to the next trial then, and this one is starting in half a year. The head of Jiangnan Academy looks worried and questions if it isn't a bit too much for Dragon Capital Academy to recruit like this, but she confidently explains that those who pass the national trial will qualify to become national-level experts. From being the top in the southern province to being the top in the Dragon Kingdom, Dragon Capital Academy can offer Lu Fan that. In the middle of all this commotion, a screen suddenly appears in front of Lu Fan which states that the treasure map has been sent today. Surprised, he inwardly admits the second divine treasure map came after a long time. He remembers how the last map led him to the Black Dragon Egg, wondering what this one will give him, and decides that he has to go to Dragon Capital Academy since the safe zone is present in the academy. Guhan asks him what he thinks since this is the greatest sincerity Dragon Capital Academy can offer, and she doesn't know what else will satisfy him if this doesn't, so he positively says he's decided and announces that he will be attending Dragon Capital Academy. He wonders if she could help him apply for it, which she's surprised by. She inquires about what the issue is and agrees to help as long as it's not too difficult. 4 days later, as Lu Fan pulls the shutters down, On-Han Ki sighs and says she never thought she would leave this place one day, admitting that she's really reluctant now that she's lived here for so many years. Lu Fan gets up, dusting off his hands, and asks what there is to be reluctant about when they have a villa and savings now. She remembers how he moved in when he was just a kid and says time sure flies while motioning how small he was. Little Qin and Tao Xiaoman arrive in their car, announcing that they're here to pick her and Lu Fan up as Little Qin happily waves at them. Xiaoman says they're all going to be students at Dragon Capital Academy now, and Little Qin's family has chartered a plane, so they should go register together. As On-Han Ki happily waves to greet them, Lu Fan sees that Xiaoman has applied as well, so she brashly explains that she got the same score as Little Qin, so she decided to apply after seeing her go to Dragon Capital Academy for him. Little Qin hurriedly tries to cut her off while furiously blushing. On-Han Ki apologizes for troubling them all and admits she never expected that Lu Fan would help her, thinking about how he asked Gu Han for an application for her, explaining that she has the rare hidden profession of an enchantment chef, to which Gu explained it was possible, but whether or not they admit her will have to be decided after they go back and discuss it. She hugs Lu Fan and tearfully explains that she became a chef this year and said she dreamed of going to a higher academy like everyone else since she really wanted to live like she once used to when Lu Fan was young, but she never expected him to remember. He smilingly asks her to not cry, and Little Qin happily tells them to get in the car. As they're boarding the plane, Lu Fan remembers On-Han Ki's hard work for him and her dissatisfaction and loss after becoming a chef. He promised to bring her a better life and will do it because this is just the beginning. A while later, when they arrive in the Dragon Kingdom, On-Han Ki happily remarks that it's really lively here and the capital really is different, and Little Qin notices that they're selling really rare recipes here. Lu Fan notices the Dragon Capital Academy ahead of them. Bratty Princess walks out of a huge car with a pair of guards and annoyingly recognizes Lu Fan, who wonders why she's here and why she just won't go away. She annoyingly watches him as a guard dressed in discreet cloths recognizes him as the Dragon Tamer from Shanghai City and slowly approaches Lu Fan, remarking that it's better for him to handle it, but Xin stops him, explaining that without Ru and Changfeng, they'll be sent back to their country if they start a fight here, so it's not the right time yet. The man apologizes as Little Qin says she remembers her dad saying she originally came to the Dragon Kingdom study and wonders if he was actually talking about Dragon Capital Academy instead. Xiaoman asks what's wrong with them, while On-Han Ki tries to stop Lu Fan. Gu Han happily sees that both their groups arrive together and tells them to come in. Surprised, she asks if they really don't know each other when they're the first and second Dragon Tamers in the Southern Province, which is why the Dragon Capital Academy calls them the Twin Stars of the Southern Province. Lu Fan is shocked to hear that Chen Tianzi II in the Southern Province is also a Dragon Tamer before Chen tells Lu Fan that he's heard his name for a long time. Lu Fan tells Gu that they know Xin and Chen Mao and asks if they can rest now since they've had a long journey to the Dragon Capital, says they should leave quickly, and he turns around to go. Lu Fan and the others start to leave, and Gu decides to show them their accommodations and says she can change anything in advance if they're not satisfied with it. She informs them that she'll explain the freshman orientation tomorrow, so Bratty Princess says she'll walk herself. Hu shows Lu Fan and the girls the villa area for first-year students that contains a total of 30 villas. She explains that every year the teachers review the entrance exam videos to evaluate the freshmen's comprehensive ranking, after which the top 30 can live in the villa area. In the comprehensive ranking, since Lu Fan is ranked first, number 1 is where he will live. Chen Tianzi, the second in the Southern Province, is ranked 18th in the comprehensive ranking, so number 18 is his residence. She shows them the villa, and Lu Fan remarks that it seems Chen Tianji accepted Bratty Princess's terms and betrayed his dignity, so it's ridiculous that he and him are called the Twin Stars. Little Qin nervously says she and Xiaoman can't make it into the top 30 comprehensive ranking with their scores and asks if they should go to the student dormitory to check in. Who confirms this and says she'll take them into the dormitory area later, although the conditions are indeed better in the villa area. On-Han Ki cutely clutches Lu Fan's arm, asks if they can live with him then, surprising Little Qin and Xiaoman, who both start blushing. Gu deeply thinks about it and admits there isn't any rule against it. She says it won't be a problem as long as the resident doesn't have any objections. On-hand Key looks up at Lu Fan and confirms with him that he doesn't have any objection, asking if he doesn't want to eat her special cookies anymore. So he hurriedly confirms that he doesn't mind at all. On-hand Key happily grabs Little Kin and Xiaomen's arm, saying Lu Fan doesn't mind, so they'll live together, and it will be really good for them to build some rapport and increase their teamwork, since it will be convenient for future expeditions into the secret realms. Okay guys, the moment we all have been waiting for is here. The harem is official now. They are gonna start living together in one place, and you all know what it means. Our Giga Chad is surely taking right steps to achieve his final goal. Lu Fan slowly smiles and tells Little Kin and Xiaomen that it will be better for them to move in with him, and since the dormitory area is quite far from the villa area, so he would have to walk through half the campus if he wanted to find them. Little Kin blushes and embarrassingly agrees to his offer as Xiaomen nervously says she'll go along with whatever Little Kin says and admits the conditions here are much better overall. Happily exclaims that Little Kin can taste her cooking too from now on while swinging around with her, as Xiaomen points towards Lu Fan and embarrassingly warns him that living together is fine and all for them, but he should not get any funny ideas about Little Kin since she'll be watching him. A screen suddenly appears stating that the location of the treasure map is nearby as Lu Fan realizes the treasure is in the villa next to him. He asks Gu, who lives in number 2, which she explains that she only manages the southern province and isn't familiar with the freshmen from other areas, although she thinks there's only one girl living in the second villa. Lu Fan asks to go with Gu to their villa first while he goes to meet their neighbor. Happily agrees and tells him to remember to bring a gift to her while the girls stay silent. Lu Fan hurriedly tells her to not overthink it since he just wants to see what the second-ranked person is like. As he's walking off alone, On-Hand Key giggles and inwardly remarks that just hearing it's a girl makes him want to visit himself and says he's finally growing up, while Xiaomen gets annoyed, thinking that she really underestimated him since he's still trying to chat up the neighbor even after living with 3 girls at the same time in his villa. As he's going, Lu Fan embarrassingly wonders why it feels like he's being misunderstood. After ringing the bell, he hopes the neighbor will like cake and admits it would be best if he got invited in since they all just moved in, and he needs to get the treasure before the neighbor finds out. As the door opens, he positively starts introducing himself as Lu Fan from number 1, from Shanghai City in the southern province. The girl who's wearing fully black clothes remains silent, so he tries to break the ice between them by offering her the cake, pleasantly saying it's a gift for her. Since they're neighbors now, they should be friends and try to know each other. A screen appears stating that the cake's first use can permanently increase agility by 3 points, as the girls still remain silent and they awkwardly stare at each other. She slowly takes the cake from him and turns around, introducing herself as Jian Yang from Yunbai province. Well, look at this new all-rounder babe. Possibly a new addition to our Giga Chad's harem. I would gladly accept her. What about you guys? Let me know in the comments section. Surprised after hearing her speak, Lu Fan nervously watches and marvels at her cute voice, but admits it's hard to talk to her, so he lamely asks if he can come and sit for a bit since he's a little bit thirsty and would appreciate a glass of water. He inwardly panics and admits it's a bad excuse, which makes it obvious that his intentions aren't pure. She moves aside to let him in, so he enthusiastically thanks her and slowly enters inside, but suddenly disappears as soon as she turns around to close the door. As he's rushing through the house with the map open in front of him to see where the treasure is, he decides to find it quickly since he can't stay here long. He opens her bedroom, but there's only her dress and underclothes lying on the bed inside, so he doesn't find anything there. Goes to the bathroom next, but to no avail, before finally opening another door and finding the egg in an empty room she must not have entered yet. He happily recognizes it as the second jade egg as his screen appears, stating that he's arrived at the treasure map location. Once he's taken it, he rushes out her door, explaining that he'll be heading back now since he's suddenly not thirsty anymore, as she brings out a glass of water for him. A screen states that he's acquired the second treasure. He says it's nice to meet her and hopes to see her at the freshman ceremony tomorrow before disappearing. When he leaves, she goes around her house and notices that her bedroom door is open with her clothes strewn on her bed, seeing which she confusingly wonders if he was a pervert. That night in Villa number 1, Xioi examines the jade dragon egg, as Lu Fan remarks that it's just like when he found her egg. He uses his dragon taming skill and the egg suddenly starts cracking before a tiny dragon hatches out of it. Its stats and details state that it has an ability named Life Spring, which applies Life Spring to all friendly targets and continuously restores their life. Jade Light that applies 3 layers of Jade Blessing to the target, removing all debuffs and increasing all attributes by 30%. Each layer of Blessing can block 1 damage. Natural Assimilation can devour equipment, and Jade Dragon Bloodline doubles all effects for dragons and those with a blood connection, while increasing the power of self-healing abilities by 5,000%. Finally, Blood Contract provides a 10% attribute bonus to the Dragon Tamer for the dragon pet. Lufan sees that it looks like the Jade Dragon isn't a combat-type dragon and is clearly meant to be a support type with over 600 spirits. He notices that all effects are going to be doubled for him and Shoei since they share the same bloodline, and remarks that during the big exam, she had a 30% boost from Dragon's encouragement, and when releasing Cataclysm, her spirit attribute exceeded 7,000. So, if he adds the Jade Light from the Jade Dragon, it will double the effect, increasing attributes by another 60%, which would make it close to 12,000. As Shoei cheerily plays with the dragon, he says the Jade Dragon can also assimilate equipment effects, so if it upgrades or assimilates a lot of equipment, he can't even imagine how strong she will become. He adds that there's an important thing he needs to think about and wonders what name he should give it before seeing it chomping down on Shoei's thigh. He hurriedly tells them to stop it and decides to name it Xiofi, declaring that it will be Shoei's little sister from now. She angrily tries to intimidate it, so he tells them to cut it out if they don't want to wake up everyone in the house. The next day, as Lufan, Little Kin, and Xiaomin are walking through the Dragon Capital Academy campus for the freshman enrollment ceremony, Lufan notes that the life professions and combat professions don't attend the enrollment ceremony together, and Little Kin confirms this, remarking that Sister Hans has to go to a different place to attend hers. Xiaomin asks him why there was so much noise coming from his room last night, so he starts to explain what was happening, but is suddenly cut off when 2 boys realize Xiaomin and Little Kin, a priest and a swordswoman, are the 2 new beauties and exclaim at their beauty. One says they're definitely the campus belle level because of how pretty they are, and remarks that going into the secret realm with such beauties would make even dying and they're worth it. He dreams of becoming her boyfriend, but his friend points out the guy next to them, so he says there are 2, and they both can't be his girlfriends. In the auditorium, Lufan remembers how Little Kin told him that Teacher Yu said hidden professions have to sit in the front row, and Xiaomin decided to sit in the back row since she can't sit with her. He remarks that the weird-looking person in front of him looks familiar and remembers him as the loud martial artist from the entrance exam. He gives him a teasing smile, seeing which the martial artist angrily watches him, remembering how the principal asked if he really thought he was the top scorer and told him to check the rankings so that he could see the difference between him and Lufan. The guy furiously says he lost all respect the esteemed principal had for him because of Lufan and finally gets to meet him again. Xiaomin, who's sitting alone, nervously wonders why they're putting all the hidden professions together and if that means Lufan will be with Little Kin every day from now on. Lufan suddenly notices Jian Ying, who's silently sitting in front of them, and awkwardly greets her, so Little Kin confusingly asks if he knows her. He explains that she's their number who lives in the number 2 villa, which surprises Little Kin, who acknowledges that she's beautiful and strong since she ranks 2nd overall. Some students at the back enviously watch him and mutter that coming to Dragon Capital Academy is great since he gets to be surrounded by all the beauties. Someone else asks what that means and what it's got to do with him, even if there are a lot of beauties around him. One decides to be bold and ask for their contact info, but a tall, well-dressed man gets up on the stage and suddenly calls for silence. He introduces himself as Zhao Shengming, a level 78 Thunder Mage, the vice principal of Dragon Capital Academy and professor of the Combat Academy's magic department. He fixes his glass while welcoming all the students on the behalf of Dragon Capital Academy and says their teachers will distribute their ID cards since he doesn't like formalities or empty words, but will inform them of the school rules. As Lufan and Jian, who's sitting right next to him, receive their cards from Guhan, Zhao Shengmin explains that the ID card they receive now will be their all-purpose credential at Dragon Capital Academy. The card will store personal points, which are the Academy's universal currency, and they will need to access the secret realms provided by the Academy to buy weapons, potions, and so on. Lufan watches his card and sees that his points are 13,539, as Zhao says the initial points come from their entrance exam scores before a student raises his hand, stands up and says the difficulty of the entrance exam varies between provinces, and it's easier to get high scores in provinces with lower difficulties, so that's unfair. Zhang explains that the Academy has obviously taken that into account. The entrance exam scores are divided by a difficulty coefficient based on the varying difficulties of each province's trials to determine the points, so the higher the difficulty of the trial, the smaller the difficulty coefficient. For example, this year's trial in the southern province was the hardest, so their scores will be divided by the smallest coefficient of 96. Lu Fan says it seems like this number is all the funds he has at Dragon Capital Academy before Zhao adds that these points are temporary and the freshman assessment in a month will determine their points once again, and the top 30 in the freshman assignment will be eligible to enter the blue class. Students in the blue class will receive many special privileges, such as applying for closed secret realms, exchanging specified skills and equipment, and the right to move into the villa area. The students behind Lu Fan discuss that they hadn't heard of the blue class before enrolling and discuss how it gives them a chance to move into the villa area, as Lu Fan remarks that since he's the one who holds the current first place, he has the qualification for the blue class. But if he loses this qualification later, he will have to move out Villa number 1. Zhao chuckles and says he understands they all want to enter the blue class, but he has to tell them in advance that entering the blue class doesn't mean they can relax. Any student can challenge the members of the blue class in battle, and the blue members must win to retain their spot. If a blue member loses, they are forced to give up their spot to the challenger, and the members are not allowed to refuse any challenges. He swiftly pulls up a screen using a remote and explains that there are currently 30 members in the blue class, the top 30 in the entrance exam, with the first place belonging to the top scorer from the southern province, Dragon Tamer Lu Fan. Lu Fan gets up from his seat and shows himself to the students as the other students start gossiping about how he's a simp and must have a dragon to be a dragon tamer, but they try to not let him hear them since they'll be screwed if he really has a dragon. One says even an earth dragon is extremely powerful, so he's got to be the top scorer from the southern province. They wonder if he's an unqualified beneficiary, someone his family arranged to get in, since there are no scores or videos of Lu Fan's entrance exam they could find after searching up his name. In the audience, Chen Tianji asks Zhu when she wants to take him down and agrees to follow her orders, but she says his strength is still unclear, so they shouldn't rush and should probe him first. Little Qin asks Lu Fan if the vice principal pushing him forward like this isn't basically encouraging everyone to challenge him, so he plops back down on his seat and admits he didn't expect such a scenario, while Jian stays silent. After the freshman entrance ceremony, as they're leaving the auditorium, Lu Fan says it's time to upgrade Xiaofi and unlock her new form. He puts a hand in his pocket while walking and tells Little Qin and Xiaomin that they should go to the Secret Realm Hall to see what secret realms the Academy provides, but the martial artist suddenly calls his name and declares that he wants to challenge him while angrily pointing at him. Confused, Lu Fan confirms that he wants to challenge him, so the martial artist announces that Vice Principal Zhao just said blue members cannot refuse challenges, so he should compete with him if he really has the strength of the top scorer. It thinks that they can't see his entrance exam scores and videos, so if he really has strength, he must have passed the trial by summoning many sub-dragon species, which means he can surely win if he targets Lu Fan directly. Lu Fan tells Little Qin to stay back and accepts his challenge, so the martial artist admits he's got guts and bets 200 coins. Surprised by how low it is, Lu Fan remarks that that should be a lot for him and agrees to bet the same amount as well. As the students around them start gossiping about how Lu Fan is basically a summoning mage and excitedly get ready to observe the moves of the top scorer, Bratty Princess says this is the perfect opportunity to see what Lu Fan's got and tells Chen to keep a close eye on every move he makes. They decide to start on the count of 3 as Xiaomin confirms with Little Qin that he won't lose, so Little Qin and asks if she hasn't seen him in action and says she'll see soon. As the battle begins, the martial artist charges towards Lu Fan. The martial artist uses Qi Accumulation Strike, a martial art technique that concentrates Qi in the punch, doubling the damage when hitting a weak point. He angrily rushes towards Lu Fan, who stays composed with a hand in his pocket. Lu Fan suddenly disappears in thin air just before the martial artist can strike him, shocking him as he wonders if that's a second-tier mage's blink skill and questions how he knows this move. Lu Fan appears a few feet away from him and brashly beckons him forward, saying he'd heard that Chi Masters can attack and defend, engage in close combat, or attack from a distance, and asks if that is his full power as he uses Flash Leap, a skill that allows him to teleport to any location within 50 meters and has a 5-second cooldown period. The man starts relentlessly firing projectiles at him, declaring that he's courting death while using Chi Rising Wave, a palm strike technique that shoots Chi waves each time it hits a target. It increases the damage the target takes from weak point attacks by 5%, and each Chi wave adds +1 Chi. Lu Fan rushes forward and swiftly dodges his attacks, seeing which the man says he's completely powerless and believes he can defeat him once he shows a weakness as long as he keeps preventing him from summoning his dragon pet. Lu Fan suddenly closes in and gets ready to kick him, shocking the martial artist, who quickly summons a palpable shield in front of him, remarking that without 280 points in strength, it's impossible to break his solid as a rock defense, as a screen appears stating that this skill consumes all Chi to create a solid defense, and each point of Chi increases the defense layer by 5%. Regardless, Lu Fan effortlessly penetrates his shield and lands a solid kick on him as the man, in shock, questions if he lost and wonders how it's possible when he didn't even use a skill. He went flying while spitting blood in shock, questioning if he lost and how that's even possible. The students watch in shock and realize he defeated the Chi Master without even summoning his dragon, as one says he wanted to see it, and someone else wonders if the Chi Master is actually hurt since he's spitting blood. Standing over the martial artist, who's lying on the ground and wearily coughing, Lu Fan offers him a hand and tells him that his skills are lacking since he barely exerted any force and he's already on the ground. Bratty Princess asks Chen if he's been observing Lu Fan and asks how confident he's in beating him, so Chen says if Lu Fan doesn't summon his dragon pet, and just based on his personal abilities, he's 30% confident, but with the princess buffs, he's 70% sure. The princess admits that's actually quite high, as Lu Fan takes the guy's 200 points and remarks that a bet is a bet since he initiated it in the first place. The guy notices Lu Fan's ID and is shocked to see that he has 13,739 points. He realizes that by multiplying it with the difficulty coefficient of 96 in the southern province, it nearly equals to 1.3 million exam points. He thinks about the gigantic amount in shock and remembers that the one in second place, Chen Tianzi, only has 210,000 points. He admits it's laughable that he thought he could beat Lu Fan in the first place. Later in the Dragon Capital Academy, Secret Realm Hall, Little Qin tells Lu Fan that they brought Sister Han, who worryingly runs up to Lu Fan and asks if he's hurt since someone challenged him so quickly, but he reassures her and tells her to not worry while checking his tablet. Xiaoman remarks that he just easily kicked Hong Wu, the martial artist, away, so Little Qin says she told her he was very strong and was much stronger than even Uncle Ji the first time she saw him. Xiaoman says his dragon must be even stronger if he's this strong, and Little Qin agrees dragons naturally exceed their imaginations. Lu Fan shows them a tablet which has a screen showing details of the poisoned spider forest, which is a level 45 secret realm with fear difficulty and requires a minimum of 5 participants with an opening cost of 45 points, and tells them to take a look at this since they're all here. He explains that he just checked the secret realm dungeons provided by the school, and this one offers the most experience points, which are perfect for leveling up. On Hanqi says that even though he called her to make up the numbers, this is a level 45 secret realm, and it's not child's play, so if something goes wrong, people could die, but Lu Fan tells her to not worry since he's confident that he can lead everyone through safely. Xiaoman points out that even if everything's fine, they still only have 4 people when this dungeon requires at least 5. Lu Fan sighs and wonders who else they can ask to join, so Little Qin points to their neighbor from the number 2 villa, Jian Yang, who's ranked 2nd overall, and this level 45 dungeon shouldn't be a problem for her at all, so they should invite her to join their party. Lu Fan sees that she's sitting alone and browsing through the secret realms and awkwardly approaches her, greeting her with a small wave, but she just looks at him with an expression of disgust. He remarks that her face clearly shows that she misunderstood his intentions, although his actions while looking for the dragon egg were indeed very misleading. He sees that she's looking at dungeons and asks if she would like to join them since they're in the same boat. He inwardly admits communicating with her is really difficult, so she'll probably just respond with yes or no, but Jian Yang just stays silent for a bit before angrily grunting and calling him a pervert. Shocked, the girls slowly get away from him and ask what he did to her, so he hurriedly tells them that he didn't do anything wrong and it was all just a misunderstanding. He admits to John that their first meeting was admittedly a bit strange, but he's actually a normal person. He points to the tablet and says he saw her looking for a good dungeon too, and he doesn't know anyone else. He explains that they're going to Poison Spider Forest and need one more person, so it would be great to team up. He asks what she thinks, and she thinks about it before slowly agreeing. He asks if this means they successfully formed a team before On-Hand Key happily tells him that he did a great job recruiting Jian, which Xiaoman agrees with since he managed to recruit the number 2 genius from Yunbai province with just a few words. He says he can cover the points for everyone, but Jian gets up and walks off, telling him that there isn't any need for that. She uses her card and a portal opens as 45 points are subtracted from her ID with 8,744 points remaining. She walks through the portal and tells them they should get going as Lu Fan is surprised after seeing her points and says she still has over 8,000 points left, wondering what the difficulty coefficient of Yunbai province is. He remarks that even if it's the toughest like Southern province with a coefficient of 96, Jian Ying's exam score is over 800,000, so her strength is nothing to joke about. As they all enter the forest, On-Hand Key covers her nose in disgust and says even breathing here feels sharp. Little Kin looks around and remarks that this is Poison Spider Forest before Lu Fan says it seems like their destination is over there as they face a dangerous-looking path in front of them. As they're walking, Xiaoman asks Lu Fan why he chose this dungeon when to level 45 with a fear difficulty. Lu Fan explains he checked this dungeon for a long time and there's no other dungeon with more experience at a higher level, to which she worryingly remarks that isn't what she meant. On-Hand Key enthusiastically takes out her pouch of travel biscuits, which increase experience gain by 20% for 1 hour, and says they should share the good stuff with everyone since they're here to level up. Lu Fan exclaims these are really useful since they'll be able to quickly reach the second transition level with these. As everyone cheerily eats the biscuits, On-Hand Key tells them that these biscuits come from a recipe distributed by the life profession teacher and many classmates fail to make them. Fortunately, the Enchanter Chef has a high success rate for adding effects, and she succeeded on the first try. She cheerily offers some to Jian Ying as well, who asks if the cake from last time was made by her too, which On-Hand Key confirms and offers to make more for her if she likes them, as the other girls are happily eating them. Little Qian tells Jian that Han's cooking is really amazing, so she can come by anytime she wants since they live really close by. Seeing them happily interact with each other, Jian Ying slowly smiles before Lu Fan suddenly senses something moving near them and tells everyone to be careful since a monster has spotted them, alerting On-Hand Key and Xiaoman. A level 40 black-scaled python suddenly appears in front of them as a screen states that its poison fang inflicts a layer of toxin on the bitten target, and each layer reduces the target's health by 10%, while its death coil constricts the target, rendering it immobile and making it lose 10% of its health every 5 seconds. Little Qian tells Xiaoman to not rush in yet. It's too late though, since Xiaoman rushes in and attacks the python's mouth. Little Qian warns her that monsters here are all above level 40 and they can't beat them easily. On-Hand Key hurriedly says she can make some food to boost their resistances, but she needs to gather some ingredients first. Lu Fan says there's no need to go to that much trouble and tells them all to just focus on fighting while he handles all these problems. Jian realizes he's going to summon his dragon, but he just brings out Xiao Fi, surprising them all. He tells it to stop being naughty and to not sit on his head, as Lil Qin realizes he has 2 dragons since it's not Xiao Yi this time. On-Hand Key asks Xin where this one came from since she'd never seen it before, as Xiaoman starts getting overwhelmed by the python. Lu Fan quickly orders Xiao Fi to use Emerald Light as Little Qin quickly hurries over to heal Xiaoman, who realizes the damage she took just now was nullified. It's revealed that Emerald Light applies 3 layers of Emerald Blessing to the target, removing all debuffs and increasing all their attributes by 30%. Lu Fan assures everyone that they need to relax and should not worry about debuffs or injuries since they've got Xiao Fei here. Little Qin realizes it can dispel debuffs, block damage, and boost attributes all in one skill, making it even better than a second-tier priest. Xiaoman realizes how powerful dragons are since just one little dragon can block damage and boost all her attributes. The python suddenly charges towards Little Qin and Xiaoman, so Lu Fan decides to take care of it after On-Hand Key warns him that it's coming for them. Suddenly, a large beam gets fired at the snake's mouth and the source of the attack. Jian Ying tells them to not waste any more time since they've already been targeted, while wielding her Bloodbreaker sword, which is a level 21 weapon, and its armor break skill ignores 30% of the target's defense when dealing damage, and agility increases its speed by 40%. Surprised, Lu Fan realizes this is how a sword master attacks and admits her strength is indeed very impressive before suddenly sensing something. He hurriedly tells On Han Ki to get down and protects her from the spider that was about to strike her as Jian attacks it with her sword. A screen explains that it's a silver-armored spider that has the same poison fang skill as the python, as well as its special skill, mandible piercing, which swings its forelimbs, piercing 2 targets simultaneously, but if it misses, it can use mandible piercing one more time. Silver armor makes it immune to armor break effects. Lu Fan realizes the silver-armored spider is immune to the shadow's armor break effect before Jian rushes forward and swiftly starts fighting it. It tries attacking it with mandible piercing 4 times, but Jian swiftly dodges its attacks. Lu Fan charges forward, warning her to be careful before striking the spider's face. Jian tells him to not let his guard down since there isn't just one silver-armored spider here, and it's not just silver-armored spiders. She uses 2 more swords and Breaking Army Greatsword, which deals 210% physical damage and spreads 21% of the damage to surrounding enemy targets with its Mountain Shaker ability, and a Water-Cold Sword with the Frost ability that deals ice attribute damage and reduces the target's movement speed by 3,000% as they see that Black Web Hunters that are level 45 and have the Poison Fang ability are here too. Lu Fan and Jian Ying started running toward the monsters, and Lu Fan asks Jian Ying that her weapons are class exclusive, and they don't seem like the ordinary weapons. While dodging the oncoming attacks, she explains that a sword master can forge their own weapons and each weapon level up with them from level 1. While casting a big attack at the spider, she tells Lu Fan that now is not the time for the introductions. Hearing Jian Ying's explanation, he thinks that it's pretty similar to the Dragon Master, where one upgrades the Dragon Pet and Squad Masters upgrade their weapons. The spider monster attacks Jian Ying, and Lu Fan orders Chia Fi to cast Emerald Light. The notification informed that Emerald Light applies 3 layers of Emerald Blessing to the target and removes all the debuffs, increasing all attributes by 30%, while each layer of the blessing can block 1 instance of the damage. Not missing her chance, Jian Ying uses her Mountain Shaker attack, which pierces through the spider. It deals 20% physical damage and spreads 2% of the damage to nearby enemy targets. She thanks Lu Fan for 30% attributes and summons a Water Sword, which increases to level 15 due to the attribute boost. Lu Fan notes that she uses Blood-Breaking Sword for Agile Penetration, Water-Cold Sword for magic control and blocking high damage. With all 3 smarts working together, she is a sword master, has a very versatile fighting style. While he was pondering these thoughts, they can hear a scream coming from the direction of Little Qin and On Han Ki. Little Qin asks Stamen to protect On Han Ki. Lu Fan runs toward them while telling Jian Ying to quickly find the Black Web Hunter spider. Due to some weird reason, she puts her hand on her chest and smiles while looking at him. Guys, I think she's starting to fall in love with our Jija Chad boy. Just watch out, new waifu incoming. Lu Fan fiercely starts attacking all the spiders, and they all try to protect Aunt Han Ki. Lu Fan urges everyone to be careful of the web bind. He explains further, saying that if they get caught in it, it will be really hard to escape unscathed. Jian Ying was looking at the entire scene and was lost in her thoughts while the web suddenly appears from behind her, but due to the protection spells, some of the webs get blocked. While defending herself, her left arm got injured and she tried to rush toward the source of the web. Lu Fan wanted her to wait as she is injured and advised against going in deep alone. He ordered the little green dragon to heal her, while Little Qin asked him to go after Jian Ying. She assured him that they will be fine with the Emerald Light protection and they can handle things here. Hearing this, he rushed after Jian Ying into the deep forest. He saw her standing against the Black Web Hunter. One of her sword was stuck in the web and she was injured all over the body. The little green dragon instantly casted Emerald Light on her while she urged Lu Fan that she can take care of it herself. The Black Web Hunter spider casted Web Bind at them. This attack envelops the target in a web, and the target dies in 60 seconds after getting caught in the web. Noticing this attack, Jian Ying thought this was really bad, but Lu Fan advised her to not get distracted. He stood in front of her and casted Dragon Claw attack toward the Black Web spider. It burned through all the webs and heavily injured the Black Web Hunter spider. Looking at the scene, Jian Ying was amazed and thought that only 1 rank apart, his attack power was as high as her full power Mountain Shaker attack. Not losing the momentum, Lu Fan asked her to attack the spider together. Following his lead, she also cast the Mountain Shaker attack toward the spider, while Lu Fan used Dragon Fang Strike. She thought that the strength difference is great, but she was also sure that it will work. The notification window informed that the Emerald Dragon's level rose up to level 3. Lu Fan was happy as killing these monsters raised Xiao Fei's level by 3. He was shown that it will reach to level 5 by the time they clear the realm. Jian Ying was lost in her thoughts, thinking that it was a very unique day where she was treated as a weakling and people were helping her. Little Qin, Xiaomin and Aunt Han Qi were walking toward them waving their hands in the air. Little Qin happily announced that the armored silver spiders were dealt with properly, while Aunt Qi told Lu Fan that she leveled up. Lu Fan assured Jian Ying that she is indeed strong, but no matter how strong anyone is, they won't let their teammates fight alone. She was stunned and blushed hearing this statement. Aunt Han Qi asked Lu Fan why he didn't use Emerald Light on himself, and he brushed her off saying that he didn't need it. Xiaomin asked Lu Fan if the dragon can cast a healing spell, and he ordered the little green dragon to cast Fountain of Life, which had a continuous health restoration effect on all the teammates. All the girls were happy by this continuous healing effect. Little Qin mentioned that she is full of energy and ready to fight again. While Xiaomin made fun of Lu Fan saying that his head is green, Lu Fan teasingly asked Xiaofei to stop healing Xiaomin. Looking at these little interactions, Jian Ying thought that having teammates was not that bad after all. After some time traveling, they reached a cliff, and Xiaomin mentioned that the map ends at that point. She further questioned if they have already reached the end of the map. She pointed toward the valley, saying that there was a large area ahead. Little Qin asked Lu Fan what are they looking at, and he replied saying that this was the lair of Secret Realm boss. It was the den of a screeching spider mother, and it was level 45. The boss monster was surrounded by a lot of small spider monsters. Before reaching the boss, the team had to clear out all the small spider. Little Qin advised Aunt Han Qi not to look down the cliff, and Xiaomin added saying that the scene might be too much for her because she's not a combat class. Aunt Han Qi dismissed them, saying that even if she can't handle it, she have to learn. She mentioned that they all have been protecting her, and if she can't even look, she will be just more of a burden to all of them. She looked down the cliff, and there were massive amount of spiders gathered in the valley, and this scene made her puke instantly. Witnessing the state of Aunt Han Qi, Lu Fan thought that this is what people call the harsh reality of life. Jian Ying added saying that whether they approach or kill the boss, they need to clear out the small spiders first. Xiaomin said that she saw a strategy from another team, in which the team used ranged classes to kite and pull mobs to clear the area before approaching the boss. According to her, this strategy took 4 days to clear all the little spiders. Hearing this, Aunt Han Qi questioned, that long? According to her, she only bought enough food for 1 day, but if everyone is willing to eat roasted spiders, she can cook it for them. Little Qin instantly rejected this proposal, saying that she don't want to eat the spiders. Putting a stop to all this, Lu Fan said that they don't have to follow the strategy of other teams. Jian Ying and Xiaomin questioned him, saying that if he had any better ideas. Noticing everybody's gazing at him, he instantly summoned Xiao Yi the Black Dragon. He ordered the Black Dragon to take Destruction Dragon form. Xiaomin and Jian Ying were stunned by the appearance of the Black Dragon. Xiaomin was surprised looking at such powerful creature, and Jian Ying was also impressed by the dragon's overwhelming presence. The screeching spider boss also noticed the Black Dragon and fixed its gaze at the team. Lu Fan ordered Xiao Yi to take care of all the small fries, and she instantly jumped into the valley while using Cataclysm skill. Aunt Han Qi was surprised that Xiao Yi can also use this new form. Xiaomin added saying that this scene was just like the legendary dragons in the tales. Jian Ying added saying that this immense power was even stronger than the legendary dragons. Lu Fan told Xiaofei the green dragon to apply buffs to Xiao Yi. The little green dragon casted Emerald Light skill on the Black Dragon. The Jade Dragon bloodline also helped in doubling all the facts due to the blood-kin relation. Xiaofei also casted Dragon Encouragement, which inspired both the dragons and increased all attributes and attack power by 30%. Receiving all these buffs, the Black Dragon let out a huge roar, and the boss spider ordered all her spider minions to rush toward the dragon. Lu Fan asked Xin and Xiaomin to hold the line and protect Aunt Han Qi. They agreed instantly. He then asked Jian Ying to head toward the spider mother and kill it. They both jumped from the cliff, and little green dragon followed them closely. All the spider monsters rushed toward them, but were taken care of instantly by Lu Fan and Jian Ying. After landing in the valley, Lu Fan commanded Xiao Yi to come to his side. She instantly followed the command and rushed toward him. As Xiao Yi was using Cataclysm skill, the second phase of the skill killed all the monsters in the area where she landed. With all the small spiders killed, this little jade green dragon leveled up to level 4. Jian Ying thought that this was an incredible 3-stage attack, and she thought that she will be burned by this intense heat staying this close to the dragon. Our Jika Chad, Lu Fan asked Little Qin if she is doing okay. She responded saying that they are fine and asked him to take the boss spider. Hearing this, he asked Jian Ying to rush for the boss spider. Noticing both of them rushing toward itself, the black spider boss used Venom Spray skill, which dealt accumulated poison damage, and each layer reduced 5% health of the target. Lu Fan asked Xiaofei to use Jade Light. The black spider then casted Tangled Web skill, which Lu Fan cut through with his machete. He then ordered Xiao Yi to use burning all things skill, and the black dragon instantly summoned a firestorm by flapping her wings and out a massive amount of damage. Jian Ying was amazed and questioned that the dragon had even more powerful skills. She thought that these skills can easily destroy cities and even the nations. All the black spiders were getting roasted in the fire tornadoes casted by the black dragon. Jian Ying was amazed that the black dragon single-handedly wiped out all the spiders. Due to this massacre, the little green jade dragon leveled up to level 5 and acquired a new skill called Jade Blessing. This skill applied 3 layers of the Jade Dragon aura to the target, which increased the damage for the next 3 attacks. Lu Fan was about to give the next command to the little green dragon, but it instantly started emitting green glow and the next moment took the appearance of a beautiful innocent girl. Look at our Giga Chat now, he keeps adding new waifus into the harem. But this one to me looked more like a small little innocent child. Let's see how it goes with this one. Looking at the scene, Lu Fan thought that it was just like Xiao Yi. Xiaofi has also gained a new form and stronger abilities. The boss monster spider was not having any of this. She attacked all of them in the middle of Xiaofi's transformation. I guess she is breaking the most sacred anime rule of never disrupt a character's transformation. Everybody quickly dodged the black spider's attack and Xiaofi casted Emerald Blessing on Jian Ying, which increased the damage of her next 3 attacks. Realizing this, Jian Ying launched her swords toward the spider, which easily pierced through the spider. Jian Ying was surprised that the swords actually pierced through the spider. She thought that initially the blood-breaking sword wasn't even able to penetrate the silver-armored spider, but now it went through the boss easily. She assumed that the Emerald Blessing doesn't just amplify her strength, but also added the dragon's attribute to the attack. Lu Fan praised Xiaofi, saying that she's amazing that she gained a new form and new skills just at level 5. He thought that it was clear from Jian Ying's attack that the skill also adds Xiaofi's attributes to the attack, and if he applies these attributes to Xiao Yi, it will be a massive boost. While dodging the black spider boss's venom spray attack, he ordered Xiaofi to apply Emerald Blessing to the black dragon Xiao Yi. Listening to his command, she flew to the black dragon and sat on her head. She casted Emerald Blessing in the black dragon. Xiao Yi used Barn Owl Things again. Looking at this massive attack, Jian Ying thought that with the attributes from both dragons, this attack had over 10,000 points. The spider monster suffered a lot of burning damage due to this attack and was on the verge of death. Noticing this, Lu Fan commanded both of them to prepare for the final blow to the spider boss monster. The 3 of them instantly rushed toward the spider monster. Lu Fan used the Dragon Fang Strike while Xiaofi used Emerald Blessing on Jian Ying, and she casted her swords toward the spider boss monster. This combined attack dealt a massive damage to the spider monster and killed it instantly. Everyone gained a lot of experience by killing this black spider boss monster. The black dragon leveled up to level 18 and the green dragon leveled up to level 6, then level 7. Lu Fan leveled up to level 23. Jian Ying asked Lu Fan how much score he got in the major exam, and he mentioned about 1.3 million. She replied saying that his strength should be more than 1.3 million. To the statement, he said that he can't help it because the highest score limit for nightmare difficulty was 1.3 million. And she was dumbfounded at this response. Lu Fan then asked Little Hin to bring down on Han Qi. While the little green dragon Xiaofi was hugging him tightly and Xiao Yi was mad looking at the scene. Jian Ying thought that in terms of the points, she has half points as compared to Lu Fan, but in terms of strength, there's a huge gap between him and her which cannot be crossed. Both the dragon girls were hugging Lu Fan and staring at each other annoyingly. Xiaoman opened the reward test and said that the equipment looks perfect for her and she won't be shy taking it. Lu Fan commented saying that she does not look shy at all. After clearing the trial, Jian Ying agreed to join a fixed team with all of them, and Little Kin asked for her phone number so they can contact her easily. Jian Ying replied saying that she does not have a phone. Xiaoman said that they will directly go to her house and call her next time they are going to the secret realm. The scene then changes to Lu Fan's villa where everyone is eating and enjoying. On Han Qi prepared a lot of food for everyone, and she mentioned that the new dish increases stamina. Jian Ying commented that they are actually living with the pervert, which Lu Fan denied as a misunderstanding. Everybody ate to their heart's content, and both the dragons, but also full and sleeping on the couch. For the next couple of days, Lu Fan got used to the life at Dragon City Academy. He occasionally went to Venom Spider for us to level up, which increased Xiaofi's level to 13 and his level to 24. He also studied convert theories. This routine continued for more than half a month, and there were only 2 days left before the freshman assessment. The Jade Dragon was level 14 and the Black Dragon was level 19 while he was level 25. It just finished defeating the Black Spider boss Xiaoman, and Little Kin's level rose to 22 and On Han Qi was level 18 now. Lu Fan thought that he originally planned to have Xiao Yi reach level 20 and Xiao Fi level 15 before the freshman assessment, but the plan was not successful. Jian Ying was also happy with her progress as her cold water sword was same level as her. Her level was 24 right now. Xiaomin opened the chest and she was really happy as after nearly a month she finally gathered the venomous spider set for the swordsman. Little Qin was happy for her, saying that now she can improve her ranking in freshman assessment. Aunt Han Qi suggested that they should head back home now and she will prepare dinner for them. Little Qin agreed with her, saying that indeed they should head back and there is no need to return to this realm anymore. Lu Fan also agreed because the freshman assessment event was next day and according to him, they should rest well and prepare for it. Xia Yaomen also agreed cheeringly. Coming back out of the portal, Teacher Gu was waiting for Lu Fan. She asked him to come with her. She explained further that she is not the one looking for him, but it's rather Vice Principal Zhao. According to her, he has something important to tell him. Lu Fan pondered something important, and right before the freshman assessment, Lu Fan comes out from the secret area and inquires about the important matter and what the teacher wants to tell him before the evaluation. The teacher, walking beside him, casually mentions that Lu Fan will find out soon enough when he gets there. Just as they move forward, the student walking ahead of them comments that today another expert from the Azure class had a new evolution. The second student chimes mentioning 73 Hong and confirming that he already knew. The teacher, hearing this, turns to Lu Fan with a hint of amusement and asks if he has a problem with what they're saying. Lu Fan, grinning, admits that he's been so engrossed in either class or the secret area lately that he's lost track of what his classmates are even talking about anymore. Without waiting for a response, the teacher begins climbing the stairs, remarking that it's all Lu Fan's fault anyway. The teacher explains that his point bet challenge with Hong Wu made freshmen realize that dueling for points is a way to earn them, a method they've affectionately dubbed the new evaluation. Lu Fan ponders the term new evaluation, recalling how duels between new players are a regular occurrence. The winners accumulate more points while the losers are left scrambling for basic necessities, barely managing to find food in the factories. But the number 73 mentioned earlier, that has him stumped. The teacher, with a sly grin, explains that using his battle with the Hong Wu as a standard, Hong Wu's strength is taken as a unit of measure. Lu Fan is 100 Hong, while Hong Wu is 1 Hong. The teacher then gestures towards a distant figure, sweeping the academy grounds. Hong Wu himself now reduced to working as a janitor for the academy. She mentions that by doing so, at least he can earn some points and not starve. Hong Wu, now mopping floors, sheds tears, clearly visible even from afar. Lu Fan, seeing this, can't help but feel a mix of surprise and pity. Soon after, they arrive outside Vice Principal Zhao's office. The teacher stops and turns to Lu Fan, instructing him to go inside as Vice Principal Zhao is waiting. With a nod, Lu Fan agrees, saying he'll head in now. He swings the door open and greets the Vice Principal with asking if he is expecting him. Vice Principal Zhao gestures for Lu Fan to come in. Once inside, Zhao wastes no time getting to the point. He reminds Lu Fan of the promise made to him about the national exam before he enrolled, confirming that it will indeed be the advanced level as promised. However, there's an unexpected twist. This year's national exam, originally slated to be held in Jinyu City within the Tiki Empire 5 months from now, has suddenly been rescheduled. The host country has moved the date up, and now the exam will take place just 2 months from now. Hijaba goes on to explain that Taichi has already announced its competition lineup, and the stakes are high. The eldest son of the Jin family, Jin Chenghen, is expected to reach level 60 and complete his 3rd transformation within the next month. Lu Fan, processing the information, remarks that it seems Taichi wants to start the national trials as soon as Jin Chenghen completes his 3rd transformation. Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Zhao's demeanor shifts dramatically. His face flushes with anger as he slams his fist on the table with a resounding thud. He practically growls his response, affirming Lu Fan's observation. Starting the trials when contestants from other countries are still stuck at the 2nd transformation level practically guarantees that Jin Chenghan will emerge as the winner. Lu Fan places his hand on his chin, deep in thought. He reflects on the significant difference between the 2nd and 3rd transformations. It's not merely about reaching a higher level. Each transformation unlocks new attributes that dramatically boost strength. This move by Taichi, orchestrated by the Jin family, is yet another cunning tactic to ensure their dominance in the trials. Vice Principal Zhao, with a tone of regret, admits that the qualifications they promised Lu Fan before his admission now seem unreasonably harsh. He explains that in just 2 months, Lu Fan is expected to reach a maximum transformation level of 30, while facing opponents who are already well beyond level 50. Zhao doesn't sugarcoat the reality. There's a very real risk that Lu Fan might not survive the trials. He places a reassuring hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, trying to soften the gravity of the situation. Zhao then reminisces about the past, noting that in previous trials, the Dragon Nation has consistently excelled, often dominating and winning the championship. However, this year is different. Other nations are specifically targeting the Dragon Nation, and with the reduced preparation time, the challenge is even more daunting. Lu Fan listens intently as Vice Principal Xiao speaks. The principal then directly asks Lu Fan if he wants to participate in the national trials. Lu Fan, with a serious expression, replies that this is his chance to join the ranks of Dragon Nation's experts. He firmly states his desire to participate, adding the confident thumbs up that he aims to win it. Seeing Lu Fan's determination, Vice Principal Xiao smiles approvingly. He tells Lu Fan that now that he's made his decision, he will need to arrange the necessary resources for him. Placing a supportive hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, Zhao encourages him to excel in the upcoming evaluation. Lu Fan confidently replies, assuring Vice Principal Zhao that he will do his best. He acknowledges that it won't be easy, but he's determined to face the challenge head-on. Vice Principal Zhao gives a nod, understanding the gravity of what lies ahead. The next day, the freshman evaluation conference begins. Vice Principal Zhao stands at the front of the conference room, his presence commanding attention. He keeps his speech brief, telling everyone to follow the rules. Without much preamble, he announces this year's evaluation format. Displayed on the board is the outline for a team evaluation arena battle. The stakes are high, with rewards clearly defined. First place will earn 5,000 points per person, second place 3,000 points per person, and third place 2,000 points per person. Everyone is taken aback by the sudden turn of events, and a wave of commotion ripples through the crowd. Conversations spring up in all directions, with everyone buzzing about the unexpected twist. One person throws their hands up in exaggerated despair, clearly not thrilled about the team battle setup. A few others start lamenting their choices, one regretfully reminding a friend that they should have teamed up as they originally suggested. The other one, with a resigned shrug, points out that as healers, they'll be nothing more than punching bags for the rest. Ken Q glances at Lu Fan and remarks that it's a relief they don't need more than 5 members per team. Lu Fan, with a knowing smile, notes that it's fortunate since An isn't part of the fighter class, so they convene when they have just the right number to form 2 teams. Vice Principal Zhao continues, acknowledging that many might still be struggling with the concepts. However, he reassures everyone that it's not too late to start forming their teams. He reminds them that the preliminary round begins this afternoon, and by tomorrow night, only 100 teams will make the cut. He also mentions that anyone interested can now sign up with their teams by registering with Teacher Gu. The meeting is dismissed and everyone heads out to the ground. Kidding Su waves at Xiaomin, while Lu Fan spots Jian Ying and greets her warmly. Suddenly, a guy with an air of overconfidence approaches Jian Ying. He introduces himself as the double swordsman No. 7, adding with a dramatic flair that he's had his eye on her since the entrance ceremony, especially after the newcomer entrance hypnosis. He then salutes her with great enthusiasm, proposing that they team up for the assessment, confidently assuring her that they will definitely win. But Jian Ying, unfazed by his theatrics, politely declines his offer. The rejection hits him hard, and before anyone knows it, he's on the verge of tears, turning what was supposed to be a grand proposal into a slightly awkward yet amusing scene. Xiaomin suggests they go sign up with Teacher Gu. She glances back at the poor boy and asks, with genuine curiosity, why he's crying. Ken Shu chimes in with a knowing smile, noting that all the top students want to team up with Jian Ying, but she's confident Jian Ying won't leave their team. Lu Fan, ever the strategist, quickly proposes that he teams up with Kim Chu, while Jian Ying teams up with Xiaomin. The next day, the freshman assessment preliminary round begins at Dragon City Academy. The atmosphere is electric, with a huge crowd gathered around the arena. Everyone watches the matches with intense focus, as if the outcome will determine the fate of the world, at least their world for the day. In the ongoing match, the Earth Dragon suddenly launches a fierce attack on its opponent, unleashing its sweep power. The dragon's giant tail spins with tremendous force, causing damage in a wide, wing-shaped area that leaves the target reeling. Not missing a beat, the dragon's tamer leaps into the air, spear in hand, and joins the assault with a precise strike. The dragon follows up with its lance strike, channeling its energy into a powerful blow that seals the fate of the opposing team. With their combined efforts, they secure yet another victory. Just as the match concludes, Jin Zhu approaches the victorious tamer, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She praises him for his remarkable streak, noting that he has now won 28 matches in a row. This person, number 18, Chen Tianzi, raises his hand in acknowledgement, thanking the princess with a respectful nod. He looks at her and confidently mentions that their team has now climbed to number 7 in the rankings. The real test, however, lies ahead as they prepare to face the top-ranked team in the upcoming match. Princess Jin Zhu, looking pleased, tells Chen Tianji that her brother Jin Chenghen will soon visit and when he does, she plans to introduce them. She hints that to earn his promotion, Shen Tianzi needs to reach the coveted #1 spot. Shen Tianzi, ever the loyal warrior, assures her with confidence that he will do as she asks. Just then, an announcement rings out, signaling the start of the next match. The opponents are revealed: number 18, Chen Tianzi and Jin Zhu, versus the reigning champions, number 1, Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Jin Zhu, caught off guard, is surprised to see Lu Fan and Jian Ying standing across from her. She quickly realizes the gravity of the situation, recognizing that the two dragon tamers who hold the top 2 spots are now united on the same team. Lu Fan recalls the conversation he had with Qin Qiu about teaming up. He had suggested that Qin Qiu join him and Xiaoman team up with Jian Ying so that everyone could achieve a good ranking. However, Qin Qiu had refused, insisting that there was no need. She reminded him that he and Jian Ying needed to claim first place together, ensuring they would still hold the top 2 spots. Xiaoman had laughed at the idea, playfully adding that she didn't want to drag him down. Qin Qiu, sharing the same sentiment, smiled at him reassuringly and told him not to worry about them. She and Xiaoman would do their best. Before they parted ways, Xiaoman told him that he had to secure first place. In the present moment, Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying and says there's no harm in aiming for that top spot. Jian Ying, with her usual calm confidence, simply replies, "Of course." Lu Fan is resting in the arena's restroom when he decides to check the system. As he navigates through it, he discovers that he has found a treasure map. He mutters to himself, noting that he has collected several treasure maps again, but they're of low quality and located far away. He decides it's best to combine them to see if anything better comes of it. As he's focused on the system, Jian Ying notices his intense concentration and, curious about what he's up to, asks if he's okay. Just as she does, Lu Fan's eyes widen in shock as the system reveals that a divine-level treasure map has been synthesized. The system displays the details of a newly synthesized divine-level treasure map, revealing that it points to a nest atop a tree inside the Flying Dragon Graveyard, an area ranging from level 50 to 60. The map indicates that this nest contains a mysterious egg. Lu Fan, puzzled, realizes he's never heard of this place before. He quickly decides that now isn't the time to investigate, mentally noting to ask about it another day. Just as he's about to close the system, an announcement echoes through the restroom. Chen Tianzi and Jin Zhu versus Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Both teams are requested to enter the arena. Lu Fan smiles, rising from his seat, and says it's their turn to take the stage. He adds with a grin that they can't afford to be careless, especially with the new evaluation system in place. As they head towards the arena, voices erupt from the crowd. People are buzzing with excitement, pointing out that the number 1 ranked Lu Fan and the number 2 ranked Jian Ying are on the same team, and many are convinced they're destined to win. But not everyone is so sure. Someone in the crowd points out that Chen Tianzi has already won 28 matches in a row, and besides, the champions in previous years weren't always from the top ranks. Jian Ying, always focused, mentions that she heard their opponent is also a dragon tamer. She asks Lu Fan seriously if he's confident about the match. Lu Fan, with a playful wave of his hand, suggests they place a bet. He then asks, with a mischievous smile, if she thinks he could defeat their opponents all by himself. Jian Ying, slightly puzzled, tries to decipher his meaning, whether he's implying that he can win without her help or that he doesn't even need to call on his pet dragon. Both Chen Tianzi, Jin Zhu, and their dragons stride confidently onto the battlefield, ready for the match. Lu Fan, observing their entrance, casually remarks that he had already figured out during their encounter in the poisonous spider forest that their classes are quite evenly matched. The announcement echoes through the arena: Lu Fan and Jian Ying versus Chen Tianzi and Jin Zhu. As they prepare, Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying with a grin and proposes a deal. If he wins, she'll have to tell him all the qualities of a swordsman. He looks at her expectantly, curious about her reaction. Moments later, the command to start the evaluation is given. Without hesitation, Chen Tianzi and Jin Zhu charge into the battlefield, ready to attack. Chen Tianzi, brimming with confidence, declares that it's finally their turn to fight and assures Lu Fan that this time he won't be overpowered. His dragon charges alongside him, the two moving as a formidable unit. Chen Tianzi boldly claims that from this point on, only one person will be able to subdue his dragon, and that person is him. With that, he lunges forward, spear in hand, aiming directly at Lu Fan. Suddenly, Lu Fan vanishes from his spot, leaving Chen Tianzi stunned and bewildered. One moment, Lu Fan was right there, and now he's nowhere to be seen. Chen Tianzi's eyes dart around in confusion, trying to locate his opponent. In an instant, Lu Fan reappears on the opposite side of the battlefield, casually dismissing Chen Tianzi's shock with a smirk and a cryptic "I refuse." He then tells Jian Ying with a calm yet ominous tone that it's too late to refuse now, signaling that their bet is already placed. And before Chen Tianji can react, Lu Fan's hand transforms into a powerful dragon's claw. With a swift motion, Lu Fan lunges forward, his dragon-imbued hand ready to strike. The dragon's claw, a technique that turns his hand into a fearsome dragon's claw, amplifies his strength depending on his power. Lu Fan moves with deadly precision, launching himself into the air and aiming an attack directly at the dragon's mouth. Chen Tianzi, caught off guard by the sheer speed and force of Lu Fan's moves, looks at Jian Ying in surprise. He's baffled. He points his spear at Lu Fan and demands to know why he hasn't summoned his own dragon or involved his partner in the fight. Is he mocking them? Lu Fan's hands transform into dragon claws, surrounded by a glowing yellow aura. He looks at Chen Tianzi with a confident smile and remarks that it's just a small bet, nothing special, and that he doesn't need to exert himself fully to deal with them. From behind their dragon, Jin Zhu watches the scene unfold and laughs, finally feeling that they have a chance to turn the tables. She shouts at Lu Fan, calling him an arrogant, low-class person who is trying to humiliate her. Her voice is filled with anger as she vows not to spare him this time, promising that he will pay a heavy price for his insolence. Chen Tianzi, desperate to regain control of the battle, orders his dragon to go after Lu Fan. The Earth Dragon, with all its might, positions itself in front of Lu Fan, letting out a roar loud enough to shake the arena. It's clearly trying to assert dominance, but Lu Fan, as calm as ever, simply reverts his hand back to its normal form and draws his dragon sword, almost as if he's just taking a casual stroll. He observes the Earth Dragon with a raised eyebrow, noting that one of its wings seems to be broken. It's almost as if he's more curious than concerned, like he's inspecting a used car before buying it. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he leaps into the air, his sword beginning to glow ominously, as if it's had one too many energy drinks. As he hovers in midair, a red aura begins to radiate from his eyes, never a good sign for his opponents. He unleashes his Dragon Fang Strike, channeling his dragon energy into a strike so powerful that it makes the sword seem like it's been turbocharged. With a single precise blow, Lu Fan cuts through the dragon's other wing, leaving it wounded and whimpering like a puppy that just lost its favorite chew toy. The crowd is in complete shock, jaws practically hitting the ground. Lu Fan has just single-handedly taken down an Earth Dragon, a feat that should be impossible for a mere human. Whispers ripple through the arena, with everyone wondering just how much power this guy really has. Some are starting to think that maybe, just maybe, Lu Fan is the kind of person who doesn't even need an alarm clock. He probably just tells time when to wake him up. Princess Jin Zhu, growing impatient, points her finger towards the Dragon Master, clearly annoyed. She urges him to stop daydreaming and to bring down Lu Fan quickly. Flustered, the Dragon Master snaps out of his momentary daze, quickly assuring the princess that he will carry out her command. Chen Tianzi, feeling the pressure, orders his dragon to wake up and prepare for another assault. The dragon, responding to its master's voice, shakes off its previous defeat and readies itself for battle once more. Chen Tianji assesses the situation, convinced that Lu Fan must lack the speed to dodge an all-out attack from both the dragon and himself. He formulates a plan, deciding to use two skills simultaneously, believing there's no way Lu Fan can escape. He orders the dragon to unleash its Dragon Lance Strike, a powerful blow infused with its energy. Immediately after, the dragon swings its massive tail in a sweeping motion, creating a feather-shaped area of destruction. Confident in his strategy, Chen Tianji grips his spear tightly and charges towards Lu Fan, determined to end the fight. However, in a blink-and-you'll-miss-it moment, Lu Fan moves with blinding speed. Before Chen Tianji can even process what's happening, Lu Fan strikes down the dragon, and a thick cloud of smoke billows up from the impact. For a fleeting moment, Chen Tianzi is convinced he has won, believing his attack has finally overpowered Lu Fan. But as the smoke begins to clear, his confidence quickly turns to shock. There, perched casually on the dragon, sits Lu Fan, completely unscathed and looking as relaxed as if he were lounging in a hammock. In reality, Lu Fan had used the flash swing technique, a skill that allows him to teleport up to 50 meters in the blink of an eye. With a smile playing on his lips and the dragon's sword in hand, he looks at Chen Tianji and almost teasingly suggests that he make a move that might actually force him to take the fight seriously. Jian Ying, observing the battle, is impressed by how effortlessly Lu Fan is handling the situation. She reflects on the fact that the Earth Dragon's attributes are several times higher than those of beasts at the same level, yet Lu Fan is managing to suppress both the dragon and its tamer with apparent ease. Meanwhile, Chen Tianzi begins to sense that something is off. His unease grows when Princess Jin Zhu approaches him, a dangerous aura beginning to emanate from her. The air around her seems to crackle with intensity as she berates him, calling him useless and ordering him to back off. She doesn't mince words, pointing out that he's done nothing but embarrass himself. Lu Fan didn't even summon his black dragon or allow his teammate to step in, yet he single-handedly dismantled his efforts. Princess Jinzhu's frustration is palpable as she scolds him further, pointing out that despite the crowd watching, he still seems lost and confused. Her disappointment is evident as she tells him that at this rate, there's no way she can recommend him to her brother. Princess Jinzhu, clearly fed up with the situation, pulls out her wand. As she waves it, a portal opens, swirling ominously with energy. She turns to Chen Tianji, her voice dripping with disdain, and questions whether he still believes he can make it to the Tiki Empire or even dream of becoming the strongest dragon Tamer. She tells him to stop his delusions. With a dramatic flourish, she points her wand toward the sky, and immediately, a dangerous energy begins to radiate throughout the area. Princess Jinzhu, with a cold determination, declares that in order to regain her lost honor, she must take this drastic step. Lu Fan watches the scene unfold and quickly realizes what's happening. He recognizes the skill she's using. It's the same one that transforms her followers into monstrous beings. As the energy intensifies, the Earth Dragon, aided by Jinzhu's powers, begins to transform. Its aura becomes even more dangerous, pulsating with dark energy. The once powerful, yet manageable, dragon now evolves into something far more menacing. The crowd watches in horror as the Earth Dragon undergoes its terrifying transformation, turning into what looks like a demon straight out of hell. Everyone is acutely aware that this boost has made the dragon far more dangerous than it was before. Whispers ripple through the spectators as they remember that Princess Jinzhu hails from the Tiki Nation, a place known for its strange and powerful skills. Many begin to speculate that Lu Fan might finally be forced to bring out his own dragon to counter this new threat. The excitement in the arena is palpable, as everyone anticipates an epic showdown between two dragons. Amidst the growing tension, Jian Ying springs into action. She unsheaths her heavy crushing sword, an epic quality weapon at level 24, known for dealing 240% physical damage and spreading 24% damage in the surrounding area. But she doesn't stop there. She also prepares her second weapon, the Blood Destroyer's Sword, another epic quality level 24 weapon. This sword is lethal, breaking armor and ignoring 32% of the target's defense, while also increasing her agility and sword speed by 42%. Just as Jian Ying is about to engage, ready to confront the transformed Earth Dragon, Lu Fan signals her to stop. He calmly reminds her of their bet, assuring her that he can handle the situation on his own. Jian Ying is taken aback by his confidence, her surprise evident as she hesitates. She argues that the dragon has become incredibly powerful and insists on helping him. On the other hand, the demon dragon looks up to the sky and starts roaring loudly, but Lu Fan looks at him and says, "I have seen this skill before." Lu Fan says, "I know how to make the body bigger by using pain as a price." Princess Jinzhu, filled with anger and determination, orders Chen Tianji to kill Lu Fan and take revenge. Chen Tianji nods in understanding, bolstered by the newfound strength and size of his dragon, which now towers over the battlefield with an intimidating presence. Princess Jinzhu seems done waiting for Lu Fan to act. She taunts Lu Fan, demanding that he summon his dragon, warning that if he doesn't, he'll be crushed under the might of their Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon, now a massive and terrifying beast, stands in front of Lu Fan, roaring so loudly that it tears the ground apart with its sheer power. Despite this, Lu Fan remains calm, standing firm in the face of the beast. The princess, confident in dragon's strength, laughs mockingly at Lu Fan, questioning whether his dragon could possibly be strong enough to conquer this Earth Dragon. But just as she finishes her taunt, Lu Fan raises his hand and a cold air begins to emanate from his mouth. In a sudden shift, Lu Fan unleashes a powerful skill called Ice Dragon Rage. The air around him chills as a black explosion erupts, spraying across the target area. The skill not only deals significant damage, but also adds a slow and steady freezing effect, effectively immobilizing the Earth Dragon. The damage area and duration of the skill can be adjusted based on how long Lu Fan cast it, showcasing his mastery of the technique. The Earth Dragon begins to freeze, its roars turning from fierce to desperate as the ice takes hold. The battlefield is suddenly silent, save for the crackling of ice and the chilling aura that now surrounds Lu Fan. The once mighty Earth Dragon is now encased in ice, and its movements are slowed, its power is diminished. Both Princess Jinzhu and Chen Tianji are stunned by the sudden drop in temperature, their breath visible in the icy air. They exchange bewildered looks, wondering aloud how the temperature could have plummeted so rapidly. The princess, her usual confidence shaken, starts to suspect that this might be Lu Fan's doing. She remarks that whatever this is, it's far colder than Chen's Earth Dragon ever was. Then it dawns on her, something's not right. Realizing that this intense cold is likely an illusion rather than the work of an actual dragon, she starts to piece together what's happening. In her mind, she questions whether Lu Fan is capable of using both physical attacks and magical skills, a combination that would make him even more formidable than she had imagined. At that moment, Lu Fan draws his sword, gripping it firmly as he closes his eyes, centering himself. He acknowledges that her strange magic has indeed boosted the powers of the Earth Dragon, perhaps even surpassing his own in sheer strength. But as he opens his eyes, there's a steely determination in them. He challenges the notion that her enhanced powers could ever crush him. Without warning, Lu Fan dashes towards Princess Jin Zhu with lightning speed, his voice cutting through the cold as he demands to know if she truly thinks she can take his black dragon. The princess, now genuinely frightened, watches in horror as Lu Fan closes the distance between them. Just as Lu Fan is about to strike, Chen Tianzi intervenes, throwing himself between Lu Fan and the princess, taking the full force of the attack. The blow sends Chen Tianzi reeling, but he quickly regains his footing and signals to the princess to stay cautious. With a determined look, he orders his dragon to attack, refusing to back down despite the overwhelming odds. Hearing Chen Tianji's command, the Earth Dragon roars ferociously, unleashing a terrifying energy from its mouth. The air around it crackles with power as it prepares to launch a devastating attack. But Lu Fan, ever quick on his feet, seizes the opportunity and leaps into the air. As he does, he can't help but admire Chen's loyalty, throwing himself into harm's way to save Princess Jin Zhu without a second thought. The dragon's onslaught begins, attacking from all sides. Lu Fan knows he must act swiftly, and with a determined look, he decides to show them the true magic of the dragon. He raises his hand, and a glowing round shape begins to form in his palm. It's the power of the Blue Dragon King's Roar, a fearsome ability known for its devastating effects. As the energy builds, a tremendous shockwave shoots forward from Lu Fan's hand, tearing through the air with immense force. The attack deals heavy damage, leaving the dragon and its surroundings reeling. But the real kicker is the paralyzing effect. Each subsequent attack has 20 layers of power, each one reducing by a layer with a 20% chance of paralyzing the target. The Earth Dragon lets out a horrific scream, its body racked with the effects of the paralyzing energy. The once mighty beast struggles, its movements slowed and its power severely weakened. The crowd is buzzing with a mix of surprise and amusement at the unfolding scene. Lu Fan has once again activated a new powerful magic, and it's clear to everyone that this isn't just any ordinary spell. It's a rare form of dragon magic. Observers start to piece together the pattern. First, Lu Fan physically tanked the dragon, then he unleashed a barrage of magic, all while still keeping his own dragon in reserve. One spectator, pointing excitedly, predicts that Chen Tianji's impressive winning streak is about to come to a sudden end. Chen Tianji's dragon is taking severe damage, and the situation is quickly spiraling out of control. Chen, in disbelief, struggles to comprehend what's happening. He wonders how there could be such a vast difference in power between them when they're both supposed to be dragon tamers. As his dragon collapses to the ground, defeated, Lu Fan calmly steps forward and stands in front of it, his presence commanding the battlefield. Lu Fan asks Chen Tianji that since the beginning of the battle, he's been wondering why Chen has not used any other skills besides his dragon lance strike. From the sidelines, Princess Jin Zhu, clearly frustrated, shouts at Chen Tianzi, urging him to order the Earth Dragon to continue fighting. The once confident Chen is rattled, his mind racing with doubts. Lu Fan stands there, his sword now glowing with energy, and continues his monologue. He points out that while Dragon Lance Strike and Dragon Fang Strike might seem different, they're essentially the same skill, just utilized with different weapons. He then asks Chen why he hasn't used any other dragon skills like Dragon Claw or Dragon Encouragement. The question is more of a taunt than a genuine inquiry, as Lu Fan already knows the answer. Chen, now deeply shaken, realizes that Dragon Claw, which he thought was his ace, might just be an elementary skill in Lu Fan's arsenal. The princess, her patience wearing thin, glares at Chen Tianzi and accuses him of talking nonsense, comparing him to someone named Han Te. She reminds him sharply of the oath he took to exact revenge on Lu Fan for her, clearly disappointed that he has yet to fulfill that promise. Meanwhile, Lu Fan draws his dragon sword, his blade beginning to glow with an intense light as arcs of lightning crackle around it. With a calm yet pointed look at Chen Tianzi, Lu Fan remarks that it seems the Earth Dragon contract hasn't revealed all of Chen's skills. He challenges Chen, questioning why he hasn't used them, implying that either he doesn't have these abilities or that he's holding back for no good reason. Lu Fan then bluntly suggests that Chen should give up, emphasizing that there's no chance of victory because they are really two different types of dragon tamers. Chen Tianji's anger flares up at Lu Fan's words, and he snaps, demanding that Lu Fan stop talking. Despite Chen's rising fury, Lu Fan remains composed, trying to reason with him one last time. He calmly explains that there's no deep-seated hatred between them and that Chen doesn't need to throw away his dignity by becoming a slave to the princess's whims or by making Lu Fan his enemy. Chen's eyes are bloodshot, veins visibly pulsing as his anger reaches its boiling point. His frustration boils over, feeling cornered and belittled by Lu Fan's calm demeanor and pointed remarks. He's furious, not only because Lu Fan has blocked his path to becoming the strongest dragon knight, but also because he dares to lecture him about self-respect. Turning to the princess, Chen declares his unwavering commitment to fulfilling his vow as her knight, reminding her himself of the oath he took. In a desperate bid to reclaim his honor, he requests the princess to grant him an enhancement, vowing to risk everything to teach this inferior person a lesson for daring to insult her. The princess, sensing his desperation, starts to smile. She's more than willing to indulge his request, seeing it as a chance to assert her own dominance through him. With a flourish, she points her strange wand at Chen, warning him that this is his last chance and that he has to win. Suddenly, a terrifying energy envelops Chen, making his hair stand on end as the enhancement takes hold. He feels the surge of power, knowing this is his do-or-die moment. Chen acknowledges the transformation with a determined, almost fanatical resolve. Meanwhile, Lu Fan watches the transformation with a mixture of curiosity and pity. He wonders aloud why Chen would swear allegiance to someone like Jin Zhu, pointing out that he clearly doesn't understand her true nature. Lu Fan hints that she's far from the noble figure Chen imagines, suggesting that his loyalty might be tragically misplaced. Chen begins to undergo a terrifying transformation, morphing into a ferocious dragon-like creature. His voice, now distorted and filled with rage, echoes as he declares that he is not nothing without the princess. He sees this transformation as his path to becoming a high-class person and exacting his revenge. His face, twisted into a monstrous form, now has glowing eyes that reflect his fury and desperation. The princess, standing right behind him, watches with a satisfied smirk. She commands Chen to kill Lu Fan for her, fully expecting him to carry out her bidding without hesitation. Chen, driven by this twisted sense of loyalty, moves to strike Lu Fan. But before he can land a blow, a powerful aura surrounds Lu Fan, signaling that he's ready for what's coming. With a calm, almost sorrowful expression, Lu Fan draws his dragon sword, expressing more pity than disgust for Chen. As he does, a thunderous sound reverberates around them, signaling the start of Lu Fan's counterattack. In an instant, Lu Fan channels the power of the wind spirit, a blessing that increases his agility by 35%. With this newfound speed, he dashes towards Chen Tianzi, who, despite his terrifying transformation, suddenly feels a pang of fear as he struggles to comprehend what's happening. Before Chen can react, Lu Fan unleashes the Dragon Pack Strike, sending Chen hurtling into the air before crashing down hard onto the ground. But Lu Fan isn't done yet. He follows up with the Blue Dragon Roar skill, ramping up his power attribute by 20% and adding multiple layers of attack. With each successive strike, one layer is reduced, and there's a 20% chance of paralyzing the target. By the time the onslaught is over, 9 layers of power have been unleashed upon Chen, leaving him utterly defeated. Realizing the hopelessness of his situation, Chen starts to apologize, his previous bravado and rage replaced by fear and regret. The once mighty figure now lies humbled, his monstrous transformation unable to save him. Meanwhile, the princess, who was so confident just moments ago, is now looking like she's about to burst into tears. Her grand plan to have Chen triumphantly defeat Lu Fan has backfired spectacularly, leaving her plans and her nerves in shambles. After defeating Chen Tianzi, Lu Fan wastes no time and rushes toward the princess, his hand raised to strike. The princess, clearly panicking, tries to stop him by putting her hand forward. She frantically warns him, reminding him that her brother is a powerful figure in the Tiki Empire and that if Lu Fan dares to touch her, her brother will retaliate with double the force. But Lu Fan, unimpressed and completely unfazed by her threats, ignores her words and slaps the princess hard, sending her sprawling to the ground. As she lies there, stunned and with her magic wand clattering away from her grasp, Lu Fan calmly turns to her and remarks that if her brother does come after him, he'll be indebted to him for the opportunity. The princess, now thoroughly humiliated, struggles to comprehend how quickly things have turned against her. Meanwhile, the audience erupts with a mix of shock and commentary, unable to believe what they've just witnessed. Some are aghast, questioning what Lu Fan is doing even after securing his victory. Others criticize him for humiliating his opponent, remarking that it's unnecessary and excessive. A few in the crowd even point out how the princess, despite her cute appearance, seemed to have no problem dominating Chen and using him for her own gain, hinting that perhaps she wasn't as innocent as she looked. The vice principal, clearly fed up with the chaos in the arena, picks up his mic and sternly tells the audience to quiet down. He then announces with authority that the princess and Chen Tianji's team has lost and Lu Fan and Jian Ying's team has emerged victorious. Without missing a beat, he turns to one of the teachers and instructs them to have Lu Fan report to his office immediately. He also orders preparations for the next team match, emphasizing that there should be no disruptions. The teacher nods and replies with a simple, okay. A short while later, Lu Fan arrives at Vice Principal's office. The Vice Principal stands facing away from him, deep in thought. Without turning around, he addresses Lu Fan, saying that he initially suspected the Jin family's involvement might be the reason behind his anger, but he has learned about the quarrel between Lu Fan and Princess Jin Zhu through Mr. Qin. However, the Vice Principal reminds Lu Fan that the arena is not the place to settle personal grudges. He cautions that if Lu Fan continues to use battles as a means to address personal vendettas, it could lead to serious accusations and give the wrong impression. Lu Fan, unfazed, raises his hand in a gesture of acknowledgement. He calmly explains that he has experienced the disappointment of Chen Tu and knows firsthand that the princess was manipulating him. The Vice Principal glances at Lu Fan and hands him a MacBook, casually telling him not to dwell on the previous events. Instead, he shifts the focus to the real reason he called Lu Fan to his office. The Vice Principal explains that both he and the Principal have been watching Lu Fan's performance closely, which piques Lu Fan's curiosity. He hesitantly asks if his performance had somehow disappointed them. Vice Principal smiles, shaking his head and points at the MacBook, indicating that it's quite the opposite. He reassures Lu Fan that when he unleashed those two dragon magic techniques, both he and the Principal were impressed and felt confident about Lu Fan's participation in the upcoming national exam. The Vice Principal reveals that they have discovered high-level secret realms for him through the Secret Realm Hunter Guild, and he can choose one. Secret Realm Hunter Guild is a resource akin to the Material Hunters, which controls access to these hidden worlds. Lu Fan takes the MacBook and begins to process what the Vice Principal is saying. He reflects on the idea of Secret Realm Hunters and how they control resources just like the Material Hunters. Lu Fan scrolls through the options on the MacBook, pausing as his finger hovers over another secret world. He thinks to himself about how secret hunters operate, discovering entrances to various secret realms and exchanging that knowledge for high rewards. It's a lucrative but dangerous profession, one that clearly plays a critical role in accessing these hidden challenges. As Lu Fan continues to ponder, the Principal chimes in explaining that all secret hunters use a method of bidding high prices for their discoveries. Whichever realm Lu Fan chooses, the school will approach the corresponding association to place a bid. Lu Fan notes that the starting prices for these realms are steep. The Principal reassures Lu Fan, adjusting his glasses as he thinks that Dragon Capital Academy doesn't take the national examiners lightly. He promises that the academy will secure the resources they promised Lu Fan, no matter the cost. Lu Fan, still browsing the options, suddenly spots something intriguing on the MacBook. He gestures to the screen and calls Vice Principal's attention to it. The Vice Principal, noticing the seriousness in Lu Fan's expression, asks if he's found something of interest. Lu Fan points to the screen, revealing the details of a secret world that has caught his eye. The realm is named Flying Dragon Cemetery, with a secret realm level of 55 and a difficulty rating of Nightmare. The number of participants is limited to 2 or more, making it a high-stakes challenge. The next day arrives and it's time for the freshman assessment rematch at the Dragon Capital Academy Arena. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation as the teacher steps forward to announce the first semifinal match. It's set to be a showdown between Team Member 1, consisting of Lu Fan and Jian Ying, and Team Member 3, made up of Jiang Fengjin and Xo Jing. Just as the excitement is building, the Vice Principal suddenly gestures for silence, raising a hand to calm the crowd. He then makes an unexpected announcement. Lu Fan has withdrawn from the competition and will be reassigned. The news drops like a bombshell, leaving everyone in the arena stunned. The murmurs start immediately, with the students unable to hide their surprise and confusion. Whispers spread quickly through the crowd, with everyone trying to make sense of the sudden change. Some express their disappointment, particularly those who had come specifically to see Lu Fan in action. Others speculate about the reason for his withdrawal, with one person suggesting it might have something to do with yesterday's accident. But amidst the chatter, no one really knows for sure, and the uncertainty only fuels the buzz of speculation. Galvin clearly in no way dismisses the situation as nonsense, finding the whole ordeal to be nothing but a nuisance. Qin Chu, trying to keep things in perspective, advises her to ignore the chatter, reminding her that Lu Fan and Jian Ying have likely already entered the secret realm. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Jian Ying find themselves stepping into the secret realm, walking through the eerie and ancient landscape outside the Flying Dragon Cemetery in the giant tree forest. The atmosphere is thick with the weight of history and mystery. As they make their way through the dense forest, Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying with an apologetic tone, expressing regret that she can't continue the competition because she chose to team up with him. Jian Ying, ever pragmatic, reassures him that there's no need for apologies. The school has allowed them to keep their Azure spots and 10,000 points, so there's no real loss. She even thanks him for the opportunity to explore such a rare and mysterious secret realm, something few get to experience. She generously offers him all the rewards within the realm, stating that the experience alone is enough for her. Lu Fan, catching on to her selflessness, playfully notes that she's not one to let a favor go unpaid. Perched on a tree branch, a red-headed guy spots Lu Fan and Jian Ying approaching. With a curious look, he calls out to them, breaking the forest's eerie silence. Lu Fan, taken aback, wonders who this stranger is. Before he can process the situation, the boy gracefully jumps down from the branch, landing smoothly on the ground. With an easy smile and a thumbs up, he introduces himself as a member of the Secret Hunter Guild, telling them they can call him Black Rat. Lu Fan, still processing the sudden appearance, introduces himself and Jian Ying as students from Dragon Capital Academy. He then asks if Black Rat is going to guide them to the entrance of the Flying Dragon Cemetery. Black Rat, noticing the badge on Lu Fan's shoulder, nods knowingly. He steps forward, points ahead, and gestures for them to follow. Black Rat mentions that his mission will conclude once he escorts them to the teleportation gate. As they walk, he can't help but comment on the wealth and power of Dragon Capital Academy. With a cheeky grin, he inquires about their levels, curious about how high-ranking they must be to access such an expensive secret realm. Lu Fan, with a casual gesture, points to himself and says he's at level 25, then points backward with his thumb to indicate that Jian Ying is at level 24. Hearing this, Black Rat's eyes widen in disbelief. He's flabbergasted, thinking that a secret world above level 55, especially one with a nightmare-level difficulty, is no place for such low-level individuals. He quickly opens his system, muttering that he needs to contact Dragon Capital Academy to confirm. He's convinced that there's been a mistake, and that sending two people who haven't even reached their second transformation is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Just as Black Rat fumbles with his system, Lu Fan interrupts, urging him not to waste any more time. A massive tree suddenly begins to topple nearby, snapping branches and sending birds scattering. Lu Fan and Jian Ying both realize the imminent danger at the same moment, exchanging a glance of wide-eyed panic before bolting away. Lu Fan grabs Jian Ying's hand, pulling her along as they sprint for safety. Just as they think they might be in the clear, they hear a loud whoosh above them. They look up to see a colossal dragon eagle swooping down, its talons outstretched and eyes locked onto them like they're the special of the day. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan shifts into action mode. His eyes narrow and a fiery determination sparks within them. A strong aura forms around him, crackling with energy, and his hands begin to glow with an intense light. He channels this power into a fierce attack, launching it directly at the dragon eagle. The beast screeches in surprise, flapping its enormous wings and taking to the sky. But Lu Fan isn't done. With a swift, almost theatrical motion, he raises his hand and calls upon the power of the blue dragon roar. A bolt of lightning bursts forth, hurtling towards the dragon eagle with a sizzling crackle. The attack slams into the creature, sending a paralyzing shock through its body and reducing its flight to a wobbly mess. As if that wasn't enough, the power adds a lingering effect, ensuring that any follow-up attacks pack a bit of extra punch. Black Rat stares at Lu Fan, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly agape. He's absolutely stunned by what he just witnessed. Lightning-like lights crackle around Lu Fan, illuminating the area in a way that seems almost otherworldly. Black Rat can't wrap his head around it. Lu Fan is only at the 25th level after all. This level of power just doesn't add up. Just then, the dragon eagle, once fearsome and dominant, crashes to the ground with a heavy thud. Its massive form goes limp, and its mouth opens in a final silent gasp before it succumbs to its injuries. It's all over in an instant. Black Rat blinks in disbelief, mumbling to himself about how that was a level 50 dragon eagle. There's no way it should have been taken down so easily, or so quickly. Lu Fan, his hand still radiating that powerful aura, turns to Black Rat with a calm smile. With a casualness that belies the epic showdown that just occurred, he tells Black Rat not to worry about their levels. Then, with a touch of humor in his voice, he adds that they should probably get to the entrance, preferably sooner rather than later. Black Rat is utterly flabbergasted by Lu Fan's words. The fact that someone at the 25th level just took down a level 50 dragon eagle with such ease is almost too much for him to process. He stands there for a moment, mentally running the numbers and coming up with nothing that makes sense. Finally, after a bit of internal recalibration, he nods frantically and agrees to show them the way. After walking for a while, they arrive at a colossal tree that seems to reach up into the heavens. Black Rat pushes aside some dense bushes to reveal a massive trunk, and he gestures towards it with a bit of dramatic flair. This, he explains, is the entrance to the Flying Dragon Cemetery. A soft light filters down from the sky above, and within the glow, a portal shimmers suspended in the air just in front of the sacred tree. The whole scene feels almost surreal, as if they stepped into another world altogether. Black Rat points out the teleportation gate embedded in the ancient tree, confirming that this is indeed the way forward. With his task complete, Black Rat starts to back away. He gives a quick, almost nervous farewell, mentioning that his work here is done. Lufan watches as Black Rat begins to scurry away, and he quickly reaches out, extending his hand with a friendly smile. He calls out, suggesting that since they've crossed paths, maybe they should consider becoming friends. After all, it's not every day you meet someone who knows the ins and outs of so many places. Lufan mentions that he might need to ask for some location information in the future, hinting that their encounter could be mutually beneficial. Black Rat pauses, his mind racing. He's still trying to wrap his head around the idea of becoming friends with someone who just wiped out a level 50 dragon eagle like it was nothing. The thought is both surprising and intriguing to him. Seeing the hesitation, Lufan extends his hand again, adding with a sly grin that he's more than willing to pay for this information. Black Rat's ears perk up at the mention of payment, but confusion quickly follows. He blurts out, asking if Lufan really means to buy location information from him, not secrets of the realm, but just basic geographical details. Lufan nods, explaining that while the Secret Realm Hunter Guild would never allow private transactions of Secret Realm information, sharing general location details doesn't break any rules. He reassures Black Rat that they're on perfectly legal ground here. Black Rat listens to Lufan's proposal, mulling it over with a shrewd expression. After a moment, he comes up with a figure minus 100,000 dragon coins for each location. He's quick to add that this is the special friends and family rate, and if it's not acceptable, he's more than ready to be on his way. Lufan, unfazed by the steep price, extends his hand with a grin and seals the deal with a firm handshake. The agreement is made, and Black Rat can't help but wonder if everyone from Dragon Capital Academy is as wealthy as Lufan. Maybe he should have asked for more. Just as the handshake concludes, Jian Ying steps into the secret realm, casting a glance back at Lufan. With a hint of impatience, she remarks that he talks too much, and that they shouldn't waste any more time. Her focus is already ahead, eager to move forward. As he follows her into the realm, a notification system chimes in announcing their arrival. Welcome to the Rotting Corpse Dragon Graveyard. Level 55. The secret realm is a nightmare difficulty. Talent limit, 2 people. Lufan reflects that this is the Flying Dragon's sacred tree, the very one mentioned before, and the divine treasure platform is said to be at its top. The thought of reaching that treasure keeps him focused, but it's not long before Jian Ying interrupts his musings. She suddenly pauses, a look of unease crossing her face, and mentions that it feels like there might be an earthquake. Lufan stops and concentrates, trying to sense what Jian Ying is feeling. Moments later, he catches sight of something that makes his eyes widen in shock. His voice tightens as he alerts Jian Ying, pointing out that there's a herd of dragons on the other side. As if on cue, the dragons let out a series of bone-chilling roars and start advancing toward them. The system chimes in with an all-too-timely analysis. These are rotting corpse dragons, each one at level 50. The system also provides some grim details. Their pack bite ability allows them to physically damage their target, and when one dragon bites, it summons its companions to join in the feast. To make matters worse, they have a corrupting breath that can blanket an area, reducing the attack power of anyone caught in its range by a debilitating 50%. One of the rotting corpse dragons lets out a deafening roar and lunges toward Jian Ying, its jaws wide open, ready to strike. But just as the dragon is about to make contact, Lufan intervenes with lightning speed, blocking the attack. He quickly orders Jian Ying to prepare for battle. Without hesitation, Jian Ying springs into action. Hearing Lufan's command ignites her focus, and she grips her sword with determination. With a swift and powerful motion, she unleashes her mountain shaker technique. The force of her attack is so immense that it cleaves a dragon cleanly in half, the beast's severed halves plummeting to the ground in a grisly display. But the battle is far from over. Another dragon, undeterred by its fallen comrade, roars loudly and charges at Lufan with terrifying speed. Lufan, however, is ready. He calls out for his dragon companion, Xiao Fei, and she materializes instantly, perching on his shoulder like a loyal sentinel. Flames begin to swirl around Xiao Fei, her presence radiating intense heat. In an instant, a protective ring of fire forms around Lufan, crackling with energy. Xiao Fei unleashes her burning flame ability. She looks upward, and the fire spreads rapidly in all directions, igniting everything in its path. The flames roar with intensity, consuming several dragons and reducing them to ashes. Remarkably, the fire not only deals damage but also seems to strengthen Xiao Fei, her flames burning brighter as she draws energy from the destruction. Meanwhile, Jian Ying is locked in combat with the remaining dragons. She leaps into the air with incredible agility, her sword flashing as she cuts through her foes. She activates her second power, Armor Break, which allows her to bypass 32% of her target's defense, delivering devastating blows. Each strike lands with precision, further tipping the scales in their favor. As she ascends to a great height, her mind races. In the heat of battle, she suddenly realizes that her heavy broadsword, a crucial weapon, is nowhere in sight. Panic flickers in her thoughts as she frantically scans the area. Before she can fully process her next move, a dragon comes hurtling toward her from below, its eyes locked onto her as it closes the distance with alarming speed. Jian Ying's heart pounds as she realizes she's running out of time. The dragon is seconds away, and without her broadsword, her options are limited. She braces herself, thoughts racing as she searches for a way to turn the situation in her favor. Suddenly, Lu Fan charges toward Jian Ying, his dragon sword in hand, ready to intervene. With precise timing, he unleashes his Dragon Fang Strike, a technique enhanced by the blood pact that channels dragon energy into a devastating blow. As he closes in on the dragon, his sword slices through the air and cleaves the beast cleanly in half with a single powerful strike. The dragon lets out a final gurgling roar as green blood pours from its wound, staining the ground below. Meanwhile, Jian Ying is still plummeting, gravity doing its best to remind her that heights are not her friend. Lu Fan, ever the hero, extends his hand toward her, offering a lifeline. Despite the chaos, there's a moment of shared determination as Jian Ying reaches out to grab hold. However, Lu Fan's own momentum drags him downward as well. Thinking quickly, he drives his dragon sword into the trunk of the massive tree, using it as an anchor to halt their fall. With one hand gripping the sword and the other holding onto Jian Ying, Lu Fan glances over at her, a mix of concern and relief in his eyes. He reminds her to be careful, as if dangling from a tree by a sword while holding onto someone isn't the very definition of precarious. Jian Ying gazes into Lu Fan's eyes, a mix of gratitude and exhaustion evident as she acknowledges that he has saved her yet again. They both manage to find a moment of respite, settling onto a thick branch of the massive tree. As they catch their breath, Lu Fan points out something crucial. They're not supposed to head downwards. Their destination is actually right here, much closer than they expected. Their brief moment of calm is abruptly interrupted when a dark, shadowy figure appears in the distance. Lu Fan's instincts kick in, and he immediately calls for Xiao Fei. In an instant, Xiao Fei responds to his call, her presence as fiery and fierce as ever. The creature reveals itself gradually, its appearance increasingly grotesque. First, its skeletal hands become visible, each finger a bone-white claw. Then the monstrous dragon's skull comes into view, its gaping maw made entirely of bones. The skeletal dragon with its eerie, hollow eyes presents a chilling sight. It's as if someone decided to bring a dragon back from the dead just to ruin their day. The fierce dragon glares at Xiao Fei and unleashes a deafening roar, its skeletal form radiating an eerie menace. Xiao Fei, usually composed, is momentarily taken aback by the sheer intensity of the creature's presence. The dragon's eyes begin to glow with a sinister light as it lifts its head high, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, ever the quick thinker, scoops Jian Ying into his arms and leaps down to the ground below. The landing is rough, and Jian Ying winces as she feels a sharp pain. Nothing too serious, but enough to remind her that they're far from safe. She quickly assesses the situation and recognizes the danger they're in, noting that this dragon is unlike any they've faced before. The dragon, now standing ominously before them, seems to take pleasure in their unease. The system chimes in, providing a grim assessment of their new foe. This is the wild-fighting Bone Dragon, a level 55 nightmare difficulty opponent. Its powers are as terrifying as its appearance. It can use Bone Armor Furious Bone Dragon, a skill that grows white bones to fortify its defenses. Its bone knife attack releases bone-infused blood across a wide area, causing significant damage to anything caught within its range. And then there's Bone Storm, a devastating power that spreads bone shrapnel within the target's area, with the damage increasing as the target's health decreases. Lu Fan, undeterred by the system's warnings, reassures Jian Ying, telling her not to worry despite the dire situation. He promises her that she'll be fine soon enough. With a determined look, he vows to take down the Bone Dragon, ready to face the nightmare head-on. With determination fueling his every step, Lu Fan dashes toward the Bone Dragon, ignoring Jian Ying's desperate attempts to stop him. She runs after him, her voice filled with concern as she pleads with him to stay back, warning him about the extreme danger posed by this species of dragon. But Lu Fan is already too focused on the battle ahead to heed her warnings. Just then, Lu Fan gives a swift command for Xiao Yi to transform into her destroyer form. Xiao Yi, ever loyal, responds immediately. Her actual body begins to glow, and within moments she undergoes a dramatic transformation. Her size increases, her flames grow fiercer, and her entire presence becomes more imposing, like a living embodiment of destruction. Just then, Xiaofei, the Emerald Dragon, also joins Lu Fan and Xiao Yi. Meanwhile, the Bone Dragon, not to be outdone, prepares his own attack. Flames begin to flicker and surge from its skeletal mouth, a sign of the devastating power it's about to unleash. But before it can fully execute its attack, Xiao Yi steps in front, roaring with such intensity that the air itself seems to tremble. Flames erupt around her, creating a blazing inferno that engulfs the Bone Dragon. The firestorm takes its toll on the Bone Dragon, with its skeletal arms starting to crack and break under the relentless heat. Jian Ying, watching the battle unfold, is left in awe. She had no idea that Xiao Yi had a second form, let alone one so powerful. The sight of Xiao Yi and her destroyer form battling the Bone Dragon explains why Lu Fan was so confident in their ability to take down such a formidable foe. Suddenly, Lu Fan and Xiao Fei launch themselves at the Bone Dragon, moving with synchronized precision. Just as they close in, Lu Fan orders Xiao Fei to unleash her Emerald Blessing. The dragon's sword in Lu Fan's hand hums with anticipation, glowing with the energy of the impending attack. Emerald Blessing releases a potent aura around Lu Fan, amplifying the power of his next strike. With this boost, they advance together, ready to deliver a coordinated attack. Lu Fan, brimming with confidence, calls out to his companions, urging them to cooperate with him to destroy the dragon once and for all. Xiao Yi, now fully in her destroyer form, lets loose a devastating roar. The force of the roar sends shockwaves rippling through the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. The vibrations hit the Bone Dragon with such intensity that its skeletal frame starts to crack, and in a dramatic moment, its head is severed from its body, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. But Lu Fan isn't done yet. Just as the Bone Dragon collapses, he draws back the dragon's sword, its blade still glowing with the energy of Emerald Blessing. With a powerful swing, he executes his Dragon Fang strike, channeling all of his energy into a single devastating blow. The strike hits the dragon's spine, snapping with a sickening crunch. Not wasting a second, Lu Fan drives the dragon's sword deep into the Bone Dragon's chest, piercing through its skeletal form. The dragon's eyes begin to glow once more, a deep, eerie purple, and a matching aura starts to form around the dragon's body, and the purple orb also begins to emit a faint, ominous light. His initial relief from the battle is quickly replaced by alarm as he realizes the fight is far from over. Before he can react, the Bone Dragon unleashes its Bone Storm ability. Bones scattered across the battlefield begin to levitate, swirling in a chaotic storm around the dragon. The system's earlier warning rings in Lu Fan's mind. The lower the health, the more powerful the attack. The swirling bones start to converge, growing in intensity and size as the Bone Dragon draws energy from its own decayed body. Just then, a powerful force suddenly intervenes, shattering the reassembled bones with a mighty blow, scattering them once more. Lu Fan, bewildered by the series of events, glances up at Jian Ying and asks why she didn't come down to join the fight earlier. She calmly replies that it was the shadow of the sword, a mysterious force she had bet on. She then reminds Lu Fan of their agreement. After he defeated Chen, he had made a bet with her to show him the true specialty of swordsmanship. Now she declares her turn to reveal that. Lu Fan nods in agreement, telling Jian Ying that they should get ready and face this challenge together. However, before they can proceed, the Bone Dragon reappears, fully reformed and even more menacing than before. It lunges at Lu Fan with a skeletal hand, its intent to crush and clear. Jian Ying reacts instantly, leaping into action. Just as she prepares for the attack, she explains to Lu Fan that swordsmen unlock a new weapon every 5 levels, and now it's time to reveal her trump card. A fiery energy begins to swirl around her, and with a flourish, she summons a weapon known as the Scythe of Calamity. The weapon glows with an intense, almost malevolent light as she continues to explain its capabilities. The Scythe of Calamity is of epic quality, a level 20 weapon imbued with the power of the evil Karma Blast. Its attack attribute can switch between fire and dark, making it a versatile and deadly tool. She also notes that with every life it takes, the scythe's attack power permanently increases by 9%. Jian Ying charges forward. She channels the full might of the Scythe of Calamity and strikes at the Bone Dragon. The weapon connects with a ferocious impact, triggering a massive explosion that reverberates through the battlefield. The force of the blast sends shockwaves in all directions, and the Bone Dragon is engulfed in a fiery inferno, its skeletal form struggling to withstand the destructive power. Lu Fan watches with a mix of admiration and amusement, realizing that the sword masters, like Jian Ying, don't unlock skills, but instead they unlock powerful weapons with special abilities. Suddenly, Xiao Fei appears and signals to Lu Fan, ready for the next move. Lu Fan acknowledges her with a nod and decides it's time for them to join the fray. He instructs Xiao Fei to release the Emerald Blessing over Xiao Yi, enhancing their chances of victory. Without hesitation, Xiao Fei unleashes the Emerald Blessing on Xiao Yi, infusing her with potent energy. The blessing amplifies the damage of Xiao Yi's next 3 attacks, making them even more devastating. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan commands Xiao Yi to use her earth-shattering power. As Xiao Yi channels the energy, the ground begins to tremble. The impact is immense, causing a massive explosion that reverberates through the battlefield. The earth beneath the bone dragon cracks open, forming a deep, jagged fissure. The bone dragon, unable to resist the pull of gravity, tumbles into the abyss, its skeletal form shattering as it falls. The once formidable creature meets its end, buried within the earth. As the dust settles, the system chimes in with an update. The Emerald Dragon's level has been raised to 15 and has gained a new skill, Transformation. Lu Fan takes a moment to absorb the information, pleased with their progress. He notes that his own level has now increased to 26. Jian Ying breathes a sigh of relief, her mind racing with mixed emotions. She reflects on the battle, realizing that although she unleashed her trump card, Fire Scythe, it was Xiao Yi who delivered the decisive blow. The strength of the Bone Dragon was overwhelming, and she couldn't help but feel a bit overshadowed by Xiao Yi's power. As Jian Ying stands there, Xiao Fei suddenly grabs onto Lu Fan, clinging to him in a way that stirs a pang of jealousy within Jian Ying. She feels a lump in her throat as she starts to tear up, a mix of emotions overwhelming her. Seeing this, Jian Ying quickly composes herself and looks at Lu Fan, asking for his forgiveness. She acknowledges that with him, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Fei working together, they could defeat the boss without her needing to step in. Despite her earlier efforts, she feels a little unnecessary, as if her actions didn't make much of a difference in the end. Lu Fan, sensing her emotions, reassures Jian Ying with a gentle smile. He thanks her for saving him from the bone storm earlier, reminding her that every effort counts in a battle like this. He adds that today has been a day of great gains for all of them. Not only has he learned more about the unique attributes of the Sword Eagle, but Xiao Fei has also reached level 15. Jian Ying, curious about the recent developments, asks Lu Fan if there is a stage of improvement when Xiao Fei reaches star level 15. She wonders if this level up enhances Xiao Fei's abilities in the same way that her weapon, the Fire Scythe, gains power with each upgrade. The system promptly provides the details of Xiao Fei's new abilities. Xiao Fei, now level 15, has undergone significant enhancements. Her strength, spirit, and stamina has increased significantly, and she's got a set of new amazing skills. She can now enter the evolution stage and switch between forms at will. She can also form a blood pact, a blood relationship that provides a 10% attribute bonus to the Dragon Master. All of her attributes and energy consumption are reduced by 50%. She can transform into the Eternal Guardian of the Tree of Life, gaining new skills Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. Moreover, she can abandon the physical body to transform into Soul Light, connecting with a friendly target and gaining new skills Soul Refuge and Soul Influence. Lu Fan, with a sense of satisfaction, explains to Jian Ying that reaching level 15 has unlocked Xiao Fei's ability to change her appearance and take on new forms similar to Xiao Yi. Jian Ying observes with a touch of amusement, knowing how Xiao Fei's growth has been steady but significant. She admits she never expected Xiao Fei's dragon form to be such a rare sight, but now, with 4 different forms at her disposal, Xiao Fei has become even more versatile, just like Xiao Yi. Lu Fan, feeling a surge of pride, places his hand on Xiao Fei's head, which immediately earns him a glare from Xiao Yi. The jealousy in Xiao Yi's eyes is unmistakable, and she looks at him with a mix of annoyance and playful anger. Lu Fan, sensing the tension, suggests it's time to test out Xiao Fei's new form, clearly eager to see what she's capable of now. Jian Ying turns back with a smile, agreeing that they should head back to the Flying Dragon's sacred tree to continue their search. Just as the group is about to move, Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei start bickering over who gets to be closer to Lu Fan, their playful rivalry bringing a brief moment of levity to the tense situation. Suddenly, their lighthearted banter is interrupted as fireballs begin to rain down from the sky, crashing into the ground with explosive force. The peaceful atmosphere is shattered, and Lu Fan's group is thrown into chaos as the blasts send debris flying in all directions. Jian Ying quickly identifies it as a magic attack, her voice tinged with urgency. Without wasting a moment, Lu Fan orders everyone to scatter and take cover. They dash for the shelter of a large tree, where they huddle together, trying to catch their breath. Jian Ying crouches down, scanning the area for any sign of their attackers, while Lu Fan cautiously peeks out from behind the tree, assessing the situation. It doesn't take long for Lu Fan to realize that the battle with the furious bone dragon must have drawn attention. He mutters to himself that the noise from the previous fight likely attracted other enemies. His suspicions are confirmed when he looks up and sees a swarm of dragons filling the sky, their massive forms blotting out the sun. Lu Fan immediately hides in his safe place, his heart racing as he glances around for any signs of danger. He looks at the system and tells everyone that the soul-light form abandons the physical body and turns into a soul light that attaches to an ally, providing new soul protection and soul influence. It feels like becoming a ghost buddy, but without the spooky vibes. The urgency in his voice sparks a fire in his friends, and they spring into action, adrenaline pumping through their veins. Lu Fan orders Xiao Yi to cover them as he runs away. As Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei soar above them, Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying, his expression serious, instructing her to head to the Divine Dragon Tree. It feels like a magical treasure hunt, but with more dragons and less candy. Suddenly, a strong aura envelops Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei. The system announces that the Emerald Dragon form has been switched, unlocking a new skill called Soul Light. It feels like getting a shiny new toy, but this one can actually fight. Lu Fan feels a surge of hope as he realizes that all skill effects of the Emerald Dragon clan are doubled for those with a dragon blood link. Each time the Soul Light power takes damage, it absorbs the impact, forming additional layers of Qi Shield. After 10 layers are accumulated, Qi Shock 15 is unleashed, equal to the damage from the Qi relics in the chest. Xiao Fei transforms into a magnificent green dragon, and a vibrant aura surrounds Yi, who starts roaring loudly, filling the air with fierce energy. If he keeps that up, he might just scare the clouds away. Lu Fan can't help but feel a rush of excitement at the sight. The system detects that the Black Dragon's level is now 19, and its strength has skyrocketed from 4,375 to 26,244. Lu Fan's heart swells with pride as he sees Yi's agility, spirit, and endurance all increase as well. As they continue to run, Jian Ying glances at Lu Fan, her eyes wide with awe, commenting on how powerful Fi's influence on Yi is. Lu Fan nods, his expression serious, explaining that Fi's attributes are even more effective for a dragon. He thinks to himself that with a destructive form, Fi's soul protection and descent attributes, Fi's strength is now 26,000. That's more power than a blender at full speed. He knows they need to climb the tree as soon as possible to inspire Yi to break the 30,000 mark. Suddenly, fireballs rain down from the sky, and Lu Fan's heart sinks as he looks up to see dragons appearing, surrounding them in a menacing formation. It feels like they're throwing a dragon party, and they didn't send out invites. Panic flares in his chest, but he quickly regains his composure. He orders Yi not to counterattack and tells Fi to keep moving forward. He explains that it's not the right time to fight back and instructs Yi to let Fi absorb the damage. The green ball appears on Xiao Fei's head, glowing with energy. He turns his head and looks at Fei, urging her to activate Qi Shock. Now's their chance. Fei immediately activates Qi Shock upon hearing him, and a wave of energy pulses through the air. With its help, it releases damage equal to the total absorbed damage, and the total residual damage is doubled, causing a massive counterattack in a large area. The brilliant green aura surrounds Fei, and the dragons start flying in the air, roaring fiercely as they close in on them. Jian Ying looks at Fei in surprise, her eyes wide, marveling at the display of power. Lu Fan glances back, a proud smile spreading across his face, agreeing with her that the soul protection not only shields Fei, but also accumulates damage for a counterattack, doubling the effect for the dragon. It's like having a shield that also throws a punch. Jian Ying's eyes sparkle with excitement as she realizes the potential of their teamwork. Leveling up dragon beasts feels like enhancing her own weapon, but it turns out to be a whole new style. It's like upgrading from a toy bow and arrow to a full-on catapult. A sense of determination fills her as she anticipates the battles ahead, knowing they are stronger together. Then suddenly, a very strong wind blows toward them, shaking them like a leaf in a storm. Lu Fan's heart races as he realizes they are very close to the boss. A massive dragon appears in front of them, its scales glinting ominously in the light. They soon recognize that the boss is a steel dragon, and the system confirms its level at 60. The boss difficulty is rated at level 9. Its main power is named Rapid Storm, which allows the steel dragon to flap its wings and create a fast-moving storm that causes damage and slows down anyone caught in it. Great, just what they needed. More wind. The second power is called Steel Thrust, which thrusts the target and shatters anything with less than 1 point of endurance. The third power, Steel Reinforcement, reduces all incoming damage by 50% and gives a massive boost to defense. Lu Fan feels a chill run down his spine as the steel dragon starts roaring loudly, its voice echoing like thunder. The steel dragon then takes to the air, preparing to unleash the Steel Thrust skill. Lu Fan watches in horror as the dragon heads straight for Yi. Concern flashes across Jian Ying's face as she realizes the danger. The steel dragon is a fearsome species, a subspecies like the berserk bone dragon. Lu Fan quickly reassures her, telling her not to worry. He then instructs Fi to get ready to release Soul Impact. As Fi activates the power of the Emerald Dragon clan, a surge of energy fills the air, doubling all skill effects related to dragons and blood. It's like turning on a supercharged battery. The impact channels dragon energy, charging in sunlight. Dragon energy builds up with every second, and Xiao Fei prepares to release all the energy with a maximum charge of 30 to 60 layers when attacking. Light begins to radiate from within Fi, illuminating the area, and then that light falls on Yi. She stands defiantly in front of the steel dragon, ready to roar her challenge. Lu Fan extends his hand, ready to use the dragon inspiration skill, telling Yi that it is all up to her now. With a fierce determination, both Fi and Yi rush toward the steel dragon to attack. Fi unleashes the power of soul influence, releasing all the dragon energy to strike the target, and the current charges reach 8. They attack together, causing heavy damage to the steel dragon. The creature roars in pain, but then it shifts its focus, deciding to eliminate the weaker targets first. It turns its attention to Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Dragons start roaring at them, and Jian Ying shakes with fear as she realizes the dragon is going to attack. At the same time, she pulls out her sword, feeling a surge of determination. She thinks about her lesser contributions to the team compared to Lu Fan and decides she won't sit this one out. With newfound courage, she springs into action using her sword and ballast power. She shouts to switch to deep quality, urging everyone to get ready for a sinful explosion. Her voice rings out, filled with confidence. Jian Ying attacks the steel dragon with her weapon, aiming for its neck. The impact causes heavy damage, and smoke starts to billow from the dragon's neck. The system detects the hit, noting that the steel dragon can deal with all incoming damage by 50%, which boosts its defense even further. Jian Ying looks at the dragon with a triumphant smile, but that quickly fades as she realizes the truth. Lu Fan smiles and replies that it's okay, understanding her desire to contribute to the team. Just then, the dragon charges toward Lu Fan, intent on making him its next meal. Looks like lunch is served, but Lu Fan is now on the menu. Without hesitation, Lu Fan springs into action, pulling out his dragon sword. He orders the sword to combine Fei's powers with his own. With a fierce determination, he attacks the steel dragon using the power of Dragon Fang Strike, transforming dragon energy into a powerful blow. His single attack knocks the steel dragon to the ground with a resounding crash. At that moment, the system notifies them that the black dragon has reached level 20. Finally, Lu Fan defeats the boss dragon, and Yi also reaches level 20, feeling a rush of pride. Fei hugs Lu Fan in excitement, making Yi feel a twinge of jealousy. After a moment, they all start walking deeper into the forest. Jian Ying comments on how strong Xiao Fei is at level 15 and how Yi is now at level 20. She muses that Yi could probably have crushed the steel dragon in one blow, leaving her feeling amazed and a bit overwhelmed. Lu Fan reassures her that the steel dragon is nothing compared to Yi. He encourages everyone to keep moving forward, and Ying suddenly bursts into laughter. Lu Fan looks at her, puzzled, and asks what's so funny, wondering if she doesn't believe him. Ying recalls what Xiaoman told her, saying that with such a strong dragon, even if they had a dog around, it could handle everything. Lu Fan laughs, enjoying the lighthearted moment, and comments that she's joking, noting that she's not being her usual self. Ying playfully responds that maybe spending so much time with them has changed her. Lu Fan agrees, saying she's definitely more talkative than before, which is great. He then compliments her, recalling that when they first met, he thought she had a very sweet voice. Her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she asks if her voice is truly lovely. Lu Fan looks at her warmly and replies that she is indeed cute, asking if no one has told her that before. She shyly admits that she's an introvert and doesn't speak with many people, so she doesn't have many friends. Lu Fan comforts her, telling her not to worry about that and suggesting they move deeper into the forest. She agrees, feeling a sense of camaraderie growing among them. As Lu Fan's whole group ventures further into the woods, Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei start playfully bickering, their competitive spirits flaring. Lu Fan shakes his head, telling both of them to stop fighting. After defeating the steel dragon, the group shares smiles and excitement as they venture deeper into the forest. Jian Ying beams with pride, saying she has reached level 25 after overcoming the signboard flying dragon. Lu Fan, curious about their rewards, asks if any new weapons have been unlocked with the steel dragon's defeat. Ying raises her hand, revealing a glowing, brilliant sword. I can smell the Fate series reference. She explains that the weapon, called Myriad Blossoms, is very impressive, but it is still at level 1, which limits its power. The system tells them that this sword has thousands of sword feathers that can split into smaller weapons, each doing 10% of the original attack power before coming back together after causing area damage. Lu Fan smiles and says that once it levels up to 25 stars, it will be much stronger. It's like waiting for a caterpillar to turn into a butterfly, only way cooler. Meanwhile, Yi and Fei start to play around, their laughter filling the air. However, Jian Ying suddenly feels a wave of sadness. She wonders if, even with all her swords at level 25, their combined power could ever match the strength of Yi's strikes or Lu Fan's abilities. Just then, she feels a strange sensation. She notices a shadow nearby and whispers to herself, trying to believe what others say about her strength. Lan, sensing her worry, walks over and reassures her that when she reaches Manhwa level, she will find strong opponents at Londo Academy, armed with that sword. Jian Ying feels a bit better and agrees they should move quickly, noticing that he has already run far ahead. As they continue, Lu Fan spots something ahead, a man lying injured on the ground. The group gathers around and Lu Fan sees that the man looks like he has been dead for a long time. Kneeling beside him, Lu Fan thinks about the tough life the man must have had, like a fighter who faced many challenges. He wonders if there are more dangers nearby. Suddenly, Lu Fan's instincts kick in. A dragon's hand and a glowing eye appear, signaling danger. He quickly grabs his dragon's sword and warns Ying that they might be in a monster's territory. Jian Ying jumps at Lu Fan's words, her heart racing as she thinks there could be a trap ahead. Just then, a dragon bursts out from the bushes, its scales shining brightly. The system identifies this dragon as Bronze Dragon, with a star level of 60. It is an elemental dragon, and its main power is bronze armor, which makes its defense much stronger. Lu Fan jumps into action as the dragon takes to the sky. Fei is surprised when another dragon appears, a three-headed dragon. The system reveals it as a three-headed elemental dragon level 65 with a boss difficulty rating of Nightmare. Its main power, triple magic, lets it deal fire, ice, and thunder damage all at once, causing huge damage to its target. If one of its heads is revived, the others will come back too, even after being defeated, and can be brought back multiple times. Lu Fan and Jian Ying stare in shock at the sight of two bosses at once. The tension in the air is thick as they prepare for the biggest fight of their lives, knowing they must work together to overcome this huge challenge. Seeing the dragons, Jian Ying realizes they belong to the same group hiding in the camp. Great, just what we needed. More skelly roommates. The three-headed dragon suddenly unleashes its triple magic attack on Lu Fan. At the same time, he leaps into action, charging forward to strike. The system shows that bronze armor has combined its defensive power with the three-headed elemental dragon. Jian Ying stands her ground, staring back at the three-headed dragon. She notices that Bronze Dragon is reinforcing the three-headed dragon with glass armor. This makes the dragon's defense incredibly strong. These attempts to harm it are useless until the dragon turns its attention to Lu Fan. Looks like someone's on the dragon's menu. Jian Ying urges everyone to focus on Bronze Flying Dragon first. Lu Fan smiles confidently. His dragon sword glows with power. He tells Jian Ying to relax and hints at a special plan. He instructs her to summon Manhwa and wait for the upgrade. Curious about Lu Fan's intentions, Jian Ying watches as he begins to run. Lu Fan shouts for Fei to switch to her emerald dragon form. A bright light surrounds Fei as she transforms. Lu Fan continues running, telling Fei to add Soul Light to him and prepare to release Soul Square. He then instructs Yi to switch to destruction form, saying the next move depends on him. As Lu Fan attacks with his dragon sword, the three-headed dragon takes to the air. It unleashes a fierce attack with fire and ice from all three heads. Lu Fan notices Fei and tells her to prepare to release the Soul Impact skill. He then calls out for Yi to use his new skill, Tremendous. He springs into action, transforming into his destruction form. He roars loudly, filling the area with power. If he keeps that up, he might just scare the stars out of the sky. The system reveals that the Black Dragon is putting pressure on the surrounding area. This affects all enemies and targets, causing paralysis and fear. The three-headed dragon is disrupted and begins to tremble. Even Jian Ying feels the overwhelming pressure. She realizes that the Black Dragon's power is a control skill beyond her expectations. Lu Fan reassures her that it will end soon and urges her to stay calm. Lan draws his dragon sword and charges in to attack the dragon. The soul effect is released, combining all the dragon energy for a powerful strike. Lu Fan follows up with Dragon Fang Strike, using dragon energy to amplify his attack. Meanwhile, Fei climbs onto the bronze dragon and attacks, seizing its head. Lu Fan announces that bronze armor is now shattered and no longer a threat. Fei twists the dragon's neck, causing it to bleed out as it succumbs to defeat. The system informs them that the Black Dragon's level has increased to 22, while the Emerald Dragon's level rises to 17. Smiles spread across the group as Fei returns to her human form. The system announces that the Emerald Dragon has reached the next level. Jian Ying watches, feeling sad that she couldn't contribute more. Lu Fan places a comforting hand on Jian Ying's shoulder. He explains that they must eliminate all 3 heads of the 3-headed dragon before it can return to life. He suggests they let you play for a while and take the chance to rest at the camp. As night falls and the moon rises, Jian Ying brings food to Lu Fan. She mentions that it was prepared by her sister. She suggests they eat something first. However, when she steps outside with the food, she finds the fire burning bright, but Lu Fan is nowhere to be seen. Feeling sad about his absence, Jian Ying reflects on her feelings. Perhaps Lu Fan shares her worries. Instead of being a strong partner, she feels like a burden, unable to help. Meanwhile, Lu Fan silently apologizes to Jian Ying. He opens the system and notices a very large egg. The system indicates that he is close to discovering a treasure. Lu Fan realizes that this was their true purpose for coming into the forest. Danger suddenly strikes. Lu Fan looks up, his heart racing, to witness a fierce dragon materialize out of thin air. It roars violently, his eyes glowing an eerie green. The system identifies this beast as the soul of the Flying Dragon King, a formidable foe at level 70. Its primary ability, Dragon's Breath, can unleash devastating elemental attacks: fire, ice, thunder, and wind. This dragon has a wide palette of destruction to choose from. The second power, Assault Dragon King, allows it to rapidly advance, dealing piercing damage to its target after losing its body composure. It's like the dragon has a split personality. One moment it's a graceful beast, the next it's a rampaging maniac. And as if that wasn't enough, being the closest race to dragons, it can reduce all incoming damage by 50%. Lu Fan realizes this might be the final boss of the 55 Nightmare Secret Realm. Anxiety grips him as he thinks of the challenge ahead. Swiftly drawing his dragon sword, he prepares for battle. Yi, Fei, and Ying ready themselves as well, their faces a mix of determination and fear. The blade dragon roars, sounding like a cat with a hairball. Lu Fan sternly orders Yi and Fei to take this threat seriously. He knows this dragon is no laughing matter. Ying feels a knot tight in her stomach as she sees the dragon. Her heart pounds in her chest. She thinks about how Lu Fan has saved her many times and worries that he might be tired of her and want to leave her behind. The thought makes her heart sink, like finding out a favorite toy is broken beyond repair. Tears start to form, but she fights them back. Ying recalls Lu Fan's words about reaching level 25 and how everything would change. After a moment of thinking, she decides she must contribute. She resolves not to sit there like a damsel in distress, clenching her fists in determination. She knows Lu Fan appreciates her desire to help, even though he is much more powerful. Despite her fears, she is determined to support him in this battle. The blade dragon attacks Lu Fan with powerful wind and thunder. Lu Fan glares at the dragon, recognizing its formidable challenge. It's even more powerful than the Great Destroyer Emperor from the Great Trial. Suddenly, Lu Fan's eyes glow, and he orders Yi to prepare lava flame. He activates Dragon's Inspiration, boosting his and his dragon's powers by 30%. He transforms into her destruction form and unleashes lava flame on the blade dragon. Fei roars and attacks with lava flame as well. The dragon roars back, sounding like a teenager throwing a tantrum. The flames damage the dragon, but they also kill it. Lu Fan feels a surge of adrenaline. He knows they must keep pushing forward. The blade dragon retaliates with solo assault, causing the flying dragon to lose control. It charges forward like a bull chasing a red cape, and Lu Fan's heart skips a beat. Suddenly, danger strikes from behind. Lu Fan quickly turns and orders Fei to switch to infinite form. Fei transforms instantly. On the other side, Ying stands firm and calls out to Lu Fan, her voice filled with determination as she shouts that she is there to help. Raising her hand, she summons the power of 1,000 swords and falling feathers. She prioritizes her self-protection like a cat avoiding a bath. Lu Fan closes his eyes and signals his understanding, feeling a rush of gratitude for his friends. Suddenly, the system announces that a new skill has been unlocked, Life Pulse. Another skill, Internal God, is also revealed. Fei begins to glow brightly, looking like a disco ball at a dragon party. Lu Fan raises his hand, instructing Fei to cast Pulse of Life with the power of the Emerald Dragon. The system indicates that guidance is in progress. Lu Fan then unleashes his power, summoning flames that surround him like a fiery hug. The blue dragon roars fiercely, and Yi intensifies her lava flame attack, causing the flames to surge higher. Ying watches this display, her eyes wide with terror. She feels like she's watching a horror movie where the monster is about to eat the hero. Lu Fan notices Ying's fear and realizes that the dragon language has been unlocked. The blue dragon roars again, inching closer to Lu Fan. Without hesitation, he orders Fei to use the power of Doomsday. Fei responds with full force, unleashing lava flame that incinerates the dragon to ashes. The resulting explosion spreads fire everywhere, like a fireworks show gone horribly wrong. After some time, the fire subsides and the smoke clears. The system informs them that the internal lap has created a protective barrier, shielding all characters within. The amount of damage absorbed by the barrier depends on the internal's ability to regenerate its own health. In the aftermath of the explosion, the blue dragon is defeated. The group sits down together, exhausted and panting like they just ran a marathon. Lu Fan looks at Ying, concern etched on his face, and asks if she is all right. Ying assures him she is fine, expressing gratitude to Fei for saving them. They all acknowledge how close they came to death. The system reports that the sword's shadow level has been upgraded to the 2nd level, and the Wanha level has ascended to the verbal level. Lu Fan is pleased by this news. He places a hand on Fei's head, praising her for the eternal refuge that saved everyone. Fei, however, feels a tinge of jealousy as the Black Dragon's star rises to 23 and Lu Fan's level increases to 29. Lu Fan thanks his super high recovery ability, but Yi remains silent, beginning to climb alongside Fei. Lu Fan smiles, acknowledging that Yi's super high damage has been crucial in overcoming the level. Yi reflects on the battle, admitting that he always thought fighting was just a joke for job transfer people in their 20s and 30s. Lu Fan, surprised, agrees that it is indeed their first time facing a level 70 nightmare boss, and they narrowly escaped death together. It has been an eye-opening experience. Afterward, Lu Fan places a hand on Yi's head, reassuring him that Sword Shadow Wanhu hadn't meant to leave him. He explains that he just went out to find something, not expecting to run into such a powerful boss. Ying interjects, affirming that Lu Fan would never abandon his comrades. Reflecting on Lu Fan's earlier words, Ying turns to him and expresses her thoughts. She reminds him that no matter how strong they are, they will never let their comrades fight alone and will always stand by them in battle. With a smile, she reaffirms her commitment to not letting Lu Fan fight alone. The bond between them grows stronger, like a team of superheroes ready to take on the world. Lu Fan stands triumphantly after defeating the Blade King Dragon. Suddenly, a chest pops open right in front of him, surprising him so much that he nearly drops his snack. Meanwhile, Ying faces the other way, blissfully unaware of the treasure unfolding. Lu Fan takes a moment to reflect on the legendary items that have just been unlocked: the Flying Place, Dragon Language, and Magic. The first power emerges from the chest, called the Solving of the Flying Dragon King. On its left side, it boasts 60 agility, 356 strength, 291 spirit, and a hopping 246 as its main power. Whoever wears this magical item gains the ability to fly, zooming through the skies. Plus, if they know Dragon Language magic, they can cast spells and receive them too. Lu Fan sighs, realizing that flying isn't just about flapping your arms and hoping for the best. Next, a shiny level 30 artifact pops out of the chest. This one lets its user ride a pet as a mount. When riding, the rider's specialties combine with the pet's, boosting dragon energy and unleashing long-range damage. Lu Fan grins, imagining his dragon pet as a mount. I can just picture it, me riding a dragon into battle. He wonders if, once he reaches level 30, he can transform into a dragon during the state trial. The third item, the Late Nail Flute, emerges next. This magical flute allows the user to summon the spirits of the twin flying dragon kings, matching the user's level. But there's a catch: it can only be used once. He considers it a fantastic support item, but wishes it didn't have such a limit. Holding the flute, Lu Fan opens a portal to leave. The system chimes in, announcing that he has obtained the Flying Dragon King's Solving, along with the dragon reading sandals and dragon summoning flute. Suddenly, he senses something strange. He glances at Ying, who looks utterly perplexed. Someone asked what was wrong with Ying, wondering if she had forgotten where she put her glasses again. Ying expresses that she feels something odd, and Lu Fan's attention shifts to Fei. The system reports that the sale applies to all optimization targets of the source of life, continuously restoring life. Just then, a part of Fei's neck begins to glow brightly. Lu Fan's eyes widened in surprise. Ying looks confused too, as Fei seems to be trying to heal a gigantic tree. Lu Fan wonders if the source of life can actually heal a living friend. Fei's eyes remain closed, but a strange energy surrounds her. Everyone stands up together, and after a moment, the plants start reacting. Lu Fan notices the plant's movements and thinks this could be the start of a hidden mission. He realizes that Fei might be able to communicate with the sacred tree, and that the surprise flying dragon could be a key prop for the follow-up mission to save the sacred tree. And so Lu Fan prepares for the adventure ahead, ready to uncover the secrets of the flying dragon tree and beyond. Lu Fan watches in awe as a plant suddenly extends its roots and stands tall, almost like it's stretching after a long nap. The system chimes in, announcing that the Flying Dragon's secondary mission item has been added. It turns out that the Flying Dragon's secretary has been destroyed by the monster Bakshi Dragon, and the properties of the mouth of the ABC have slowly disappeared after being occupied. Well, that sounds like a job for not me. Just kidding. I'm totally in. A new hero must rise to save the dried sacred tree. If he can defeat the Bakshi dragon, retrieve a piece, and soak the seed in his blood as proof, he will succeed. Lu Fan grins as he sees Bronze regain consciousness and start flying around like a hyperactive kite. He picks up the seed and studies the mission description, realizing that he must slay a dragon king known as Dragon Mouth, a demon-eating creature from the lower plane. It is just what she needs, a dragon with a mouth bigger than her last pizza, and it probably has a 3-digit level too. The Dragon King's existence level is much higher than Nightmare, likely reaching 3 digits. There's no problem limit for the task yet, so Lu Fan decides he'll tackle it when he reaches level 60 and level 3 or level 90 and level 4. The system confirms that the Flying Dragon's Sacred Tree seed has been obtained. Ying holds Lu Fan's hand and beams, realizing they've discovered the secret to healing the Sacred Tree. Another mission to add to their list. Next, Lu Fan starts feeding Fei like she's a small child, making airplane noises as he does. Open wide. Here comes the Dragon Food Express. He turns to Yi, prompting everyone to ponder whether the item can be eaten. Lu Fan, still smiling, insists, saying of course it should be eaten. If it's not edible, then what's the point? He quickly approaches and Lu Fan explains that Fei has a natural assimilation skill that allows her to gain skill attributes by eating. He then feeds it to Yi too. Everyone watches in surprise as Fei gobbles it up like it's the last cookie in the jar. The system confirms that Yi's skill now grants epic abilities. After some time, Fei enjoys her meal and Lu Fan thinks she looks quite beautiful. With her new powers, Fei can now summon 2 Flying Dragon Kings and the effect has transformed into a skill with no limits on uses. Lu Fan feels a swell of pride watching her. Suddenly, Fei senses a movement, feeling the presence of something massive, like a huge dragon. She feels the immense power of a dragon within her. The system indicates that the soul level of this Flying Dragon King and its main power is Elemental Dragon Fertilizer, which sprays dragon fertilizer on the target, making it invulnerable to fire, ice, wind, and soul assaults. When it flies, it propels the dragon royal family forward, causing deep damage to the target. With Dragon Language Explanation, this skill can unlock Dragon Language Magic, transforming Elemental Dragon Fertilizer into Dragon Language Magic, and a Flying Dragon element is established by Ferdinand Special. Witnessing this, Ying is astonished at how Lu Fan has become a respected figure. She reflects on how long it took, but Yi finally has his own pet. Everyone turns to Yi, and Ying thinks to herself that a dragon is the pet of a pet. Lu Fan's growing power seems unbelievable. As she looks at Lu Fan in awe, she recognizes the exhaustion from clearing such a high-level secret area. It's time to go home. Sister Hain is probably worried sick. She can hear her now asking where she has been and if she brought back a dragon. Lu Fan smiles and agrees that Ying should head back first, assuring her he will follow soon. As night falls, Nian Ying brings food prepared by Lu Fan's aunt. She reaches the tent only to find it empty except for a burning campfire. Concerned, she worries Lu Fan has ventured out alone, feeling burdened by his role. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is climbing a spider nest filled with remorse from Nian Ying. However, his true purpose for coming here in the Dragon's Symmetry is to uncover a god-level treasure map bestowed by the system. There he sports 2 mysterious spiderweb-like eggs in the spider nest. The spiderweb-like structures begin to crack, signaling an imminent emergence. Lu Fan is stunned as 2 eggs hatch, unleashing 2 warring monsters, the souls of the Flying Dragon King, nightmare-level bosses at level 70. Their arsenal includes Elemental Dragon Breath, capable of fire, thunder, or wind damage, and Soul Assault, a penetrating strike enhanced by their Flying Dragon bloodline. These creatures rank among the most daunting adversaries Lu Fan has ever encountered. The Flying Dragon King, a notorious sub-dragon species, slashes all damage in half due to its innate resistance. Although its dragon language magic is sealed, it's ready to unleash ancient powers, forcing Lu Fan and Xiao Yi to contend for the title of main character. Despite learning that the final boss of the level 55 Nightmare Secret Realm is actually at level 70, Lu Fan remains undaunted, his smile betraying a readiness to tackle yet another challenge. He orders the Dragon Ladies to approach the battle with utmost seriousness as the Dragon Kings launch their attack. Meanwhile, Nian Ying and Lu Fan's tent hears the distant roars and senses trouble. Recalling Lu Fan's numerous rescues, she debates whether her presence hinders his progress, questioning her desire to assist at all. Back at the front lines, Lu Fan grapples with the immense pressure from the Dragon King, wielding his big black mashite for protection. Facing this level 70 Nightmare boss proves even tougher than the Great Destroying Emperor from the Grand Selection Examination. His exhaustion is palpable, his eyes flickering with the strain. Lu Fan directs the legendary Black Dragon to initiate the Lava Flame attack and engage Dragon's inspiration, boosting her attributes and attack power by 30%. Xiao Yi transforms into her World Destroyer form and hurls a scorching lava ball at the Flying Dragon King, causing continuous damage and healing herself. Suddenly, the second Dragon King ambushes Lu Fan with a Soul Assault attack designed to breach defenses. Lu Fan swiftly commands Xiao Fei to adopt her eternal form in preparation. Out of the blue, multiple blades rain down on the Dragon King, a surprising intervention by Nian Ying, who has decided to aid Lu Fan. She reassures him of her support from a safe distance, but remains cautious about her own safety. Lu Fan, with a grin, instructs the Eternal Emerald Dragon to activate the Pulse of Life and Eternal Guard. This skill envelops all allies within range in emerald light, amplifying their effects by 24 times. Lu Fan further enhances this with Emerald Blessing, granting dual emerald buffs simultaneously and doubling the Pulse of Life layers with the Bloodline Pact intensifying the effect. Again, Xiao Yi amasses a staggering 12 layers of enhancement. The World Destroyer Dragon and Lu Fan, wielding Dragon Language magic, unleash a thunderous energy ball. They strike the Dragon King with full force. Jian Ying is awestruck by their power, but Lu Fan remains on edge, cautioning her as the boss activates its Dragon Language skill. Just then, the Flying Dragon emits a thunderous roar and launches its Doomsday Fall attack, a devastating move that sacrifices its health to deal massive damage, potentially 2,000% of the sacrificed health, aiming for a fiery self-sacrifice. Just as the smoke clears, Xiao Fei, with impeccable timing, activates its Eternal Guard skill, shielding Lu Fan and the entire group from the explosive attack. Jian Ying, relieved, smiles, having been saved again by Lu Fan and his dragons. Notifications flood in. Lu Fan's Sword's Shadow ability hits level 28 and his new weapon reaches level 10. Lu Fan, now smiling, thanks Xiao Fei in her human form, patting the green pet for her heroic save, but the older dragon lady, Xiao Yi, looks displeased for lacking praise. Feeling the tension, Lu Fan quickly credits their victory to Xiao Yi's high damage output, easing the mood. Jian Ying, shifting the topic, admits that she used to think high-level boss battles were overhyped but now understands the true peril after fighting the Flying Dragon. Lu Fan concurs, acknowledging the intensity of his first-level 70 Nightmare boss encounter. In a twist, what seemed a looming defeat merely ends in a tie. Recalling he left Jian Ying alone at night, Lu Fan hastily apologizes, explaining his unintentional encounter with the Nightmare boss. Jian Ying, understanding, reassures him, expressing faith in his character. She blushes and insists that despite Lu Fan's strength, she won't let him face every battle alone. After defeating the Dragon King, Lu Fan is greeted with a chest that suddenly opens before him, leaving him astonished. Inside the chest, Lu Fan discovers legendary items including the Soul Wings of the Dragon King, which provides 356 agility, 291 strength, and 246 spirit. This item grants the ability to fly and enhances flying speed, especially for those with dragon magic, who can also access specific spells. Just as Lu Fan marvels at these newfound abilities, he realizes true flying transcends mere gliding, accessible only to certain professions, a power he regrettably can't utilize at his current level. The next item, a mystical pet mount, merges the attributes of the rider and pet, amplifying long-range attacks, hinting at transformation possibilities when he reaches level 30. The third item is the Late Dragon Bone Flute. Its effect summons the spirits of the twin Flying Dragon Kings, a power unfortunately limited to only 7 uses. Lu Fan, holding the flute, updates the system and contemplates his next move. Suddenly, Jian Ying, sensing something odd, draws Lu Fan's attention to Xiao Fei, who begins to glow intensely, puzzling both. Xiao Fei seems to be healing a giant tree, prompting Lu Fan to speculate if the Flying Dragon tree is interacting with them. Just as they ponder this unusual occurrence, the plants around them stir, hinting at a hidden mission. Just when they thought the adventure was over, the game throws in a plot twist wrapped in roots and mystery. The system reveals that this is a follow-up mission involving the restoration of the sacred tree, now under threat from the Abyssal Dragon's minions. The quest is to slay the Abyssal Dragon and soak this seed in its blood as the proof. In return, Lu Fan will surely earn the favor of the tree's original master, the Life Dragon, the root of all true power. Meanwhile, Lu Fan retrieves the seed, his mind flashing back to the mission details. The target is none other than the Abyssal Dragon, a fearsome creature from the lower realms, infamous for its demon-devouring tendencies. This isn't just any dragon, its rank far surpasses that of a nightmare, placing it in a league of its own, making even the bravest hesitate. Lu Fan notes the task level requirements, which range from level 60 and 3 to level 90 and 4, meaning there's some room to grow for facing this beast head-on. The system chimes in, announcing the acquisition of the flying dragon's sacred tree seed. Xiaofei, smiling, gently takes Lu Fan's hand and he responds with appreciation. Without her, they would have never unlocked the secret to healing the sacred tree. This discovery also counts as a mission, a nice bonus. Lu Fan, in a rather amusing scene, begins feeding Xiaofei like a small child. He then turns to Xiaofei with a raised eyebrow and asks her if she could consume this flute. At this, Nian Ying and both dragon sisters freeze, thoroughly puzzled by the question. Lu Fan, ever the calm one, raises his hands with a grin and encourages Xiaofei to give it a shot. Xiaofei steps up without hesitation and begins eating. Lu Fan quickly explains that Xiaofei possesses a unique ability called natural assimilation, which allows her to gain the attributes of any equipment she consumes. Just as she devours the flute effortlessly, jaws drop all around. Everyone is astonished at how easily she handles it. Lu Fan, in disbelief, can't help but ask if she really just ate that without any trouble. Nian Ying, equally stunned, remarks on how Xiaofei is chewing and swallowing it like it's a piece of fruit. Just as she finishes savoring the flute, the system pops up again with a notification. Lu Fan announces that Xiaofei can now summon 2 Dragon Kings, and the previous 3-use limitation is gone too. Just then, Xiaofei uses her newly acquired skill, summoning the 2 Dragon Kings. They emerge with a deafening roar, their power now synced with Xiaofei, currently at level 18. The neighbor lady, Nian Ying, stares in disbelief, unable to process how a post has turned into a summon. Lu Fan casually notes that the size of the Dragon Kings has shrunk considerably, but at least now Xiaofei has her own pets. Nian Ying, still processing, wonders aloud if this makes them a dragon pets. She shakes her head, reflecting on how Lu Fan just keeps getting more unbelievable. She then suggests they head back since clearing such a high-level secret realm has left her exhausted. Sister Han will be worried if they don't return soon. Lu Fan waves her off, telling her to go ahead. He'll catch up later. Opening up his map, Lu Fan reflects on an important task he still has to complete. Later, back at the villa in the Dragon Capital Academy, Lu Fan holds a meeting with Xiao Yi and Xiaofei. It's a cozy gathering, but the tension is clear. They've been living together for quite some time, and now Lu Fan feels it's time to address a pressing issue. In front of them sits another dragon egg, which Lu Fan has just retrieved. He notes with frustration that Xiaofei gets bullied by Xiao Yi daily, and this can no longer be tolerated. Dragons really need a sibling rivalry support group. Both dragon ladies are fixated on the egg, clearly more interested in their future sibling than in Lu Fan's attempt at diplomacy. Furious, Lu Fan asks if they're even paying attention. He knows they're excited, but they should take a moment to appreciate that this egg represents their soon-to-arrive new family member. The egg is a star dragon egg, and while trying to tame it, Lu Fan decides to have some fun. He asks the dragon ladies if they can guess whether it's a brother or a sister. However, his dragon taming efforts fall flat, and the system bluntly informs him that at his current level, he can only tame 2 dragons at best. If he wants to add another to his collection, he'll need to hit level 30 first. Lu Fan sighs and tells them they'll have to head to the poison spider forest to level up. The next morning, there's a knock at Lu Fan's door. When he opens it, he finds 2 ladies standing there looking slightly panicked. Confused, he asks what's going on. Kim shows Lu Fan a post and explains that it has gone viral across the school. Lu Fan, rubbing his eyes with one hand while clutching a book in the other, grumbles about being woken up so early just to see a post. Kim, undeterred, continues explaining that the post is about Lu Fan withdrawing from the fresher exam. Someone posted it on the school forum yesterday, and now it's the top trending topic. The post boasts that Fengyun Pavilion has made it to the final round of the freshman 2-of-2 competition, and there's apparently no one left to challenge them. Kim elaborates further, clarifying that Fengyun Pavilion, originally a team of 4 ranked between numbers 3 and 6, has now expanded to nearly 30 members, evolving into a powerhouse across several classes, led by Jiang Fengyun and Xiu Jing. Lu Fan, still half amused, reminds them that he's the school's designated number 1. Hearing that Jiang Fengyun has suddenly declared himself as the new number 1 makes him chuckle. It's cute how some people crown themselves so quickly. The ladies inform him that Jiang Fengyun has boldly announced he will clear out the number 1 villa after the finals tomorrow. They add that winning the top spot grants participation in the nation's trial selection process, which Jiang Fengyun is clearly gunning for. Lu Fan reflects for a moment, knowing full well that Jiang Fengyun is in it for the fame and a shot at the national trials. Too bad Jiang doesn't realize Lu Fan has already secured those prizes like a kid grabbing the last cookie in the jar only to find out it was reserved. Both ladies express their concern, but Lu Fan waves it off, assuring them not to worry. Fengyun Pavilion may be targeting him, but he's more than happy to give them what they want. With a playful glint in his eye, he tells them, "Let's have some fun with Fengyun Pavilion." Turning to Kim, he asks to borrow her tablet for a moment. It's time to respond to Fengyun Pavilion's challenge, and Lu Fan's all in. Inside the VIP room of the Dragon Kingdom Arena, Jing, a hidden combat class forbidden sorcerer, calmly scrolls through his tablet. Meanwhile, Jiang Fengyun, blindfolded and mid-spar, suddenly freezes when Jing mentions that Lu Fan has actually responded. Without missing a beat, Jiang Fengyun's friends, sparring with him, watch in disbelief as he activates his projection skill, summoning multiple clones of himself. His minions are in disbelief. Jiang Fengyun is using this powerful skill during a casual sparring match. Within not time, the clones swiftly defeat his sparring partners. Removing his blindfold, Jiang Fengyun casually orders his friend to heal the team. Jiang Fengyun, a hidden combat class shadow warrior, wants to know what Lu Fan has said on the forum. Jing, still amused, informs him that Lu Fan has posted something he needs to read. After a quick glance at the post, Jiang Fengyun smirks. Oh, Lu Fan, always one for grand gestures. Apparently, Lu Fan has challenged the entire Fengyun Pavilion for the top spot. The shadow warrior rolls his eyes at Lu Fan's bravado, telling Jing to respond and invite Lu Fan to the arena after the finals tomorrow. Jing can hardly believe Jiang Fengyun is really planning to face off with Lu Fan. Still, he plays along, preparing to gather everyone in the Fengyun Pavilion. Jiang Fengyun, now grinning like a devil with a plan, suddenly turns serious. He declares that Lu Fan needs to understand the real number one is chosen through actual competition, not just handed the title by the school. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and his group are having a casual get-together when one of the ladies excitedly announces that the Fengyun Pavilion has accepted the challenge and Jiang Fengyun is set to compete in a semifinal match today. Lu Fan, however, shows no interest at all. He'd rather spend his time leveling up in the poison spider's secret realm. Priorities right. But just then his aunt appears, reminding him that he can't just say whatever he wants. Overconfidence leads to failure, and it's always wise to know one's opponent. One of the ladies suggests that Lu Fan should at least show up at the arena. She conteases that Lu Fan's supporters might outnumber those from Fengyun Pavilion, though she's concerned he's the hot topic on the campus forum. If he's spotted watching Jiang Fengyun in advance, rumors could spread faster than wildfire. And who needs that drama? In response, Lu Fan's aunt suggests maybe her boy could go in disguise. Soon after, the two ladies accompany a fully disguised Lu Fan, dark hoodie, mask, the whole undercover look, to the arena to watch Jiang Fengyun's semifinal match. Even Lu Fan's aunt is pleased with his choice of disguise, confident that no one will recognize him under that shadowy attire. It's like stealth mode, but fashionable. Just as the master Guhan announces the start of the semifinals for this year's freshman assessment, Lu Fan suddenly gets up from his seat and starts heading out. His aunt, surprised, asks where he's going since the match hasn't even begun. Lu Fan casually replies that the match is too boring for his taste, so he's going for a walk. He instructs her to call him when it's over. Meanwhile, the vice principal watches the disguised Lu Fan as the crowd welcomes the semifinal teams. Lost in thought, the vice principal drifts into a flashback. He recalls standing outside the principal's office, slamming the door and asking if the principal had heard about the latest posts on the campus forum, specifically the challenge between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengyun. Without opening the door, the principal calmly replies, saying to let Guan handle the minor issues among the freshmen. But the vice principal is concerned. Given Lu Fan's strength, the school should intervene before the challenge escalates beyond campus. After all, Lu Fan might not even realize how powerful he truly is. Ken Tianzi is still recovering in the infirmary after his match with him. The principal, however, isn't fazed. He reminds the vice principal that the Dragon Capital envoy is arriving in a month to assess whether Lu Fan qualifies for the national trial. That, in his opinion, is the real issue. Talk about priorities. The vice principal is stunned to learn the envoy is coming in just a month. The principal explains that the national trial date has been moved up, so the envoy's inspection is also earlier. Curious, the principal asks what Lu Fan is currently preparing for, and the vice principal mentions that Lu Fan is about to undergo his second-class change. The vice principal reflects on the envoy, Qiangshang, notorious for his arrogance but generally fair. However, the principal quickly corrects him. Qiangshang is no longer the envoy. The current Dragon Capital envoy is Ruan Changfeng. Cue dramatic twist. The vice principal recalls hearing from Mr. Qin that Ruan Changfeng's downfall was tied to an incident involving Lu Fan and the princess, leading him to believe Ruan might hold a grudge. The principal confirms that Ruan had once held a high-ranking position, but after multiple demotions, he's now just an envoy. Sensing the vice principal's silence, the principal asks why he's suddenly so quiet. Apologizing, the vice principal expresses concern that Lu Fan could face serious challenges if Ruan Changfeng is in charge of the national trial selection. The principal, however, reassures him not to worry. Lu Fan is his personally approved candidate for the trial. Nothing like having the boss's seal of approval. Relieved but still determined, the vice principal vows to find more resources to help Lu Fan complete his second-class change as soon as possible to offset the level gap. Before leaving, he wonders aloud if the principal plans to watch the battle between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengjin. With a hearty laugh, the principal responds that he wouldn't miss such a lively event for the world. And with that, the flashback ends. Meanwhile, in the points room of the Academy's arena, professionals are lined up, stunned as they drop out one by one. They can't believe how many have already been defeated. A 100-point arena shouldn't be this tough. Reading the board, they suspect it must be a second-class job holder pretending to be at level 29, trying to cheat them and steal their points. Gotta love a sneaky arena trick. Outside the room, they're warning others not to enter, claiming anyone who goes inside will definitely lose. No one seems to know who the mysterious arena master is, and when they ask around, people agree he looks familiar, but no one can quite recognize him. Inside the room, the arena master is none other than Lu Fan himself. He's reflecting that instead of wasting time on a lifeless match, he should be out leveling up in the poison spider forest. Suddenly, someone steps into the points arena. At first, it seems like just another challenger, but as Lu Fan looks closer, he sees it's a beautiful lady with long white hair and a striking black dress. She greets him with a smile, asking if he has time for a match. Lu Fan greets her, respectfully calling her a senior, but the lady only smiles, playing with her hair. She teases him, saying he'll need to show a bit more respect if he wants her to spare him. Lu Fan, however, keeps a serious look behind his glasses, telling her there's no need to hold back. Hearing that, the lady's enthusiasm kicks in. She begins to float fierce flames, suddenly engulfing her entire body. With excitement, she tells Lu Fan that she's going all out. Okay, so maybe she's not just here for a friendly spar. Even Lu Fan realizes that this lady isn't as simple as she first appeared. But just like it's simple to hit the subscribe button and leave a like, yes, shameless plug, but it helps the channel. The situation escalates. Her lady's dress burns away, and in its place, some kind of sexy armor materializes, suiting her perfectly. Lu Fan knows now that this opponent is serious business. Before Lu Fan can react, the lady vanishes into thin air. Suddenly, she appears behind him, playfully announcing that this senior sister is not like the classmates standing outside. She materializes a large fire trident, and yes, it looks totally epic as she smiles at Lu Fan, warning him that holding back would be a mistake. She immediately attacks, thrusting the fiery trident toward him. Lu Fan manages to defend himself by materializing his big black mashite, but the force is so overwhelming that he's pushed back, sliding several meters across the ground. He can't help but wonder what level of power this woman possesses. The lady, surprised that Lu Fan blocked her attack, starts teasing him. She asks if he's too scared to strike a pretty lady, then seductively licks her finger, taunting him further. She tells him if he's still holding back, he's being far too timid. But her mind is already made up. She's determined to teach him a lesson. Lu Fan, with a calm yet fierce look, replies that he understands and prepares for his counterattack. Their eyes meet, both filled with passion and the fire of competition. The fight intensifies as Lu Fan's big black mashite clashes with the lady's flaming trident. Blow after blow, they exchange attacks, their battle growing more heated with each passing moment. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the students are in disbelief. The beautiful lady who just entered the ring is proving to be incredibly strong, but they sense something unusual about her. She's overly excited, unlike the others who barely lasted 2 minutes. Some students even think she might be struggling just to hold on. At that moment, an announcement is made. The battle between Jiang Fengjin and his opponent is over, and Jiang Fengjin has emerged as the winner. The crowd erupts into cheers. His friend approaches, telling him that word has spread. Lu Fan sneaked into the auditorium to observe the battle. Jiang Fengjin only smiles, dismissing it as useless. He hadn't even faced a formidable enemy and didn't show half his strength in the entire round. Suddenly, Jiang Fengjin points toward the audience, shouting at the top of his lungs. He taunts Lu Fan, warning him not to be arrogant for long and challenging him not to run away from their battle tomorrow. This public display is nothing but a strategy to draw a crowd, and soon, the audience is shouting and cheering in excitement. Meanwhile, one of the Lu Fan's friends quickly looks around, but Lu Fan's already gone. Qin, confused, wonders how they even knew Lu Fan had watched the match. His own reveals that Lu Fan hadn't even watched the match in the first place. He found it too boring and left long ago. She decides to call him to check where he went. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is still locked in battle with that mysterious lady, defending himself from her relentless attacks. He's baffled by how powerful this senior is and wonders about her background. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing, distracting him. The lady, noticing this, grabs hold of his hat and compliments him on his defense. She praises Lu Fan for improving so much in just 15 minutes, especially since they were unfamiliar with each other's fighting styles. Even Lu Fan realizes that this lady could have knocked him out with 2 strikes if she wanted to, but it feels like she's guiding him instead, helping him discover weaknesses in his movements. He can't quite understand why she's doing this or who she really is. She continues smiling and teasing him, pointing out that he just needs a bit more endurance and stamina. Shocked, Lu Fan doesn't know how to respond as the lady gets closer, a little too close, actually her curves nearly spilling out. She inspects his face, curious why he was hiding it. Before he can answer, his phone rings again. Apologizing to the lady, Lu Fan answers the call, while she stands by, smiling as beautifully as ever. After taking the call, Lu Fan turns back to thank his senior for teaching him so many melee combat skills. He's eager to learn more and asks if she can leave her contact information so they can meet again. The lady, now dressed in her black outfit once more, laughs, teasing him for being a freshman who's already asking for the numbers of pretty girls. Shocked by the misunderstanding, Lu Fan quickly clarifies that he only wanted her contact to schedule more training sessions in the arena, but the lady keeps walking away, telling him to forget about it. If he wants to see her again, all he needs to do is open a points room in the fighting arena. If she's available, she'll come back to him. No promises, but there's a chance. Hearing everything, Lu Fan starts wondering about the true identity of the mysterious senior. Maybe she seemed like a senior because of her age, but her strength felt nothing like a student's. Lu Fan starts to question if she might actually be a teacher, but the real mystery is if such a stunning woman even exists in the academy. Suddenly, a notification pops up. 100 points were awarded to Lu Fan by the opponent. Confused, Lu Fan can't understand why he's being given points when he was clearly defeated. Determined to figure it out, he bolts out of the arena in search of the senior lady, but no matter how much he searches, she's nowhere to be found. As he runs around, students tell him to calm down and stop running through the dormitories like a madman. But Lu Fan is lost in thought, unable to shake why she didn't ask for any points or reveal her true identity. She had vanished in an instant. He starts doubting himself, was she even real? He wonders if he encountered a pretty spirit haunting the academy. Just then, his aunt appears, excitedly yelling at him to come over so they can head back together. Meanwhile, Qin and Min overhear Lu Fan muttering about his senior sister, and Min immediately jumps in, teasing him about hooking up with another girl. But Lu Fan, too deep in his disappointment about not finding the mysterious woman, ignores them. The next day, the freshman assessment finals are underway, and the academy arena is packed with an excited crowd. A sheer number of students surprises the audience. One of them wonders if Lu Fan and Jiang Fengjun are really that famous. But another spectator chimes in, reminding them that Lu Fan challenged the entire Fengjun Pavilion alone. Whether Lu Fan is capable of pulling it off or just ridiculously arrogant, everyone's about to find out. It feels like this match is the real final of the whole competition. The entire Fengjun Pavilion gathers inside the arena, and Jiang Fengjun grows impatient, frustrated that Lu Fan hasn't shown up yet. He threatens to march over to Villa Number 1 himself if Lu Fan doesn't arrive soon. His friend next to him advises patience, telling him to wait for a moment. Suddenly, they spot someone racing toward them from near the restrooms. Finally, it dawns on them, it's Lu Fan running at insane speeds. Jiang Fengjun tells everyone to prepare for battle as Lu Fan approaches. Lu Fan waves to the crowd, apologizing for being a bit late, and casually announces that he wants to start the match quickly. After all, he's got more important things to do than this. Lu Fan smiles confidently, addressing the Fengjun Pavilion crowd. He admits he doesn't know exactly how many of them there are, but he knows one thing. Whatever comes together, goes together. He makes a cutthroat gesture, and it's enough to intimidate one of the giants from the Fengjun Pavilion. Furious, the giant begins hurling insults at Lu Fan, demanding how he dares to speak to Jiang Fengjun like that, claiming Lu Fan is asking for death. But before the man can continue, Jiang Fengjun steps in, stopping him. Fengjun declares that since Lu Fan isn't taking them seriously, there's no need for idle chatter. Jiang Fengjun immediately wagers 7,000 points on the match. Lu Fan, momentarily forgetting about the point system, searches his pockets and pulls out his card, declaring he will bet 17,000 points. He checks his total minus 17,643 points. Fengjun's friend protests, saying they don't have enough points to match that. But Fengjun, driven by his desire for revenge, silences his team, thinking that if he wins, those 17,000 points will set him up for years of carefree spending. He rallies the entire pavilion, telling them to wager all their points and trust in his judgment. Bold move, but overconfidence is a dangerous game. The pavilion members gather their points, reaching 17,000. Some of them warn Fengjun that if they don't get their share of Lu Fan's points, they won't follow him anymore. With the bets placed, Lu Fan begins to warm up, clearly excited for what's about to unfold. Jiang Fengjin, realizing Lu Fan must have a plan, assumes he will summon his dragon pet. He orders Su Jing to cast a spell, and Su Jing agrees, shouting for everyone to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Lu Fan stands calmly, observing the chaos with a grin. Cool as a cucumber, as always. The battle begins. Su Jing casts his confinement lock spell, sending crimson-red chains toward Lu Fan, binding him from head to toe. The spell prevents movement and skill usage for 5 seconds. Confident that Lu Fan won't be able to summon his dragon, Fengjin lunges forward with his comrades, aiming to land a powerful blow. But to their utter shock, Lu Fan effortlessly breaks free from the chains and blocks the attack with his big black mashite. Fengjin is stunned, unable to comprehend how Lu Fan broke the spell so easily. Before he can react, Lu Fan grabs him by the collar and performs a 360-degree flip, slamming him into the ground. The crowd goes wild, cheering as they witness Lu Fan effortlessly take down Fengjin with his bare hands. Even Su Jing's control spell is rendered useless. The Fengjin Pavilion is left in disbelief, unable to process what's happening. Refusing to back down, the pavilion's mage sneaks behind Lu Fan and casts the stiffness spell, hoping to slow him down. The spell reduces movement and attack speed by 75% for a second. The mage signals the other long-range attackers to fire everything they've got at Lu Fan. As the dust and smoke clear, Lu Fan emerges, smiling, asking if this is really their plan to defeat the top freshman. He slams his foot into Fengjin's face while Fengjin, in disbelief, asks what happened to the spell. Su Jing, baffled, explains that the spell is working. Lu Fan's speed has indeed been reduced by 75%, but even at 25%, he's still faster than anyone else. Lu Fan, smiling, looks down at Jiang Fengjin, telling him not to blame his friends. It's just that Lu Fan has a few dragon pet bonuses, and his attributes are a bit too high. Skills that are lower level simply don't work on him. Fengjin, feeling the pressure, puts on his blindfold and immediately activates his afterimage skill, a trick he practiced before. The Fengjin Pavilion cheers, thinking their leader has finally pulled out his trump card. This was Jiang Fengjin's special move, and they believe Lu Fan is finally in trouble. But Su Jing can't understand just how wide the gap between their abilities is. Despite Fengjin's skills being active, they have no effect on Lu Fan. One by one, Lu Fan easily defeats all the mirages Fengjin creates. He even compliments Fengjin's move, admitting it was pretty cool, but it's time to end things. Lu Fan begins to materialize a massive fireball, large enough to obliterate the entire arena. He tells Fengjin that since he claimed to be number 1 in the freshman assessment, Lu Fan won't hold back. It's time to show his true power he didn't even reveal to Chen Qianzi during the competition. Fengjin, realizing something serious is coming, watches in disbelief as Lu Fan summons the legendary Black Dragon in its World Destroyer form through the fireball. The dragon, engulfed in intense flames, instantly burns away the remaining mirages. The entire Fengjin Pavilion starts running in terror as the massive dragon rises, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. One of Fengjin's teammates pulls out a phone to record the chaos, while the others scream for help, terrified because they've never seen a real dragon before, let alone one this powerful. Yeah, no amount of practice prepares you for that. Fengjin, now with his blindfold off, stares at the black dragon in its destroyer form, realizing this dragon is on an entirely different level than the fake dragon tamers he's faced before. His team begs him to escape, but Fengjin knows he's made a huge mistake. Lu Fan warns him to brace himself and not fall down just yet, as his counterattack is coming. The dragon howls, and Lu Fan unleashes a pressure attack, causing fear, immobilization, and stunning effects on all enemies within a wide range. The entire pavilion is hit, and though they try to run, they're completely paralyzed. They want to scream for help, but they can't. Fengjin, too, realizes he's powerless against someone as strong as Lu Fan. His body won't obey him, leaving him frozen in place. Finally, Lu Fan grins and pulls out his card, asking Fengjin if he now understands who the true number 1 in the academy is. With that, Lu Fan collects all of the Fengjin Pavilion's points minus 12,041 in total, far surpassing the original 17,000 wager. Fengjin collapses, fainting from the overwhelming defeat. Meanwhile, the girl recording the fight captures the moment as Xiao Yi approaches Lu Fan. Lu Fan acknowledges her, telling her the mission is complete, though he still has some important business to attend to, as if defeating an entire pavilion wasn't enough for one day. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Academy points room, Lu Fan is on the phone with Hin, boasting about the massive number of points he earned from the match. He promises to share some of his winnings once he gets back to the villa. Hin, excited, suggests throwing a party to celebrate the victory, but Lu Fan has more pressing matters on his mind. Just then, someone steps into the points room. It's none other than the beautiful senior sister, dressed in the same striking black outfit. She approaches Lu Fan, asking if he was really waiting for her. Lu Fan, grinning, replies that there's no point in competing with anyone else. If he truly wants to learn, it's by challenging someone like her. After all, she's over level 70. This leaves the senior sister momentarily stunned. She glances toward the entrance, noticing the minimum level set to 70. Even Lu Fan pieces it together. She isn't a student at all, but someone far beyond what he initially thought. The vice principal kneels down, checking Jiang Fengyun's pulse after the fierce battle ends. As he surveys the arena, still filled with members of the Fengyun Pavilion, he realizes that Lu Fan truly understands the importance of taking the right action at the right time. Remarkably, despite the intensity of the fight, no one's life is in danger. Meanwhile, back in the points room, the senior sister teasingly asks Lu Fan if he set a trap for her to walk into. According to her, Lu Fan is really becoming quite the troublemaker. Lu Fan quickly defends himself, telling her it wasn't a scam. The level limit of the points room is clearly posted on the door, and since she entered willingly, it must mean she's over level 70. Definitely not a student. The lady, slightly annoyed, asks if she's not a senior. Then who does he think she is? Lu Fan, puzzled, reflects on her appearance. She looks young, just like a senior, but her strength is far beyond that of any student. She must be a teacher, he concludes. The lady bursts out laughing, amused by his guess. She tells Lu Fan that regardless of the situation, she is still his senior. Then her demeanor shifts as she steps closer, commenting that this time he didn't cover his handsome face, making it much more pleasant to look at him. Suddenly, her tone becomes serious again. She warns Lu Fan not to dig too deep into who she is. If he wants to see her again, the points room must not be set at level 70 or higher, otherwise she won't return. Lu Fan, a bit nervous, promises he won't set the level too high, though he had been thinking of setting it to 80 next time. Guess that's off the table now. As if on cue, the lady is engulfed in flames once more, her black dress disappearing as her sexy armor returns. She compliments Lu Fan, remarking that after seeing her fighting technique, he immediately used it during his battle with Jiang Fengyun. Looks like our boy's a quick learner. Hearing the praise, Lu Fan starts to smile as he materializes his big black mashi, realizing that the senior sister must have been watching the entire battle in the arena. She begins explaining how it shocked the audience when Lu Fan summoned his dragon pet so quickly and how, even after counterattacking, he knocked down Fengyun with lightning speed. She adds that his quick reactions were a testament to the speed he honed in the points room. Flattered by the compliments, Lu Fan scratches his head and thanks her for her guidance, admitting he still has many weaknesses when it comes to melee combat skills. Suddenly, without warning, the lady materializes her fire trident and lunges at him. Lu Fan, caught off guard, can barely comprehend what's happening. Her demeanor shifts, dead serious now, as she tells him that while he's made great progress, he's still far from being able to boast about it. A little humility goes a long way. Realizing his mistake, Lu Fan quickly apologizes, telling her he wasn't trying to be modest, he genuinely wants to keep learning. He then starts buttering her up, praising her skills and kindness, saying she treats him like a younger brother, especially with how she taught him last time and even gave him 100 points. Determined to improve, Lu Fan insists that if she continues to guide him, he'll make rapid progress, even offering to pay her for the lessons. Our boy really knows how to keep her around. The lady laughs heartily, telling Lu Fan he's quite good at building relationships. She declines the tuition offer, but puts a playful condition on him. If he wants to keep learning from her, he has to bring her some enchanted food from his house, especially since she's heard he has a big sister who's also a great cook. Lu Fan smiles, agreeing that it's no problem, thinking to himself that even though his aunt isn't his real sister, it's practically the same. With the food talk settled, the lady turns serious again and asks what else Lu Fan learned in the arena. Granting, Lu Fan readies his mashi, but the lady's expression turns fierce. It's fight mode now. As the two clash, the lady compliments Lu Fan on his increasing speed. But then with a devilish smile, she makes a tempting offer. If Lu Fan can land just one hit on her, she'll reward him with a new weapon. Lu Fan, confused, barely has time to process her words before she leaps into the air and smacks him in the face with her thighs, almost as if she's belly dancing. She teasingly tells him that his current weapons can no longer keep up with his skills, and the same goes for her own. She jokes about whether she should use a fire trident with a longer handle next. Setting the joke aside, Lu Fan realizes that his big black meshi has been with him for a long time, but he's grown attached to it, especially the special effects that come with it. As the lady launches another attack, she playfully asks him what he really wants besides a new weapon. Lu Fan, though tempted, avoids confessing his real feelings and instead says he wants the enchantment scroll. The moment he mentions that name, the lady freezes in shock. She's stunned that Lu Fan even knows what that powerful enchantment is. Looks like things just got serious. The lady lunges at Lu Fan, her expression filled with anger, asking if he even realizes how rare and expensive the item he's demanding is. Lu Fan, unprepared, tries to tell her to wait, but she's too furious to listen. She snaps at him, saying she wants him to go to hell for asking something so outrageous. Her words pierce through Lu Fan, leaving him speechless. Later in the evening, we find Lu Fan back at the villa. He complains to his aunt, telling her he wasn't able to land a single hit on the senior sister all afternoon, and now his entire body is sore from taking so many hits. Meanwhile, Kin sits nearby, focused on her tablet, while the aunt, clearly shaken, tells Lu Fan she was scared to death during his battle with Jiang Fengjun, thinking they were going to fight to the death. According to some information she heard from Nian Ying, the senior sister probably isn't a teacher at the academy. At least, the girl has never met her before. Suddenly, Kin pipes up, informing Lu Fan that he's becoming popular on the school forum again, thanks to the video the Fengyun Pavilion uploaded, which included footage of him alongside the legendary Black Dragon. Lu Fan's aunt watches the video and smiles, pleased that the whole school now knows he won, believing this will settle all the previous disputes. Lu Fan, still baffled, wonders how anyone managed to record the chaos during the battle. Some people just have perfect timing, I guess. Nian Yang, now curious, teases Lu Fan, saying that after defeating their leader, he should become the new idol of the Fengyun Pavilion. But Lu Fan, too exhausted, only wants to focus on recovery. He'd seen this kind of attention when the results were first posted, so now he knew better than to get caught up in the hype. He reminds them that they should just focus on their goals. Hearing this, Nian Yang grows curious, wondering what exactly Lu Fan's goal is. Later in the Spider's secret realm, Lu Fan continues leveling up. Nian Yang struggles to understand why his goal is just leveling up. She assumed he was focused on learning new techniques from his seniors. Lu Fan explains her that if he can upgrade his level, he'll have an advantage over his seniors. Just as he battles the spider monsters back-to-back with ferocious attacks, Lu Fan suddenly feels it. He's finally reached level 30. Overjoyed, Lu Fan calls everyone over to open the treasure chest, celebrating his new level. Qin congratulates him. While the aunt can barely stop herself from vomiting at the sight of the lifeless spider bodies, Min and Nian Yang are equally excited, knowing that now Lu Fan has hit level 30, he can finally visit the job transfer hall and upgrade his class to the second level. Lu Fan emerges from the secret realm, with Qin eagerly awaiting to see what happens after his second job transfer. As soon as the students turn around and recognize him, the one who single-handedly defeated Chen Qianzi and the Fengyun Pavilion, chaos ensues. Boys and girls alike swarm him, eager for selfies, autographs, and handshakes. It quickly becomes overwhelming, separating Lu Fan from the rest of his group. Nian Yang and Min step out to witness the spectacle, with Nian Yang burning with jealousy and Min in disbelief at how popular Lu Fan has become with the girls because of his success. Lu Fan's aunt, seeing no other option, quickly hatches a plan to disguise him again. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan is once again dressed in his regular undercover outfit, mask and goggles included, as people frantically search for him, hoping for a photo op. The disguise works like a charm. Qin breathes a sigh of relief, grateful they've escaped the mob, but Lu Fan feels a little down, lamenting how he has to go out incognito every time now. Min, feeling a bit envious, jokes that she wishes she had a bunch of handsome guys chasing after her. Meanwhile, Nian Yang, also visibly jealous, changes the topic, pointing out that there's no historical record of a second job transfer for Dragon Tamer. This means there's no reference material to guide Lu Fan through the process. Qin, ever the optimist, reassures Lu Fan, saying he's about to make history. Even Lu Fan realizes this is uncharted territory. He'll have to rely solely on himself to navigate the job transfer. Finally, Min pats him on the shoulder, announcing they've arrived at the job transfer hall. All the ladies give Lu Fan encouraging smiles, reminding him that the ceremony must be conducted alone. Though they can't join him, Lu Fan reassures them not to worry, saying he'll figure it out somehow. He taps his student card onto the podium and enters a circular chamber where it's announced that the second stage transfer is ready. While many branches are available, there's no existing information about a Dragon Tamer's job transfer. Lu Fan realizes that typically job transfers are recorded for future reference, but no such record exists for Dragon Tamers. Despite the challenge, he decides to explore the system and understand his options. A blue light envelops him and 3 multicolored notifications appear before him. The first is Dragon Priest, a path focused on healing, recovery, and major enchantments. It emphasizes buffing dragon pets to increase their output, but the user's own abilities take a backseat. The second option is Dragon Spellcaster, which is closer to a mage's path. Choosing this would allow Lu Fan to learn dragon magic, absorb his dragon pet's skills, and use them himself. Finally, Flame Dragon Warrior is entirely focused on strength and endurance, teaching more melee and damage-reducing skills while even allowing Lu Fan to transform into a dragon to fight in a giant form. Lu Fan feels torn, realizing each option forces him to sacrifice one aspect of his combat style for another. None of the options seem to align perfectly with his combat preferences. But then something catches his eye. A fourth notification appears. Dragon Rider. A massive armor with a cape materializes before him as Lu Fan reads that this branch allows him to energize his skills with his dragon pets, making them even more powerful when paired together. This path doesn't limit him to a specific combat style, allowing him to develop in all directions and enhancing his fighting abilities in combination with his dragons. This is it. Lu Fan realizes this path perfectly fits his style. He's always liked to fight alongside his dragons, relying on both himself and his pets to take on challenges. Finally, he makes his decision. Dragon Rider it is. Meanwhile, back to the ladies waiting outside the hall. They're growing more nervous by the minute. Min wonders why it's taking so long, and with each passing moment, their anxiety only increases. The aunt turns to Min, trying to calm her down, telling her not to be nervous. But it's clear she's more anxious than anyone else. Min notices, unable to hide her concern. Nian Yang, calm and composed, reassures everyone that Lu Fan is exploring new possibilities and his choice might even change the rules of this era. Naturally, he's being careful. Qin adds that they should trust Lu Fan, especially now, because the 800-year decline of dragon-related professions is about to end. Suddenly, the door opens and Lu Fan steps out. The ladies being with happiness, relieved that the ceremony is over. They eagerly ask him about the profession he chose. As they walk back, Lu Fan reveals that he's now a dragon rider, with his contract slots increased from 2 to 3. Min, curious, wonders if Lu Fan needs to learn to ride for his new profession to work. Lu Fan explains that one reason he chose Dragon Rider is because he already obtained a dragon riding saddle in the cemetery's secret realm. As long as his dragon pets reach level 30, he can ride them. He also mentions that now, with his 3rd contract slot unlocked, he can finally tame the Star Dragon. His aunt, teasingly, says the thought of him riding 2 dragon pets feels a little weird. Laughing, Lu Fan turns to her and warns her not to imagine anything strange, explaining that he will only ride his dragon pets in their full dragon forms, not their human forms. Just as he finishes, he spots the senior sister near the villa. She walks over, playfully telling Lu Fan she should have given him her contact information earlier since he's wasted quite a bit of time. Min quickly realizes this is the senior who trained Lu Fan until exhaustion, and she, like everyone else, can't help but be mesmerized by the lady's beauty. The senior sister smiles, assuming Lu Fan has told them a lot about her. She then approaches his aunt, asking if she's the enchanted cook. The aunt confirms, and the senior sister asks if she can borrow Lu Fan for a while. Everyone is momentarily stunned, but the senior sister clarifies they need to run errands in Dragon City and tells them not to get any strange ideas. The aunt quickly agrees, saying that after all the guidance Lu Fan has received from her, there's no need to ask permission. She even invites them to dinner once they're done. With a grin, the senior sister grabs Lu Fan's hand, accidentally brushing against her chest, and thanks the aunt before taking him along. Lu Fan is shocked that no one cares about his opinion in all of this. He feels a bit down, especially since he was just about to tame the Star Dragon, but now this unexpected turn of events has him following her instead. The senior sister casually tells him to change into something more stylish before they head off. Later, Lu Fan joins her in her speeding car, most likely breaking all the speed limits. He reads a message warning him to be cautious around the senior sister, as she isn't even a teacher at the academy. His unease grows. The camera zooms out, showing Lu Fan looking sharp but still silent. The senior sister notices and asks why he's so quiet and what's bothering him. Lu Fan hesitates before asking where they're going. Smiling slyly, she reveals they still need to buy the super rare consumable he requested as a gift. Realizing what she's talking about, Lu Fan's excitement quickly returns. This ride just got a whole lot more interesting. After a long drive, Lu Fan and the senior sister arrive at the Longdu auction house. Just as the auction is about to start, Lu Fan quickly realizes why they're here. The enchantment scroll he's been eyeing is up for auction. The senior sister encourages him to seize the opportunity and buy the scroll, but Lu Fan can't help but remember the ridiculous bid the vice principal placed during the secret realm of the cemetery auction. He's sure this rare scroll will be just as expensive, if not more. Worried, Lu Fan suggests they forget about it. The senior sister, smiling as always, reassures him not to worry. She confidently tells Lu Fan that she's far richer than he could ever imagine. However, Lu Fan feels uneasy. He doesn't want to owe her anything, especially before knowing her true identity. He insists that somehow he'll find a way to pay for it himself. But before he can think any further, the auction begins. The first item up for bid is indeed the rare enchantment scroll, which can remove level restrictions on equipment. The starting price is an astounding 95 million dragon coins, and within moments the bids soar to 200 million. Lu Fan's hope of paying for it himself starts to crumble as the price skyrockets. Then the senior sister makes a bold bid of 230 million dragon coins. She leans in, telling Lu Fan that this is a good lesson in bidding, but before he can process it, a voice from behind announces a new bid of 300 million dragon coins. It's none other than the bratty princess of the Heike Kingdom, who also has her eyes on the enchantment scroll. Lu Fan is baffled as to why the princess needs the scroll, while the senior sister recognizes her immediately. She explains to Lu Fan that the princess's family is extremely wealthy and bidding against her might make more enemies. Lu Fan, still confused, asks how she knows so much about the princess. The senior sister simply replies that she's a well-informed woman and is also aware of what happened between Lu Fan and the Chen Tianzi. Determined to help Lu Fan vent his frustrations, the senior sister assures him that he shouldn't even think of paying for the scroll. It's her gift to him. Without hesitation, she raises the stakes and bids 400 million dragon coins. The princess, annoyed and unwilling to back down, tries to maintain her composure as her minion informs her they brought 500 million dragon coins to the auction. The senior sister, not missing a beat, immediately changes her bid to 500 million, shocking everyone in the auction house. Even the announcer declares there's no higher bid possible, and the scroll is sold to the senior sister. The princess is furious, unable to comprehend who would dare challenge her. But she doesn't realize the world doesn't revolve around her, and this time she's not getting her way. As the crowd applauds the senior sister's successful bid, the princess's minion finally recognizes Lu Fan standing with her. The princess, filled with contempt, dismisses him as low-class trash trying to interfere with her business. Little does she know that she'd be in for another rude awakening if Lu Fan heard her words. The minion tries to calm the princess, suggesting they can buy an identical enchantment scroll elsewhere. But the bratty princess, ever defiant, flexes her older brother's power, bragging that he'll teach everyone a lesson since she knows she can't handle it herself. At least she's got some self-awareness. Later, Lu Fan and the senior sister are now seated in the VIP lounge of the auction house. A lady in a red dress enters the room and immediately recognizes the senior sister. The red dress flatters the woman's figure, and the senior sister warmly hugs her, apologizing for not telling her in advance that they were coming. Looks like this auction just got even more interesting. The lady playfully scolds the senior sister for not at least saying hello when she arrives at the auction house, noting that the senior always spends a lot of money on small things each time. It's part of the lady's job to cater to her. As she speaks, her attention shifts to Lu Fan, a new face in the auction house. The senior sister introduces him as her junior, and adds that the enchanted scroll she bought was a gift for him. The lady, with a curious expression, introduces herself as Sister Du Yaqiu, the boss of the auction house. She warmly tells Lu Fan that if he ever wants to buy something unusual in the future, he's welcome to come by and browse. Lu Fan introduces himself as well, still processing the surprise that the senior sister knows the auction house owner so well. The bigger shock comes when Sister Du Yaqiu reveals that the senior sister is actually her sister-in-law, and she runs the auction house with her brother. This revelation catches Lu Fan off guard, suddenly making sense of the senior sister's seemingly endless spending ability. Realizing how deep the connection runs, Lu Fan insists on repaying the money for the scroll someday, although the amount minus 480 million dragon coins is overwhelming. The senior sister, unfazed, tells him to come and check out his new gift. Lu Fan, grinning like a kid, is excited at the possibilities. With this enchantment scroll, he can finally eliminate the level 60 requirement on the soul wing of the Flying Dragon King, allowing him to equip it immediately and take to the skies. While Lu Fan is wrapped up in his excitement, Sister Du Yaqiu and the senior sister chat among themselves about rare item donations and something called an illustrated book. Jokingly, the senior sister tells Lu Fan that he now has to think about how he's going to repay the 500 million dragon coins, as there's no escaping it. Sometimes it's hard to tell if she's flirting or just teasing him, Lu Fan thinks. Curious about their conversation, Lu Fan asks what they're talking about. The senior sister explains that this was part of the reason she brought him to the auction house. She picks up a tablet and shows him something. She reveals the secret to why she can buy expensive items from the auction house without a second thought. It's the treasure book collection system. As long as Lu Fan collects items that aren't already listed in the illustrated book of the auction house, he can earn money just by adding them. The price of truly rare treasures is often hard to estimate, but entering them into the book guarantees a payout of 3% of their estimated value. As Lu Fan scrolls through the tablet, he spots a treasure weapon with a level 80 requirement. He realizes he doesn't need to sell these rare items. Just submitting them into the book will earn him 3% of their value. This scheme promotes the auction house, but it's also pretty profitable for treasure holders. Lu Fan understands that with this method, he can pay back the 500 million dragon coins fairly quickly. A sudden idea strikes him. He immediately pulls out the soul wing of the Dragon King and asks Sister Du Yaqiu to appraise it. She instantly recognizes it as a legendary level 60 flying wing, the best of the best. She estimates its value to be at least 2 billion dragon coins. Lu Fan, without hesitation, decides to enter it into the treasure book, securing himself a cool 60 million dragon coins from the 3% cut. Easy money, he thinks, though he knows it's still far from the 500 million he owes. With confidence, Lu Fan tells Sister Du Yakyu that he has an even rarer treasure to offer. At first, the lady is skeptical. What could be rarer than the flying wing? But when Lu Fan pulls out the blue dragon egg, both Sister Du Yakyu and the senior sister are left speechless. The senior sister and Sister Du Yakyu stare in awe as they realize it's none other than the legendary star dragon egg. In shock, Sister Du Yakyu quickly pieces everything together. This boy in front of her is none other than Lu Fan, the dragon tamer from the southern province. Seeing the dragon egg, the senior sister turns to Lu Fan and asks if, aside from the black dragon, he now has another dragon. Lu Fan, after a brief moment of thought, realizes that if he counts the 2 dragon kings summoned by his bone flute, he now has 5 dragons. It's too bad he fed the bone flute to the emerald dragon. He could have recorded it in the treasure catalog and made some money. The sister-in-law, still in shock, acknowledges that while the soul wing with no level restrictions was a supreme treasure, this dragon egg is truly unprecedented. She quickly takes back what she said earlier, telling Lu Fan that some treasures are so valuable they can't be appraised for a price. Lu Fan wonders aloud if the dragon egg can't be recorded, but the sister-in-law clings to him, practically begging him to record it in the treasure catalog. With this dragon egg, their auction house's reputation would spread across the nation or even the world. This was their chance to go down in history. Meanwhile, the senior sister reflects on the sheer potential of owning a dragon. Just having one gives someone the hope of becoming the best in the world. And here was Lu Fan with several dragon eggs at his disposal, an extraordinary feat for someone his age. The sister-in-law, not one to miss an opportunity, starts negotiating with Lu Fan. She offers him an incredible deal. If he records the dragon egg in their catalog, he can come to the auction house once a month, and if he likes something, he can take it. No matter the price, the auction house will cover it. Lu Fan, seeing the immense privilege of obtaining rare items once a month, finds it impossible to refuse. Finally, he agrees, telling her to record both the soul wing and the dragon egg in the treasure catalog. However, he still wants to know when the privilege begins. Overjoyed, the sister-in-law hands him her tablet and tells him the privilege starts immediately. Lu Fan grins, knowing he has an item he wants to take away for free right now. With that done, Lu Fan and the senior sister exit the auction house, and Lu Fan informs the sister-in-law that he's using his privilege to take the scroll of enhancement. The senior sister, irritated, scolds Lu Fan, reminding him that she wasn't in a rush from the 500 million. But Lu Fan sees no problem. His deal is effective immediately, and he chooses the level removal scroll. The senior sister, still grumbling, suspects that the sister-in-law got too greedy, quickly waiving the 500 million auction price without a second thought. Now she can't even ask for interest. Lu Fan, however, is unfazed, mentioning that he'll have to remember to come back every month to claim his prize since the auction house has recorded so many rare items. As they step outside, they notice a large screen showing the updated treasure catalog. The audience is buzzing with excitement. It's been ages since the auction house has found a treasure worth noting, and today might be their lucky day. People are eager to see the new addition. To Lu Fan's surprise, both his soul wing and dragon egg have already made it to the list, and the audience is in shock. Screams of excitement erupt when they realize the new listing is a dragon egg, something that could potentially destroy nations. The crowd goes wild, with people demanding information from auction agents offering to sell everything they own just for a chance to buy the egg. Some frantically call their higher-ups, reporting the dragon egg sighting with urgency. Lu Fan, realizing the gravity of the situation, understands that the auction house's popularity is about to explode. But the senior sister snaps him out of his thoughts, warning him that now isn't the time to celebrate. People will go crazy trying to see the dragon egg, and if they don't get out of there soon, they might be trapped inside the auction house overnight. Chaos breaks out as the crowd turns into a frenzied mob, pushing and shoving their way into the auction house, desperate for a glimpse of the dragon egg. VIPs and higher-ups are trampled in the frenzy as the situation spirals out of control. In the midst of the madness, Lu Fan and the senior sister finally making it out unharmed. The senior sister is visibly annoyed by the chaotic pushing and pulling inside the auction house. Meanwhile, the lady regrets not negotiating a better deal with her sister-in-law, wishing she had asked for 3 or 4 rare items a month for Lu Fan instead of just one. Realizing the chaos around him, Lu Fan begins to feel frustrated. He starts regretting his quick agreement to the lady's offer. Just one treasure item a month might not be worth it after all, he thinks. But despite this, he smiles and asks the senior sister where her car is. To his surprise, she spins the keys, winking at him, and says, The car is transformed into a beautiful bike. Lu Fan, still confused about where the car they came in went, is told by the lady that she returned it to her sister-in-law and her bike has been parked at the auction house for quite some time. Blushing slightly, Lu Fan realizes that unlike most people who would summon a mount or use a driver, the senior sister loves driving herself. We even get a nice view of the lady's back as she tells Lu Fan to hold tight to her waist. She warns him that if he falls off the bike, she won't come back to pick him up. Though flustered, Lu Fan hops onto the bike, but the moment he touches the seat, the lady speeds off, laughing as the wind rushes by them. Enjoying the thrill, she teasingly asks Lu Fan if he's scared, even with his newfound agility and endurance after his second transformation. Shocked, Lu Fan realizes the senior sister knows about his second transformation too. She goes on, remarking that with his new transformation, he should now have 3 pet slots, but she's puzzled as to why Lu Fan hasn't hatched the blue star egg yet. Then, like a bolt of lightning, the realization hits her. Lu Fan already has 2 dragons, and this egg will be his third. As they zip through the streets, Lu Fan becomes concerned and tells her to keep her eyes on the road. He confirms that he indeed has 3 dragons. The lady, smiling his luck, comments that dragons are like gods. Many people spend their whole lives searching for just one, and here he is with 3 at such a young age. But Lu Fan, now more curious, asks why the senior sister keeps helping him and when he'll finally learn her true identity. The lady falls silent for a few moments before responding. She tells him it's too early for that, and he still has to complete his first trial. Lu Fan, unfamiliar with the term, listens as the lady explains that a special envoy from the academy will soon come to assess whether he qualifies for the national trial. To pass this first trial, he'll need the envoy's approval. She shares her concern, mentioning that this time the envoy is over level 70, so they might target him. Rather than getting nervous, Lu Fan starts laughing, guessing that maybe the academy sent the senior sister to help him pass the trial. Although the lady doesn't confirm or deny it, she asks why he's laughing. Lu Fan boldly tells her that with her as his sparring partner, any envoy should pray for their life because he's going to take the national trial and anyone who tries to stand in his way is asking for trouble. Hearing this, the senior sister can't help but smile and laugh as well, commenting on how confident he is. She urges Lu Fan to leave the envoys no choice but to acknowledge him. However, as she looks up at the full moon, she realizes it's already midnight and worries because she promised the ladies at Villa Number 1 that she would bring Lu Fan back tonight. At that moment, Lu Fan pulls out the soul wing from his inventory. As the lady prepares to accelerate, Lu Fan surprises her by asking her to hold his hand, which makes the senior sister blush. With 2 large wings now equipped, Lu Fan tells her that for the last stretch, they're going to fly back to the villa together. The poor bike, however, is left airborne, bound to crash and ruin itself due to the couple's carelessness. Rest in peace, bike. What a tragic end. Lu Fan leaves the senior sister near her house and politely asks if she really doesn't need him to walk her to the door. She waves him off, assuring him it's all fine. As Lu Fan flies away, the lady can't help but feel impressed by his honesty. She muses that most men would insist on escorting her all the way to uncover her identity, but Lu Fan isn't like that. Not bad, she thinks, as she finds his honesty refreshing. Suddenly, she remembers that Lu Fan left her bike up in the air, and now it's probably blown into pieces. Poor bike, she sighs. Back at the villa, Lu Fan sits between the 2 dragon ladies, feeling tired after the long flight. However, he's now more proficient with his soul wings. Finally, with nothing holding him back, he tells the dragon ladies to prepare. He's about to hatch the star dragon egg. The black dragon looks surprised, and the emerald dragon stirs from her nap. Lu Fan reminds them that despite their previous disagreements, they'll need to live in harmony from now on. With that, he begins channeling his aura into the star dragon egg, summoning the 3rd dragon to take the final contract slot. As he uses his dragon Tamer skill, a brilliant blue light radiates from the egg, blinding Lu Fan and the dragons. Meanwhile, the emerald dragon happily munches on the cracking eggshells. Suddenly, stars fill the room, and a new dragon appears, a black dragon with blue wings and a starry aura. It's the star dragon in its baby form. At level 1, its stats are already impressive: 795 strength, 276 agility, and 109 spirit. Its skills include Broken Star, which generates a star that crashes into enemies, dealing massive area damage. It also has Starlight Scale Armor, absorbing damage for 60 seconds and then reflecting it back at enemies. Another skill, Star Surge, increases endurance over time, making it stronger in prolonged battles. And of course, the Star Dragon Bloodline reduces all attribute damage by 50% and enhances self-recovery by 500%. Lu Fan picks up the new dragon, realizing it's a physical combat type. With an initial strength of 795, it's as strong as Sha Fei, but twice as powerful as Xiao Yi's initial attributes. He's excited, thinking that once the Star Dragon reaches level 20, its strength could easily surpass tens of thousands, even without buffs from the Emerald Dragon. As Lu Fan contemplates the dragon's abilities, the Star Dragon notices the Emerald Dragon eating the eggshells and rushes over, slapping them out of her hands. Lu Fan chuckles, still thinking about the Broken Star skill and how lethal it could be. He plans to test it in a dungeon soon. Turning his attention back to the dragons, Lu Fan notices the Star Dragon eating her own eggshells. Then he realizes this dragon is female. Following tradition, he prepares to give her a name. After some thought and many attempts, he settles on Xingqian, meaning star. However, both dragon ladies are unimpressed, and the Emerald Dragon even starts crying, feeling sorry for the lack of creativity. Defending himself, Lu Fan explains that it's just a name and there's no need to be upset. But before any more arguments can erupt, he notices that Xingqian has already fallen asleep. Perfect, Lu Fan thinks. With the two dragon ladies constantly bickering, it's good to have someone who just wants to nap. In the Tiki country, within the Wanli Sand area, a region notorious for its level 60 to 70 challenges, a chilling scene unfolds. Multiple skeletons are tied to crosses, with two large cars parked nearby and a bonfire flickering in the wind. Several people camp at the site, and among them stands a man in a long cape. His name is Chenghen. Staring intently at his phone, Chenghen looks troubled, and someone asks him what's wrong. He replies that he just received a call from his little sister. It turns out his bratty younger sibling had been urging him to take revenge on someone. The conversation reveals that Chenghen is none other than the brother of the bratty princess, a formidable level 60 individual and a newly ranked top professional in the kingdom. Two female professionals nearby inquire if his sister is struggling with her studies abroad, but Chenghen dismisses the idea, explaining that she has been pestering him about a trashy boy who had the audacity to hit her more than once. As Chenghen continues recounting his sister's complaints, a massive monster with a gaping mouth emerges from the lake behind him. Unfazed, Chenghen explains that his sister has always been spoiled since childhood. One man in a lab coat asks Chenghen if he plans to go to the Dragon Kingdom now. Chenghen agrees, and at that moment, with a flick of red energy, he effortlessly slices the massive centipede-like creature in half. Gleaming with a red aura, Chenghen declares that as a loving brother, he is determined to rid his sister of all her troubles. Additionally, with the preparations for the national trial underway, he plans to pass through the secret realm of opportunity one more time. Chenghen adds that once he acquires the final piece of the cursed equipment set, he'll head to the Dragon Kingdom. There, he'll not only help his sister, but also scout out the competition for the national trial. His ambition is clear. This year's #1 must be him. His companions assure him that he'll undoubtedly win the national trial as the lifeless body of the giant creature lays shattered into pieces on the ground. A week has passed since Lu Fan obtained the Star Dragon. With no disruptions, his life has returned to normal. Lu Fan continues training with the senior sister, sparring with her regularly. She teases him, saying if he ever manages to land a hit on her, she'll take him to Manhwa. During the weekdays, Lu Fan's team continues to level up in the Poison Spider Forest, and the progress is impressive. The Emerald Dragon reaches level 22, the Star Dragon hits level 11, and the Black Dragon is now at level 29. Lu Fan himself is now at level 32, with Xin at level 30, Nai and Ying at level 31, and Min also reaching level 32. They are all ready for their second-class transfers, and Min is particularly thrilled about the prospect of entering the advanced dungeons. However, Lu Fan's aunt, even though she's also level 32, doesn't share the same enthusiasm. Watching everything unfold, Lu Fan smiles, knowing that his entire team is about to become even stronger. Together, they'll be able to take on areas above level 30 with ease, and the future looks more promising than ever for his group. Lu Fan and the rest of the group stand together, exchanging thoughts on their newly acquired powers. Jian Ying, always eager, raises her hand first. She proudly announces that she chose the Sword Dancer class because it inherits the Sword Master skill. Clearly, twirling swords in style was too good to pass up. Then turning to Xin Chu with a curious glance, Jian Ying mentions that she thought Qin would lean more toward a support role. At this, Qin Chu chuckles and explains that she had considered it, but with Xiao Fei handling healing, there's no point in her tiny, I'll patch you up with this band-aid healing skills. So instead, she switched to a damage-dealing role, choosing the hidden combat class, Holy Light Judge. Her light attribute magic attack is now leagues stronger than before. Lu Fan can't help but smile at this, pointing out that now their team has plenty of physical, magical, and support abilities, making them a well-rounded force to be reckoned with. It's like a buffet of powers, something for everyone. Just then, Talik Xiaoman bursts onto the scene, practically glowing with excitement. She raises her hand with immense joy, clearly ready to announce something big. Qin Chu, curious, asks what's got her so worked up. Tao Xiaoman, practically bouncing, asks them to guess which class she changed to. Jian Ying, eyes widening in realization, blurts out if it is that hidden class from the second level change. Tao Xiaoman, grinning from ear to ear, proudly confirms, yes, that's right. Hearing this, both Jian Ying and Qin Shu are visibly surprised. Tao Xiaoman, not one to miss a dramatic moment, swiftly pulls out her sword and announces with pride that she's chosen the Water Ripple Swordsman class. She can now control water element magic, marking her as part of the Magic Swordsman group. Lu Fan, intrigued, asks if hidden classes really can appear during the second level change. Jian Ying, ever the encyclopedia of knowledge, nods and explains that while it's possible, the probability is very low, like finding a needle in a haystack, but the needle's invisible and you're wearing oven mitts. It's even lower than the chances of obtaining a hidden class at the first level change. Tao Xiaoman turns to Jian Ying, smiling, and admits that she knows she's always been of average talent, but being with the team, she finally feels more balanced. Lu Fan, in his usual teasing manner, suddenly remarks that it's amusing how Tao Xiaoman, once the team's slacking weakling, has somehow landed a unique water-something swordsman class. Tao Xiaoman's face turns red with fury. She's so livid that it looks like she's ready to throttle him on the spot. Yelling at him with pure frustration, she clenches her fists, practically vibrating with anger. If looks could kill, Lu Fan would need a respawn. But before the situation can escalate into a full-on murder attempt, Lu Fan's phone buzzes. It's a call from the Vice Principal Zhao. Lu Fan answers, and his expression shifts from playful to serious in an instant. The Vice Principal Zhao informs him that the envoy is coming. Lu Fan tells the Vice Principal that he will head over immediately. Tao Xiaoman, still fuming, is left standing there mid-yell. It's hard to stay mad when the universe interrupts your revenge plans. Later, at the Combat Class Hall in Dragon Capital Academy, students are seated along with Lu Fan and the lady teacher, their attention focused on the auditorium stage. Teacher Gu leans over and informs Lu Fan that the envoy's name is Ruan Changfeng, and he is a level 76 powerhouse, a 3-tier Holy Shield Knight. She also reminds him that Vice Principal mentioned the envoy has some opinions about him, the kind that make you wish you could suddenly blend into the wallpaper. Lu Fan recalls his senior sister's warning that the envoy might target him. He's left wondering who this Ruan Changfeng really is when suddenly his eyes dart to the stage. There, 3 individuals stand, and one of them, draped in a white robe, catches his attention. What really surprises Lu Fan, though, is the sight of the Brahma Staff, the legendary item that once ranked #1 in the treasure book of the auction house, before the Dragon A came into play. And now, this famous item is casually held by the hooded figure on stage, as if walking around with priceless treasures is just another Tuesday for this guy. Curiosity piqued, Lu Fan turns to Teacher Gu and asks about the identity of this mystery person. With a calm smile, the teacher reveals that the figure in the white robe is none other than the new principal of Dragon Capital Academy, who has held the position for the past 2 years. Guess they don't give that fancy robe to just anyone. To top it off, Teacher Gu whispers that the principal is rumored to be an expert above the 4th tier, the kind of person who could probably blow out candles from the next continent over. Lu Fan, still curious, wanted to know if anyone had any information about the principal's abilities. However, Teacher Gu replied with a shrug, explaining that apart from Vice Principal, no one really knows. The principal never attends events, their voice is magically altered, and to top it off, no one even knows their gender. It's like trying to get to know a ghost with a really impressive wardrobe. Lu Fan ponders the significance of the envoy's visit, quickly realizing that if the elusive principal is showing up, this envoy must be a pretty big deal. Just as Lu Fan puts 2 and 2 together, someone in the hall shouts that the envoy has arrived. Both he and Teacher Gu turn to see Ruan Changfeng stride into the room, radiating the kind of authority that immediately demands attention. It's the kind of presence that makes people instinctively check if their shoes are clean. Wasting no time, Ruan Changfeng commands everyone to cut to the chase. He isn't here for small talk or pleasantries. When Vice Principal politely steps forward to introduce himself, the envoy waves him off like he's brushing aside an overly eager intern. Ruan Changfeng makes it clear that the only person in the room who matters is the principal. Everyone else is completely irrelevant, like extras in a drama who aren't even getting paid. He bluntly tells the Vice Principal Zhao that Zhao doesn't have the authority to decide on national trial candidates and shouldn't waste his time. It's one of those I run the show moments that makes you wonder why anyone else even showed up with snacks. Growing impatient, Ruan Changfeng asks if all the candidates have arrived. The hooded principal gives a simple nod. The Vice Principal Zhao, doing his best to keep the tension down, informs the envoy that Dragon Capital Academy has only recommended one candidate, the one and only Lu Fan. The envoy's expression tightens in clear annoyance. Teacher Gu leans toward Lu Fan and quietly explains that the vice principal Zhao knew the envoy wanted to choose the candidate himself, but to prevent that, the academy nominated only Lu Fan. It's a bold move, the kind that says, take it or leave it. With only one option before him, the envoy is clearly displeased. Lu Fan studies Ruan Changfeng closely, realizing that this old man isn't just any figure. His very presence suggests a person who survived countless life and death battles. Even Teacher Gu senses the tension, but despite this, both the principal and vice principal Zhao remain firm, fully prepared to risk displeasing the envoy to push Lu Fan forward. Ruan Changfeng turns his gaze toward Lu Fan, unimpressed, and bluntly states that it seems the choice has already been made, making his opinion irrelevant. But the vice principal Zhao doesn't back down. He corrects the envoy, asserting that if he thinks Dragon Capital Academy is unprepared, he's overestimating the situation. The academy has full confidence in Lu Fan, and the principal firmly believes that Lu Fan will certainly impress the envoy. It's a diplomatic way of saying you might want to hold off on the eye rolls until after the show. Ruan Changfeng, still clearly displeased, finds it hard to believe what the vice principal Zhao is saying. Yet, begrudgingly, he skims through the file handed to him, taking note that Lu Fan is indeed a standout student. A level 32 Dragon Knight, Lu Fan is the reigning champion of the Southern Province and ranks #1 among new students. Tales of his heroism resonate from Shanghai City to Dragon Capital, even reaching the Qin family and the Northern Duke. Not exactly the kind of resume you can just toss aside like a bad flyer. However, the envoy remains skeptical. In his eyes, Lu Fan's journey has been too smooth thanks to his hidden profession. He doubts that Lu Fan truly understands the struggles the other candidates have faced. With a smirk, he questions whether Lu Fan can really hold his own against third-tier experts from other countries, many of whom are at level 50 or 60. It's the kind of smirk that says, nice story, kid, but can you actually back it up? Lu Fan immediately senses the bad vibes. Something about the old man's demeanor feels off, like he's already made up his mind about Lu Fan, and it's not favorable. The sneering expression on Ruan Changfeng's face only confirms it. Without warning, the envoy draws his long sword and lunges at Lu Fan. Deciding that if Dragon Capital Academy has so much faith in him, he'll be the one to assess Lu Fan himself. Because apparently nothing says assessment like an unprovoked sword swing. Lu Fan, fast on his feet, blocks the sudden strike with his big black mashite, his instincts kicking in just in time. Apparently, the envoy's version of a chat involves a sword to the face. Everyone in the hall watches in disbelief as the envoy attacks Lu Fan, and they immediately protest. They point out that it's blatantly unfair for a level 76 envoy to pick a fight with a level 32 student. It's like sending a heavyweight boxer into a pill fight, clearly biased. But the old man, being the scumbag he is, simply shrugs it off and tells them that if Lu Fan doesn't want to fight, he can withdraw from the national trial altogether. His level, according to the envoy, has nothing to do with it. Like trying to crush an ant with a hammer is totally fair game. Lu Fan finds himself in a tight spot. The envoy smirks, explaining that his job is to select individuals strong enough to compete with other nations. If Lu Fan can't pass his tests, then he's not worthy of representing the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Fan realizes that engaging in close combat with someone on the envoy's level is a losing battle, but the limited space prevents him from summoning his dragon ladies. Doing so could harm everyone else around, and let's be honest, no one likes collateral damage at a school event. Sensing Lu Fan's hesitation, the old man grows even cockier, demanding that Lu Fan show his full strength. His mocking tone makes it clear that he expects Lu Fan to fail. Lu Fan braces himself, expecting another attack, and just then the envoy delivers a crushing blow, one so powerful that it knocks the big black mashite from Lu Fan's hands. Lu Fan is on the brink of taking a brutal hit when, out of nowhere, the principal steps in, wielding the Brahma staff. With an altered voice, the principal casually tells the envoy that he seems quite enthusiastic, so perhaps they should relocate for the assessment, because apparently destroying students inside an auditorium is frowned upon. Suddenly, a crimson-red magic circle appears beneath their feet, and in the blink of an eye, the principal, vice principal Zhao, Lu Fan, and the old man are all teleported away. Meanwhile, the remaining students in the auditorium are left slack-jawed, watching as all four vanish without a trace. One moment they're witnessing a brawl, and the next, it's like a magic trick gone too far. The scene shifts to an outdoor arena where there's plenty of space for Lu Fan and the envoy to go all out. The old man, a bit surprised by the sudden change of scenery, quickly shrugs it off, claiming it doesn't matter where they are. What matters to him is seeing Lu Fan's true strength. Finally, in the midst of the envoy's madness, Lu Fan realizes exactly who he's dealing with. This old man was the official who allowed the bratty princess to run wild. No wonder the entire assessment had felt off from the beginning. It's like realizing the referee at your match is also the one who lets the star player throw tantrums. Now with enough space to unleash his full strength, Lu Fan wastes no time. He uses Flash Leap, teleporting to the head of his legendary Black Dragon, who's already transformed into her World Destroyer form. Even the envoy, smug as he was, recognizes this dragon. It's the same one despised by the bratty princess, the very one seen in that infamous video from a while back. The envoy, not one to back down, immediately materializes his golden shield, confident that no matter how impressive Lu Fan's dragon might be, a so-called newbie is no match for a level 76 Holy Shield Knight. In his mind, it's like bringing a tank to a water balloon fight. He's ready to dismiss Lu Fan as another overhyped rookie. But Lu Fan, never one to be underestimated, is more than ready to turn the smug old man into a holy shielded pancake. He doesn't back down and makes it clear to the envoy that he better pay close attention to what's about to happen. His legendary World Destroyer dragon, Xiao Ye, roars with all her might, her presence radiating power as she prepares to unleash absolute chaos. It's the kind of roar that practically screams, "I didn't come here to play, old man." Xiao Ye's thunderous roar sends chills down the spines of everyone nearby. The sheer intensity of her presence is so overwhelming that it freezes those around her in place. It's the kind of roar that doesn't just demand respect, it demands immediate reevaluation of every life choice up to this moment. The raw power in the air is palpable, and even the most seasoned fighters feel their knees wobble. It's as though the dragon, without uttering a word, commands the battlefield. In the midst of this overwhelming chaos stands the envoy, his bravado beginning to crack under the dragon's immense power. His body trembles under the weight of it, his face contorting between pain and sheer effort to stay composed. Yet through all this, he forces a confident smirk onto his face, because nothing screams, "I'm fine," like gritting your teeth while your legs are threatening to give out. Scoffing, he dismisses Xiao Ye's display as nothing more than a cheap scare tactic, convinced that this dragon is just for show. In his eyes, Lu Fan's ace card isn't strong enough to pose any real threat. From a distance, Vice Principal Zhao and the mysterious Road Principal watch the unfolding battle with sharp attention. The Vice Principal can't help but recall the last time he saw this Black Dragon's power, the very same move that had once demolished the Fengyun Pavilion, leaving a mark on all who witnessed it. His gaze is full of concern, knowing just how serious things are getting. Meanwhile, the Road figure shakes his head lightly, a small gesture that suggests the real spectacle has yet to begin. It's the calm before the storm, the kind of look that says, "You see nothing yet." Still brimming with arrogance, the envoy continues to smirk at Xiao Ye, utterly convinced that the dragon's display is just a flashy trick designed to scare off lesser opponents. In his mind, this is all for show, like fireworks at a festival. Little does he know, the real challenge is just beginning, and he's in for a much bigger surprise than he ever expected. Because there's one thing worse than facing a dragon, underestimating one. Suddenly, an unexpected attack barrels toward the envoy. Instinctively, he raises his shield, glowing with a powerful emblem, ready to block the strike. But as he does, a wave of fear crashes over him, something he has never felt before. For a shield knight known for unbreakable resolve, this sensation catches him completely off guard. He trembles, surrounded by symbols of fear, and before he knows it, he's on his knees, overwhelmed by bursts of energy. Nearby, Lu Fan stands calmly beside his towering black dragon, Xiao Ye, a mocking smile tugging at his lips as he observes the envoy's weakened state. It's the kind of look that says, "Didn't see that coming, did you?" Despite the fear gripping him, the envoy takes a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He activates his special stance, nullifying the fear, and grips his weapon tightly with renewed determination. Now, with his aura blazing with defiance, he charges forward, sword raised, fully intent on overpowering his opponent. But Lu Fan doesn't even flinch. The energy around him seems to bend to his will, as if responding to his command. It's like the battlefield itself is choosing sides, and it's not looking good for the envoy. Vice Principal Zhao gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnesses the sheer control Lu Fan holds over the chaotic forces around him. Two portals suddenly open, and the envoy, drenched in sweat, stares in horror and amazement. He wonders what is Lu Fan summoning now, fearing something even more powerful might emerge. Lu Fan, with a playful smile, watches as two more dragons step out from the portals, joining the Black Dragon. The envoy stares, utterly dumbfounded as he tries to process the impossible sight before him. 3 dragons. It's as if his disbelief is trying to keep up with the sheer spectacle, but it's failing miserably. The Vice Principal is equally stunned, his mind struggling to wrap around the reality of the situation. It's like watching someone casually pull an ace out of their sleeve, except this ace has scales, claws, and probably breathes fire. But Lu Fan isn't done. With a calm demeanor, as if summoning dragons were just another day at the office, He commands the Emerald Dragon, Xiaofi, to summon her own 2 dragon pets. Now, a total of 5 massive dragons stand surrounding him. The vice principal, absolutely speechless, can only stare in awe. 5 dragons? Is this even legal? Even the mysteriously robed principal, who up until now had maintained an air of calm detachment, is visibly rattled by the sheer magnitude of Lu Fan's power. No one had anticipated that this level of mastery was even possible. Standing tall among his 5 dragons, Lu Fan radiates unshakable confidence. His control over these enormous beasts is undeniable, their strength directly tied to him, making them just as formidable as Lu Fan himself. The envoy, now completely overwhelmed and visibly shaken, stares wide-eyed at the dragons. His bravado crumbles, leaving nothing but raw fear in its place. The twin souls of the flying dragon kings, now at level 22, loom menacingly. Fire, ice, thunder, and wind swirl violently around the dragons, the elements gathering with a terrifying force. It's the kind of moment that makes you wonder if the envoy is mentally replaying every single bad decision he's made up to this point. Meanwhile, the vice principal, still in utter disbelief, glances at the principal and asks if he knew Lu Fan could summon a literal dragon army. The principal, equally stunned, shakes his head, completely at a loss for words. He watches in shock as Lu Fan calmly unleashes his 5 massive dragons with a confidence that leaves the entire room breathless. It's not every day you see someone pull off a dragon squad like it's no big deal. The envoy stands firm, though his face betrays a mix of determination and creeping anxiety. Shield raised, he braces himself, fully aware that he's about to face an overwhelming force. 5 dragons weren't exactly in his daily combat routine. Still, he holds his ground, gripping his sword with all the resolve he can muster, determined to prove his strength, even if his opponent happens to be a so-called rookie. The envoy struggles to comprehend the situation. His eyes widen, disbelief etched across his face as fear begins to creep in. Things have escalated far beyond what he had anticipated. It's like signing up for a sparring match and realizing halfway through you're actually in a full-blown dragon brawl. Panic and frustration battle inside him as he questions how someone so young could outmatch him so effortlessly. Surrounded by flames and shadows, he desperately summons his defensive shield, hoping it will be enough to hold off the impending storm of power. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Zhao steps forward, watching the battlefield with a calm but alert expression. He is prepared to step in if things spiral too far out of control. His face says cool and collected, but inside he's probably calculating the dragon damage to the Academy's insurance. Amidst the destruction, the envoy suddenly lets out a wild laugh, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. It's the kind of laugh that makes you wonder if he's finally lost his grip or just refusing to accept reality. Perched atop his fierce bat, he continues to deflect attacks with his shimmering shield, as their sheer defiance alone will keep him standing against Lu Fan's unstoppable dragon force. The envoy charges forward, his shield glowing brightly, a defiant beacon in the chaos. Lu Fan, with a slight smile, acknowledges the envoy's quick thinking and skill in maneuvering his mount. The envoy surges ahead in a dynamic move, eyes sharp and shield raised high, full of taunts as he sneers that without his dragons, Lu Fan is nothing. It's the kind of overconfidence that makes you wonder if he's been reading too much of his own fan mail. Despite all the bravado, the envoy knows his holy light protection is on the verge of fading, with only seconds remaining. Determined to make the most of it, he charges forward, his mind racing, trying to plan his next move before his protection fades. Lu Fan, however, remains calm, dismissing the envoy's taunts with a mere glance, his eyes cutting through the chaos like a blade. As the envoy barrels through the sky on his bat mount, he continues to criticize, pointing out flaws in Lu Fan's strategy, as if his lecture might do more damage than his sword. It's almost like he's hoping to win the battle through sheer, constructive criticism. With just 2 seconds left on his shield, the envoy summons every ounce of strength into one final decisive attack. His weapon glows with radiant light as he invokes Holy Light Judgment, a powerful strike meant to turn the tide of the battle. The battlefield lights up, radiant with the energy of his holy attack as he swings with all his might, aiming straight for Lu Fan. The move is loaded with immense power, and the confidence in the envoy's eyes suggests he's banking on this as his game-changer. But Lu Fan remains completely unfazed, his expression calm, almost bored. Each layer of his emerald light shield, summoned by his emerald dragon, stands more than capable of withstanding multiple strikes. It's as if Lu Fan is politely waiting for the envoy's tantrum to end so they can get back to more serious matters. Riding atop his bat, the envoy weighs his options, realizing that while Holy Light Judgment might partially break through Lu Fan's defenses, dealing with the dragons is an entirely different beast altogether. Meanwhile, Lu Fan channels the mighty Blue Dragon King's roar, and a towering spectral dragon crackling with energy appears swirling around him. The envoy seems to falter and retreat. Lu Fan delivers a final warning, remarking that he won't hesitate to treat the envoy like the rookie he's acting like. Suddenly, the Star Dragon appears behind the envoy with such speed and precision that it leaves him completely stunned. His expression shifts from arrogance to pure shock as the full weight of the danger he's in hits him. It's the kind of realization that says, maybe I bit off a little more than I can chew. With a fierce gaze, Lu Fan closes in, ready to end the battle. The Blue Dragon King roars, sending purple lightning crashing down on the envoy. Knocked from his mount, the envoy hits the ground hard, his once confident posture reduced to desperation. Lu Fan approaches him. A mocking smile plays across his lips, reminding the envoy of how cornered and helpless he's become. The envoy, now fully aware of his impending defeat, commands Lu Fan to stop. But even in the face of certain loss, his stubbornness knows no bounds. However, Lu Fan remains resolute. This fight, started by the envoy's arrogance, will be finished by Lu Fan's hand. The entire arena fills with dust and smoke as the final clash unfolds. Vice Principal Zhao and the robed figure observe from a distance, their expressions tight with anticipation. After what feels like an eternity, the smoke clears, revealing Ruin Changfeng lying on the ground, coughing intensely, his body weakened from the overwhelming attack. His bat mount lies lifeless beside him, the once fierce creature now just another casualty of the envoy's overconfidence. It's clear now that all that swagger led to one very bad day. Yet despite this crushing blow, the envoy still refuses to give up. With visible effort, Ruin Changfeng tries to rise once again, his body trembling under the shockwaves of exhaustion and damage. Lu Fan watches him calmly, almost amused, and comments that he's sorry for killing his mount. Of course, his apology comes with a sly reminder that in the ruthless competition of the national trials, taking out an opponent's mount is perfectly within the rules. Lu Fan adds that he's sure the envoy put a lot of effort into seeing how he handled the situation. The vice principal, watching this unfold, is both surprised and impressed that Ruin Changfeng hasn't given up yet, even though it's clear he's outmatched. The envoy, despite his defeat, continues to challenge Lu Fan, unwilling to back down. The vice principal, sensing enough has been done, steps forward and remarks that the evaluation should be over, and that Lu Fan has clearly proven himself qualified. But this only makes the envoy furious. He snaps back at the vice principal, telling him to keep quiet, as it's not his place to decide when the evaluation is over. The kind of frustration that comes from someone who thought they were in control, until reality hit like a freight train. The envoy insists it's his job to make the final decision, warning the vice principal not to interfere with his work. Apparently, even lying on the ground with a dead mount nearby, his authority is something he refuses to surrender. The vice principal is stunned by the envoy's stubbornness. He silently wonders how Ruin Changfeng, even in this state, still refuses to concede. It's clear there's some deeper animosity here, something more personal than just an evaluation. Meanwhile, the principal, observing the situation, simply says that they should let it go. He can see that Ruin Changfeng is running on fumes and won't be able to hold out much longer. The principal muses, the man's pride is fighting a losing battle with his body. Still sitting on the ground, Ruin Changfeng seethes internally. He realizes that anyone with Lu Fan's abilities, flash damage immunity, dragon tongue magic, and control over 5 dragons, would make a perfect contender for the national trials. But admitting that would be like swallowing a bag of nails. Instead, his rage bubbles over, and he mutters to himself that he will never let Lu Fan reach that stage. Fueled by anger, Ruin Changfeng makes one last desperate attempt to attack. He rises and lunges at Lu Fan, shouting that he won't allow him to become a contender. And then, in a fit of frustration, he hurls an insult that only adds to the drama, accusing Lu Fan, the smelly, poor fool from a dumpling shop, of being the reason for his downfall. Lu Fan, calm as ever, stands with one hand resting on his dragon, barely acknowledging the envoy's outburst as Ruin charges at him. With ease, Lu Fan dodges the envoy's attack, leaping out of the way. Ruin Changfeng continues his tirade, blaming Lu Fan for everything, being abandoned by the Jin family, losing his position with the higher-ups, and now having his career utterly ruined. To make matters worse, Lu Fan even killed his prized mount. It's a bad day when your biggest complaint is a dead bat, Lu Fan might be thinking, but he says nothing. Fuming, Ruin Changfeng draws his sword, his eyes burning with fury. He declares that he will not leave Lu Fan alive today, promising that this is the day Lu Fan will die. It's the kind of declaration you'd expect from someone who's already lost the fight, but refuses to accept it. Yet despite all the rage, the outcome seems inevitable as Lu Fan remains calm, standing tall against the envoy's final desperate attack. Just then, Lu Fan delivers a swift, powerful kick, sending Ruin Changfeng flying across the battlefield. He crashes onto the ground, dazed and in pain, while Lu Fan calmly walks toward him, each step deliberate. It's the kind of walk that says, We both know how this is going to end. Lu Fan approaches the fallen envoy and calmly tells him that losing one's wisdom in battle is pointless. It's almost as if he's delivering a lecture while standing over his defeated opponent, an unexpected moment of honor in the middle of the chaos. Lu Fan assures Ruin that he won't strike him while he's already down, his tone measured and controlled. If Ruin truly believes the evaluation isn't over, Lu Fan offers him the chance to rise and continue the fight. A generous offer, considering Ruin looks like he's more suited for a bed than another round. Lu Fan then continues, addressing the deeper issue. If Ruin really thinks his career with the Jin family has been ruined by Lu Fan's actions, then he should know that Lu Fan will always be there, ready for him to take his revenge. It's the kind of statement that says, "I'm not going anywhere, and you're welcome to try again." But Lu Fan adds a final warning, telling the envoy that next time he won't stop. The message is clear. Mercy might be shown today, but tomorrow is another story. Hearing this, Ruin calms down a bit, perhaps accepting his defeat, if only temporarily. As if on cue, all of Lu Fan's dragons come to stand by his side, towering over the fallen envoy like silent sentinels. Ruin's condition worsens and he collapses further, unable to rise. Seeing this, Vice Principal Zhao, who had been watching anxiously, immediately runs over to help. He calls out to Ruin Changfeng, promising to arrange a priest as quickly as possible, recognizing that the envoy's health is rapidly deteriorating. It's one of those moments where even the audience can feel that things have gone from bad to worse. The principal, still observing from a distance, turns to Lu Fan and with an impressed look remarks on how well he hid his abilities. 5 dragons? That's not exactly something you keep under your hat. He admits he never expected Lu Fan to be capable of such power. Curious, the principal asks just how much of his strength Lu Fan has used in this battle. Lu Fan, a bit surprised by the question, responds humbly, revealing that he hasn't even used 1% of his strength. It's the kind of answer that makes you wonder what chaos would look like at 100%. The dragons, he explains, barely moved and none of them had to use any skills. Essentially, Lu Fan let his pets stretch their legs, and that was enough to dismantle the entire situation. Just then, the principal's Brahma staff begins to glow and powerful aura surrounds him. The atmosphere shifts as he speaks, his voice firm yet approving. He acknowledges that selecting Lu Fan was indeed the right decision. It's almost as if the universe itself agrees with him, as the glowing staff makes the moment feel even more monumental. Hearing this, Lu Fan simply nods, turning to leave with quiet confidence. Xiao Ye and Xia Fei, his loyal dragons, come to his side as he begins to walk away. But as he moves, something catches Lu Fan's attention. A strange familiarity tugs at him and he pauses, thinking to himself that the principal looks oddly familiar. It's one of those moments where you feel like you've seen someone in a dream or maybe a past life. Lu Fan can't shake the feeling that he has known the principal before, though the memory remains just out of reach. Meanwhile, far away in the northern region of Dragon Country, within an unknown area at level 60, Duke Shenbai chuckles as he reviews Lu Fan's file. It's clear to him that this kid is something special. The fact that Lu Fan is now the official representative of Dragon Country? Well, that's just icing on the cake. Shenbai imagines Ru and Chengfeng probably signed off on the file with tears in his eyes, grudgingly accepting his defeat. It's not every day you picture a seasoned warrior crying into paperwork. As Zhenbai enjoys his moment, someone knocks on the door, asking to come in. Zhenbai gives the go-ahead, and the man steps in, dutifully asking what orders are needed. Zhenbai, with the smoothness of someone preparing for an epic journey, throws his coat over his shoulder and instructs the man to prepare the griffin. Because why ride a horse when you can ride a giant mythical creature? The young man, looking a bit concerned, raises his hand to ask if Lord Zhenbai really plans on leaving the northern border camp, especially since there have been attacks on their routes recently. The attacks, of course, all seem to be coming from the same side, and if Zhenbai leaves, things might get even worse. It's the kind of situation where you're half expecting a disaster movie soundtrack to start playing in the background. Zhenbai, unfazed by the concern, assures the man that he isn't leaving forever and calmly orders him to inform the Griffin team. Because when you've got Griffins on call, you don't sweat the small stuff. He adds that the other routes should continue as usual and that he's heading to Longdew Academy to meet Lu Fan, the new Dragon Country representative. Apparently, meeting the star of the show takes priority over the whole border under attack situation. He promises to be back in 2 days, as if it's a quick trip to the grocery store. Before the young man can leave, Zhenbai asks if he fully understands the instructions. The man nods quickly, confirming that he does. It's clear that when Lord Zhenbai speaks, you don't just listen, you take notes. Meanwhile, Lu Fan sits in his room staring at his system screen with a worried expression. The destination he's been thinking about is over 3,000 kilometers away, and let's be honest, no one's thrilled about a trip that long, not even a hero. The thought of how far it is makes him feel uneasy, knowing it won't be a simple journey. As he scans the system further, he notices that Enchantment has approved his national test qualification. While that should bring some relief, Lu Fan can't shake the feeling that something is missing. Realizing there's nothing pressing on his agenda, he considers going out to search for treasure. But again, that 3,000-kilometer distance looms large in his mind. This is definitely more than a casual treasure hunt. This feels like a bring extra snacks kind of adventure. Suddenly, his phone rings, snapping him out of his thoughts. He talks for a moment, considering his options, and eventually says, "Forget it, I'll contact you next time." He's offered help with a wizard for teleportation, though it comes with an extra cost. Lu Fan shrugs, agreeing that of course it's going to be expensive, because who knew fast travel came with surge pricing? Just as Lu Fan is about to hang up, his attention is drawn back to his system, and there's a surprise waiting for him. The system congratulates him with a message. A treasure map has been sent to him today. A smile spreads across Lu Fan's face as he realizes what's just arrived. It's one of those "oh my god, Christmas came early" moments. Finally, after such a long wait, a divine-level treasure map has been received. His excitement bubbles up, but before he can fully process it, the voice on the phone asks if he's still there. Lu Fan responds quickly, saying yes, but he's got more questions now. As he continues his conversation, he remains completely unaware of the giant fireball hurtling toward his house. Because, naturally, why worry about flaming doom when you're caught up in treasure excitement? He casually talks about a far northern region, but the impending disaster doesn't care. The fireball speeds toward Longview Academy's Villa No. 1, and within moments it hits, causing a massive explosion that rocks the entire area. That's one way to interrupt a phone call. A cloaked figure hovers in the sky, watching with smug satisfaction as Villa No. 1 goes up in a fiery explosion. In his hand, he clutches a mysterious stone, probably thinking he's really nailed it this time. But before he can even start his villainous monologue, the flames are suddenly sliced apart by the claws of the legendary Black Dragon. Lu Fan emerges from the flames totally unscathed, standing alongside the other villa residents, all completely safe thanks to his dragons. Honestly, when your insurance policy includes dragon protection, there's not much to worry about. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan looks up the cloaked figure, and with his usual flair, tells him to stop right there and don't even try to teleport again. Lu Fan wastes no time. His dragon bares its fangs and charges straight at the figure, knocking back his hood and revealing him as none other than the teacher who had stood with the principal during the envoy's assessment. With a dramatic flair only Lu Fan can manage, he calls out to a lady on the ground, telling her to call the fire department while the others scramble to ensure everyone is safe because, safety first, even in the middle of a villain showdown. Ken Chu, always quick to the point, announces that the hooded man had ambushed them with the clear intent of wiping them out. But the teacher, now fully committed to his role as the villain, isn't done yet. He sneers at Lu Fan, telling him that now that he's been spotted, there's no choice but to bind him. Apparently, once you're caught mid-evil scheme, the only logical response is to tie up the hero with magic. With a flourish, he casts a blazing binding attack, locking Lu Fan in place and preventing any helpful effects for 10 seconds. It's like the magical version of a timeout, except this one comes with fire. If Lu Fan breaks free, his speed and casting abilities will be slashed by 90% for 4 seconds, a real buzzkill. Meanwhile, the teacher's body begins to bulk up like he's preparing for a superhero movie, except this is more of a villain's last stand. He's using the ultimate blaze skill, which is basically a self-destruct button for those days when you're losing so badly you decide to go out with a bang, literally. The skill burns his own life force to create a detonating core, capable of dealing a scorching 50% of his mental attributes as fire damage. Because if you're going to lose, you might as well do it with enough firepower to make everyone remember. Even Lu Fan, with all his confidence, realizes that the flame core is the wildest, most dangerous trick a fire mage can pull. The old man isn't just trying to win, he's ready to blow everything sky high, including himself. Meanwhile, Qin Chu and Jian Yang spring into action, raising their whatever they have, assuring Lu Fan that they are there to help. However, the system notification chimes in, delivering some bad news. The flame core is charging with every second, because what's an epic battle without a ticking time bomb? The charge is already at 59%, and the man, now puffing up like a balloon that's gone way past its limit, taunts Lu Fan, saying that there's no escape and that death is inevitable. Nothing says confidence like turning into a fire-filled piñata. As the charge hits 72%, Lu Fan quickly commands the Emerald Dragon to cast Eternal Guardian and protect everyone. The Emerald Dragon, as loyal as ever, immediately casts a protective barrier around the ladies and the legendary Black Dragon, because even in the face of fiery doom, you've got to protect your squad. But while everyone else is shielded, Lu Fan remains bound by the crimson chains, unable to move. The flame core continues charging, now at a terrifying 96%, and even Lu Fan knows the old man is about to blow any second. He materializes his big black mashie, glaring at the man and calling him crazy, which frankly seems like an understatement for someone about to self-destruct. Just when it looks like everything is about to go up in flames, something unexpected happens. The Brahma staff suddenly pierces through the old man's stomach, interrupting his ultimate blaze skill. Lu Fan's eyes widen in shock as he sees the principal's staff coming in at the last second to save the day. Because when your principal shows up wielding a magic staff, it's less school discipline and more epic rescue. Even the old man, in his desperate attempt to detonate himself, can't quite grasp what's happening as the Brahma staff keeps interrupting his plans. He's visibly frustrated, determined to go out with a literal bang, but the principal's staff intervenes again, delivering a final blow. The old man falls to the ground, his plan crumbling along with him. Because nothing says bad day like trying to self-destruct and failing spectacularly. Lu Fan lands on the ground gracefully just as Teacher Gu comes running toward him. His aunt also rushes over. Tears are streaming down her face. She is clearly terrified that her nephew might have been hurt. It's that typical family moment, dragons and explosions aside, when an aunt's number one concern is making sure you're in one piece. But Lu Fan reassures her, telling her not to worry at all. Kim Chua races over, concern etched on her face, and asks who the hooded mage was. Lu Fan replies that it was the same mage who was present during the envoy assessment. Vice Principal Zhao, now standing over the burnt remains of the old man, looks genuinely shocked. He admits that he never expected someone to attempt murder in the middle of the academy, especially not an honorary professor who had been at Longyu Academy for so long. It's like finding out Professor McGonagall secretly ran a dark arts club. Even Lu Fan struggles to understand why such a respected figure would resort to this. His aunt, however, is not having any of it. Furious, she demands that Vice Principal Zhao investigate the matter thoroughly, reminding him that her nephew's life was on the line. Qin Chu, equally outraged, can't believe the professor was willing to detonate himself and take Lu Fan with him the moment he realized escape was impossible. It's not every day you face a teacher who'd rather blow himself up than hand in his resignation. Vice Principal Zhao, clearly nervous, tries his best to reassure everyone, asking them to stay calm and take a deep breath. He promises he'll investigate the situation thoroughly and get them some answers. The next morning in the principal's office at Longyu Academy, the mysterious principal sits deep in thought, still shaken by the murder attempt. He knows that while this attack failed, it's only a matter of time before another, even more dangerous, attempt is made. It's like when Voldemort didn't quite get Harry the first time but came back with more dramatic flair later. The trashy professor had been part of the academy for many years, and no one around him had even the slightest suspicion of his dark intentions. The principal reflects on how he had barely managed to teleport in time to save everyone, thinking that if he had been just a second too late, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Because there's no reparo spell from acid explosions. Suddenly, the principal is jolted from his thoughts by a strange voice. A man is asking if the principal is even listening to him. It turns out to be the Duke Shenbei, who has come all the way to Longdu Academy. The Duke, clearly unimpressed with the beverages on offer, jokes that the principal's office needs some serious drinks because the tea is simply bland and tasteless. It's like showing up to Hogwarts and complaining about the lack of butterbeer. Noticing the principal's growing irritation, the Duke quickly changes the subject, laughing and assuring him that he's been listening to every word. Nothing like a bit of tea shade to lighten the mood. He then adds that since they haven't seen each other for so long, he figured the principal might want to know why he's here. Because apparently nothing says urgent business like a casual drop-in and a complaint about tea. The principal snaps back to reality, realizing he's been going on about Lu Fan for far too long. He apologizes to the Duke, and then shifts the conversation, asking if the Duke has completed his mission in the far north. The Duke, however, waves off the question, explaining that the mission is still incomplete, because apparently even Dukes have to deal with never-ending tasks. But he quickly adds that with the recent attempt on Lu Fan's life, and with both the principal and vice principal Zhao busy investigating, he's willing to take some of the burden off their shoulders. At first, the principal doesn't quite get what the Duke is implying, so the Duke spells it out for him. He plans to take Lu Fan to the far north, even though Lu Fan seems unfazed by assassination attempts because clearly dodging death is just part of his daily schedule. Trouble seems to follow him around like a particularly clingy shadow. The Duke insists that taking Lu Fan with him will not only ensure his safety before the national trials, but will also keep those around him out of harm's way. Because, let's face it, being near Lu Fan is basically standing in the splash zone of chaos. The principal, so trying to piece it all together, wonders aloud what the Duke stands to gain by taking Lu Fan along. After all, the Duke is an esteemed figure in the north, while Lu Fan is, well, just a student. Okay, a student who seems to collect dragons the way people collect action figures, but still. The idea of the Duke playing babysitter to a not-so-ordinary student feels almost absurd. It's like sending Gandalf on a field trip with Harry Potter. The Duke, without hesitation, grabs a bottle of wine and starts pouring himself a glass, casually informing the principal that he's been watching Lufan for quite some time. According to the Duke, Lufan's growth and progress have been nothing short of astounding, as if the kid has been secretly training like he's prepping for the Olympics of magic. So there's no need for the Duke to worry. He's got everything under control, or at least that's what he says between sips. The principal, nodding in agreement, is almost convinced, but throws in one condition before letting Lufan go. He insists that the Duke must guarantee that Lufan stays out of danger. A tall order considering Lufan seems to attract chaos like a magnet attracts metal. Meanwhile, the Duke is already downing his wine like it's water, grumbling that the drink tastes awful. Clearly, protecting a student isn't nearly as stressful as trying to find decent wine. Meanwhile, at the front gate of Longdew Academy, a man in a fancy car arrives and the bratty princess, looking surprisingly calm, beams with happiness. Her big brother has finally come to visit, and for a moment, she almost looks sweet. Almost. Because no amount of sibling joy can hide the fact that she's still as bratty as ever, as she eagerly asks her brother if he's going to help her get revenge. Her brother, acting like the ultimate jerk, assures her that he's going to teach the person who hurt her a good lesson. You know, the kind of lesson that involves less talking and more fists. It's a heartwarming family reunion, except for the part where both siblings are clearly plotting something a little more dramatic than your usual sibling bonding. Later in Villa Number 2 of the Academy, the informant checks in with Lufan, asking if he received the map. Lufan confirms, assuring him that he's about to transfer the money right away, because nothing says, "I'm a responsible treasure hunter," like settling payments on time. The informant, however, is a bit taken aback, mentioning that Lufan suddenly went offline last night and couldn't be reached at all. He's relieved that Lufan's okay, especially since the map in question is so dangerous that no one else would even dare to buy it, except, of course, for Lufan. Because what's life without a little treasure hunting in deadly locations? Remembering the chaos of the previous night, Lufan quickly tells the informant that he needs to hang up. Just as he's about to end the call, Jian Ying approaches, curiosity in her eyes. She asks if Lufan really plans to head somewhere far. Lufan tells her that he is still a bit concerned about the villa and the safety of the ladies and is seriously considering delaying his departure until the investigation results from the attack come through. Because, let's face it, you can't just leave when there's a literal murder mystery to solve. Jian Ying, clearly still shaken from the night before, confesses to Lufan that she didn't sleep well. Apparently, all the ladies slept upstairs and the tension made it hard to rest. She asks Lufan to let them know when they wake up and to say his goodbyes to everyone. Lufan thanks Jian Ying for taking care of all the laddie for him, but Lufan, feeling grateful, thanks Jian Ying for taking care of all the ladies for him. Suddenly, the doorbell rings loudly, breaking the moment. Thinking it might be Vice Principal Zhao with the investigation results, Lufan heads to the door, ready to ask for an update. But when Lufan opens the door, it's not Vice Principal Zhao standing there. Instead, it's a man he doesn't recognize. Lufan, clearly caught off guard, asks who the stranger is. The man, looking nervous but trying to stay composed, quickly reassures Lufan that he's not someone to be afraid of. Because, of course, nothing screams trustworthy like someone nervously saying, "Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you." He then explains that he had to subdue all the villa's bodyguards because they attacked him on sight before he could explain himself. It's as if the bodyguard's motto was attack first, ask questions, never. Lufan, now more confused than ever, starts to wonder if this guy is just another assassin sent by some gang to take him out. Because, let's face it, at this point it feels like being on someone's hit list is just part of his morning routine. Not taking any chances, Lufan pulls out his math sheet, his mind racing. Do I attack? Negotiate? He's weighing his options, probably leaning toward the let's go with sharp objects approach, when suddenly Qin Chu comes down the stairs, addressing the stranger as Uncle Tu, and asking why he's come to the villa. Lufan's confusion deepens as Qin Chu's casual tone clashes with the fact that the bodyguards are scattered around the property, looking very worse for wear. Moments later, the Duke, now comfortably seated on the sofa, explains his visit, while Lufan slowly starts to piece things together. He realizes this man is the same Uncle Tu Qin Chu had mentioned before. It's one of those moments where Lufan's probably thinking, great, the guy who took down all my bodyguards is actually family. Qin Chu quickly explains to Lufan that she's called the Duke Uncle Tu ever since she was little, leaving Lufan wondering if he's going to need stronger bodyguards or just fewer surprise visitors. The Duke breathes a sigh of relief, thankful that Qin Chu arrived just in time because, let's be honest, things were about to get real awkward if Lufan had decided to introduce his math sheet. Lu Fan, equally relieved, thanks the Duke for handling the situation with the bratty princess for so long. The Duke, however, waves it off and explains that although Ruin had been dismissed from his position, he was still seeking revenge on Lu Fan. Fortunately, their last battle had resolved the issue, though knowing Lu Fan, it was probably a mix of fists, dragons, and a lot of well-timed luck. But before the conversation could dive deeper into details, Qin Fu interrupts with a smile, teasing the Duke. She jokes about how she never expected that the once great hero, who had ridden a griffin to confront the beast tide, was now so unrecognized that even the bodyguards of Londu Academy had no idea who he was, because apparently saving the world from a beast invasion doesn't guarantee you VIP access anywhere. Upon hearing that the man before him was the legendary hero who fought in the beast tide, Lu Fan immediately jumps up from his chair. He tells the Duke that while he was studying in the city, the school walls were always filled with stories of heroes who died fighting ferocious beasts. The Duke, as it turns out, was the one who led them to victory, despite the many sacrifices. It's like finding out the person sitting in your living room is basically a fantasy world's version of a war hero, and all you did was almost attack him. The Duke, with a modest smile, downplays the praise, telling Lu Fan that every era has its own outstanding figures, and right now one such figure was Lu Fan himself. Because, sure, leading dragons and surviving constant assassination attempts kind of puts you in the outstanding category. The Duke then informs Lu Fan that he specifically came to find him, not just for a casual chat, but to take him to the extreme north for some serious training. Because, naturally, what's next on the agenda for Lu Fan? More chaos, of course, but this time the training montage. The Duke explains that he has already informed the principal about his plan. Taking Lu Fan to the extreme north wouldn't just help him level up, it would also be the perfect preparation for the national trials. Oh, and let's not forget, it's a solid way to dodge any future assassination attempts. But when the girls hear this, they're understandably shocked. Qin Shu points out that the extreme north is uncharted territory and incredibly dangerous, because, it's not exactly a weekend getaway spot. Jian Ying adds her concerns, reminding everyone that Lu Fan is the representative of the Dragon Kingdom, and they can't afford for him to have any accidents before the national trials. No pressure, right? But the Duke reassures them, explaining that the harsh conditions of the extreme north are exactly what Lu Fan needs to build his strength. Plus, leaving the academy would mean any further attacks would be aimed at him and not those around him. It's like a tactical vacation, one with more danger and fewer beach days. Now Lu Fan finds himself in a dilemma. On one hand, the treasure he's been after is located in the extreme north. On the other hand, he's got 4 beautiful ladies casually hovering around him, and he's unsure if they'll be safe when he leaves. Because leaving your house full of powerful women behind is, apparently, a tough decision when dragons in danger are your usual company. But before he can overthink it, Jian Ying steps in, telling him that you should definitely go. She explains that every lady in the house has already advanced to the 2nd level, and they're more than capable of taking care of themselves, even without him. Qin Shu agrees, assuring Lu Fan that she'll personally protect his aunt, so he has nothing to worry about. Lu Fan smiles, realizing that he can trust them to handle things while he's away. No fan service for a while, I guess, he muses to himself, finally ready to head to the extreme north for some serious training and treasure hunting. The Duke grins, realizing that he didn't misjudge Lu Fan's potential after all. Feeling celebratory, he orders Qin Shu to fetch some bottles of good wine so they can enjoy a big meal together. But the lady quickly informs him that the strong liquor he desires isn't allowed inside the academy. Apparently, even heroes have to follow school rules, no sneaking in booze here. To make matters worse, Jian Ying, who spends most of her time at Villa Number 1, doesn't have any food items stocked at her place either. With the dinner plans hanging in the balance, Lu Fan takes charge and decides to go buy groceries so they can all eat together. Because when life throws assassinations and battles your way, you still need to figure out dinner. He also plans to say goodbye to his senior before his departure. But there's one lingering issue. The bodyguards are still lying on the floor out of commission after their tussle with the Duke. The Duke wonders if Qin Shu can heal them, but Lu Fan offers a better solution, deciding to leave his Emerald Dragon behind to help with the healing, because who needs a first aid kit when you've got a dragon on hand? Later, Lu Fan's in the Academy's scoring room, still trying to wrap his head around the fact that he just met the legendary hero who resisted the beast tide. It's one thing to read about your heroes and another to have them crash on your couch. Suddenly, his senior lady appears, waving her hands at him and asking why he's at the academy so late. She explains that she's been busy the past few days, but is more than ready to offer some close combat practice if Lu Fan's interested. But before she can say much more, Lu Fan interrupts, telling her he's not here to train, he's here to say goodbye. The senior lady pretends not to know about his trip to the extreme north, but Lu Fan explains it all, mentioning that he'll be gone for an entire month, It's one of those see you in a month, don't let the dragons burn anything down kind of goodbyes. Upon hearing about Lu Fan's upcoming journey to the extreme north, the senior lady playfully grabs his cheeks, teasing him that heading there will give him far better experience than sparring with a pretty lady like herself. Because apparently dragons and icy wilderness are the real deal, not fancy duels with flirtatious seniors. But her teasing has a hint of concern, as she warns him that it's still a dangerous place, so she urges Lu Fan to take care. Even though our boy blushes, his cheeks practically glowing like he's been hit by a love spell, he thanks her for everything. As Lu Fan says his goodbyes and prepares to leave, the lady suddenly grabs him from behind, making him flustered and turning his face an even deeper shade of red. She playfully remarks that since he's in such a hurry, she doesn't have much to give him. At this point, it's looking suspiciously like something out of a romantic drama, and Lu Fan's probably wishing he had an escape route. But before he can get too embarrassed, she surprises him by pulling out a band, placing it in his hand, and telling him it's for his safety. With a grin, she quickly steps away, encouraging Lu Fan to do his best in the extreme north and at the national trials. Even when Lu Fan tries to stop her, she just smiles, telling him to bring back a piece of unmolten ice as a souvenir. Then, in true dramatic fashion, she disappears into thin air, leaving Lu Fan standing there, holding the band and a few strands of her hair. It's not every day you get goodbye wrapped in mystery and magic, and maybe a tiny bit of flirting. Later, Lu Fan is on his way to the villa after grabbing groceries for the big meal, but he soon notices something off. Someone's following him. Without hesitation, he calls out, telling the hidden figure to show themselves. To his surprise, it's none other than the bratty princess's older brother, who seems shocked that Lu Fan managed to spot him, because clearly stealth isn't the family's strong suit. Not knowing who he is, Lu Fan asks the man for his name. The stranger, putting on his cape dramatically, like he's about to announce himself as some dark wizard, tells Lu Fan that while he might not know him, he knows Lu Fan quite well. He introduces himself as Jin Chenghen, the bratty princess's older brother, and informs Lu Fan that he's come to personally thank him for all the care his little sister has received. Though, judging by the way he says it, Lu Fan can't be sure if this is a thank you or a veiled threat. Lu Fan, caught off guard, eyes Jin Chenghen suspiciously. He quickly asks if this arrogant prince is the top newcomer from the Tiki kingdom. Knowing that this big head is here just to stir up trouble, Lu Fan doesn't waste a second. He materializes his big black mash sheet because nothing says let's talk this out quite like summoning a massive weapon. Lu Fan knows the bratty princess must be lurking nearby with her brother, so he demands she come out. Sure enough, in true princess fashion, she arrogantly steps forward, ready for the show, saying she's eager to see how her brother will teach the dragon Tamer a lesson. It's like she's front row of the Lu Fan takedown show, popcorn in hand. Jin Chenghen, clearly as cocky as his sister, remarks that whether or not he steps in depends entirely on Lu Fan. He boldly suggests that if Lu Fan lets the princess slap him a few times to even the score, the whole situation could be resolved peacefully, because nothing says diplomacy like asking for a few casual slaps. But Lu Fan, always quick with a comeback, mockingly asks if memory loss runs in their family's DNA. After all, last time the princess tried this kind of stunt, it ended with her getting slapped back, and it wasn't exactly a memory she wanted to cherish. At the mention of her past humiliation, the princess visibly flinches, reliving the moment when Lu Fan had slapped her face. She quickly tells her brother that negotiating with Lu Fan, the dragon tamer, is pointless. She urges him to take action without a second thought, because apparently thinking things through is overrated when you're royalty. Obeying his spoiled sister's command, Jin Chenghen squares up to Lu Fan, his arrogance palpable. He tells Lu Fan that if he doesn't have any respect for the Jin family, then he has no choice but to teach him a lesson. Because in their world, teaching a lesson definitely doesn't involve chalkboards. It involves fists, dragons, and a whole lot of bad decisions. Jin Chenghen raises his hands into the air, and Lu Fan immediately recognizes the summoning spell, its sinister nature matching the arrogance of the princess herself. Purple, poisonous gas begins to swirl ominously from Jin's hands, and he smugly informs Lu Fan that he's about to send him straight to his death, because clearly nothing says family bonding like attempting to poison your enemies with style. A mysterious, gooey creature emerges, spewing toxic sludge all around. Lu Fan doesn't waste a second, leaping out of the way and tossing the groceries aside. Rip to those snacks, guess dinner's going to be delayed. As he glances down, he notices the green acid melting through everything it touches, realizing that his immediate priority is to avoid the corrosive goo, because no one wants to end the day as a puddle of melted hero. Things get weirder when Lu Fan sees the shapeless monster begin to morph, taking on the face of Jin Chenghen himself. Because one arrogant Jin clearly wasn't enough, now there's two. Both the real Jin and the monstrous imitation start walking toward Lu Fan, their matching expressions of intimidation as poisonous as the goo they summoned. As it turns out, this grotesque creature is called the Abyssal Crawler, a name fitting for something that looks like it crawls straight out of the worst nightmare ever. But just when things look bleak, a loud screech pierces the air. Lu Fan spins around to see a massive, legendary quality mount swooping down, the extreme cold Griffin King. It's the kind of dramatic, last-minute rescue you only see in epic tales, complete with an icy bird of prey. The Griffin King attacks the Abyssal Crawler with all its might, leaving Jin Cheng'en staring in utter disbelief. Even he has no idea what's happening to his prize summon as the Griffin tears into it. Suddenly, someone leaps off the Griffin King, landing with a dramatic flourish in front of Jin Cheng'en. It's none other than the Duke himself, staff in hand, ready for action, because apparently if you want to make an entrance, arriving on a legendary mount is the way to go. The Duke, with no patience for formalities, immediately demands to know what Jin is doing outside his domain. Hearing the Duke's voice, Jin Cheng'en instantly recognizes him, realizing that talking things out isn't going to work with someone as dangerous as this. Without hesitation, the Duke elongates his already formidable staff, and Jin Cheng'en, knowing exactly what's coming, shouts at the bratty princess to get out of the way. Because when the Duke is ready to attack, even her spoiled tears won't save her. But before the princess can even begin her usual routine of whining, the Duke's staff impales Jin Cheng'en's chest with pinpoint precision. Apparently, even censored, it's a brutal day to be a villain. Black blood pours from Jin's mouth, and even with all the magic censorship in play, it's clear he's in a bad way. The Duke, ever calm, raises his staff and glances down at Jin with a look that says, "This was over before it even started." He informs Jin that not even his Abyssal Crawler can escape the clutches of the Griffin King. Because let's be honest, when you've got an ice-breathing, legendary griffin on your side, negotiations are off the table. Meanwhile, the princess, true to form, begins crying in the corner like the spoiled brat she is, watching things spiral out of control. It's basically her go-to move whenever life doesn't go her way. Before Jin Cheng'en can even think about freeing himself from the Duke's pointy staff, the Duke, with no hesitation, drives it further into Jin's chest, killing him instantly. Because when the Duke says he's going to teach someone a lesson, he's not talking about a gentle lecture. Everyone is completely shocked by how quickly and effortlessly the Duke has killed Jin Cheng'en, because normally people take a moment to think before skewering someone. But the Duke isn't fazed at all, calmly revealing that Jin Cheng'en is actually an abyssal summoner with a third-tier skill called Abyssal Symbiosis. As long as his abyssal beast is alive, he can be reborn through it. Basically, the guy's got a get-out-of-death-free card, but it comes with creepy monster strings attached. Sure enough, the man's face starts melting away almost instantly, showing that it wasn't his real body that was killed, because who needs a dramatic last breath when you can just melt and respawn? The Duke, however, is not playing games. He warns Jin that if he doesn't come out now, he'll take care of the Abyssal Crawler, which would mean Jin would be truly finished this time. And when the Duke says finished, he doesn't mean with a slap on the wrist, he means done. Realizing that his escape plan is unraveling fast, the Abyssal Crawler begins transforming, and soon enough, Jin Cheng'en reappears, though he's clearly in a tight spot. The bratty princess watches, horrified, as her brother comes back to life, looking pretty worse for wear. It's one thing to be reborn, but it's another to do it when your entire plan just blew up in your face. Desperate, Jin tries to switch tactics. Knowing that brute force won't save him, he plays the victim card, telling the Duke that as a representative of the Tiki kingdom, any attack on him before the national trial would result in judgment from the 23 nations. Because when all else fails, try throwing some political threats around. While Jin tries to weave his way out of the mess, the Duke's expression remains as cold as ever, probably thinking that playing the victim card after summoning goo monsters is a bit much, even for royalty. Lu Fan is completely floored, watching someone literally resurrect right in front of his eyes. Because let's be real, watching someone come back to life isn't exactly on your everyday to-do list. The Duke, however, remains as composed as ever, informing Jin Cheng'en that when a national trial representative is attacked, retaliation in defense of that representative comes without consequences from the 23 nations. Basically, Lu Fan has the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card when it comes to self-defense. Multiple thunderbolts of realization hit Jin Cheng'en as he processes this. He finally understands that Lu Fan is, in fact, the representative of the Dragon Kingdom. It's one of those moments where everything clicks, and it's not a good click for Jin. It's a bitter pill to swallow, especially since his useless sister had completely failed in her attempts to stop Lu Fan from joining the national trials in the first place. Meanwhile, the Duke, clearly frustrated but maintaining his calm, points out to Jin Cheng'en that he's not some psychopath who enjoys random murder. Because sure, he just skewered someone, but that doesn't mean he enjoys it, right? He adds that since this year's national trial is being hosted by the Tiki kingdom itself, it's probably in everyone's best interest to avoid any further trouble. With no options left and realizing he's cornered, Jin Cheng'en reluctantly agrees. But the Duke isn't about to let him off without a final word. He makes it very clear that he's never liked the Jin family, which, let's be honest, wasn't exactly a mystery at this point. Then, in one swift motion, the Duke hurls his staff toward the abyssal crawler, landing a final blow, and warns Jin Cheng'en to never come near Lu Fan or himself again. Because when the Duke says, "Stay away," it's not a polite suggestion. It's a life or death command. The brother, not wasting another second, grabs the crying princess by the arm and tells her to leave immediately. Because when all else fails, it's time to make a dramatic exit. But even in defeat, his arrogance shines through. As they leave, he boldly tells Lu Fan that he's only safe until the national trial. The audacity of talking big after literally being resurrected from the dead? Well, that's a level of delusion even Lu Fan didn't expect. Lu Fan can't help but find it all a bit amusing. I mean, who acts tough after dying just a few minutes earlier? It's almost as if Jin Cheng'en is trying to make dying seem like a minor inconvenience. But before Lu Fan can think much more about it, the Duke cuts in, reminding him that they should hurry back inside. Because clearly a bunch of worried ladies are probably pacing in Villa number 2, expecting the worst. Then just as the dust is about to settle, the Duke, with a casual shrug and a twinkle of hope, asks Lu Fan where all the food ingredients are, especially the booze. At that moment, it all comes crashing back to Lu Fan. The groceries, his carefully chosen meal supplies, all victims of the corrosive gas from the now non-existent abyssal crawler. Dinner, drinks, everything had literally melted away. The realization hits the Duke like a ton of bricks. His face transforms into an expression of sheer devastation, as if he's just lost something truly precious. Because apparently surviving near-death battles with monsters is fine, but losing the booze, that's where the real tragedy lies. Later that night, the long-awaited gathering finally takes place and everyone takes the opportunity to let go of the tension from the earlier attack. Jian Ying sits quietly, sipping her drink, while the Duke and Tao Xiaoman are far more lively, clearly enjoying the moment. Lu Fan's aunt, however, can't hold back her tears, repeatedly telling Lu Fan to take care of himself and not to worry about the ladies. Because nothing says bon voyage like a tearful aunt trying to send you off with emotional armor. Meanwhile, Qin Q sits silently, quietly sobbing, unable to find the words to say goodbye. The atmosphere around her speaks volumes, though. She's just as worried as everyone else. Lu Fan reassures them all, smiling as he promises to be back in just a month. But for now, he knows he has to leave. He's been the target of all the attacks, and he can't let them continue to face danger because of him. It's one of those moments where the hero, no matter how strong, realizes that protecting everyone sometimes means stepping away. The next day, Duke is riding his mighty griffin, with Lu Fan sitting alongside him, taking in the view with childlike amusement, because nothing beats flying on a legendary mount when you're escaping assassination attempts and emotional goodbyes. With only a month left until the national trial and the secrets of the extreme north waiting to be uncovered, Lu Fan's journey is far from over, and something tells him that what's ahead will make all the recent chaos look like a warm-up. The old man, ever practical, tells Lu Fan to hold on tight and try not to get frostbitten, because apparently frostbite is just part of the welcome package in the extreme north. But Lu Fan isn't too worried about the cold. His attention is locked on the vast, unexplored territories below, places above level 60 that feel like a whole new world. It's like staring at the map in a video game and realizing you've only unlocked the tutorial zone. And somewhere out there, hidden among the snow and danger, lies the divine treasure he's been hunting. Just as he's marveling at the view, something strange catches his eye. A blood-red moon hanging in the sky like a bad omen. When he asks the Duke about it, the old man just smiles that cryptic smile he's so good at. The Duke hints that the blood moon is part of the reason they're heading to the extreme north, leaving Lu Fan more curious than ever. They soon arrive at the extreme north military camp, and it's impressive. The elite Griffin squad is gathered, all under the Duke's command. These aren't just any soldiers. These are warriors trained for mounted combat. Because fighting while flying on a giant bird isn't exactly something you learn in your average sword class. The camp is buzzing with activity, and it's clear these guys aren't just here for the scenery. The Duke explains that they've been exploring the area for some time, and they currently have 114 exploration routes mapped out. But their target, the very thing Lu Fan saw as the blood moon, has remained out of reach. No matter how hard they've tried, they haven't been able to get close to it. Which, let's be honest, is probably why they refer to it as that, because when something refuses to cooperate, you don't waste time coming up with fancy names. With Lu Fan on board, the Duke is feeling optimistic. He's certain their exploration efforts will finally make some real progress, because adding a dragon tamer to the team is like upgrading from a tricycle to a jet. Even Lu Fan sees the alignment of their goals. finding the divine treasure and training in an environment equivalent to a level 60 challenge. As Lu Fan studies the map, his eyes land on two routes that seem closest to the location of the divine treasure. Without hesitation, he points to Route 77 and Route 78 and asks the Duke if he can jump right into the exploration group. The Duke, usually calm, suddenly gets serious, probably thinking, here we go again with the bold choices. He tells Lu Fan that while he appreciates the eagerness for action, Route 78 is no walk in the park. It's a rough area, crawling with ferocious beasts. Basically, it's the place you go if you got a death wish and a sturdy pair of boots. The Duke warns that if anything happens to Lu Fan, given that he's only level 32, the school principal will definitely take the Duke's life without hesitation. Because nothing ruins a reputation like losing a star student to a giant beast. But Lu Fan, ever determined, counters with his usual confidence. He didn't come all the way to the extreme north just to hide from trouble. He's here to improve himself and refuses to take the safe route in life. Because in Lu Fan's world, safe routes are for tourists, not dragon tamers with a treasure to find. The Duke, ever the mentor, activates an inventoried portal because apparently pulling magical weapons out of thin air is just another Tuesday for him. As he does, he comments that Lu Fan's eagerness reminds him of his own reckless youth, rushing headlong into dangerous situations even when no one asked for it. Ah, the good old days when running toward danger was a personality trait. From the inventory, the Duke pulls out a crimson bow, handing it to Lu Fan. Our boy's eyes widen as he immediately recognizes the bow as a legendary level 70 offhand weapon. And let's be honest, getting a shiny new toy like that makes anyone blush, even if you're a seasoned dragon tamer. What's even better, Lu Fan can wield it alongside his big black mashi, making him quite the force to be reckoned with. It's like Christmas came early, and instead of socks, he's getting a legendary weapon. Seeing Lu Fan's slightly flustered reaction, the Duke waves it off, telling him to quit acting so modest and just take the bow. After all, it's not every day someone casually hands you a weapon that could level a small village. The Duke insists that with Route 78 ahead, Lu Fan is going to need every bit of help he can get, and these preparations are essential. Lu Fan assures the Duke that he's ready for the challenge, though the Duke can't resist adding that if he could have used the bow himself, there's no way he would have handed it over. So really, Lu Fan's just lucky the Duke's too old for this level 70 gear. Just then, a soldier appears behind the Duke, informing him that the military uniform is now ready. The Duke, always the strategist, steps behind Lu Fan and insists he put on the uniform before they get any closer to the Blood Moon. Because nothing says we're taking this seriously like a fresh new uniform to match your new legendary weapon. The Duke adds that if Lu Fan still insists on exploring Route 78 after seeing what lies ahead, then they'll set off with a full team tomorrow, because at this point it's less about exploration and more about survival with style. Lu Fan, brimming with excitement, quickly dons the military uniform, telling the Duke he can't wait any longer. He's ready to go, eager to dive into whatever challenges lie ahead. Because when you've got a new uniform and a legendary bow, who wouldn't feel ready to conquer the world? Later, while riding on his legendary griffin, the Duke can't help but poke a little fun at Lu Fan, asking why, despite being a dragon rider, he's not actually riding a dragon. Lu Fan explains that his dragon's level isn't high enough yet, so he hasn't unlocked the necessary skills. It's like having a fancy car but not knowing how to drive it, slightly embarrassing but full of potential. The Duke, ever the jokester, takes a swig from his drink and teases that he might make an exception and recruit Lu Fan into the Griffin squad once he figures out how to actually ride his dragons. But before the banter can go on much longer, Lu Fan spots something ominous in the sky, demonic flying creatures known as owl demons. These level 60 beasts are known to drive their targets insane after just seconds of hearing their eerie calls. It's like dealing with a nightmare crossed with a bad concert. Even as these terrifying creatures attack, the Duke remains calm, sipping his drink without a care in the world. Clearly, getting attacked by demons is just another Tuesday for him. Before Lu Fan can even get a warning out, he notices that the Duke has already materialized his staff completely unfazed. The Duke, in his typical gruff fashion, tells Lu Fan that he is the one who needs to be careful. The reaction speed required for Route 78 isn't something to joke about, and Lu Fan's current performance isn't exactly blowing anyone away. All the elite Griffin squad members are well above level 70, and while the Duke had teased about recruiting Lu Fan, it's clear he's not quite there yet. Lu Fan, knowing he's no longer in the comfortable environment of the academy, quickly realizes the gravity of the situation. This isn't just another practice fight, this is serious business. If he's going to prove himself, he's going to have to step up. Because when you're facing owl demons and a slightly tipsy Duke, things are bound to get intense. The Duke informs Lu Fan that they've arrived near the so-called Blood Moon. But as they get closer, Lu Fan is stunned to see that what he thought was a move is actually a giant eye. because nothing says welcome to the extreme north like a colossal eyeball staring at you from the mountains. This eye is opened out of nowhere, embedded deep within the harsh landscape of the extreme north mountains. The Duke explains that somewhere within this very mountain lies an enormous beast, though even his team has no clue what it is. Lufan studies the giant eye and realizes that the surrounding mountains seem to form the shape of half a dragon's head. Because of course it wouldn't be a normal day for Lufan if he weren't facing off with something that resembles a dragon. But there's no way to confirm if it really is a dragon. Whatever it is, the creature's body is so massive that even the Griffin squad hasn't been able to investigate it properly. The Duke adds that when his mighty Griffin first laid eyes on the giant eye, even it was too terrified to approach. And when a legendary Griffin gets scared, you know you've got a real problem on your hands. Curious and concerned, Lufan opens his system window, hoping to get more information about the mysterious creature. To his shock, even the system can't identify the entity in front of them. It's the kind of moment where you realize that even the world's best cheat codes won't help. The Duke, with a serious tone, points out that in their world, there are still vast, uncharted territories where humans have barely set foot. Many more unknown areas remain, waiting for someone brave enough or crazy enough like himself to lead the Griffin squad and explore the depths of these hidden mysteries. And if that someone happens to enjoy a stiff drink while doing it, well, that's just a bonus. The Duke recalls the first time he encountered the giant eye. It had been during what was supposed to be a simple extraction mission, rescuing their teammates from a horde of owl demons. But in the chaos of an avalanche, as they fought to save their comrades, the giant eye had suddenly appeared in the middle of the mountain, staring down at them. And nothing derails a rescue mission like a surprise eyeball the size of a house. That was over a year ago, and despite experts from all the nations investigating it, no one has been able to figure out what the creature it is. But one thing is certain, it's alive. The eye had opened right in front of the Duke, and ever since, he's carried the fear that if this beast ever awakens, humanity might face its end. Because when your planet has a giant, mysterious eyeball monster lurking in the mountains, you tend to lose sleep. Just as the Duke reflects on this chilling memory, Lufan calls out to him, pointing to figures in the sky. At first glance, they look like members of the Griffin squad soaring through the air, but the Duke's face immediately hardens and he grips his staff tightly. He tells Lufan that those figures are indeed former members of the Griffin squad, but they're no longer alive. It turns out these flying creatures are fallen corpses, twisted monsters of level 65, destined to fight endlessly despite their lack of life. Because apparently even in death, the extreme north doesn't give you a break. Now the once proud Griffin squad members are reduced to flying horrors, ready to battle until the end of time. Lufan finds himself clashing with one of the fallen corpses, its twisted form still bearing the remnants of what was once a proud warrior. He wonders if this creature had once been a member of the Griffin squad, a life lost near the Blood Moon. When he turns to the Duke for answers, the old man remains silent, his usual humor nowhere to be found. Instead, the Duke simply turns his Griffin around, avoiding the question, and informs Lufan that the fallen corpses are indeed troublesome. But rather than killing them, the Duke opts for a less violent approach. He uses his Griffin mount to cast a web of extreme cold, because when you've got a giant freezing bird on your side, why not get creative? The icy net spreads out, dealing freezing damage to everything it catches. Somehow, Lufan manages to avoid the icy clutches of the fallen skeletons, though he can't shake the chill of what they once were. Curiosity still gnawing him, Lufan presses the Duke again, asking if these creatures were once his subordinates. The Duke, however, stays tight-lipped, simply shaking his head as he orders Lufan to follow him. Clearly, this is one part of the Duke's past he's not ready to talk about, at least not between battles with the undead. As they begin to fly away, the fallen corpses hit the ground with a thunderous impact. Lufan's eyes catch the familiar sight of the capes they're wearing, the very same Griffin squad capes that had been given to him upon joining. It's a grim realization. These creatures were once the Duke's soldiers, loyal members of the Griffin squad. What had once been proud warriors were now mere shadows of their former selves, trapped in an endless cycle of battle even after death. The next morning, Lufan is sitting in the Duke's office, confidently telling the old man that whether it's fallen corpses, colossal creatures, or who knows what else standing in his way, he's still determined to head to the front lines. Because when you're on a quest involving dragons and mystery eyes, backing down isn't an option. It's just bad storytelling. The Duke, impressed by the fire in Lufan's eyes, calls for the other members of the 78th Griffin squad to join them. Soon enough, the team arrives, and the first to report in is an old man who looks uncannily like the Duke, almost like the universe ordered a second Duke but accidentally hit clone instead of twin. This man is Luffy, a level 16 Divine Punishment Knight and the captain of the first squad. He's seen enough action to make the Duke look like a spring chicken, which says a lot. Next up is Lu Changkong, a blonde-haired, level 10 Holy Shield Knight. He steps forward and asks the Duke what the mission for the day is, probably hoping it's something less crazy than fighting giant eyeballs and reanimated squad members. Then comes Shen Kai, a girl with glasses and a sharp look of focus, who happens to be a level 10 soaring eagle knight. Because when you're a knight who can fly, wearing glasses just adds to the superhero vibe. The Duke then turns to Lu Changkong and tells him there's a new addition to the team, and who else could it be but Lu Fan, the #1 from Dragon Capital Academy. Because if you're going to recruit a new team member, might as well go for the top of the class. Upon hearing the name of the academy, Lu Changkong lights up. Turns out he's a proud graduate of Dragon Capital Academy as well, from the prestigious King class. It's like finding out you and the new guy went to the same school, except instead of trading stories about cafeteria food, you're gearing up to fight mythical beasts. Lu Fan, surprised and a little starstruck, shakes hands with his senior, Lu Changkong, humbly asking him to look out for him. Because when you meet someone from your alma mater, it's only polite to ask for a little extra care, especially when you're about to face life-threatening missions. Lu Changkong, with a grin, reassures everyone that there's no need to worry. He'll make sure Lu Fan is well taken care of. It's the kind of confident smile that says, "Don't worry, I've got your back, and probably your lunch too." But just as things start to settle, Captain Luffy approaches the Duke, clearly not as charmed by the camaraderie. He has some questions about Lu Fan's presence. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, still curious, asks Lu Changkong about the badge Captain Lu Fei is wearing. Changkong explains that it's a military badge, a hard-earned symbol that qualifies him to be a captain. Apparently, not just anyone can wear it, you have to earn it, like leveling up in a really intense video game. He adds that those rank higher than Captain Lu Fei wear silver or gold badges, and within the Griffin squad, only 8 people hold gold badges. Where the Duke isn't around, those 8 are in charge. Because nothing says elite squad like flashing gold badges and wielding legendary weapons. Captain Fei, still skeptical, questions the Duke's decision to send a college student on a mission in the extreme northern region. Because sending a student for a deadly internship in uncharted territory doesn't exactly scream normal onboarding process. Captain Fei makes it clear that the 78th Squad doesn't have time to babysit, and their mission is far too dangerous for someone green. But the Duke, not one to be questioned about his decisions, looks serious. He reminds Captain Luffy that he never jokes when it comes to his work. If Lu Fan faces danger or even death on the battlefield, well, that's Lu Fan's problem. It turns out that the Duke and Captain Lu Fei are brothers, and the Duke wastes no time asserting his authority. He orders that Lu Fan is now officially a member of the 78th Squad, so they are to treat him like any other team member. No special treatment, no babysitting, just a straight-up trial by fire, because that's how family rolls in the Griffin Squad. Even Captain Lu Fei, though a bit hesitant, agrees. He tells Shen Kai to take Lu Fan to the squad meeting room for the mission briefing. Shen, however, is not exactly thrilled. Her face says it all. Escorting the new guy is about as exciting to her as folding laundry. Still, she does as ordered, and the scene shifts to the 78th Squad's meeting room. Captain Luffy starts the briefing by informing the team that, according to reports from their forward stations, a massive blizzard is on its way and will hit the area in 4 days. Because, of course, it wouldn't be a real mission without a deadly snowstorm to add a little extra drama. This means their mission has to be completed within those 4 days. The captain explains that it will take them 2 days to travel to and from the forward station, leaving them with only 2 days to explore Route 78. Because nothing says tight deadline like a ticking snow clock. Lu Changkong, ever the practical one, voices concern about whether they'll have enough time to explore properly. Captain Lu Fei asserts that with the addition of a new team member, their goal this time is to clear 100 miles, and that will be considered a successful mission. But Shen immediately counters, because when you've got a student on board, you've got to adjust your expectations, or at least that's her logic. She argues that 100 miles might be a bit too much considering they now have a student in tow, and they'll have to take it easy on him while exploring. Because clearly she doesn't realize that Lu Fan's idea of taking it easy involves dragons and near-death experiences. Even as Lu Changkong tries to keep the peace and stop Shen from making things worse, she continues acting like she couldn't care less about Lu Fan's situation. Clearly, her welcoming committee skills need some work. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is quietly focused on the map, mentally plotting his path. He realizes that if he can successfully push through the unexplored areas, there's a real chance he'll find the divine-level treasure map, because nothing says team mission like secretly planning a side quest. Suddenly, Captain Lu Fei interrupts the tension by ordering everyone to prepare their griffins and get ready to depart in 15 minutes. No time for bickering, adventure calls. But Shen, never one to miss an opportunity to complain, grumbles about how they're being treated like robots, heading out into the wild without even waiting for the blizzard to pass. Because why wait for safety when you can march headfirst into danger. The captain naturally ignores her complaints and turns to Lu Fan, instructing him to leave his mount in the squad's stables so they can take care of it. But Lu Fan, ever the realist, informs him that his mount isn't leveled up enough to be a proper ride yet. Both Shen and Lu Changkong look at him in shock. It's like showing up to a car race without a car. Shen, unsurprisingly, takes this as another opportunity to express her frustration, declaring that she's not about to carry him just because he doesn't have a ride. Because if there's one thing she's not signing up for, it's giving piggyback rides. Lu Changkong, ever the practical one, asks how Lu Fan is planning to fly without a mount. But Lu Fan just smiles, the kind of smile that says, "You're about to see something cool." He reassures them, telling the team not to worry about carrying him because, of course, when you're a dragon tamer, you don't really need a griffin to make an entrance. Later, the entire squad is once again shocked to their core as they watch Lu Fan soaring through the air using his flying wings without any mount at all. It's the kind of look, no hands, moment that leaves everyone's jaws hanging open. Shen, ever curious but still trying to maintain her cool, asks if Lu Fan's family is part of the Dragon Capital elite since he has such rare, impressive equipment. Because when you've got wings like that, it's hard not to assume you come from money or magic, or both. But before Lu Fan can answer, he spots something odd and asks Shen why her giant eagle mount has baby eagles escorting it. Because apparently even eagle parents need a babysitting squad. Shen, clearly not in the mood for idle chit-chat, quickly brushes him off, telling him there's no time for questions. They're about to enter the cloud cluster, and things are about to get serious. The sky quickly grows dense, and thunderclouds begin unleashing bolts of lightning in every direction, aiming right at the griffins. Captain Luffy orders the group to stay alert, warning them that visibility inside the cloud cluster will be dangerously low. It's the kind of weather report that says, "Good luck, you're going to need it." Lu Changkong, ever the cautious one, advises Lu Fan to stay close and not get separated. And of course, in true adventure fashion, the moment someone says, "Don't get lost," is exactly when someone gets lost. Within 5 seconds of the warning, because that's just how comic timing works, Lu Fan finds himself separated from the group, surrounded by swirling clouds and unable to see anyone. It's like being told not to press a button, and pressing it immediately. Two glaring eyes pierce through the mist behind Lu Fan, staring at him with an intensity that feels like it could burn a hole right through him. As he turns around, he comes face to face with a giant lion-like creature, its crimson red eyes glowing menacingly, and a devilish grin spread across its face. It's the kind of smile that says, "You're tonight's dinner special." The creature, now revealed to be the sky predator lion, a corrupted corpse of level 75, looks more than ready to devour a boy. Lu Fan tries to attack, but his efforts barely scratch the beast. It's like trying to stop a charging bull with a toothpick. He quickly realizes that these corrupted corpses, spread all around the Blood Moon, aren't just affecting humans, they're warping every creature in their path. The sky predator lion wastes no time and unleashes its Phantom Strike, a terrifying ability that lets it strike instantly from the mist. Worse, if it hits a target, it creates a phantom that mimics its abilities for 10 seconds. Because, one deadly lion isn't enough. Let's throw in a ghost version just to up the chaos. Lu Fan, knowing he can't recklessly summon his dragon in such a volatile situation, is suddenly saved by a voice. It's Lu Changkong, who shouts for the junior to get out of the way. Lady Shen's escort Hawk swoops in near the sky predator lion, using its twin eagle feint to strike the creature at high speed, drawing its attention. It's like watching a bird play a very dangerous game of tag with a lion. Shen quickly moves behind the creature, telling Lu Fan not to let the sky predator lion create any more phantoms. Apparently, one ghostly lion is already one too many. Who knew? She reveals she's already lost one of her escort eagles to this monster's tricks, and she's not eager to lose another. Lu Changkong tells Lu Fan not to fall behind because the clouds are full of elite monsters, and being the good senior he is, promises to protect Lu Fan. Because for the 78 squad, fighting these terrifying monsters is just another Tuesday, daily fare, as he puts it. But Lu Fan, ever sincere, insists he can't just sit back and watch them fight while he does nothing. Because nothing screams awkward like standing around while everyone else is in a life-or-death battle. As the sky predator lion begins using cloud mist mirage blending into the mist, Shen immediately warns Lu Fan that newcomers shouldn't act on their own. It's not the time to be the hero. It's the time to not get everyone killed. She emphasizes that he should stick to the team's plan, as this isn't the kind of battle where you can go rogue. Lu Changkong, ever the confident one, assures Lu Fan that they've got this covered. They've been relying on Captain Lu Fei for far too long, and now it's time for them to handle the sky predator themselves. Because nothing says promotion material like taking down a giant corruptive lion without needing to call on the captain for help, They still don't have a badge of their own, but with this fight, they're hoping to finally earn one. Apparently, defeating elite monsters is the best way to build your resume in the Griffin squad. Just then, the trio hears an ominous and eerie voice echoing through the clouds, and all three quickly realize it's not coming from the sky predator lion. Even Lu Fan understands that something far more dangerous has arrived. Shen and Lu Changkong, both visibly shaken, start running in the opposite direction because nothing screams bad news like seasoned warriors booking it out of there. They shout to Lu Fan that the Heaven Devourer has come to the Cloud Cluster, a terrifying, corrupted monster that is no ordinary foe. They urge him to retreat immediately. As Lu Fan looks up, he spots the creature, a massive, whale-like beast hovering just above the Cloud Cluster. It's like a terrifying airborne Moby Dick, but way more end-of-the-world vibes. This corrupted Heaven Devourer is even larger than the world-destroying form of the legendary Black Dragon, and that alone sends a cold shiver down his spine. Just when Lu Fan is frozen in place, Captain Lu Fi shows up in the nick of time, yelling at him to stop standing there and fly. Because if there's one thing you don't do when a giant space whale appears, it's stand around staring at it. Even Lu Changkong, usually confident, starts to lose hope, knowing that facing the Heaven Devourer means they are all in serious trouble. But Shen immediately snaps at him to shut up and fly, reminding them that the Cloud Cluster is already teeming with corrupted corpses and anything near the Blood Moon is tainted. Lu Fan realizes that although the Heaven Devourer doesn't seem to have any life energy, its presence alone is warping everything around it. It's the kind of creature that turns bad day into apocalyptic nightmare. Without warning, the Heaven Devourer begins to open its massive mouth, and Lu Fan's heart sinks as he realizes that just being in range of this monstrosity, it is draining health at a terrifying rate, 17% of the target's maximum health per second. And if that's not a reason to fly like your life depends on it, nothing is. Lu Fan, feeling the weight of impending doom, realizes there's no way to escape the Heaven Devourer's range. Desperate, he considers summoning his dragon, even though he's unsure if it would be affected by the Blood Moon's corruption. Because when you're facing a giant death whale, you've got to try something, right? He tells Captain Lu Fi that he'll handle everything, but the captain immediately shoots that idea down, telling him to calm down and stick with the group. Apparently, now is not the time for solo heroics, especially when the sky's trying to eat you. Even Shen, who moments earlier seemed ready to throw Lu Fan to the metaphorical wolves or lions, reassures him that they're almost out of the Cloud Cluster. She urges everyone to keep moving without causing a commotion, because nothing says, let's be quiet like a giant space whale ready to devour everything. As soon as they break free from the dense clouds, Shen breathes a sigh of relief, announcing that the crisis has been averted. Lu Fan, still on edge, can't quite wrap his head around why the Heaven Devourer suddenly stopped chasing them. After all, it's not every day that a giant monster just gives up like it's bored of playing tag. Captain Lu Fei explains that once the Heaven Devourer leaves the Cloud Cluster, it can't sustain itself in the open sky and will simply fall to the ground. It's like finding out the boss monster has a fatal weakness. You just have to lure it out and hope it doesn't figure out your plan. Lu Fan, humbled by the experience, realizes that each corrupted creature requires different strategies to defeat. These are hard-earned lessons passed down by the veterans of the Griffin squad, many learned at the cost of their lives. Lu Fan stops questioning the wisdom of his teammates, understanding that survival often comes down to trusting those who face death and live to tell the tale. As soon as the Heaven Devourer broke free of the clouds, it plummeted toward the ground, performing its ultimate move, whale fall. Because why just fall when you can make a dramatic exit that sounds like it belongs in a nature documentary? Fortunately for the team, they were far above the ground, and none of them were hit by the massive creature's final attack. Captain Lu Fei quickly ordered the squad to prepare for landing and rest. As the group descended, they observed the enormous whale carcass below, which had now turned into nothing more than a giant structure of bones. Apparently, even in death, the whales got to be extra, leaving behind a spooky skeletal landmark for future adventurers. Lu Changkong, ever the senior, turned to Lu Fan with a smirk, remarking how the captain was in such a rush that he dragged a newcomer into the Cloud Cluster when they could have taken a safer, longer route. Lu Fan, feeling responsible, starts to apologize, realizing that his lack of familiarity with the northern frontier may have contributed to the rushed decisions. But Lu Changkong waves off his apology, assuring him that everyone goes through these learning curves when they first join the Griffin squad. Because let's be honest, no one's born knowing how to survive cloud clusters and corrupted sky whales. He tells Lu Fan that encountering the Blood Moon and its corrupted corpses is part of the experience, and every squad member has a first time facing them. As they turn around, they see Captain Lu Fei silently setting up camp while Shen feeds the griffins. Shen's frustration is written all over her face because nothing says, "I love my job," like grumbling about deadlines while feeding giant birds. She complains that at this pace, they're running out of time to finish the exploration mission with only 3.5 days left. The captain, ever calm and methodical, dismisses her concerns, quietly noting that it's just the newcomer, Lu Fan, slowing them down a bit. He assures her that they'll adjust and push forward. The lady's frustration hits its peak as she angrily demands from Captain Lu Fei what time they have left for adjusting. She's practically fuming, pointing out that while he and Lu Changkong might be cool as cucumbers, she's seriously worried they won't even make it back by the 4th day, because nothing adds to the charm of a deadly mission like racing against time. Without warning, she turns her fury on Lu Fan, storming towards him. She tells him she doesn't know what strings he pulled to land himself in the extreme north, because clearly in her mind he must have used some extreme North Express pass. She makes it clear that this isn't some place where one can earn a badge of honor just by tagging along. She all but tells him to think twice before continuing on this road because, let's face it, he's not exactly on a sightseeing tour. Still venting, she warns that if the thing sleeping beneath their feet wakes up, it won't just be the Dragon Kingdom in danger, but the entire world. No pressure, just the end of humanity on the line. She basically tells Lu Fan to head back to the barracks and stick to logistics, because when the real crisis hits, they won't have the luxury of playing Manny. Clearly, she's not in the mood to sugarcoat things. But Lu Fan, ever the picture of calm, stands his ground. It's the kind of calm that says, I've dealt with angry teachers and disappointed parents. This is nothing. He assures her that he's learned a lot from the captain and the team, and he's gotten a good grasp of the extreme north. He politely asks her to trust that he can be of help when the going gets tough, because apparently nothing says trust me like confidently standing in the middle of a rant. Just as the argument heats up, Lu Changkong swoops in like a referee at a sports game, stepping between them and trying to cool things down. The captain, however, steps in and ends the spat by calmly reminding the lady that if the Duke arranged for Lu Fan to be on the team, there must be a solid reason. Because really, when the Duke makes a decision, you don't argue. You just hope it's not going to involve more sky whales. The captain quickly orders the team to rest up, knowing they'll be moving out soon. Shen reluctantly agrees but still shoots a skeptical glance at Lu Fan, probably wondering if he's going to be more of a liability than an asset. The captain reassures her, telling her not to overthink it, and to just make sure Lu Fan doesn't get in the way. Basically, her new mission is to make sure Lu Fan doesn't accidentally turn their dangerous mission into a full-blown disaster. Just when everyone is about to catch their breath, the griffins start squawking, signaling that the whole team is under attack. Shen wonders aloud what could be coming at them, but before she can even finish the thought, the captain orders everyone to scatter. Huge ice blocks are hurling towards them at insane speeds, because nothing screams rest break like dodging lethal chunks of ice. Lu Changkong immediately puts up his holy shield, using it to protect the group, but in the classic hero slips on a banana peel move, he missteps, injures himself, and gets separated from Lu Fan. Meanwhile, our boy Lu Fan is on his own, dodging the incoming ice blocks and wondering if it's another corrupted corpse behind the attack. Because of course, when in doubt, blame the corpses. The captain checks in, reporting that Shem and he are safe, but is confused about Lu Fan's whereabouts. He keeps calling for Lu Fan to respond, but our boy is too busy trying to figure out what kind of creature is attacking, because when you're surrounded by ice and chaos, thinking things through is clearly priority number one. Despite the captain's repeated calls, Lu Fan doesn't respond, not because he's ignoring them, but because he's just realized he's in the middle of something much worse. Multiple corrupted corpses and level 80 elite monsters surround him, none other than the ice-field Yetis, towering beasts of the frozen wasteland. And because life just loves throwing one curveball after another, these Yetis aren't here to deliver snowballs. They are here to crush everything in sight. Captain Lu Fi, still trying to keep his cool, orders Lu Fan to respond if he's still alive. Because, it's always good to check if the rookie hasn't become an ice cube. But the lady quickly tells him to hush up, reminding him that yelling is only going to draw even more attention from the monsters. Because nothing says, hey, we're over here, like shouting in the middle of a monster-infested ice field. The lady, clearly not feeling optimistic, mutters that it's probably all over for Lu Fan. She figures there's no way he could survive against elite-level monsters. Even the captain, taking in the situation, realizes that with 20 or 30 ice monsters swarming the field, this isn't the kind of party they want to crash. They can't fight them all, and survival means finding a way out, not duking it out with a mob of angry Yetis. She suggests using her falcon to perform a fiend attack, but before any real plan can unfold, they're attacked. A hulking Yeti looms above the captain, its shadow falling over him like the worst version of a snow day ever. Sensing his presence, Captain Lu Fei quickly tells the lady that he'll go after Lu Changkong and bring him back. Both manage to narrowly dodge the creature's attack, but with the Yeti being as relentless as a bad boss during performance reviews, the captain knows they need a new plan. He orders the lady to go find Lu Changkong by herself while he holds off the giant yeti. She hesitates for a moment but ultimately agrees, knowing this is no time for debate. Because when a giant, bloodthirsty monster is breathing down your neck, you don't argue, you run like your life depends on it. She dashes off into the icy wilderness, leaving Captain Lu Fei to face the monster alone. And if this isn't the worst solo showdown he's ever been in, it's definitely in the top 3. Just as Shen leaps through the icy obstacles, she catches a glimpse of Captain Lu Fei in trouble. The Yeti has shattered his longsword and his legs are trembling under the force of the beast's relentless blows. She notices another Yeti searching for her, so she quickly realizes she needs to expose herself just enough for her teammate to spot her, but not enough to attract the Yeti's full attention. It's a delicate balance, kind of like trying to send a text in a meeting without your boss noticing. She spots the griffin still circling above and produces a low-pitched whistle that's recognized by the griffin. Unfortunately, the Yetis hear it too and begin searching for her. Because of course the one time you want stealth, it's ruined by giant furry beasts with super hearing. With no other choice, she materializes 2 swords in her hands, hoping that Lu Changkong catches her signal and figures out where she is before the Yetis do. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Lu Fan, who has already found Lu Changkong. Seeing that the senior is injured, Lu Fan tells him not to speak and just rest up, while our boy steps up to face the 3 Yetis approaching them. Because nothing says perfect timing like having a rookie take on 3 hulking monsters. Lu Fan materializes his trusty big black mashie, ready for the showdown, while Lu Changkong, lying there worried, wonders if Lu Fan even knows how to handle monsters of this caliber. To Lu Changkong, it's like watching someone try to fix a car without ever having seen a wrench. He's convinced there's no way Lu Fan can beat these level 80 elite ice monsters, but Lu Fan, as usual, seems unfazed, probably because he hasn't read the memo that these Yetis are practically walking disasters. The Yetis, furious and determined, begin charging up their ice throw skill, hurtling toward Lu Fan with terrifying speed. One of them attempts to land a crushing punch on our boy, but Lu Fan, quick as ever, slices off the Yeti's hand in one swift, clean strike. Because if there's one thing Lu Fan's learned, it's that sometimes a good disarm is the best defense, literally. His Dragon Fang strike, now powered up with sky breathing and infused with dragon energy, slashes the Yeti twice in quick succession, leaving the creature reeling in pain. As Lu Fan turns, he sees the Yeti being engulfed in the fierce flames of his dragons. Not one to let an opportunity slip by, Lu Fan charges toward the creature to finish the job with the final blow. Meanwhile, Lu Changkong, watching all this unfold, is having a wait what just happened moment. He's completely baffled by what he's seeing as Lu Fan makes quick work of the massive creature. The Yeti collapses into the thin ice, its severed hand lying next to it, leaving Lu Changkong in awe. At this point, he's probably wondering if he's been seriously underestimating the new guy. Finally, Lu Fan casually reveals to Lu Changkong that he's none other than the famous dragon Tamer of the southern province. Because why not drop that bomb after dismembering a giant ice monster? But just as they start to feel like they've got the upper hand, one of the remaining Yetis smashes multiple giant ice blocks and hurls them at Lu Fan with blinding speed. Apparently, these Yetis don't believe in giving a guy a breather. Not one to back down, Lu Fan quickly envelops his big black mashie in a blue aura, activating the Starry Sky skill. This time, his Dragon Fang strike carries the power of the Star Dragon, rather than the legendary Black Dragon. Because when life gives you Yetis, you upgrade your dragons and hit back harder. Lu Changkong watches in utter disbelief as Lu Fan, a mere level 32 Dragon Master, takes on and actually defeats level 80 elite monsters. It's the kind of sight that makes you wonder if Lu Fan's been holding secret training sessions with a cheat code on the side. He tries to make sense of it, stating that Lu Fan mentioned earlier that his mount wasn't strong enough for him to ride, but here he is wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, both Shen and Captain Lu Fei finally managed to defeat the Yeti they were battling and rush over to rescue Lu Changkong. As they arrived, Shen is visibly shocked at the state of Lu Changkong's injuries, but Captain Lu Fei's reaction is even more dramatic when he spots Lu Fan still alive and kicking. Because let's face it, seeing a rookie survive a monster mash like this is like watching a house cat wrestle a lion and win. Before they can process the situation, Lu Changkong fills them in, explaining that it was Lu Fan who had found him and saved his life. He's even relieved to see both the captain and Shen in one piece. But before anyone can bask in the reunion moment, an enraged Ice Yeti roars and charges straight for Lu Fan, clearly not done with its rampage. Captain Lu Fei, seeing the danger, shouts at Lu Fan to dodge immediately. But let's be honest, it's one of those classic, it's too late moments that makes you wonder if Captain Lu's about to pull out a plot twist. And sure enough, knowing there's no time to lose, the captain hurls his sword toward the Yeti, piercing it right through the chest. This isn't just any ordinary sword, it's the legendary sword Victory, a blade that automatically tracks its target until it strikes, dealing a lethal blow. It's like the ultimate heat-seeking missile, except in sword form and a nightmare for any monster dumb enough to stand in its path. The sword deals 100% physical damage and a staggering 76% holy damage per second, ensuring that the Ice Yeti's days, or rather seconds, are numbered. As the immediate crisis fades, Captain Luffy sternly warns Lufan not to act recklessly, urging him to let him devise a plan. Meanwhile, Shen informs the group that they need to evacuate. They're simply outnumbered by too many Yetis, and their griffins aren't responding. Her giant eagle could still carry 2 people, but it's clear they're in a tight spot. Just then, Lufan, with a confident smile, starts talking about how dealing with the situation isn't as complicated as it seems. He nonchalantly suggests that the best way to resolve this problem is to defeat all the snow monsters, like it's the most obvious solution in the world. Shen, of course, snaps at him immediately, telling him to stop talking nonsense and to just retreat to the nearest outpost. Because, in her world, running from Yetis is much more sensible than playing hero with a grin. But Lufan, still as serious as ever, insists that he's not kidding. He even adds that he could heal everyone if there weren't so many monsters, because multitasking in a Yeti apocalypse is apparently his thing. As the ice monsters close in, Shen still can't believe that Lufan actually thinks he can handle the situation. She's probably thinking he's auditioning for some crazy monster-slaying reality show. But Lufan, determined as ever, starts materializing something from his inventory. Without missing a beat, he echoes her own words, saying there's no time for chit-chat now. It's time to deal with the monsters. Because if anyone's going to dish out irony with a side of swordplay, it's Lufan. Lufan quickly tells Shen to handle the wounded and evacuate while he deals with the rampaging Yetis. He then materializes the Crimson Bow gifted to him by the Duke, a weapon so legendary it could practically have its own fan club. The Duke's brother, eyes wide with recognition, points out that it's none other than the Dark Serpent Bow, a weapon famous for forcing back entire armies and now in the hands of a guy who casually thinks a Yeti army is a warm-up. Even Shen, who moments ago was rolling her eyes at Lufan's bravado, suddenly realizes that maybe, just maybe, Lufan isn't full of hot air. Because when you see someone wielding a bow that once made invading guards rethink their life choices, you start to question your skepticism. Shen begins to wonder if Lufan might actually be able to pull this off. Meanwhile, our boy, cool as ever, turns his back to his comrades while the Yetis continue their charge. He tells Captain Luffy and Shen they need to withdraw from the ice field because it's crawling with snow monsters. And clearly, dealing with an army of Yetis is tough enough without teammates cramping his monster-slaying style. Lufan makes it clear he can handle the monsters, but only if his allies get out of the way. Because if there's one thing Lufan doesn't do, it's let a Yeti horde ruin his dramatic solo moment. Shen quickly calls for the Griffin to rescue Lu Changkong. Captain Luffy gives Lufan one last nod, telling him to be cautious. It's the kind of be careful. That sounds more like good luck, kid, because let's be real, they're all expecting either heroics or disaster. Promising not to cause any trouble on their way out, the trio takes off, leaving Lufan alone with a literal army of Yetis. Because what better time to test out a legendary weapon than when you're surrounded by monsters with nothing but cold wind and your own courage to keep you company? As they fly towards the outpost, Shen can't shake the feeling that maybe leaving Lufan alone was a mistake. She's probably thinking, we just left him in a buffet of Yetis, and he's the main course. But Lu Changkong, with a knowing grin, reassures her. He's seen how Lufan fights, and he's confident there's no way our boy is going down. Because when you see someone casually fight Yetis like he's in an action movie, you start to believe in miracles. Back on the battlefield, Lufan is feeling pretty good about himself as he charges up the Duke's bow, a powerful red aura swirling around it. It's the kind of energy that practically screams something epic is about to happen. He takes aim, the fiery skill fully charged, and you can tell he's enjoying this a little too much. Meanwhile, Changkong explains to Shen that leaving Lufan behind wasn't a risk at all. In fact, they were lucky to witness firsthand the prowess of the dragon Tamer of the southern province, the guy who's more of a legend than an actual person at this point, like he's walking straight out of a myth book. Meanwhile, as Lufan steadies his aim, he knows one thing: when you've got a legendary bow in hand surrounded by enemies, there's really only one thing to do: let the fireworks begin. The Yetis, relentless in their assault, continue hurling their ice throw attack, a move that deals massive damage and, if hit consecutively, could freeze Lufan for a solid 30 seconds. And let's be real, getting frozen in place while a bunch of Yetis are charging at you is not exactly how Lufan planned to spend his day. But our boy, ever prepared, fires up his big black bow, aiming squarely at the incoming ice blocks. As he unleashes multiple shots of red arrows, the spell smashes through the icy barrage, shattering each block. Yet despite his impressive display of power, the Yeetus are proving to be as stubborn as a kid, refusing to eat their veggies. Lu Fan, realizing that these creatures really need a lesson in humility, decides to up the ante. Because if there's one thing Lu Fan hates, it's monsters that don't know when to quit. He raises his bow above his head and unleashes a brand new move, the Shadow Serpent Arrow. 12 magic arrows spiral through the air, each dealing 20% damage. It's basically like sending out a dozen little reminders that messing with Lu Fan is a very bad idea. Not stopping there, Lu Fan summons his legendary Black Dragon and Star Dragon, commanding them to take care of all the fallen corpses in one swift blow. Because you've got dragons on standby, why not go full Game of Thrones on your enemies? But just as victory seems within reach, the monsters activate their Berserk state, boosting their attack power by 350% and their movement and casting speed by 100%. Clearly, these Yeetus skip the know when you're beat lesson. They also use Fallen Corpse Tide, which increases the defense of all the monsters by 25% for everyone present. Lu Fan is not exactly thrilled by the Yeetus' annoying Berserk skill. It's like when your favorite game suddenly hits you with an impossible level just when you're on a roll. Disgusted, he orders the Star Dragon to get ready and use its Shattered Star attack. The dragon, ever obedient, soars into the sky and summons a brilliant star from its claws. The Shattered Star attack is a massive area damage move, and its strength depends entirely on the dragon's power. And if there's one thing this dragon is, it's powerful. Think of it as sending a meteor to deal with a mosquito. As the Starlight Dragon prepares to unleash its deadly attack, a light bulb goes off in Lu Fan's head. He quickly calls the Star Dragon back like a chef who suddenly realized he's got the perfect secret ingredient to throw into the mix. Instead of letting the dragon handle the explosion, Lu Fan decides to take things into his own hands. Charging up his Serpent Shadow Arrow, he lets it draw power for a few seconds, knowing that with every moment, the damage multiplies. By the time he releases it, the damage boost is at a ridiculous 500%. The arrow grabs onto the Shattered Star, fusing the two attacks into one epic, boosted explosion that's sure to deal massive destruction. It's the kind of move that makes even the monsters pause and think, wait, maybe we made a mistake. Just before the massive explosion erupts, there's a grin on Lu Fan's face. He's just invented a new combo move, and nothing says goodbye Yeetus like a 500% boosted Shattered Star. A deafening boom echoes across the icy terrain, shaking the very ground beneath them. Even the griffins, normally sturdy in flight, are thrown off balance by the shockwave, causing all of Lu Fan's teammates to crash land onto the ice. It's the kind of explosion that makes you question your life choices, like why you didn't pack a parachute for griffin riding. As the scene shifts, the griffins are seen pulling each team member out of the ice with the help of their uniforms. The last one to be rescued is the captain, who was buried deep due to the sheer impact of the blast. As soon as he's pulled free, he gazes at the massive crater left behind by Lu Fan's devastating attack. It's the kind of crater that says, I'm not here to play, I'm here to rewrite geography. The captain finally grasps the full extent of a dragon tamer's true potential when combined with the raw power of the dragons. It's like watching someone use cheat codes in real life. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, ever the modest hero, praises both his legendary Black Dragon Lady and the Star Dragon, like a proud parent after a successful school play, but with more fire and destruction. He tells the tiny Star Dragon to rest, while commanding the Black Dragon Lady to check for any remaining fallen corpses. But before she can even take off, a griffin suddenly lands on the ice, and Lu Fan looks up to see the captain and his teammates all clearly in awe. It's the kind of entrance that says, we were worried about you, but also, please teach us how to make giant craters. The captain, still trying to process the massive crater left behind, asks if the explosion was caused by Lu Fan's attack. But before he can even finish his question, his eyes lock onto a beautiful lady standing quietly behind Lu Fan. Confused, he asks who she is. Lu Fan turns around, smiling slightly, and tells Xiao Ye to reveal her true form. Xiao Ye obeys, and in an instant, she transforms into her devastating, legendary Black Dragon form. It's the kind of transformation that says, surprise, I'm not just a pretty face, I'm a massive, fire-breathing powerhouse. As the majestic dragon takes to the sky, her presence is overwhelming, leaving everyone, including the captain, in stunned silence. Lu Fan casually orders her to clear the entire area of fallen corpses, and with a single command, she unleashes Cataclysm because, why clean up with a broom when you have a dragon that can obliterate everything? The griffins start screeching wildly at the sight of the dragon in action, while the rest of the squad watches in disbelief. Shen Kai, who had been so skeptical before, is now the most shocked, realizing that Lu Fan is no ordinary kid. Turns out he's not just a guy with cool toys. He's the dragon tamer everyone's been whispering about. Lu Fan, a bit surprised by how familiar everyone seems to be with his name, asks what's going on. The captain, shaking off his awe, explains that it's not just familiarity. Apparently, Lu Fan is practically a celebrity around here thanks to the Duke's constant praise. Not only does Lu Fan have a legendary pet dragon, but he's also the top candidate in the Duke's eyes. It's like finding out you're the star student in the principal's secret fan club. Shen Kai, who usually couldn't care less about others, finally pieces together that the Duke didn't just let anyone into the 78th squad, he let a big shot join. It's like realizing you've been training with a secret superhero all along. Lu Chankong, always the jokester, teases Lu Fan, congratulating him for hiding his true strength the whole time. But Lu Fan, still a bit puzzled, feels like he's been holding the team back since he's unfamiliar with the area. He's thinking, wait, I've been playing catch-up, so why is everyone suddenly acting like I'm their hero? Just as he's trying to process this, the captain steps closer, telling him that he's trained plenty of impatient youngsters over the years, but none were as calm and responsible as Lu Fan. Basically, Lu Fan's getting the Best in Class award, and he didn't even know he was competing. The captain thanks him on behalf of the entire squad for saving them at such a critical moment, and even Shen Kai, who had been pretty skeptical before, agrees that she had underestimated Lu Fan. She's probably thinking, should have known anyone the Duke recommends isn't just your average rookie. Now it's clear to everyone that Lu Fan isn't just some new recruit. He's a big deal. Lu Chankong, with a grin that practically screams, I knew it all along, says it must have been fate when he first met Lu Fan. Now he's planning to rely on Lu Fan to take care of him because, why not? Lu Fan just smiles at the team's sincerity, thanking everyone for their support. But before the moment can get too mushy, something even more impressive happens. The Black Dragon starts transforming into a more mystical form, causing everyone to stare wide-eyed like kids seeing a magic trick for the first time. It turns out she's been upgraded to level 30, and surprise, surprise, her contract with Lu Fan has ascended to Black Dragon 2. And with that, she's unlocked a shiny new skill named Perception. The Black Dragon 2 stage now comes with heightened awareness, allowing it to detect enemies even when they're hiding like cowards in stealth or disguise. When activated, this skill doesn't just spot those sneaky foes. It reveals all stealthy or disguised enemies in the area, basically turning Lu Fan's dragon into a walking anti-ninja radar. Now, anyone thinking they could pull off a sneaky attack near this dragon better reconsider their life choices. Naturally, everyone starts sneaking curious glances at the dragon, while Lu Chankong can't help but ask Lu Fan what in the world is happening. Lu Fan, staying cool like this happens every Tuesday, explains that the Dragon Lady has reached level 30 and her stats just got a serious boost. It's like she's gone through dragon puberty and hit a second-tier transformation. Her attributes are nearly maxed out, and her new perception skill means ambushes are a thing of the past. Even if high-level assassins come knocking, Lu Fan doesn't have to sweat it anymore. Suddenly, Lu Chankong remembers something. He points out that Lu Fan once said he couldn't ride the dragon because her level wasn't high enough. But before he can finish, Lu Fan, with a grin that practically says, "Hold my saddle," stops him mid-sentence. He materializes an epic-quality dragon saddle right there in front of everyone and declares that finally he's become a full-fledged dragon rider. This isn't just any ordinary saddle either. It has the ability to soar, meaning Lu Fan's about to level up his whole dragon game. Upon use, this pet can be ridden as a mount. In mounted mode, both the rider and the pet's attributes get a significant boost, and regular attacks become infused with dragon energy, turning them into ranged damage dealers with extra punch. Basically, Lu Fan and his dragon are about to become a flying, fire-breathing wrecking crew. The team watches in awe as Lu Fan prepares to take his rightful place as a true rider, like a knight who's just found the coolest ride in town. The legendary Black Dragon becomes engulfed in fierce flames, going through her second transformation, and down on the ground, everyone is staring up in awe. It's like watching a giant fireball taking shape in the sky, and even Lu Fan can't help but be impressed by the sheer intensity of the moment. His dragon, now looking more lethal than ever, has the presence of a creature that demands respect, majestic and terrifying all at once. Lu Fan realizes that his legendary Black Dragon has upgraded to a whole new level, reaching her second stage of transformation. Now she's not just powerful, she's a full-fledged adult dragon, with all the deadly grace and might that comes with it. Even the captain, who has seen his fair share of insane things, can't hide his surprise. It's like the dragon has gone from being super cool to how do we even handle this territory. The World Destroyer form of the Black Dragon has evolved, and Lu Fan stands there, feeling pretty proud of his flaming, superpowered Dragon Lady. The World Destroyer form of the Black Dragon has evolved, and Lu Fan stands there, feeling pretty proud of his flaming, superpowered Dragon Lady. Even the normally stoic captain can't help but be impressed. The captain, realizing that to ride such a legendary dragon, Lu Fan would need a special enough saddle, feels compelled to offer one himself. He's ready to hand it over, But Lu Fan, being the cheeky guy he is, stops him mid-offer and casually informs the group that he already has the perfect saddle for his ride. But the captain, not ready to back down, insists that their military saddle gives a 10% attribute boost, which is super rare. Even Shen starts pitching in, telling Lu Fan that 10% of a dragon's stats would make him feel like he's wielding pure power. But Lu Fan, ever the cool-headed rider, calmly explains that he can already superimpose 100% of the black dragon's attributes, and his attacks are infused with dragon energy. So as much as the captain's saddle sounds nice, Lu Fan's dragon control saddle is the one specially equipped for legendary dragons like his. Both the captain and Shen Kai are left stunned, realizing that Lu Fan is out here using 100% of his dragon's power like it's no big deal, while they're just hoping for a 10% boost. The lady, curious and clearly a bit envious, asks Lu Fan what kind of magical item this saddle could possibly be. Even Lu Changkong realizes that doubting Lu Fan at this point is pointless, because let's face it, our boy's got everything covered. Suddenly, the legendary black dragon lands gracefully on the ground, immediately licking her master's face with pure joy, showing just how pleased she is after leveling up. It's like watching a puppy, except this puppy is a massive, fire-breathing, world-destroying dragon. The captain, feeling a bit ashamed for recommending something as basic as a griffin's saddle, now understands that Lu Fan's gear is on a completely different level. Even Shen Kai, who earlier thought Lu Fan was holding the team back, starts falling for him, realizing that this morning's assumptions were, well, wildly inaccurate. She starts daydreaming about having such high-level equipment herself, but the captain cuts in, reminding her, "Are you riding a dragon or a griffin?" You can almost hear the eye roll in his voice. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is busy thanking his black dragon for helping him through the toughest times of his career. He promises her that from now on, whenever they face danger, they'll tackle it together. As the captain and Shen bicker like an old married couple, Lu Changkong steps in, telling them to shut up and just witness the birth of the world's first true dragon rider. It's a moment so epic, even the bickering stops, which is basically a miracle in itself. As soon as the legendary black dragon is equipped with the dragon's saddle and Lu Fan leaps onto her back, he feels an overwhelming surge of power, like he could destroy the world with just a casual wave of his hand. The dragon saddle isn't just a seat. It's a direct link to the power of the dragon clan, boosting all of Lu Fan's attributes to ridiculous levels. On top of that, now his normal attacks are accompanied by dragon energy, allowing him to deal long-range damage like a pro gamer who's unlocked cheat mode. The captain stands there, mouth slightly agape, watching the world's first real dragon knight in action. Even Lu Changkong, who had already suspected Lu Fan was stronger than him after that rescue, is now completely floored. Watching the massive gap in their abilities with his own eyes, he can't help but feel like a side character in his own story. As a knight, Lu Changkong has spent 10 years building up his strength, joining the Griffin Regiment and taking pride in his achievements. But now, seeing Lu Fan's rise to Dragon Knight status, his once proud accomplishments feel about as solid as wet paper. It's the kind of moment that makes him rethink all his life choices, as if all his hard-earned success has been shattered into pieces, and Lu Fan's just casually holding the glue bottle, not even noticing. As Lu Fan settles into the saddle of a legendary black dragon, takes off with her massive, fierce wings, cutting through the air with a majestic grace that leaves everyone watching in awe. But this isn't a joyride. Something serious is going on. The dragon isn't flying just for the thrill of it. She senses imminent danger. Realizing this, Lu Fan commands her to activate perception, and suddenly her eyes begin to glow as she starts detecting enemies hidden in camouflage. In no time, the dragon reveals the stealthy presence of enemies lurking nearby. Meanwhile, the Griffin squad is trailing behind, wondering what kind of terrifying creatures might be creeping around in the shadows. The captain, wide-eyed, shouts in surprise as he recognizes the creatures. They're snow moths, an extremely dangerous species that's so lethal, the captain immediately orders everyone to keep their distance. These moths don't play around. They hide in the snow and wind, completely invisible until it's too late. Once they lash onto a target, they start sucking blood at an alarming rate, draining 10% of the victim's health per second. It's like nature's version of a vampire mosquito on steroids. The captain yells out to Lu Fan, warning him to steer clear of these terrifying little monsters. But, of course, Lu Fan, ever the fearless one, along with his dragon, are already locked and loaded, ready to take on these lethal pests with all the speed and precision they've got. Because why just run from danger when you can barrel straight toward it with a dragon and a smile? Lu Fan is buzzing with excitement, finally getting the fight he's been craving for so long. He orders the legendary black dragon to synchronize with him, using the same attacks so their dragon clan attributes perfectly align. It's like they're in a deadly dance, moving in sync to obliterate everything in their path. Lu Fan uses his triple blade strike, slicing through the snow moths like they're nothing more than paper targets at a carnival booth. Lu Changkong, watching all this unfold, can't help but look like his brain's about to short-circuit. The snow moths have been a nightmare for the Griffin Regiment, yet here's Lu Fan, treating them like they're nothing but bothersome flies at a picnic. The lady, meanwhile, starts getting a little too relaxed, thinking that with Lu Fan around, there's no need to worry about these pesky moths. Of course, this is exactly when reality smacks her in the face. The captain, who's definitely seen more than enough surprises for one day, snaps her out of it, telling her to quit daydreaming and actually pay attention. But it's too late. Her carelessness invites an ambush from the snow moths. Before she can even scream, Lu Fan, with that signature calm smirk of his, unleashes the legendary Black Dragon's fiery breath, burning the moths to a crisp midair. They don't even stand a chance, incinerated from meters away like they've just entered the world's worst bug zapper. As the legendary Black Dragon continues using perception and blasting fireballs left and right, Lu Fan warns the team to stay alert. Thanks to the dragon's keen sight, the snow moths can no longer hide in stealth, and now it's a full-on extermination. Lu Fan is practically having the time of his life, while the others are just trying to keep up. It's like watching a pro gamer stomp noobs in a video game, except the stakes are life and death. Sometime later, Lu Fan and his legendary Black Dragon land gracefully on the ground, announcing to the Griffin squad that the last of the pesky snow moths has been dealt with. Lu Changkong, clearly impressed, walks over and thanks Lu Fan for saving him. Yet again, he tells the captain that with the dragon's perception skill and Lu Fan's smooth synergy, they've got nothing to fear from monsters anymore. Of course, the lady isn't having any of it. She scolds Lu Changkong, telling him to stop acting like a clueless senior and actually be useful for once. She adds that if he keeps needing to be saved, Lu Fan might as well be his personal knight instead of a dragon rider. She's determined to see him do some work instead of relying on Lu Fan every time something goes wrong. Lu Fan, unfazed as always, informs the group that now that he can fly with his dragon, even a blizzard wouldn't be an issue. The whole Griffin squad can continue with the exploration mission without breaking a sweat, but the captain, ever the cautious one, isn't so easily convinced. He reminds Lu Fan that while he's fully capable, he shouldn't take unnecessary risks. The captain then looks up at the sky, noticing the ominous silence, and warns that the snowstorm may hit much earlier than expected. If it comes tomorrow, as he suspects, they won't even have time to return to camp. Lu Fan considers this, but deep down you can tell he's thinking, blizzard or no blizzard, this dragon's not afraid of a little snow. After hearing everything, Shen Kai's worry deepens and the captain hesitates. He doesn't want to risk exploring the snowstorm with a wounded team member. But Lu Fan, ever the optimist, assures everyone that the high-risk snow moths are no longer a threat, even in the storm. In fact, he sees the blizzard and the ferocious beasts as the perfect opportunity for everyone to rack up some military merit. With a confident grin, Lu Fan extends his hand toward the group, promising them that he's not here to gamble with their lives and he's absolutely confident he can lead the Griffin squad safely through the storm. The captain blinks a few times, probably questioning all of his life decisions that led him to this moment. But after a dramatic pause and maybe a tiny internal meltdown, he grabs Lu Fan's hand like a man who's just been promised a free vacation, realizing that with Lu Fan and let's not forget the giant fire-breathing dragon, they've got a decent shot. The whole squad suddenly looks inspired because if there's anyone who can turn a snowstorm into a fun little weekend adventure, it's the guy with a dragon that could probably roast marshmallows from space. Lu Fan continues hacking and slashing his way through the swarm of cute but deadly snow moths and finally stumbles upon the unmelting ice, the one precious item his senior sister had been wanting for ages. It's like stumbling across a rare Pokemon, except this one won't melt in your hand, no matter how hot things get. Lu Fan smiles, feeling a bit like an extreme North treasure hunter, and turns around, waving at his squad to join him. The whole Griffin squad shows up behind him, probably wondering if this was just a glorified shopping trip. Shen Kai, ever the voice of reality check, comments how the snow moths are like earthworms after the rain when a blizzard hits. She's not wrong, except these worms have wings and a thirst for blood. Even the captain can't help but be impressed by Lu Fan's handiwork, noting that our boy must have taken down at least a few thousand of the beasts. But Lu Fan, being the humble guy he is, shrugs and mentions that while he's not sure about the count, his hand has definitely gone numb from all the action. Because nothing says successful mission like a good case of sword-arm cramp. Meanwhile, Lu Changkong, clearly inspired by Lu Fan's beast-slaying spree, sarcastically comments that if he were a level 32 dragon rider, he'd just wipe out the whole blizzard with one big move and bag himself a shiny gold badge. You know, the kind only elite heroes get, not the kind you find in a cereal box. But before Lu Changkong can finish his sentence, Shen Kai slams him on the head, reminding him that he's not Lu Fan and that he's usually the one whining for the captain to come save him from danger. The squad laughs, but you can tell Lu Changkong is secretly plotting how to score some hero points next time, or at least how to avoid more head slams, because nobody likes being the team's comic relief forever. The captain, ever the practical one, notices that they've completed their mission of advancing 100 miles into the unexplored region. With supplies running low and the team exhausted from battling ferocious snow moths and maybe each other, he suggests it's time to head back to the barracks. Even Lu Changkong and Shen Kai, who normally try to tough it out, look like they could use a nap. After all, 3 or 4 days without proper rest would make anyone feel like a zombie. The moment the word rest is mentioned, the legendary black dragon shifts back into her beautiful human form, letting out an adorable cry, the universal dragon code for feed me. Lu Fan, hearing her hungry whimpers, immediately realizes that his dragon lady has been cold and starving for far too long. Even dragons need their beauty, sleep, and snacks after all. Agreeing with his dragon's plea, Lu Fan tells the team they should head back and replenish her health, because let's be honest, a hangry dragon is the last thing anyone needs right now. As they start preparing to return, the captain orders Shen to set the landmark signal for their return journey. Meanwhile, Lu Changkong can't help but notice just how good Lu Fan is to his dragon. It's like watching someone pamper their beloved pet, while Shen Kai, on the other hand, couldn't care less about her giant eagle, which looks like it hasn't seen food in days. The poor bird seems to slump even lower in sadness, probably wondering what it did to deserve such neglect. But, as usual, Shen Kai brushes it off like it's no big deal, telling Lu Changkong not to worry about it, because clearly eagle feelings are not a priority here. Shen Kai whips out a giant red rod from her inventory and slams it into the ground with the kind of flare you'd expect from someone who's been through this rodeo before. As it starts glowing ominously, 2 red beams of light circle around from the marker, giving off that serious business vibe. This is the landmark signal, a crucial tool for their exploration tasks in the extreme north region. Specifically, it's a must-have for the Griffin squad to transmit their exact location back to the camp server. Like the world's most hardcore GPS, but with way more danger. Lu Fan, naturally curious, wonders aloud about the giant rod's purpose, to which the captain explains that the landmark signal is used to mark their current location. Whenever the weather clears up enough, a construction team will come in to set up a temporary outpost, allowing them to push further into the unexplored lands, kind of like setting up camp, but with way more monsters and way less marshmallows. As soon as the landmark signal is activated, something strange happens. All the griffins and even the dragon lady take off toward the barracks on their own like they got an autopilot feature no one knew about. From a distance, a skeletal griffin and a hooded figure, the crimson red eyes, watch them leave from another red marker. Because nothing says friendly neighborhood watcher like glowing evil eyes. Their attention seems sinister, a sure sign that trouble's lurking. The next day, back at the extreme north region barracks, the captain tells everyone to get some well-deserved rest. After all, they've just survived moth monsters and Yeetus. They've earned a nap. Meanwhile, he'll go report everything to the Duke himself, because what's an epic adventure without some paperwork? After the team's dismissal, Lu Fan dashes towards Shen, clearly on a mission, asking her if she knows anyone at the barracks who can work with unmelting ice. With a sly smile, Shen mentions the blacksmith at the supply office, saying he has decent skills and can handle the job. But before Lu Fan can thank her properly, Shen couldn't resist teasing him, asking if he was planning to gift the unmelting ice to his girlfriend. Lu Fan, now blushing furiously, denies it immediately, claiming that his senior is just a regular friend. Cue the classic awkward blush as Shen continues to smirk, clearly not buying it. She tells him there's no need to explain, but our boy's already in full panic mode. He starts running away at full speed with the dragon lady and Tao, as if sprinting might save him from further embarrassment. He calls back to Shen, saying he's off to find the blacksmith and promises the dragon lady some delicious meat to make up for her hard work. Because nothing says sorry like a steak dinner for your dragon. As Lu Fan disappears into the distance, Shen's playful demeanor suddenly shifts. She becomes serious, her hand drifting to her chest, pulling out a small pendant made of unmelting ice. She kisses the pendant gently, her expression softening. Clearly, the pendant holds deep meaning, perhaps a gift from someone special, because even warriors of the extreme north have a soft side. At the blacksmith's shop in the supply office, a large blacksmith with arms that could probably crush boulders reassures Lu Fan that in just 2 days, he'll have a gift that will make any girl swoon. Because clearly, if anyone knows romance, it's a blacksmith. Lu Fan smiles, thanking the man for his craftsmanship. But just as he's about to leave, he feels a firm tap on his shoulder. Turning around, our boy sees none other than the Duke looking a bit frazzled from what was probably an exhausting game of Where's Lu Fan around the barracks. Honestly, this guy could probably use a map and a snack. The Duke, still catching his breath, tells Lu Fan that the captain had reported everything back to him, how Lu Fan not only survived but led the team like some sort of heroic fantasy protagonist. Apparently, the Duke had expected Lu Fan to freeze out there in the snowstorm because, that's usually what happens when you throw a rookie into a blizzard with monsters. But nope, Lu Fan just went full Dragon Master on everyone. The Duke admits he may have slightly underestimated our boy, probably expecting him to be a popsicle by now. But instead, Lu Fan saved the day. And because of his outstanding performance, which might as well translate to "you didn't die, congrats." The captain gave him a bronze badge, the same one that Captain Lu Fei wears. Now this isn't just any bronze badge. Oh no, this is the kind of badge that says, "Hey, I'm in charge now." Lu Fan, still processing the fact that he now holds a captain's badge, realizes that he's officially a captain himself. Because, let's be real, this is the fastest career climb in the history of dragon tamers. One day you're hacking at muths, the next you're the boss. Move over corporate world, Lu Fan showing how it's done. The Duke, with a grave look, starts explaining to Lu Fan that all the griffins from the squad had been found by other teams. But there's a catch. They had been turned into zombies, so the team had to do what teams do in exploration missions, kill their once feathery, now very undead companions. Because in the world of exploration, zombie cleanup is basically a regular Tuesday. Luckily for Lu Fan, his beloved dragon lady wasn't affected by the Blood Moon's mind control. The captain, still impressed by how Lu Fan and his dragon coordinated like they were starring in some epic battle symphony, says he wants to witness it firsthand. Lu Fan, however, is deep in thought, realizing that the closer they get to the Blood Moon, the more creatures turn into undead monstrosities, like a really bad Halloween party. The only creatures that remain unaffected are Shen Kei's giant eagle, and of course his legendary black dragon lady, because apparently even mind control can't mess with her. The Duke, however, isn't done. He continues, pointing out that when he saw Lu Fan's dragon eating like a starved medieval king, he knew she was something special. Probably thinking, you've got a powerful dragon when her appetite rivals a buffet champion. Even Lu Fan realizes that his legendary black dragon has never been this hungry before. Maybe she's been hanging around humans too long and picked up a little gluttony on the side. The Duke, who had been chuckling about starved medieval kings just moments ago, suddenly turns serious. It's the kind of serious that makes you feel like you're about to be let in on a secret that could either blow your mind or send you running for the hills. He tells Lu Fan that there are some things he needs to show him. No jokes this time. He hands over some confidential documents, and as Lu Fan reads through them, his eyes widen like he just found out dragons have a frequent flyer program. The documents reveal pictures of a giant creature, and we're talking seriously giant, with what might be hands or maybe wings. It's not clear, but one thing's for sure. This thing's huge. The Duke explains that the national trial representative of the Star-Spangled Nation, a guy named Charles Morgan, was responsible for exploring the secret mountain ruins on the border of their country. And after some friendly chats with the Morgan family, they managed to get hold of these chilling photos. Lu Fan stares at the pictures, realizing that this massive humanoid skeleton looks an awful lot like the giant creature from the Blood Moon. It's like déjà vu, except with more bone and terror. The Duke, now in full-on ominous mode, confirms that this skeleton was so massive, it made the excavation workers in the photo look like ants. The Duke doesn't waste a second, asking Lu Fan to follow him like they're about to uncover the next big conspiracy theory. He reveals that there's more, a video. His intelligence personnel somehow infiltrated the Morgan family and filmed at the sacred mountain ruins. It's the kind of video that could blow the lid off something huge, like the time you accidentally discover that your grandma's secret cookie recipe is just store-bought dough. The video shows a humanoid structure looming in the distance. An old man who looks like a butler and a woman arrive, staring up at the massive humanoid skeleton structure with jaws practically hitting the ground. At a distance, they spot a large temple, and both of them are in disbelief that Charles somehow managed to get inside of it. The old butler explains to the woman that there was even a fourth evolved professional in the expedition team sent to investigate the temple. But plot twist, a whole team has lost contact and is nowhere to be found. Because, of course, it wouldn't be a proper mystery without people vanishing. The woman, now feeling the weight of every horror movie she's ever watched, notices a creepy golden light from the temple, which is somehow turning nearby creatures into mutated, more powerful beasts. It's like nature hit the upgrade button, and not in a good way. Suddenly, the butler hears footsteps and both of them freeze. The woman turns around and immediately recognizes the approaching figure. It's the fourth evolved professional from the expedition team. But instead of relief, she's thinking, wait, why is he the only one who came back? The old butler in the video suddenly realizes that the returning man from the expedition is definitely not okay. His wings are covered in blood stains like someone forgot to clean up after a bad party. Without any delay, the winged man goes into full attack mode, launching himself at the woman and the butler. The butler, clearly not getting paid enough for this, screams at the woman to run for her life, shouting that the man has become a holy mountain thrall. The Duke says that the video ends here. He adds, in a tone that suggests he's narrating a calm afternoon stroll rather than a near-death experience, that fortunately, his informants managed to escape, which is why they even have this footage in the first place. Lu Fan is trying to wrap his head around what exactly a holy mountain thrall is. He turns to the Duke, and the old man explains with the calmness of someone discussing the weather that a holy mountain thrall is a creature mutated by the eerie powers of the giant skeleton and the temple, much like the holy mountain puppet, only worse. It's like the puppet decided to level up, but in the worst possible way. Lu Fan's eyes widen as he connects the dots. It's eerily similar to the fallen corpses he faced, created by the Blood Moon. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. These things have altered everything around them, and they seem to be waking up. The Duke, after taking a hearty swig from his flask, because what's a deep existential crisis without a drink, informs Lu Fan that this important discovery and the eerie video have already been sent to the senior scholars of the Academy. These scholars, in their infinite wisdom or lack thereof, speculated that there's far more to these two mysterious beings than meets the eye. Their existence is too ancient to trace, and in modern times are called the ancient gods. At this point, Lu Fan's thought train is picking up steam, wondering, where did the skeleton come from? Why did it fall into their world? What kind of power did it hold? What could it even do? None of these were clear of calling a god. Lu Fan thinks that might be stretching it a bit, but just as he's about to spiral into overthinking, the Duke, ever the expert at derailing thought trains, chimes in, guzzling more booze, and casually drops the bombshell. Nothing about the ancient gods is known. He says it with the ease of someone brushing off a mild inconvenience, but it's clear this unknown is a real headache for him. He adds that this recent discovery is like uncovering a tiny corner of the world's biggest secret, which is probably why the Duke is drinking like it's the end of the world, because in their case, it just might be. The Duke continues, explaining that the monsters corrupted by the Holy Mountain are divided into puppets and thralls, while those transformed by the Blood Moon follow a similar pattern. Before he can wrap up his lecture, Lu Fan cuts him off. They aren't just fallen corpses, right? There must be puppet fallen corpses and thrall fallen corpses too. The Duke gives him a look that says, finally catching on, huh? He nods, warning both Lu Fan and the captain need to stay on their toes, because while they've mostly been dealing with the zombie puppets, the Walking Dead with all the brain power of a soggy biscuit, there's a much bigger, badder fish lurking in the shadows, the corpse thrall. And that guy's basically the final boss that no one signed up for, but everyone will wish they had a cheat code to defeat. Lu Fan, ever the curious soul, presses the Duke, eager to know what happened after that Holy Mountain thrall went all slasher movie on the Morgan family. The Duke, clearly relishing in the drama of it all, explains that the thrall didn't just casually stroll through the ruins. It killed off every single Morgan family member present. It's the kind of family reunion no one survives. Charles, the representative of the Star-Spangled Kingdom for the Trials of Nations, was the only one the thrall spared. Because apparently if you're going to be spared by a monstrous undead creature, you better have a fancy title. The Duke leans in, sharing the juicy details. After the intelligence personnel barely managed to escape the massacre, they stealthily followed the Holy Mountain thrall. What they witnessed next was the stuff of nightmares and the weirdest diplomacy meeting ever. The thrall, this hulking, terrifying creature of death, didn't attack Charles Morgan when they met in front of the ancient temple. Nope, not at all. Instead, they had a nice little exchange like two old pals catching up over tea, except, one's a flesh-rotting monstrosity. The Duke reveals the kicker. The thrall didn't just spare Charles, it gave him something. And no, it wasn't a thank you card or a fruit basket. It handed him something called the essence of the Holy Mountain. Lu Fan feels a jolt of surprise when he hears the name of a new item, his mind spinning with curiosity. The Duke, ever the patient one, goes on to explain that Charles, already annoyingly strong as a combat priest, had managed to snag essence of the Holy Mountain. This fancy essence had allowed Charles to switch his profession into something brand new, a super secret, no one's ever heard of it before profession, a holy priest. Of course, there were no records of this new job description anywhere, because why make things easy? The Duke's agents had tried digging up more dirt on Charles, but the Morgan family, who apparently runs their security like a medieval Fort Knox, was now so heavily guarded that no more information could slip through. Frustrated, the Duke warns Lu Fan to watch out for Charles during the kingdom's trial, because Charles now seems to be buddy-buddy with the power of the ancient gods. Great. The Duke is convinced that Charles will be Lu Fan's toughest competition. But our boy? Oh no, Lu Fan waves this off like he's brushing off a bad haircut. He confidently reassures the old man that toughest opponent is just another label. In Lu Fan's mind, no matter what sort of divine cheat codes Charles might have, he's absolutely positive he's walking away with a gold medal. 2 days later, inside the bustling blacksmith shop, the burly blacksmith eyes Lu Fan with anticipation, asking if he's satisfied with the piece. Lu Fan, grinning like a kid who just found extra fries at the bottom of the bag, is thrilled as he examines the necklace. He assures the blacksmith that the craftsmanship is absolutely top-notch, a true masterpiece. Feeling grateful, Lu Fan pulls out the good stuff, the same strong drink that the Duke himself enjoys, and offers it to the blacksmith. He tells the man to take it as a token of appreciation for all the hard work he's put in over the past 2 days. The blacksmith's eyes light up like he's just been handed the keys to the candy store, thrilled that Lu Fan not only appreciated his craft but also knew how to treat a man right. Just as the blacksmith is about to bask in the glory of the moment, Lu Changkong and Shen Kai, the ever-adventurous and slightly reckless duo, suddenly pop up behind Lu Fan. They casually mention that they've got a new exploration mission, and it's time to gear up. Looks like there's no rest for the wicked or for Lu Fan. For that matter. Lu Fan bids farewell to the blacksmith, who, with a hearty grin, tells him to drop by any time he needs more work done. It's like the guy's already picturing Lu Fan as his new favorite customer. As Lu Fan joins the rest of the group, Lu Changkong's jaw practically hits the ground when he spots the copper badge on Lu Fan's uniform. He can't believe it. He's been grinding away day and night for a whole year, and here's Lu Fan, barely around for a few days, already promoted to superior. Even a usually cool-headed lady, Shen Kai, can't wrap her head around it. It's like the universe just fast-tracked him for VIP status, she thinks, as she struggles to believe Lu Fan's sudden rise through the ranks. Fast forward to the early hours of the next morning, Captain Lu Fei gathers everyone near the outpost. He cheerfully announces they packed enough supplies to last for 15 days, meaning they're planning to explore deeper than ever. Everything seems to be going smoothly, that is until Lu Fan, while casually flying overhead like it's just another Tuesday, notices something strange. Wait a minute, where's the signal? The marker they left last time is nowhere to be found. Now things are starting to get weird. Lu Fan knows one thing for sure. This trip just took a turn for the mysterious. But then Shen Kai, with her sharp eyes, spots the red rod just a few blocks away. She figures it might have been blown off course by the recent snowstorm, but something feels off. The rod, now damaged after just 2 days, shouldn't have fallen apart this easily. It wasn't made of cheap materials after all. Even the knockoff stuff from the bargain bin wouldn't fall apart this fast. Lu Fan, sensing the eerie stillness around them, starts to get suspicious. The only sounds are the howling wind and the crunch of snow underfoot. It's way too quiet, like one of those moments in a horror movie where you just know the monster's about to jump out. He can't shake the feeling that a horde of creatures is lying in wait, ready to pounce the moment they get too close to the rod. Just as Lu Changkong calls for the group to kick off the mission, Lu Fan, heart racing, yells at the Lu Changkong and the rest to fall back. He's not about to let them walk into a trap like a group of oblivious tourists on their first adventure. Something smells fishy, and it's not the snow. But it's too late. Lu Changkong is already within range of the lurking monsters. As he turns to glance at Lu Fan, it's as if the world slows down. Cue the dramatic zoom in because a swarm of monsters is practically holding a welcome party for this idiot, just waiting for him to take that one fateful step. Lu Changkong quickly scans the area, his eyes widening as he realizes they're completely surrounded by the creatures. Things just went from bad to we're really in trouble now real fast. They stand there completely baffled, trying to figure out what an outrageous number of monsters is doing in the middle of a snowstorm. After all, our boy Lu Fan cleared out all the monsters last time like a hero on a monster-slaying mission. Yet here they are, a whole army, just watching the humans with a strange eagerness. But none of the creatures make the first move to attack. Lu Fan, always quick to piece things together, tells the captain right away that these monsters are nothing but puppets and somewhere out there, a higher-level thrall is secretly pulling the strings. The captain, caught off guard, looks shocked. He remembers the Duke's warning about thralls. The Duke sure has a way of keeping things exciting. Just then, a rough, dark voice pierces through the wind, saying that being a thrall is nothing to be ashamed of, because the fallen thralls are the glorious thralls of God. A title that sounds way too fancy for a bunch of creepy puppets. They all turn to see a pale humanoid figure dressed in the same uniform as their squad. Lu Changkong, never one to keep quiet, starts yelling at the figure, demanding to know who he is. "Come on, speak up," he shouts, but before the mysterious figure can answer, Captain Lu Fi and Shen Kai realize the truth. That's no stranger, it's their former teammate Lai Lu, a hidden class spear knight. Well, this just went from bad to this is not what we signed up for real fast. The group stands frozen in shock. It's the kind of reveal that feels almost theatrical, like something out of a long-lost tale. Shenkai, usually so composed, is overwhelmed by emotion. Tears stream down her face as she struggles to come to terms with what she's seeing. It's as if the sight of him has opened some emotional floodgates she didn't know were there. Meanwhile, Lai Lu takes in their reactions with a calm demeanor, almost nonchalant, as if this reunion were just a chance encounter, rather than the strange, intense situation it is. He acknowledges the group, giving the impression that he's been gone far too long, yet remains unbothered by the shock on their faces. Lu Fan observes the scene with growing curiosity. Everyone seems to be reacting with a mix of disbelief and sadness, as if they're seeing a ghost from their past, one that they never expected to cross paths with again. Lu Fan turns to Captain Lu Fei, curious about the strange man standing before them, and asks if he knows him. The captain, his usual lighthearted demeanor gone, responds with a serious nod. He explains that the man is none other than Lai Lu, once the silver insignia officer of the Griffin Regiment. Lai Lu wasn't just any officer. He was also Shen Kai's fiancé. When Shen Kai first joined the regiment, it was Lai Lu who brought her in. After their engagement, Lai Lu disappeared during a mission to investigate the Blood Moon, and now, as fate would have it, he's shown up again, except as a fallen corpse. Not exactly how you expect a reunion to go. Lu Changkong, never one for long emotional speeches, looks like he's about to lose it and snaps that now really isn't the time for chit-chat, because apparently talking about undead ex-fiancés during a potential ambush is frowned upon. Meanwhile, Shen Kai is spiraling. Her once stoic composure crumbles as she sees the man she thought she lost forever standing there, undead. She drops to the ground, crying her heart out, and Lu Fan can't help but feel terrible for her. Great, he thinks. Monsters, tears, and now an emotional breakdown. This day just keeps getting better. Shen Kai, through her sobs, begins calling out for Lai Lu, asking why he hasn't come back to her, her words becoming more desperate. As if things weren't already emotional enough, she starts feeling like someone is standing right in front of her, whispering back. When she finally looks up, her eyes widen. It's Lai Lu standing there in his normal, not-so-undead form. Cue the dramatic music, because this is the kind of plot twist that makes you question reality. Lai Lu, ever so calmly, tells her he's finally found her, like he's just returning from a casual trip and not, a dramatic undead reappearance. Shen Kai, at this point, completely loses her patience and flings herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. She hugs him tightly, her tears soaking his armor, unable to believe it's really him. Lu Fan, standing off to the side, watches the whole scene unfold and can't help but think, so, do we clap or something? Shen Kai, between sobs, keeps muttering how no one will believe this, that everyone will be so happy to know he's still alive, because clearly coming back from the dead is the ultimate surprise party trick. The emotional reunion, complete with tears, confusion, and a hefty dose of disbelief, feels like it belongs in some dramatic romance novel. Lu Fan just hopes the monsters are enjoying the show as much as he is. Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy erupts behind Lai Lu, crackling in the air like the world's worst party crasher. His voice turns cold as he declares that he's not going back. He then turns to Shen Kai, his expression unreadable, and asks if she will stay with him. Shen Kai, completely caught off guard by this unexpected plot twist, stares at him in shock, as if she's been handed the wrong script. Before she can even process what's happening, Lai Lu pulls Shen Kai closer, starting his "join me or else" monologue, as though he's trying to convince her they should stay and serve some mysterious god who's apparently about to wake up. Because nothing says romantic reunion like roping your fiancé into some ancient deity revival scheme. Hearing this, Shen Kai's face drains of color. Her voice trembles as she tries to grasp what Lai Lu is even planning, but fear grips her. Poor Shen Kai slips unconsciously, unable to handle the emotional roller coaster. Lu Fan sits her on his lap and frantically tries to bring her back to consciousness, as if patting someone on the back ever solved this kind of supernatural mess. Lu Fan, now shouting like a concerned sibling who just walked in on the strangest family argument, desperately calls out to Shen Kai. He yells for her to snap out of it, practically begging her to come back to her senses. But Lai Lu, clearly committed to his newfound dark side, cuts in with his final offer. He promises unimaginable power, the essence of a god, and the chance to become a servant of divine glory, because who could resist a pitch like that? He vows that if they listen to him, they can dedicate everything to the resurrection of this mysterious god. Lu Fan is still desperately trying to snap Shen Kai out of her dazed state, his voice urgent as he pleads with her. He tells her not to listen to Lai Lu, reminding her that she's only getting confused by his twisted words. It's the classic snap out of it moment, but with a lot more monsters involved. He warns her that if she doesn't come to her senses, there will only be one result, something far worse than she could imagine. Shen Kai, still in a state of confusion, mumbles repeatedly, as if she's caught in a loop, telling Lai Luo not to do this and not to do that. It's like trying to reason with a friend who's about to make a terrible life choice, but with extra drama and undead threats. Lai Luo, not one to back down, lays out the grim reality. If Shen Kai doesn't listen to him, she'll be torn to pieces by the puppets of the fallen corpses and will end up becoming one herself, because apparently that's his idea of persuasive motivational speaking. Lu Fan, sensing the rising danger, shouts even louder, urging Shen Kai to snap out of it before it's too late. His persistence finally pays off, and after what feels like an eternity, he manages to bring her back to her senses. Shen Kai regains consciousness, but panic quickly sets in. She barely has a moment to process what's happening, the chaos around her making it impossible to think clearly. Lu Fan rushes to explain, trying to ground her back into reality. He tells her to snap out of it, reminding her that she's been tricked and confused by Lai Luo's words. Meanwhile, Lai Luo, unfazed by the tension, mounts his horse and demands an answer. He wants to know if Shen Kai will stay with him and serve the god alongside him or not. It's like a bad marriage proposal, but with more undead consequences. The captain, finally fed up with Lai Luo's dramatic theatrics, loses his temper. Lai Luo's not just asking for commitment, he's trying to kidnap her for some dark cult. The captain turns to Lu Fan, eyes blazing, and says they can't let Lai Luo take Shen Kai away. They're surrounded by fallen bodies and the situation is spiraling fast. He asks Lu Fan with urgency if he can save her. Because of course, when all else fails, leave it to Lu Fan to fix the day. Lu Fan stands there, staring intensely, deep in thought as he considers his next move. He silently debates which power to use, weighing his options. Lu Changkong, noticing Lu Fan's serious expression, turns to Captain Lu Fei and speaks up, pointing out the rather inconvenient fact that they're surrounded by hundreds of monsters. Because who doesn't love being stuck in a monster mosh pit? He warns that if they chase after Lu Fan, they'll only get separated, and without repairing the signal post, finding their way back will be impossible next time. Captain Lu Fei, ever the practical one, dismisses the concern about the post. He decides that survival is their new priority, suggesting they should just run for their lives. It's one of those rare moments when the captain sounds like he's about to bolt like he's in a marathon. But just then, a smile creeps onto Lu Fan's face as a plan forms in his mind. You know things are about to get wild when Lu Fan starts smiling in the middle of chaos. He calmly says he doesn't think running away is the best idea. His confidence instantly grabs everyone's attention, and they all turn to him wondering what he has up his sleeve. Without hesitation, Lu Fan raises his hand, and an intense energy begins to surge from his palm. Cue the dramatic wind effects and glowing hands, because things are about to get flashy. Lu Changkong, realizing what's coming, shouts at him in a panic, asking if he's planning another massacre. Because of course, with Lu Fan, massacre is a valid guess. Our hero, not one to shy away from theatrics, confirms with a grin that Lu Changkong is absolutely right. It's like Lu Fan's response is, yeah, I'm about to do something big, watch this. In the same moment, Lu Fan reveals his divine bow, its appearance practically radiating power. He declares that since they've been granted military capabilities, there's no point in holding back. Because really, when you've got a divine weapon, why not go all out? Lai Luo, receiving no answer, narrows his eyes and finally speaks, understanding the silence. He realizes their refusal is his answer. With a grim shake of his head, he declares that the consequence of rejecting God is death, because apparently, when you're dealing with dark powers, they don't believe in second chances. At that moment, he commands all the animals under his control to attack, ordering them to kill the group and turn them into puppets. The monsters, eyes gleaming with malice, rush toward Lu Fan and the others, their screams filling the air. But Lu Fan, always cool under pressure, quickly activates his Shadow Serpent arrow and orders Lu Changkong to prepare the Sanctuary Shield. Without hesitation, Lu Changkong acknowledges the command, activating the protective barrier. It's a moment of pure teamwork, like an action movie, but with magic shields and a lot more drama. The Sanctuary Shield, glowing with power, wraps around the group, absorbing damage equal to 200% of Lu Changkong's maximum HP, but it only lasts for 10 seconds. Lu Fan smiles confidently, extending his hand toward Lu Changkong. You don't have to do anything more, he assures him, because apparently when you're Lu Fan, saving the day is a solo mission. He draws his bow, aiming directly at Lai Luo, and charges the Shadow Serpent arrow. The air hums with power as the arrow begins to form. A deadly black serpent coiling in the air, its power increasing by 500%. After 3 seconds, Lu Fan releases the arrow, sending the black snake hissing through the air toward Lai Luo. Lu Changkong, watching in disbelief, can't help but ask, "What do you mean you're not going to do anything else?" He reminds Lu Fan that his sanctuary shield only lasts for 10 seconds, like he's hoping that this minor detail might change Lu Fan's mind. But Lu Fan, as confident as ever, just smiles and tells him, "Trust me, 10 seconds is enough." Because when you're dealing with magic and monsters, why not add a little suspense? The countdown begins -9 seconds left on the sanctuary shield. Lai Luo, watching the deadly black snake hurtling toward him, is visibly shaken. Apparently, he wasn't expecting this much fight from our boy. Meanwhile, the shield's time is ticking down -8 seconds left. With perfect timing, Lu Fan calls out to Xiao Ye, the legendary black dragon, summoning her to reveal her true form, the Dragon of Destruction. The air vibrates with a new intensity as Xiao Ye, responding to the call, transforms into her destructive form. Flames swirl around Xiao Ye as she emerges in front of Lai Luo, her massive form looming with an aura of pure destruction. With only 6 seconds left on the sanctuary shield, she lets out a roar so powerful that it's probably the kind of sound that could make even the bravest warrior question all their life decisions. Captain Lu Fi, watching in awe and disbelief, shouts out that they're placing all their trust in Lu Fan. Because really, what choice do they have at this point? With only 5 seconds left, the pressure is mounting. Lu Fan instructs Xiao Ye to attack in sync with him. Lu Chenkong and Shen Kai quickly move Captain Lu Fei to safety on the other side. The shield's countdown continues -4 seconds left. Meanwhile, Lu Fan unleashes his signature move, Cut the Sky, a devastating technique that infuses his strikes with dragon energy. With one fluid motion, he delivers 2 consecutive strikes, each powered by the full force of the dragon. At the same time, Xiao Ye, ever loyal, synchronizes her movements, her massive claws glowing with dragon energy as she follows through with 2 devastating strikes of her own. Xiao Ye then activates Cataclysm, the signature attack of the Dragon of Destruction. As she moves across the battlefield, the ground detonates beneath her, erupting in fiery explosions. Everything in her path is engulfed in flames, the catastrophic force causing massive damage and leaving a burn effect that reduces the area to a smoldering ruin. It's the kind of destruction that could make even a volcano feel inadequate. Watching this spectacular display of power, Lu Chenkong can't contain his amazement. He blurts out in disbelief, wondering what kind of skill Lu Fan has just used. Is this some kind of forbidden dragon magic? Because let's face it, it sure looks like the kind of move that comes with a "don't try this at home" warning. Captain Lu Fei, not one to miss a beat, smirks as he watches the battlefield light up in flames. He responds coolly, explaining that what they're witnessing is simply a fight between a dragon rider and his dragon. For Lu Fan, killing a 1,000-year-old ferocious beast is no more difficult than cutting grass. Because when you've got a dragon on your side, even the most terrifying monsters are just part of your daily chore list. Lai Lu's condition worsens quickly, and even his corpse can no longer bear the weight of the battle's toll, collapsing beneath him. As he falls to the ground, Lu Fan, recognizing the conflict in his heart, after all, this was once Shen Kai's beloved fiancé, now turned demon, moves quickly to catch him. Lai Lu hits the ground hard, but before he can slip further into darkness, Shen Kai runs to him, lifting him into her arms with desperation, her eyes filled with both love and grief. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye, still in her fearsome form, transforms back. Lu Fan, ever the protector, asks Shen Kai if she's okay, though his focus remains on Lai Lu, who appears as if his very soul is slipping away. His once strong, fierce presence now looks fragile and fading, a shadow of who he once was. Lu Chenkong, standing nearby, suggests that they should tie Lai Lu up with chains to ensure he can't escape. Because nothing says "I care" like suggesting to chain up your ex-fiancé, right? But Lu Fan, always understanding of Shen Kai's emotions, quickly dismisses the idea. He knows the bond between Shen Kai and Lai Lu runs deeper than just survival, and tying him up like a prisoner wouldn't sit well with her. He tells Lu Chenkong there's no need for it. Besides, with Lu Fan around, there's no chance of escape anyway. Shen Kai, still holding Lai Lu, starts to cry uncontrollably. She whispers to him, her voice trembling, recognizing him as the man she once loved. "Lai Lu, it's really you, isn't it?" She sobs, recounting how gentle and good he once was, and how everything changed because of this terrible curse. Suddenly, a strange purple aura begins to form around Lai Lu, its ominous glow growing stronger by the second. The group is stunned, watching in disbelief as more of this dark energy seeps out of his body. Lu Fan's instincts kick in, and he realizes what's happening. This is the energy of the fallen corpse. Just as the energy pours out, Lai Lu momentarily regains consciousness. He weakly tells them to leave this place, repeating his plea urgently. Shen Kai, holding on to hope, pleads with him to stay strong, assuring him that he will be fine. Tears stream from both their eyes, their moment of reunion bitter and fleeting. Lai Lu, his voice broken, warns them of more dangers to come. He speaks of more fallen corpses and ruins, urging them to prevent further destruction. But as he speaks, his strength gives out. His hand, once clutching Shen Kai's tightly, slips from her grasp, and his body falls lifeless to the ground. The confirmation of his death hits hard, sending shockwaves of grief through Shen Kai. She screams, her heart breaking as she cradles his body, sobbing uncontrollably. It's the kind of heartbreak that shatters even the strongest warrior. Shen Kai clings to Lai Lu, crying that even though it was brief for those few seconds, she had her Lai Lu back. But like all tragic love stories, it's the cruelest endings that cut the deepest. The captain thanks Lu Fan and the formidable Black Dragon for saving them, acknowledging that their survival in this dangerous situation with Lai Lu is all due to Lu Fan's bravery and Xiao Ye's might. Just as they prepare to report back to the camp, they suddenly notice the dark energy of the fallen corpse dispersing into multiple directions. Lu Fan's eyes narrow as he watches the energy drifting toward the ominous blood moon. He realizes the gravity of the situation. This energy is crucial for understanding and potentially controlling the corpse's slaves. Letting dark supernatural energy roam free is not on Lu Fan's watch. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan leaps toward the escaping energy, wielding his massive black mashi. With a swift and powerful slash, he captures the energy, obtaining the fallen corpse essence. As he holds the pulsing crystal in his hand, an uneasy feeling grips him. The crystal's effect is unknown, and he wonders if it is similar to the sacred mountain essence that Charles once obtained. Because when magical artifacts come with mysterious side effects, it is never a good sign. Lu Fan speculates that if the two essences are indeed the same, the fallen corpse essence might grant someone a hidden profession, but at a terrible cost. It could possess them, turning them into slaves to the dark will of the fallen corpse. A promotion that comes with eternal servitude is definitely not ideal. The captain, sensing the danger, expresses his concern, questioning whether it is safe for Lu Fan to carry such a perilous artifact. Despite his own unease, Lu Fan knows they cannot afford to be reckless. He considers the possibility that Charles may also be loyal to the ancient god. He resolves that they must act quickly. Turning to the captain, he insists they deliver the essence to the Duke for further investigation. Because dealing with ancient curses is serious business, and leaving it to chance is not an option. The captain turns to Lu Fan, suggesting that they wait for a moment before heading back to camp. Everyone watches as Shen Kai solemnly buries the body of her fiancé, Lai Lu. Seeing her grief, Lu Fan and the captain decide to help her with a difficult task. Together, they assist in the burial, each shovelful of dirt feeling like a small step in laying her sorrow to rest. When the grave is complete, Shen Kai stands over it, clutching her fiancé's necklace and weeping. She kisses the pendant, her tears falling onto the cold metal, and wonders aloud if everything she witnessed was merely an illusion. Lu Fan, always calm and reassuring, steps forward and gently tells her that it was all real. He assures her that Lai Lu truly did come back, even if only for a moment. Shen Kai, the strong and resilient woman she has always been, finally regains her composure. She wipes her tears, places her glasses back on, and announces to the captain that she is ready to move forward. Because even the toughest warriors have their moments, but they never stay down for long. The group treats her with quiet respect, acknowledging her grief but knowing she needs normalcy now more than ever. With that, the captain orders Team 78 to prepare for the journey back to camp. The scene shifts as time passes, and we find ourselves in the next afternoon. The group has returned, and inside a dimly lit room, the Duke examines the fallen corpse essence. He listens intently as Lu Fan fills him in on the details of the expedition. Lu Fan shares his hypothesis that becoming a servant of an ancient god comes with specific conditions. He explains that former Griffin squad members and various beasts only become corpse puppets, lacking any free will. The monsters, unable to become slaves, likely indicate a lack of intelligence, and the dead, similarly, cannot serve as slaves for the ancient god. However, Lu Fan points out that the servants, those who retain their thinking ability, are a different matter. He explains that someone like Lai Lu, who is fully controlled by the essence but still able to think, shows that becoming a servant instead of a mindless puppet involves a deliberate selection by the ancient god. The Duke listens intently, nodding as he pieces together what Lu Fan has explained. He realizes that simply possessing the fallen corpse essence isn't enough to become a corpse slave. One must also receive approval from the dark power itself. Lu Fan elaborates, pointing out that only sentient beings, those capable of independent thought, have the potential to become servants, because apparently, when it comes to cursing people, the ancient gods prefer quality over quantity. Even the Duke, usually composed, starts recalling rumors from the past few years. He remembers hearing whispers that over a dozen countries have reported strange cults forming within their borders. These cultists claim to be blessed by the gods and aggressively expand their influence, gathering masses of believers. They boast of great power and declare that their almighty deity will awaken soon. because nothing says we're totally normal like cults with a penchant for dramatic proclamations. If what Lai Lu said is true, the Duke realizes the grim reality. These cultists are either servants of the ancient gods or their devoted followers. But Lu Fan is even more worried. He points out that if over a dozen countries are involved, then there might be more than a dozen ancient gods preparing to awaken. And that, in case it isn't clear, is about as comforting as finding out your town is hosting a monster convention. Just then, as if struck by a lightning bolt of realization, Lu Fan's eyes widen. He urgently asks the Duke whether the camp is the only populated area in these far northern territories. The old man, catching on to Lu Fan's train of thought, agrees, because when even the Duke starts looking nervous, you know the news isn't good. Lu Fan, deep in thought, asks about the missing members of the Griffin Squad who have not yet been found dead. His words carry a heavy implication, and as he speaks, the same dreadful realization strikes the Duke, because sometimes bad ideas like to hit everyone at the same time, just to spread the misery. The Duke understands that Lu Fan is suggesting a terrifying possibility. All the missing Griffin Squad members may have already become fallen corpse slaves. If even a few of them managed to escape this region, the consequences would be dire. They would have no choice but to issue a bounty to track down and eliminate these threats. Not exactly the kind of reunion the Duke had in mind for his old brothers in arms. It's a painful truth, but even Lu Fan knows there is no other way. He acknowledges that those who have been possessed by the dark essence would likely understand why they must be stopped, even if it means being killed by former comrades. Turning his attention to the cursed essence in the Duke's possession, Lu Fan suggests they use it to test his hypothesis. The Duke, however, looks baffled. He cannot fathom how they could use such a dangerous item safely. Lu Fan explains his bold idea, to use the essence on a dragon. Because when in doubt, why not bring a dragon into the equation for maximum drama? Hearing this, the Duke's face turns red with fury. He angrily tells Lu Fan that the mere suggestion is absurd. There is no way they would experiment on any living being, not even a dragon. And really, the Duke's tone suggests that he is about 2 seconds away from launching into a lecture about ethical research practices. Despite the legendary Black Dragon being unaffected by the Blood Moon, the Duke fears that using the essence could still go catastrophically wrong. The potential consequences are too dire, and he cannot afford to take such a risk. But Lu Fan, ever calm and clever, reassures him. He explains that the Duke has misunderstood. The dragon he is referring to is Naksho Yai, his loyal pet. The Duke's jaw drops, his mind racing as he tries to comprehend what Lu Fan is suggesting. Because when Lu Fan starts getting mysterious, it's usually time to brace for something wild. Lu Fan and the Duke then make their way to the training ground. The Duke, still trying to wrap his head around Lu Fan's earlier proposal, brings up the time when he observed Lu Fan and Ruin sparring. From what he witnessed, it did not seem like Lu Fan had a total of 5 dragons. But before the Duke can go further, Lu Fan quickly interrupts, explaining that things are not quite as they seem. Among those 5 dragons, 2 are not actually his direct pets, but rather summons of the Emerald Dragon Lady Xia Fei. Because when dragons start summoning other dragons, things get complicated faster than a soap opera plot. The Duke looks thoroughly baffled, and to be fair, who wouldn't be, as it starts to feel like a draconic family tree gone haywire. But Lu Fan, sensing the confusion, decides that a demonstration is the best way forward. He summons the Emerald Dragon Lady and gives her the order to call forth the twin Flying Dragon Kings. Without hesitation, the Emerald Dragon Lady obeys, and moments later, 2 enormous white dragons materialize, roaring with a ferocity that could shake mountains. The ground seems to tremble beneath them, and even the Duke, a seasoned warrior, cannot hide a flicker of nervousness as he looks at these mighty beasts. Because when 2 massive dragons suddenly appear, feeling a bit intimidated is perfectly reasonable. The Duke stands there, trying to process what he's seeing. It's almost laughable to think that the ultimate boss-level dragons he once thought so fearsome are actually just the summoned pets of another pet. It is like realizing that the so-called king of the jungle is actually someone's house cat on steroids. Lu Fan, however, is deep in thought. He considers the Flying Dragon Kings to be the weakest among his summoned creatures, so even if one of them were to transform into a fallen corpse slave, he and the Duke could easily handle it. And because these dragons are mere summons, Lu Fan points out that they can be resummoned after death without any permanent loss. Talk about an ideal test subject who knew disposable dragons were a thing. The plan seems perfectly logical to him, even if it feels a bit bizarre to everyone else. Finally, Lu Fan announces to the Duke that they are ready to begin the experiment. With confidence and perhaps a bit of reckless excitement, he orders the Emerald Dragon Lady to let one of the Flying Dragon Kings consume the fallen corpse essence. Because if you're going to feed a dragon cursed energy, you might as well do it with dramatic flair. Lu Fan hurls the essence right into the dragon's mouth, and as soon as the creature begins to chew, an ominous purple aura envelops it. The dragon roars in agony, his voice echoing across the training ground, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Even the Emerald Dragon Lady looks taken aback, her usual composure shattered. Because nothing says unexpected chaos quite like a dragon having a meltdown. The Duke, standing beside Lu Fan with wide eyes, immediately senses the danger. He orders Lu Fan to step back, alarmed as he realizes that the Flying Dragon King is transforming into a fallen corpse slave. The old man even starts preparing to slay the dragon, convinced that taking it down now is the only way to stop the impending disaster. But Lu Fan, with his typical mix of logic and optimism, quickly intervenes. He insists that killing the dragon now would be a colossal waste, because why settle for a problem solved when you can try problem barely contained? Just as things seem bad enough, they get worse. To everyone's horror, as one of the Flying Dragon Kings becomes possessed, the other starts succumbing to the same dark force. The Duke, now bordering on panic, urges Lu Fan to act immediately before it is too late. But Lu Fan refuses to let fear dictate their actions. Instead, he turns to the Emerald Dragon Lady, telling her that she is their only hope. He reminds her that, as the master of these dragons, she must fight back and reclaim control from the ancient god's influence. Gathering her resolve, the Emerald Dragon Lady begins casting Emerald Light, her signature ability. The glowing light envelops the Flying Dragon Kings, removing all debuffs and increasing their attributes by 30%. Because when your dragons are on the verge of turning evil, giving them a magical power boost is apparently the way to go. The light pulses around the dragons, strengthening them to resist the ancient god's control. Lu Fan realizes that the Emerald Dragon Lady must continuously cast the spell to fend off the possession. The Duke, however, remains skeptical, eyeing the dark purple aura that refuses to dissipate. Because when cursed energy doesn't vanish, it's hard not to feel like things are about to go from bad to catastrophic. Then, without warning, one of the Flying Dragon Kings breaks free from the effects of Emerald Light. It roars ferociously, and the dark energy around it intensifies as if mocking their efforts to contain it. Because, of course, dragons never make things easy. The Emerald Dragon Lady, now absolutely furious, glares at the rebellious twin flying dragons with an intensity that could make even the bravest creature feel like a misbehaving puppy. Determined to put an end to the chaos, she channels every ounce of her energy into the Emerald Light, her aura blazing as dust and smoke whirl around her. The force she exerts is so intense that even Lu Fan stands there, wide-eyed and shocked as he witnesses this incredible display of power. Because it's not every day that a Dragon Lady gets this ticked off. As the dust and smoke finally settle, Lu Fan and the Duke hold their breath, bracing for the worst. But instead of seeing the dragons turn into mindless fallen corpse slaves, they are greeted with a different outcome. The Flying Dragon Kings have not fallen to the ancient god's control. Instead, they have absorbed the ancient god's power, but still managed to retain their own consciousness. Talk about a lucky break, like discovering your cursed potion actually gives you superpowers. The dragons now stand transformed, having become fallen corpse demon dragons of level 22. Their elemental dragon breath has mutated into Demon Dragon Breath, and they are imbued with new abilities, Demon Dragon Charge and the Demon Dragon Bloodline. Because why just have dragons when you can have supercharged, demon-breathing dragons? The Emerald Dragon Lady, exhausted but victorious, finally descends to the ground. She has successfully reclaimed her dragons from the grip of the ancient god. Lu Fan steps forward, a proud smile on his face, and praises the Emerald Dragon Lady for her incredible effort. Even the Duke, still recovering from the shock, admits that Lu Fan's theory was spot on. Using the fallen corpse essence indeed drew the ancient god's power, but somehow, the Emerald Dragon Lady managed to halt the dark transformation and save the dragons. He turns to Lu Fan, thanking him for stopping him earlier. Had he acted hastily, he would have destroyed the dragons without considering the consequences, and really no one wants that on their conscience. Meanwhile, Lu Fan feels a bit smug, knowing that he now has an advantage. Both dragons have gained immense power from the essence, making them even more formidable. Because, as it turns out, accidentally giving your dragons a power boost is one of the better outcomes in the chaos of magic and curses. The Emerald Dragon Lady, still full of adrenaline and relief, immediately wraps Lu Fan in a big, grateful hug. Because when your dragons don't turn into mindless monsters, hugging the hero who saved them feels like the only logical response. Lu Fan, though momentarily flustered, grins and tells the Duke that he can't wait to test out the new abilities of the fallen corpse demon dragons. He is practically buzzing with excitement, eager to see what these powerful new skills can do. With the tension easing, Lu Fan requests that the Duke resume Squad 78's mission, which had been put on hold due to all the chaos. The Duke, who has now seen enough proof that both the ancient god's minions and the cursed essence are real, agrees. Because nothing says mission time like surviving a near disaster with upgraded dragon allies. The The Duke adds now that the ancient god minions and the ancient god essence have both been validated, only thing that remains in dark is the ancient ruins. Lu Fan turns back and realizes that the temple ruins are exactly the spot where he wants to go. The next morning, Lu Fan soars through the sky with the other members of the Griffin squad, and let's be real, flying over an ancient snow-covered landscape is much cooler than any mundane commute. As they near the temple ruins, Lu Fan briefs the team. He explains that the ruins Lai Lu mentioned and the Golden Light Temple discovered by the Star-Spangled Nation are actually the same thing, and to truly understand the ancient gods' awakening, they need to find this hidden place. However, just as he finishes, a notification pops up, informing him that he's approaching the marked location on his divine-level treasure map. Excitement ripples through him as he knows he's going to get his jackpot today. Just then, Shen mentions that they are about to leave the harsh blizzard zone. She can't hide her curiosity, wondering what secrets lie ahead. As they fly out of the snowstorm, they are greeted by an entirely new landscape, one so breathtaking that even Changkong can't believe they're still in the far north. A massive lake sprawls before them, so vast it looks like an ocean. The sky above is clear and brilliant, a welcome change from the icy storms they've grown used to. The captain, impressed but ever practical, orders the squad to find a place to land and set up camp. As they descend, he notices something unusual beneath the ice. Enormous chains stretching across the frozen expanse, their ends vanishing into the depths. He speculates that following these chains might lead them to the temple ruins mentioned in their mission. Because when ancient, mysterious chains are involved, they're either guarding something incredible or something horrifying, or both. But before anyone can start exploring, Lu Fan suddenly bolts off in another direction. A notification alerts him that he has arrived at the treasure map's marked spot. Sprinting through the snow, he finally reaches the location and looks down, his eyes widening with astonishment. There, half buried in the snow, lies a dragon egg, a blue one, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The egg emanates a strange feeling, almost as if it holds the power of space and time itself. Lu Fan carefully picks up the glowing blue egg. Its surface is too cool to touch, and it is shimmering like it holds an entire galaxy. He cradles it in his hands, and just then, his gaze shifts to the spot where the egg was resting. Something else catches his eye. Half buried in the snow is what looks like a small box. His curiosity kicks in as he wonders what it could be. Without wasting time, he brushes off the snow and lifts it. It turns out to be a small, mysterious box. He opens it with a mix of anticipation and excitement. Inside lies a skill book titled Dragon Language Resonance. It is glowing faintly. The quality is clearly epic. Lu Fan feels a surge of excitement. His heart skips a beat as he reads the description. The quality is clearly epic, but the book requires level 35 to use, which is a little annoying. It's like getting the perfect outfit, but realizing it's a few sizes too big. But that doesn't stop him. He dives into the details anyway. The book will teach him Dragon Language Resonance, a passive skill. The cool part is when a Draken rider and their Draken companion use the same Draken language magic, they get a 100% boost in power. That's like doubling your damage, which, let's be honest, is pretty much the dream when you're dealing with magical creatures. Lu Fan can already picture it. Dragons getting stronger, magic getting stronger, him being the guy who has the best dragons in town. But first, he's got to level up. Yes, it's time for some serious training, or maybe just a lot of monster grinding. Using dragon language magic could double his power instantly. Lu Fan's mind starts to race as he imagines the possibilities. Once he tames the blue dragon, his abilities might just rival the legendary roar of the Blue Dragon King. He could practically hear the epic music playing in the background as once he combines Dragonic Resonance with the 2 Dragonic spells he already has. He's got the potential to become a walking, talking natural disaster. A force to be reckoned with, indeed. But then, like a cold splash of water, another thought hits him. He'll need to contact Sister Du from the Manhwa auction house to use his monthly privileges for a pet slot expansion scroll. After all, a dragon egg needs a proper spot on his team, not just some random corner in his inventory. While Lu Fan is lost in his daydreams, Shen Kai and Lu Changkong, who had noticed him lagging behind, come looking for him. Shen Kai points at him and asks what he's up to. Meanwhile, Changkong, every opportunist, can't resist a chance to tease. He jokes that Lu Fan must be enjoying the view, alone. Lu Fan, startled but quick on his feet, hides the skill book and the egg in one smooth motion. He's like a magician pulling off a trick. He flashes a sheepish smile and casually waves them off, acting like everything is completely normal. He shrugs as if nothing's out of the ordinary and gestures toward the landscape, casually mentioning how he always thought this area was the edge of the far north. He wonders aloud if there's a whole new region across the glacial lake, just to throw them off his scent. Shen Kai and Changkong glance at the lake, and Lu Fan breathes a small sigh of relief. Phew, he's not quite ready to share his jackpot with anyone just yet. The mysteries of the blue dragon and the treasures he's found are his to figure out for now anyway. He's got a dragon to tame and a few plans to make before he lets anyone in on his little secret. Hearing this, Captain Liu explains that although they've ventured beyond the snowstorm, the far north is vast, and there's a chance the land extends even further inland. He points out that the Blood Moon mountain range stretches for over 1,000 miles, and what they've seen so far is just the tip of the ancient god's tail. Lu Changkong, clearly surprised, tries to wrap his head around it. The idea that not just the head, but the entire body of an ancient god could stretch for miles seems almost unbelievable. Everyone stands up and gazes at the landscape, the vastness making it hard to imagine something so enormous. Captain Liu, with his usual calm demeanor, reminds them that while no one has yet discovered the full form of the ancient gods, the massive chain they've encountered is undeniably connected to the Blood Moon. Lu Fan listens intently to the conversation, his mind racing the possibilities. He wonders aloud whether controlling the Blood Moon could be the work of the ancient gods themselves, or if the Blood Moon might actually be under their control. Shenkai is struck by the idea. She wonders if the ancient god could be the giant mountain they've been talking about, with its master somehow connected to the end of the chain. Lu Changkong walks up to Lu Fan and casually throws his hand over his shoulder, a little too enthusiastically. He jokingly suggests that it's still too early to be thinking about all this mysterious stuff. There's plenty of time for that later. Right now, they should focus on moving forward along the chain to see what's ahead. Who knows, there might be ruins and temples waiting for them on the other side of the lake. Captain Liu, however, is not so easily swayed by optimism. As the captain, he's got to play the voice of reason. He reminds everyone that they have no clue how dangerous this unknown lake might be. He even gives Lu Changkong a gentle nudge, playfully calling back to the last time Lu Changkong got a little too carried away and ended up injured. Lu Changkong's face falls slightly at the reminder. He looks down, clearly remembering the last mishap. He mutters to himself that he'll be more careful this time, though it's clear he still feels a bit guilty about what happened. Lu Fan raises his hand at the same time, looking at the captain with a grin. He tells him not to worry, he'll go check things out first and return soon with a signal to proceed. The captain, after a thoughtful pause, replies that he wouldn't have let anyone go ahead first, but now that he's seen Lu Fan's true form, he won't stop him from leaving. It's like getting approval from the boss after you've shown you've got what it takes. With a nod, Lu Fan calls out to Xiao Ye and orders her to activate her destroyer form. In a flash, Xiao Ye appears in her full fiery glory, surrounded by swirling lava. The sight makes everyone stop and stare. It's hard not to be impressed when your companion turns into a walking, burning powerhouse. The captain looks at the group and says they'll stay behind to rest and wait. If anything goes wrong, they'll head back immediately. He also casually mentions that he asked Shen Kai to bring a teleportation scroll just in case, a little safety net after the last encounter with Changkong. That situation had not been pretty. Shen Kai looks at Lu Fan with a raised brow, a little concerned, and warns him to be careful. She gives him a nudge, but it's more of a please don't do anything reckless kind of nudge. Lu Fan, ever confident, manifests his dragon wings. He reassures them with a casual okay, there won't be any problems now. He's got this, or at least that's what he believes. He then orders Xiao Ye to fly with him, and without wasting any time, they take off into the sky. After 2 hours of continuous flight, Lu Fan finally comes to a stop. Something about this place feels strange. He looks down, squinting at the vast expanse below him, and mutters to himself that this place is really huge, and he hasn't even seen the end of the chain after all this time. The sheer size of it is almost overwhelming, but Lu Fan isn't one to be easily daunted. Just as he's about to gather his thoughts, the system pings him with a warning. His eyes widen as the message flashes on his screen. You have entered the Fallen Corpse Ruins realm. He's caught off guard by this revelation. Fallen Corpse Ruins? He repeats to himself. He wonders aloud if this place really corresponds to everything like this. What level could this Fallen Corpse Ruins realm be? His curiosity piques, but now he knows he's in for something much bigger than he expected. Lu Fan orders Xiao Ye to move ahead, his thoughts racing. He wonders if this mysterious realm next to the ancient god is somehow connected to the discoveries of the Star-Spangled Kingdom. He recalls the fate of those who ventured into this sacred temple only to return as sacred slaves. He wonders if there are similar dangers hidden within these ruins. The idea sends a chill down his spine, but his curiosity pushes him forward. Suddenly, Xiao Ye comes to a sudden halt, letting out an ear-splitting roar. Lu Fan freezes, startled. He asks Xiao Ye, what's going on? His confusion grows as he looks around, trying to figure out what could have set Xiao Ye off. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spots something buried under the snow, something huge. His heart skips a beat as he realizes it's enormous. It looks like a massive black coffin, half sunken into the snow, its dark shape looming ominously. The system chimes in, providing a brief, unsettling explanation. This is the mystery of the fallen corpse ruins, as unknown as the Blood Moon. No information is available. Lu Fan squints, studying the coffin-like object more carefully. A strange shadow flickers nearby, sending another shockwave of unease through him. He can't make sense of it. He wonders what it could be. His mind races, trying to come up with an explanation, but it eludes him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yai is still roaring uncontrollably. Lu Fan, now concerned, tries to calm the creature. He tells her to calm down, hoping to soothe the beast. He realizes that Xiao Yi's impatience could lead to trouble, especially when it's clear that whatever's hidden beneath the snow isn't something to be taken lightly. Lu Fan stares at the shadow, and a sudden realization hits him. He's not the only one aware of their presence. The black shadow has seen them. His stomach churns as he considers the danger they might be in. Confronting whatever is buried beneath the snow could have consequences they can't even begin to imagine. The situation just got a lot more dangerous. Lu Fan quickly orders Xiao Yi to retreat back to the lake, his thoughts racing. He then quickly activates his ring, feeling the familiar rush of wind around him. The words of spiritual wind kick in, giving him a 35% boost in agility. Suddenly, it's like someone turned on the afterburners. If only he could bottle this up and sell it as a quick fix for those slow mornings when he can barely drag himself out of bed. Just as he speeds away, Lu Fan doesn't dare look back. After all, if something is hot on his tail, it's probably better not to know. But after a while, he slows to a stop, glancing over his shoulder. Nothing's following him. The danger has passed, and he allows himself a small, relieved laugh. He has finally got rid of it. With a satisfied sigh, he reflects on how the dragon riding and pet queen attributes stack together, giving him a slight edge. He's already feeling like a powerhouse, and the words of spiritual wind now boosting the others is like finding a hidden cheat code. Meanwhile, back at camp, the others are resting in the tent, and their evils are happily snacking on some food. It's peaceful, too peaceful. Lu Chengkong spots Lu Fan returning and jumps up with a grin, eager for a new story. He's expecting some wild adventure, maybe even a world-ending secret or two. But Lu Fan is not in the mood. His looks are dead serious. He looks around his friends, their faces full of curiosity. He knows what he has to say next is going to change the atmosphere. He lets out a heavy breath, explaining that he's encountered the ruins of a fallen corpse up ahead. He mentions the mysterious danger buried beneath the snow, and suddenly, the cheerful atmosphere vanishes like a balloon with a hole. It's clear that this is no small matter. The group falls quiet at processing what Lu Fan has just said. There's a tense moment of silence before Captain Lu says, with a serious look on his face, that they need to teleport back to camp immediately. It's not a suggestion, it's an order. The urgency in his tone makes it clear that something is terribly wrong, and they all feel it. Lu Changkong, ever the skeptic, raises an eyebrow. He's used to the usual wild adventures, but the fact that even Lu Fan, who usually charges headfirst into danger like a kid in a candy store, is retreating, well, that says a lot. He turns to the others, his face full of disbelief. If Lu Fan is running scared, something really big is going on. Everyone looks at each other, unsure of what to make of the situation. It's clear now that whatever lies ahead is far worse than they anticipated. After a while, everyone gathers in the office. Lu Fan and Captain Liu explain the whole situation to the Duke. The Duke, looking grave, analyzes the situation. The black coffin, the shadows under the snow, the chains, and the fallen corpse ruins. He doesn't like the sound of any of it. He warns that this place could be incredibly dangerous, and if the other experts continue exploring it, the outcome will be the same as the Morgan family. The consequences would be disastrous, with huge losses and no survivors. Lu Fan, listening intently, turns serious. He recalls the eerie scene. The place looked sealed off, surrounded by chains, and there was an unknown creature lurking in the lake. Xiao Yai, too, had felt uneasy, almost uncontrollable. It all didn't sit right with him. The Duke, his focus shifting to the map, says that the area is far too dangerous, an entity feared even by the dragon race. The frozen lake housing the fallen corpse's ruins must be designated as a forbidden zone. Without hesitation, he orders Captain Liu to cancel all other special routes passing through that area and to send someone with ice to the scholars of Dragon City immediately. Captain Liu nods, acknowledging the command. The Duke then turns to the team, informing them that their mission has changed. Team 78's isolation mission is canceled. From now on, their new task is to assist the scholars of Dragon City in researching the fallen corpse ruins. Everyone salutes the Duke, acknowledging his words with a unified, "All right, sir." The Duke then turns to Lu Fan, his expression serious but appreciative. He commends Lu Fan for leading his team to such a remarkable discovery in less than a month. As a token of recognition, he hands Lu Fan a badge, the Griffin Corps Silver Military Merit Medal. It's a high-quality ornament, gleaming with significance. Lu Fan, ever humble, tries to refuse. He thanks the Duke but insists that such an honor is meant for those who have truly earned it, pointing out that he's only been here for a month and already has a bronze badge. The Duke smiles and reassures him. The badge represents the duty and mission of the Griffin Corps. Plus, if Lu Fen joins the Corps after graduation, he could be fast-tracked to a leadership position. This silver badge would be far from useless. After a moment of thought, Lu Fen accepts the badge, clearly honored. Everyone around him looks pleased, some with a hint of admiration. The captain adds that there are only 19 silver badge holders in the entire camp, and if Lu Fen enrolls, he'll likely be in charge, which means the rest of them will have to take orders from him. Lu Changkong in the back pretends to look upset, muttering something about how quickly Lu Fen got promoted. But his grin betrays him. He's not jealous, not at all. Lu Fen, now proudly holding the badge, nods respectfully, saying he understands and he'll accept it with gratitude. Lu Changkong can't help but poke fun at Lu Fen. He jokes about how Lu Fen has shot up the ranks so quickly while he's been stuck in the same position for years. He adds that with all the promotions, Lu Fen should at least let him touch the badge for good luck. Captain Lu overhears this and shakes his head with a chuckle, muttering that his team's antics are always entertaining. The Duke watches them for a moment, trying to suppress a smile before his expression shifts into something more serious. He signals for Lu Fen to stay behind as the others head out. Once the room empties, the Duke pulls out a few books. He tells Lu Fen that ever since his arrival in the far north, the progress of the special missions has been outstanding. He's clearly impressed with Lu Fen's contributions. While he wishes he could keep him around longer, the Duke knows it's time for Lu Fen to return to his school soon. He's got bigger things ahead of him. The Duke hands Lu Fen a book and tells him that he'll need to leave for Dragon City Academy in a week. Lu Fen takes the book in his hands, but his mind drifts. The national trials are just around the corner, less than 2 weeks away. It's time to get ready. The Duke notices Lu Fen's thoughtful expression and raises an eyebrow. He asks, almost teasing, if Lu Fen has forgotten about the national trials or if he's gotten too comfortable at Griffin. Lu Fen smiles, a little reluctant. He admits that he's grown fond of the place, but he hasn't forgotten why he came. With his mountain summoning skills and the fallen corpse dragon, he's confident he's ready for the trials. The Duke laughs, clearly pleased. He tells Lu Fen that the book contains valuable, publicly available material, specially gathered by his principal for him. He can go over it when he returns, though there's no rush. Lu Fen nods, grateful for the thoughtful gesture. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, a fierce demon appears, the unsettling presence sending a chill through the air. It's none other than Jin Chenghen, the princess's brother. His terrifying appearance is enough to make anyone take a step back. The princess watches in shock as her brother keeps devouring everything that comes in his way. The princess tries to convince him that it is enough. She asks him if his abyss crawler hasn't grown enough, as they have been grinding here for a long time now. Her brother simply replies that a bit more life needs to be trained, and then the demon will reach the next stage. He keeps on grinding until they reach a nearby house. The family from that house spots the royal siblings. They excitedly rush to greet them, thrilled to see the prince and princess in person. They happily invite the royal duo to rest in their humble home, honored by their presence. Jin Chenghen eyes the family with a murderous glare. Without a word, he unleashes his monstrous creature, which roars to life, its hunger palpable. Jin Chenghen's lips curl into a twisted smile, his voice void of any warmth or empathy as he commands his abyss crawler to devour those poor people. The family, paralyzed with fear, scatters in a frenzy, running for their lives. One of Jin Chenghen's men, shocked by the turn of events, pleads in confusion, asking what his master is doing. The princess, equally stunned, calls out an alarm, warning her brother not to harm the citizens. Jin Chenghen, however, brushes off their concerns with chilling indifference. He calmly explains that the sacrifice of a few lives is necessary for the growth of his monster. To him, the people are nothing more than food, and their deaths are an honor, one that will make his creature stronger. He looks at the princess with a dismissive sneer, scoffing at her words. He tells her that after all this time with the Jin family, she's still clinging to naive ideas. It's clear to him that she hasn't changed or grown at all. Turning his back to her, Jin Chenghen walks away without a second thought. The princess, still shaken by his coldness and cruelty, calls after him, but the distance between them is more than just physical. Meanwhile, inside the Hangmation Spirit Tower's counseling hall, the atmosphere is thick with anticipation. Kieran, the representative of Hangmation, announces that they'll be participating in the upcoming national test. He's all business, but there's a hint of excitement in his voice. After all, this event could make or break everything for them. YG, the representative from Hangmation, doesn't mince words. He reminds the group that this whole alliance setup is a national decision, and while he's not objecting, He's quick to add that if anyone leaks their alliance information, there will be consequences. Yasin, representing the South Nation, leans back with a smug grin. He's heard all the talk about being at the bottom, but this year, he's certain things will be different. With 4 alliances backing them, he's confident they'll be at the top of the rankings. The cockiness in his tone is almost tangible. It's as if he's already ordered victory, and now he's just waiting for the delivery. They all share polite smiles and agree that they're happy to work together, though the underlying competition is unmistakable. Each representative is keen to show that their nation will rise above the rest. For now, they're allies, but the real game is about to begin. Meanwhile, far from the tower, a few figures gather near the Snow Nation active volcano. One of them raises his hand and speaks, urging the young master to listen closely. The head of the family has sent a message. It's time for the young master to prepare for departure. From behind him, a figure steps forward, carrying a weapon and a fresh demon kill. This is Andrew, the representative of Snow Nation. He's ready for the national trial, his excitement clear as he sharpens his blade. The atmosphere is charged with the promise of what's to come. Elsewhere, in the ruins of the Star Stripes Nation's sacred mountain temple, a group is gathered. One of them steps forward, locking eyes with Charles, a man known far and wide for his ruthlessness. He asks if Charles is ready for the Tiki Nation, though it's more of a formality than a question. Charles, who earned his infamy by wiping out the Morgan family without hesitation, doesn't flinch. He stands tall, confidence radiating from him. He's the representative of Star Stripes, and there's no doubt in his mind that victory in the national trials is his destiny. His eyes burn with ambition as he envisions his win, unshaken by the competition around him. The next morning, Lufan arrives at Dragon Capital Academy and heads straight to the principal's office. Standing outside the door, he knocks and asks for permission to enter. A voice from inside invites him in. As soon as Lufan steps inside, the vice principal stands up, greeting him warmly with a handshake. He remarks that it's been a while since they last met. He explains that the principal is away on a business trip, and for now, he's in charge of overseeing the national trials. The vice principal introduces 2 figures standing nearby, explaining that they are shadow guards sent by the Dragon Capital's leadership to ensure the safety of the delegates as they make their way to the Tiki Empire. One is named Yu and the other Zhen. The vice principal adds that these shadow guards are distinct from the Griffin Regiment, as they are specifically assigned to protect the Dragon Capital's officials. After hearing this, Lufan asks if the vice principal would be joining him to the Tiki Nation as well. The vice principal confirms, adding that he is indeed taking charge of the trip, but the principal won't be back for at least 10 days, perhaps even longer. To accommodate the journey, the vice principal has arranged a special flight under the academy's name for tomorrow afternoon. As the conversation continues, the vice principal settles down the cup of tea. He mentions that Lufan has just returned from the far north, and it is already time for the next trip. He suggests they rest for the night and reassures Lufan that the academy will meet any needs he might have during his stay. Lufan looks at Vice Principal Zhao with a playful grin, mentioning that if the Vice Principal is so adamant about fulfilling his wishes, then he might have something in mind. With a curious tilt of his head, Lufan asks if the school could provide him with a pet slot expansion scroll. The Vice Principal, caught off guard, nearly chokes on his tea and a few drops spill out. After a brief pause, he regains his composure, still surprised by the request. He admits that while the scroll isn't particularly expensive, the school doesn't usually keep them in stock. He apologizes to Lufan for not being able to fulfill the request. Lufan, unfazed, smiles and reassures the vice principal that it's not a big deal. He decides that he'll handle the rest of his time on his own, asking if that would be okay. Vice Principal Zhao quickly agrees, assuring him that the shadow guards will not be a hindrance. Afterward, Lufan heads to meet his loved ones. 2 guards stand watch outside as he enters the room. Inside, Sister Han rushes to him, wrapping him in a tight hug as she bursts into tears. She tells him how much they've all missed him over the past half-month. Everyone seems overjoyed to see Lufan again, relieved that he's returned safe and sound. Kenshu also chimes in, saying they've been waiting for him since last night. Lufan, with a chuckle, notes that it seems Vice Principal Zhao informed them of his return. He apologizes for not bringing any gifts, but everyone brushes it off with laughter. They then lead him to the dining table where a hearty meal has been prepared. Sister Han, beaming with happiness, encourages everyone to sit down. She asks Lufan that he must have missed good food up in the far north, so he should hurry up and eat. Tao Xiaomin, equally eager, says that they have been waiting for him to start the meal. She tells him to hurry up as she is starving. Qin Shu mentions that Sister Han prepared the meal early this morning. Lufan, clearly pleased, responds that what he misses most about the far north is his aunt's cooking. Qin Shu, eager to hear more, asks if Lufan has gotten stronger in the past month. A couple of hours pass as they chat and enjoy the meal. Lufan talks about his time in the far north. While there haven't been any new attacks, he notes there's one person he hasn't met yet, someone other than his close friends and family. He takes out the unmalting ice bracelet, one he had planned to give to his senior sister. At that moment, Taoxiomen notices the bracelet and comments that it looks expensive. Lu Fan, flustered, quickly hides it and insists that it's nothing. He quickly stands up to leave, causing everyone to glance at him in surprise. Taoxiomen teases him, asking who the gift is for, while Qin Shu grins and adds that they all know it's meant for the senior sister. Auntie Han reminds Lu Fan that they're going out tomorrow night, so he should come back early and get some rest. Lu Fan tells her that he's just stepping out for a bit and will be back soon. Lu Fan makes his way to the spot where he used to meet his senior sister. He sits down, the gift in his hands, lost in thought. He wonders if she'll show up today, though he had expected her at this hour. As he waits, his mind drifts to the time she had taken him to meet Sister Du. He remembers how Sister Du had given him her number and mentioned that if he needed anything, especially something like a pet slot expansion scroll, he could reach out to Tianhua Auction House. Taking out his phone, Lu Fan calls the VIP lounge of the auction house. Sister Du answers with a cheerful tone, asking if it's finally time for him to call. Lu Fan, feeling a bit shy, asks if she can contact his senior sister for him. Sister Du teases, wondering why he's so eager to talk to her after not seeing her for a month. Lu Fan blushes, trying to explain that he has something to give her but can't find her at school. He asks if Sister Du could help track her down. Sister Du, still smiling, tells him it won't be easy. She mentions that his senior sister had some work to do at home and doesn't know when she'll be back. Sadly, she also can't contact her right now. But she adds that senior sister left something for him before she left, and she told her to give it to him when he gets back to the Dragon Capital Academy. An hour later, Lu Fan arrives at Tianhua Auction House and meets Sister Du. She greets him with a smile but notes how things have changed. She mentions that she always travels with bodyguards now, and yet today it's him who's with bodyguards. Lu Fan reassures her that his bodyguards are very professional and never cause trouble for anyone. With a small nod, Sister Du leads him into another room, where they sit down together. Lu Fan compliments that it seems like the auction house's business has been doing well. He adds that he always expected great things from her. Sister Du smiles and thanks him for the compliment. She explains that the reason for the success is the dragon egg featured in the illustrated book. Thanks to that, guests from across the country and even from abroad have been visiting Tianhua just to see the dragon egg in person. Lu Fan, listening intently, realizes that the star-quality dragon egg has helped bring Tianhua Auction House to the top. He's holding the blue dragon egg himself now, and it makes him wonder what kind of exchange privileges he can secure for such a precious item. Sister Du, noticing his thoughts, grins and then presents him with a box, saying that these are the things his senior sister left for him. She tells him to go ahead and take them. Lu Fan looks at the box in surprise and opens it. Inside, he finds a weapon of very high quality. The system displays that the weapon is called the Flowing Mars Meteor Sword. It's a level 30 item with a strength of 256 and agility of 204. Its main power is the Influence Fire spell, which boosts fire skills by 50%. Additionally, 50% of the damage dealt when using fire skills is stored in the sword. When used, a separate attack will release all the stored fire damage. Lu Fan, excited, takes the sword in his hand. He can't help but smile and says, "This sword is so light, and with the ability to restore fire damage, it feels like it was made just for him." He admires the Flowing Mars Meteor Sword in his hands. Sister Du, watching him, nods with approval. She asks him, isn't it as perfect, explaining that this amazing blacksmith was found by his senior sister. She spent a whole month getting this treasure crafted. Sister Du tells him that his senior sister really knows him well. Even though she's not here, she still made sure he has the right weapon. Lu Fan is overjoyed. Just as he holds the sword, he thinks to himself, not only does this sword look amazing, but it's also extremely valuable. It's clear that whenever we fought, senior sister paid close attention to my battles. She's so thoughtful. He looks at Sister Du with gratitude. Sister Du smiles and adds that's not all. There's something else for him. Lu Fan's eyes flicker toward the other items and immediately picks up a book. The system shows it's called the Lava Burst Book. It's a rare skill book with an attribute requirement of Dragon Master and a level requirement of 25. Once used, it will teach the skill Lava Burst. This skill shoots flames in the direction of the target, creating a bridge of lava beneath them. As the target moves through the lava bridge, they slowly turn into magma, suffering massive damage in the process. Upon seeing this, Lu Fan feels a wave of happiness. He realizes that once he reaches level 35, he'll be able to trigger the dragon language resonance with Xiao Ye, and the Flowing Mars Meteor Sword will deal even more damage. He reflects on how helpful his senior sister has been. With these gifts, his performance in the upcoming national exam will definitely improve. A slight pang of regret strikes him as he thinks it's a shame she's not here. He should have thanked her properly. Lu Fan then notices a third gift and eagerly opens it. It's a letter. Sister Du watches him with a smile, teasing that it's a love letter for him. Lu Fan opens the letter and begins reading the words written inside. He discovers that senior sister wrote about how they hadn't seen each other for a while. She explains that the sudden events had forced her to leave, and she missed seeing him win the national trial championship. She tells him that by the time he reads the letter, the gift she prepared for him will have already arrived. She hopes he likes it. The letter goes on to mention how she had promised a gift last time, but he had presented the dragon egg and returned the money for the scroll. This time, she had someone make a new gift specifically for him. She leaves it up to him how he will return the favor. She continues by mentioning that there is still a lot to deal with on her end, but when she returns, the first thing she plans to do is visit him for dinner. Afterward, she'll take him to the training room for a friendly fight. She jokingly adds that if she is not at the Villa No. 2, he better not be foolish and should wait for her in the training room. She wanted to visit the kingdom of Tiki to make him happy, but now she can't. However, she encourages him to perform well in his upcoming tasks. Lu Fan feels a rush of happiness as he reads the letter. He smiles when he sees that his senior sister mentioned how important it is for him to get first place. She even humorously warned him that if he didn't, it would be a big embarrassment for her, and she would definitely deal with him strictly. Her words only motivate him further, and he's determined to perform well. She has also mentioned the promise he made about giving her something that could withstand extreme cold. She hopes that he has brought it for her and that it's safe. Sister Du, noticing his smile, is curious and asks if everything is okay. Lu Fan looks up at her, still smiling, and reassures her that everything is fine. He sincerely thanks her for bringing all the gifts. Sister Du, always attentive, offers that he is the special guest here, and if he needs anything, she'll be happy to help. Lu Fan, thinking for a moment, asks actually if she happens to have a pet slot expansion scroll. Sister Du explains that the auction house doesn't carry any pet slot expansion scrolls. The market for such scrolls is very niche, mostly appealing to hunters and similar individuals. As a result, they're not usually kept in stock at the auction house. Lu Fan nods, understanding the situation. He then thinks to himself that since neither the school nor the auction house has such a scroll, he'll need to postpone hatching the blue egg for the time being. Instead, he decides to prioritize leveling up Hexingcheng, who was only at level 11 at that moment. Sister Du picks up the gift box and hands it to Lu Fan. She reassures him that if any pet slot expansion scrolls or dragon spell books come into the auction house, she will set them aside for him and notify him immediately. Lu Fan thanks her and prepares to leave. He realizes that it's getting late and decides it's time to head back. His bodyguards follow him as he walks. As Lu Fan walks along the path, he reflects on the situation. Although Sister Du is looking out for him, he knows that since he's leaving tomorrow, it's unlikely he'll get the scrolls in time. He also realizes that working in the far north will only help him gain military experience but won't aid in leveling up. He concludes that he'll have to focus on leveling up during the early stages of the national trials to train Hexingcheng. Just as Lu Fan makes his way home, he spots Jian Ying standing along the path, waiting for him. She gives him a smile and says she's been waiting to see him. He notices that she seems unusually calm, almost like she's been practicing patience as a hobby. She mentions how she didn't get the chance to talk to him at lunch and reminds him that he's leaving for a competition tomorrow. Then, with a playful glint in her eye, she asks if he's up for a practice match. Lu Fan, always up for a challenge and secretly excited to try out his new weapon, agrees without hesitation. They both head to the Dragon Capital Academy's arena, where the match will take place. Lu Fan pulls out his new sword and begins to chant, feeling the weight of the moment and the sword settle into his hands. Jian Ying does the same, revealing her own weapons. She teases him a bit, reminding him that learning new skills on the spot isn't really an option. It's like trying to learn how to cook a 5-course meal right before a dinner party, probably not the best idea. Still, she's curious to see how strong he's become since his time in the far north. A confident aura surrounds Lu Fan, and he prepares himself for what's about to come. Jian Ying wastes no time, charging at him with a flurry of sword strikes. The battle begins with a swift exchange, but Lu Fan is quick on his feet. His sword feels lighter than he anticipated, almost like it's made of air, but when he activates it, flames erupt from the blade. It's not quite the fiery explosion of a dragon, but it's definitely enough to leave a good impression. The flames spread, and Lu Fan couldn't help but think that the sword feels like it was made just for him. It's light, it's fast, and it packs a punch. He easily dodges Jian Ying's attacks and effortlessly destroys the swords flying toward him. His movements are smooth, almost like he's dancing, and dancing involved a lot of fire and sharp metal objects. Lu Fan feels an effortless connection with the sword as if it already understands his movements. He's surprised by how natural it feels, almost like the sword knows what he's going to do next before he does. Just then, Jian Ying activates Wicked Surge, a powerful skill that changes the sword's attack properties. Lu Fan, watching closely, immediately recognizes the move. Jian Ying explains that the attack has switched to a forward attribute, permanently increasing the attack power of the fiery sheath. The bonus is now much stronger, making her swords even more formidable. As they continue to spar, Lu Fan reflects on how perfectly the sword suits him. It feels like an extension of his own body, like second nature. The more he uses it, the more in sync they become. He realizes that the permanent dragon scale sword might finally have to be retired. This new weapon seems to be a much better fit. With a grin, he calls out to Jian Ying, warning her to be careful as he gets ready for the next move. Jian Ying raises her hand, and a bright light flashes from it as she summons Army Breaker, a powerful attack that creates a devastating surge of force. She's clearly enjoying the battle, impressed by how easily Lu Fan is adapting to his new weapon. Despite his apparent lack of familiarity with the sword, he's managing to counter her 5 swords without breaking a sweat. Lu Fan, feeling the flow of the fight, smiles and compliments Jian Ying on how much stronger she's become. She admits that while her technique has improved, she can't quite keep up with his combat skills anymore. It's a humbling moment for both of them. Lu Fan decides to finish the match with a powerful move, Mountain Shaker. The attack sends shockwaves through the arena, dealing massive damage and knocking Jian Ying off balance. Jian Ying recovers and turns to Lu Fan with admiration in her eyes. She smiles and comments on how Lu Fan is always on the move, constantly getting stronger. She tells him that she always feels safe knowing Lu Fan is around. She adds that she is confident that he'll win first place in the upcoming national trials. Lu Fan, hearing the praise, nods with a sense of determination. The trials are getting closer, and he's more than ready to show the world what he's capable of. The next morning, as Lu Fan prepares to leave, everyone gathers to say their goodbyes. Sister Han is especially nervous, urging him to be careful and to eat on time while he's away. Xiaoman reassures him with a heartfelt promise that they'll always be with him, and Qin Shu also wishes him a safe and successful journey. Lu Fan waves goodbye to each of them, feeling the warmth of their support. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Zhao arrives to escort Lu Fan to the airport. Soon, they board the plane. Vice Principal Zhao reminds him that the national trials are only 3 days away. The pressure of everyone's expectations weighs heavily on Lu Fan, but he remains determined. He knows this is his chance to rise among the new elite of the Dragon Nation. He sits quietly, thinking to himself about how he'll seize this opportunity and make it his own. Arriving at the Tiki Kingdom, Vice Principal Zhao informs Lu Fan that the Overseer of the Dragon Nation is already waiting for them. Lu Fan is taken aback by the mention of the Overseer and asks who this person is. The Vice Principal explains that, in addition to the representatives from all over, the national trials also appoint an Overseer to ensure that the competition rules are strictly followed. As they make their way through the airport, Lu Fan notices the bodyguards walking ahead, and Vice Principal Zhao reminds him to be respectful when meeting the Overseer. The officials of Dragon Capital are responsible for selecting the Overseer, and the Vice Principal emphasizes the importance of politeness. When they arrive at the meeting place, Lu Fan is surprised to see the reverence with which the guards bow and sit down in front of the Overseer. It's a moment of realization for him. The Vice Principal, sensing his confusion, advises him to mind his conduct and approach the situation with humility. Just as Lu Fan begins to process this, the Overseer approaches, telling everyone to stand up and dismissing the formalities. With a calm but authoritative voice, the Overseer asks if Lu Fan is the representative for the Dragon Nation in the upcoming trials. Vice Principal Zhao is visibly surprised when he sees the Overseer waiting to greet them. He quickly approaches Mr. Han and expresses his gratitude, acknowledging the great honor of being personally received. The Overseer, Mr. Han, smiles warmly and reassures him that it's only natural to receive the representatives of the state with such respect. Vice Principal Zhao, with a gesture toward Lu Fan, introduces him. He explains that Lu Fan is from the Dragon Capital Academy, currently a second-tier professional, and his profession is Dragon Tamer. Hearing this, Lu Fan is taken aback as he realizes who the Overseer is. He immediately recalls meeting Mr. Han before, which catches Vice Principal Zhao by surprise. Mr. Han smiles knowingly and confirms that they'd met, adding that Lu Fan now has a large dragon at his side. He praises Lu Fan, calling him young with a future that knows no bounds. He even goes so far as to compare him to the heroes of ancient times, suggesting that Lu Fan will surely become a hero of the Dragon Empire when he returns from the national trials. Lu Fan bows his head respectfully, humbled by Mr. Han's words. He thanks him sincerely and promises to do his best. With that, the Overseer gives him some advice, telling him that he has a good relationship with Tu Jing. If Lu Fan ever faces any trouble, he should first seek out Tu Jing, and if he can't help, then he can come to Mr. Han. After giving this advice, Mr. Han turns to leave. His bodyguard opens the car door for him, and before entering, he reminds them to hurry up. There's still work to be done before the evening's banquet. Lu Fan turns to Vice Principal and asks him if Mr. Han is really one of the great three elders. Vice Principal Zhao explains that Mr. Han is really one of the three elders of the Dragon Empire and holds immense influence. Surprised by this revelation, Lu Fan reflects on the weight of Mr. Han's position. The three elders are among the most powerful decision-makers in the Dragon Empire, with even the dukes beneath them. But despite his role, Mr. Han doesn't radiate the typical aura of a combat master, which leaves Lu Fan wondering if he's missing something crucial. As the car speeds along the road, Lu Fan still can't shake the surprise that someone so influential could appear so ordinary. He turns to Vice Principal Zhao, asking if Mr. Han might be concealing his true strength, but the Vice Principal reassures him with a smile. Mr. Han, in fact, is just in his early 40s, and his strength lies not in his fighting abilities, but in his wisdom and influence. It's a humbling lesson for Lu Fan, who's used to equating strength with combat prowess. Vice Principal Zhao further explains that while combat power is highly respected in their world, it's not the only form of strength. One of the three elders of the Dragon Empire does indeed have a combat profession, but not the others, and it is rumored that they are already at the 5th tier. The other is in an enhancement profession with little combat power, but is regarded as a pillar of the Dragon Nation. Lu Fan absorbs this information quietly, realizing that there's more to power than meets the eye. Mr. Han's influence must stem from something far deeper than physical strength, something that doesn't show on the surface, but can change the course of nations. Vice Principal Zhao further adds that Mr. Han always travels with his special bodyguards, the 4 legendary swords. It is rumored that these 4 elite swordsmen were subdued by Old Han and willingly follow him. This in itself speaks volumes about Mr. Han's influence and the respect he commands, despite his lack of visible combat prowess. Lu Fan can't help but feel a sense of mystery surrounding the man. He thinks to himself that the rumors surrounding the 3 elders of the Dragon Empire are as elusive as they are intriguing. These elders never reveal their true strength, and no one outside their circle knows just how powerful they truly are. The people who claim to know the most about them are often the least credible. Yet one thing is clear, the 3 elders are not people to be underestimated. Their influence stretches far beyond the battlefield. Their power lies in wealth, wisdom, and the ability to shape the future of the Empire. Lu Fan smiles to himself. As much as he feels intrigued by Mr. Han and his secretive nature, he knows one thing for sure. There's a lot more to learn from these individuals than just what meets the eye. Just then, the car comes to a stop. Lu Fan notices the bustling scene around him. It's not just the arrival of a representative, it's a spectacle. A large crowd of reporters and onlookers have gathered, all eager to catch a glimpse of the Dragon Nation's representative. Lu Fan, feeling the weight of the attention, is escorted out of the car by Vice Principal Zhao, who stays close to shield him from the throng of journalists. The reporters swarm, cameras flashing as they shout questions at Lu Fan, asking him how does it feel to be the only one capable of controlling a dragon. They continue to ask him questions, their microphones thrusting toward him from every direction. The bodyguards move ahead, clearing the way. Just as the chaos intensifies, Vice Principal Zhao raises his voice to assert some control. This is not the time for interviews, he calls out firmly, trying to restore order. Lu Fan listens to the barrage of questions, his mind momentarily drifting to the thought of Mr. Han. He's still trying to make sense of the mysterious man and his real strength. The reporters' enthusiasm and interest in him only make Lu Fan more aware of his newfound importance. One of the reporters asks him about his supposed feud with the Jin family. Another one asks about his plans for the championship and whether Dragon Nation is ready to defend the title this year. With so many eyes on him, Lu Fan can't help but feel a little overwhelmed. He glances around, knowing how small Jinyu City is. It didn't take long to get to the hotel, but the place is packed with noise and people everywhere. The whole scene feels like a circus. Vice Principal Zhao steps in, asking everyone to clear the way so the representatives can move forward. They quickly usher Lu Fan into his room, finally giving him some breathing room. Later during the dinner that evening, the air is filled with chatter as more representatives arrive. Lu Fan can't help but comment on the crowds outside, mentioning how many reporters are gathered at the hotel entrance, making it impossible to take a simple stroll. Vice Principal Zhao, ever the primist, suggests that it's probably better to stay inside where it's calm. After all, stepping out into the chaos wouldn't accomplish much. Lu Fan scans the room and then asks the Vice Principal about Charles, a representative of Star-Spangled Empire, wondering why he has not arrived yet. The Vice Principal, unfazed, casually replies that people from the Star-Spangled Nation always show up right before the competition, no surprise there. But Lu Fan's attention shifts. He notices Jin Chenghen sitting in the front, quietly observing. His overseer suddenly stands up in his seat, half surprised, wondering if that's Old Han he's looking at. He reflects that he did not expect that this year's Dragon Nation overseer would be him. He approaches Old Han and greets him with utmost respect. He introduces himself as Jin Zayan, the supervisor of Tiki Nation and the person responsible for overseeing this year's national trials. He extends his hand for a greeting, and Old Han takes it with a firm handshake, his smile genuine. The room is abuzz with whispers, as many people begin speculating about Old Han's identity. Some wonder if he's truly one of the three elders of the Dragon Empire. Others quickly deduce that the person standing next to him must be one of the four great swords. The air is filled with a sense of awe and curiosity, and one individual recalls having seen Old Han at an international conference in Roman country, remarking that Dragon Nation seems to be putting in full force this year. Old Han approaches his chair, Lu Fan gestures toward him, inviting him to sit. The atmosphere in the room shifts as everyone notices the familiarity between Lu Fan and Old Han. A few guests look at each other, wondering if this connection might hint at Lu Fan's ties to some influential figures in Longdu. The moment passes quickly as attention turns to the evening's banquet, an event everyone had been eagerly anticipating. The banquet is seen as the highlight of the national trials, a symbol of prestige and celebration. Guests exchange excited comments about the quality of the food and the grandeur of the event, knowing it will live up to its reputation as a state banquet. Vice Principal Zhao leans in, lowering his voice to a whisper as he shares a piece of advice with Lu Fan. He warns him to be cautious about the banquet, as Tiki Nation's cuisine may not be up to the standards of the Dragon Nation, and it's important not to embarrass the host. Lu Fan listens, surprised but nods, agreeing to be careful. Still, when the servant reveals the dishes, Lu Fan's expression shifts to one of surprise. The food is underwhelming, far from the lavish spreads he's used to. He can't help but feel a bit disappointed and wonders aloud, though not loud enough for anyone to hear, what kind of state banquet this is. Old Han, overhearing Lu Fan's comment, offers a matter-of-fact explanation. He mentions that the Tiki Nation doesn't have much in terms of resources, except for minerals. It's a reality that Lu Fan, although still disheartened, accepts. Inwardly, he compares this meal to his aunt's simple cooking, which despite being modest, always tasted better than what's set before him now. Just as Lu Fan tries to brush off his disappointment, Andrew, a participant sitting nearby, slams his fist on the table in frustration. The loud bang catches everyone's attention. Andrew complains about the poor quality of the food and the small portions. He's visibly annoyed, questioning the host's hospitality. A bald man standing behind Andrew tries to intervene, urging him to calm down and regain control of himself. But Andrew, who is a skilled fighter from the hidden fighter profession with a level of 60, seems to be in a particularly bad mood today. Jin Chenghen, seated right next to Andrew, shakes his head and comments sarcastically. He suggests that he can starve if he doesn't want to eat. He taunts him perhaps barbarians does not know how to enjoy good food. Andrew's anger flares up even more at the sarcastic remark, and without a second thought, he marches up to Jin Chenghen, demanding he repeat what he just said. Tension fills the air as both men instantly adopt aggressive stances, clearly ready for a confrontation. A purple aura begins to emanate from Jin Chenghen, an indication of his rising power and readiness for a fight. It's clear to everyone around that this could escalate quickly. Without wasting any time, Jin Zayan, recognizing the potential chaos, rushes forward and tries to defuse the situation. He tells Chenghen to calm down, reminding him that the national trials haven't even begun yet, and now is not the time for such a confrontation. Meanwhile, the bald man who had previously tried to calm Andrew also steps in, his voice sharp as he demands that Andrew settle down. Tensions are high, but Andrew isn't backing down. He points a finger at Chenghen, making it clear that he's not done with the confrontation just yet. He warns Chenghen to be careful, suggesting that he hopes they don't meet again during the national trials. Chenghen looks him dead in the eye, unshaken, and calmly responds, warning Andrew not to shout at him. He too hopes that their paths don't cross again in the trials, but if they do, he's ready for it. Andrew, still frustrated and unable to stomach the poor food, decides he's had enough. With a gruff declaration, he announces that he's leaving and can't tolerate the meal any longer. He tells everyone to either take his portion or toss it. He certainly won't be eating it. As he turns to leave, something unexpected happens. He suddenly catches a whiff of something delicious, and his senses sharpen as the irresistible aroma fills the air. Confused, he pauses and looks around, wondering where the heavenly scent is coming from. The smell leads him straight to Lu Fan, who is sitting nearby, and Andrew's curiosity gets the best of him. He moves closer to investigate, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Meanwhile, at Lu Fan's table, seeing the delicious food Lu Fan served them, Old Han remarks that the smell does indeed seem pleasant, a far cry from the food they were served by Tiki Kingdom. Vice Principal Zhao looks at Lu Fan and asks in a surprised tone why there's such a delightful aroma. Lu Fan, smiling casually, explains that his aunt had packed the food for him. She was worried he might have a hard time adjusting to the cuisine of Tiki Nation, so she made sure to send something better along. Andrew, now standing beside Lu Fan, takes a deep breath, so clearly tempted by the smell. He tries to speak, but words fail him for a moment. With a smile, Lu Fan looks at him and offers the food, playfully teasing, suggesting that Andrew join him and enjoy something much more satisfying than the so-called royal food they had been served. After listening to Lu Fan, Andrew nods in agreement, clearly impressed by the idea of trying Dragon Nation cuisine. Lu Fan, with a friendly grin, invites Andrew to dig in and enjoy the meal. Andrew, already intrigued, grabs a momo and takes a deep sniff, his eyes lighting up as the delicious aroma hits him. His excitement grows, and he can't help but express how incredible the smell is. It's as if the momo holds the secret to happiness. Lu Fan laughs softly, assuring Andrew that there's no need to be so formal about it. He gestures for Andrew to sit down with them, encouraging him to eat to his heart's content. Andrew, now full of anticipation, thanks Lu Fan and takes his seat, eager to experience the flavors of the food his aunt has so skillfully prepared. Andrew happily accepts, sitting next to Lu Fan, still grateful and now fully immersed in the meal. Turning to Vice Principals Zhao and Elder Han, Lu Fan suggests that they should also try the food, hoping they would enjoy it as well. Elder Han, with a chuckle, can't resist the tempting smell and begins to eat, eager to see what all the excitement is about. After tasting the food, Andrew looks at Lu Fan with admiration, clearly impressed by the flavors. Meanwhile, Chenghen, who has been watching the whole scene from a distance, grows visibly irritated. His discomfort is evident as he watches the others enjoy his rival's meal instead of what Tiki Kingdom presented. Nearby people are captivated by the rich aroma wafting from the food and can't help but comment on how good it smells. Vice Principal Zhao, enjoying the meal, praises Lu Fan's aunt for her remarkable cooking skills, noting that she truly deserves the title of an excellent chef. Shenghen can barely hold back his anger as he watches everyone around him happily devouring the food. His frustration grows with each passing moment, and it's clear to everyone sitting near him that he's about to lose control. Jin Zayan, noticing Chenghen's escalating irritation, quickly realizes that if he doesn't step in, things could escalate into something worse. Without hesitation, he extends his hand to Chenghen, gently but firmly urging him to calm down. He knows that now is not the time for a confrontation. Jin Zayan stands up, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. He clears his throat, preparing to shift the focus away from the food. As he speaks, the room falls silent, with everyone turning to him, eager to hear what he has to say. A sudden beep of a sound system grabs everyone's attention, signaling that something important is about to happen. The atmosphere shifts, and all eyes are now on him. With a confident gesture, Jin Zayan presents the map and rules for this year's national trial on the screen, using a remote to display the detailed layout. He begins to explain the map, pointing out the key regions. Lu Fan studies the map intently, noting that it consists of 9 different regions, each home to unique, fierce beasts. His mind races with excitement as he realizes that the larger the map, the longer the competition. This is the perfect opportunity for him to build up his strength. Jin Zayan continues, explaining how this year's map is even bigger than the ones from previous years. He emphasizes that Tiki Nation has selected 9 regions from around the world, creating the largest and most challenging map in history. Each of these regions is home to fierce beasts ranging from levels 50 to 80, and the points awarded for defeating these beasts will vary depending on their rarity. The stronger and rarer the beast, the more points it will yield. Jin Zayan continues, announcing a new twist for the competition, the introduction of mission points. He explains that each region will have specific missions, and completing them will reward participants with points. As he speaks, everyone focuses on him, intrigued by this new concept. Lu Fan, who is listening carefully, becomes even more serious. Jin Zayan elaborates, clarifying that the content of these missions will be completely random, adding an element of surprise and unpredictability. He also emphasizes that each person can only take on one mission at a time and must complete it before accepting another. Lu Fan, deep in thought, processes this information carefully. He begins to speculate on what the others might be thinking. He guesses that, at first glance, it might seem like just another way to rack up points. But he soon realizes that these rules are setting the stage for something much darker, a foundation for mutual slaughter. In his mind, Lu Fan sees a grim picture. As each country's representatives compete for points, the temptation to eliminate others and steal their points will grow stronger. This could quickly turn into a battle, not just for victory, but for survival. Lu Fan's expression hardens as he grasps the true nature of the competition. Elder Han, who's been watching quietly, also considers the implications of the rules. Just then, one of the participants cuts Jin Zayan and asks him to clarify something. He tells him that they understand the rules, but what does the skull symbol on the map mean? Jin Zhangyan, with a knowing smile, answers the question. He acknowledges that this is a great question and begins answering. It represents a new rule tied to the Dark Tower. The map shows a large, foreboding tower, and everyone is struck by its intimidating presence. Jin Zhangyan explains that every region in the competition has a Dark Tower. These towers rotate regularly, and each one imprisons an ancient army of beasts from history, led by their commander, the Demon of the Nine Realms. The most unsettling part is that this is the same Demon of the Nine Realms that nearly destroyed Tiki Nation. The participants are visibly shaken as they absorb the shocking news about the Demon of the Nine Realms. One of them, unable to believe it, exclaims if they are kidding. The big girl sitting nearby looks just as stunned and mutters that this is crazy. Amidst the murmurs and shocked reactions, Lu Fan's mind races. He can't help but wonder about the Demon of the Nine Realms. Vice Principal Zhao, noticing Lu Fan's curiosity, explains to Lu Fan that the Demon of the Nine Realms is an ancient and incredibly powerful being, one that almost wiped out Tiki Nation 50 years ago. A catastrophic accident had unleashed the demon and its army, nearly bringing the entire nation to its knees. The horror of that time is still fresh in the minds of those who lived through it. Elder Han, who has been quietly listening, adds to the story. He explains that the demon was finally sealed away by 5 experts at the 4th stage, who are considered the supreme national heroes of Tiki Nation. Lu Fan, absorbing the gravity of what he's just learned, can't hide his awe and disbelief. He murmurs to himself that if it took 5 4th stage experts to defeat an ancient beast like the Demon of the Nine Realms, then this creature is really something. One of them questions how much of the demon's original power remains, given that trial demons are usually weakened. Jin Zhangyan responds, explaining that this year's demon is in its full original form with no weakening. The beast army in the Dark Tower is also as powerful as it was originally, making this trial particularly dangerous. A long-haired girl voices her concern, wondering what would happen if the demon and its army escaped the test area, fearing it could lead to death. She recalls the destruction the demon caused in Tiki Nation, where millions were killed. Andrea, clearly shocked, calculates that at level 60, a team of at least 10 people would be needed to face the demon, but with 23 representatives all plotting against each other, forming such a team seems impossible. Lu Fan raises his hand, prompting everyone to turn toward him. He asks Jin Zhangyan if defeating the Demon of the Nine Realms would earn a lot of points. The room falls silent for a moment as everyone looks at Lu Fan with surprise. Some wonder if he thinks it's too easy to kill such a powerful creature. Others are confused by his question, especially given the context of the trial's danger. Jin Zhangyan, with a wry smile, acknowledges Lu Fan's question, whether out of curiosity or as an attempt to lighten the mood. He reassures the group that the trials do, in fact, award points for all the beasts in the secret realm. And yes, defeating the Demon of the Nine Realms will certainly earn a significant amount of points, more than they might expect. With a sweeping gesture, Jin Zhangyan concludes the session, signaling that if there are no further questions, the meeting will be over for the day. He thanks everyone for their time, and the participants slowly begin to rise, some letting out deep breaths as they process everything they've learned. Just as the group starts to disperse, Elder Han turns to Vice Principal Zhao and suggests that Lu Fan should also head back to his room and rest, hinting that they will meet again tomorrow. Vice Principal Zhao and Lu Fan bow their heads in agreement. They acknowledge Elder Han's suggestion to rest and begin walking back. Elder Han watches them leave, a smile playing on his face as he murmurs to himself, reflecting Lu Fan's earlier words about defeating the Demon of the Nine Realms. This triggers adrenaline in his old bones, and he declares that he is really looking forward to seeing Lu Fan's performance. Later in his room, Lu Fan lies awake, his mind racing with thoughts about the trial and the formidable challenges ahead. He recalls the mention of ancient beasts on the Nine Realms map and the fact that participants are allowed to kill others to steal points. The stakes are higher than he initially thought, and he begins to feel uncertain. He is not sure about Jin Cheng'en, but he is certain that Kim Sung-hyun will act definitely. To clear his mind, Lu Fan reaches for his mobile phone, thinking it might be useful to check the rankings. He opens the app, and the national trial predictions come into view. As he scrolls through, he sees a list of 23 representatives from various nations, each with their current rankings. His eyes widen as he spots his name under Dragon Nation, labeled as T1. He stares at the screen, stunned, unable to comprehend how he ended up there. Lu Fan wakes up late the next morning. The screen of his phone still glows from the night before, displaying the rankings he couldn't quite believe. He thinks to himself that the idea of putting him and Cheng'en together at the top is pure nonsense. He scrolls through the app again, shaking his head. The rankings feel completely out of place. Looking at the predictions, it all seems so unreliable. Yet they call themselves a reputable media outlet. Lu Fan scoffs and glances back at his phone. His eyes fall on Musashi 10, representing Sakura Nation. He knows that name, and it makes him uneasy. This is definitely someone to keep an eye on. The next morning, the national trials begin. Everyone lines up in their designated spots, the excitement palpable in the air. A booming voice announces that this year's national trials, organized by Tiki Nation, are officially starting. The crowd stirs with anticipation, eager for what's to come. Then the announcement everyone has been waiting for comes. Look to the sky. Lufan lifts his gaze just in time to see a strange, swirling blue vortex forming high above. It glitters with sparks of light, a shimmering tornado of energy. Just as the participants are about to step forward, the voice suddenly booms again, this time with an unexpected demand. The trials will not commence until everyone has liked this video. A pause follows, and then the voice continues. Now that you've all liked it, the portal to the secret area has officially opened. Without hesitation, everyone starts moving toward the portal, all stepping forward together as one. The trials are about to begin. Lufan stands in his spot, calm but with his mind sharp, ready for what's to come. Everything is set, yet he can't shake the thought. If possible, teleport me near the peak. He knows the portal is his ticket, and he steps into it with full confidence. Meanwhile, in Villa No. 2, his teammates, Jian Ying, Qin Kui, Xiaomin, and On Han are all sitting in the room, watching the event on their screen. The uncertainty of the trials weighs heavily on them, though they try to mask their concern. They trust Lufan, but even the strongest are bound to feel the pressure. Elsewhere, Captain Liu, Chang Kong, and Shen Kai are also watching the screen, clearly excited. They have no doubt that Lufan will rock this trial. His talent and determination are unquestionable, and they can't wait to see him prove it once again. The Duke, sitting in his own space, watches on his system with a bottle of wine in hand, enjoying the spectacle as it unfolds. Vice Principal Zhao and Elder Han, both equally invested in the outcome, keep their eyes fixed on the screens. The stakes are high, and each of them is silently calculating the next moves, knowing that the moment all the representatives enter, the rankings will start shifting quickly. As soon as the last participant enters the secret area, the scoring begins immediately. Participants' rankings will be determined based on their performance, and only one will rise to claim rank 1. The anticipation grows as everyone wonders who will come out on top. Lufan finally steps into the secret area, and as he does, he scans the environment, narrowing one eye in concentration. The vast expanse before him is familiar, and he recognizes it instantly. He was just here. This is the Far North National Testing Secret Area, and yep, it's the ice field. Same old, same old. It's the kind of place that makes you wish you brought a thicker jacket, but at least Lufan knows the lay of the land better than anyone else. The map on his watch confirms it. Right in the middle of the ice field, he thinks. Perfect. Not a bad place to start. And then he notices something that makes him smile. The rankings haven't updated yet, which means no one's scored any points yet. He's got a blank slate. It's like being handed a fresh sheet of paper before a big exam. Only this time, he gets to set the curve. With that, he takes his first step toward making his mark, knowing full well that the competition is about to heat up, and he's ready to bring the fire. Lufan glances to the other side and notices something on the map. In the bottom corner, he sees a task point under the ice field area. That's his first target, the gears in his mind already turning. He takes a moment to check his watch, where the real-time rankings and survivor count are displayed. It's a reminder that the game has started in full force, and any participant with a high score is bound to become the target of others. Lufan, however, isn't worried about that. He's perfectly fine being a target, as long as they know what they're getting into. With a flick of his wrist, Lufan springs into action. His aura flares up, a powerful energy swirling around him. He calls for his 2 dragons, Star Dragon and Xiao Ye, who respond with enthusiasm. Star Dragon makes a grand entrance, appearing in a flash, while Xiao Ye roars and shakes the ground, announcing its arrival like it's ready to tear through the entire ice field. Lufan's eyes sparkle with confidence. This is the kind of team-up he's been waiting for. He moves toward them, ready to form a solid strategy. He asks the Star Dragon if it is ready to team up and evolve together with Xiao Ye, but just as he approaches, Star Dragon wastes no time, leaping straight onto his shoulder like it's the most natural thing in the world. It settles comfortably, its scales glistening in the light. Lufan can't help but laugh. He wonders if the little Star Dragon will ever listen to him. But it's time to move. He turns to Xiao Ye, ready to get things rolling. With a smooth motion, he climbs onto its back, the dragon's powerful form bracing beneath him. But just then, a voice booms. Before you soar, don't forget to subscribe. This adventure is just beginning, and you won't want to miss what's next. This is going to be fun, Lufan thinks, feeling the adrenaline building. Xiao Ye lets out a mighty roar, spreading its wings wide, ready to take off. With a rush of wind and a powerful beat of its wings, the dragon takes flight, soaring into the sky. Lufan grips the reins, the thrill of the adventure ahead sparking excitement in his chest. It's time to explore the dark peak, and he's more than ready for whatever challenges lie ahead. Meanwhile, Chang'an walks through the vast desert of the National Testing Secret Area, feeling like he's wandered back into a very familiar place. Yet, back here again, he thinks with a slight smirk, already adjusting to the heat and emptiness around him. With a raised hand, Chang'an summons his beasts, each one resembling him in some twisted, fragmented way. They're not your usual summon. These beasts are more like living puzzles, each part of the whole. His skill, Fragmented Ambush, is a bit like a chaotic jigsaw puzzle. Pieces of the abyss split off and hide in specified locations. It's a unique trick that gives him a serious advantage and a slightly creepy vibe if you ask anyone else. Just as the beasts take shape on the ground, tiny legs skittering across the desert sand, Chang'an watches them with a satisfied grin. The system appears, flashing up the details of his ability. The Abyss Symbiosis effect is the main power of the summon, and as long as the Abyss summoned beast is alive, Chang'an will permanently share its symbiotic powers, and if he dies, no problem. He can revive inside any of these Abyss summoned beasts, making him practically a one-man army of immortality. Well, sort of. Looking at the desert, Chang'an calculates his chances. Including the Abyss and Tangler, he thinks to himself he has got 9 chances at resurrection. He can't help but chuckle, the corners of his mouth curling into a grin. He is practically immortal, he says out loud as if savoring the irony. The desert, however, doesn't respond, which is probably a good thing. It's not known for its sense of humor. But then, just as he's basking in his invincible thoughts, a sword comes flying out of nowhere. It pierces the head of one of his summoned beasts with precise accuracy, like a needle through fabric. It is the work of Musashi Ten, the representative of Sakura Nation. He mocks Chang'an that now he only has 8 chances left. Chang'an's temper flares as he watches one of his summoned beasts drop lifeless to the sand, the fragments of its body disintegrating. He wonders aloud why Musashi would do this, fists clenching in frustration. They were supposed to be allies. This wasn't part of their arrangement. His mind races, but the anger is hard to contain. He demands answers, wondering if Musashi had forgotten their agreement or if he simply didn't care. The system pops up, detailing Musashi's identity. Musashi 10, Sakura nationality, level 61 class. Demon Samurai. Chang'an barely registers the information. His focus is entirely on the guy standing there, cool as ever, with that same smug grin. Musashi casually sheaths his sword, as if he's just completed a routine task. He seems totally unfazed by Chang'an's obvious frustration. Calm down, he seems to suggest, as if taking down one of Chang'an's beasts in cold blood was the most normal thing in the world. Chang'an is left seething, unable to comprehend Musashi's casual dismissal of the situation. Instead of offering any sort of apology, Musashi explains that he simply wanted to see if killing one of the summoned beasts would give him points. Chang'an, already irritated, scoffs and gestures toward him, suggesting that if Musashi was so eager for points, he should have targeted Lu Fan instead. It reminds Musashi of the agreement they made before the match, and Musashi knew exactly what killing one of Chang'an's summons would mean for his chances of surviving. His finger jabs in Musashi's direction, frustration boiling over as he contemplates how to make the guy understand the gravity of what he's done. Musashi, however, remains unfazed, shrugging as if this was all harmless test. He points out that Chang'an still has 8 lives left, implying that there's no reason to be so upset. With a nonchalant gesture, Musashi offers a compensation in the form of a boss fight, as if that could somehow make up for the loss of a resurrection chance. Hearing this, Chang'an's anger starts to subside just a bit. He mutters that he doesn't have time to argue and gestures for Musashi to move aside. With a sigh, they both start advancing together. Musashi, always one to keep pace, calls out not to leave him behind. He mentions that Jin Zayan managed to teleport him right under the Overseer's nose and that he's been secretly sent to Chang'an's side. So Chang'an better make sure to protect his ally. Chang'an snaps, telling Musashi to keep quiet so the Overseer doesn't overhear. He then lays out the plan. The alliance was formed according to the committee, and as for Lu Fan, Chang'an will handle him. Musashi, on the other hand, should deal with the Black Dragon. Chang'an adds, in a more serious tone, that he's also got some crucial information, something Jin Zayan left out when he introduced the Dark Spire. He explains that the Dark Spire moves randomly across the map, and if it detects a participant, it will start attacking them. Musashi, surprised, asks why Chang'an hadn't mentioned this sooner. No wonder he's prepared so many resurrections. Chang'an only makes an evil face in response. Musashi's irritation grows as he mutters that if he faces the Demon Peak with Demon of the 9 Realms, Chang'an gets resurrected. But what about him? What happens if he falls? Chang'an looks over at him, raises his hand, and a purple aura swirls around it. He assures Musashi that since they're allies, he'll naturally protect him. Without another word, Cheng'en unleashes his power in Musashi's direction. Musashi, surprised, doesn't flinch. Instead, he asks, a little confused, what exactly that was. Cheng'en explains, somewhat dryly, that it's an abyss contract. A powerful aura surrounds Musashi, and he suddenly begins to scream in agony, the pain overwhelming him. Somehow, he endures the torment. Cheng'en calmly tells him that from now on, Musashi can be resurrected from within the beasts that Cheng'en summons. He adds that the two of them are now bound by the abyss contract, meaning that if Cheng'en dies, Musashi must die as well. Musashi struggles but eventually recovers, though Cheng'en remains unfazed and continues walking away, ignoring him. Musashi, now regaining his composure, calls out to Cheng'en, his voice tinged with frustration. He tells Cheng'en that while they are talking about forming an alliance, it feels as though Cheng'en is still holding back, being cautious with him. He reassures Cheng'en that he has no intentions of betraying him. Cheng'en, without turning back, dismisses his words, stating that working with the Tiki country is the right choice for him. He tells Musashi that once the country's trial is over, he will end the abyss contract. Determined not to be left behind, Musashi hurries after Cheng'en, suggesting they find Lu Fan together. Cheng'en calmly explains that the mission must begin after they accumulate enough points, and they should wait for the demon of the 9 realms to almost kill the other delegates. Only then will they proceed with their plan. Cheng'en's strategy is to let the demon of the 9 realms do the heavy lifting. Once it has eliminated the delegates, Cheng'en will have far less work to do. They continue walking. Musashi Ten notices a mission point on the field and asks Cheng'en what if they accept a task, pointing to the mission point. Cheng'en turns around, his tone cold as he explains that it is a trap mission. Jin Zayan has marked a location on every map, and once a mission is accepted, no other tasks can be undertaken. Musashi Ten glares at Cheng'en, demanding an explanation of what makes it a trap mission. Cheng'en meets his gaze with a murderous intensity and simply states that Musashi will understand soon enough. Such a task is impossible for anyone to complete. Nearly 5 hours pass, and the overseers begin discussing the event among themselves while watching the screen. Jin Zayan mocks the situation, pointing out that the big 3 of the nation trial are gone. One of the other overseers asks him to explain what he is trying to say. He explains that the big 3 are Dragon Nation, Star Nation, and Snow Nation. They always rank top 3 in every nation's trial. Here, the screen shows Lu Fan's ranking. He is currently ranked 23rd, at the bottom of the rankings. The other guy asks what is going on with the Dragon Nation this year. The media rank their representative as Tier 1, but it's clearly just hype from the Dragon Pet. Must be overrated. Jin Zayan scoffs. Lu Fan has got only 257 points. Even killing a few ferocious beasts would earn more than that. Behind them, Elder Han, sipping a cup of green tea, chuckles quietly to himself. He knows the overseers are seriously underestimating Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Lu Fan has been wandering through the secret area for quite some time, his frustration growing. He checks his watch and sees he still has only 257 points. Growing more anxious, he mutters to himself, wondering where the peak of darkness is. After searching for so long, he still hasn't seen even a trace of it. As he speaks, a lion-like monster suddenly appears in front of him. The system displays its name, Treasure Flying Lion, a level 60 creature. Defeating it will yield more points. Before Lu Fan can react, the monster launches an attack. Xiao Ye, quick on her feet, moves backward just in time to avoid the blow and narrowly escapes the strike. Lu Fan observes the creature and thinks to himself that this treasure-flying lion is far weaker than the zombies from the fallen clouds, and it only offers dozens of points. There's no reason to waste time with it. Realizing the key to earning more points, Lu Fan decides that he must accept the mission and defeat a boss. He grabs the reins of Xiao Ye and orders her to follow his lead. Soon he notices a mission point in a cave nearby. He commands Xiao Ye that they have reached the mission point, gesturing to head downwards. Near the cave, another participant is engaged in a battle with a massive snow bear. With a single powerful blow, he knocks the beast to the ground, finishing it off quickly. He then decides to enter the cave to start the mission. He comments to himself that things are difficult for a second-tier professional. However, he is relieved that he has secured entrance to the mission point. Suddenly, the participant hears footsteps approaching. He turns around and is taken aback to see the legendary black dragon, Xiao Ye, standing before him. Without hesitation, he prepares to act. Lu Fan swiftly dismounts from Xiao Ye and takes in the situation. The man, wide-eyed, initially marvels at the size of the dragon before his gaze shifts to Lu Fan. He immediately recognizes him and wonders aloud, asking if he is Lu Fan from the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Fan doesn't respond. Instead, he opens his watch to check the system, where he finds the man's profile, Yasun Rei, a level 45 water wave swordsman from the South Nation. His score is 5,153 and his rank is 19. Lu Fan smiles faintly but doesn't engage with the man further, turning off the system and walking past him without a word. Yasunrei, irritated by Lu Fan's dismissive behavior, watches him walk away. He thinks to himself about Lu Fan's arrogance, noting how Lu Fan didn't even acknowledge his presence. Yasunrei then checks his watch once more, his thoughts racing. He remembers the incident when Tu Jing from the Dragon Empire humiliated the king of the Southern Empire, almost causing their nation to collapse. If Yasunrei can kill Lu Fan, he will rise. And with Lu Fan ranked at the bottom with his level only at 32, it seems like the perfect opportunity to eliminate him and gain some publicity. Without hesitation, Yasunrei draws his sword, his intent sharp and clear. He charges at Lu Fan, quickly using his neighboring water cage technique. Water shoots out from his sword, forming a tight, imprisoning cage around Lu Fan, leaving him trapped and unable to escape. Confident in his advantage, Yasunrei thinks to himself that defeating Lu Fan will be an easy task. He taunts Lu Fan, calling him knave for thinking he could gain an upper hand. But Lu Fan remains unfazed, not reacting to the provocation. Yasunrei, growing irritated, mutters that Lu Fan is incredibly knave. Just as he is about to follow through with his plan, Xiao Ye suddenly strikes, her claws slashing at him with tremendous force. The attack sends him crashing to the ground, and he feels a sharp pain as a bone in his arm breaks. Furious, Yasunrei grits his teeth, realizing the true power of the dragon. He winces in pain, thinking to himself that this is the real strength of the Dragon Kingdom. He grimaces, feeling the fracture in his bone as he struggles to stand. Lu Fan calmly escapes from his water cage like it's nothing, leaving Yasunrei bewildered. He approaches him and speaks with a hint of amusement in his voice, telling Yasunrei that if he's thinking of a fisherman's profit, he's mistaken. With a nonchalant tone, Lu Fan adds that he decided to spare Yasunrei. The points from killing him wouldn't be enough for him to bother, so he chose to let him go. Yasunrei is stunned by Lu Fan's words. His grip on reality falters, and he feels the ground slip from under him as disbelief sets in. His control skills have no effect, and he can't comprehend how someone at only level 32 could be so powerful. His mind races, trying to make sense of the situation. He curses Lu Fan while thinking to himself that even if he doesn't win any rankings in this nation's trial, as long as he kills the representative of the Dragon Empire, he will still be hailed as a hero in the Southern Empire. But before he can act on his thoughts, Xiao Ye suddenly roars loudly, shaking the air around them. Yasunrei is taken aback, his shock growing as he stumbles backward. The dragon moves toward him with frightening speed, and as it gets closer, flames begin to flicker from its mouth. The sheer terror of the moment overwhelms Yasunrei, and in that instant, he fears for his life, thinking he might die right there. Lu Fan, standing calmly, smiles at him. His voice is cool and measured as he advises Yasunrei not to rush things. This mission is his, and there should be no objections. Then, without wasting more time, Lu Fan opens his system and accepts the mission. A notification pops up, mission accepted. The current task is to defeat the epic boss, the Demon of Nine Realms, level 85. Lu Fan stares silently at the screen in front of him, his expression calm yet intense, his focus unwavering. Xiao Ye, the imposing black dragon, looms above him. Flames billowing from her chest, the fiery heart burning ominously. Below, Yasunrei collapses to the ground, trembling, barely able to hold onto his weapon. The weight of their hopeless situation presses down on him, and he feels a wave of terror wash over him. Yet Lu Fan doesn't make a move. Yasunrei, puzzled, can't help but wonder why Lu Fan isn't attacking. If this is some kind of trick. Before he can figure it out, a dark shadow rapidly descends from the sky, a creature hurtling toward them. In an instant, Xiao Ye reacts, pushing this creature out of the way with a powerful thrust, sending him flying backward. But as the dragon falls, the ice beneath her shatters, sending Yasunrei sliding uncontrollably across the frozen surface. Yasunrei, now on the ground, stares in shock. Wait, is that the guardian boss? The question barely escapes his lips before the beast roars loudly, shaking the very earth beneath them. The system flashes on his interface, Icy King, level 75. Defeat it to earn 245 points. Yasunrei's face lights up as he sits back on a nearby rock, a sense of triumph growing within him. This is it, he thinks. Lu Fan can't get away from this one. This monster will finish him off and he won't have to worry about him anymore. Finally, the heaven trial will be his. Just then, the Yeti King's gaze shifts, locking onto Yasunrei. Its angry red eyes pierce through him. The beast starts to move toward him, and with each step, the ground beneath him cracks. Yasunrei stumbles backward, his heart racing. Wait, no, this can't be happening, he thinks in sheer panic. It's coming for him. The ground beneath him gives way and he slips, falling hard onto the ice. The Yeti King's furious gaze never leaves him, his eyes burning with anger. The acid ray feels his breath catch in his throat, and his heart races as the reality sets in. There is no escaping this beast. But just then, a red aura flares up in the sky, its intensity drawing the attention of the massive Ice Yeti King. The beast turns toward the source of the disturbance, its fury intensifying, and it lets out a deafening roar. Xiaoyi springs into action. Her claws slash through the air with terrifying speed, and the force of her attack is so powerful that the monster spits green blood and crumples to the ground with a deafening thud. Before the Yeti can recover, Xiaoyi is ready to strike again, her claws aimed for the kill. But the creature's massive claws lash out, grabbing her midair and holding her in place with a primal roar. Lu Fan, not missing a beat, channels the power of Break Sky, a dragon key attack that performs 2 consecutive attacks, and as an effect, his pet dragon casts 2 claw strikes attached with Dragon Kai. The Yeti King falters, its grip loosening as it crashes to the ground in defeat. Lu Fan lands gracefully, eyeing the fallen creature with a casual smirk. "It's big, sure, but not all that powerful," he mutters, his voice light, as though he's discussing a minor inconvenience. Xiaoyi stands behind him, her imposing figure ready for more as she roars in approval of the victory. The system notification chimes, adding the 245 points for the Yeti's defeat to Lu Fan's existing 257 points, marking another success in his growing tally. The ground shakes as a rock formation cracks, creating a gap near Yasin Ray. The boy, still shaken, watches in horror, realizing that Lu Fan has just shattered the boss in a single blow. Yasin Ray is paralyzed by the realization. Lu Fan, despite being at level 32, is a force to be reckoned with. He wonders what would have happened if that attack had him, terror settling deep in his chest. Panicked, Yasin Ray watches as Lu Fan walks toward him. He feels fear take over, knowing the fight is far from over. But when Lu Fan reaches him, the man just stops and looks at him silently. Yasin Ray closes his eyes, convinced he is about to be struck down. However, instead of attacking, Lu Fan walks away, leaving Yasin Ray alive. It takes a few moments for the boy to process what has happened. He opens his eyes, realizing he has been spared. Lu Fan, not even glancing back, mutters under his breath with a slight smirk. He cannot waste his time on people who don't even subscribe. They're just not worth it. Yasin Ray is stunned as he watches Lu Fan walk away, realizing the man has spared his life. He can hardly believe it. Lu Fan didn't kill him. He really let him go. Just as Yasin Ray begins to process what's happening, a bright light suddenly appears next to him. He stares at it in disbelief, understanding that a new mission has been unlocked. The mission, Epic Demon of 9 Realms, seems almost too incredible to be true. He's shocked. How can such a mission even exist? The boy recalls his earlier thoughts. When Lu Fan approached him, he would have realized that killing him wouldn't give much in terms of points. That must be why Lu Fan didn't finish him off. But now Yasin Ray begins to worry, wondering if Lu Fan really going to take on the Demon of 9 Realms mission. The thought terrifies him. Meanwhile, far away, everyone, including Vice Principal Zhao, watches the scene unfold on a large screen. Vice Principal Zhao is visibly upset, his voice filled with disbelief. How can a mission like this exist in the secret area? He mutters, clearly frustrated by the situation. His worry deepens as he watches Lu Fan taking the mission. He turns to Jian Zayan, anger rising in his voice. He raises his concerns about the mission's impossible nature, worried about the risk of the mission card getting stuck and questioning how Lu Fan could possibly earn points from it. His tone is heavy with frustration, but Jian Zayan seems entirely unfazed by the situation. With a teasing smile, Jian Zayan remains calm, telling Zhao to calm down. His sarcastic tone does nothing to ease Zhao's rising anger. The vice principal, now on edge, grabs Jian Zayan by the neck, his face turning crimson as he snaps. He insists that there's a problem with the mission design and vows to personally appeal for its cancellation. Jian Zayan's expression doesn't change. After a brief moment, he smiles knowingly, looking at Zhao with amusement. He calmly points out that Zhao has no right to file an appeal, given his position. With a quick motion, Jian Zayan grabs Zhao's hand and shakes it with a smirk, implying that any further trouble would result in Zhao being escorted out. On the other hand, Elder Han calmly observes the scene, his gaze shifting to Vice Principal Zhao. With a composed tone, he tells Zhao not to be angry, surprising the Vice Principal with his lack of reaction. Zhao expected Elder Han to be just as upset, but instead, the Overseer pours himself coffee with an almost casual air. As Elder Han takes a sip, he explains that the issue at hand can't be resolved through an appeal. Zhao listens, his attention now fully on him. Elder Han adds that Lu Fan's acceptance of the mission was no accident. Zhao's brow furrows in confusion, and he asks for clarification, not fully understanding what Elder Han means. Elder Han leans in slightly, lowering his voice as he reveals something more troubling. He explains that the Tiki nation has deliberately manipulated the situation. They cleared the path for their own representatives while intentionally hindering the efforts of others. According to Elder Han, this favoritism is nothing new and is part of a deeper, ongoing corruption. Zhao suggests that if Elder Han is aware of all this corruption, he should be standing up for Lu Fan. Elder Han, with a knowing expression, calmly addresses Vice Principal Zhao's disbelief. He explains that sometimes, in the face of overwhelming power, even the most astute can be deceived. He dismisses the idea of appealing, saying that discussing such matters is pointless when they're up against such forces. Instead, he urges Zhao to focus on the fact that this mission is exactly what Lu Fan wanted. Elder Han has faith in him and believes Zhao should trust him too. Zhao, stunned by Elder Han's words, can hardly believe what he's hearing. His eyes widen and he mutters to himself, questioning Elder Han's unusual support for Lu Fan. Just as he's about to respond, his attention shifts to the screen. His surprise is palpable as he watches Lu Fan's actions. He exclaims in shock, noticing that Lu Fan has entered the secret area determined to take on the demon of the 9 realms. Meanwhile, back in the icy terrain, Lu Fan, fully immersed in his mission, moves with purpose through the secret area, a confident smile on his face. He is ready, the weight of the task ahead not weighing him down in the slightest. The system notifies him of the Tower of Darkness ahead, but Lu Fan remains unfazed, knowing that he's on the right path. With determination in his eyes, he declares his readiness to face whatever comes next. He charges forward, eliminating demons along the way. Xiao Ye roars by his side, a fierce reminder of his strength. With every step, the challenge ahead looms larger, but so does his resolve. Countless demonic beasts suddenly appear, and the system alerts Lu Fan that the demon army is awakening. The deafening roar fills the air as the demons charge toward him. These creatures, known as killer bats, are level 60, and each one killed will earn Lu Fan 84 points. Lu Fan, unfazed by the sight, grins. He recognizes the area, calling it the precious mountain of ruined Changfeng. But to him, it's nothing more than a goldmine of experience points, just waiting to be collected. Lu Fan then tells his Star Dragon that now it's time for it to be ready as well. Little Star Dragon, sensing the incoming threat, growls low, ready for action. Lu Fan orders Xiao Ye to transform into her destroyer form. Xiao Ye responds immediately, her form shifting into a more powerful, menacing state. Her strength, agility, and stamina surge as she readies herself for the battle. Her stats rise to 10,247 in strength, 9,431 in agility, and 10,474 in stamina, making her a formidable force. Chevalier, now in her destroyer form, roars loudly, her power crackling in the air as she begins to tear through the swarm of killer bats. Lu Fan watches with approval and he isn't fully satisfied. He warns Xiao Ye to watch out for the ground as well, noting that another set of monsters is coming from below. These creatures, known as Burrow, are a new threat. They are worth 127 points per kill. Lu Fan is already on the move, his eyes scanning the battlefield. He grins as he prepares for the onslaught. It's time to destroy everything in his path. Xiao Ye, ever loyal and quick to act, transforms again, this time using dragon control. Her energy pulses through the air as she unleashes both her dragon energy and regular attacks, striking down multiple monsters in an instant. But the battle doesn't stop there. Xiao Ye presses forward, shifting into her Lava Inferno attack. Lava flows from her form, spewing forward and engulfing everything in its path. The flames spread like a wildfire, burning through the monsters with relentless force. But even with all this destruction, Xiao Ye is not invincible. She begins to show signs of exhaustion, needing to heal herself as the battle rages on. Lu Fan's gaze suddenly shifts upward, noticing a new wave of monsters descending from the sky. His instincts kick in, and he quickly deduces that these beasts could be even more dangerous than the ones on the ground. A slight frown crosses his face as he contemplates his options. Killing them one by one might take too long, he thinks. He needs a different strategy. Without wasting any time, Lu Fan taps into the power of Dragon's inspiration. He raises his hand and a radiant light envelops him, glowing brightly as the power of Dragon's inspiration takes effect. This ability increases the attributes and attack power of both himself and his pets by 30%. Xiao Ye, sensing the surge of energy, roars loudly, her body surrounded by a molten aura. Her strength skyrockets to 6,661 and her agility leaps to 12,260, marking her as a true powerhouse. Lu Fan, not missing a beat, draws his divine bow. His eyes narrow with determination as he prepares for the next move. Time to bring disaster, he thinks, signaling to Xiao Ye to follow his lead. The Star Dragon, already on edge, is also itching to spring into action. Lu Fan, ever the strategist, takes his chance. He tells Xiao Ye to prepare to unleash Cataclysm, and with swift precision, he himself releases a snake arrow from his divine bow. With Xiao Ye's mental power over 26,000, he thinks, this should do the trick. The arrow cuts through the air, its trajectory perfect as it aligns with Xiao Ye's devastating attack. The snake arrow, infused with the energy of the underworld snake bow, stores power for a full 3 seconds before releasing. A shadow serpent that forms from the arrow is a manifestation of concentrated energy, and its release is catastrophic. The damage is amplified by 500%, making the strike all the more deadly. Xiao Ye, now fully charged with amplified power, braces herself for her next devastating attack, Level 2, Cataclysm. It is her ultimate move. With Cataclysm, the destroyer dragon detonates the area it flies over. She lets out a thunderous roar that reverberates through the ground, shaking the very earth beneath her. The energy coursing through her begins to surge, radiating destruction as it fills the air with intense pressure. The sky itself seems to tremble as Xiao Ye unleashes her full force. Explosions erupt around her as she soars high, her fiery form leaving a trail of chaos and flames, setting everything ablaze. Flying toward the stone-tied chain, Xiao Ye channels her energy and lets out Cataclysm, unleashing a catastrophic blast that reduces everything in its path to ashes. The surrounding monsters are incinerated in the blink of an eye, their screams drowned by the explosion. Without missing a beat, she extends a surge of lava flames toward the approaching beasts, incinerating them instantly before they even get close. The ground around them becomes a sea of fire as the remaining monsters are turned to ash. At the same time, Lu Fan releases the snake arrow from his divine bow, targeting the area marked by the destroyer dragon. It explodes on impact, creating massive firestorms and causing heavy damage across the battlefield. The energy unleashed by Xiao Ye, now amplified by her mental power, further magnifies the attack, raising the damage to a staggering 500%. Within moments, the air is filled with the scent of burning flesh as every last monster is wiped out. The sound of a final explosion shakes the surroundings, signaling the end of the onslaught. The system immediately notifies Lu Fan of his achievement. Dragon Nation's Lu Fan has earned 22,758 points, and his rank is now 1. Lu Fan surveys the battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the fallen demons. With a slight smile, he notes that the army of demons has finally been subdued. There isn't a single one left in sight. The system alerts him to a new development. Star driving Xing Chen's level has increased to 12, and Lu Fan's own level has reached 33. His progress is undeniable. Meanwhile, back at the monitoring station, everyone watches the screen in disbelief. The 3 great families are back at top 3. The murmurs of astonishment fill the room as they see a sudden rise in Lu Fan's rise. One voice breaks through the crowd, remarking that they didn't expect Lu Fan to actually dare take on the dark forces and return to collect points. Lu Fan's name now appears at the top, his points surpassing everyone else. Charles and Ander, who were also given the same mission, find their scores stagnating, no longer rising. Vice Principal Zhao, watching this unfold, can't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Maybe Elder Han was right, he thinks to himself. Perhaps he should have trusted Lu Fan. Defeating the 9 Realms demons wasn't a trap for a person like Lu Fan, it was his warm-up. Elder Han, observing the scene with a quiet amusement, turns to Vice Principal Zhao. He chuckles lightly, remarking on how amusing it is to see Lu Fan's battered black dragon. And yet, he notes, Lu Fan still has many dragons he hasn't even summoned yet. Vice Principal Zhao, taken aback by this statement, seems to hesitate. He offers to have some hot tea brought to Elder Han. Elder Han, however, waves the suggestion off. He states that there's no need for tea just yet. The matter at hand is far more pressing. Lu Fan's performance has been nothing short of extraordinary. His strength far exceeds their expectations. Elder Han suggests they cannot afford to miss Lu Fan taking on the demon of the 9 Realm. They can have tea later. Jin Zayan watches Elder Han with a satisfied grin. His thoughts are full of smug confidence. He believes that everything is going according to plan. The demon of the 9 Realms hasn't appeared yet, and it does, he'll simply wait for Lu Fan to finish collecting the corpses of his dragons. Meanwhile, Lu Fan remains focused on the battlefield, still unaware that the work isn't over. The situation shifts quickly, though. Suddenly, the stone chain breaks, and the air crackles as the pyramid-like thing begins to fall rapidly. Lu Fan's expression shifts to one of seriousness as he realizes that the challenge isn't over yet. The ground shakes, and a massive door opens, releasing a flood of fierce beasts. These creatures are even more vicious than he anticipated. He quickly realizes that he should have waited for all of them to appear at once, so he could eliminate them in one swift move. He curses under his breath, but doesn't waste time lamenting. With a swift motion, he draws his sword, ready to face the incoming horde. The system quickly updates, identifying these creatures as wandering pavilion beasts, each of them at level 75, with 135 points awarded per kill. Then, several two-headed ogres step forward, and the system notes their bounty, 297 points each. Hundreds of smaller beasts at level 60 also yield 50 points each. Lu Fan assesses the situation, his mind calculating the opportunity for points, and a grin starts to form. This isn't a setback, it's a chance to rack up more points. Xiao Ye, sensing the growing intensity of the battle, shifts into her destructive form without hesitation. Lu Fan, now understanding the full scale of what's to come, feels a surge of determination. This was exactly what he needed: more points, more monsters to destroy. He calls out to his team, telling them to be ready for the battle ahead. With a nod to the Star Dragon, he signals it to join the fight. Xing Chen responds with an eagerness that catches Lu Fan off guard. The dragon charges forward into the fray as if it had been waiting for this moment. Surprised, Lu Fan can't help but ask Xing Chen if it is going to fight them all by itself. The battlefield is consumed by chaos as monsters charge forward, their roars uniting in a deafening symphony of aggression. At the center of it all stands Lu Fan, steady and unwavering. His Star Dragon lets out a thunderous roar, and a blast of icy breath tears through the enemies, freezing them solid in an instant. Lu Fan quickly realizes that Xing Chen has returned. The dragon's wings create a powerful wind, scattering the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye, the legendary black dragon, is surrounded by flames. Lu Fan stands beside it, giving commands with firm authority. "Protect the Star Dragon," he orders. Xiao Ye responds with a fierce roar, its fiery aura growing like an unstoppable inferno, ready to burn anything in its way. Up above, the monsters shift their focus to a bright light descending from the sky. Xiao Ye charges forward, its blazing form clashing against the overwhelming light. The chaos grows as a massive two-headed monster leads a pack of goblins, all of them roaring with fury as they charge forward. But high above, Lu Fan stands on top of his flaming Xiao Ye, its fiery eyes glowing with deadly intent. Surrounded by swirling flames, the dragon roars with all its might, ready to destroy everything in its path. Lu Fan observes Xing Chen as it moves with fierce independence. He realizes that her true power was still hidden, waiting to be unleashed. A brilliant blue energy pulses from the heart of Xing Chen, revealing her untapped combat potential. Lu Fan thinks now is the time for her to show her full strength. Xing Chen surges forward, her body radiating a powerful blue aura as her combat energy peaks. With every beat of her wings, the surrounding air freezes, signaling the activation of her star armor. The ability absorbs all incoming damage for 60 seconds and redirects it back to enemies within range. The battlefield erupts as Star unleashes a devastating wave of icy energy, sending goblins flying in every direction. The force of the attack shatters their formation, leaving only frozen fragments in its wake. Amid the chaos, a towering two-headed brute roars in defiance, raising its massive club high. It charges through the icy whirlwind, determined to crush everything in its path. The brute swings its club with all its might, creating a shockwave that tears through the battlefield. The impact scatters debris and sends tremors through the ground. Above it all, Lu Fan hovers on Xiao Ye, engulfed in fiery flames that light up the sky. The brute's furious roars echo below, its eyes locked on the flaming figure above. The challenge is clear. Lu Fan's gaze is cold, his fiery aura intensifies as he prepares to strike. However, just then, he notices something and he signals Xiao Ye to stop, saying it seems they don't need to worry about Xing Chen anymore. The display on the screen confirms that damage has been absorbed, and a calm, confident smirk spreads across Lu Fan's face. Xing Chen is more than ready for the battles ahead. The two-headed brute roars, swinging its weapon with all its might, but Star Dragon reacts instinctively, not waiting for any command. She unleashes a flurry of icy blades, freezing the ground and cutting through the air with deadly precision. Xing Chen activates her full power, her radiant wings glowing brighter than ever as she soars through the battlefield. Her Star Dragon armor absorbs all incoming damage, and then redirects it back at every enemy within range. A powerful shockwave bursts across the battlefield as Xing Chen's energy surges outward. Enemies are flung into the air like ragdolls, their formations shattered by their relentless force. An icy blue aura spreads, leaving destruction in its wake as Xing Chen dominates the field with overwhelming power. The two-headed brute roars in fury, its red eyes blazing as it prepares to retaliate. But in the chaos, the Star Dragon unleashes her ultimate power. A radiant crystal forms at her core, glowing with an intensity that lights up the battlefield. The crystal shatters, releasing a massive wave of destruction that spreads across the battlefield. The sheer magnitude of the attack is unmatched, its power determined by the strength of the foe. Witnessing his little Star Dragon going all out, Lu Fan commands Xiao Ye to fly farther away. He doesn't want his Xing Chen to hold back. Xiao Yai responds with a deafening roar surrounded by an inferno. Her crimson eyes burn with unrelenting intensity, radiating power as she soars higher, gaining distance from the chaos below. Meanwhile, Star Dragon unleashes her frost-laden fury, targeting enemies with perfect precision. Her icy aura forms a glowing sphere of destruction, freezing her foes midair before shattering them with explosive force. A massive tidal wave of icy energy sweeps across the battlefield as Xing Chen fully releases her power. The two-headed brute roars in defiance, but the freezing surge overwhelms it, trapping the beast in a cage of relentless frost. Above, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye cut through the chaos. The blazing flames of Xiao Ye create a sharp contrast against the frozen wasteland below. The battlefield trembles as Xing Chen's icy power intensifies, forming a swirling vortex that captures the enemy forces. Winged creatures screech as the freezing winds engulf them, their flight disrupted by the relentless storm. At the heart of the chaos, Xing Chen descends like a blizzard incarnate. Her radiant wings slice through the frozen air, sending waves of energy that freeze everything in their path. Her unmatched strength dominates the battlefield, leaving no chance for the enemies to recover. Lu Fan watches Xing Chen with a mix of pride and admiration. He reflects that without the Serpent Shadow Arrow's 5x damage, this shattered star is comparable to Xiao Yi's great disaster. He tells Xing Chen well done. He himself levels up to 34. This highlights the incredible damage Xing Chen has absorbed and unleashed, confirming the extent of her devastating impact. Lu Fan knows she is far from finished. Once her level rises even further, her power will be unstoppable. Xing Chen, surrounded by blue flames, makes an arrogant face. Lu Fan chuckles, reflecting this little guy is so arrogant, a compliment, and she's all puffed up. Just then, Xiao Ye, feeling a bit jealous, roared fiercely, her fiery aura radiating immense power. Lu Fan realizes this and reassures Xiao Ye that she is also very strong and she will soon have her chance to shine against the next boss. Just then, a blinding explosion of violet energy erupts across the battlefield, shaking the ground and scattering debris in every direction. As the dust settles, Xing Chen and Xiao Ye turn their eyes towards the origin of eruption, their contrasting flames and frost swirling together. Xiao Ye's grin widens, its aura intensifying as a pool of blood marks the ground beneath it. Star Dragon tenses, sensing a dangerous shift in the battle's momentum. A massive frog-like beast looms over the battlefield, its green-scaled body radiating an ominous aura. Its glowing horn pulses with energy, marking it as a formidable level 80 opponent with an intimidating score of 429 points. The creature's piercing red eyes scan the field, its sheer size exuding dominance. Lu Fan smirks confidently, flames dancing around him. He recognizes the moment. This is exactly what they've been waiting for. His fiery gaze locks onto the beast as he prepares to face the colossal challenge head-on. Lu Fan gives the command, telling Xiao Ye and Xing Chen to get ready. He instructs them to take it down with one wave. Xing Chen and Xiao Ye roar in unison. Meanwhile, the giant black mountain-horned beast's glowing red eyes flicker, its focus shifting as the attack approaches. Its horn pulses ominously, signaling a potential counterattack. Above, Lu Fan commands with precision, urging Xiao Ye to prepare for the lava explosion. Xing Chen uses Star Surge. Flames and frost swirl together as Xiao Ye and Star Dragon power up their combined attack. The ultimate strike is near. Lu Fan also unleashes a relentless assault, slashing the colossal beast with fiery claws. This attack combines the Dragon Ki and performs a continuous series of slashes with Dragon Pet synchronizing to cast 2 claw strikes. Each strike lands with devastating precision, leaving trails of green energy as the frog beast's defenses crumble beneath the onslaught. Xing Chen joins the attack, delivering a perfectly timed shadow burst. Her movements are sharp and deadly. The colossal beast roars in fury, its red eyes glowing brighter as it braces against the onslaught. Rocks and debris fly in every direction as it tries to retaliate. The beast's horn begins to glow ominously, green energy spiraling around it like a coiled serpent. The pulsating power intensifies with each passing second, crackling with energy as the battlefield trembles under its might. With a sudden burst, the horn fires a concentrated blast of green energy, tearing through the air with devastating speed. The sheer force of the attack splits the ground as it carves a path of destruction. Lu Fan leaps into the air, his sword gleaming with power. He urges Xing Chen to show the beast her true strength. Below, Star Dragon responds with a powerful roar, her body radiating intense blue energy that pulses outward. In an instant, the Star Dragon unleashes her ultimate attack, and a torrent of radiant energy blasts through the battlefield. The brilliance of the blast overwhelms the air as it surges toward its target with unrelenting power. Lu Fan then commands Xiao Yai to strike as well. Xiao Yai responds instantly, igniting in a blazing inferno. Flames erupt from its chest as it towers over the battlefield, radiating unmatched power. The fiery dragon unleashes a devastating inferno called Lava Burst, its fiery attack tearing through the air with explosive force. The blazing flames surge forward, engulfing the battlefield in a tidal wave of destruction. The explosive flames of Lava Burst create a molten lava pool within the targeted area, trapping enemies and inflicting continuous devastating damage. The colossal beast roars in agony as the relentless attack strikes its massive frame. Unable to withstand the overwhelming power, the beast crumbles under the onslaught. The colossal beast lets out a deafening roar, its body writhing in pain as the flames engulf it entirely. Desperation is evident in its glowing red eyes as it struggles to escape the molten chaos, but the relentless inferno continues to consume it. In a final panicked move, the beast coils itself into a defensive ball and launches upward, attempting to evade the searing destruction. The sky above burns with fiery streaks, marking its desperate flight, while the battlefield below smolders in the aftermath of the devastating lava burst. Lu Fan soars through the fiery chaos, his strike landing with pinpoint accuracy. The ground erupts as his attack hits, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The beast's agonized roar echoes, signaling a critical blow. Above, the star dragon spreads her wings majestically, her energy surging as she creates a shimmering field of light. The battlefield holds its breath, awaiting the next move. Then Lu Fan and Xing Chen unleash a perfectly coordinated strike. With unerring precision, the attack hits its mark, and the beast lets out a deafening cry as its defenses shatter. Amidst the chaos, Lu Fan grins confidently, recognizing their flawless teamwork. The outcome of the battle not only solidifies their strength, but also boosts their rank. The scoreboard lights up with rankings, and Lu Fan's name shoots to the top. His dragon companion perches proudly beside him, glowing with satisfaction. Lu Fan revels in their triumph, pointing out their incredible score, which leaves the competitors in awe. Meanwhile, in the supervision room, the stunned audience murmurs in disbelief at Lu Fan's unprecedented rise in power. Vice Principal Zhao watches with growing enthusiasm, noting how Lu Fan has undergone an unexpected transformation during his journey to the northern regions. Elder Han acknowledges this. However, Jin Zayan is far from impressed. Panicked and frustrated, he can barely believe what he is seeing. He fumes, unable to comprehend how Lu Fan could achieve such a feat. His disbelief grows as he watches the scoreboard. The entire Warcraft army, untouched and unweakened, was wiped out. His frustration reaches a boiling point as he sees Lu Fan has even surpassed Cheng Han by a significant margin in points. Jin Zayan issues strict orders to his subordinates. He demands they verify the data from the Black Tower immediately, insisting that this Dragon Nation representative must have exploited some loophole. He instructs them to report any abnormalities to him immediately. Jin Zayan grins with sinister satisfaction, convinced that only Tiki Nation's supreme national hero could defeat the demon of the Nine Realms. He reflects that it is impossible for anyone else accomplishing such a feat. With a twisted sense of confidence, he believes that once he catches Lu Fan, he will ensure his qualification is revoked without hesitation. Half an hour later, at the entrance to the supervision room of Jinyu City Arena, the security guard reports to Jin Zayan that the inspection has been completed. The trial system is functioning properly, with no weaknesses detected in the Dark Spire section. However, Jin Zayan, visibly furious, grabs one of the guards by his collar, demanding an explanation for the oversight. The subordinate stammers an apology, assuring Jin Zayan that they will conduct the inspection again immediately to avoid further mistakes. Despite the apology, Jin Zayan lashes out at his subordinates, calling them incompetent. He orders them to continue the inspection until they find a flaw. Panicked and flustered, the guard scrambles to comply, quickly retreating to avoid further wrath. Jin Zayan clenches his jaw, seething with anger as he realizes that the mechanism, which was supposed to intimidate other representatives, has instead become a tool that Lu Fan is using to gain an advantage. Consumed by frustration, Jin Zayan decides he cannot allow Lu Fan to continue gaining points. He resolves to manipulate the stats of the Demon of the Nine Realms, intending to force Lu Fan into giving up. Turning his focus to the rankings, he places his hopes on Jin Chenghan, confident in Chenghan's abilities. He reminds himself that both Chenghan and Masashi Ten are over level 30 in their second stage classes, believing the task will not be too difficult for them. With a stern expression, Jin Zayan enters the supervision room. Elder Han turns to him while sitting calmly in the corner, holding a teacup. He looks at Elder Han and then is startled to see the big screen. He cannot believe what he is seeing. Lu Fan has almost conquered everything there. He shouts in panic. Meanwhile, in the arena, flames engulf the battlefield, with soldiers struggling to fight their way through the blazing inferno. At the center of it all stands Lu Fan, radiating a powerful blue aura. His weapon pulses with unyielding energy, casting a determined glow through the chaos. Behind him, Shouyi looms, its dark form blending with the fiery depths, while the battlefield trembles as a legion of demonic creatures emerges from the shadows. Their crimson eyes burn with malice, and leading them is a massive armored entity, its blade pulsating with dark energy. Lu Fan analyzes the level 86 boss ahead of him, understanding the immense challenge that lies before him. Realizing the difficulty of the fight, he knows that Xiao Ye cannot face this threat alone. Without hesitation, he calls upon Xiao Fei for assistance. Even if it means splitting the experience points between Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei, he has no choice but to call her. The battlefield roars with chaos as a horde of armored enemies charges toward him, their menacing growls filling the air. Determined to secure victory, Lu Fan summons Xiao Fei, his trusted emerald dragon. With a brilliant flash of green light, Xiao Fei appears in her eternal one form, towering above the enemies. Armed with a glowing blade, Lu Fan stands resolute, ready to lead the charge and turn the tide of battle. Xiao Fei unleashes its emerald dragon bloodline, amplifying all skill effects for dragons and allied bloodlines. A radiant glow surrounds them as Xiao Fei activates Life Pulse, casting emerald light and emerald world blessing across the battlefield. The powerful aura enhances all allies within range, boosting their abilities by up to 4 times. The tide of battle shifts dramatically in Lu Fan's favor. Xiao Fei roars, releasing Emerald Blessing. It surrounds Lu Fan, Xiao Ye, and Xing Chen with 32 stacks of dragon energy, massively amplifying the damage of their next attack. At the same time, Xiao Fei uses Emerald Light that envelops Lu Fan, Xiao Ye, and Xing Chen, forming multiple protective layers that remove debuffs and boost their attributes by up to 60%. Each layer can block powerful hits. Xiao Ye lets out an earth-shaking roar, her fiery aura spreading across the battlefield, igniting the air around her. Lu Fan calls out to both Xiao Ye and Xing Chen, signaling the start of their counterattack. With a powerful, fierce roar, Xiao Ye, now level 30, unleashes her signature move, Lava Flame. The attack spews continuous flames, dealing massive damage to enemies while simultaneously healing Xiao Ye herself. The battlefield burns brightly as searing flames engulf their foes, forcing agonized cries from those caught in the inferno. Xiao Fei, standing by Lu Fan's side, uses her ultimate move, Eternal Guardian. A radiant protective barrier envelops the group, shielding all allies within its range. The barrier absorbs damage based on Xiao Fei's health and self-healing abilities, and the battlefield glows in emerald light as the protective aura strengthens their position. Lu Fan commands Xing Chen to activate Starlight Scale Armor, a protective shield infused with starlight that continuously absorbs damage for 60 seconds. Once the shield's energy is full, it will unleash a devastating counterattack on any nearby enemies. Xing Chen activates the armor, and a shimmering light surrounds her. Lu Fan's strategy is clear: defend, absorb, and retaliate with devastating force. Xing Chen's Starlight Scale Armor absorbs a massive wave of incoming damage as enemies relentlessly attack. The glowing armor shimmers with each hit, holding strong and ready to unleash its stored energy. Meanwhile, Lu Fan recalls a crucial detail. He is now at level 35 and is able to use the Dragon Language Magic Book. Lu Fan summons the Dragon Language Magic Book and holds it in his hands, its energy swirled around him. The book is usable at level 35 and can grant a passive skill, Dragon Resonance, designed to amplify the power of both the Dragon Rider and their dragon when casting the same magic. Excitement builds within him as he prepares to unlock this immense potential. With flames swirling around him, Lu Fan activates the Dragon Resonance skill. The book glows brilliantly before disintegrating, transferring its power to him. A surge of energy envelops his body, and he acquires the powerful passive skill, ready to enhance his synergy with his dragon in the battles ahead. With his new power unlocked, Lu Fan feels a surge of determination, knowing that the true strength of his bond with his dragons is now at his fingertips. With the power of the lava explosion passed down from his senior, Lu Fan clenches his fist, flames dancing around him. Fully prepared, he feels the surge of energy as he synchronizes with Xiao Ye, ready to unleash the full potential of Dragon Resonance. The battlefield trembles as a blinding red beam pierces through the air, followed by a devastating impact that sends shockwaves across the area. Enemies stagger in terror as the sheer force of the attack obliterates everything in its path. Standing boldly in front of Xiao Ye, Lu Fan calls out to her, his determination unwavering. With his blazing weapon in hand and Xiao Ye roaring in readiness behind him, the stage is set for a climactic confrontation. He channels the power of Dragon Language magic, his hand crackling with energy as fiery currents swirl around him. The intensity of his magic radiates from his body, signaling an attack that could reshape the battlefield. Xiao Yai roars ferociously, its sinister red eyes glowing through the inferno. Flames erupt around it as it prepares lava explosion. Lu Fan also uses the lava explosion, synchronizing their attacks. The duo unleashes a catastrophic wave of flames engulfing their enemy in a devastating inferno. Xiao Yai releases her own lava explosion, creating a searing pool of magma that traps enemies within its fiery grip. The enemy forces begin to sink into the molten depths, taking massive continuous damage. At the same time, the synergy between Lu Fan and Xiao Yai activates Dragon Resonance, amplifying their combined power by 10%. The flaming beast roars in agony as its form is consumed by the relentless assault of their synchronized dragon language magic. The combination of their powers amplifies the attack's intensity, making it even more devastating. Lu Fan feels the incredible surge of energy as their dual lava explosions merge, doubling their strength and making the attack 4 times more powerful than if used individually. The battlefield trembles beneath the might of their attack. Lu Fan marvels at the connection he shares with Xiao Yai, feeling their pulses perfectly synchronized. The power coursing through him is unlike anything he has experienced before, and he knows that this is only the beginning of the destruction they can unleash together. The beast staggers in agony, its molten form barely holding together as it struggles within the searing lava. Sensing the decisive moment, Lu Fan commands Xiao Yai to activate World Destroyer form and deliver the finishing blow. A confident smile spreads across his face as Xiao Yai roars, her body engulfed in flames, her power surging to unimaginable levels. The transformation pushes her stats to extraordinary heights, with her strength, agility, and spirit reaching their peak. With a burst of speed, Xiao Yai launches a devastating jaw strike, charging toward the target and sinking her fangs into the enemy. The brutal attack inflicts continuous bleeding damage. However, the beast holds on. Lu Fan prepares to deliver the final blow himself. With unwavering determination, he tightens his grip on his blade, ready to end the enemy's struggle once and for all. However, just then, Xing Chen follows through with a high-speed assault, striking with immense force and catching the enemy completely off guard. The impact sends shockwaves across the battlefield. Glancing at the wounded opponent, Xing Chen tells it to die already. She then unleashes the full power of Starlight Scale armor, releasing all the absorbed damage in a massive explosion that decimates the beast as well as the nearby enemies within melee range. Tiki battlefield falls silent as the beast army is completely wiped out, leaving nothing but victory in its wake. With the battle over, Xiao Yi's level rises to 31 and the Emerald Dragon reaches level 23, both their powers significantly enhanced. Sitting atop Xiao Yai, Lu Fan turns to Xing Chen with a teasing grin, asking when she had learned to steal kills. Xing Chen levels up to 15. Lu Fan reflects that with Xing Chen finally reaching level 15, she has unlocked form transformation as well. Xing Chen's form appears much more mature than before. Many of the features she had as a baby dragon seem to have vanished, replaced by a stronger and more refined look. However, what changes her attribute panel might reveal after entering her growth period remains a mystery. With the demon general defeated, the battlefield grows quiet. The dark castle looms in the distance, but no more demons emerge. It seems the danger has passed for now. Taking advantage of the calm, Lu Fan opens the system to carefully examine Xing Chen's new attribute panel. Her level has increased to 15, which is an impressive milestone. He reviews her stats, which are astonishing. Her strength reaches 4,656, agility is at 1,031, mind power is 5,418, and endurance sits at 1,543. These numbers are enough to make anyone's jaw drop, but it's the new forms and skills that catch Lu Fan's attention. Xing Chen's form skills include an updated battle mode. Her baby form is still available, reducing energy consumption by shrinking her body. However, she now has a new Starlight Radiance form, which massively boosts her physical strength attributes by 5 times. Unfortunately, this form has a time limit of only 1 minute, which makes it a high-risk, high-reward ability. Another highlight is her third form, Galaxy Overlord form. In this form, the dragon disassembles itself, becoming invulnerable to all attacks while turning into a nebula. Gains new abilities, Stellar Rain and Black Hole. It's the kind of move that says, "Don't even try me." He realizes that Xing Chen's Starlight form is designed for pure battle efficiency, perfect for taking down opponents quickly and decisively. Her Starlight Radiance form is a weapon of destruction, leaving no room for prolonged struggles. The Galaxy Overlord form, on the other hand, has an even more unique ability. It resembles Xiaofi's Soul Light form, which abandons the physical body and makes the user untouchable. However, as a nebula, the dragon can likely remain undetected near enemies. Lu Fan reflects that to truly understand the extent of Xing Chen's power in this form, experimentation will be necessary, and that means finding some monsters willing, or rather, unlucky enough, to serve as test subjects. Feeling satisfied with Xing Chen's attributes and abilities, Lu Fan raises his gaze to look at his pet dragons. Xing Chen stands tall, radiating confidence with her higher power attribute. Her expression seems even more world-weary than before, as though saying, "I dare you to mess with me." Her intimidating aura makes Lu Fan chuckle nervously, but it also stirs a bit of concern. He silently hopes that as Xing Chen matures, her temperament will soften. After all, if her attitude doesn't improve, Lu Fan isn't entirely sure she'll let him ride her. Lu Fan finds himself feeling a little envious of Xing Chen's incredible Starlight Radiance form. The way it boosts physical strength by 5 times is nothing short of spectacular. He wonders if he could somehow tap into that explosive power through the dragon's saddle. The idea intrigues him, and his face takes on a serious expression as he starts to contemplate the possibilities. Turning his attention to the towering Hell Demon Peak, Lu Fan reflects on the current situation. The demon general has been defeated for some time now, and while the gate of the Dark Castle remains wide open, no new waves of demons have emerged. This is unusual given the relentless attacks earlier. Lu Fan is convinced he has successfully cleared this stage of the castle. However, one thought nags at him: the Earth's shadow demon might still be lurking somewhere inside. Determined to get answers, Lu Fan commands Xiao Ye to use the Kai perception skill. In an instant, a radiant divine light shines through Xiao Ye's eyes. This ability is designed to reveal hidden or stealthy enemies and can actively dispel any nearby invisibility. If anything is trying to stay hidden, it won't escape now. Lu Fan watches closely, expecting something to show itself, but the area remains quiet. He considers the possibility that the Hell Demon is still inside the castle, biding its time. Perhaps it's too scared or just too stubborn to face him directly. With a wry smile, Lu Fan decides he won't wait any longer. If the demon won't come out, he'll go in and find it himself. Climbing onto Xiao Ye's back, Lu Fan leads the way towards the Dark Castle, with the other dragons following close behind. They fly through the great gate, their wings slicing through the air like knives through butter. As soon as they enter, Lu Fan dismounts and takes a few steps forward. The castle's interior is massive, with an oppressive darkness enveloping everything. The lack of light makes it impossible to see clearly, but Lu Fan relies on his black dragon's skill to sense any nearby enemies. The silence around him feels almost too quiet, like the calm before a storm. After walking a short distance, a sudden flash of fire appears in the distance. Lu Fan halts, his gaze fixed on the flickering light. He examines it carefully, feeling a strange shift in the atmosphere. The air grows heavy and the surroundings begin to change. It's as if he has stepped into an entirely different realm, another secret area hidden within the Dark Castle. Lu Fan can't help but think that things are about to get a lot more interesting, and possibly a lot more dangerous. Lu Fan notices that the interior of the castle matches its rough and foreboding exterior. It is vast and empty, with only a ring of torches hanging mysteriously in midair, casting flickering light across the space. He reflects that the demon army he fought earlier must have gathered here before marching out of the Dark Castle. The sheer size of the hall is impressive. It's large enough to hold over 10,000 demons without anyone feeling cramped, though the lack of furniture probably helps with that. Walking forward cautiously, Lu Fan observes the emptiness. With all the demons and bosses eliminated, the castle feels eerily still. His steps echo faintly, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. The only notable feature in this cavernous space is a massive throne positioned at the far end of the hall. As he moves closer, Lu Fan tilts his head up to take in its size. The throne is enormous, much larger than he expected, making even Xiao Ye feel small. Xiao Ye, standing nearby, begins growling lowly, sensing something unusual. Before Lu Fan can react, a strange figure emerges from the shadows near the throne. It looks otherworldly, radiating an ominous aura. Lu Fan recognizes it immediately. It is an earth-shadowed demon, a creature shrouded in legend. However, the creature vanishes instantly. A voice suddenly rings out, cold and unsettling, coming from the direction of earth-shadowed demon. The demon speaks as if recalling old grudges, mentioning humans who killed it long ago. Lu Fan stares at the throne, but the voice seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It talks about losing its body and being sealed here, in what isn't even its own palace. Lu Fan tries to pinpoint the source of the voice but finds it challenging. The demon, almost as if amused by his confusion, starts laughing. It reveals that despite being defeated, its soul has been preserved, ironically protected by humans. The demon mocks their efforts, calling them pitiful and foolish, and then declares its true identity. He is one of the 9 realms demons, the Earth-Shadowed Demon. As it finishes speaking, the demon fully manifests on the throne. Its hands are bound in thick chains, and a large, menacing eye sits at the center of its form, glaring at everything. The demon's presence is both imposing and unsettling, a reminder that even bound, it is a force to be reckoned with. Lu Fan, maintaining his composure, checks the system to confirm its stats. The display shows its name as the Earth Shadow Demon, a level 85 nightmare boss. Its strength is an incredible 37,551, agility is 39,034, spirit is 30,582, and endurance stands at 40,658. Lu Fan takes a deep breath, realizing that this battle will test him like no other. The Earth Shadow Demon's abilities are as dangerous as its appearance suggests. Its first skill, Shadow Layers, uses Earth Shadow energy to strike targets, penetrating up to 5 layers. Each layer increases the damage dealt to the target by 40%, making the attacks more destructive with every hit. The second ability, Phantom Walk, combines stealth with Earth Shadow energy, allowing the demon to move undetected. However, the stealth disappears when it attacks or engages in melee combat. The third ability, Red Blade Claw, delivers devastating strikes infused with blood energy. After using this skill, the demon's strength temporarily surges by 200% for 2 seconds, making it an even more terrifying foe during those moments. The demon's arrogance is evident as it taunts Lu Fan and Xiao Ye, questioning if they have come to seal it again and mocking their ambitions of becoming heroes. It raises its hand menacingly, preparing to attack. With an air of superiority, the demon declares that Lu Fan should prepare to meet his end and say his final words. The demon activates his Shadow Layer ability, which hits 4 times and leaves marks on the target. Each mark increases damage by 40%, stacking up to 3 layers. However, the demon's attack turns futile as an invisible shield around Lu Fan absorbs the impact, leaving Lu Fan untouched. Inside his armor of energy, Lu Fan smiles calmly. He counters the demon's earlier arrogance, suggesting it might want to save its own dramatic words for itself. It turns out Xiao Fei had used Emerald Light to protect Lu Fan and others. It is a powerful skill that grants protective shields to its target, removes all negative effects, and boosts all attributes by 60%. The shield absorbs 2 hits per layer, ensuring extra durability against the demon's relentless attacks. Simultaneously, Lu Fan draws his sword, its blade gleaming as though eager for battle. He commands Xiao Fei to summon the twin fallen corpse dragons. The twin dragons appear in a flash of light. Their presence is overwhelming and they roar ferociously, standing between Lu Fan and the Earth Shadow Demon. The sound of their roar shakes the castle walls as if announcing to the demon that its time is up. The system reveals that the summoned twin fallen corpse dragons are at level 23 and come with a formidable set of abilities. Their first power, Dragon's Breath, deals magical damage to enemies. What's even more terrifying is its secondary effect. Targets killed by the breath are resurrected as undead minions, now fighting on behalf of the dragon's master. Their second power, Dragon Charge, covers the dragon with undead energy, allowing it to charge at enemies while dissipating 99% of incoming damage and reflecting any skill effects back to attackers. The third power, Forbidden Dragon Magic, unlocks advanced dragon spells, replacing the Dragon Breath with Forbidden Dragon Curse and Dragon Charge with Doomfall. The dragon's unique bloodline also reduces all incoming damage by 5%, making it a resilient and dangerous ally in battle. The Earth Shadow Demon becomes visibly uneasy upon sensing their powerful presence. Its arrogance is replaced with seriousness as it tries to comprehend the energy radiating from Lu Fan and his dragons. He asks Lu Fan what kind of power this is. However, Lu Fan replies to him that he doesn't need to know. Lu Fan then orders Xiao Ye to use Lava Flame on the Earth Shadow Dragon. Xiao Ye lets out a thunderous roar, her lava-infused attacks building in intensity. This attack spreads lava forward like an unstoppable tide, dealing devastating damage to everything in its path while simultaneously healing Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye unleashes this massive wave of lava directly at the demon, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shakes the castle walls. The attack appears to pierce through the demon. For a moment, it seems like a decisive blow has been landed. However, the relief is short-lived. The Earth Shadow Demon begins laughing, its voice echoing ominously. It mocks Lu Fan and Xiao Ye, calling them foolish and weak. According to the demon, defeating it won't be as easy as they think. The Earth Shadow Demon activates Phantom Walk, a high-level stealth ability that allows him to move undetected within the shadows. Lu Fan realizes, however, that the Earth Shadow Demon's unique hiding ability is beyond even Xiao Ye's detection. While Xiao Ye can sense camouflage and hidden enemies, the demon's Earth Shadow concealment remains a step ahead. This frustrates Lu Fan. Suddenly, the Earth Shadow Demon makes its move. It taunts Xiaofei that she has to go first. Then it lunges at Xiaofei with incredible speed, its claws glowing with dark energy. It launches a shadow-infused attack, landing 4 consecutive hits on Xiaofei. Each hit increases the strength of the shadow layers by 40%, making the attack more destructive with every strike. Xiaofei braces herself firmly against the demon's relentless attack. Her emerald shield activates just as the powerful strikes land, completely absorbing the damage. Despite the ferocity of the assault, Xiaofei remains unharmed. The Earth Shadow Demon, however, starts laughing again, its tone dripping with mockery. It taunts Lu Fan and his dragons, claiming it could keep up this game indefinitely, waiting to see how long they can last. Lu Fan's expression grows serious as he analyzes the situation. He acknowledges that while Xiaofei's emerald light can continue shielding them, relying on a purely defensive strategy won't lead to victory. Determined to take the offensive, he tightens his grip on his sword. The Earth Shadow Demon, sensing opportunity, turns its attention to Lu Fan, declaring that it is now his turn to face its wrath. With a swift motion, Lu Fan charges at the demon, swinging his sword with precision. But the demon, ever confident, enlarges its claws to monstrous proportions, effortlessly blocking the attack. It retaliates immediately, using its Shadow Layer's skill, a series of claw strikes infused with Earth Shadow energy. Each blow lands with devastating force, striking 4 times in succession. However, Lu Fan surprises the demon by smiling confidently. He declares that hiding is no longer an option for the demon. At that moment, the demon becomes distracted as bright nova stars begin falling from every direction, illuminating the dark battlefield. Confusion spreads across the Earth Shadow Demon's face as it demands to know what is happening. It hadn't noticed that Xingchen had been concealed all along, using the Phantom Walk ability to remain undetected. The mystery unravels as Lu Fan calls out to Xingchen, instructing him to step forward and get ready to unleash his full power. This moment marks the perfect opportunity to test new skills. Xingchen emerges from the shadows, his presence growing more imposing with each step. Xingchen transforming into his galaxy form. The Earth Shadow Demon looks on in disbelief. Its anger boils over as it realizes Xingchen was part of the battle all along, concealed and waiting for the perfect moment. Its frustration is palpable, but Lu Fan wastes no time. He orders Xingchen to use Stellar Rain. Xingchen wastes no time and activates Stellar Rain, summoning a cascade of starlight that falls continuously over the battlefield. The entire area is bathed in a celestial glow, and the attack can persist indefinitely until Lu Fan decides to cancel it. The relentless starlight creates an overwhelming advantage. The demon struggles to comprehend the situation. Lu Fan raises his sword high, its edge gleaming with cosmic energy, and fixes his gaze on the demon. His confidence is unshaken, and with a steady tone, he delivers one final taunt, daring the demon to prepare its last words. The Shadow Earth Demon tries to use the Shadow Walk, but its skill gets interrupted. It again tries, but it's the same result again. Shadow Earth Demon gets frustrated and taunts Lu Fan that even if he lights up the darkness here, it's useless. The Shadow Earth Demon then uses the fiendish Shadow Strike aimed at Xiaofei. This attack gathers the Earthshade's aura for a claw strike. The target hit will take 4 damage segments and be marked. The shadow layers can stack up to 3 times, and each layer increases the damage received by 40%. Lu Fan quickly instructs Xiaofei to transform into her soul light form. Without hesitation, Xiaofei responds and her physical body begins to fade, becoming transparent as she shifts into her ethereal form. At almost the exact moment Xiaofei's physical body disappears, the Earth Shadow Demon lashes out with its claws, aiming to strike her. However, it is just a fraction too late. The demon's claws pass harmlessly through Xiaofei, unable to cause any damage. In this form, Xiaofei is completely invulnerable, immune to all attacks. Although Xiaofei remains unharmed, the sight of the Earth Shadow Demon targeting her stirs something fierce in Lu Fan. He feels an almost parental rage bubbling up like a father protecting his daughter. Anyone who dares to harm his dragons will face his full wrath, and he silently promises to make the demon regret its actions. In her soul light form, Xiaofei rises into the air, hovering protectively above Lu Fan and Xiao Ye. She activates her skills, Soul Aegis and Dragon Kai Impact, both of which have reached level 2 thanks to her recent growth. Soul Aegis boosts the normal attributes of both Lu Fan and Xiao Ye by an incredible 300%. On top of that, it generates 4 charges of Dragon Kai defense per second, stacking up to 40 charges, and 4 charges of Dragon Kai attack per second, stacking up to 60 charges. The effect of these enhancements is staggering. Xiao Ye, already a formidable force, becomes even more powerful. For Lu Fan, the boost is even greater, as the enhancements are doubled when applied to him. His power attribute soars past 70,000, an almost absurd level of strength. While the defensive energy shields both Lu Fan and Xiao Ye, the offensive energy has a much more destructive purpose. Its range is wide, and its sole goal is to annihilate enemies. The Earth's Shadow Demon, now visibly desperate, glares at Lu Fan with a mix of rage and disbelief. It cannot understand how a human is capable of commanding such overwhelming dragon power. Its anger spills over and turns its scorn toward the dragons themselves, questioning why creatures as powerful as them would serve someone it views as insignificant. Lu Fan fixes his gaze on the Shadow Earth Demon with a determined expression. He declares that it is time to silence the demon for good. Turning to Xing Chen, he asks for her opinion. Xing Chen responds with a mighty roar, a clear signal that she is ready for battle. The Shadow Earth Demon, brimming with arrogance, dismisses them as overconfident and vows to destroy them together. It unleashes a ferocious attack, but Xiao Ye steps forward, meeting the assault head-on with her claw. The collision sends shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, shaking the air and ground in every direction. Despite the intensity, Xiao Ye holds her ground firmly. Lu Fan, impressed by Xiao Ye's strength, praises her while preparing for his next move. He pulls out his Shadow Snake Bow, an ominous weapon that channels dark energy. The bow begins to charge its special ability, the Snake Shadow Arrow, which requires 3 seconds to reach full power. This ability enhances the arrow's damage by an astonishing 500%. Lu Fan instructs Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei to hold their positions and defend as he readies his attack. As Lu Fan draws his bowstring, the Shadow Earth Demon retaliates with his Bloodblade Claw. This powerful attack deals massive damage and temporarily boosts the demon's strength by 200% for 2 seconds. However, Xiao Ye intercepts the attack with remarkable skill, deflecting the Bloodblade Claw effortlessly. The Shadow Earth Demon, frustrated and furious, curses under its breath at its failure. Meanwhile, the 3 seconds pass, and the Shadow Snake Bow is fully charged. Lu Fan takes aim, signaling his dragons to attack simultaneously. He promises that it's time to light the tower and unleash their combined strength. With precision and determination, he releases the Snake Shadow Arrow. At the same time, Xiao Yi unleashes her Lava Flame attack, a torrent of fiery destruction aimed directly at the demon. Xiao Fei adds her own contribution by using Energy Shockwave, which releases the accumulated damage from the last 10 attacks as a massive counterstrike, dealing devastating area-wide damage. Xing Chen coordinates her move with Lu Fan, summoning a brilliant star to amplify the assault. The Snake Shadow Arrow shatters the star mid-flight, creating an explosive synergy that increases the power of the attack by 50%. The combined force of all their attacks is overwhelming, each one landing perfectly on the Shadow Earth Demon. The demon is consumed by the sheer intensity of the onslaught. Its body writhes in agony as it cries out, unable to comprehend the power being used against it. Through its pain screams, it protests that such strength should not be possible, its arrogance finally crumbling under the weight of defeat. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Vice Principal Zhao and Elder Han watch the events unfold on the display screen. Although they cannot feel the pressure of the battlefield directly, images alone are enough to make them realize something extraordinary is happening. Elder Han, a man with vast experience who had survived over 100 assassination attempts by fourth profession players, finds himself shaken for the first time. The scene before him is unlike anything he has encountered, and it stirs emotions he rarely feels. Vice Principal Zhao, who has always recognized Lu Fan's strength, is stunned. Every time he thinks he has gauged Lu Fan's capabilities, Lu Fan proves him wrong through his actions. What is unfolding now leaves Zhao speechless. The sheer power Lu Fan is displaying is not just impressive, it's absurd. Zhao realizes that Lu Fan, even with his recent second profession change, is strong enough to take on an entire team of fourth profession players. Such a feat is beyond imagination. Elder Han remains silent for a long time, clearly overwhelmed. When he finally speaks, his voice trembles slightly, a rare show of emotion from someone of his stature. He calls Lu Fan a genius among geniuses, acknowledging not only the strength of Lu Fan's pet dragons, but also his mastery of combat techniques. Elder Han notes how precise Lu Fan's skill timing is, with each release calculated perfectly. While he stops short of calling Lu Fan one of the top players just yet, he confidently declares that Lu Fan is first-rate and destined to reach the top with time and experience. According to Elder Han, true strength is not just about one's profession or power level. Combat understanding and battle sense are equally important. These skills require significant effort, self-awareness, and determination to push past one's limits. Most players focus on leveling up, acquiring better equipment, or mastering new skills. However, Lu Fan has clearly prioritized developing his battle instincts, setting him apart from the rest. Vice Principal Zhao glances at Elder Han and realizes how much Lu Fan's performance has affected him. It is likely the first time anyone has made Elder Han speak with such emotion and lose his usual composure. Zhao can't help but smile at the thought. He mentions that Dragon Capital University has recognized Lu Fan's extraordinary talent early on and has worked hard to support his development, especially in preparation for the national trials. Just as Zhao begins to make a broader point, a loud sound interrupts him. The noise comes from Lu Fan's live broadcast. The skills being unleashed on the display screen are powerful, lighting up the scene like a dazzling storm. The entire dark castle shakes violently, as if on the verge of collapsing. The flashing lights of the skills encircle Lu Fan, his dragons, and the earth-shadowed demon, creating a spectacle that leaves Zhao speechless. He forgets what he was saying, his focus fully consumed by the intensity of the confrontation. The national trials were expected to showcase impressive battles, but no one could have predicted a clash of this magnitude. Surprisingly, Earth's Shadow Demon is not dead yet. It lives up to its reputation as a level 85 epic boss and stands up once more. Its power is undeniable. It had once wreaked havoc on an entire nation, almost bringing it to ruin. Even for someone as capable as Lu Fan, defeating it is no easy task. Unlike his usual battles, where he overwhelms opponents with ease, this fight pushes him to his limits. The Earth's Shadow Demon curses Lu Fan and his dragons, saying it will not spare them. Lu Fan tells him that his attack is not finished yet. He reminds it has not realized that 2 of his dragons have been absent from the fight all along. At that moment, the glowing eyes of the twin fallen corpse dragons light up, and they launch their own final devastating attack. The simultaneous strike is unimaginably powerful, leaving no room for the Earth's Shadow Demon to recover. With one last anguished roar, the Earth's Shadow Demon's body shatters completely. Even its fangs break, with 10 pieces scattering across the battlefield. The Earth's Shadow Demon cannot accept its defeat. Its voice is filled with rage and disbelief as it curses Lu Fan and the world itself. It blames its loss on the limitations of its current body, calling it weak and unworthy. Despite being reborn, it questions if its destiny is to fall to humans once again. Refusing to accept its fate, it attempts to activate its Shadow Walk skill. This ability allows the user to merge with Earthshade energy, gaining stealth and unrestricted movement. However, before it can complete the skill, it is interrupted. Lu Fan declares the end of the battle, preparing to finish the demon with his serpent bow. The technique he uses, Festival of the Dark Serpent, unleashes 100 magic arrows, each dealing significant damage. The arrows are set to strike. The Earth's Shadow Demon begins to doubt itself, wondering if it is truly finished. It realizes it cannot harm Lu Fan or his dragons. Just as all seems lost for the demon, a surge of power courses through its body. It roars with renewed strength, its presence becoming even more menacing. Lu Fan, alarmed by this unexpected development, quickly checks his system. He is certain the demon was defeated and cannot comprehend the source of this sudden power. Realization dawns on him. It must be the Earth's Shadow Demon's second form. Lu Fan understands now why the heroes of the Tiki Kingdom had struggled so much to seal it away. The Earth's Shadow Demon revels in its growing power. It taunts Lu Fan, mocking him for believing the fight was over. The demon's stats rise uncontrollably, reaching an overwhelming level. Its strength, spirit, agility, and endurance exceed anything previously recorded, making it a nightmare-level boss far beyond normal limits. Lu Fan watches as the demon's level increases to an unknown range, its stats climbing higher and higher. He realizes something is terribly wrong. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Principal Zhao observes the situation with growing alarm. He notices the Earth's Shadow Demon's stats are not just high, they are still rising with no sign of stopping. He declares the battle unwinnable in its current state. Principal Zhao turns to Old Master Han, urging him to act quickly. He suggests requesting a temporary ceasefire and having Lu Fan escape the Spire immediately. Old Master Han, however, remains calm. He reminds Principal Zhao of the promise they made to share a pot of fresh tea after Lu Fan defeats the Earth's Shadow Demon. Principal Zhao expresses concern for the safety of Lu Fan, pointing out that the Earth's Shadow Demon's stats are nearing 100,000. Old Master Han calmly reassures him. He mentions Lu Fan's exceptional combat experience and sharp instincts, rare qualities in someone so young. Old Han asserts his trust in Lu Fan and refuses to let him die in this battle. Principal Zhao nods, assuring Old Han that he still trusts Lu Fan. He adds that as long as Old Han ensures Lu Fan's survival, he can be reassured. He reflects on how Dragon Capital Academy has invested its utmost effort into training Lu Fan and apologizes for his earlier outburst, attributing it to his concern. Old Master Han waves off the apology, understanding the principal's worries. Meanwhile, Jin Zayan stands unnoticed in the distance, a sly grin on his face. He reflects on his plan, pleased that no one has realized his involvement. He recalls the earlier conversation with his thugs, when he instructed them to stop worrying about loopholes and given a clear order to adjust the Earth Shadow Demon's stats to their absolute maximum. His thugs had obeyed without question, assuring him that the adjustments were already complete. Jin thinks to himself how surprisingly competent they are considering their usual shortcomings. He feels confident that not even the legendary heroes of the Tiki Kingdom could defeat a fully maxed out Nine Realms demon. Jin is certain of his plan's success. His satisfaction grows as he envisions Lu Fan's defeat. Quietly, he waits for the moment when the Earth Shadow Demon will crush Lu Fan. Lu Fan mocks the Earth Shadow Demon, pointing out its overconfidence. He admits that the absurdity of its transition phase is beyond him, but warns it not to celebrate too early. Reflecting on the situation, Lu Fan decides he cannot let the demon's stats continue to rise unchecked. It is time to use his ultimate weapon. He draws his flaming sword, powered by the energy of the Black Dragon. With determination, he activates the natural assimilation dragon summoning flute, calling forth the twin fallen dragons, their levels now matching his own. The battlefield shakes as the twin dragons unleash a deafening roar. Lu Fan commands his Emerald Dragon companion, Xiao Fi, to merge with him, amplifying his power. Together, they summon the twin fallen dragons once more. Just as the summoning completes, the Earth Shadow Demon lunges at him, roaring threats of destruction. Lu Fan quickly mounts his Black Dragon companion, Shou Ye, and commands her to activate World-Destroying Roar. The roar echoes across the battlefield, causing immense destruction and applying a frailty effect to all enemies within range. The Earth Shadow Demon, enraged but undeterred, screams at Lu Fan, vowing that no human or dragon can defeat it. Unshaken, Lu Fan orders the twin fallen dragons to unlock dragon language magic. This advanced form replaces their demonic abilities with powerful dragon language spells. Among these is Doomfall, which fires a massive wave of demonic energy teeming with corpses. The spell deals devastating damage and further weakens the Earth Shadow Demon with a frailty effect. The combined assault leaves the Earth Shadow Demon battered, but its pride remains intact. It roars furiously, refusing to back down. It declares that it is an ancient beast worthy of respect, and vows to teach Lu Fan the consequences of underestimating the dignity of a Nine Realms demon. Lu Fan smirks, declaring it's time for the Earth Shadow Demon to learn the price of underestimating a dragon tamer. Without hesitation, he commands his Star Dragon to switch forms. Starlight, he calls, and the Star Dragon responds, transforming into its ultimate state. A notification appears showing Starlight form activated. The remaining time is 59 seconds. The stats of the Star Dragon skyrocket, its level rises to 15, strength leaps from 4656 to 23,280, and agility, spirit, and endurance surge to extraordinary levels. Lu Fan readies the Starfall Beam, an ultimate skill of the Starlight form. The notification highlights its devastating properties, a concentrated beam of pure energy that inflicts incalculable damage. It ignores all defenses, cannot be blocked, and ensures every attack lands. The skill begins to charge, its brilliance illuminating the battlefield. The Starfall Beam charges to its peak. The Earth Shadow Demon roars, refusing to accept defeat. The beam fires, its energy tearing through the demon's defenses and shattering its body. The Earth Shadow Demon, realizing its fate, growls in disbelief. It mutters that this was not meant to happen. Its newfound power, acquired just moments ago, is being rendered useless. The Earth Shadow Demon cries out, lamenting its loss and vowing vengeance even in its last moments. Its form crumbles into the void, and it lets out one final bitter roar, swearing none of its enemies will leave alive. The Earth Shadow Demon's final attack causes the Spire to collapse. Lu Fan quickly notices the danger and commands Shou Ye to help everyone escape. Shou Ye responds with a thunderous roar, carrying survivors out of the crumbling structure. Once outside the Spire, Lu Fan takes a moment to steady himself. The tower's enormous size almost trapped him during the escape. Notifications begin appearing, showing the results of his hard-fought victory. Shou Fi, the Emerald Dragon, reaches level 24. The Star Dragon levels up to 16, and Shou Ye, the Black Dragon, increases to level 32. Lu Fan's own level rises to 36. He acknowledges how exhausting the battle was, but reflects that it was entirely worth it to finally defeat the Earth Shadow Demon. With over 500,000 points now accumulated, far surpassing the 50,000 needed for rank 1, Lu Fan allows himself a rare moment of satisfaction. He smiles, knowing that he can finally rest. In the monitoring room, voices fill the air with awe and admiration. Observers comment on Lu Fan's incredible performance, noting that he has surpassed rank 2 by a staggering 440,000 points. His seamless coordination with his dragon companions leaves many impressed by his extraordinary skill. Vice Principal Zhao turns to Old Master Han and brings up the decisive laser attack at the end of the battle. Old Han nods, acknowledging it as a testament to Lu Fan's top-tier battle instincts. He highlights that achieving such advanced instincts at a young age is no ordinary accomplishment. Zhao agrees and emphasizes the extensive effort Dragon Capital Academy has invested in training Lu Fan. He stresses the importance of ensuring that such remarkable talent is not wasted. Old Han reflects that Lu Fan must have worked tirelessly to fully realize the potential of a dragon tamer. Zhao mentions the preparatory period before the nation's trial, saying the one responsible for training Lu Fan was, but before he can finish, the door slams open and Jin Zayan enters abruptly. Zhao turns mid-sentence to face him. Someone in the room asks Zayan if he is all right. Zayan dismisses the concern, brushing off the incident and apologizing for his rudeness. Observers discuss the rankings, noting that although Taichi Nation trails Dragon Nation by 440,000 points, they still hold second place. One person wonders why Jin Zayan appears so upset, despite their respectable standing. Zhao, puzzled by Jin Zayan's behavior, turns to Old Han and asks about the issue. Old Han waves off the concern with a chuckle, suggesting they brew some fresh tea and not dwell on it. In his separate room, Jin Zayan slams his fist against the wall in frustration. He reflects angrily on Lu Fan's victory, unable to accept that the Earth Fiend demon was defeated by him. The same demon, one that even national heroes can only seal, was slain by this Dragon Nation representative. His thoughts boil over with rage, deeming it unforgivable. At that moment, his two subordinates appear. One of them approaches cautiously, explaining that they had been unable to contact him earlier. Jin Zayan, consumed by fury, grabs the subordinate by the shirt and demands answers. He questions whether the Earth Fiend demon's stats had truly been set to their maximum. The subordinate confirms this, explaining that Lu Fan's speed and damage output were so high that even the fully maxed out demon could not withstand his attacks. Jin Zayan's anger intensifies as he reflects on the situation. He suspects that Lu Fan must have exploited a loophole to overcome such an impossible challenge. Zhao and Old Han walk past the room where Jin Zayan is brooding. Zhao asks Old Han if they are leaving now. Old Han responds calmly, expressing how Lu Fan has made their lives easier. Zhao remarks on the outstanding performance of Lu Fan, pointing out not only his terrifying battle strength, but also the way he handled the Earth Fiend demon. He confidently states that no one in the nation's trial could stand against such power. Old Han chuckles, mentioning how his long night on duty has left his old bones weary. He suggests they take a walk to stretch and relax. Their conversation drifts into the room where Jin Zayan overhears it. He remains silent, but is lost in thought, piecing together his growing suspicions about Lu Fan and the Dragon Nation. At that moment, one of Jin Zayan's subordinates calls his name, breaking his concentration. Jin Zayan, snapping back to focus, instructs the thug with clear orders. He tells him that if there is any issue with the Dragon Nation representative, the Dragon Nation supervisor must know something. He orders his subordinates to stay at the door and report immediately if anyone comes looking for the two Dragon Nation individuals. The thug stammers a quick acknowledgement, repeating his orders. Jin Zayan then reflects privately, his mind fixated on the mystery. He vows to uncover the loophole that allowed the Dragon Nation representative to overcome the Earth Fiend demon, a feat even the Nine Realms demon could not achieve. Old Han remarks confidently that if everything continues as it has, the rank 1 spot in the nation's trial will undoubtedly belong to them. Zhao agrees, expressing his belief that the top position is secure. He admits that Old Han is calm as ever while he was overreacting earlier and apologizes for his behavior. Old Han chuckles, teasing Zhao about how he is used to seeing his nervous reactions from before. Zhao, slightly embarrassed, brushes it off and points out that they have arrived at their destination. Unbeknownst to them, Jin Zayan sneaks behind, eavesdropping on their conversation. His thoughts burn with resentment as he reflects on their confidence. He silently vows that if he uncovers anything incriminating, he will ensure that other nations unite to expel Dragon Nation from the 23-nation alliance. Suddenly, a flying dagger lands just inches from Jin Zayan, embedding itself in the wall. Startled, he looks around but sees no one. Examining the weapon, his eyes widen in realization. The dagger is no ordinary weapon. It's the level 90 Dark Knight Reaper, an expert-grade weapon linked to the 4 absolute swords. Jin Zayan curses himself for forgetting about the exclusive bodyguard assigned to protect Old Han. Recognizing the dagger as a warning, he understands the danger he is in. Pursuing Han Fei or attempting anything against Dragon Nation now would mean inviting disaster. Jin Zayan clenches his fists, knowing that if the Four Absolute Sword intervenes further, his plans will crumble completely. For now, he decides to retreat. 10 minutes later, Zhao suggests Old Han, returning to the command room. He is eager to review Lu Fan's remarkable performance. However, as they walk back, Old Han notices the hole in the wall caused by his bodyguard's dagger. Observing it closely, he chuckles and remarks on how predictable Tiki Nation's underhanded tactics are, calling them as shameless as he expected. Meanwhile, Jin Zayan returns to his room. His thugs approach him immediately, one handing him a backup phone while stating that they've been inundated with calls looking for him. Another, a bald thug, hesitates and asks about Jin Zayan's troubled expression. Jin Zayan, his patience worn thin, snaps at them to stop staring and return to their tasks. He orders them to monitor the situation in the background. The thugs scramble to obey, responding with hurried affirmations. Checking his phone, Zayan sees a flood of urgent messages. The contents are heated. Questions about how the Dragon Nation representative managed to defeat the Earth Fiend demon, demands for a thorough review of the data, and accusations of cheating. There are frantic requests for him to return calls immediately. Online public opinion is reportedly spiraling, with people demanding the cancellation of Dragon Nation's qualification in the trial. Reading the messages, Jin Zayan clenches his fists. He reflects bitterly, frustrated by the mounting pressure. He knows everyone expects him to find evidence of cheating, but he has found nothing concrete so far. His thoughts burn with determination. If any proof of Lu Fan's misconduct exists, he vows to uncover it. To him, expelling Lu Fan and Dragon Nation from the trial is a mission he refuses to abandon. Jin Zayan enters the monitoring room and hears people discussing Lu Fan. One person sarcastically mentions how Lu Fan seems to be lying down and earning points, implying an effortless way to win. Another person admires Lu Fan, calling his performance truly incredible. Zayan's attention shifts to the screen showing Lu Fan's points. He notices they have increased yet again and starts to suspect foul play. The idea of Lu Fan earning points automatically crosses his mind. Jin Zayan feels a surge of excitement. He believes he has finally found evidence of Lu Fan exploiting a loophole. He is certain this discovery will lead to Dragon Nation's expulsion from the trial. Zayan quickly makes a call. The person on the other end picks up immediately, asking why he has been unresponsive and reminding him that public opinion is in chaos. They demand evidence of Lu Fan's cheating. Before Zayan can respond, something on the screen catches his eye, leaving him stunned. His expression shifts to disbelief as he sees the Earth Fiend demon and its army assisting Lu Fan instead of fighting him. He cannot make sense of what is happening and begins questioning everything. Meanwhile, Lu Fan reclines comfortably with his dragon companions by his side. Notifications keep appearing, showing his points steadily increasing. He feels satisfied and remarks that he can finally rest for a moment. His score has now reached an incredible 529,000 points, solidifying the dominance of Dragon Nation. It turns out, an hour ago, Lu Fan reflects on the vastness of the tower's interior. He recalls how he almost exited it by mistake during the chaos. With the Earth Fiend demon defeated and his points significantly increased, he considers taking a much-needed break. However, his thoughts shift to the newfound strength of the twin fallen corpse dragons. After the battle, their power has grown immensely, sparking an idea in his mind. He remembers the events outside the soldier camp in the far north, where the twin dragon king transformed into the fallen corpse dragon. Xiao Fei had managed to retrieve the twin dragon king's original power from the ancient god's hand. This allowed them to absorb fallen corpse energy without becoming corpse slaves. Lu Fan reflects on the insights he and Senior Tu gained at that time, particularly about the distinction between fallen corpse slaves and fallen puppets. The key difference lies in control. All fallen corpse puppets are created from lifeless bodies or ferocious beasts. Now, with two dragons fully charged with fallen corpse energy and the battlefield littered with the remains of the Earth Demon and the Legion of Heavenly Demon corpses, Lu Fan sees an opportunity. This moment presents the perfect chance to attempt something new. If he can combine the fallen corpse energy from his twin king dragons with these corpses, he may get new stronger legions that obey him. He feels that this experiment is worth the risk. Lu Fan decides to test his idea, commanding the twin king dragons to channel their power and attempt to control the corpses scattered across the battlefield. The dragons roar fiercely and put forth their best effort, but the attempt proves futile. Lu Fan lets out a sigh, realizing that the fallen corpse dragon lacks the ability to control the corpses. He reflects on the situation and concludes that a demon dragon that avoids becoming a corpse slave cannot manipulate puppet limbs. This realization leaves him wondering if he has no choice but to give up. At that moment, Xiao Fei, his emerald dragon companion, nudges his elbow, drawing his attention. She ascends into the air, her form radiating with an emerald aura. Surprised, Lu Fan watches as Xiaofei transforms into her spirit light form. This transformation activates the unique attributes of her Emerald Dragon bloodline, doubling the effects of all skills for both herself and dragons that share her bloodline. Her Soul Shield ability enhances friendly targets affected by Spirit Light, increasing all their attributes by 100% to 200%. Additionally, every instance of damage they take is absorbed, forming 2 layers of Soul Shield. Once enough layers accumulate, they trigger a Soul Shock, dealing double the total absorbed damage back to enemies. Lu Fan quickly realizes that Xiaofei's power has unlocked the potential of the Demon Dragon lineage, though it also doubles the negative effects they experience. The fallen corpse energy coursing through the Twin Dragon King has elevated them from a subdragon type to a true dragon. With Xiaofei's enhancements, the attributes of the fallen corpse dragons skyrocket. Their strength increases from 4,098 to 12,288. Speed rises from 3,772 to 11,316. Spirit climbs from 3,426 to 10,278, and stamina leaps from 5,133 to 15,309. Lu Fan reflects that Xiaofei must have realized the new attributes of the Demon Dragon lineage. He realizes the problem wasn't the dragon's inability, but their attributes were so low that they could not control those high-level beasts. Lu Fan commands Xiaofei to unleash Jade Light, combining it with his own skill, Dragon Encouragement. This powerful move boosts his and his dragon's attributes and attack power by 30%. The Fallen Corpse Dragon's stats rise significantly under these effects. Its strength jumps from 12,288 to 15,974. Speed increases from 12,234 to 14,710. Spirit climbs from 10,278 to 13,361, and endurance grows from 15,390 to 19,901. Jade Light adds another layer of enhancements. It places 2 protective layers on the target, removes all negative effects, and further increases all attributes by 30% to 60%. Each blessing layer absorbs 2 instances of damage, creating a powerful defensive barrier. With these additional buffs, the Fallen Corpse Dragon's stats surge once again. Its strength soars to 25,558, speed rises to 23,536, spirit reaches 21,377, and endurance climbs to 31,841. Lu Fan reflects on the limitations of the Twin King Dragons. While their level cannot surpass that of the Earth Demon, their attributes still have room to grow. However, even with their increased strength, they remain below the Earth Demon's level 35 attributes. Recognizing the need for more power, Lu Fan decides on his next move. He instructs Xiaofei to transform into her eternal form and activate Life Pulse. The transformation triggers a significant change, with Xiaofei unleashing the full potential of her eternal Emerald Dragon bloodline. All skill effects are doubled for her and any dragons sharing her bloodline. Life Pulse spreads Jade Blessing and Jade Light to all friendly targets within range, magnifying their effects 2 or 4 times depending on the number of layers. Xiaofei roars, and Jade Blessing adds layers of dragon energy to the targets. This energy boosts attack damage for the next 3 to 12 attacks. Simultaneously, Jade Light places 2 protective layers on each target, removes all negative effects, and increases all attributes by 30% to 60%. Each blessing layer absorbs 2 instances of damage, creating a formidable defense. The results are immediate. The Fallen Corpse Dragon's stats surge dramatically. Their strength rises to 48,925, speed increases to 37,657, spirit reaches 34,203, and endurance soars to 49,452. Lu Fan realizes that their attributes now exceed those of the Earth Demon. With confidence, Lu Fan instructs the Twin King Dragons to unleash their fallen energy and turn the surrounding demon corpses into their puppets. The dragons roar, and a notification appears, confirming their success. The 9 Realms Demon Army soldiers at level 75 are transformed into fallen corpse puppets. The transformation also activates their powerful skills. The first one is Corpse Wave. The more fallen corpses present, the more their defenses increase by 25%. The second is Life from Death. Each instance of non-lethal damage boosts defense by 25%. The third is Despair. All damage dealt by fallen corpses gains an additional multiplier of up to twice the original amount, depending on current defense. Lu Fan is delighted with his success. He reflects on how this newly transformed army of fallen corpses allows him to completely relax while they gather points on his behalf. A notification surprises him with a new skill, Control the Fallen Corpses. This ability enables him to remotely command all transformed fallen corpses, summon them, and recover them as needed. The system displays the skill details. It confirms that all transformed fallen corpses can be summoned, controlled, and recovered at any time. If any of them are destroyed, their fallen energy returns to the fallen corpse dragon. Lu Fan realizes the immense potential of this skill, noting that he can deploy the entire Nine Realms demon army outside of dungeons. He reflects on the history of the Nine Realms demon army wreaking havoc in Tiki Nation 50 years ago and considers the possibility of repeating such events with this power. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently, interrupting his thoughts. Lu Fan and his dragon companions look on in awe as the Earth Shadow Demon stirs and comes back to life. Its transformation reveals that it has reached level 75 alongside the rest of the fallen corpses. Its skills remain formidable, making it a powerful addition to Lu Fan's army. It retains Shadow Effect, channeling Earth Demon energy into its attacks. Targets struck by its male strikes are marked with shadows up to 3 layers. Each shadow amplifies the damage the target receives by 40%. The demon also wields Walking in Shadows, which allows it to merge with Earth Demon energy and become invisible. In this state, it can move undetected, though the invisibility shatters if it attacks or takes damage. Its third skill, Liquid Blood Claws, manipulates swift and deadly claws to tear through enemies, dealing massive damage. Following each use, its strength surges by 200% for 1 second, delivering devastating blows. The demon, once a nightmare-level boss, has been reduced to a servant, ready to unleash its destructive potential on the commands of Lu Fan. The ancient monster that was close to destroying the Tiki Nation has been turned into a fallen corpse puppet. Lu Fan reflects that now it obeys his commands completely, and this feeling cannot simply be described. An hour later, Jin Zayan is in shock. He cannot believe what has happened. The Earth Demon is now under the control of Lu Fan. He stares at his phone in disbelief, his hands trembling. On the other side of the phone call, someone repeatedly asks about the evidence of Lu Fan's cheating. Jin Zayan loses his grip on his phone. He is speechless, unable to understand how everything has gone wrong. He whispers to himself that it's over. The Earth Demon is now under Lu Fan's control and the public's opinion is about to turn upside down. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Zhao laughs. He looks at the point gap and says that Lu Fan is clearly still number 1. With such a huge lead, no one will be able to catch up. He admits that he was too quick to doubt Lu Fan, agreeing with what Old Han said. Old Han chuckles and adds that recognizing reality is crucial in developing a strategy. If other nations cannot handle defeat, then there is nothing left for them to do. He laughs again, confident in the situation. Jin Zayan clenches his fists tightly. He thinks about the public opinion, the dignity of the Jin family, and how the sarcastic voice of Old Han still echoes in his ears. Realizing that he has no other choice, Jin Zayan's face darkens as he decides to give Lu Fan another mission, a mission that no one can complete. While still enjoying the perks of having subdued the legions of demons, Lu Fan lies back and reflects on the situation. He remembers how he ordered Xiaofi to summon the Fallen Corpses dragon. Now the demon dragon Fallen Corpses once again controls the Earth Demon and reissues commands to the Nine Realms demon soldiers. Lu Fan looks at his points. Dragon Nation 529,035 plus 75. Then the points increase again. Dragon Nation 529,110 plus 75, and finally, Dragon Nation 529,185 plus 104. He realizes that he has collected quite a few points. His eyes scan the system for any new updates, noticing that a new mission has appeared in the Frozen Lands. Later, in the Frozen Lands of the nation's trial, Yasing Lei, the silver-haired idiot from before, reflects on his misfortune. He wasn't very lucky to meet Lu Fan at the last important checkpoint. He thinks this newly appeared mission is finally his. But then he sees Lu Fan coming back with his dragon. He is shocked to see him again. He had just found the mission point, but now he wonders why he's meeting Lu Fan once more. Realizing that Lu Fan is likely here to take on the mission again, it dawns on him that Lu Fan must have already completed his mission to defeat the Nine Realms demons. Panic sets in as the idiot realizes he has been noticed. He quickly tries to cover up his earlier words, apologizing for his loud remarks. Lu Fan, however, isn't interested in him. Instead, he takes out his black sword, infused with Dragon Key Black Dragon 2. He swings it with power, not aiming for the idiot, but for a monster lurking behind him. The idiot is stunned, wondering why he's being attacked. Lu Fan activates Dragon Riding, using it to enhance his normal attacks with dragon energy, allowing him to strike with long-range damage. Lu Fan's Dragon Nation points rise to 501,047. with an additional 245 points added. The idiot realizes the truth. The ferocious beast had been following him, not Lu Fan. Grateful and relieved, he silently thanks Lu Fan for saving his life. A notification appears, alerting that there is a mission point ahead. Lu Fan tells him that saving his life is not that much and it was just a passing help from him. Yaseng Lei chuckles, realizing how close he came to dying. His points, currently at 237.05, place him at rank 17, a far cry from the leaderboards he dreams of. Lu Fan wonders how this idiot managed to gather so many points in just one day. The idiot reflects he hasn't slept, spending the entire day hunting fierce beasts to rack up 20,000 points. Lu Fan reflects that although he could earn points by defeating Yaseng Lei now, his points are still too few. He decides to wait until Yaseng Lei gathers more points. After the lesson from the previous encounter, Yaseng Lei doesn't dare to challenge him again. Lu Fan places his hand on Yaseng Lei's shoulder and comments that his points are growing too slowly. He points out that being ranked 17 is a disgrace to the Southland. He encourages Yaseng Lei to work harder. Hoping that when they meet again, his ranking will be higher. Yaseng Lei is shocked by this unexpected encouragement. He thought the Dragon Nation, and especially Lu Fan, was arrogant and unreasonable, as the Southern Nation always claimed. But Lu Fan is not like that. He had defeated the Nine Realms demon, saved him, and now encouraged him. Yaseng Lei realizes how foolish he was to once want to kill Lu Fan. He feels ashamed of his actions and thoughts, understanding now that his desire to defend the South's dignity had blinded him. Determined to repay Lu Fan and honor the expectations of the Dragon Nation, Yaseng Lei vows to work hard and earn more points. He has learned a valuable lesson. Lu Fan shifts his focus to the new mission point. The task is unexpected. It requires representatives to fight each other, and it seems that someone will be eliminated on the second day of the national trial. The mission point lists an unknown target and is located in the swamp area. Lu Fan considers the possibility that it could be Kim Sung-han or Charles, but he decides that it doesn't matter who the target is. He is determined to complete the mission regardless. He rides Shou Ye and instructs her to head toward the swamp. Meanwhile, in the swamp that afternoon, a huge black serpent attacks a yak, sinking its teeth into the animal. This serpent belongs to Jai Lan, the rank 6 representative from the Kingdom of Hing. As the serpent feeds, points are added to Jai Lan's total. He receives a notification and reads that someone has received a hunting mission, and now he has become the target. Jai Lan finds this amusing, intrigued by the challenge ahead. Jai Lan is a level 60 poison healer with 66,375 points. Rank 10, a large girl named Wei Jie stands beside Jai Lan and speaks confidently, saying that no matter the strength of the person coming, they will never think of them as an alliance of 4 nations. Wei Ji from the Kingdom of Han is a level 60 bear god and has 52,642 points. She tells Jai Lan that she's annoyed to be in such a damp and insect-filled place. Jai Lan replies that he couldn't have predicted this. He recalls that when the 4 nations formed an alliance and entered the national trial, they agreed to gather points together at his location. Wei Jai argues, questioning why she's the only one there. She asks where Yaseng Lei and Baden are. Jai Lan tells her that Baden will arrive soon but hasn't seen Yaseng Lei since they entered the trial. He can only say that Yaseng Lei is still alive, but he doesn't know where he is. Wei Jai expresses her frustration with Yaseng Lei. She says that if it were up to her, they should stop waiting for him. She adds that she's been moving ahead, only killing beasts that got in her way. If it weren't for meeting Jai Lan, she would still only be ranked 10. Just then, another notification pops up. Wei Jai looks at it and says, "What, the hunter is already coming." Jai Lan chuckles and replies that he hopes the hunter has a lot of points. He tells Wei Jai that once Baden arrives, they will set up an ambush to show the hunter who the real prey is. After about 4 hours, Lu Fan finally reaches the swamp, a hidden area that serves as part of the country's trial. He descends cautiously, scanning the rugged terrain. The place is far from welcoming. Thick poisonous smoke swirls in the air and swarms of dangerous insects buzz around. As he observes the scene, he realizes that navigating this place will be nearly impossible without taking to the skies. He halts near a massive twisted tree and spots a giant snake slithering by. Its scales glisten in the eerie light, a clear warning to anyone foolish enough to get too close. Lu Fan watches the beast and makes a mental note that while these ferocious creatures can earn him extra points, the whole area feels like a trap waiting to spring. The unsettling atmosphere only strengthens his suspicion that someone, or something, is planning to ambush him. Not taking any chances, Lu Fan instructs Shou Ye to activate perception. Shou Ye's eyes glow brightly as she activates the skill, allowing her to detect hidden enemies. The Black Dragon's ability is as dramatic as it is effective. Nearby enemies suddenly lose their stealth, their presence betrayed by a shimmering outline. A faint light washes over the area, revealing hidden threats lurking in the shadows. Lu Fan scans the revealed scene with a satisfied grin. His suspicions were correct. There was indeed an ambush waiting for him. However, something doesn't sit right with him. Earlier, he sensed 3 distinct presences, but now only one remains visible. With a swift motion, Lu Fan draws his sword. The weapon emits a faint aura, humming with power. He mutters under his breath about the audacity of his enemies to hide instead of facing him. Determined to draw them out, he strides forward with his sword in hand, Xiao Yai by his side. The massive snake lurking nearby finally reacts to his approach. It coils its enormous body, hissing violently as it springs into action. Its movements are fast and sharp, cutting through the poisonous air as if to remind everyone that it is the real boss of the swamp. A notification from the system flashes before Lu Fan, confirming that he has found the mission target. Standing tall in front of him is the enormous snake, its jaws wide open, venom dripping menacingly. Atop the snake sits Jai Lan, who finally reveals himself. Jai Lan, ever the drama king, can't resist a smug comment about how clever Lu Fan must be to see through his snake bubble concealment. His tone drips with mock surprise, but it's clear he didn't expect Lu Fan to find him so quickly. Lu Fan glances at the scene and feels a twinge of disappointment. He replies this swamp offers limited places to hide, making it almost too easy for him to uncover what's happening. What bothers him more is realizing that his target isn't Kim Sun-han or Charles. It's like expecting an epic showdown and getting a mid-tier side quest instead. Meanwhile, Jai Lan, still perched on his overgrown snake, takes a moment to check the status window. He learns Lu Fan's name, his affiliation with the Dragon Country, and a few other details. Jai Lan had been expecting some kind of mastermind opponent, maybe someone on par with the top fighters he'd been preparing for. Instead, it's just a Dragon Country representative. He assumes Lu Fan is way behind in rank, which frankly makes him feel a little smug. Then, out of curiosity or maybe just boredom, he decides to take a closer look at Lu Fan's status details. The moment Jai Lan reads the stats, his confidence takes a hit. Lu Fan's name pops up with a level 36 occupation listed as Dragon Rider, but the real shocker is his points. 550,000. The number doesn't just surprise Jai Lan, it leaves him dumbfounded. This low-ranking representative isn't just a hunter, he's ranked first, with a jaw-dropping score. Jai Lan's mind races. The last time he checked, Lu Fan didn't have anywhere near this many points. Now it suddenly makes sense why the status window flagged him as a good hunter. The system wasn't exaggerating. Lu Fan is a walking treasure trove of points. Shock quickly turns to excitement. Jai Lan realizes that if he manages to kill Lu Fan, every single one of those 550,000 points will transfer to him. The potential reward is so tempting that Jai Lan can't help but smile. Jai Lan feels a surge of happiness, almost smug, as he considers his unexpected luck. He didn't expect to find a hunter like Lu Fan, loaded with points, practically walking into his trap. To him, it feels like the meat has delivered itself right to his mouth. He silently vows to himself that no matter how strong this opponent is, he will claim all of Lu Fan's points. He is determined not to let this golden opportunity slip through his fingers. He taunts Lu Fan that he sees Lu Fan as prey, not a hunter. The arrogance practically oozes off him as he implies that someone with so many points can't just walk away from this fight. Jai Lan seems to forget that confidence alone doesn't win battles, but he's too busy being dramatic to notice. Lu Fan remains calm, unfazed by Jai Lan's bravado. Jai Lan picks up his weapon, a staff dripping with deadly poison, and launches his first attack. The toxic energy surges toward Lu Fan, aiming to end the fight quickly. But Lu Fan is ready. He leaps onto Xiao Yai with precision, dodging the attack with ease. The poison misses its target, dissipating into the air. Lu Fan smiles, not a big grin, but a knowing, confident smirk. Not wasting a moment, Lu Fan orders Xiao Yai to prepare for a counterattack. The black dragon roars, its voice echoing through the swamp. Without hesitation, Xiao Yai unleashes a lava flame, the scorching heat aimed directly at Jai Lan. The tables turn in an instant, and it's clear that Lu Fan isn't just any prey. He's a hunter who knows exactly how to fight back. Jai Lan still believes he has the upper hand. Standing tall on his giant snake, he convinces himself and the serpent that the dragon cannot win. As if to prove his point, he unleashes a poisonous mist, spreading it continuously toward his target. The toxic cloud not only damages the enemy but poisons them as well, showing that Jai Lan is leaning heavily on the quantity over quality strategy of attack. At the same time, Xiao Yai finishes forming her lava flame into a massive fireball. The flaming attack surges forward and collides with the poisonous mist of the giant snake. The resulting explosion shakes the area, creating a blast of energy that lights up the swamp. Xiao Yi roars fiercely, her power on full display as flames spread outward, dealing continuous damage while healing her in the process. Jai Lan, still perched on his oversized snake, doesn't back down. He prepares for his next move, unwilling to accept that his poison wasn't as effective as he hoped. Lu Fan watches him carefully, his mind already analyzing the situation. He wonders why the other enemies haven't shown up yet and what made them run off earlier. The absence of the remaining two opponents leaves him suspicious. Before Lu Fan can piece things together, YJ, the dangerous woman from earlier, sneaks up behind him. Swinging chains like spinning stones, she launches an attack. Lu Fan reacts instantly, jumping out of the way to avoid her strike. Xiao Yi immediately intervenes to protect Lu Fan. She lunges forward, swiping her claws at YJ with enough force to knock her to the ground. YJ crashes hard, coughing and bleeding from her mouth. Her expression shifts to disbelief as she struggles to understand how Lu Fan and his dragon could be so powerful. She cannot believe that someone only at level 30 could cause this much damage. Her confidence starts to crumble when she understands the sheer power of Xiao Yi. Her expression shifts dramatically, turning into pure fury as she glares at Lu Fan with a look that could scare a weaker opponent. Her emotions are so intense that even Lu Fan feels a flicker of confusion. He wonders if she is angry, scared, or simply losing her grip on reality. Then, in an instant, she pulls herself together as if none of her frustration or fear had ever shown. Before the tension settles, Guy Lan's giant snake slithers back into view and hisses loudly at Lu Fan. The massive creature demands attention, but Xiao Yi is ready. She stands her ground and prepares to attack. The snake moves quickly, biting into Xiao Yi's hand with its sharp fangs. Despite the pain, she remains steady, refusing to show weakness. With her other hand, Xiao Yi grabs the snake by the neck. She grips it tightly, her strength evident as she lifts the creature off the ground. Without hesitation, she slams the snake into the dirt with enough force to shake the area. Xiao Yi roars powerfully, her dominance on full display. The roar is a warning to her enemies and a reminder that she will not be defeated so easily. Both Guy Lan and Wei Jai stand in shock, staring at the state of the snake. Jai Lan yells in frustration, clearly more concerned about his giant pet than the fight itself. He shouts toward the injured snake, as if scolding it will magically fix the situation. While Jai Lan panics, a third figure steps into view. This new arrival is Baden, a representative from the kingdom of Jingu. He's a level 57 Dark Hunter with a score of 34,831. Baden doesn't seem too impressed by what he sees and immediately comments that he missed his target again. Wei Jai mutters their chances are looking grim. She admits that they might fail and could even be killed. Baden points out that Lu Fan doesn't act like someone at level 36. Despite his lower level, his strength and strategy make him seem far more dangerous. Jai Lan shouts even if Lu Fan is tough, they must beat him anyway, reasoning that his points alone could push them into the top 3 rankings. Lu Fan, still smiling confidently, watches their chaotic attempts to rally themselves. His calm demeanor only adds insult to their injuries. He dismisses their ambush as a weak effort, taunting them about their poor strategy. He makes it clear that if they want his points, they have no real chance of winning against him. Wei Jie, irritated by this confidence, snaps back with anger. She acknowledges his strength, but insists they will see who wins in the end. Her frustration is obvious, as if she's trying to convince herself just as much as she's trying to intimidate him. Lu Fan, unbothered by their bravado, readies his sword. His calm smile fades into a determined expression as he declares that they should settle this with a melee, and then see who will end up as a corpse in the swarm. Jai Lan wastes no time and commands his giant snake to spray poisonous mist at Lu Fan. The obedient snake immediately follows the order and releases the mist. This toxic attack is designed to damage and poison the target, making it a dangerous weapon in Jai Lan's arsenal. But Lu Fan senses the incoming danger and quickly defends himself, dodging the mist with sharp reflexes. Without hesitating, he orders Xiao Yi to kill the giant snake. Xiao Yi and the Black Dragon activates her bloodline power. This ability dramatically reduces the damage she takes by half, makes her immune to all negative effects, and boosts her recovery ability by an incredible 500%. Empowered by this ability, Xiao Yi lunges at the giant snake. She grabs it with her claws, slams it into the ground, and tears it apart with terrifying precision. The massive creature is ripped in half, its green blood spilling everywhere. Xiao Yi roars loudly, asserting her dominance over the battlefield. Jai Lan's fury boils over as he sees the remains of his snake. He shouts angrily, mourning the loss of his little snake, as if it wasn't a towering beast moments ago. His outrage only highlights his desperation, and it's almost pitiful how much he relied on the creature to carry his plan. Meanwhile, Baden assesses the situation. It's clear that Lu Fan now holds the upper hand, and the group needs a plan to counter him immediately. Baden decides to act and draws his bow, aiming it at Lu Fan. He declares that he will provide cover so the others can advance. Lu Fan, however, is confused by the intentions of Jai Lan. A strange dark green aura surrounds Jai Lan, and Lu Fan can't figure out what he is trying to do. Sensing the unknown threat, Lu Fan takes immediate action. He raises his sword, activating its power, preparing for whatever Jai Lan has planned. Jai Lan warns Lu Fan to prepare himself as he activates his magic circle and summons a swarm of 10,000 snakes. The air fills with furious hissing as the snakes spread out, creating a terrifying spectacle. This is no ordinary spell. It belongs to one of the Magic Series' 5 world magicians. The preparation for this summoning takes a full 60 seconds, but once ready, it unleashes billions of poisonous snakes. These creatures are capable of causing severe damage to their target's spiritual attributes while poisoning them. However, the spell comes with a cost. Jai Lan himself loses 50% of his spiritual energy for using it. The group of 10,000 snakes hisses loudly, charging toward Lu Fan in a chaotic wave. For a brief moment, Lu Fan looks distracted by the overwhelming number of snakes. He quickly regains focus, takes a deep breath, and begins slashing at the snakes with his sword. The task seems endless, with the hissing filling the air and the snakes advancing relentlessly. As he continues to cut through the swarm, Lu Fan realizes that dealing with these snakes will take significant time and effort. He knows this is one of Jai Lan's strongest skills and that these snakes are not easy to defeat. Despite the challenge, Lu Fan remains determined, slashing and striking down one snake after another. Jai Lan, full of smug confidence, raises his hand and declares that Lu Fan will never escape his 10,000 snakes. He orders his allies to move forward and deal with the black dragon, Xiao Yai. However, hesitation creeps into the group. One of them questions how they are supposed to harm a creature as powerful as Xiao Yai, especially while navigating the risk of the snake's poison. The one agrees there's no time to waste, but seems hesitant about their chances. Meanwhile, the 10,000 snakes completely surround Lu Fan, making him invisible within the mass of slithering bodies. Jai Lan starts to feel triumphant, but his confidence takes a hit when Xiao Yai unleashes a fierce burst of fire. The flames engulf several snakes at once, burning them to ashes. Jai Lan panics, struggling to understand how Xiao Yi's attack could be so devastating. Despite this setback, Jai Lan insists that escape is impossible and warns against complacency. Xiao Yai, however, lets out a massive roar, shaking the battlefield. The roar doesn't just sound intimidating, it deals heavy damage to all targets within range. And just as the roar echoes, fire spreads around Xiao Yai, intensifying the destruction of the snakes. Amid the chaos, Lu Fan emerges from the fiery scene. A red aura surrounds him, and his hand transforms into a dragon claw. With the enhanced power, he tears through several snakes with ease, ripping them apart as if they were nothing. Lu Fan activates the power of Dragon Claw. His hand transforms into a powerful dragon claw, capable of delivering quick and devastating combos. The skill allows him to attack from 6 different ranges and works in perfect sync with his dragon and other pets, making it a deadly combination. Jai Lan glares at Lu Fan, full of frustration and anger. He declares that Lu Fan will face punishment for everything he has done and claims that no one can save him now. Jai Lan raises his staff high into the sky, and a massive circle forms above. The circle starts pulling up the remains of all the cut snakes, setting the stage for his next move. At the same time, Wei Jai hurls her chain circle toward Lu Fan with full force, aiming to catch him off guard. However, Lu Fan reacts quickly. With his dragon claw, he effortlessly stops the chain circle in mid-air, gripping it firmly. Wei Jai is stunned by how easily Lu Fan nullified her attack. Her disbelief is almost comical as she watches Lu Fan hold her weapon like it's a toy. Xiao Yai moves closer to Lu Fan, her sharp eyes locked on him, sensing something unusual. Lu Fan suddenly feels a tremor, as if the ground is shaking beneath him. He pauses, wondering what this strange vibration could be. It isn't an earthquake, but something equally ominous. Jai Lan, smirking with twisted satisfaction, reveals his plan. Using his magic circle, he resurrects the 10,000 snakes that Lu Fan had destroyed earlier. The dead bodies of the snakes rise into the air and fuse together. Slowly, they form into a massive, single serpent. The new giant snake oozes poison from every part of its body, turning the battlefield even more toxic. The status window flashes ominous information about the snake. It is revealed to be a creation of spiritual power, crafted through the magic of the 5 Wish magicians. The window explains that this massive serpent, called the Crazy Dragon, cannot be killed as long as its owner is alive. Even if its body is destroyed, it can split into multiple giant pythons and revive by absorbing spiritual energy. Lu Fan freezes for a moment. The monstrous group of 10,000 snakes reveals yet another terrifying ability. The millions of poisonous snakes it summons cannot be injured permanently. Even after death, their bodies transform into lethal entities capable of attacking the entire area. This ability sends waves of poison across the battlefield, impacting every target in its range. The poison doesn't stop at physical damage. Within seconds, it begins to affect mental health, draining it by 900% every second. Lu Fan processes this and pieces together the nature of the giant python. He realizes it is a physical creation tied directly to the professional attributes of Jai Lan. Cutting the snake will cause it to split into multiple parts, making the situation worse. Lu Fan knows he needs a new strategy and quickly decides what to do next. He calls Shou Ye to his side, preparing for the next move. However, the poison continues spreading rapidly, affecting everyone in the area. Even Wei Jai starts showing symptoms. She struggles to breathe, her condition worsening as the toxic fog takes hold. She angrily accuses Jai Lan of targeting his own ally, her voice breaking as she gasps for air. The status window confirms that the snake's poison is far more toxic than expected. Wei Jai's breathing becomes labored, her body aching under the effects of the poison. She pleads for help, but Jai Lan barely spares her a glance. Instead, Jai Lan smirks, making it clear that while the dragon might be immune, Lu Fan won't be so lucky. On the other hand, Wei Jai's condition continues to deteriorate. She clutches her throat, begging for someone to finish the fight and save her. Her body shakes violently, her voice growing weaker as she struggles to breathe. Jai Lan, cold and detached, ignores her cries. He believes that even if Wei Jie and Baden accidentally die from the poison, it won't matter. In his mind, their deaths will only add to his points. His complete disregard for his allies' lives is as absurd as it is heartless. Wei Jie collapses to the ground, her face starting to rot from the effects of the poison. She begs for help, but Jai Lan continues to stand atop his snake, entirely focused on Lu Fan. Baden, standing nearby, finally notices her worsening condition. He hesitates before asking Jai Lan to do something to help her. Wei Jie's suffering grows worse, her body trembling as the poison overtakes her. Just then, a white aura suddenly appears above her head, and within moments, her face begins to heal. She sits up slowly, her strength returning as she recovers from the poison. The status window reveals that this recovery is due to the effect of hemolytic shield protection, which not only removes the poison but also grants immunity to it for 6 minutes. It turns out Jai Lan activated this skill and removed the poison's effects to help his allies. For once, he admits his mistake and apologizes, saying he should have given them poison immunity before the battle started. To make amends, he promises to compensate Wei Jai with 10,000 points from Lu Fan's account if they win. The status window provides more details about hemolytic shield protection. It not only neutralizes poison but also ensures the target stays immune for a limited time. Jai Lan decides that the alliance between the 4 nations isn't worth breaking yet, so he gestures toward his team and assures them they are now fully protected. He then orders them to check whether Lu Fan is dead. Wei Jai, now recovered, stands up with a determined look. She brushes off the incident for now, deciding to focus on Lu Fan first. Baden, standing beside her, agrees to go with her. They both approach the area where Lu Fan was last seen. Just as they move closer, they spot Lu Fan sitting calmly on Shou Ye's back. He is smiling, completely unharmed, and watching them as if he has been enjoying an entertaining show. The sight of him shocks the group, leaving them questioning how he could still be alive after everything. The disbelief in their eyes deepens when Lu Fan, with a calm demeanor, makes it clear he is alive and well. The status window updates, showing that his level has increased to 36 plus 32, further solidifying his strength. Lu Fan gestures confidently and mocks their fragile alliance, making it clear that their efforts have been more amusing than threatening. Shou Ye roars loudly, unleashing the power of her black dragon bloodline once again. The ability reduces all damage she takes by 50%, makes her immune to all negative effects, and increases her recovery ability by 500%. The tension rises as the group realizes that Lu Fan and Shou Ye are far stronger than they expected. Their alliance, which was already shaky, now seems more like a collection of desperate individuals clinging to the hope of victory. Baden stands frozen in shock. He cannot believe that Lu Fan is not only alive but riding the black dragon, immune to all negative effects. The sight is incomprehensible to him, leaving him to mutter in disbelief. Jai Lan is equally stunned. His thoughts race as he realizes that both Lu Fan and Shou Ye are completely immune to his poisonous skills, making his primary strategy useless. His confidence starts to crack and frustration takes over. Jai Lan clenches his fists and angrily decides that Lu Fan must be killed at all costs. He raises his voice and offers an incentive, promising 20,000 additional points to his allies if they kill Lu Fan. His desperation is palpable, and it only highlights his growing fear of Lu Fan's strength. Wei Jai watches the chaos unfold and loses what little respect she had for her teammates. To her, they are nothing but useless ludmouths who specialize in shouting and getting themselves injured. Convinced that she needs to take control, she decides to make her next move. She tells Baden to support her in the upcoming attack and readies herself. However, just as she moves into position, a ball of fire suddenly appears from behind. Her eyes widen in shock and she halts immediately. The fireball roars toward her with intense speed, and she starts to feel uneasy. Lu Fan notices the fireball and considers whether it could be an ally coming to assist him. Wei Jai, however, panics as the fireball draws closer. Her mind races with the thought that it might be Yasun Lai arriving dramatically. But her relief turns into confusion when the fireball collides with her. The impact sends her crashing to the ground, slightly injured but visibly shaken. The fireball attack scorches the area, leaving flames burning all around. Out of the flames steps a figure, calm and confident with a smile that almost seems taunting. This new arrival wastes no time mocking YGA, Baden, and Jai Lan for their pitiful state. He points out the embarrassing fact that the three of them, fighting together against one person, have still managed to end up in such bad shape. The status window identifies the newcomer as Andra, a rank 4 flame warrior from Snow Nation. He is at level 60 and has 80,617 points. Lu Fan spots Andra and immediately recognizes him. Andra looks at Lu Fan with a smile and compliments Xiao Ye, calling her both scary and impressive. His words catch Xiao Ye's attention, and she immediately turns toward him, assuming he might be an enemy. Her sharp gaze locks onto Andra as she prepares to attack, but Lu Fan steps in. He places his hand on Xiao Ye's head and reassures her, explaining that Andra is not an enemy and has no bad intentions. Xiao Ye calms down after hearing this and backs off, though she continues to eye Andra cautiously. Lu Fan and Andra have met before during a time when Lu Fan was sitting with the overseer and enjoying food cooked by his aunt. Andra had joined him, and the two shared the meal together. Andra confidently shows off his fiery abilities, surrounded by flames that seem to amplify his presence. Lu Fan acknowledges his power and comments on the intensity of his attack, pointing out how hard he hit Wei Jai. Andra casually explains that his third-level magical skill, which ignites the true body of a god, is far beyond the capabilities of what he calls a few minions. Wei Jie, still recovering from the impact, gets up and brushes the dust off her clothes. Her anger is visible in her clenched fists and the fire in her eyes. Andra, however, seems more amused than concerned. When Lu Fan mentions that she's a woman and hasn't yet shown her full strength, Andra freezes for a moment, visibly shocked. Andra's reaction quickly shifts from surprise to determination. He remarks that if Wei Jai is truly strong, then he will deal with her first. His confidence is clear as he turns his focus toward her, ready to face this new challenge. Meanwhile, Lu Fan stays calm, amused by the exchange. Lu Fan reassures Andra that there is no need for him to step in. He confidently states that he is more than capable of handling all three opponents by himself. Hearing all the dismissive comments, Wei Jai becomes furious. She grinds her teeth and her eyes turn a glowing yellow as her rage intensifies. A yellow aura surrounds her, making her presence even more intimidating. She shouts in frustration, accusing everyone of underestimating her. Within moments, she transforms into a giant bear, roaring loudly to make sure no one misses the display of her power. Wei Jai has activated the ability of the spiritual giant bear god totem, allowing her to transform. This transformation boosts her strength and stamina attributes by 20%, although it comes with a cooldown time of 16 hours. Fully transformed, the bear moves aggressively toward Andra, roaring that everyone will pay the price for underestimating her. Andra, unfazed by the charging bear, steps forward with confidence. He brings his weapon into position, and it begins to glow brightly. Just as claws of the bear collide with his weapon, a massive wave of energy explodes around them, with visible flames flickering in the aftermath. Andra loudly declares that Wei Jai is now his prey and that he will not let her escape. Andra then activates the power of the Flame Lord True Body, summoning the strength of the Supreme Fire God. This ability increases all of his attributes by 1% and grants him permanent flight, surrounded by exploding flames. The duration of the True Body depends on his mental attributes, making it both powerful and dangerous. Meanwhile, Lu Fan sits comfortably on Xiao Ye, watching the chaotic battle unfold below him. Amused by Andra's dramatic actions, Lu Fan thinks to himself that while Andra's intentions are good, he's more trouble than help. To Lu Fan, Andra's over-the-top theatrics are no different from a charging bull that doesn't know when to stop. Lu Fan reflects that he didn't even need to summon his other dragons for this fight. Lu Fan then decides to spring back into action. Riding on Xiao Ye, he takes to the skies and surveys the battlefield. From above, he spots Jai Lan riding his snake, giving him a clear view of his next target. Baden, meanwhile, makes an unsuccessful attempt to shoot at Lu Fan but misses again. Frustrated, he shouts at Jai Lan, blaming the mist he created for the poor outcome. Jai starts to grasp the harsh reality. Defeating Lu Fan is far from easy, and with Ander now aiding him, the challenge has become even more daunting. Frustrated but determined, Jai admits the situation is grim and decides to proceed with his original plan. He orders his giant snake to spray its poisonous mist. The snake opens its mouth, releasing a thick, multicolored cloud of poison aimed at Lu Fan. The poisonous mist is a skill designed to damage its target and inflict a toxic effect, but the effort seems futile. Lu Fan, sitting calmly on Xiao Ye, points out the obvious. Both he and the dragon are immune to poison. The attack, although dramatic, is completely useless. Lu Fan, however, notices something unusual. He thinks to himself that this isn't the same snake he saw before. One of the original snakes has disappeared, leaving two new ones advancing toward him. The two snakes move to attack from the front and back, clearly part of a coordinated plan. Understanding the strategy, Lu Fan acts swiftly. He uses the power of Void Slash, a skill connected to the dragon's aura that allows Xiao Yi to strike 3 times in quick succession. Xiao Yi leaps into action, slashing at both snakes with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the snakes are severed, their massive bodies falling to the ground in pieces. The plan to corner him had failed spectacularly, and the snake's speed was no match for the precision of Xiao Yi. With the threat eliminated, Lu Fan remains focused. Jai watches as his snakes are sliced apart once again, but instead of despair, he smirks slyly. He mocks the situation, calling it disgusting, but quickly reminds himself and everyone else that his giant snake is far from dead. With a twisted grin, he reveals that the snake has the power of regeneration and multiplication. This demonic creature, crafted from the spiritual power of 5 world-blocking magicians, cannot die as long as its master is alive. And just as he boasts, the severed pieces of the snakes begin to move. Within moments, they regenerate into multiple giant snakes, standing tall and threatening once more. Lu Fan wonders how the snake has regenerated so quickly. Cutting it apart seems useless. Each slice only makes it return stronger, like an unkillable worm. This leaves Lu Fan momentarily at a loss, but he quickly decides on a plan. He draws his sword and commands Xiao Yi to transform into her most powerful form, the destructive dragon. Xiao Yi, without hesitation, begins the transformation. Her status window flashes updated stats. Level 32, Strength 33,828, Agility 15,697, Spirit 8,453, and Stamina 7,382. Now in her destructive dragon form, Xiao Yi uses her lava flame skill. Flames spread rapidly in all directions, burning everything in their path. The attack not only causes massive damage but also heals Xiao Yi in the process, making her an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Flames surround Xiao Yi as she unleashes her lava fire. The giant snake burns terribly, letting out horrifying screams as the fire consumes them. Just then, Jai glances at Baden, who has been out of the scene for quite some time, and asks if he is ready, his voice filled with urgency. Baden, the bowman, seems to draw his bow, emitting a terrifying aura. His bow has been charged with energy, and he declares that his attack is ready. He calls out to Jai demanding support, but when no response comes, his frustration boils over. He angrily yells at Jai before positioning himself to fire. Baden uses the power of Evil Thunder, summoning the lightning-based Evil Eye. This skill gathers lightning energy in front of his shadow arrow, combining 29% darkness attribute and 9% thunder attribute to deal 4 times the damage on impact. Xiao Yi continues roaring as her lava flames move forward relentlessly, overpowering the battlefield. Lu Fan observes Baden's charging attack and remains unfazed. He recognizes the lightning skill and dismisses it, confident it cannot harm him. With a sharp, threatening gaze, Lu Fan stretches his hand forward, activating the magic of dragon language. Xiao Yi roars, and the skill, Roar of the Azure Dragon King, activates. This Dragon King skill creates a massive impact, dealing heavy damage and adding paralysis effects to subsequent attacks. It boosts Thunder attribute damage by 20% and carries a 20% chance of paralyzing the target with every strike. Baden freezes in shock, struggling to believe that Lu Fan possesses Thunder attribute skills. He reflects on the rarity of this dragon language magic. The phantom manifestation of the Azure Dragon King appears above Lu Fan. Though it is only a projection, its presence feels as powerful and intimidating as a real dragon. The blue dragon opens its mouth and releases a mighty roar. Just as the evil lightning bolt descends, the Azure Dragon King counters with its own lightning. The two bolts collide, but the result is instant. The evil lightning vanishes without a trace. The collision forms an ocean of lightning that completely encircles both Dailan and Baden. Baden pleads with Jailan, urging him to take control of the lightning and hold on. But at the crucial moment, Jailan betrays him. He evades the attack by fleeing on his snake, leaving Baden to face the onslaught alone. Without Jailan's support, Baden is left powerless. The lightning arcs intensify, striking the countless snakes surrounding him and unleashing a surge of energy. The overwhelming power consumes Baden entirely. Within seconds, Baden vanishes, presumably reduced to ashes. Watching Baden fall, Jailan becomes desperate. He realizes that if the fight continues, his own death is inevitable. In a last-ditch effort to escape, he orders his giant snake to stop spewing poisonous gas and dive into the swampy pond below. However, Xiaoye doesn't give him a chance. Her flames incinerate both the python, burning them to cold in seconds. Jailan dives into the swampy pond, hoping the terrain will hide him. Lu Fan, unimpressed, watches from above. He knows that with Xiaoye's perception, Jailan cannot escape. Xiaoye's dragon breath continues, unleashing relentless fire in the direction of Jailan's escape. The intense heat causes the swampy pond's water level to drop rapidly, boiling away under the onslaught of fire. Soon, only mud remains, leaving Jailan and his final python fully exposed. In his confusion and despair, Jailan finds no escape. Xiaoye's lava blaze engulfs him, reducing him and his last python to ashes in an instant. Lu Fan's points increased by 160,000 after the recent battles, and his total points stand at 710,000 right now. He felt satisfied, thinking this hunting mission was truly worth his time. While he was enjoying his success, Anders' voice called out to him, reminding him there was still one opponent left. Lu Fan turned to see Ander battling the female bear. The fight was nearing its end as the female bear was no match for Anders' strength. Anders' body was covered in flames, and every swing of his warhammer forced the bear to retreat while spitting blood. Anders stomped his foot and swung his hammer with controlled power, sending the female bear flying through the air. The female bear's trajectory brought her straight toward Lu Fan. Anders' bold and powerful attacks were impressive, but his technique was not as refined as Lu Fan's. Still, the hammer strike was calculated perfectly to leave the bear almost unconscious but still alive. Anders' actions made it clear that he wanted Lu Fan to finish the bear. According to the national test rules, points could only be earned by killing representatives. Lu Fan understood Anders' intentions and thought there was no reason to pass up this opportunity. Without hesitation, he took out his bow, aimed carefully, and hit the female bear with precision. Just as Lu Fan's arrows strikes her, the bear's body bursts apart and her points transfer to him. This kill completely wipes out the other team, and Lu Fan's score shoots past 800,000, almost reaching 900,000. His lead in the competition is now nearly untouchable. Just after the female bear falls, Amber shows no intention of fighting Lu Fan. The flames covering his body fade away, leaving only flame wings to keep him in the air. Ander calmly says he stepped in only to help Lu Fan after seeing him face 3 opponents at once. Lu Fan watches Ander closely and decides he is not a threat. Ander's actions seem sincere, as if he only wanted to assist in a difficult moment. This leaves a positive impression on Lu Fan. However, Xiaoye continues growling, still suspicious of Ander. To calm her down, Lu Fan pats Xiaoye gently and tells her to relax. Xiaoye gradually lowers her guard and the tension begins to fade. Ander smiles widely, though there is a hint of embarrassment in his expression. He compliments Lu Fan's strength and admits he didn't expect to be unnecessary when he decided to step in earlier. Ander says that even without his help, Lu Fan could have easily taken down all 3 opponents by himself. He also points out that he made sure not to steal any points, showing he had no bad intentions. Just as Lu Fan is about to leave, Ander suddenly calls out to him. Lu Fan stops and turns around, curious about what Ander wants. Ander scratches his head and smiles shyly. He mentions the roast chicken Lu Fan gave him earlier, admitting it made him crave more Dragon Country food. Even though he knows Lu Fan had only brought a little for the trial, he is eager to try more. He offers to trade points for it, suggesting 5,000 points for another chicken. Lu Fan thinks about the offer but decides not to take advantage of Ander's excitement. He checks his supplies, which include both food and non-food items, and sees no issue with sharing. He tells Ander there is no need to exchange points and offers him a chicken and some roast beef. Ander is thrilled but feels it is unfair to take such delicious food without giving something in return. While eating, Ander checks the status window to send at least 2,000 points to Lu Fan as a gesture of goodwill, but just as sees Lu Fan's rank, he gets startled. Lu Fan is ranked first with a score of over 700,000 points. Andrew is shocked and asks how Lu Fan has earned so many points. Lu Fan looks at Andrew's status window and asks him if he has received the task to defeat the Demon of the Nine Realms. Andrew looks surprised and asks if Lu Fan destroyed the Dark Tower with all the points he earned. Lu Fan answers that his goal from the beginning was the Dark Tower. He explains that the beast's points are proportional to their strength, so the Dark Tower is the best place to earn a large number of points. Andrew reflects on how powerful Lu Fan must be. He thinks to himself that without his own professional skills, he wouldn't have survived beyond the third wave of monster attacks from the Dark Tower. Yet, Lu Fan not only survived but also used the Dark Tower as a way to level up. Andrew feels relieved that he didn't become Lu Fan's enemy, knowing that neither he nor Charles could ever match Lu Fan in this mission. After finishing their meal, the two begin walking together. Lu Fan casually sips his tea, calm and unbothered. Andrew comments that he originally wanted to ask Lu Fan for tips on increasing his points, but now it feels impossible. He admits that he simply can't follow Lu Fan's way of improving his score. Lu Fan responds that the Dark Tower where the Demon of the Nine Realms is located is indeed very strong. He adds that it took a great amount of effort for him to defeat it. Andrew comments that having a dragon pet makes a huge difference. He admits it is no surprise that the dragon rider is one of the three strongest hidden professions. Xiao Yi glares at him sharply, her fierce expression making Andrew a little nervous. Andrew remarks that Xiao Yi looks too fierce for comfort. Lu Fan shifts the conversation and asks if Andrew has tried the mission before and failed. Andrew admits that he almost died during the mission. He adds that as long as this curse mission remains active, he can't take on any other tasks. Lu Fan suggests a new approach. He proposes that they work together to deal with the mission. Andrew agrees, and later the two fly toward the Dark Tower. As they approach, Andrew nervously mentions that Xiao Yi looks like she wants to eat him. Xiao Yi continues to glare at him, clearly unamused. Lu Fan reassures Andrew, saying that dragon pets are naturally fierce and dislike strangers. He tells Andrew not to worry because Xiao Yi won't bite him as long as Lu Fan is there. Internally, Lu Fan reflects on the real reason for Xiao Yi's hostility. Andrew ate her rations earlier, and Xiao Yi hasn't forgotten. They reach the Dark Tower and enter together. Almost immediately, enemies surround them. Carrion, eagles, and horned beetles, all at level 60, close in on them. Each enemy can grant 84 points, making them valuable but dangerous foes. Andrew stands in the midst of roaring flames, his massive axe held firmly in his grip. He looks toward Lu Fan, who is surrounded by a radiant orange aura, exuding an untouchable energy. Andrew asks about their next move, but Lu Fan brushes him off with an air of effortless authority. He suggests they focus on handling their own tasks separately, as if coordinating with Andrew would be too much effort. Lu Fan positions himself atop his dragon, wearing a smirk that practically screams superiority. Terrifying winged creatures and demons swarm the area, their screeches slicing through the air. Andrew glances up at Lu Fan, perched confidently on his dragon. Lu Fan asks Andrew if he could handle the monsters in this area. Andrew confirms it, saying the first two waves of monsters have low stats and even they are huge in number, he can deal with them. Lu Fan nods, his tone making it clear that he has no doubts about Andrew's capability. He declares that the two waves of monsters outside will be Andrew's responsibility while he heads inside to deal with the real threats. The aura around him surges, practically daring anyone to question him. Andrew, initially unbothered, suddenly realizes the full implications of the strategy. His expression shifts to shock as the weight of the plan sinks in. He questions whether Lu Fan is serious about venturing into the core to face the inner monsters alone. Lu Fan doesn't flinch, standing tall and commanding his summoned Star Dragon to activate its Starlight mode. The once small and sleek spirit transforms into a colossal dragon, its form radiating with brilliant blue energy. The dragon's presence dominates the battlefield, roaring with a power that shakes the ground. A system notification appears announcing the upgrade. The Star Dragon's Starlight mode boosts its power by a staggering 500%, enabling it to become the Starry Rift Slayer for a limited time. The battlefield becomes a storm of crackling lightning as destructive bolts ripple through the air, radiating from the transformed dragon. Lu Fan smirks with unshakable confidence, dismissing the idea of waiting for monsters from the Dark Spire to emerge in waves. He proposes a more direct approach, suggesting they finish everything in one decisive strike. The Starry Dragon unleashes its full potential, tearing open a rift in space that forms a direct portal to the heart of the Dark Spire. The narration explains the ability, a teleportation portal that stays open for 60 seconds, impervious to any restrictions. Andrew stares at the display with wide-eyed awe. Lu Fan reassures Andrew to focus on maintaining the defense outside, casually taking the lead. Ander barely manages to keep up mentally. He is shocked at the fact that Lu Fan has another dragon, and it is as fearsome as the first one. The realization of just how many powerful abilities Lu Fan has in his arsenal leaves him dumbfounded. The crackling portal intensifies with Lu Fan's surging energy as he steps forward with his starry dragon, entering the dark spire through the glowing rift. Inside, menacing flying beasts with sharp claws and glowing eyes descend in a coordinated ambush. The scene looks overwhelming, but Lu Fan responds with a smirk and a sarcastic comment, clearly unfazed by the grand display. The screen flashes enemy details. Abyssal flutterflies at level 75, each worth 223 points, and ground devourer worms at level 85, boasting an impressive 652 points each. Further into the Spire, he spots even deadlier foes, humanoid insect knights identified as Shadow Wraith Knights. Their level 80 status and 423-point reward make them a serious threat, their ominous stares locking onto Lu Fan as he ventures deeper. The atmosphere becomes even more menacing when a colossal centipede earth demon emerges from the shadows. The centipede demon's stats flash across the screen, level 95 with an intimidating 12,143-point reward. Its towering form radiates pure menace, and its voice booms through the spire. The centipede demon taunts Lu Fan, saying it will grant him the right to choose how he will die. The system reveals detailed information about the creature's devastating abilities, highlighting its immense power, resilience, and deadly techniques. The description cements its status as a boss-level threat, the kind of enemy that makes most adventurers think twice. Lu Fan remains completely unfazed, and his smirk only grows wider. With sharp sarcasm, he comments how unfortunate it seems it doesn't welcome him. His hand begins to glow with a vibrant green light, signaling the arrival of yet another powerhouse. Majestic and imposing, the Emerald Dragon Lady Xiao Fei materializes behind him, her divine aura flooding the battlefield with an energy that demands respect. Lu Fan, in his effortlessly cool manner, announces that he has brought a gift for the centipede demon, a deadly one, but tells it that he will show it later. The stats of Xiao Fei flash on the screen. At level 24, her attributes are stunning, especially her soul, which reaches a jaw-dropping 7,059. It's a number that makes ordinary creatures look like toddlers. Lu Fan tells Xiao Fei to activate her ultimate ability, Spirit Shelter. A radiant green shield envelops him and his allies, amplifying their attributes by an insane 100% to 200%. The shield absorbs incoming damage and converts it into layers of protective energy, ready to strike back with brutal force. Mounted atop his black dragon with the Emerald Dragon guarding above him, Lu Fan prepares for the next move. The screen showcases the enhanced stats of the Black Dragon Lady. Xiao Fei's enhancements push the strength of the legendary Black Dragon Lady to absurd levels, with her physical strength now reaching 30,183 and endurance surpassing 100,000. The numbers alone are enough to make even seasoned warriors reconsider their life choices. The battlefield descends into chaos as hordes of flying beasts and monstrous creatures swarm the area. Chevalier, Xiao Fei, and the Starry Dragon fight as a synchronized force of destruction, cutting through enemy ranks with deadly precision. Their power carves through the battlefield, each attack a reminder of just how outclassed the enemy is. The timer for the Starry Dragon's Starlight mode drops to 15 seconds. Lu Fan steps forward with his usual commanding presence. Declaring that it's time to clear the field, he triggers the Starry Dragon's ultimate move, Catastrophe. The screen showcases the devastating attack in all its glory. The dragon unleashes a sweeping area assault, incinerating everything in its path with blinding energy. The aftermath flashes on the interface, summarizing the destruction. Entire regions affected by the Star Dragon's flight suffer catastrophic damage, leaving nothing but scorched ground and remnants of residual energy. It's a devastating display of power, one that leaves no doubt about who commands the battlefield. Lu Fan commands the Starry Dragon to unleash its ultimate skill, Shattered Star. With immense power, it fires a blazing energy projectile directly at the enemy. The impact is nothing short of catastrophic, throwing the surrounding enemies into disarray. The screen showcases the skill's description, explaining that Shattered Star releases a concentrated burst of dragon energy capable of causing widespread devastation, turning even solid obstacles into massive craters. When the explosion settles, the battlefield reveals the sheer extent of destruction. The ground trembles under the force of the impact, and the skill leaves behind an enormous 500-meter-wide impact zone, a scar on the battlefield that screams raw power. Above the chaos, the Emerald Dragon, Xiao Fei, rains down green energy blasts with ruthless precision. Her attacks rip through the waves of monstrous enemies with ease. The screen highlights her unique skill, Energy Reflection, which absorbs incoming damage and transforms it into a massive counterattack. shredding anything daring enough to strike her. The countdown for the Starry Dragon's Starlight mode ticks down to its final seconds. With only 5 seconds remaining, the dragon begins to charge its ultimate ability, Stellar Light. A Starry Dragon radiates a brilliant blue aura, its energy surging to an almost blinding intensity. In a final, overwhelming display, it unleashes a massive beam of concentrated celestial energy. The battlefield is torn apart as the beam obliterates everything in its range, leaving no room for survival. The screen emphasizes the skill's immense power. Stellar Light releases an unstoppable burst of celestial energy, devastating all enemies within its area of effect. The final moments showcase the incredible damage increase, climbing from an already absurd 23,280 to a mind-boggling 34,920. The battlefield is left in ruins, completely decimated, with nothing remaining but silence and scorched ground. With the battle concluded and the timer for the Starry Dragon's Starlight mode finally reaching 0, Lu Fan stands confidently. His dragons flank him, their presence radiating pure power. He smiles, remarking that almost done with the upgrade, but they can do it a little faster. His composure remains unshaken, already thinking about the next challenge. The screen shifts focus to introduce a new enemy, a Holy Corpse Demon Dragon. A fearsome level 24 creature with abilities designed for magical destruction and raising fallen targets as undead minions. Its special moves include a deadly magic breath and a high-speed charge attack, making it a nightmare on the battlefield. Despite this, Lu Fan remains undeterred. He commands his Emerald Dragon, Xiaofi, to summon the fallen demon dragon. The vibrant green energy surrounding her intensifies as she uses the skill Natural Assimilation, summon Dragonbone Flute to summon the twin fallen demon dragons. Meanwhile, the Starry Dragon undergoes its own transformation, entering Galaxy mode. Its majestic form glows with celestial light, signaling a massive boost in power that leaves little doubt about the devastation to come. In Galaxy mode, the Starry Dragon unleashes its signature skill, Starfall, sending a radiant beam of cosmic energy crashing down on the battlefield. The attack pierces through waves of creatures, including the formidable flying beasts, leaving destruction in its wake. Lu Fan watches as his dragons continue to gain strength, their power levels soaring rapidly. Xiaofi levels up to 25, Star Dragon levels up to 18, Xiao Yi levels up to 33, and Lu Fan himself levels up to 36. He notes the impressive speed at which they are earning points and efficiency that only seems to grow with each battle. The screen then reveals another new opponent, the Abyssal Flutterfly, a level 75 creature worth 223 points. The Abyssal Flutterfly prepares its devastating attack, Corrosive Breath, forming a massive sphere of green energy that draws in magical power from the surroundings. When the shield is released, the Abyss Moth sprays Tiki green poison quickly toward the target area. Once the poison hits the target, it spreads, covering the target with shimmering green corrosive bubbles. However, the Starry Dragon counters without hesitation, opening a dimensional rift with its cosmic energy. The portal resembles a black hole, absorbing the green energy sphere and nullifying the enemy's powerful attack entirely. The screen highlights the Starry Dragon's skill, Cosmic Abyss, which creates a black hole that continuously pulls in enemies and their attacks, neutralizing their efforts. The remaining creatures are helpless against the swirling chaos, caught in the relentless grip of the Cosmic Abyss. The Starry Dragon radiates an intense aura of cosmic energy, its presence dominating the battlefield. Multiple swirling black holes form around its glowing body, each one pulling in enemies with relentless force. The screen describes that Cosmic Abyss can create several black holes that trap and crush foes under the immense pressure of concentrated energy. It's a skill designed to turn any opposition into nothing more than dust and regret. Lu Fan observes the chaos from above, perched confidently atop the Black Dragon. He chuckles, and beside him the Starry Dragon stands equally victorious, her aura pulsing with quiet but unmistakable power. However, just then, Lu Fan notices that the Centipede Demon has vanished from its spot. He is shocked at this and starts wondering where it has gone. It turns out the Centipede Demon has a special skill called Spatial Break Shadow. This skill allows the Centipede Demon to merge with space to activate stealth. It allows free movement in darkness without being detected, and during stealth, all physical and magical attacks against the Earth Demon are nullified. The effect lasts for 9 seconds. And the next moment, the Earth Demon appears behind Lu Fan, who is perched on the Black Dragon. The glowing eyes of the Centipede Demon looks like it means business. The Centipede Demon uses the skill called Deathbind. A system window materializes, revealing the details of the ability Deathbind. This sinister skill traps the target using limbs and body to form an unbreakable lock. The effects are crippling, causing stiffness, delayed reactions, and moments of total collapse. On top of this, the limbs inflict tearing damage that stacks over time, making every second under the skill's effect a ticking nightmare. However, its skill gets interrupted. Confused and startled, a centipede demon struggles to understand who has interrupted its ability. Its realization comes too late when it notices the shadow of another earth demon, the strongest demon of the 9 realms, looming before it. The truth hits like a hammer. The earth demon has sided with Lu Fan and his dragons. Betrayal becomes clear, but the centipede demon is too paralyzed to act. Desperate for answers, it demands to know why the earth demon has turned against it. Instead of wasting time with explanations, the earth demon uses spatial break shadow, nullifying the centipede demon's stealth and appearing right in front of it. Without hesitation, the earth demon lands a powerful punch directly on its face. The centipede demon is left reeling, its shock evident even as its head snaps back from the force of the blow. Still trying to make sense of the situation, the centipede demon questions the earth demon again, its voice filled with anger and disbelief. The earth demon remains silent, choosing action over words. It activates Phantom Walk, a skill that infuses its body with natural energy, granting unrestricted stealth movement within its aura. The stealth effect, undetectable by any means, breaks only upon using another ability or launching an attack. The earth demon follows up with Bloodblade Claws, slashing the centipede demon with blood-infused talons. The strike leaves deep wounds as the system window highlights the skill's effects. The attack increases the user's strength by 200% for 10 seconds, delivering a crushing blow that leaves the centipede demon bleeding and weakened. Its towering form wavers, attempting a desperate counterattack against the odds. However, its efforts falter as its strength continues to drain. Before the centipede demon can regain control, the battlefield is engulfed in an intense light. Xiao Ye, the Black Dragon Lady, descends from the skies in a display of raw power, unleashing great calamity. A skill triggers explosive destruction across every area she flies through, delivering massive damage while causing additional devastating effects. The Inferno sweeps across the battlefield, scorching everything in its path. Lu Fan steps forward, summoning his power with a calm yet confident demeanor that suggests he has everything under control. He directs his focus on the centipede demon and questions if it is enjoying reuniting with an old friend, and this so-called grand gift was satisfactory. The centipede demon, refusing to back down, taunts the earth demon with scornful remarks. It mocks the ancient demon god for being defeated twice by mere humans, calling the defeats disgraceful. The taunts cut deeper as it ridicules the earth demon for now serving those same humans. In its arrogance, the centipede demon declares itself superior, dismissing the earth demon, Lu Fan, and the dragons as unworthy of life. Furious at its perceived superiority, the centipede demon roars, triggering a system notification. The screen announces a new skill, Shadow Split Clone, allowing the demon to create 3 clones with 60% of its original health and attack power. These clones can absorb some damage and last for 5 seconds, adding a dangerous layer to its arsenal. Emboldened by this new ability, the centipede demon reflects on Lu Fan's unsettling aura, concluding that the man must be eliminated immediately. It attempts to use the Deathbind skill again, which locks enemies in place using its limbs while inflicting stiffness, slowed reactions, and cumulative tearing damage. The skill's description highlights its debilitating effects, promising immobilization and inevitable collapse for its targets. But before it can execute the move, the earth demon interrupts again with a swift and decisive attack. The centipede demon yells furiously at the earth demon and activates its skill Shadow Split Clone. 3 identical clones materialize around it, each lasting for 5 seconds. The clones possess 60% of the original body's health and attack power, making them formidable distractions while also absorbing damage. With multiple versions of itself now in play, the centipede demon encircles the earth demon, clearly prepared for a chaotic battle. Not one to back down, the earth demon activates its own clone ability. The battlefield becomes a whirlwind of identical figures as both ancient creatures prepare to clash. The scene grows tense, their power radiating in waves strong enough to unsettle anyone nearby. From a distance, Lu Fan watches the chaos unfold. A sly smirk crosses his face as he raises his hand, a red aura emanating from it. Without missing a beat, he activates Corpse Manipulation, a skill that grants him full control over the puppets transformed by the Corpse Demon Dragon. The ability allows him to summon or recall these puppets at will, restoring corpse energy with every fallen puppet. A portal opens, spilling thousands of corpse demons onto the battlefield. The undead creatures march forward with single-minded purpose, their grotesque forms ready to join the fray. The centipede demon hesitates for a moment, clearly unsettled by the new development. Its thoughts betray its disbelief. It recognizes that Lu Fan has managed to tame the entire earth demon army within the tower. The realization adds weight to the already overwhelming battle. The Earth Demon seizes the moment and strikes with its claws, landing a powerful attack on the Centipede Demon. The blow disrupts its clones and forces it to focus on the immediate threat. Meanwhile, Lu Fan observes the unfolding carnage with satisfaction. He comments on the clash of the two ancient monsters, amused to see which of them will prove stronger. The twin corpse dragon kings unleash deafening roars that reverberate through the spire. Their cries signal the entire corpse army to launch a coordinated attack, swarming the hundreds of demons that inhabit the area. The battlefield transforms into chaos as the relentless corpse army clashes with the spire's defenders. The centipede demon watches the scene and reflects in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a mere human could command such overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Lu Fan sits atop his black dragon lady, Xiao Ye, exuding a calm confidence that borders on mockery. He directs a taunting remark at the Earth Demon, making it clear that its turn to face destruction is imminent. The centipede demon, unshaken in its arrogance, dismisses the notion that it could ever be defeated. It spreads a thick poisonous green fog across the battlefield, a move mirrored by its clones. The entire area becomes engulfed in the toxic mist, obscuring vision and creating an oppressive atmosphere. The centipede demon's intent becomes clear. It is trying to escape under the cover of the fog. Lu Fan recognizes the ploy instantly and refuses to let it succeed. He activates the skill Dragon Encouragement, boosting the morale of himself and his dragon companions. The skill increases all their attributes and attack power by 30%, causing their power levels to surge. Roars erupt from the dragons as their newfound strength manifests, shaking the battlefield and leaving no doubt about their dominance. Lu Fan directs his focus back to the centipede demon, ensuring it understands there will be no escape. He commands Xiao Fi, the emerald dragon, to merge with the star dragon for a combined assault. With precise timing, he instructs the star dragon to unleash starlight destruction, its ultimate skill. Both dragons roar in unison, their combined energy forming a powerful attack that lasts for 60 seconds. Lu Fan turns his attention to Xiao Ye, the black dragon lady, and orders her to use Lava Burst. She responds with a ferocious roar, her body radiating fiery energy. Lu Fan activates the Dragon Language Unlock ability, unlocking the immense power of Dragon Language magic. The skill replaces the standard Dragon Breath and Dragon Charge abilities with two new devastating spells: Forbidden Spell of the Demon Dragon and Doomfall. Doomfall is a high-risk spell that sacrifices the caster's life to ascend to a peak before crashing down to deal immense damage. The damage output equals 200% of the sacrificed health, making it a move of unparalleled devastation. Lu Fan's mastery over this power radiates across the battlefield, signaling an entirely new level of destruction. The Star Dragon continues its relentless assault, unleashing Starlight Destruction, which channels all Starlight energy into a concentrated laser beam. The attack pierces through any defense and cannot be blocked, delivering unimaginable damage that scales with the dragon's strength and level. The battlefield lights up as the beam slices through the chaos, its sheer power erasing any remnants of resistance in its path. Xiao Ye, the black dragon lady, follows suit, roaring fiercely before deploying Lava Burst. The violent explosion engulfs the target area in flames, forming a searing lava pool. Enemies caught within the pool sink deeper into the molten trap, suffering heavy and continuous damage. The combination of fire and molten destruction turns the battlefield into a blazing inferno. The Dragon Language Resonance ability activates, enhancing the potency of the magic. When both the Dragon Rider and the Dragon Pet use the same Dragon Language spell, their combined power increases significantly. The synergy between Lu Fan and his dragons becomes unstoppable as the attacks land simultaneously. The battlefield transforms into a hellish landscape of magma and destruction. Every corner of the area bears the scars of the combined assault, with no sign of recovery for any who stood against it. Amid the chaos, the centipede demon roars defiantly and refuses to surrender. Ander stands outside the dark spire of the swamp area, in the trial of the nation's secret realm. He is surrounded by the corpses of the monsters he just slaughtered. His burning wings spread behind him, radiating heat, while his massive axe drips with the remains of his enemies. Every beast that dared to approach lies in pieces at his feet. Yet despite clearing the entire area, the gate refuses to open. Confusion sets in. He wonders, shouldn't the third wave of beasts be here by now, or if the system break, or is it just messing with him? Before he gets an answer, flames burst from the dark spire, followed by a deafening explosion. The entire structure trembles, cracks running up its length as fire engulfs it from within. The sheer force of the blast knocks Ander off his feet. He groans, pushes himself up, and tries to make sense of the chaos. What in the world just happened? 5 minutes later, the truth steps out of the collapsing spire. Lu Fan emerges looking as relaxed as ever, accompanied by his legendary black dragon lady, Shou Ye. She's still in her destructive form, carrying half of what used to be the Demon of Nine Realms. The demon, or what's left of it, dangles limply in her claws, a clear sign that whatever battle took place inside ended very, very badly for him. Lu Fan surveys the battlefield and nods. Andra, as expected, has wiped out everything outside. Shou Ye, now one for theatrics, casually tosses the demon's head towards Andra. The thing lands with a thud at his feet, eyes still frozen in a look of absolute horror. Lu Fan finally acknowledges his friend, calling out to him and checking if he's still breathing. Andra turns around, spotting Lu Fan. Relief mixes with disbelief. Of course, it is him, and of course he's still ridiculously overpowered. His gaze drops to the severed head. This thing. Would you miss it? Before he can process the situation, a notification pops up, glowing ominously. The demon is not fully dead. It can revive in 10 minutes with 10% health. Its attack power will double, but its defense will drop by 200%. It will also lose life every second. The countdown shows 4 minutes left. Andra stares at the notification, then back at the severed head. So the demon isn't completely dead. Andra stares at the severed head, tilting his head in confusion. The thing looks ridiculously weird, like a failed experiment gone horribly wrong. Before he gets too lost in thought, Lu Fan snaps him out of it, reminding him that this isn't just some ugly trophy, it is the head of Earth Demon, and it won't stay lifeless for long. If he doesn't act fast, the resurrection will trigger. Andra blinks, still processing. Wait a minute, Lu Fan is just handing him the points. That's suspiciously generous. Lu Fan smirks, making it clear that every single point inside the Spire already belongs to him. If he takes out this demon again, Andra's mission will never be completed. Realization dawns on Andra and gratitude replaces his skepticism. True friends don't just help each other, they let each other steal a final hit for maximum rewards. With a grin, he lifts his massive flaming axe, not wasting another second. In one clean strike, he finishes off what's left of the Earth Demon of Nine Realms. A notification flashes across the screen. Interruption, death, and rebirth. By morning, the chaos of battle is gone, replaced by the quiet crackling of a campfire. The swamp, once filled with roars and explosions, now serves as a resting place for the victors. Andra leans back, stretching his arms, completely satisfied. Having Lu Fan as a friend? Absolute luck. The task completion alone rewarded him with 200,000 points, bumping him up to rank 2. A screen appears before Andra, displaying his updated stats. His name stands at the top, followed by his nation, Snow. His level has risen to 61 Flame Warrior. His total points now amount to 271,229, securing him the position of rank 2 in the competition. Lu Fan glances at him and comments that their temporary squad ends here. The alliance was fun while it lasted, but this is still the nation's trial. Sooner or later, they return to being rivals. Andra sighs, knowing Lu Fan is right. If they had met before this whole competition, he definitely would have taken him out for a nice drink instead of chopping through endless waves of monsters. Lu Fan, always the optimist, assures him that there will be another chance. Andra grins and extends his hand for a handshake. This is a promise now. Once the nation's trial ends, they celebrate with a big drink, no excuses. Lu Fan meets his handshake with confidence. A promise is a promise. Andra laughs, declaring it official. No one backs out now. Andra opens his point window, then glances at Lu Fan, suddenly remembering something important. Without hesitation, he transfers a chunk of his points and tells Lu Fan to accept them. A notification pops up on Lu Fan's screen, confirming the transfer, 50,000 points received from Andra. He raises an eyebrow, confused. Why is he getting free points now? Andra grins, rubbing the back of his head. After eating so much of Lu Fan's food, messing with his PvP battles, and now getting a free mission boost, he figures he owes at least this much. Sure, 50,000 points probably mean nothing to someone like Lu Fan, but it is the thought that counts. Lu Fan smirks. Seeing Andra all flustered over a simple point transfer is a rare sight. Not wanting to ruin the moment, he accepts them without protest. Andra laughs, then shifts gears to something that's been on his mind. With Lu Fan's ridiculous strength and his army of overpowered dragon pets, why is he even bothering with those weaklings? A few hits would solve everything instantly, right? Lu Fan shakes his head. These so-called weaklings are actually the new elites from different nations. Some of them possess rare hidden professions he hasn't encountered before. This is the perfect opportunity to study their abilities, learn from their techniques, and expand his knowledge. It is not a waste of time because in the end, he will be the one standing at the top. Andra groans, rolling his eyes. There it is again, that classic cool talk. Always so composed, always thinking 10 steps ahead. No way he's falling behind now. Time to pick up some tasks and start stacking points again. With a wave, he takes off, already fired up for his next mission. Lu Fan watches him leave, chuckling to himself. Andra isn't bad at all. Hopefully, the system doesn't throw a PvP mission at him that requires hunting him down. Shrugging off the thought, he turns back to more pressing matters. His fallen puppet army has just gained new recruits. Xiaoyai lets out a powerful roar, marking the start of their next move. Meanwhile, inside the command room of the nation's trial arena, a massive screen displays the updated rankings of the nation's trial participants. Rank 1. Dragon Nation, Lu Fan, 1,300,135 points. Rank 2. Snow Nation, Andra, 271,229 points. Rank 3. Tiki Nation, Jin Chenghen, 160,964 points. Rank 4. Star Nation, Charles, 129,883 points. One of the Snow Nation officials practically jumps with excitement. Andra's rise to rank 2 is no small feat. Overtaking Star Nation is something to celebrate. His booming laughter fills the room, his pride nearly bursting at the seams. Another official steps in with congratulations, impressed by the success of Andra. If someone from Snow Nation can defeat the Nine Realms demon, then maybe, just maybe, it isn't an impossible task after all. A third official, clearly less impressed, crosses his arms. It is nice to be hopeful, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Andra wouldn't have pulled this off without Lu Fan. That much is obvious. Another man nods in agreement. If the other representatives get stuck on this mission, no way they're getting through it alone. Not unless they have a Lu Fan of their own. Spoiler alert, they don't. The realization finally sinks in. The official from Snow Nation quickly straightens up and makes his way to Elder Han, representing Dragon Nation. With a deep bow, he expresses Snow Nation's gratitude, acknowledging Lu Fan's indirect help. If not for him, Andrew wouldn't be standing at rank 2 right now. Elder Han chuckles, clearly enjoying the moment. Andrew is the kind of guy who helps others in need, always pulling his own weight. That alone makes him worthy of respect. The atmosphere shifts as another official points out the real consequence of this ranking shift. At this pace, Tiki Nation, the host country, is about to drop to rank 3. Before anyone can process that, one of the men, clearly lacking survival instincts, blurts it out loud. Another official immediately smacks his arm, whispering harshly, "Sam, shut up. Hasn't he noticed that Mr. Jin Zayan has been completely silent for a while now?" Silence spreads through the room. The realization hits. If Jin Zayan isn't saying anything, it can only mean one thing: he is not happy. From the sidelines, Jin Zayan, the event organizer and the highest official of Tiki Nation, watches the murmuring and gossiping unfold around him. His expression remains unreadable, but inside, frustration boils over. Andrew, of all people, has surpassed Jin Chenghen, a guy built like a war machine, but with the strategic depth of a puddle, has now climbed to rank 2. If Star Nation makes another push, Tiki Nation might not even hold onto rank 3. Shouting at subordinates hasn't worked. Manipulating tasks hasn't helped. Even tweaking the Nine Realms demon count has done nothing to slow them down. Every trick, every desperate attempt to control the trial has backfired spectacularly. His phone won't stop buzzing. Higher-ups are flooding him with messages, each one more infuriating than the last. Another report arrives, another Nine Realms demon has been taken down. Then a demand: "What's going on? You swore you had this under control." The next message stings: "Tiki Nation just dropped to 3rd place. Another embarrassment under your watch." And finally, the threat: "This is your final warning. If you can't handle Lu Fan, you know exactly what's coming." His grip tightens around the phone. He knows exactly what they mean. If he doesn't turn this around, his position and possibly his entire career is finished. A thought surfaces. There's only one method left. Before he can dwell on it further, a subordinate rushes up to him, visibly anxious. He insists that Jin Zayan follow him immediately. Annoyance flashes across his face. He has no patience for interruptions. What could possibly be so urgent right now? The subordinate hesitates for a second before blurting it out. The scroll has been completed. Jin Zayan's frustration vanishes in an instant. His expression shifts from irritation to something much darker. Finally, the last method can now be implemented. Without wasting another second, he orders his subordinate to lead the way. This time, things will change. It is day 3 of the nation's trial. Jin Zayan glares at his subordinates, demanding confirmation. The weight of the situation presses down on him, and he refuses to tolerate incompetence at this stage. One of his men steps forward, clutching a black box as if it holds the fate of the entire nation, because in a way it does. He nods, assuring Jin Zayan that the job is done. Thanks to the back door secretly placed during the design of this secret realm, their plan has reached completion. With careful hands, he opens the black box. Inside lies a single scroll, ancient in appearance but recently crafted under extreme pressure. The process was rushed, leaving no time for a thorough inspection. It might have issues, but the master of enhancement professions has verified that it is functional probably. A system notification flashes across the screen, Trial of the Nation. Consumable scroll, it can open a portal to a designated location within the Trial of the Nation's secret realm for 90 seconds. However, there is a note. This scroll is an experimental product created under urgent conditions. The portal may be extremely unstable. Immediate use is recommended. Under no circumstances should knowledge of this item be leaked. Jin Zayan picks up the scroll, scanning the words carefully. The phrase extremely unstable catches his attention. A slight twitch forms at the corner of his eye. Of course, nothing can ever be simple. His options, however, are running out, and hesitation is a luxury he cannot afford. One of his subordinates steps forward, reporting that they have been monitoring Lu Fan from the back end for an extended period. No unusual activity has been detected. Jin Zayan's patience snaps. His subordinates, yet again, prove themselves useless. Expecting to catch Lu Fan slipping was foolish. That man is too smart, too calculated. No evidence, no mistakes, no way to expose him. Only one solution remains. He gives his orders without hesitation. 2 subordinates must guard the hallway and ensure no one approaches until he returns. His bald-headed minion immediately acknowledges the command with the enthusiasm of someone eager to stay in his boss's good books. The other hesitates, then cautiously asks if Jin Zayan is truly planning to go through with this. Before he can finish the question, Jin Zayan cuts him off. There is no room for doubt. He is personally entering the secret realm to handle matters himself. Jin Zayan wastes no time and activates the scroll instantly. A massive portal erupts before him, its swirling energy crackling with instability. The system notification appears, confirming its activation. Portal established. Trial of the Nation's secret realm. The desert. Notice. The portal is extremely unstable and may close at any moment. The swirling vortex flickers erratically, proving just how rushed and unpredictable this so-called experimental item truly is. One of his subordinates steps forward, panic written all over his face. This is far too dangerous. The scroll was hastily created, untested, and unpredictable. Anything could happen. The bald subordinate, never missing an opportunity to state the obvious, chimes in with another concern. If other overseers notice Jin Zayan's sudden appearance, or if he gets caught on a live broadcast, the consequences will be disastrous. Nothing screams corruption like an event organizer secretly sneaking into the battlefield. Jin Zayan, already anticipating their concerns, remains unfazed. He has already taken precautions. The main controller and the director have been notified. No footage of the desert map will be aired until he returns. There will be no leaks, no evidence, and no questions. Another system notification appears. Portal duration, 90 seconds. Time is running out. He turns to his subordinates one last time, issuing his final instructions. This location must remain secure at all costs. If anyone discovers what is happening here, Tiki Nation's reputation will take a nosedive. Every move from this point on must be handled with absolute discretion. His subordinates immediately acknowledge the order, their expressions tense but obedient. Jin Zayan hesitates for just a moment before adding one last command. There is one more thing that must be done. Activate the ultimate mission. Lu Fan is already on the hunt for 9 Realms demon missions. Time is slipping away and every second counts. The pieces are in motion. Now everything depends on execution. Lu Fan, accompanied by his legendary Black Dragon Lady, Xiao Ye, arrives in the vast desert of the Trial of the Nation's secret realm. His system interface lights up, confirming the latest challenge. The system registers the current mission as subjugating the Earth Demon, an epic boss at level 85. A notification appears, stating that the task has been accepted and the objective is set. He looks up, spotting the dark spire standing ominously ahead. No need to waste time searching for it. The target has already revealed itself. Xiao Yi also reacts, sensing the unusual convenience of the situation. Lu Fan reflects the competition rules dictate that high-point missions should be rare occurrences. Yet this now marks his 3rd consecutive mission involving a 9 Realms demon. The probability of such a sequence occurring naturally remains far too suspicious. Without hesitation, he instructs Xiao Yi to head toward the dark spire. A nagging feeling settles in his mind. These missions do not feel random. Every objective appears carefully arranged, placed in his path with clear intent. Riding on Xiao Ye, he moves forward, but within moments, a massive wave of monsters bursts into sight, blocking the path. The sight barely surprises him. The competition hosted by Tiki Nation continues to expose its hidden tricks. Flying monsters release piercing growls, their eyes locked onto their target, preparing to strike. Lu Fan remains unfazed. If Tiki Nation insists on throwing obstacles in his way, then the only logical response is to smash through them. Without hesitation, he calls upon Xiaofi and Xingqian, declaring that their break is officially over. Lu Fan commands Xingqian to activate Star Shuttle. Instantly, the Star Dragon shifts into star-like form, unleashing a roar that shakes the battlefield. His body glows with cosmic energy, radiating power as space itself bends around him. The system registers the transformation, remaining time in stellar form, 59 seconds. A notification confirms the activation of Star Shuttle. This ability tears through space to generate a portal leading directly to the target location. The system notes that the portal remains active for 60 seconds and remains unaffected by any barriers, formations, or curses. A shimmering portal erupts in front of them, distorting the air around it. Without hesitation, Lu Fan and his dragons enter, bypassing the horde of monsters waiting outside the Dark Spire. The system updates the countdown. Time left for Star Shuttle: 59 seconds. Inside the Dark Spire, Lu Fan lands effortlessly. Xiao Ye, Xia Fei, and Xingqian lined up behind him like an unstoppable force. The air stinks of decay and the place is crawling with monsters. Their glowing eyes track the intruders, but none of them dare to move yet. At the center of it all, the Demon of Nine Realms lounges on its throne, looking as lazy as a washed-up villain who has been sitting around for centuries with nothing better to do. Its clawed fingers tap against the armrests, its smug expression radiating overconfidence. A deep voice rumbles through the spire, filled with arrogance. The demon wastes no time throwing out the usual threats, acting as if Lu Fan just made the biggest mistake of his life by stepping inside. The system scans the creature and displays its attributes. Lu Fan steps forward, barely paying attention to the inflated stats. Strength over 40,000, agility meant for dodging, endurance high enough to drag out a fight. None of it will save this oversized dirt monster from getting wrecked. His legendary sword appears in his grip, glowing with pure power. Dragon Ki surges through him, merging with his black dragon. The ground trembles under his presence. The monsters shrink back, sensing what's about to happen. Earth Seat, Lishi. A deep, obedient voice answers without hesitation. Understood, Master. The air turns heavy. The Earth Demon, still playing king on its dusty throne, now faces a reality it never prepared for. Lu Fan activates natural assimilation, Dragon's command, summoning two of his most fearsome allies, life-destroying Puppeteer Dragon and Corpse Puppeteer Dragon. Their levels instantly match his, making them just as powerful as he is. In the next moment, the twin Corpse Dragons emerge from the shadows, their presence radiating death itself. Without hesitation, Lu Fan casts Puppet Control, a skill that grants him full command over all undead creatures converted by the fallen Corpse Emperor Dragon. This ability allows him to summon or withdraw them at will. Any undead slain in battle will return to the fallen dragon's energy pool, ensuring endless reinforcements. The two Nine Realms demons he subdued earlier rise once more, their bodies no longer under their own control. The dark energy surrounding them makes it clear these so-called rulers are now nothing more than Lu Fan's puppets. With his army fully assembled, he wastes no time. His voice cuts through the spire, calling on his dragons and demons to finish the battle quickly. Time is precious, and he has no interest in dragging this out longer than necessary. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the secret realm, far from the Dark Spire, the situation looks very different for Uspan from Miko country. Fear grips his entire body as he stumbles backward, his hands raised in pure desperation. He pleads for his life, begging the opponent before him to spare him. Uspan stands at level 59, tribal warrior with 42,172 points, ranked 14th. His opponent, standing over him with a twisted grin, is none other than Musashi 10 of Sakura country. Musashi watches him, amusement flickering in his cold eyes. The blade of his sword presses lightly against Uspan's neck, just enough to remind him that mercy is not an option here. The system displays Musashi's stats. Level 60, Ghost Warrior with 105,532 points, currently ranked 5th. Uspan desperately offers everything he has. His points, his pride, his match, anything, as long as Musashi lets him go. Musashi, unfazed, seems to enjoy the pathetic display. He clearly believes that begging for mercy is just another form of entertainment. Musashi watches Uspan with boredom, his patience wearing thin. The thrill of hunting a weaker opponent fades fast, and he bluntly points out how dull this has become. He could just end it now, take the points and move on, but that wouldn't be nearly as fun. A new idea crosses his mind and his grin widens. He lifts his sword and presses the tip against the face of Uspan. The terrified warrior stiffens, his breath hitching as Musashi lays out his next demand. Survival comes at a price. Uspan must lick his shoe and publicly disgrace his entire nation by shouting that the people of Miko country are nothing more than pigs and dogs. Uspan flinches, his voice breaking as he refuses. The thought alone disgusts him, but his refusal earns an immediate reaction. Musashi's amusement vanishes, replaced by cold irritation. He leans in, questioning whether Uspan really thinks he has a choice. Panic floods Uspan's eyes. His resolve shatters, replaced by sheer desperation. He crumbles instantly, apologizing and swearing he will do it, anything to be spared. His knees hit the ground as he forces the words out, shame twisting his face. Musashi isn't satisfied. He orders him to be louder, making sure the humiliation is complete. Uspan obeys, raising his voice, declaring in front of the system and the world that his people are nothing but animals. Musashi bursts into laughter, completely entertained by the pitiful display. Watching a proud warrior break down like this is better than he expected. He mocks Uspan, pointing out how quickly he abandoned his pride the moment death became real. Before he can savor his victory any longer, a sudden purple shadow hand rips through Uspan's chest, ending him instantly. A system notification pops up, Uspan from Miko-mation eliminated. 1 out of 23 remaining. Musashi's smug grin disappears as shock replaces it. He spins around, eyes narrowing at the one responsible. Annoyance flashes across his face. The culprit? None other than the walking buzzkill himself, Jin Chengyan. Musashi shouts at him, furious that his entertainment was cut short. He wasn't done yet, and now the points are stolen right from under him. Jin Chengyan is currently ranked 3rd, just behind Lu Fan and Andra, and he doesn't look the least bit guilty. His total points now stand at 160,964, with the additional 42,175 from Uspan. He is the representative of Tiki Nation and holds the title of Abyss Summoner, standing at level 61. Jin Chengyan responds with nothing but cold logic. Uspan was dead either way, and everyone knew Musashi had no intention of letting him go. Musashi scowls, clearly annoyed. Killing Uspan was inevitable, but the method mattered. Stealing the points, now that was just unforgivable. Jin Chengyan doesn't care. He states bluntly that points were never the goal. The mission still needs to be completed, and wasting time playing the prey is nothing but a distraction. Musashi, still annoyed but curious, asks about the mission. Jin Chengyan shuts him down with a sharp command to stay quiet and listen. Before Musashi can argue, a portal flickers to life in front of them, and out steps Jin Zayan. The smug expression of Jin Chengyan falters for a moment, clearly surprised. He questions Jin Zayan, wondering if the Overseer has some urgent news that couldn't wait. The system chimes in with a warning, letting Jin Zayan know the portal is unstable and could collapse any second. Musashi, meanwhile, is completely baffled. He stares at Jin Zayan, trying to process how someone could just waltz into the middle of the competition like this. He blurts out his disbelief, questioning if this is even allowed. Jin Zayan, of course, looks as calm as ever, probably enjoying the chaos he just caused. Meanwhile, Musashi is probably mentally drafting a complaint to the competition committee about unfair portal usage. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and his dragons are locked in an intense battle with the 3rd demon of the 9 realms, the Earthblood Demon. This level 85 monstrosity is not just big and scary, it is also throwing a full-blown tantrum. Its aura pulses with raw power, sending shockwaves through the spire that could probably knock over a small mountain. The Earthblood Demon has 3 devastating attacks up its sleeve, and it is not shy about using them. First, there's the Phantom Tiger Step. This move lets the demon transform into multiple transparent tiger illusions that pop up randomly around its targets. Each illusion explodes on contact, dealing massive area of effect magic damage. It is like a fireworks show, except the fireworks are trying to kill you. Next up is the Thunderclaw Strike. The demon slams its thunder-charged claws into the ground, leaving behind glowing thunderclaw marks. After a brief delay, these marks erupt into massive electric shockwaves, frying everything in the area and slowing down anyone unlucky enough to be caught in it by 70% for 10 seconds. The third attack, Soul Hunting Tiger, is the real nightmare. If the demon lands this one, it tears its target's soul into fragments, temporarily reducing their maximum health and cutting their healing effects by 30%. Right now, the Earthblood Demon decides to show off its Thunderclaw Strike. It slams its claws into the ground and the air crackles with electricity as Thunderclaw marks spread across the battlefield. In response, the second demon of the 9 realms, who now serves Lu Fan, unleashes Death Coil. Its body and limbs twist unnaturally, stretching into chains that wrap tightly around its enemies, locking them in place. The effect is brutal. Paralysis sets, and instantly poison seeps through their veins and stun effects render them helpless. The tearing damage from the demonic limbs stacks rapidly, turning resistance into a losing battle. The third demon of the 9 realms recoils in shock. Confusion flashes across its monstrous face as it struggles to comprehend the betrayal. It stammers, demanding answers from the second demon, unable to process why one of its own would turn against it. It never gets the chance to understand. Before it can react, the first demon of the 9 realms materializes, moving with lethal precision. Without hesitation, it unleashes Bloodblade Claw, its massive claws slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Each swing tears into the third demon's flesh, dealing catastrophic damage. A surge of power courses through the first demon, increasing its damage strength by 200% for the next 12 seconds. The third demon of the 9 realms stands no chance. Its body, ravaged and broken, crashes violently to the ground. Heavily injured and gasping for breath, it stares in disbelief at the first demon, barely managing to stutter its final words before death claims it. A system notification flashes. Dragon Nation's Lu Fan gains 1,300,135 points, with an additional 436,718. Lu Fan takes a moment to marvel at yet another overwhelming victory. He reflects on the power of the demons now under his control. If just 2 of the 9 realms demons are this strong, the idea of all 9 attacking at once is nothing short of terrifying. A smirk creeps onto his face. Behind him, his twin corpse dragons unleash a deafening roar, their sheer presence shaking the dark spire. Every remaining monster inside the spire, including the third demon's corpse, quivers under the force of their power. One by one, the fallen rise again, not as enemies, but as loyal servants. Their lifeless eyes now glow with eerie submission, bound to Lu Fan's will. Lu Fan muses over the irony of the situation. The Tiki Kingdom, so confident in their schemes, never anticipated that their own machinations would hand him an unstoppable army. He contemplates the chaos he could unleash. If he releases this demon horde now, the panic it would cause would be nothing short of legendary. Jin Chang'an rides atop his abyss summon, moving at an incredible speed, cutting through the secret realm like a shadow in the wind. Musashi, however, clings desperately to his cloak, clearly regretting every life choice that led him to this moment. Panic floods his voice as he yells at Jin Chang'an to slow down, his complaints growing louder by the second. Jin Chang'an, visibly irritated, snaps at him to be quiet, already feeling a headache forming from his whining. Musashi, struggling to hold on, shifts his focus to something else. He asks if the Overseer already revealed the location of the ultimate mission, then why aren't they heading straight for it? The hesitation makes no sense. Jin Chang'an dismisses the idea instantly. It is not time yet. His mind drifts back to his conversation with the Overseer, Jin Zayan. Zayan had kept it brief, wasting no time on pleasantries. The teleportation array was unstable, forcing him to deliver the information quickly before disappearing again. Musashi, still reeling from the situation, couldn't believe the sheer audacity of the Tiki Kingdom. Sending an Overseer into the secret realm was beyond shameless. It was outright cheating. Jin Chang'an had cut straight to the point. The points Lu Fan accumulated felt completely rigged. If Tiki was so desperate to control the competition, why not just disqualify him outright? Jin Zayan had shut that idea down immediately. The rules of the secret realm were functioning normally, with no irregularities. There was no valid excuse to forcibly remove Lu Fan. Grinding monsters and completing small quests wouldn't be enough to catch up. If they wanted to close the gap, they needed to uncover Lu Fan's secret. The Dragon Nation representative was farming the Dark Spire at an insane rate, and if he could do it, so could they. Before the teleportation array collapsed, Jin Zayan left him with one final piece of advice. The ultimate mission had been activated. How they used it would determine everything. Jin Chang'an knew exactly what that meant. The ultimate mission wasn't meant for Lu Fan. The real target was Charles Xian. Wasting it now would be pointless. First, they needed to track down a Dark Spire and figure out how Lu Fan managed to take down the 9 realms demons. The ultimate mission didn't work like a regular quest. It directly locked onto the top-ranked player on the leaderboard as its target. Using it too soon would be reckless. The real value came from waiting until it could be unleashed on the strongest. Musashi finally gives in, admitting that Jin Chang'an is in charge now. Still, he can't resist taking a jab at Tiki Kingdom, pointing out that all their so-called skills seem to revolve around cheating rather than actual strength. Jin Chang'an stops abruptly, and the sudden halt sends Musashi flying off, landing face-first on the ground. Musashi groans, immediately accusing Jin Chang'an of being vindictive. Was that kind of retaliation really necessary over a single comment? Jin Chang'an ignores the whining and points ahead. Musashi follows his gaze, and the sight in front of them sends a chill down his spine. A group of towering heavenly demon soldiers, fallen corpses, each at level 75 with 165 points, stand in formation, gripping a massive iron chain. Musashi instantly recognizes the ominous atmosphere surrounding them. This is the Dark Spire. The air feels heavy, oppressive, like an unseen force pressing down on everything. Jin Chang'an remains unfazed. He reassures Musashi, confident that their strength is more than enough to handle whatever comes next. Something still doesn't sit right, though. The Nine Realms demon army seems small. It doesn't add up. Musashi doesn't dwell on the thought. His focus sharpens as he unsheathes his swords, eager to test himself against these ancient warriors. He smirks, eager to see just how strong this so-called demon army really is, especially since it once brought ruin to Jin Chang'en's precious Tiki kingdom. A deep purple aura erupts around him, and in the blink of an eye, his entire form shifts. His armor materializes, wrapping around him in a menacing design, and his mask clicks into place, radiating pure intimidation. The moment is brief. His swords cut through the air as he unleashes Ghost Scythe Demon Slash, sending high-speed rotating wind blades slicing through the battlefield. The attack carves through multiple heavenly demon soldiers with ruthless precision, cutting them clean in half before they can even react. Jin Chang'en watches, unimpressed. His mind remains fixated on Lu Fan. He wonders if it was due to the dragon pet or a lucky exploit. If it weren't for the loopholes, there's no way Lu Fan could have taken on the Dark Spire alone. Without another word, he moves into action. His abyss summon engulfs the battlefield in darkness, and he begins grabbing the soldiers one by one, effortlessly sealing them within it. He doesn't just want to defeat Lu Fan, he wants to prove that whatever Lu Fan can do, he can do better. Musashi and Jin Chang'en make quick work of the remaining heavenly demon soldiers. Their attacks tear through the battlefield, and soon nothing remains but silence and scattered remains. Musashi checks the system screen, expecting a massive boost in points. His eyes narrow as confusion takes over. Nothing has changed. Every monster has been wiped out, yet his points remain exactly the same. Jin Chang'en quickly catches on. Something isn't right. Clearing this many enemies should have reflected immediately, but the system stays silent. He decides there's only one way to figure this out. They need to go inside and see for themselves. A single thought lingers in his mind. What exactly did Lu Fan discover in here? They step into the Dark Spire, moving cautiously. The deeper they go, the stranger it feels. Musashi glances around, puzzled by the eerie emptiness. There are no monsters. Not a single one. Jin Chang'en considers the possibility that someone else has already cleared the area. If that's the case, then where are the signs of battle? The spire is too silent, too untouched. A sudden noise echoes through the darkness. Musashi's instincts kick in. He grips his swords tightly and calls out to whoever or whatever is lurking in the shadows. His body tenses, ready for combat. Jin Chang'en doesn't hesitate either. His abyss summon coils around him, prepared for any sudden attack. But neither of them are ready for what happens next. From the darkness, figures emerge, 3 demons of the 9 realms. Not 1, 3. Both warriors freeze. Their minds struggle to process what they are seeing. This shouldn't be possible. The sheer presence of these demons weighs down on them, suffocating, relentless. Straight beads on their foreheads as reality sinks in. They have messed up. Badly. The demons stand before them, their menacing gazes locking onto their next victims. Jin Chang'en and Musashi stare in horror, their eyes widening, their bravado instantly fading. The situation has taken a sharp turn, and for the first time, neither of them feel like the ones in control. Jin Chang'en stares at the monstrous figures in front of him, his voice barely steady as he stammers the obvious. 3 demons of the 9 realms stand before them. His mind races, struggling to make sense of the situation. Musashi clenches his fists, trying to keep his composure. The sheer pressure radiating from these demons is unlike anything he has faced before. The air feels suffocating, pressing down on them like an invisible weight. Jin Chang'en refuses to believe this is real. Something isn't adding up. This shouldn't be happening. Before he can process further, a voice cuts through the tension. Lu Fan steps into view, his presence calm and deliberate. His eyes hold no surprise, only amusement. He hadn't expected them to find this place so soon. Jin Chang'en snaps his head toward him, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Lu Fan, here. Musashi, still recovering from the overwhelming presence of the demons, barely contains his shock. Of all people, Lu Fan has the nerve to show up now. Lu Fan remains unfazed. He doesn't see this as a coincidence. He came here for them. They ambushed his carefully built base, and he isn't one to let things slide. He explains his strategy, revealing the true power behind his growing army. The more fallen corpse puppets he collects, the more skilled he becomes at controlling them. His ability has evolved far beyond basic commands, and out through the 9 realms demons, he can direct his forces to hunt even beyond the spire. Each demon commands an entire army, essentially tripling his reach, points, and experience gain. The soldiers roam freely, gather resources, and eliminate threats, while the 9 realms demons remain stationed inside the Dark Spire, guarding it like an impenetrable fortress. Musashi scoffs, dismissing his confidence as pure arrogance. If he really came for them, then he walked straight into his own death. The system screen flashes, displaying the current stats of Lu Fan. He currently has 1,736,853 points and is ranked number 1. Musashi's eyes lock onto that ridiculous point count. A slow smirk spreads across his face as he turns to Jin Cheng'en. Taking down Lu Fan now means a massive payout. They just need to decide how to split the points once they're done with him. Jin Cheng'en, however, isn't so quick to rush in. He reminds Musashi that Lu Fan holds a personal grudge against him. Killing him outright would be too easy, too merciful. He wants him to suffer first. Still, his mind stays focused on the real problem. Lu Fan might be simple to deal with, but the 9 realms demons are not. One alone would be a nightmare to handle. Facing 3 at once, that's an entirely different level of danger. There's only one explanation. Lu Fan wouldn't have entered the Spire alone unless he already had a way to win without fighting the 9 realms demons directly. Whatever trick he's using, they need to figure it out and fast. Lu Fan watches them argue, completely unbothered. They stand in front of him, treating him like a side character in his own story, casually planning how to divide his points. Their arrogance is almost amusing. Jin Cheng'en, still convinced of his control over the situation, throws out an offer. If Lu Fan reveals the secret behind the Dark Spire, they might consider sparing his life. Musashi immediately dismisses the idea, calling it a waste of time. Negotiation serves no purpose. Capturing Lu Fan first and forcing the answers out of him sounds like a much better plan. Lu Fan smirks at their foolishness. They actually believe he found some broken exploit to farm points. The thought alone is laughable. Jin Cheng'en remains persistent. The points of Lu Fan are absurdly high. Nothing they encountered inside the Spire explains how he accumulated so many. They fought 2 waves of gatekeeper beasts on the way in, and now the place is empty. Something doesn't add up. Musashi, growing impatient, refuses to believe a low-level job changer could clear the Dark Spire alone. Nobody is that knave. Lu Fan tilts his head slightly, mocking their ignorance. They claim there is nothing inside the Spire, yet 3 9 realms demons stand right behind them. Jin Cheng'en stiffens, his gut twists with unease. The 9 realms demons remain motionless, too silent, too still. Logically, intruders should have triggered an attack the moment they stepped inside. This isn't normal. The only explanation is one he refuses to acknowledge. If the 9 realms demons aren't attacking, then someone is controlling them. Lu Fan turns their own corruption against them. If such an easy point farming trick existed, the Tiki kingdom would have abused it long ago. They alter system quests whenever they feel like it, bending the rules to cheat their way forward. Jin Cheng'en's confidence cracks and he reflects. Lu Fan knows and has figured out they're tampering with the trial. If he truly commands the 9 realms demons, then this battle is already lost. Musashi, unwilling to waste another second listening to Lu Fan, urges Jin Cheng'en to stop talking and attack immediately. His patience runs dry. Both swords in hand, he shifts into full battle gear and launches himself at Lu Fan with reckless confidence. Lu Fan watches the incoming attack with nothing but amusement. His voice drips with mock pity. His hard-earned points accumulated through relentless hunting are dismissed so casually. If they refuse to believe the reality in front of them, then he has no problem proving it. He snaps his fingers. In an instant, all 3 demons of the 9 realms lunge forward, their overwhelming power crashing down on Musashi and Jin Cheng'en. The air trembles with their combined presence. Both warriors freeze. The attack blindsides them completely. Jin Cheng'en's confidence shatters. He yells at Musashi to retreat, his survival instincts kicking in. Musashi, still in denial, shouts in shock. Lu Fan actually commands the 9 realms demons. This shouldn't be possible. Jin Cheng'en, running like a panicked chicken, refuses to accept what's happening. He convinces himself that this must be a bug. The system has to be broken. No one should be able to control these demons, especially not Lu Fan. His mind spirals into disbelief. The trial they spent so much time manipulating, the one they designed for the Tiki Kingdom's benefit, has turned against them. What was meant to be their greatest advantage now belongs to Lu Fan. Before they can escape, the second demon of the 9 realms materializes in front of them. Their momentum halts instantly. Without hesitation, the second demon unleashes Death Coil. Its body and limbs stretch unnaturally, twisting into monstrous chains that lash out, wrapping around both warriors. The effect is immediate. Paralysis sets in, poison seeps into their bodies, and the stun effect locks them in place. The tearing damage from the demonic limbs stacks rapidly, amplifying their agony with every passing second. The impact is devastating. Both are sent flying and crashing to the ground with brutal force. Before Jin Cheng'en can recover, the first demon of the 9 realms steps forward, towering over him like an executioner. His body is already battered from the last attack, and the situation only grows worse. With no other choice, he summons his strongest ally. His Abyss summon shifts, evolving into the Abyssal Entangler, a level 61 monstrosity born from the evolution of the abyssal crawler. If escape is impossible, then he will fight until his last breath. The first demon of the 9 realms wastes no time. It unleashes Bloodblade Claw, swinging 5 massive blood-infused claws at blinding speed. The attack tears straight through the abyssal entangler, shredding it apart like paper. The sheer force of the strike amplifies its power further, increasing its damage strength by 200% for the next 12 seconds. Jin Chengyan watches in horror as his strongest summon is obliterated in an instant. His confidence crumbles. His mind screams at the realization this level of power isn't just overwhelming, it is the kind that can shake entire nations. The Abyssal Entangler, a creature powerful enough to dominate most battlefields, didn't even survive a single hit. Panic sets in. Survival is the only thought left in his head. He needs to escape. Death isn't an option. He has too much to lose. He tries to convince himself that he is still the pride of the Tiki Kingdom. The first demon of the 9 realms doesn't let him finish. A massive palm swings down, crushing his head with a sickening impact. Jin Chengyan is flattened on the spot, his existence erased without fanfare. From a short distance away, Lu Fan remains seated, relaxed, surrounded by his dragon ladies. His expression doesn't change as he watches everything unfold. His voice carries no arrogance, only calm certainty. He never cheated. Every beast he hunted, every puppet he created was through his own effort. The results speak for themselves. Musashi stands frozen, his mind barely processing what just happened. His body is already wounded, his strength fading, but his pride refuses to let him back down. Fear grips him, but he pushes past it. He forces himself to stand tall, yelling that he won't fall. He is the top young master of Sakura Nation, a future powerhouse destined to rise above all others. This cannot be his end. Purple aura flares around him as he roars in defiance. His energy surges as he releases Ghost Scythe Demon Slash, sending a high-speed rotating wind blade slicing through the battlefield. It tears through the air, cutting everything in its path. The second demon of the 9 realms doesn't even flinch. The attack is meaningless. It moves swiftly, his body coiling around Musashi before he can react. The crushing force tightens, bones snapping under the immense pressure. Musashi gasps, struggling against the inevitable. His final words slip out in disbelief. He can't accept this. His body goes limp. His name becomes nothing more than a footnote in history. Lu Fan glances at his screen, a smirk playing on his lips. He muses aloud about how everyone claims to be the future world's #1, but so far, just summoning a few beasts has been enough to wipe out his opponents. It is almost too easy, and he can't help but feel a little smug about it. But then he notices something odd. His points haven't increased. He frowns, confused. He wonders why there are no added points, and if the system glitched, or if he accidentally hit some kind of humble mode where he doesn't get credit for his wins. Then it hits him. He remembers the annoying ability of Jin Chengyan to revive through summoned beasts, and of course Musashi-ten has the same trick up his sleeve. Lu Fan sighs, realizing his opponents aren't truly defeated yet. They're like those annoying video game bosses that keep coming back no matter how many times you think you've beaten them. Lu Fan shakes his head, muttering to himself about how these guys are like cockroaches, hard to kill and always popping up where you least expect them. But he's not worried. If anything, it just means he gets to crush them all over again. And this time, he'll make sure they stay down. Soon, in the National Trial Secret Realm, amidst the endless dunes of the 10,000 miles of sand desert, Jin Chengyan and Musashi spring back to life thanks to the Abitus symbiosis ability of Jin Chengyan. A notification flashes on the screen, reminding them that split hibernation has only 5 uses left. Musashi coughs and sputters, clearly disoriented but quickly realizing he's alive again. He marvels at the revival, declaring it amazing and boasting that they no longer have to fear death. Jin Chengyan, however, isn't as thrilled. He shuts down Musashi's excitement with a dose of reality, pointing out that Lu Fan still has 3 9-realm demons and an entire army at his disposal. Reviving multiple times won't mean much if they can't actually defeat Lu Fan. Jin Chengyan also reminds Musashi that they only have 5 uses of split hibernation left, and one was already wasted during their first encounter. Musashi grumbles about the loss, but Jin Chengyan brushes it off, stressing that they can't afford to be reckless. He suggests they find another untouched dark spire to investigate how Lu Fan managed to tame the 9-realm demons. After all, Lu Fan is just a dragon tamer. Taming demonic beasts shouldn't be in his skill set. If he can do it, Jin Chengyan is confident he can too. Musashi agrees, though his enthusiasm is tinged with urgency. They need to figure out a way to take down Lu Fan within their remaining 5 lives. The clock is ticking and the desert sands aren't getting any friendlier. Jin Chengyan, ever the strategist, is already plotting their next move, while Musashi is just hoping they don't run out of lives before they run out of ideas. Musashi suddenly feels an overwhelming weakness wash over him. He stumbles, confused and frustrated, wondering aloud why he feels so drained. A notification pops up informing him of his weakened state, which will last for 9 more minutes. Jin Chenghen explains that this is normal after reviving. His health and energy are at rock bottom, and it will take about 10 minutes to recover fully. Panic sets in as Musashi realizes the danger they are in. Being this weak means they are completely exposed. Jin Chenghen, trying to keep things under control, reassures him that there's no need to rush. Moving carefully toward the dark spire near the ultimate mission is the safest option for now. Before either of them can take another step, a flaming axe hurtles toward them at terrifying speed. It crashes straight into the skull of Musashi and obliterates his head in an instant. His body collapses lifelessly onto the sand, blood pooling beneath him. Jin Chenghen stands frozen, his mind refusing to accept what just happened. Slowly, he turns his head and sees Musashi's headless corpse lying beside him. He turns to see Ander, the flame warrior from Snow Country, standing there with a grin on his face. Ander casually retrieves his axe, clearly pleased with his handiwork. The brute wastes no time in mocking them, calling it sheer luck that he stumbled upon 2 easy targets in this godforsaken desert. He looks Jin Chenghen straight in the eye, recognizing him immediately, and reminds him of the warning he gave before, "Don't let me see you in the secret realm." Jin Chenghen's mind races. This is bad. Running into Ander while still in a weakened state is the worst possible scenario. The system notification taunts him, reminding him that his weakness will last for 6 more minutes. Meanwhile, Ander's stats flash on the screen, showcasing his terrifying power. Rank 2, level 61 Flame Warrior with a staggering 239,758 points. Andra, clearly enjoying himself, taunts Jin Chenghen further, asking if he and Musashi were just pigging in the sand and playing whack-a-mole. Jin Chenghen, though weakened, knows he has to think fast. Andra is a brute, but he's also a brute with a flaming axe and a knack for terrible timing. And as Andra looms closer, Jin Chenghen's mind races for a plan. Running isn't an option in his current state, and fighting is just as risky. All he can do is hope his wit is sharper than Andra's axe, at least for the next 6 minutes. Andra stands in his flame god avatar, fully enveloped in the blazing might of the superior flame god Sverog. This form amplifies all of his attributes by 100%, granting him monstrous strength and speed. A pair of fiery wings spread behind him, allowing him temporary flight, their duration depending on his spirit attribute. Wasting no time, he launches himself at Jin Chenghen, his laughter booming across the desert like a war drum. A so-called prince of the Jin family barely has a moment to process what's coming before realization dawns. This is the end. His body is still weakened from revival. Escape is impossible. Andra, completely enjoying himself, closes in without hesitation. His axe swings engulfed in magma like fire, and the impact is instant. The moment the attack lands, Jin Chenghen is nothing more than a pile of ashes and regrets. With his enemies wiped out, Andra stands tall, satisfied with his handiwork. His gaze shifts toward his point screen, expecting a well-earned reward. But something feels off. The participant count hasn't changed. His points remain exactly the same. Something isn't right. 10 days later, it is day 14 of the national trial. Excitement fills the Golden Jade City National Trial Arena as the tournament reaches a critical moment. One of the commentators, barely containing his enthusiasm, announces the latest developments. The 14th day of the national trial, hosted by the ever-scheming Tiki Kingdom, nears its end, and the tension in the air is undeniable. Meanwhile, in Dragon Capital Academy No. 2 Villa, Lu Fan's aunt and friends watch the live broadcast of the event. Their eyes remain glued to the screen, witnessing history unfold in real time. The commentator declares this as the most brutal competition in history, with a record-breaking number of deaths. Out of the 23 participants, nearly half have been wiped out, with 11 dead and 2 surrendering. Only 10 contenders remain, and the top 5 have already secured their ranks, leaving little room for surprises. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Capital Academy, classmates of Lu Fan from the combat class stay glued to their phones. Likewise, Duke Tujing is watching the transmission from his office at the extreme north border camp. The commentator announces that collecting points through missions and monster hunting has lost all significance. The only way to shift the rankings now is through direct combat, hunting down the competition. Musashi 10, the representative from Sakura Country, clings to 5th place with 460,000 points, barely keeping himself relevant. A step ahead, Prince Jin Chenghen of Tiki Kingdom holds 4th place with 510,000 points, keeping a safe but not so impressive lead. Andre of Snow Country occupies 3rd place with 680,000 points, though his current priorities suggest he has already given up. Instead of preparing for battle, Andre is stretching out lazily on the lush green grassland, basking in the breeze as if he has wandered into a vacation spot instead of a deadly competition. With that attitude, it is no wonder he lost his grip on second place after only 4 days. Charles from Starstrip Country has taken that position, surpassing Andre without much effort. Unlike the loud and flashy competitors, Charles moves in silence, rarely showing his hand. That doesn't make him any less dangerous, though. His rise to second place comes at the expense of 5 fallen participants, each one hunted down without mercy. Standing amidst lifeless bodies, Charles rests his hand on a cross, his cold, calculating mind focused on his next target. His search nears its end, and if his trail of destruction is anything to go by, finding this mystery person won't be good news for them. But all of this pales in comparison to the one competitor who has completely shattered the rankings. The commentator finally announces the name that overshadows the rest, Lu Fan. The representative from Dragon Country doesn't just lead, he dominates. With a staggering 7 million points, he sits at the top like a final boss, making everyone else look like they showed up just to fill the numbers. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is deep inside another dark spire and is cutting through waves of monsters without breaking a sweat. His kill count has already reached absurd levels, and he shows no signs of slowing down. The battlefield shifts, leading him to the National Trial's secret realm, Lava Volcano, the dark spire of the Earth Fury Demon. A notification pops up confirming his latest achievement. The epic boss, Earth Fury Demon of the 9 Realms, a level 85 beast, has been slain. This marks the fall of the 9th and final 9 Realm Demon. Another screen flashes announcing Xiao Ye, the Black Dragon, has reached level 38. The creature lets out a triumphant roar, shaking the surroundings with its presence. His own level jumps to 41, further solidifying his already ridiculous power. With a smirk, he acknowledges that his collection is finally complete. Every single one of the 9 realm demons has been tamed, and his undead army stands on the brink of perfection. More notifications follow. The Starry Dragon climbs to level 29, while Xiaofei, the Jade Dragon, advances to level 35. Meanwhile, his points skyrocket past the competition, reaching an overwhelming 7,012,510 with an additional 4,440,955 stacked on top. Lined up before him, the 9 realm demons radiate an overwhelming aura, their combined presence enough to suffocate anyone foolish enough to stand in their way. With unwavering loyalty, they stand at attention, ready to obey his every command. Another notification pops up, informing him of a new development. Xiaofei has unlocked a fresh ability, Dragon Domain. Lu Fan narrows his eyes at the screen, intrigued. His Jade Dragon just picked up something new, and judging by its name, it isn't anything ordinary. The system provides a detailed explanation of the new ability. Dragon Realm grants the power to establish a Dragon Clan domain with a 100-meter diameter. Within this space, all dragons and those sharing their bloodline receive a massive 50% boost to all attributes. Meanwhile, non-dragons and outsiders without a shared bloodline suffer a crippling 50% reduction in all attributes. Worse for them, the domain completely locks movement, teleportation, and summoning, turning it into an inescapable battlefield. Xiaofei shifts uncomfortably, standing beside Lu Fan with the curiosity of a child trying to understand their newfound power. Meanwhile, his mind races as he pieces together the implications of this ability. The Dragon Clan's domain, this effect could be game-changing. A 50% boost to all stats is already absurd, but the real nightmare for his enemies lies in its isolation effect. Jin Chengyan immediately comes to mind. That slippery nuisance relies on summoning the Abyss Entangler, but within the Dragon Realm, he wouldn't even have the option. Even death wouldn't grant him an escape since the ability prevents teleportation. This time, there would be no second chances. Lu Fan sees the perfect opportunity to erase that unkillable cockroach once and for all. He pats her head and acknowledges her contribution. The battle against Jin Chengyan is no longer a matter of if but when. Xiaofei, now slightly flustered but clearly pleased, basks in the praise, knowing that its power just became one of his deadliest weapons. Lu Fan glances at the screen and notices something unusual. Someone has decided to hunt him. A system warning flashes, confirming that he has officially become the hunting target. Instead of feeling concerned, he smirks. If someone is foolish enough to come after him, it only means one thing: more points are about to flood into his account. Meanwhile, in the National Trial's secret realm, Volcano, Charles grips a glowing orb, activating the latest mission. His eyes narrow as he realizes that the rumors are true. The system confirms the task, labeling it as the ultimate hunt for rank 1 LPVP. A smug grin creeps across his face. This must be the method chosen to remove the top-ranked competitor. 2 figures emerge from the shadows behind him. One of them questions whether he can truly take down Lu Fan. Charles barely acknowledges the doubt, brushing it off with confidence. If they didn't believe in his strength, they never would have allied with him in the first place. Jin Chang'an and Musashi step forward, both carrying a mix of awe and concern. Jin Chang'an recalls how much effort it took him and Musashi to bring down the lava giant. 3 powerful skills were needed, yet Charles shattered the beast with a single strike. His original plan had been to use the ultimate hunt task against Charles, but now he realizes how laughably naive that idea was. Despite trusting Charles' abilities, Jin Chang'an remains uneasy. Even with all 3 of them working together, the chances of defeating Lu Fan seem slim. Musashi, still haunted by past encounters, reminds them that Lu Fan has already subdued the 9 realms' demons and commands an entire army. Their previous battle against him wasn't just a loss, it was complete humiliation. Charles, ever the arrogant opportunist, dismisses their concerns with another grin. He doesn't see the accomplishment of Lu Fan as impressive, only as an exploitation of external power. In his mind, subduing the 9 realms' demons is nothing special. He could do the same if he wanted to. Charles claims that none of it comes from his own abilities. Instead, he insists that Lu Fan has been exploiting loopholes to manipulate other powers. Jin Chang'an, still grasping for understanding, questions what Charles means by other powers. Charles smirks, as if he's been waiting for this moment. He reminds them of the lingering mystery: how exactly did Lu Fan manage to control the 9 realms' demons and farm points so efficiently? Without giving an immediate answer, he teases them further, promising to reveal the truth in 3 minutes. Meanwhile, at the National Trial Arena Management Control Center, the subordinates of Jin Zayan engage in nervous chatter. One of them brings up the elephant in the room. Mr. Kim hasn't contacted them since he teleported back. A wave of anxiety washes over them as the realization sinks in. If something went wrong, their jobs might be on the line. The balding subordinate, unwilling to entertain bad omens, warns the others not to jinx it. He clings to the hope that Mr. Kim simply handled things on his own. Until further orders arrive, their priority remains the same: keep an eye on Lu Fan and avoid unnecessary trouble. Before they can relax, the subordinate in sunglasses spots something, or rather someone. A woman dressed in black materializes before him, a brief flicker in his vision. He barely has time to register her presence before she vanishes again. Confusion settles in, and he wonders if he imagined it. The balding subordinate, unaware of the looming danger, turns toward his distracted colleague, growing irritated at the lack of response. But before he can finish his sentence, the answer comes in the form of cold steel. The woman reappears behind him, her knife slicing cleanly through his throat in a single motion. A wet gurgle escapes him as he collapses to the ground, choking on his own blood. The subordinate in sunglasses whirls around, his mind failing to process the sudden carnage. Panic seizes him as he watches his colleague writhing in a pool of red. Words stumble out of his mouth, broken and shaky, but he doesn't get far. The woman is already behind him, her blade pressing against his throat. Her cold warning leaves no room for negotiation: stay silent or suffer an even worse fate. Terror floods his eyes, his lips trembling as he begs for mercy. His pleas never reach completion. The knife moves swiftly, silencing him with a deep, merciless cut. Blood sprays as his body convulses, collapsing just like the first victim. Her phone rings, and without hesitation, she answers. The voice on the other end reminds her that time is almost up. Keeping her composure, she reassures them before turning her attention to the tangled mess of cables and wires in the control center's supercomputer. With a firm grip, she yanks out a thick bundle, effortlessly tearing through the heart of the system. A smirk forms on her lips as she confidently declares the success of her mission. The Morgan family never fails. The effects hit instantly. The entire transmission of the competition cuts off, plunging the audience into chaos. Confusion spreads like wildfire. Panic rises among the spectators as they scramble to understand what just happened. The management staff, scrambling just as much as the audience, fumbles to keep control. Desperation seeps into their voices as they attempt to reassure everyone. Their excuse is as flimsy as their confidence. Technical issues? Yes, just some minor technical issues. Everything will be fixed soon, they insist, urging the crowd to remain patient. The spectators, however, are not buying it. Murmurs grow into loud complaints. Outrage fills the arena as people demand answers. The live stream has gone down, the signal is cut, and no one has a clue why. Some question whether a power outage is to blame, while others demand to know who's in charge of fixing this mess. Frustration mounts as one particularly impatient voice complains about missing the words of the star-striped country's representative. In a quieter corner, the vice principal of Dragon Capital Academy leans toward Elder Han, suspicion evident in his tone. He immediately points the finger at Tiki country, assuming they must be behind this sudden disruption. Elder Han, ever the composed strategist, doesn't dismiss the possibility but reminds him that the star-striped country isn't to be underestimated either. Whatever is happening, one thing is certain. This is no accident. In another room, an official turns toward Mr. Jin, expecting him to take charge of the situation. But before he can even finish his sentence, he realizes something is off. Mr. Jin isn't there. Confusion flashes across his face as he glances around. His eyes dart from one side of the room to the other, yet the man in charge is nowhere to be seen. His colleague shrugs and casually mentions that someone had called Mr. Jin away just moments ago. Meanwhile, at the far end of the corridor outside the war room, Jin Zayan stands before Mr. Morgan. A hint of impatience creeps into his voice as he questions the man's unusual silence. Morgan had claimed he wanted to discuss something important, yet now he stands there saying nothing. Mr. Morgan finally speaks, his tone calm and unsettling. He repeats the same phrase his family is known for: the Morgan family never fails. He reminds Jin Zayan that he only asked for 3 minutes of his time, yet he has no actual business to discuss. Jin Zayan's frustration spikes. He demands to know if this is some kind of joke. With everything happening, he has no time for pointless games. Morgan, unfazed by the outburst, simply checks an imaginary clock and announces that the 3 minutes are up. His words carry an eerie finality. With a polite farewell, he dismisses Jin Zayan entirely as if he had only been a minor inconvenience. Back with the trio of self-important fools, Musashi stares at Charles in shock. His mind struggles to process what he just heard. The idea that Lu Fan could have become a servant of the fallen corpse ancient god, using its power to control the Nine Realms' demons, sounds too absurd to be real. Jin Chenghen, equally baffled, voices his disbelief. The existence of ancient beings and the blessings of ancient gods belong in fairy tales, not reality. The sheer scale of such power feels impossible to grasp. Charles, ever the arrogant know-it-all, claims that their skepticism is natural. The power of the ancient gods is beyond imagination. A single wisp of it, regardless of a person's original strength, is enough to cause an overwhelming transformation. Unlike the others, he acts as if he holds the secrets of the universe in the palm of his hand. To prove his point, he reveals a glowing object, the Holy Mountain Essence, granted to him by his so-called master. 3 shimmering crystals radiate golden light, their glow making Musashi's eyes widen in awe. The mere presence of the essence exudes a strength that feels almost indescribable. The system immediately registers the item, identifying it as Holy Mountain Essence, legendary quality. However, its exact consumable effect remains unknown. Jin Chenghen, still trying to make sense of it, quickly realizes the sheer scale of what he's looking at. This power surpasses anything the Nine Realms' demons could ever provide. If Charles' strength comes from these essences, then their true potential must be beyond reason. Charles bursts into laughter, relishing their amazement. He clarifies that not all 3 are for him. 2 of them are meant for Musashi and Jin Chenghen. Jin Chenghen tenses at the offer. The idea of receiving something this powerful, capable of reshaping their very abilities, immediately raises suspicions. There has to be a catch. Musashi, no stranger to shady deals, shares the same concern. A rare item like this, one that grants a stronger hidden class, isn't something anyone would hand over for free. The real question isn't what the essence does, it is what Charles expects in return. Charles wastes no time getting to the point. This isn't some generous gift, it is a transaction. In exchange for the power of the Holy Mountain Essence, they must accept his master's baptism. With this, they gain strength beyond their current limits, while the Morgan family gains the right to explore the ancient gods hidden within Tiki and Sakura country. Jin Chenghen weighs the offer carefully. He reflects that he is a prince and assumes the Morgan family wouldn't dare deceive him. The part about exploring ancient gods is of little concern for now. What matters is the immediate power boost. With this essence, they won't have to crawl behind Lu Fan any longer. Musashi hesitates, unsure whether to agree. The offer sounds tempting, but the implications are heavy. He turns to Jin Chenghen for guidance, hoping for a more rational perspective. Jin Chenghen doesn't hesitate. Without a second thought, he declares his acceptance and snatches one of the essence crystals from Charles' hand. If Lu Fan can wield the power of an ancient god, then so can they. The moment Lu Fan is eliminated, the Morgan family can meet with the Jin family to negotiate their so-called exploration. Without any more delay, he consumes the crystal. The effects hit instantly. His body surges with golden energy, rage fueling his transformation. Power floods his veins as he clenches his fists, basking in his newfound strength. Musashi watches in disbelief, still struggling to process the situation. Seeing Jin Chenghen consumed by his desire to surpass Lu Fan, he hesitates for only a moment longer before making his decision. Even if he doubts the Morgan family's true intentions, refusing now could leave him weaker than his allies. Charles doesn't give him much time to think. Holding out the remaining crystal, he reminds Musashi that the outside world will soon witness their transformation. If he doesn't act now, this opportunity will slip through his fingers. Under pressure, Musashi finally reaches for the crystal. Though uncertainty lingers in his mind, he follows Jin Chenghen's lead and accepts the deal. Charles watches the satisfaction, amused by how easy it is to manipulate their desperation. He warns them not to resist the transformation. The more they submit to the change, the stronger his master can make them. He glances at the last remaining crystal and smirks. This one isn't meant for allies, it is a special gift for Lu Fan. Not to empower him, but to turn him into a mindless puppet of the Holy Mountain. His laughter echoes through the room, dripping with arrogance. In his mind, Lu Fan's fate is already sealed. Meanwhile, inside the Management Control Center of National Trial Arena, two lifeless bodies lie sprawled on the cold floor. The security cameras, which should have recorded everything, have nothing to show. Both the live broadcast footage and the war room recordings have been completely erased, as if the killer never even existed. A secretary, still trying to process the chaos, turns to Director Jin Zayan, hesitantly asking whether the incident should be reported. The response is immediate and firm: no reports, no leaks. This is not something the world needs to know. A cameraman, standing slightly apart from the group, discreetly captures the scene on his own device. The decision to keep things internal is not up for debate. Jin Zayan knows that if this information spreads, it could shake the entire competition. Instead, he chooses to handle it within their own ranks. And as he stands there, processing the bloody mess in front of him, a name surfaces in his mind: Morgan. The pieces fit together too well. The method, the erasure of evidence, the precise execution, this has Morgan's signature all over it. Whatever game that man is playing, this is just another step in his plan. Meanwhile, far from the control center, in the heart of the national trial realm, a massive volcano has erupted. Above it, Lu Fan sits atop his companion, Xiao Ye, his black dragon lady, soaring effortlessly through the burning sky. The competition has entered a dangerous phase, one he had anticipated from the very beginning. With fewer participants left, mutual hunting is inevitable. However, he is well aware that while he is hunting others, there are also those who have set their sights on him. A quick glance at his status window causes a flicker of surprise. The display shows Nangu Yasenglai. A few swift commands allow him to trace the current location of Nangu Yasenglai. The discovery brings a smirk to his face. Turning to his dragon, he signals for a descent. The target is not far, and it is time for a long overdue meeting. Xiao Yai responds with a powerful roar, her massive form gliding smoothly over the volcanic terrain. Upon landing at the designated spot, Lu Fan steps forward, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. There is no sign of Nangu Yasenglai. The area is eerily quiet, the only sound being the occasional rumble of the volcano. His eyes narrow as he takes in the empty space before him. Something is off. Hidden behind a large rock, Nangu Yasenglai keeps a careful eye on Lu Fan before finally stepping out of hiding. His voice breaks the silence as he calls out, approaching with a mix of hesitation and relief. Fear had gripped him for so long, but now, standing before Lu Fan again, the tension eases from his shoulders. Unlike the other competitors who kill without a second thought, Lu Fan had spared his life twice. More than that, Lu Fan had given him courage. Lu Fan responds with an amused smirk, pointing out that luck must be on Nangu Yasenglai's side for him to have lasted this long. Opening his status window once more, he checks Nangu Yasenglai's progress and immediately notices something strange. The point count remains frozen at 150,000, unchanged from before. Instead of offering an explanation, Nangu Yasenglai brushes it aside, admitting that survival has been his only goal. Fear has kept him from taking risks, yet fate has brought him back to Lu Fan. Lu Fan studies him, saying this calm, this late in the competition makes little sense. His instincts warn him that something is off. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, he speaks with certainty. At this stage, trust is a dangerous illusion. No one can afford to see another as a friend. The warning comes with action. He takes out his weapon and instructs Xiao Yai to scan the area. Xiao Yai rumbles low, her growl deep and menacing. Her senses, far sharper than any humans, have detected something lurking nearby, something hidden. Lu Fan immediately shifts his focus, scanning the area. The air feels heavier, the presence of mana swirling unnaturally around Nangu Yasenglai. His eyes lock onto a towering figure that emerges from behind, its enormous form casting a shadow over the battlefield. A summoned beast. The ground shakes beneath its weight as it raises a massive paw high into the air. The creature, far too large to be anything ordinary, lets out a deafening roar before lunging straight for Nangu Yasenglai. Nangu Yasenglai turns pale. His body trembles and his breathing becomes rapid. Fear grips him completely. His mouth opens, but no words come out at first. Then panic takes over and he screams for help, his voice cracking with desperation. His feet refuse to move as if the fear has frozen him in place. The sharp eyes of Lu Fan take in the scene instantly. The creature is not just any wild monster. Its aura, its movements, everything about it screams one name: Jin Changhan. This is the summoned beast, and not just any ordinary one. This is a holy mountain golem, a monster infused with ancient power, a creature built for destruction. Lu Fan wastes no time. A powerful barrier forms around him in an instant, shielding him from any surprise attacks. His fingers tighten around his weapon, and the next moment he summons his glowing bow, the Serpent Arrow. An attack with Serpent Arrow guarantees full damage on its target. A single hit would be enough to rip through this monster. He launches the arrow. The arrow speeds toward the beast, cutting through the hot air like lightning. But the monster is faster. Its giant mouth opens wide, and before anyone can react, it lunges forward. Nangu Yasangle lets out one last scream before the beast swallows him whole. His cries vanish as if they never existed. The system notification pops up. It is official. Nangu Yasangle is gone. A slow, mocking clap echoes through the burning air. Jin Changhan steps forward, his face stretched into an arrogant smirk. His eyes shine with amusement, as if watching Nangu Yasangle get eaten was nothing more than entertainment. His voice drips with fake sympathy as he greets Lu Fan. He acts like he regrets taking these points that were meant for Lu Fan, but the grin on his face shows the truth. He enjoys every bit of this moment. Musashi stands beside him, silent but ready. He tells Lu Fan that soon his points will be theirs as well. Lu Fan observes them carefully. The way their energy pulses, the strange golden glow surrounding them, it all confirms one thing. Their strength has increased, but instead of looking impressed, he simply scoffs. These two are nothing more than Holy Mountain slaves now. No matter how much power they gained, the price they paid for it is clear. A status window appears displaying their current levels. The numbers don't lie. The boost in their abilities is obvious. Lu Fan connects the dots in an instant. These two have teamed up with Charles, which means Charles is the mastermind behind this ridiculous hunt. Right on cue, Charles steps into view, his ever-present smirk stretching across his face. His eyes gleam with arrogance, fully expecting Lu Fan to acknowledge the power they now hold. The system suddenly flashes a new alert. A hunter encounter is about to begin. Another notification follows, revealing Charles' status. The result is laughable. He, too, is a Holy Mountain slave. Charles tilts his head, still smiling, but his expression carries a certain smugness. He isn't here just to fight. He has something else in mind first. Before they try to kill Lu Fan, he makes an offer. Instead of being hunted down, Lu Fan can surrender. If he gives himself to the Holy Master, he will gain holy powers. In other words, he can throw away his freedom and become a slave just like them. Lu Fan looks at the Holy Mountain Essence Crystal, its glow flickering temptingly, but his mind immediately drifts to his own fallen corpse essence. A sudden realization clicks into place. Charles must have used this very same method to trick Jin Changhan and Musashi. Jin Changhan and Musashi step forward, trying to persuade him. They claim there is no need for a fight. They insist he should join them instead. A sharp laugh escapes from Lu Fan. The very idea is so ridiculous that he can't help but mock them. They'd really believe he would lower himself to their level. Charles' smirk vanishes in an instant. His expression darkens, his pride taking a hit. His voice rises, filled with anger. He can't believe Lu Fan dares to look down on them after everything. Lu Fan's smirk doesn't fade. His eyes glint with amusement as he delivers another blow to their egos. Even with all their so-called holy power, they have only reached the level of his dragon's summoned creatures. Charles' fists tighten. The deal is over. No more talking. He turns to Jin Changhan and Musashi, his voice filled with hatred. It is time for revenge. Lu Fan humiliated them before. Now they have the chance to return the favor. Jin Changhan's lips curl into a grin. His eyes burn with rage, his mind filled with past grudges. His body tenses for battle. This is the moment he has been waiting for. Without hesitation, he lunges forward. His hands, now shaped like claws, slice through the air with deadly force. Lu Fan watches with sharp focus. His movements remain calm, effortless. His body shifts at the perfect moment, avoiding the attack with ease. His serpent arrow materializes, ready to strike. His gaze remains cold as he studies them. These two willingly threw away their dignity for power. They became slaves by choice. And now they expect him to do the same. Pathetic. Musashi leaps from a high cliff, landing smoothly on the battlefield. His movements are confident, and he adjusts his mask, tilting his head slightly as if disappointed. He had given Lu Fan a chance to walk away, but now he sees no need for mercy. A system notification appears, revealing the details of his Oni mask and the unique powers it grants him. Charles, standing a few steps away, raises his hand, which glows with holy essence. The swirling energy around his fingers pulses with power. His eyes hold amusement as if he already knows how this battle will end. He has no intention of letting Lu Fan die so easily. Instead, he wants to turn him into a mindless holy mountain golem, stripping him of his will and forcing him to serve the very power he despises. Lu Fan remains unimpressed. His mana flares up, filling the battlefield with a strong presence. The idea that these so-called warriors think they can stand against him is ridiculous. His mind flashes back to the Northern War, where he faced an ancient god and emerged victorious. Compared to that, these three are nothing but insects buzzing around thinking they are lions. Musashi studies him carefully, his sharp gaze searching for weakness. He notices something different. Lu Fan is calmer, more composed. A smirk forms on Musashi's lips. In his arrogance, he assumes Lu Fan has finally realized his fate. He thinks fear has taken hold of him, making him obedient. Lu Fan tells Xiao Ye to transform into the destructive dragon form. Xiao Ye reacts to his will, its black scales shimmering before its body begins to change. A system notification appears. Xiao Ye has now transformed into the destructive dragon. Flames as bright as molten lava engulf his body, distorting the air with intense heat. Her aura burns so fiercely that even its own wounds begin to heal instantly. Lu Fan is not in the mood to let these three get out of this realm alive. Xiao Ye uses the lava flame, an attack that continuously spits flames forward, dealing damage while healing Xiao Ye. Musashi dodges with amusement. He mocks that this power boost will not make a difference. Lu Fan doesn't waste time. His sword slices through the air with incredible force, aimed directly at the summoned crawler of Jin Chengyan, but the attack is blocked. Jin Chengyan sneers from the sidelines. He is fully convinced that no matter how much Lu Fan struggles, the outcome is already decided. Landing atop his dragon, Lu Fan releases a surge of green mana as he calls his Emerald Dragon Lady Xiao Fei. A plan forms in his mind, one that will turn this entire fight to his advantage. If his fallen corpse twin dragons absorb the holy essence of Charles, and all three of them, Charles, Musashi, and Jin Chengyan, will belong to him. Lu Fan instructs Xiao Ye to use lava eruption. Xiao Ye roars, and a massive wave of fire rushes forward, swallowing everything in its path. The system instantly notifies that the dragon's lava eruption can drag enemies into magma while continuously burning them. Another notification appears, revealing the dragon language resonance ability. This special ability doubles the power of both Lu Fan and Xiao Ye, making them even more unstoppable. Jin Chengyan's eyes widen in shock as the battlefield turns into a sea of flames. His body tenses as panic takes over, and he instinctively tries to flee. Musashi, struggling against the heat, crosses his swords in front of him, trying to endure the unbearable firestorm. His body trembles, and a cry of pain escapes him as the scorching flames lick at his skin. Lu Fan watches their struggle with amusement. He knows they are too weak to challenge him. Their so-called strongest summons are nothing more than pathetic creatures in front of his dragon. Jin Chengyan hesitates, confused by Lu Fan's confidence. He has already summoned his most powerful beast, the Holy Abyss Excavator, yet Lu Fan still looks down on him. Fatigue quickly sets in for Jin Chengyan and Musashi, their breaths growing heavy after just one attack. Lu Fan, still calm and relaxed, observes their exhaustion. His dragon barely made an effort, yet they are already struggling to stand. Musashi stares at Xiao Ye, unable to understand how such a young dragon, one that has not even reached its full strength, can hold so much power. Lu Fan, however, sees this as an opportunity. The enemies before him are weak, and defeating them will only increase his points. Charles watches in frustration, his expression hardening. His patience runs thin as he grips his holy sword. Without hesitation, he decides that Lu Fan must be punished for his arrogance. Holy energy gathers in his hands as he activates the incantation for the flame of divine punishment. The sky shifts, and suddenly, burning flames rain down, covering the battlefield in divine fire. A system notification appears, explaining the ability's effects. The attack deals 5 times the normal damage and adds a burning effect that lasts for 10 seconds. However, Lu Fan remains unfazed. If this is the best Charles can do, then the so-called master he serves must not be very powerful either. With no time to waste, Lu Fan activates his Dragon Annihilation ability. His movements become a blur as he delivers a series of 6 rapid attacks while casting a spell to dodge the falling flames. The battlefield erupts into chaos once again. Charles, growing more frustrated by the second, grits his teeth and calls Lu Fan a fool. His patience is gone. In a sudden fit of rage, he shatters the holy essence in his hands, causing a surge of yellow mana to explode outward. The force of it crackles through the air like a warning, a clear sign that something dangerous is coming. His fury is far from over. With a sharp glare, he declares that it is time to reveal the true power of the ancient gods. The energy around him intensifies as he channels his mana, his body glowing brighter with each passing moment. In a flash of light, his form shifts, transforming into a golden knight with 4 massive wings. His entire body radiates golden aura, the sheer presence of it shaking the battlefield. Lu Fan narrows his eyes, wondering if Charles has been gathering energy all this time for an even greater attack. But he's not about to wait and find out. There is no need to give Charles time to unleash whatever he is planning. Without hesitation, Lu Fan raises his serpent bow and activates his serpent arrow skill. A notification pops up in his vision, confirming the activation. The serpent bow can fire 12 magic arrows without drawing the bow. Each arrow deals 20% damage. 12 arrows burst forth, each one glowing with deadly energy as they streak through the air toward Charles. They strike him directly, one after another, but something is wrong. Despite the powerful hits, Charles stands firm, his golden armor barely scratched. Lu Fan quickly realizes what is happening. The power of the ancient gods is shielding Charles, creating a defense even stronger than the 9 realms' demons. This is no ordinary protection, it is a force that defies normal attacks. There is no time to hesitate. Lu Fan immediately activates his Dragon Encouragement skill, boosting his attack power by 30%. Xiao Ye, his dragon, lets out a deafening roar in response, shaking the ground beneath them. The system flashes another notification. Xiao Ye has increased strength, but Lu Fan is not done yet. At the same time, he activates another powerful ability, Shadow Serpent Arrow. The Serpent Bow can charge for 3 seconds to fire a Shadow Serpent Arrow, increasing damage by 500%. Lu Fan does not hesitate. He commands his dragon to cast Lava Eruption at the same time. The system immediately registers the increase in charge, recognizing the deadly combination about to be unleashed. Charles senses the immense power building up and braces himself for impact. His expression hardens as he prepares to withstand the incoming attack, but he has no idea what is about to hit him. Lava Eruption combined with Shadow Serpent Arrow. The attack erupts flames in the target area, forming a massive lava pool. Targets within the pool will gradually sink into the magma and take continuous heavy damage. Power increased to 500% of the Black Dragon's spirit attribute. The system records another increase in charge count, reaching 3. Lu Fan does not let up. He follows up with another round of Serpent Arrow attacks, giving his dragon the command to unleash all of its abilities at once. A system message pops up confirming the full activation of their combined assault. The battlefield shakes violently as a massive explosion engulfs everything in its path. The intense heat scorches the surroundings, turning the ground into molten lava. But even after all of this, Charles refuses to fall. He emerges from the fiery destruction, his golden armor barely cracked. He lifts his head and declares with confidence that his master's power surpasses anything Lu Fan has shown so far. Without hesitation, he charges forward, prepared to take on both Lu Fan and his dragon in direct combat. The Black Dragon suddenly undergoes another transformation mid-battle, shifting into its world-ender form. Its body expands, its scales darken further, and its aura becomes overwhelming. The system immediately acknowledges the activation of this skill, displaying a notification of the dragon's immense power increase. Xiao Ye uses the world-ending roar attack. The world-ending roar deals massive damage to all targets in range and applies a vulnerability effect. Lu Fan wastes no time. He combines his Serpent Arrow attack with the world-ending roar, causing another system alert to appear. The notification details the immense strength of their combined force, showing a drastic boost in attack power. Musashi comes forward to counter Xiao Ye. He uses Ghost Scythe Demon Slash and counters her attacks with unexpected strength. Each Ghost Scythe Demon Slash releases a high-speed rotating wind blade that cuts through Xiao Ye attacks and deals physical damage. Lu Fan is momentarily caught off guard. He had not expected Musashi to withstand the dragon's power so effectively. It's almost impressive, almost. But instead of wasting time being surprised, he moves swiftly, dodging every attack with ease. Musashi swings his swords furiously, but nothing lands. Each strike is met with nothing but air as Lu Fan weaves through them effortlessly, making Musashi look like a child flailing sticks around. Charles, watching from a safe distance like the coward he is, finally sees an opening. Not wanting to waste the opportunity, he activates Flame of Divine Punishment, unleashing sacred fire across the battlefield. The system announces the terrifying effects of the attack, holy flames that burn at 500% strength and leave lingering damage every second. Golden fire spreads in all directions, racing toward Lu Fan with deadly intent. The attack is fast, and the battlefield is suddenly filled with scorching light. Lu Fan, mid-dodge, finds himself surrounded. Lu Fan notices the attack too late and has no time to react. He attempts to counter it with a cross slash from his sword, but his effort fails. The divine flames overwhelm his defense, forcing him back. Jin Chang'an watches with satisfaction, sneering as he claims that without his dragon, Lu Fan is nothing. Musashi nods in agreement, confirming that their plan has worked. Charles, confident in their strategy, calmly explains that by separating Lu Fan from his dragon, they have successfully weakened him. The battle is as good as over. However, before they can celebrate their so-called victory, an unexpected sight freezes them in place. Lu Fan appears high in the air, soaring above the battlefield with wings spread wide. His expression remains calm, as if he had never been in danger to begin with. He questions whether they truly believe they have trapped him. His words send a ripple of doubt through his enemies. Charles demands an explanation, his grip tightening around his sword, while Jin Chang'an and Musashi insist that Lu Fan's arrogance will not save him. But before they can act, another shocking development takes place. Without warning, the Nine Realms demons materialize around Lu Fan, surrounding him like a protective force. The battlefield is instantly filled with dark, monstrous figures. Musashi stares in disbelief, his voice rising as he demands to know when Lu Fan managed to summon these creatures. Charles and Jin Chang'an are just as stunned, unable to comprehend how the situation has shifted so suddenly. Lu Fan smirks, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He reveals that he had been aware of their plan from the very beginning. However, instead of reacting, he had played along, allowing them to believe they had the upper hand. While they were so focused on executing their strategy, he had quietly set his own into motion. Charles, growing more irritated, points his holy sword at Lu Fan, dismissing the summoned creatures as nothing more than fallen corpse puppets. He remains convinced that they will not be enough to defeat them. Lu Fan simply twists his fingers with a grin, casually agreeing that they may indeed be outnumbered. Then, without hesitation, he raises his hand and summons all of his demons at once. The battlefield trembles as even more creatures appear, their menacing forms towering over the stunned enemies. He taunts them with a confident smile, suggesting that perhaps the enemy forces are still too small to secure victory. The Nine Realms demons waste no time. They immediately lunge forward, their claws and fangs gleaming in the firelight. The battlefield erupts into chaos as they charge at Charles, Musashi, and Jin Chang'an, attempting to seize them before they can react. The enemy had walked into a trap, and now the real battle begins. Charles narrows his eyes, clearly struggling to wrap his holy head around how Lu Fan has taken command of the Nine Realms demons so fast. Lu Fan, standing tall and grinning like he's already won, doesn't even hide the sarcasm on his face. It's obvious he believes the battle is already over. He's just waiting for them to realize it. But Charles, always the overconfident preacher, throws his arms up like he's summoning a miracle. His body gets wrapped in yellow mana as he begins forcing power into his sword, which now swells with divine energy. Teeth clenched, eyes burning with pride, he refuses to accept the truth. According to him, it doesn't matter how many creepy monsters Lu Fan controls, they still stand no chance against the so-called chosen warriors of the Holy Mountain Lord. He lets out a dramatic roar like a villain in denial and activates his divine sanctuary skill. A glowing holy mark pops up above his head, making him look like a walking emoji of self-importance. The skill boosts his power like crazy, doubling every stat he has for the next minute. Musashi and Jin Chang'an follow along, shouting like cheerleaders as divine energy pulses through them. A system notification confirms the activation, also revealing that the divine flame of retribution is in play now, something that deals heavy damage and inflicts burn for 10 whole seconds. Divine warriors clash with monstrous creatures. The system tosses in another notification, confirming that Phantom Reaper Slash has been unleashed, an attack that's supposed to slice through enemies with brutal precision. Charles, drunk on his temporary power-up, smirks like he just became a final boss. He's so confident, he starts acting like Lu Fan has no clue what real power looks like. Jin Chang'an, always full of hot air, crosses his arms and starts acting like he's evolved into some kind of holy warrior 2.0. He talks big, but let's be honest, he's still the same sidekick who keeps getting tossed around by dragons. Lu Fan rolls his eyes and clicks his tongue, clearly unimpressed. Boss or not, these clowns are still punching above their level. A boost doesn't fix bad decision-making or weak teamwork. Without wasting another second, Lu Fan commands the Emerald Dragon Lady Xiaofi to ascend into her eternal form. The system doesn't delay right away and announces the successful transformation. A thunderous roar shakes the heavens. Xiaofi rises in her full glory, now stronger than ever. Her new form doubles the power of all dragon-related abilities. Lu Fan spots the perfect opportunity and takes action without delay. He commands Xiaofi, the Emerald Dragon, to release its pulse power. Right away, the system announces that Pulse Life has been activated. This powerful skill doubles the effect of every ability within its range, turning the battlefield into a zone of pure chaos and advantage for Lu Fan's side. At the same moment, another skill activates Emerald Blessing. This one layers 6 powerful stacks of the Emerald Dragon's aura onto Lu Fan's next 6 attacks, giving them a deadly boost. The system confirms all buffs have been successfully applied. The brilliant, radiant light spreads across the battlefield like a divine festival gone rogue. That light isn't just for show. 36 glowing blessings rain down on Lu Fan and his allies. These aren't ordinary power-ups either. Each one cranks up every attribute by 30 to 60%, turning Lu Fan's team into a group of overpowered monsters. The system doesn't waste a second and confirms every single buff. The monsters under Lu Fan's control let out deafening roars, sounding like they're more than ready to stomp the holy squad into the ground. The system immediately confirms Jaw Strike. The dragon lunges with a deadly bite, dealing massive damage that shakes even the ground beneath them. The beast Charles summoned now looks like it's been run through a firestorm. Its body burns, limbs twitching as it stumbles backward, clearly no match for the power it's facing. Charles' eyes go wide with shock. All his loud talk about holy strength suddenly starts sounding like a joke. He starts shouting, panic creeping into his voice. For the first time, he wonders if the power of the Holy Mountain has truly faded or if they were just never that powerful to begin with. Lu Fan gives a sly grin, clearly enjoying himself. He lifts his hand without hesitation, and a bright orb of mana shines between his fingers. Just then, the battlefield begins to shift. The system announces the activation of a powerful skill, Dragon Domain. The range stretches 10 meters around him, and instantly, all his attributes shoot up by 50%. The air surrounding Lu Fan and his dragon starts to bend unnaturally, filled with glowing gold energy. A strong pressure fills the battlefield and everyone nearby feels it. The ground vibrates and the sky seems to pulse with that energy. Looks like the real show is just getting started. Musashi can barely hold himself together. His eyes nearly pop out at the sight. He just witnessed a low-level player, not even past level 30, casually using a demon's skill like it's no big deal. Charles, who still thinks he's the main character of the story, lets out a dramatic scoff. That overconfident smirk of his returns like he's about to win an Oscar for most delusional villain. Yellow mana explodes around him in a swirling storm, and the system alerts everyone Divine Flame of Retribution is online with a 500% damage boost. He probably thinks this makes him invincible. Spoiler alert, it doesn't. Lu Fan doesn't even flinch. He floats calmly midair, unfazed. Suddenly, a majestic eagle bursts into view behind him, its wings slicing through the sky with grace. Charles turns toward it, and all that fake confidence melts away like cheap makeup in the rain. That jaw drops real quick. The 50% damage bonus is completely neutralized by what looks like a simple counter. Musashi Aka, backup villain number 2, senses that things are falling apart. He panics, calling out to Charles. Jin Cheng'en also freaks out because he can no longer control his beast. Something is seriously wrong on their side, and they finally realize it. Their power isn't just dropping, it's being siphoned to empower Lu Fan's army. Both of them try to retreat before things get worse. Meanwhile, Lu Fan hovers above them with all the calmness of someone watching ants scramble under a magnifying glass. Above him, the evil soars proudly while the battlefield turns into pure chaos. His monsters charge like a stampede, launching a relentless assault. Charles, of course, still tries to act like he has things under control. He draws a strange symbol on his palm, mumbling something dramatic. Probably thinks he's summoning the ghost of his broken ego. He claims he wanted to give Lu Fan a chance to join the holy side, but now, surprise, surprise, he wants to turn him into a puppet for his so-called ancient god. A glowing shield of yellow mana forms around Charles, wrapping his body in holy energy. His beast stands protectively at his side, muscles tense and eyes alert. Without warning, the ground beneath them glows with a surge of yellow light, shooting upward like a pillar. The intensity pulls everyone's focus. The system quickly confirms the activation of Endless Holy Light, a powerful skill that boosts Charles' damage by 200%. Along with it, a holy spell is triggered, though the system barely considers it worth mentioning. Still, Charles now glows like a divine torch in the middle of a storm. His entire body radiates so brightly that it lights up the battlefield, forcing even the shadows to retreat. That sudden brilliance marks the start of another fierce clash. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, the vice principal stares in disbelief, nudging the elder hand next to him. It's clear he's wondering if Lu Fan can actually dodge what's coming next. Within moments, the scene shifts. Charles crashes down hard, his knees slamming against the ground. His head hangs low in defeat. Musashi and Jin Cheng'en go completely quiet, their mouths open in shock. The battlefield, once full of noise and chaos, now holds a chilling silence. Charles gasps, his mind scrambling for answers. He just used a divine-level spell, something infused with power from the ancient gods. But Lu Fan is completely unharmed. Not a single scratch. Not even a wrinkle in his robe. The system cuts in with another cold update. Eternal Guard is active. Lu Fan has become invulnerable, like some kind of untouchable boss in a rigged raid. Before anyone can recover from that shock, another system message hits like a slap. Murderous dragon bloodline detected. All of Lu Fan's attributes have doubled, and his self-healing has increased by a ridiculous 5,000%. So now he's unkillable and regenerates like a cheat code. Lu Fan doesn't even raise his voice. He lifts his hand, and the black dragon behind him unleashes a soul-shaking roar. The system immediately announces the use of the intimidation skill. Everyone within range now suffers from a heavy aura that causes dizziness and drains their will to fight. Musashi clutches his head, clearly in pain. Charles can't take it anymore and collapses under the crushing pressure. His earlier divine energy means nothing now. In desperation, Musashi stumbles backward, trying to escape the effect of the skill. Jin Chenghen stretches his arm forward, trying to reach Musashi, who shouts something desperate in return. He begs Jin to make a pact, a last attempt to survive. He believes that even if he dies, the contract will bring him back. But Lu Fan doesn't give him a chance to finish his plea. The moment feels frozen in time, but Lu Fan moves through it with ease. One swing from his sword carries a message louder than any words. This time, there's no return. Musashi suddenly disappears from view, gone without a trace. Jin Chenghen freezes, his eyes wide with horror. His voice shakes, barely able to form words. He tries to sense Musashi's presence, but there's nothing. No trace, no signal, just silence. Jin Chenghen looks confused. His heart races when he realizes he can't connect to his beast. Fear creeps in fast. Charles grabs his hand, eyes filled with a wild and desperate look. He urges Jin Chenghen to form a pact with him, because he doesn't want to die here. Jin Chenghen stares back, shocked and afraid. His body steps back on its own. He refuses without thinking much. Before he can even understand what's happening, Lu Fan appears behind him. Lu Fan tells them that his dragon domain has already locked the battlefield, and no one else can summon beast or monster inside it. Without his own beast, Jin Chenghen has no chance of linking with Charles and reincarnating. Charles stares at Lu Fan with disbelief and anger. He struggles to accept how wide the gap is between them. Both of them serve divine power, yet only one stands at the top. His pride refuses to accept that he's weaker. He pulls out a yellow orb filled with divine mana prepared long ago to use against Lu Fan. Charles tries to summon divine magic from his master, shouting with rage and fury. The air grows tense for a moment, but Lu Fan does not let him finish. His sword swings swiftly, glowing with confidence and control. Charles falls hard, his magic never reaching full power. The divine essence he called now floats above him, glowing gently in golden light, and then suddenly shoots away trying to escape. Lu Fan looks at the shooting divine essence with curiosity, wondering out loud if the god Charles serves has already given up on his workers. Lu Fan points out that Jin Chenghen has no way to escape using any of his skills. He then rushes towards the divine essence. His body flashes behind the glowing holy essence. He mocks the divine essence for being a parasite, one that survives only by sucking strength from others, and now wants to escape. His eyes stay locked on the glowing essence, and he reflects that's what he came for. That's what he has waited to get, a complete essence of the holy mountain. Far away in the surveillance room, people are watching all this on a screen. One of them turns to the others and explains that players from Star Country, Tiki Kingdom, and Sakura Country are now gone from the leaderboard. Shock spreads fast among everyone in the room. They can't believe that a single player from Dragon Nation has defeated them all by himself. The vice principal looks at Old Han and calls out, but Old Han says nothing. His eyes stay glued to the screen. The room is filled with tension. Jin Zayan can't take it anymore. He rushes out, panic written all over his face. His mind races, trying to figure out how he's going to tell the Jin family that their strongest warrior has fallen in battle. Jin Chenghen was their last shot at winning the trial. The Tiki Kingdom had thrown all its hopes and power behind him, but now he's gone. Just then, a dark void forms in the air. Thick shadows stretch out like the arms of a terrifying monster. Jin Zayan gasps at the sight. His voice shakes as he asks if his master has returned. A deep voice answers from the darkness, full of power and anger. It wants to know if the sun is truly dead. Jin Zayan falls to his knees, his body shaking. His voice is low and full of fear, but he does not run. He takes full blame for what happened and prepares himself for whatever punishment his master decides. Jin Zayan kneels before the dark shape and speaks with panic in his voice. He says the Dragon Nation warrior is far too powerful. He tried to stop him but failed. Charles from Star Country and Musashi from Sakura Country are already dead. That warrior took them out. The room goes quiet. Then the dark figure lets out a cold laugh, clearly not surprised. Looks like he expected this all along. Before Jin Zayan can even move, a dark limb shoots out. It wraps tight around his neck and lifts him off the ground. His feet dangle. His eyes grow wide. He struggles for air, hands pulling at the tendril in panic. The shadowy figure lifts him higher, voice filled with rage. He reminds Jin Zayan that a promise had been made before the trial started, but now his son is dead, and their kingdom has lost its last hope. Jin Zayan gasps and begs for one more chance. His words barely come out. After a long pause, the dark limb lets go. He crashes hard to the ground, his head hitting the floor. The voice remains cold. A new order is given. Lu Fan must be destroyed no matter what. The Dragon Nation player must not leave Tiki Kingdom. He must be trapped. Jin Zayan scrambles up on his knees. Sweat pours down his face. He nods fast, promising to carry out the order. The man in dark swears to gather his 4 legendary friends and make Lu Fan vanish, just like they killed the demons of 9 realms. Back inside the arena, Lu Fan keeps the glowing holy essence tightly in his grip. A faint smirk plays on his lips. 3 enemies had to fall before this moment could arrive. Now the question hangs in the air: was this strange golden stone really worth all the trouble? A system message quickly pops up, listing out the hidden powers inside the holy essence. Lu Fan reads through the information, then shifts his gaze to the twin dragons nearby. A curious idea floats into his mind. He wonders what kind of change might happen if these beasts were to absorb the essence. He then goes closer to the dragons. He lifts the golden stone high above his head. A grin spreads wider across his face. Without a second thought, he throws it into the air like he's feeding them a treat. The dragons immediately spot it. Their glowing eyes lock onto the essence like hungry predators tracking prey. The energy from the essence is so strong, even they seem amazed. Lu Fan watches with growing interest, clearly excited to see what will happen next. One of the dragons leaps forward. Its massive jaws snap shut, swallowing the essence in a single bite. A second later, golden mana bursts out of its body like a magical explosion. The same thing happens with its twin. Mana floods the arena, covering everything in a golden glow. The ground shakes, and their roars echo like thunder, making even the walls tremble. A new system message flashes across the screen. It confirms that the dragons are now starting their evolution. Lu Fan remains completely focused, watching everything without blinking. The dragons rise high into the sky, their bodies growing larger and changing shape with each passing moment. The golden light becomes blinding, then slowly begins to fade. The moment the light clears, the change becomes obvious. Their once black bodies have been completely transformed. Now they shine with smooth, golden skin that looks like polished crystal. Their presence becomes more powerful, more terrifying, and more majestic than ever. The twin dragons glide through the air, golden mana circling around them like a storm. Lu Fan and Xiao Fei stare up in awe. The system sends out a new message, confirming what everyone already suspects. The corpse demons dragons are no longer the same. 2 powerful abilities have now been added to their skill set: Holy Light Gate and Holy Blessing. These upgrades make it clear that their transformation is more than just a flashy look. More information appears on the screen. The twin dragons now go by a new name, Corpse Holy Dragons. Their level has jumped to 35. At this level, their normal attacks deal almost full damage, 99% to be exact. But the real shock comes with Holy Blessing. With that boost, their attacks can do more than double damage, reaching 230%. That's not just dangerous, it's game-breaking. Even Holy Light Gate is no joke. This skill lets the dragon call on Sacred Mountain energy. That energy reduces all incoming damage by 75% and removes any negative effects. It's the kind of ability that could make any opponent throw in the towel before the fight even begins. Lu Fan stares at the system messages. His eyes widen a little. He seems both amazed and impressed by the corpse demon's surprising blessing and the healing strength of the land itself. Although the healing isn't massive, the 30% recovery is more than enough to weaken the grip of any army. Lu Fan gently touches his chin, thinking deeply. The Holy Light Gate offers a huge advantage. In the past, both he and Xiao Fei had to work together to summon big threats like the twin dragons and the demons of the 9 realms. Now he can call them whenever he wants. That freedom changes everything. His eyes drift toward the glowing corpse holy dragons. A new thought enters his mind. He wonders if this much power comes from just one essence. What will happen when he gathers more of them? His curiosity rises. He looks at the twin dragons, clearly excited. He's no longer just a player. He's becoming something far more dangerous. Suddenly, a notification appears in front of him and his face turns serious. He reads the message silently, then whispers to himself. It's a simple line, but it carries a heavy meaning. Little Fei sees the message too, but she doesn't understand it. She turns to Lu Fan with confusion in her eyes. Xiao Yai steps in and explains that they can finally go home. That's all the system says on the surface. The notification means that only 6 players are still alive. The others didn't survive the trials. And now even Andra, one of the toughest players, has voted to end it. Lu Fan accepts the vote. His finger taps the button to agree. A sudden wave of blue mana sweeps through the air. The new message appears, announcing that the trial has officially ended. The screen confirms that prizes are now being handed out based on the scores of each surviving player. Everyone is reminded to collect their rewards before leaving the secret realm. Little Faye can hardly believe it. She's finally going home, and sounds almost too good to be true. Lu Fan smiles softly. A wave of relief washes over him. He'd been waiting for this day for a long time. As the top player in the entire trial, he has caught the attention of 23 different countries. Now he gets to see what kind of treasure his hard-earned victory has brought him. He opens the first prize box slowly, full of curiosity, ready to discover the reward that waits for him inside. Lu Fan's eyes go wide with surprise. From the prize box, he pulls out a belt that shines with power. It's a legendary quality item, something rare and nearly impossible to find. The system shows that it requires level 90 to wear, but the surprises don't stop there. There isn't just one piece of equipment, there are 5 of them. Each one carries a unique ability. His hands tremble slightly from excitement. He checks the skill hidden inside the belts. It's something incredible, Golden Dragon King transformation. A smile slowly stretches across his face. He starts to imagine the possibilities. If one belt is this strong, then wearing all 5 of the set could turn him into something unstoppable. Maybe he'll even fight like a true dragon warrior. That would definitely shut up the fools who used to think brute force was enough to win. Then he looks at the next reward. It's a level 30 skill book. This one teaches dragon language magic. His eyes sparkle. This is something he can learn right away. The power in the book means he won't need to spend months mastering each dragon spell one by one. Instead, he can copy their abilities directly and activate their magic easily. With this skill, even the most arrogant dragon tamers would look like kids pretending to be strong. Finally, he turns to the last reward. The system explains as a random expansion pack. It comes in the form of a scroll and is marked as legendary quality. It holds 3 scrolls inside, and each one promises to be rare or better. Lu Fan feels a small rush of hope and quietly wishes himself good luck. The scroll box opens, releasing a glow of golden light. 3 items float out, wrapped in yellow mana. The first item is a summon slot expansion scroll. It expands the slot of pets, summons, constructs, or contracts by 1. The second one holds an enchantment that can upgrade an item's quality by 1 tier. The third one is perhaps the most valuable. It's an enchantment level removal scroll. He looks at the scrolls, stunned. These kinds of treasures are so rare that even auction houses can't promise to carry them. Getting all 3 at once is like winning a lottery that only a true champion could earn. Among them, one scroll stands out the most. It's the level removal scroll. It allows him to wear an item immediately, without needing to reach the required level. Suddenly, everything clicks. He can now wear the legendary belt right away. No waiting. No grinding. No limits. Even the blue dragon egg in his possession seems to sense the timing is perfect. A summon slot expansion scroll will let him hatch it now, removing the restriction that Lu Fan has to pass the 3rd advancement stage first. Lu Fan takes a closer look at the equipment in his hands. A thought crosses his mind. He wants to understand just how different legendary gear is compared to the top-tier items he already owns. Curiosity grows stronger. He decides to test it. His fingers grip the weapon tightly. He tosses his sword forward and selects the quality upgrade scroll from his inventory. The system responds instantly. A message pops up confirming that the upgrade was a success. His Meteor Fire sword has now reached a new level, Ultra Legendary. That's not just an improvement, it's a complete transformation. The sword glows with new power. Its stats climb sharply, and 2 new abilities become available, Blazing Star and Blazing Dragon Warrior. These aren't normal skills. They carry the kind of heat that would roast any opponent brave or dumb enough to face him. Lu Fan thinks for a moment. This has taken his power to the next level. He's no longer just strong. He's on a different plane now. Plus, with the new dragon-based spellcasting abilities, thanks to language replication and resonance, he can now unleash magic the way dragons do. Natural, fluid, and full of destruction. Even his blue dragon egg now has a remote hatching slot, and he can hatch at any time, making him even more powerful. Everything is falling into place. He feels it. Something big is changing inside him. He then puts on the belt. Suddenly, his body pulses with energy. His eyes flash with the image of a dragon. The supreme belt on his waist begins to glow. A message appears in the system. The Belt King effect has been activated. That means the power of the Golden Dragon King has awakened inside him. Sometime later, Lu Fan steps out of the portal back into the Tiki Kingdom, where a large crowd has gathered to welcome the winners of the national trial. The crowd erupts in cheers. The atmosphere changes. On the big screen, his face fills the view. He is introduced as the top player, the #1 fighter representing the Dragon Nation. The crowd is full of different voices. Many shout in joy, praising him for defeating 3 enemies all by himself. Others seem unsure, maybe jealous, asking questions and wanting to hear his side. But one thing is clear, he has their full attention now. One of the reporters questions Lu Fan about the Jin family, asking what he thinks about them. Some fans can't hold back. They call out to him, cheering and waving with all the energy they have. Their excitement fills the space. Vice Principal Zhao steps forward. He asks the crowd to give space. Behind him, Elder Han cheers with pride, calling Lu Fan a true hero. Lu Fan nods to Zhao and greets Elder Han warmly. He is calm. His presence is strong. The champion has arrived, and the world is finally ready to listen. Old Han steps forward with a proud look on his face. His hands come together in a gesture of respect and happiness. His smile is wide. The excitement in his voice is clear. He tells Lu Fan that although their team always reaches the top 3, Lu Fan has now taken them to the very top. First place, a result that many only dream about. Vice Principal Zhao also praises Lu Fan for his hard work and unshakable focus throughout the past 2 weeks. The victory isn't just a close one. Lu Fan kept first place with a massive lead over everyone else. That kind of dominance doesn't just happen, it takes real talent. To honor this achievement, Elder Han awards Lu Fan the Griffin Corps Gold Military Medal and announces his promotion. He expresses that Lu Fan deserves to wear this gold badge. Lu Fan looks at the golden badge for a long moment. He remembers something. During his time with Griffin Corps, his buddy mentioned that only 8 people ever held this badge. Now he's got it too. He is the 9th. This is more than a prize. It's a historic moment for the Dragon Kingdom. Old Han nods to confirm it. He adds another detail. Lu Fan is now only second to the 3 elders and Lord Tu Jing, and he is the youngest person to earn a gold badge in Griffin Crops. That means Lu Fan has just joined a group that includes some of the strongest and most respected people in the country, and he did it at such a young age. Lu Fan grips the badge, feeling the weight, not just the physical one, but the honor it carries. It represents more than strength. It stands for duty, courage, and becoming a protector of the nation. His heart feels full. He offers a sincere thank you to Old Han for believing in him and recognizing his worth. Meanwhile, Jin Zayan speaks to the crowd gathered in the stadium. The trial is now officially over. He congratulates all who survived and prepares to share the final results. Everyone watches with full attention. Lu Fan stands calmly as his name is announced at the very top, rank 1. No surprises there. Old Han turns to him, clearly impressed. He points out that Lu Fan didn't just win. He scored over 90%. That's a number that makes the rest of the competition look like they weren't even trying. Lu Fan stays humble. He nods and says the result is exactly what he expected. A little bit of confidence never hurts, especially when it's backed by actions. Han lets out a tired sigh, finally admitting that the long event has worn him out. He suggests everyone should get some rest. Vice Principal Zhao chuckles and agrees, telling him to take care. Before leaving, Old Han shares one more update. Tomorrow they will return to Dragon Nation. There, the elders have prepared a national-level reward to honor Lu Fan's success. Curious, Lu Fan raises an eyebrow and asks about it. The Vice Principal Zhao only grins, clearly holding back the details. He simply tells him one thing with a look full of pride: Lu Fan has officially made it to the big leagues. Inside a VIP hotel room in Jinyu City, Lu Fan holds the 9th gold badge in his hand. The shine of it reflects softly in the room's warm light. He looks at it quietly, knowing that only one person ranks above him now, Senior 2. That realization doesn't bother him. In fact, it makes him more determined. Resting on the bed, he begins to think. This victory isn't just about fame or rewards. It gives him a chance to make things right, to finally settle the scores that have been sitting in the shadows for too long. He remembers what Vice Principal Zhao told him. With the power and recognition he holds now, even someone like Changfeng, so full of pride, might be forced to kneel and admit his mistakes. That idea lingers in his mind. Changfeng always acted like he was untouchable, so sure of himself, so loud. Maybe it's time he learns what humility feels like. Then there is Jin Hui. Lu Fan will make him know his place now. After a moment, he gets up from the bed, stores the golden badge carefully inside the inventory, and turns his attention to something far more exciting, the event he has been waiting for. Lu Fan takes out the summon slot expansion scroll. A soft yellow glow surrounds it, humming gently with mana. His fingers stay steady. He opens the scroll, knowing exactly what it means. This is the final step, the last piece that lets him bring the blue dragon into the world. He activates the scroll. The system confirms that an extra dragon slot has been added to his list. That makes 4 total. With 3 dragons already loyal to him, the 4th one will complete his team. His eyes shift to the egg sitting nearby. It looks quiet, but he can feel the energy inside. There's something special waiting to come out. He gathers his energy, calling on his dragon taming skills. Yellow mana swirls around him like a ribbon of light. The system responds to his actions and confirms the egg's current level on the status window. Xiao Yai, Xiao Fi, and the little star dragon, Xingqian, in the room lean closer, their eyes wide with interest. There is excitement, curiosity, and even a little nervousness. A new member is about to join their family. Lu Fan begins the hatching process. The egg starts to shake gently. Tiny cracks appear on the surface. Then, all at once, a burst of blue light flashes from inside. The room fills with brilliance. The shell breaks away, and from within, a small dragon emerges. His scales shimmer like water under moonlight. His eyes glow a striking shade of blue. The system updates them right away, displaying the newborn's abilities and powers. He is at level 1, but the strength in his presence is undeniable. Lu Fan's face lights up. It's a boy. A proud smile stretches across his face. Their team now has a charming, handsome little guy to lead into future battles. The other dragons gather near, curious and gentle. They don't act jealous or cold. Instead, they welcome the baby dragon like older siblings greeting their new brother. Their expressions are calm, almost affectionate. Lu Fan leans forward and gently reaches out to touch the newborn dragon. His fingers brush against the smooth, glowing scales. He can't help but admire the dragon's beauty. The colors shine like a gemstone, and he already imagines how fearsome this little creature will become in the future. Teaming up with this blue dragon and combining its powers with the golden dragon Cane will surely create attacks that shake even the boldest enemies. The kind of combo that leaves fools like Jin Hu crying for a restart button. Just then, the little dragon moves closer and playfully nuzzles Lu Fan's hand. It seems innocent, but in the next second, a sharp pain shoots through his fingers. He lets out a surprised yelp. The little one stares at him with big, confused eyes as if wondering what went wrong. Nearby, Xingqian chuckles at the scene, clearly enjoying the chaos. Lu Fan tries to pull his hand back, but the baby dragon doesn't let go. Its grip tightens with surprising strength. He quickly opens the system status window to check what's going on. The answer is clear. This dragon isn't just powerful. It's also going to be a handful. Hopefully not as rebellious as it looks, because raising one stubborn dragon is already more than enough. The system displays the dragon's starting skills. The first is Roaring Thunder. It only deals one kind of damage, but it hits a wide area and even includes a control effect. That's more than enough to keep enemies pinned down like insects under a boot. Definitely worthy of a Dragon King's bloodline. The second skill is Heavenly Punishment. It's a simple lightning strike, but still dangerous. The most shocking part, though, is a skill simply called Thunder. This one allows the dragon to use skills instantly, no cooldowns, no mana cost. That's like giving a tank infinite ammo and telling it to go wild. Lu Fan's eyes shine with excitement. This little dragon is full of promise. He feels it's the right time to give the dragon a name, a special moment. But before he can even say a word, the little dragon suddenly locks eyes with Xingqian. It turns out Xingqian is trying to sneak and eat the eggshells of this little blue dragon. A spark flies between them. Without warning, the blue dragon dashes forward and charges at the starry sky dragon. Lu Fan flinches in surprise. Xingqian reacts fast, smacking the baby's back with a quick swing. The two dragons start calling out loud and dramatic like they're arguing over who gets the last piece of dessert. Lu Fan sighs deeply. He watches the scene unfold like a tired parent at the end of a long day. He scolds Xingqian, reminding her to behave and not turn feeding time into a wrestling match. He warns Xingqian not to cause trouble. There's a name to give and a bond to build, and it would be great if his dragons could go 5 minutes without acting like hungry toddlers with wings. Lu Fan tries to come up with a name for the new dragon, but it turns out to be harder than he expected. His mind runs through a few options. He thinks about the dragon's color and abilities and casually suggests Little Blue. But nothing happens. The dragon does not even look at him, completely unimpressed. That silence tells him everything. A cute name isn't going to work for a creature with thunder in its veins. He changes his approach and picks something bolder, a bow. This time, the dragon's reaction is immediate. It perks up and lets out a short growl. The name clearly fits. Lu Fan smiles, feeling proud for a moment. But just when he starts to celebrate, the little beast chumps on his hand again. He groans loudly. This dragon may be strong, but it's also disobedient and full of attitude. Another little troublemaker. Great like Xingqian wasn't enough already. The older dragons in the room glance over with clear disappointment. Their eyes say it all, they are not impressed. Dealing with one wild baby dragon is already hard. Now their calm space has a new ball of chaos. Then a system notification interrupts the moment. A new trial map has just been sent. Lu Fan checks it carefully. A fresh adventure waits ahead. He's been waiting for something like this. Whatever challenge lies ahead, he's more than ready to face it. Meanwhile, far away at the V family manor near the western edge of Dragon Nation, his senior lady is sitting quietly in front of a screen. The display shows the name of the national trial winner, Lu Fan. A small smirk plays on her lips. She reflects that the weapon she gave him was no ordinary tool. With it, he can crush almost anyone who stands in his way, no matter how desperate they are to win. Then a sudden cough shakes her body. She looks down and sees blood staining her hand. Her calm face tightens. Her voice drops. It's clear something serious is happening. She knows where the pain comes from, the Huang family. Their methods go beyond cruel. Just then, a maid walks into the room and bows with respect. She calls her Miss Yi and brings troubling news. The Guang family has shown up once again. Miss Yi's face grows cold and worry flashes in her eyes. She grips the armrest of her chair tightly. These fools just don't know when to stop. They still came for Yuntree Mountain. They really won't give up. This isn't just a small fight. Yuntree Mountain has been guarded by the Yi family for almost 100 years. It's been in their care, their duty, their home. Still, the annoying Huang family keeps trying to claim it. They act like it belongs to them when they've done nothing but cause trouble. The maid speaks gently, choosing each word carefully. The truth is painful. The Yi family has already lost a lot. Their strength is running low. Resources are thin. And now the Huang family uses ancient arguments and old grudges to cover up their greed. That's the kind of people they are, trash hiding behind tradition. Western who talk about honor but act like snakes. Missy asks about the Long family next. Maybe there's some hope there. Maybe someone still remembers loyalty. But the maid shakes her head. There's been no answer. Not even a single message. Miss Yi curls her fingers into a tight fist. Her voice turns sharp. She calls them ungrateful wolves. And she is right. Even the so-called noble families in the West have become cowards. Instead of fighting with honor, they crawl in the mud like insects, using dirty tricks to get ahead. She then thinks about the dragon family. Maybe they have replied. Maybe they've noticed what's happening. Maybe they care. But the maid lowers her head. There's been nothing from them either. Just more silence. Miss Yi suddenly slams her hand against the table. The loud sound rings out like thunder. Her anger is rising too fast. But then her body betrays her. A violent cough shakes her frame. She covers her mouth quickly with a handkerchief. The red stain is clear. The maid rushes to her side, full of worry. She pleads with Miss Yi to take care of her health. But it's hard to stay calm when enemies are crawling from every side and allies are nowhere to be found. Miss Yi looks at the blood-stained fabric in her palm. Her face stays calm and she quickly brushes it off like it means nothing. She hides the handkerchief in her sleeve and tells herself to stay strong. She makes up her mind. She will face the Huang family herself. It's time to drag those shameless clowns into the light. They act like powerful leaders but behave like rats fighting over scraps. Far away, Lu Fan sits by an airplane window. The golden sunset paints the sky outside, stretching across like a beautiful dream. The plane glides smoothly above the clouds. His mind, however, is already miles ahead. He thinks about Old Han and the rewards waiting for him after everything he has gone through. Turning his focus to the tablet in his hands, he checks the information about the secret realm he has selected for himself. It is the Death Sand Sea's secret realm. It is located in the newly discovered Godbone Forest on the border between Dragon and Tiki Kingdom. The difficulty level catches his attention right away. His eyes light up with interest. It is a desert secret realm that has never been explored. Maybe there are hidden treasures inside. Maybe something more valuable than anyone expects. Earlier, at Jimu City International Airport, Lu Fan meets Old Han and a small team. Excitement buzzes quietly in his chest. Old Han shows him his reward, which is actually a list. It's something rare, something even powerful families would kill to get. Standing next to Old Han, Lu Fan scans through a long list of secret realms, 460 in total. He feels the weight of the moment. He can only pick 10. Old Han points at the list proudly. These realms were gathered by the top leaders of Dragon Nation from all around the world. Not even the richest fools could buy their way into these places. Lu Fan scrolls through the list carefully. However, a small frown forms on his face. Most of the realms are level 60 and above. He mutters to himself. These places are impressive, but right now it won't help him much. It feels like being handed a treasure chest, but finding it filled with things you can't even use yet. Lu Fan is just about to move on when something catches his eye. His eyes widen in surprise. The words Death Sand Sea appear on the list, marked with nightmare difficulty. The name alone feels heavy, almost sharp. Most people would run just hearing it. Fear would freeze them before they even stepped close. But Lu Fan is not like most people. What grabs his attention even more is the connection to the divine treasure map he found the night before. This isn't a coincidence. The map pointed toward this place. Destiny itself seems to be pulling him toward it. Old Han notices the change in Lu Fan's expression and lifts an eyebrow. He asks if Lu Fan has found something interesting. Lu Fan nods, steadying his breath. His mind is clear now. He says he will choose the Death Stand C. Old Han strokes his beard and thinks for a moment. Only picking one realm sounds strange when 9 more options are still open. But Lu Fan just smirks. None of the others matter. Not when fate has already pointed him toward the most dangerous treasure. Old Han chuckles a little and lifts a finger. He reminds Lu Fan that the Death Sand Sea sits right on the border. He promises to have Vice Principal Zhao prepare a scouting team and set up a teleportation point to make his journey smoother. Lu Fan suddenly speaks up. He thanks Old Han for everything and explains he will stay behind for a while. He mentions that he has promised Andra for a meetup, someone whose hospitality he cannot refuse. Old Han nods in understanding. He tells Lu Fan that he will return first and arrange for Vice Principal Zhao to choose high-quality secret realms for the remaining 9 slots. In the present, Principal Zhao walks over and gives Lu Fan a gentle pat on the shoulder. He asks Lu Fan what's on his mind. Then, in a light and friendly voice, Zhao says it's time to leave the plane and get moving. The real adventure is just about to begin. Lu Fan looks out of the plane window and his eyes widen with surprise. A huge crowd is gathered below. People are waving play cards and cheering loudly. They have come to welcome him home. After all, he has just won the national trial for Dragon Nation, and his victory has made him a hero. The plane touches down at the airport smoothly. Lu Fan steps out, and the cheers grow even louder. The fans treat him like a champion, calling him the pride of Dragon Nation. Many shout about how cool he looks, making him smile a little. A reporter asks if Lu Fan would accept an interview. Principal Zhao watches with a knowing look. He remembers that Lu Fan doesn't enjoy being the center of attention. Still, he teases him, saying if he wants, he can enjoy the fame. Feeling the pressure, Lu Fan quickly tells Vice Principal Zhao not to tease him and to please help him escape this situation. After about half an hour, Lu Fan and Principal Zhao finally reach Dragon Capital Academy. A new adventure is waiting for him here. Principal Zhao tells Lu Fan to stop standing around like a lost tourist. He advises him to rest for now. Once the teleportation gate to the Sea of Death is ready, Zhao promises to come and fetch him. Someone calls his name from nearby. Turning his head, he sees his little auntie waving happily near his villa. His group of girls is with her, holding a big pamphlet that welcomes him back as the #1 ranker. His auntie and the girls rush forward and push him along, ignoring his half-hearted protests. His auntie's eyes well up with tears. She confesses that she watched every single live broadcast during the trials, worried sick about him. She knew that many disgusting people wanted to hurt him just to win. Those sore losers didn't care about fairness, they only cared about winning dirty. Lu Fan feels warmth in his chest. He smiles and reassures his auntie that he has returned safe and sound. Knowing she had been watching over him makes him feel truly at peace. Finally, they pull him inside the house. Lu Fan waves back at Principal Zhao, feeling grateful. He remembers the 4 simple tasks Vice Principal Zhao had given him: eat, sleep, take care of his dragon pet, and spend time with family and friends. Life, at least for a little while, has finally slowed down for him. Seated around the warm dining table, Yuan Ning looks at Lu Fan with curious eyes. She asks him why he came home later than everyone expected. Lu Fan answers with a light smile. A representative from the Snow Nation had invited him to a banquet before he left. It was hard to refuse without being rude. Sister Han worries that Lu Fan has gone bad and started drinking. The silver-haired girl nearby chuckles too, telling Han not to worry so much. Blushing a little, Sister Han insists there's no exaggeration. She says people from Snow Nation drink like they are trying to meet the Grim Reaper faster. The room fills with laughter, making the moment even warmer. Lu Fan looks around the table and feels his heart settle. Sitting here, eating Auntie's homemade food surrounded by people who care about him, this is real happiness. His recent hardships start to feel far away, like a bad dream fading at sunrise. Then a quiet thought crosses his mind. He wonders if his senior sister, Miss Yi, wherever she is, knows that he has reached rank 1. Far away, things are not nearly so peaceful. Inside the reception hall of the Jin residence in Jinyu City, a dark mood hangs in the air. Jin Zayan stands before Master Jin and reports the latest news. The airport confirmed it. Lu Fan is heading to the Death Sand Sea's secret realm. Master Jin slowly rises from his seat, his face hard and cold. He confirms that the Death Sand Sea lies in the Forest of Divine Bonds, right at the border between Tiki Nation and Dragon Nation. He says that Lu Fan must die there. Without any hesitation, he gives his order. He tells Jin Zayan to mobilize both the God Legion and War God Legion. Jin Zayan is shocked. He stammers that this seems too extreme just for one person. But Master Jin doesn't care. His pride is already twisted beyond reason. He reaches out, and from his body, dark tentacle-like arms lash out. They slam Jinzei into the ground with ease. This fool of a master declares that for the sake of his son's petty revenge, even using the full strength of a nation is not too much. He vows to ambush Lu Fan personally, leading the four so-called guardian heroes with him. What a joke, pretending to be noble warriors while plotting like petty criminals. Master Jin and his little band of thugs are nothing more than sore losers dressed up in fancy armor. In the forest of divine bones, right along the border between Dragon Nation and Tiki, Lu Fan and the girls step out of a glowing portal. The air feels electric around them, filled with excitement. The girls are practically bouncing with energy, their eyes wide with wonder. Sister Han claps her hands together, hardly believing this is real. They are about to explore a national-level dungeon, something most people can only dream about. The silver-haired girl nods quickly, her face bright with happiness. She says it clearly, none of this would be possible without Lu Fan. His strength and courage have opened doors others would never even find. Little Auntie wonders aloud if she might find some rare cooking ingredients hidden around the dungeon. In the middle of all the happy noise, Lu Fan stays a little quieter. His mind drifts. His fifth dragon will soon awaken in the sea of death. That moment is coming closer. It is something bigger than even this journey. His sharp eyes catch something strange nearby. A small encampment belonging to the Tiki nation sits at the edge of the forest. A question forms in his mind. He wonders why they are stationed here, as it feels suspicious. The people of Tiki always like to act busy when trouble is brewing. Before Lu Fan can even ask, a calm voice speaks from behind. A lady explains that ever since construction began on the teleportation array, Tiki Nation started sending personnel to the border. Their numbers are still small for now, and there's no real reason to panic yet. The group turns around, and they are shocked to see Teacher Gu standing there with a warm smile. The girls rush to greet her, their faces lighting up even more. Lu Fan, still a little surprised, asks what she is doing here. Teacher Gu pats him on the shoulder gently and tells him not to be nervous. She explains that the academy worried something might go wrong, so they sent her to help. She promises that if any problems come up, Lu Fan can come find her without hesitation. Lu Fan shakes his head, slightly impressed. The academy really knows how to plan ahead. Their way of thinking, always staying a few steps ahead of danger, earns his respect. Little Auntie steps forward and gives a big thank you to Teacher Gu for taking such good care of her Lu Fan. Her voice is full of warmth and gratitude. Meanwhile, the girls start whispering among themselves. One of them grumbles that comparing themselves to others can really drive a person mad. Another one quickly tells her to lower her voice before she gets caught. Teacher Gu smiles calmly and tells everyone to follow her. She leads the group toward the entrance of the dungeon. Before they step inside, she reminds them to enjoy every moment of their hard-earned rewards. Moments like these don't come easily, especially when the world is full of jealous rats waiting for any chance to drag you down. At the break of dawn, in the heart of the Death Sand Sea, the heat presses down around them like a heavy blanket. Lu Fan quickly spots a decayed skeleton gripping a rusted sword. He hadn't expected a gatekeeper right at the start. Sister Han, full of confidence, tells him not to worry. They can handle it. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow and asks if she's really sure. This isn't just some random walking bone pile. It's an elite monster known as the Tyrant Worker Skeleton, level 65. Its main attack, Hellbone Slash, is no joke. With one swing of that massive sword, it injects death energy into the strike, causing brutal physical damage equal to 150% of its attack power. It even adds a corrosive effect that can eat away at the enemy. Defeating it would earn them 10,260 experience points. Most people would run screaming at the sight of such a monster, but not these girls. Sister Han smiles confidently. She reminds Lu Fan that he isn't the only one getting stronger. Everyone has been growing. Everyone has been training hard. No one here plans to stay weak. The silver-haired girl adds a playful challenge. You should just wait and see. Without wasting another second, they all rush at the Tyrant Worker Skeleton. Sister Han moves first using her water split skill. She swings her sword with precision, releasing 4 chains made of rushing water. They fly through the air and wrap around the skeleton, locking it firmly in place. The cursed bones try to struggle, but it's no use. The water chains freeze its movement and slow its attacks. The once fearsome elite monster now looks like a wet, trapped dog, easy prey for what comes next. Ningyu One steps up next. She wields her water-cold sword with sharp control, striking the skeleton and covering it with freezing energy. The ice damage wraps around the bones, making its movements even slower. Its speed drops by another 30%, and it looks like a sad puppet trying to move through a blizzard. The silver-haired girl follows right after. Holding her staff high, she casts Starlight Inhalation. Holy light rains down across the battlefield, blasting everything within range with strong magic. The frozen skeleton gets caught in the middle, suffering heavy damage. A burning holy light effect covers it, making it take even more damage every second. On top of that, its spell resistance drops by 20%, leaving it weaker and wide open for the next attack. The poor skeleton looks ridiculous, frozen and burning at the same time like some confused leftover from a bad magic experiment. Lu Fan watches all of it unfold and can't help but admire their teamwork. Over the past 2 months, the girls have been pushing themselves harder than ever, training to close the gap between them and him. Now their moves are sharp, timed perfectly, and full of confidence. They no longer want to just follow behind him. They want to stand next to him, fighting as equals. He feels proud. The fact that they could crush a level 65 elite monster even though they are just a little over level 30 is something that would leave even the best students at Dragon Capital Academy speechless. Most students would have gotten flattened in the first 5 seconds. Suddenly, Lu Fan senses something wrong. A sharp instinct cuts through his thoughts. Without hesitation, he grabs his bow and draws an arrow. A skill Serpent's Arrow activates, launching 12 glowing magic arrows in a fast storm. The arrows rush past the shoulder of Sister Han so quickly that she nearly jumps out of her skin. She turns, snapping at Lu Fan, ready to scold him for nearly taking her ear off. But before she can even finish a word, the arrows strike true, piercing multiple skeletons that had been sneaking up from behind them like cowards trying to catch them off guard. The girls stand frozen for a moment, their mouths hang open slightly. Lu Fan had taken down 8 elite monsters without even breaking a sweat, and worse, they hadn't even noticed the enemy sneaking up. It stings a little. They feel like a joke for missing such an obvious danger. Ning One quietly realizes the truth. This is the gap between them and Lu Fan. It's not just power. It's awareness, instincts, the ability to control the battlefield without hesitation. Lu Fan speaks with calm certainty. He refuses to let anyone hurt the people important to him. Little Auntie, ever cheerful, quickly changes the mood. She asks Lu Fan where his dragons are, suggesting he let them out so they can all level up together. It sounds so easy when she says it, like calling over pets for a walk. Lu Fan hesitates, rubbing the back of his neck. He admits something he had kept quiet until now. He actually got a new dragon recently, but this one has a bit of a temper problem. The girls react with pure shock. 6 dragons now, but instead of getting scared or feeling small, their eyes sparkle with excitement. They beg him to summon the new one. They want to see what element it controls. Lu Fan sighs, giving into their energy. He warns them one last time, if the dragon causes trouble, he's sending it right back. Suddenly, the sky above them apart. Lightning tears through the clouds, the thunder shaking the ground beneath their feet. The girls jump back in surprise. One of them blurts out if the dragon always has to make such a dramatic entrance. From the glowing clouds, a small blue dragon emerges, hovering proudly in the air. Despite its size, the magical energy it gives off is overwhelming. It feels like a giant storm crammed into a tiny body. The girls are left speechless, staring at the dragon like they're seeing a myth come to life. Lu Fan crosses his arms and smirks. He teases the dragon, asking if it could ever try to keep a low profile. Abao, the little blue beast, roars loudly in reply. The roar summons multiple lightning strikes, turning the battlefield into a storm zone. The blasts of energy paralyze and damage every monster nearby, wiping them out like they are nothing more than dust. Lu Fan feels the truth settle deep in his bones. This is no ordinary dragon. This is a blue king. Despite its small body, the dragon's power feels like it could flatten mountains. Lightning surges from its skin, and every electric pulse is a deadly attack just waiting to be unleashed. The monsters nearby don't stand a chance. They are being fried like insects in a storm. Lu Fan watches closely, recognizing the powerful move Abao just unleashed. It is the Blue Dragon King's Roar, a legendary skill only the rarest dragons can master. The roar sends a massive thunderbolt shock forward, smashing everything in its path. Any unlucky creature that survives the first blast suffers heavy damage and paralysis. On top of that, Abao's follow-up attacks stack layers of thunderbolt energy. Each hit adds 20 layers, and with each attack, it slowly drops by 1. Every strike carries a 20% chance of paralyzing the enemy, trapping them like helpless statues. The monsters nearby don't even get a chance to scream. They are roasted on the spot, cooked crisp under the sheer weight of the storm. By using their powers together, Lu Fan and Abao trigger something even stronger. A special reaction called Dragon Resonance activates between them. Dragon Language Resonance boosts the strength of their combined dragon magic by 100%. Together, they unleash a force so overwhelming that it crushes everything around them. It's like watching a natural disaster that walks and roars. Because of this resonance, Abao's level jumps even higher. The blue dragon rains down lightning with reckless joy, tearing the battlefield apart. Every enemy that dares to step forward gets fried into nothing but ash. Lu Fan feels a rush of pride and understanding at the same time. Just as he expected, the main skill of the Bao is indeed the roar of the Blue Dragon King. When they use their dragon magic together, they trigger the full resonance effect, making their attacks unstoppable. Suddenly, a new system notification pops up in front of him. A dungeon mission appears. The task is simple but huge. Collect map fragments, piece together the retreat route map of Tyrant, and find the hidden treasure of Tyrant. Current progress shows 1 out of 500 fragments collected. Looks like this won't be just a battle for survival, it's going to be a long hunt. But Lu Fan is ready. Whatever greedy fools or dirty monsters stand in the way, they're about to learn what true power looks like. Lu Fan takes out a small piece of the retreat route map of Tavern. The group gathers around, eyes fixed on the fragment. Questions begin flying. Ning Yuan asks him if he wants them to find the tyrant's treasure. She adds if they want to find the treasure of the tyrant, they need to collect 500 of these map fragments. Only then will the full retreat route be revealed. That map is the only way to track down the treasure's location. The number shocks all. Sister Han blurts out her disbelief. 500 pieces sound insane. Everyone stares at the single piece in the hand of Lu Fan. Then a system notification appears. The mission is clear now. Collect map fragments, complete the tyrant's retreat route, and find the treasure. Current progress is just 1 out of 500. Just 1. Sister Han, full of energy, yells out that they should just flatten the entire desert and begin the search. She's ready to charge in without a second thought, but her excitement is cut short. Lu Fan puts a stop to the idea. He reminds them that the entire area is a desert, dry, wide, and dangerous. Nobody knows what kind of traps or ancient devices lie hidden beneath the sand. One careless move could set off something deadly. Monsters may be dumb, but traps aren't. One wrong step, and the entire mission could fall apart before it begins. The group turns to Lu Fan, realizing they need a real plan. They ask if he has one. He gives a confident smirk. He's more than ready, and he already has the perfect scout. Lu Fan raises his hand and calls upon the Emerald Dragon Lady Sha Fei. She appears with a graceful but powerful presence. Right beside her, 2 more creatures show up, the twin fallen corpse holy dragons. Their very presence crushes the air around them. These are not simple dragons. They radiate strength, and each of them holds a rare power that makes them perfect for the kind of work ahead. But Lu Fan isn't done. He digs deeper into his energy and summons even more, the fallen corpse demon soldiers. These undead warriors stand tall, cold, and fearless. But they don't just look scary, they come with skills that break the rules of battle. Each soldier brings a power called Zombie Tide. The more fallen corpses nearby, the higher their defense grows by a massive 25% for each one. Then there's Born to Die. Every time they take non-lethal damage, their defense jumps again by another 25%. But the worst part for the enemy is that their attacks bring not one but multiple hits, and the extra damage scales with how high their defense is. It's like being punched by a stone wall that punches back harder each time. The group is speechless. None of them can believe what they're seeing. Lu Fan just created a walking army of tanks and destroyers right in front of their eyes. No gate, no formation, no distance can stop this power. It's like the dead themselves rose up, ready to tear through the sand and crush anything in the way. Sister Han stares at the massive army and gasps. Her face shows disbelief, like she's trapped inside a dream that makes no sense. She can't believe Lu Fan actually pulled these powerful puppets straight out of the dungeon. Next to her, the Silver Healer Lady stands frozen, feeling a heavy pressure in the air. It's not just magic, it's the feeling of something ancient and dangerous. Ning Yuan tries to understand what just happened. She asks the question on everyone's mind. Lu Fan, completely calm, explains everything. The fallen corpse Holy Dragon carries a unique skill called the Holy Light Gate. This skill allows it to teleport itself and all its puppets to any location. Nothing can stop it, not distance, not barriers, not magic formations, and not even the laws of space or dimension. Ning Yuan is left speechless. Compared to this, her own necromancy might also be a child's magic show. Hidden class necromancy sounds fancy, but in front of this power, it's just weak tricks wrapped in shadows. Sister Han continues to stare at the army like it came from some horror legend. She wonders aloud if Lu Fan really summoned all the demons from the 9 realms. That's how huge and dangerous they look. Lu Fan simply laughs, clearly pleased with the chaos he's about to release. These demons aren't just soldiers, they're expert diggers too, and he has no plans to let them sit idle. One of the 9 realms demons lets out a roar so loud it shakes the air. The girls flinch and take a step back, fear showing in their eyes. But Lu Fan doesn't move an inch. He orders them to clear the path ahead, and the battlefield begins to shift. The fallen demon soldiers waste no time. They charge into the front lines like a dark wave crashing over dry sand. Tyrant's skeleton workers rise from the ground, swinging massive bone swords. Their attack is known as Bone Slash, a deadly move packed with death energy that deals heavy physical damage and eats away at anything it touches. These skeletons look strong, but they're really just noisy tin cans trying too hard to sound scary. Fallen corpse puppets meet their attacks without hesitation. Their cold eyes show no emotion, and their defense grows stronger with every hit. These aren't just puppets, they are living nightmares built to take punishment and give it back twice as hard. Suddenly, desert spiders burst from the sand. Their movements are fast and aggressive. They leap forward using poison sting, a sharp attack that deals serious damage and poisons the target, draining health every second. But their tricks don't last. Compared to the demons of the 9 realms, these spiders are weak insects that chose the wrong battlefield. Within seconds, everything explodes into chaos. The desert shakes and the whole area turns into a full-blown war zone. The girls stand frozen, their eyes wide with shock. Little Dragon Abao joins the fight without hesitation. With a fierce roar, he unleashes roaring thunder. The skies answer immediately. Bolts of lightning fall in clusters, striking the ground over and over. A thick storm area forms, buzzing with wild electricity. Every enemy caught inside twitches and locks up, paralyzed by the non-stop strikes. Monsters look like puppets with their strings cut, frozen, and helpless. They can't even scream before getting fried. Sister Han watches in silence, eyes full of disbelief. She thinks about the 2 months she spent training hard every day, proud of every bit of progress. But now standing here, she sees Lu Fan wipe out an entire dungeon's worth of enemies like they were flies buzzing near his plate. Her confidence. This world doesn't care how hard someone trains if monsters like Lu Fan exist. None of the others can say a word. The scene speaks louder than anything. Suddenly, a new system notification pops up in front of Lu Fan. It's not just another alert, it's a game changer. The current location now matches the coordinates on the Dividing Treasures map. That means the treasure map has been activated successfully. Lu Fan checks the treasure right away. He expects to see a dragon egg. Something valuable, yes, but what he finds is on a whole different level. Instead of the egg, he finds the Will of the Blazing Dragon Warrior helmet, an item so rare and powerful it almost doesn't seem real. This helmet is top tier, the kind of thing most players would dream of but never touch. Its power is overwhelming. The active skill it holds is called Gilded Body. When used, the wearer becomes fully gilded, immune to all damage for up to 3 minutes. During this time, the body can't move, attack, or use any other skills, but the user can end the effect at any time. That alone makes it a powerful lifesaver. The helmet has even more to offer. It's part of a legendary set. With one piece equipped, it unlocks hidden blood power, allowing the user to transform into the Golden Dragon King. In that form, strength, agility, and spirit jump by 50 levels and endurance increases by 200. However, riding mounts becomes impossible during this transformation. Equipping 3 parts of the set unlocks even more blood power. The user gains the Wings of Judgment and the Boiling Blood skills, both known for massive destruction. With the full 5-piece set, the transformation reaches its peak. The user becomes the true Golden Dragon King, gaining the Supreme Shield skill, which can turn even the deadliest attack into dust. Lu Fan stares at the helmet, eyes calm but heart burning with possibility. This isn't just a loot, it's a throne. And every filthy skeleton, desert bug, and weakling tyrant out there just got one more reason to run and hide. Lu Fan takes a deep breath. With the Blazing Dragon Warrior helmet in hand, he doesn't even need to worry about leveling up anymore. That single item already gives him a massive leap in power. It's more than just a piece of gear, it's practically a cheat code. But then, something else catches his eye. His gaze falls on another treasure, one even more rare than the last. It's a blueprint, but not just any blueprint. This is the contract for the Shadow Dragon King. A divine artifact in blueprint form. Its value is hard to measure. With this, Lu Fan could create the Shadow Dragon King contract, which allows him to summon Black Blade, the Shadow Dragon King himself, to fight for 1 hour. There's more. Once the contract is complete, it also unlocks Shen's Blade, the second Shadow Dragon King, making it scale to Lu Fan's current level. That kind of power could destroy armies. The blueprint lists its crafting materials: Shadow Stone, Ancient God Crystal, Shadow Island Breath, and Shadow Spring Water. It may be hard to get, but absolutely worth it. Lu Fan thinks for a moment, but the decision comes quickly. He turns to Xiao Fei. If she uses her natural assimilation ability on this divine artifact, she could absorb its essence completely, just like the fallen corpse Holy Dragon did before. That would turn this contract into a permanent skill, not just a one-time item. It would be the same as hatching a dragon egg right on the spot. Xiao Fei doesn't hesitate. She activates natural assimilation. A soft glow surrounds her as the contract disappears into her form. The change happens instantly. Lu Fan realizes what this means. The Shadow Dragon King can now be summoned whenever needed. No time limits, no restrictions. A permanent skill bonded to his dragon. This is more valuable than anything else he could have asked for. Before he can even enjoy the moment, the system flashes a new message. The fragment collection is complete. Every piece of the tavern's retreat route map has been gathered. A prompt appears, asking if he wants to assimilate the map. Without a second thought, Lu Fan confirms. He hadn't expected to complete this mission so fast, but with his army and dragons, nothing slows him down. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, trouble begins to stir. A large battalion of soldiers marches toward the secret realm where Lu Fan and his group currently are. Their steps shake the earth. Their weapons shine under the sunlight, but something about them is off. An officer from Dragon Kingdom guarding the portal to the secret realm signals them to stop. He speaks clearly, warning that the secret realm is already in use. The smart thing would have been to listen, but they aren't here for smart decisions. The leader of the battalion steps forward. He is wearing heavy armor and holding a massive sword in his hands. Without saying a word, he lifts the blade and swings it with brutal force. The poor officer doesn't even get to finish his sentence. His body is sliced clean in half. Just like that, his protest ends forever. This leader clearly doesn't care about rules, warnings, or right and wrong. He's the type who thinks strength means everything. A nearby soldier watches in horror as his commanding officer is sliced down like a training dummy. His hands tremble, but instinct takes over. He lifts a small light gun and fires it into the sky. A bright flare shoots upward, glowing like a second sun. It's an emergency signal warning all guards in the area that the enemy has arrived and blood is about to follow. Teacher Gu notices something is wrong. Her eyes narrow as she looks toward the source of the panic. The battlefield lies ahead, soaked in red. Soldiers scream and fall. Bodies drop one after another. No rhythm, no mercy, just endless killing. She yells out, trying to understand the chaos. No answer comes. Then, without warning, a wounded soldier crashes into her. She asks him if he is okay. He stammers through heavy breaths, barely able to speak. The words hit like a hammer. The attackers are from the Tiki Nation. A full retreat is needed. And more than that, the Dragon Nation must be warned. Teacher Gu knows this isn't just some border skirmish. This is a coordinated invasion. Every second matters now. She turns toward the teleport gate, hoping to get a message out. Her heart sinks like a stone. The path is blocked. One of the enemy guards stands there like a statue, eyes cold and unmoving. There's no way past him. The gate might as well be a wall. She swears under her breath. No way to reach the portal. No backup. No help. Just her and a closing trap. But Teacher Gu isn't helpless. She digs through her belongings until she lands on a small scroll. It's a teleportation scroll marked for one-time use. It's her only chance to escape and warn the others. Right before she activates it, a shadow falls over her. The massive sword swings down with deadly intent. The commander is upon her. He's the leader of the god-killing corps from the Tiki Kingdom. His name is Lai Tai, a booker dressed in armor. Teacher Gu reacts in time. She dodges with a sudden movement, barely avoiding the blade. Her heart pounds, but she doesn't waste the opening. She activates the scroll in the same motion, and the next moment her body fades, vanishing into thin air as the magic whisks her away. Lai Tai stands still. His face remains expressionless, but the look in his eyes says everything. Disappointment, frustration. He cannot believe his prey got away. Lu Fan checks the system notification again, and something new appears, Emerald Mirror. His curiosity grows, and he wonders if Xiao Fi, his Emerald Dragon, has unlocked a fresh ability. A quick glance confirms it. She now holds a powerful new skill, Emerald Mirror Image. The effect is wild. She can target any friendly unit and create 2 mirror copies of them. These mirror images aren't just for show. They inherit 30% of the original unit's skill stats. That alone is impressive, but the real surprise comes with the fine print. If the target is a dragon or even a teammate with dragon blood, the power of this skill doubles. 2 strong mirror dragons per target, that's battlefield domination. Lu Fan pauses, stunned by the sheer potential. His mind races with the possibilities. If Xiao Fi mirrors multiple dragons and those mirror dragons can attack together, it means he could send out a wave of 15 dragons at once. Even the strongest deity would probably have a nervous breakdown just trying to stay alive against that. He gives Xiao Fei a firm pat, pride swelling in his chest. Now that she's reached level 30, master of the dragon domain, and unlocked a broken tier skill like Emerald Mirror, she isn't just a support anymore. She's a game-breaking monster. Her power doesn't just boost the team, it multiplies it beyond reason. Among dragon pets, Xiaofei now stands at the top. The moment of quiet doesn't last. A dark wind starts to howl. Sand lifts into the air as several level 70 tyrant whirlers crawl out from the ground. Not one or two, dozens. Their armor is cracked, their bones glow with cursed energy, and their hollow eyes burn with violent hunger. Ming Yuwen watches them rise and guesses the truth. The wave must have been triggered after they fused the retreat route map. That's the cost of progress, a wave of pain. Lu Fan doesn't panic. In fact, he feels oddly relaxed. There's no need to search for the dungeon boss anymore. The enemies just delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Then the real problem shows up. A shadow spreads across the battlefield. Something massive moves behind the wave of tyrant workers. A towering, twisted figure rises, twice their size, with layers of cursed armor and a presence that chokes the air. The cursed tyrant boss reveals itself. Level 80, battle-scared and mean-looking. A walking disaster that probably thinks it's invincible. Ming Yuwen turns to Lu Fan, waiting for the next move. Sitzer Han offers a plan, suggesting they throw the demonic army in first and let Lu Fan's dragon finish the rest. It sounds smart, efficient. But Lu Fan just grins and shakes his head. He has something better. No fancy tactics. No need to throw waves of soldiers or wear down the enemy. Earth Demon is enough. Sister Han raises an eyebrow, clearly not convinced. Her face says what everyone else is thinking. Earth Demon might be strong, sure, but this isn't just some basic mini-boss. The enemy lineup includes a full wave of elite level 70 commanders, plus a massive level 80 nightmare boss leading the charge. To throw just one unit into all that sounds insane. Lu Fan doesn't flinch. He simply smirks and shrugs. There's no need to explain when confidence speaks louder than words. He turns to Xiaofei, ready to unleash something special. Xiaofei steps forward and activates Emerald Mirror. She selects Earth Demon as the target. Her power glows, pulsing with green light, and the battlefield holds its breath. The skill activates perfectly. Two mirror images of Earth Demon appear instantly beside the original. They look exactly the same, huge, terrifying, and more than ready to crush whoever stands in their way. The girls watch in shock, their mouths open as they try to understand what just happened. Sister Han can't believe it. Her voice rises with disbelief. If the skill can create two clones from just one Earth Demon, and all 9 Earth Demons are summoned at once, the total could shoot up to 27. That's not an army, that's an earthquake wrapped in dragon hide. The original and the two clones roar in perfect sync. The sound shakes the sky, the ground under their feet. The pressure coming off them is enough to break weak enemies before the fight even begins. The healer girl watches with stars in her eyes. Auntie stares, speechless, before finally calling the skill what is complete madness. Then the cursed tyrant finally makes a move. It's been waiting, biding its time behind its army, but now it's done playing around. It unleashes Desert Howl, a brutal, sand-filled storm that tears through the battlefield. A massive vortex forms, swirling with razor-sharp wind and sand. The air turns to chaos. The ground becomes soft and unstable, like walking on a stormy ocean made of dust. Anyone caught in the storm takes non-stop damage every second. The hits are cruel, partly based on raw attack power, but also slicing off a chunk of the victim's health no matter how tough they are. Movement slows to a crawl, and random whirlwinds toss fighters around like rag dolls. The group starts to panic. Balance is impossible. Their feet sink, their bodies sway, and no one can find stable ground. Sister Han loses her footing and crashes down hard. She struggles to stand, but the shaking won't stop. Haunty, her voice full of worry, turns to Lu Fan for direction. The question is simple but heavy. What now? But Lu Fan doesn't look worried. Not one bit. Because he knows exactly what's coming next, and this boss, with all its sand and drama, is about to regret everything. He tells the others to relax and catch their breath. He looks calm and almost bored, like he already knows how this ends. Before anyone can react, something massive crashes into the cursed tyrant's face. The blow hits like a meteor, throwing the towering boss backward with a sickening crunch. At the same time, all the tyrant workers on the field are taken down one by one. No warning. No chance to react. They drop like flies, turning the battlefield into a graveyard. Lu Fan smirks, clearly enjoying the show. His eyes stay locked on the battlefield. This is what he meant earlier. Earth Demon is putting on a spectacular performance. The Earth Demon steps forward, massive and relentless. It swings brutal metallic weapons with crushing force. The cursed tyrant roars in anger, trying to resist, but its power means nothing here. It's not even a fight. It's a punishment. Earth Demon doesn't just attack, it destroys. Then the real attack starts. Sky Pouring Stick activates and the battlefield turns into a scene from a nightmare. An entire area gets locked down, and inside it, the enemy suffers a never-ending storm of hits. Every second, 56 strikes rain down like thunder, each carrying full attack power. There's no escape. The skill can't be blocked, can't be dodged, and can't be interrupted. Defense doesn't matter. It gets shredded by 40%. Attack speed is cut by 30%. The tyrant is stuck, helpless, buried under a rain of pain. From above, it looks like metal is fallen from the sky. Not raindrops, but heavy sticks smashing everything into the dirt. A Q-shaped storm crashes into the battlefield. The cursed tyrant and its minions take hit after hit directly to their thick skulls. Whatever pride or power they had is long gone. Now they're just broken piles of failure buried beneath the earth. The fight ends so fast, it barely feels real. The girls stand there still trying to process what just happened. Their faces show the same expression, shock mixed with disbelief. Every time they think they've seen Lu Fan's limit, he breaks it like it was never there. Sister Han can't even wrap her head around it. She didn't get a chance to lift her weapon. The enemies were wiped out before she could move. It's over already. Ning Yuan turns toward Lu Fan and expresses that every time he pulls off something this outrageous, he finds a way to top it again. And this time he didn't just win, he humiliated the so-called nightmare boss and its pathetic army in record time. With the cursed tyrant crushed and the battlefield cleared, the dungeon finally comes to an end. The storm dies down. The sand settles. Victory feels heavy in the air. Lu Fan steps forward, eager to see what kind of rewards this boss had been guarding. His eyes land on a shining golden chest that glows like it holds the key to a new world. He opens it without hesitation. A bright light flares out, and a system alert follows right after. His level jumps to 42, an impressive leap, but not even the most exciting part. Among the rewards, one item stands out immediately, an enchantment level removal scroll. This isn't just any item. It's legendary. Its effect is simple but powerful. It removes the level requirement from any item or equipment. Lu Fan grins wide. This scroll is exactly what he needed. With it, he can pass the usual grind and skip those sky-high upgrade costs that eat gold like candy. In short, it saves him a fortune and gives him a major edge. But the treasure doesn't stop there. Down on the reward appears a rare item called a search paper. It's shaped like a figure and its ability is sharp and focused. When used, it tracks the location of another person. It's limited to job changers and can only be used 3 times. A good tool that limited in normal hands. Lu Fan looks at Xiao Fei and gets an idea. He hands the item to her. She swallows a whole using her natural assimilation skill. The moment she does, the limit is gone. The search paper becomes a permanent skill for her, now usable without any restrictions. Lu Fan smirks, thinking to himself how useful this will be, not just for tracking enemies, but also for robbing loots and finding targets on the run. It's basically a GPS for chaos. Then comes something unexpected, a cooking recipe. The cooking design is for something called Flying Tough Candy. It sounds ridiculous, but the effects are no joke. Once mastered, the user can make this special candy that gives flight ability for a full 22 hours. The only catch is that it can only be used by someone who holds the title of Enchanted Cooking Master. Even so, the recipe is priceless. With this, even someone without wings could fly across the sky like a dragon in candy-powered armor. It's the kind of item that turns chefs into legends. The rewards continue pouring in, and the next one is a sleek pair of platinum boots, morning steps. The moment he picks them up, he feels a rush of speed just from holding them. These boots don't just boost movement, they offer a massive burst of speed over a short time, making dodging smoother than ever. Even better, every time the user successfully dodges an attack, they recover a bit of health. It's like dancing through danger and healing with every step. Then comes the Tidal Blade. This weapon has a special effect tied to water elements. When used, it summons a protective water shield that doesn't just block physical damage, it bites back. Any enemy foolish enough to strike it gets hit with water damage in return. It's a sword and a barrier wrapped into one. Not only can it defend, but it punishes the attacker for trying. Lu Fan takes a moment to look at everything they've collected. With a calm nod, he decides to keep the scrolls and the tracking paper himself, tools that need careful use. The rest of the gear, though, will go to the right hands. He wants every teammate equipped with items that match their roles. No one left behind. No wasted potential. He reminds them that this isn't the only run they'll get. They can farm this dungeon again and again. Eventually, everyone will walk out of here looking like a final boss. The girls cheerfully agree. Sister Han can't hide her excitement. Her face lights up with energy, already pushing to dive back in. She wants another round, more loot, more chaos, more action. But outside the portal, far away from the celebration, something much darker brews. A soldier rushes toward Lai Tai, who stands tall near the edge of the secret realm's gate. The soldier gives his report. Their men are already chasing down the escaped woman. He's proud, clearly expecting praise. Lai Tai grins, vile and confident. He says they'll report the cleansing of the forest of sacred bones to Lord Jin. And when Lufin finally steps out, they'll wipe him and his team out in one clean sweep, a simple plan drawn from arrogance. But the moment he finishes that thought, a new presence arrives. The voice cuts through the air like ice. It's not loud, but it silences everything. A wave of dark magic sweeps over the area and the temperature drops. A shadowy figure steps forward, covered in writhing purple tentacles. Each one pulses with rotten power. Without warning, one of the tentacles lashes out. It wraps around a nearby soldier and pulls him in. The body shrivels in seconds, rotting until it crumbles into a pile of filth. There's no fight, only decay. The figure's eyes burn with hatred and madness. His presence alone poisons the ground. He's here to talk, he's here to kill. He speaks one name with venom, Lu Fan. His voice oozes with the promise of revenge. He wants blood, and he wants it personally. Lai Tai bows deeply, no longer the one in charge. He greets this lord with the respect of a terrified follower. The sinister figure gives a cold command, blaming all on the heretics from the ancient god cults. Make sure the Dragon Nation never finds out the truth. Not now. Not ever. And that was it for today. I hope that you liked today's video, and if you did, hit that like button as today's like goal is 1,500 likes. Comment down below for the next part. Also, consider subscribing with the notification bell on to get notified as soon as a new video drops onto the channel. You can also join the channel to support me financially and watch videos before public release. I'll meet you in the next video. Until then, thanks for watching.